In the face of an impending apocalypse, Su Yang, who inherited a fortune of billions, fell victim to the treachery of his beloved and childhood friend, both of whom conspired to end his life. In his final moments, he helplessly witnessed his neighbors, whom he had once aided, seize his resources and partake in his demise, igniting within him an overwhelming hatred. However, upon awakening, he found himself reborn 3 months prior to the cataclysm, on the very day he inherited his vast wealth, and he discovered that he possessed a mysterious space within him. Chapter 1. Rebirth 3 months before the apocalypse, inheriting a fortune of billions. Mr. Su Yang, the late elder Su has bequeathed you 3 inheritances. One consists of $10 billion in cash. Another encompasses fixed assets and group stocks valued at $20 billion. The third inheritance is us. The will of Elder Su Tianchong states that my sister and I can assist you in managing and operating the Su Tian Group, ensuring you have no future concerns. If there are no objections, you may sign the will, and the $10 billion will be promptly deposited into your account. You will also inherit the entirety of the Su Tian Group, along with all fixed assets of the late Mr. Su. We shall serve as your representatives and join the board of directors to assist with management. Rest assured, all assets of Elder Su Tianchong have been notarized, and we have already made arrangements with domestic banks. Once you sign the inheritance, it will take immediate effect, and the bank will convert the $10 billion into 70 billion renminbi for your use. You need not worry about scrutiny from regulatory bodies. The 70 billion can be utilized freely. Su Yang gazed at the stunningly beautiful twin sisters before him, clad in short skirts, black stockings, and high heels, each standing around 1.7 meters tall with figures rivaling those of the most celebrated stars. He felt momentarily dazed, as though caught in a dream. Was I not killed by those heartless neighbors? Su Yang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. How is it that upon opening my eyes, I find myself back on the day I inherited my fortune 3 months before the apocalypse? Could it be that I have been reborn? Perhaps the heavens have bestowed upon me a second chance. This time, I shall exact my revenge and protect all that is dear to me. I will repay those who have wronged me 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A surge of fury coursed through Su Yang, his fists clenched tightly. The mere thought of his neighbors' grotesque faces ignited a chilling, murderous intent within him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. On June 1st, 2024, a blue light streaked across the sky, followed by a heavy snowfall that plunged the world into frigid temperatures of -50 to 60 degrees. In the initial days, people merely dismissed the unusual weather as a temporary anomaly, but as a week passed and their stored provisions began to dwindle without any signs of rescue, unrest began to unfold. Instances of resource theft became rampant. 15 days into the apocalypse, water and electricity ceased, and survival supplies dwindled. Amidst the biting cold and the pangs of hunger, chaos ensued, and society descended into utter disarray. In the beginning, the struggle was merely for survival resources, but it has now escalated into a realm of murder, even resulting in instances of cannibalism. At such a juncture, even a single packet of instant noodles could drive a couple to turn against each other or lead a father to betray his son. A first-rate female star is compelled to lower her noble head and present her alluring form. Merely 3 months prior to the onset of the apocalypse, today, Su Yang inherited an astonishing fortune of hundreds of billions from the newly established overseas nation. The benefactor is his uncle, Su Tianchong, the chairman of the Su Tian Group. At the tender age of 10, amidst turmoil, Su Tianchong became separated from his family and embarked alone on a vessel bound for the new nation. Through sheer determination and hard work, he established a vast multinational conglomerate. However, upon his return to seek out his kin, he discovered that all his relatives had perished, and the line of his elder brother had withered away. It was only after his death that it was revealed that his elder brother had a grandson, Su Yang, who, as a child, had lost both parents and been adopted. Now, as a man without offspring, this immense wealth has unexpectedly fallen into Su Yang's lap. Instead of indulging in a lavish lifestyle, acquiring opulent mansions, sports cars, or reveling in the company of glamorous starlets, he chose to pursue Bai Lu, the object of his affections within the same community. He lavished her with luxury cars, exquisite watches, designer handbags, and fashionable attire, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. The neighbors soon learned of his newfound affluence and began to solicit loans and assistance, to which he generously obliged. When the apocalypse struck, thanks to his years of preparation, Su Yang had amassed a considerable stockpile of survival supplies, allowing him to weather the initial month in safety. It was also through his benevolence that those neighbors were spared from starvation in the face of the impending doom. Yet, the fickleness of human nature proved to be a formidable test despite Su Yang's heartfelt generosity. They conspired against him. Bai Lu, in collusion with her childhood companion, deceived him into opening the door, and the very neighbors he had aided surged in, seizing all his survival resources and plotting to take his life. The echoes of their malevolent words still reverberate in his mind. Dismember him, we shall share his flesh as reserve food. What is wealth worth when we can end your life? Do not assume that our gratitude will follow your kindness, save your riches for your next life. Indeed, the age-old adage rings true. Kindness begets resentment. Su Yang, having paid the ultimate price, gained profound insight into this reality. You never anticipated this, did you? I have been reborn, and this time I shall make your lives a living hell. He raged silently within. Mr. Su? The twin beauties, noticing his prolonged silence and deep contemplation, exchanged puzzled glances and tightened their clothing, calling out to him urgently. Su Yang emerged from his abyss of hatred. I apologize for my outburst. He smiled gently at the two, feeling a surge of remorse. These twin sisters, both possessing beauty and grace rated above 95, were well known to him. The elder, Su Yunxi, served as the chief attorney for the Su Tian Group, while her sister, Su Muyu, held the position of financial director. Both had been orphans, adopted by Su Tianchong, the chairman of the conglomerate. Upon ascending to the upper echelons of the conglomerate, one focused on internal affairs while the other on external relations. He became the elite entrusted by the thrifty second uncle to manage the group. Su Yang gazed at the pair of enchanting twin sisters, whose beauty was unparalleled and whose professionalism radiated with competence and wisdom. In his mind, only 4 words emerged: stunning and capable. Reflecting on his past life, he lamented the folly of pursuing the insipid Bai Lu while neglecting such exquisite beauties, wishing he could strike himself twice. In his previous existence, he had indeed been a fool, failing to savor such exceptional delicacies and instead opting for the coarse grains represented by Bai Luha truly deserved divine retribution. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Su Yang grasped his pen, opened the will, and without a second glance, inscribed his name on the final page. Transfer $50 billion to me. First, the remaining $50 billion shall remain in the overseas account for my significant needs. After signing, he addressed the 2 sisters. Understood. We shall follow Mr. Su's instructions. Without any hesitation, Su Muyu promptly contacted the bank to relay the instructions. Within a mere 10 minutes, $350 billion had been credited to his account. At the moment Su Yang tucked his phone away, a flash of white light coursed through his body, and the phone was drawn into an inky black space. Startled, yet maintaining a composed demeanor, he concentrated, and the phone reappeared in his grasp. It is a spatial phenomenon. This revelation nearly escaped his lips in astonishment. Chapter 2. Taming the twin sisters. Fortunately, Su Yang, having recently traversed the precipice of life and death, had undergone a profound transformation from his former self. Upon encountering the twin sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, he did not perceive the peculiar incident of his phone's sudden disappearance and reappearance. And he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that after his rebirth, his body had undergone certain changes, as he now possessed a spatial dimension. Su Yang mused inwardly, I wonder how expansive this space is and how much it can store. I shall thoroughly investigate it upon my return. Noticing Su Yang once again enveloped in silence, the sisters exchanged faint smiles, and Su Yunxi, the elder sister, took the initiative to dispel the awkwardness by saying, It appears that Mr. Su is quite different from what we understood from the information provided. What was I like in the information? Su Yang inquired playfully. And how do you perceive me? The dossier indicated that you were typically a submissive individual, a soft-hearted person both in the workplace and in life, and moreover, a sycophant, a rather substandard one at that, an oblivious knight of pure love. Su Yunxi continued, deftly shifting the conversation. Yet, the person we see before us is shrouded in mystery, as if enveloped in fog. Faced with such a substantial inheritance, you displayed no signs of excitement, even upon receiving the recent transfer of 35 billion renminbi. You did not linger on it with longing. Such composure cannot be feigned. Even in our presence, your gaze remains tranquil. A person who can remain unflinching in the face of wealth and withstand the allure of beauty is undoubtedly capable of great achievements. Su Yunxi, the chief lawyer of the Su Tian Group, articulated her analysis with remarkable clarity. However, she could never fathom that Su Yang's apparent indifference to wealth and beauty stemmed not from a lack of desire but from his past experiences. Having just endured betrayal and rebirth, and now awakened to a new spatial ability, he had little time to contemplate such matters. Thus, his disinterest seemed to ensnare them in a whirlwind of thoughts. Nevertheless, Su Yang offered no explanations. He merely stated, "Data is lifeless, while people are vibrant. As we spend more time together, you will uncover a completely new version of me. But can I truly trust you?" As he spoke, his gaze became piercing, and the twin sisters felt an icy chill wash over them, leaving them cold. They were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of his words. Sumuyu, the younger sister, responded earnestly, "If you harbor any doubts about our ability to manage the Su Tian group on your behalf, you are entirely free to dismiss us, and you may assume direct control of the board yourself. We have become part of the legacy left by your esteemed grandfather solely because we wish to repay his kindness. Like you, we have been orphans since childhood, enduring a precarious existence filled with the harshness of life, wandering from place to place until the age of 8. It was your grandfather who adopted us, providing us with food and clothing, enabling us to attend the finest schools, and offering us opportunities to showcase our talents. That is how we attained our current status. Furthermore, if we were to harbor any ill intentions, given our capabilities, that vast inheritance would never reach your hands. At the very least, with my position as chief counsel and my sister's role as the chief financial officer of the group, draining the entire Su Tian group of its resources would pose no challenge. Therefore, you may rest assured that we harbor no malice towards you, and you can place your complete trust in us. Mr. Su regards us as his own granddaughters, and we would never betray his trust." Su Yunqi is far more forthright than Su Muyu. Her words, though blunt, are imbued with sincerity. Su Yang nodded, acknowledging that, as the sisters had expressed, they were entirely transparent with him. In his previous life, under Bai Lu's persuasion, he had dismissed the two of them, who without hesitation had transferred their shares and control of the board of Su Tian Group to him, departing without any ulterior motives. Coupled with their heartfelt declarations just now, Su Yang was convinced that they were truly benevolent souls. At least for the present moment, they remained utterly loyal to him. However, what would become of their integrity in the face of an impending apocalypse? In a world stripped of vitality, engulfed in desolation and relentless cold, would they still retain such steadfastness? Could they maintain their loyalty to him? Su Yang shook his head, doubting that anyone could preserve their initial intentions amidst such catastrophic circumstances. Since his rebirth, he had matured significantly and become exceedingly cautious. He would no longer easily place his faith in others. Yet, he still required the influence of the two within the Su Tian group to accomplish tasks that were inconvenient for him. As an international conglomerate, Su Tian group undoubtedly had connections beyond his reach, and he needed to leverage these individuals to fulfill his pre-apocalyptic plans. This was precisely why he had decided to keep half of the $100 billion in an overseas account. He had a monumental scheme that required their collaboration. This opportunity also served to test the loyalty of these strikingly beautiful twin sisters. If their allegiance proved genuine, their presence post-apocalypse would not be unwelcome. After all, during the inevitable end times, someone would need to provide warmth and care. As for matters of the heart, he would leave those aside. With this thought, a faint smile graced Su Yang's lips as he addressed the two. "I appreciate your candor. May our future collaboration be fruitful." Upon receiving the future boss's affirmation, the sisters' faces lit up with joy. Su Muyu immediately inquired, "How should we address you henceforth? Should we call you boss, or young master, or perhaps, let us stick with boss?" Su Yang interjected before she could finish, "I prefer that title. From now on, you shall be my esteemed secretaries. As they say, when there's a task, the secretary handles it. When there's none, the secretary, well, does nothing, right?" The two women chimed in unison. The room soon echoed with their hearty laughter. Su Yang shrugged. "If you don't mind, I can fully accept that." This statement bore a hint of jest, but it also resonated with his genuine feelings. In the upper echelons of society, who is not surrounded by a plethora of stunning beauties, such occurrences are commonplace. Su Yunqi and Su Muyu were far from irritated. Rather, they spoke with a hint of amusement. "If you truly possess such capabilities, dear boss, the idea of us sisters sharing a husband is not entirely out of the question. As twin sisters, with identical beauty and double the joy. Surely it's a dream many men entertain, is it not? We could make it happen." Su Yang then raised his hands in a gesture of inquiry, asking, "Are today's young women truly so liberated that they can indulge in such jest? Who is joking with you?" The sisters shot him a glance and replied, "Boss, we have been raised amidst the laws of the jungle. Survival of the fittest is a principle we understand all too well. Having been accustomed to the hedonistic lifestyle of the upper class, While we have not succumbed to such excesses, we are certainly no strangers to these matters. If fate indeed destined us to be with you, what reason would we have to decline? Very well, I shall await that day. Su-yang chuckled heartily, then turned to the two lovely ladies, inquiring, might I have the pleasure of your company for a delightful lunch to foster our camaraderie? Chapter 3. The unrestrained dog couple. When the boss extended an invitation, we naturally obliged. Su Muyu and Su Yun, she readily agreed. The three of them chatted and laughed as they exited the building. Just as they were about to drive to the restaurant, Su Yang's phone chimed with a message notification. Upon opening it, he found it was from the insufferable Bai Lu. The mere sight of her name ignited a murderous rage within him. In his past life, he had catered to her every whim, giving her money and fulfilling her every request. Even after the apocalypse began, he would often share his best survival resources with her. Little did he know that she, along with her childhood friend Lu Su and those treacherous neighbors, conspired to bring about his demise. No, killing her now would only cost me my own life. Su Yang forcefully suppressed the urge to eliminate her on the spot. To perish together with such a person is a fool's errand. I still have billions in assets to expend. How could I allow this green TBTCH to ruin my plans? Once the apocalypse descends, I shall ensure she descends into an abyss of torment. To eliminate Bai Lu and Lu Su now would not be punishment. It would merely grant them relief. The true punishment is to let this detestable couple suffer in the apocalypse. Though he initially wished to ignore her, he eventually opened the chat application. And Bai Lu's message came into view. Su Yang, tonight at 8, Lu Su and I are going to a concert. You have 2 hours to buy us 2 front-row tickets. If you delay our concert experience, I will make you pay. Reading her commanding words made Su Yang laugh in anger. He could vividly imagine her haughty and repugnant expression as she clutched her phone. Did she truly believe he was still that spineless sycophant at her beck and call? Dining with Lu Su, he footed the bill. Attending the concert, he purchased the tickets. Sharing a hotel room, he provided the accommodation. Had he been a fool all along? Su Yang smirked. Truth be told, in his previous life, he would have complied with her demands, even going to great lengths to secure expensive tickets. However, times had changed. A month of surviving in the apocalypse had cost him dearly, revealing her vile nature and allowing him to grow immensely. He pressed the voice message button and addressed Bai Lu with a single word, scram. Then he turned off his phone, choosing to disregard her further. What's the matter? Did your white moonlight just message you? Sumiyu teased. You seem quite impatient with her. That's not how the old you would have acted. With 2 stunning beauties like you, why should I concern myself with Bai Lu, who isn't even worthy to be called beautiful? Su Yang quipped, not at all offended. I used to be oblivious to the vast forest outside, trapped in the mire beneath my feet. I can only say my experiences were too limited. Let us go. I know a fantastic restaurant near my residence in Fengyan community. Allow me to treat you, Su Yang declared, turning to get into the car, leading the 2 women towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, hearing the impatient scram from his phone, was instantly filled with fury. Confronting her phone, she shouted, Su Yang, what kind of attitude is this? Asking you to purchase concert tickets is an opportunity 1M granting you. Do not be ungrateful. If you delay my chance to attend the concert with Lu Su, do not expect me to entertain you again. After sending a voice message, Bai Lu huffed and pressed the microphone again to convey to Su Yang, even if you apologize, treat me to a lavish meal, or buy me designer bags. It would be futile. However, after sending 2 voice messages, she received no response. Bai Lu was taken aback by being ignored by this infatuated admirer, which only fueled her anger. What was wrong with this devoted suitor today? Previously, he would eagerly fulfill her requests, yet now, when she simply asked him to procure 2 prime concert tickets, he was so impatient. And still no reply? Pouting, Bai Lu sat at the table, lost in thought. What could be the reason? Perhaps this infatuated admirer had run out of money. Just then, Lu Su's voice chimed in. Or perhaps he has started to pursue another woman. No money? That shouldn't be the case. His monthly salary was over 6,000. Bai Lu replied impatiently. He received his paycheck on the 20th of last month. How could he have spent it all so quickly? Even if he didn't have much left. He never frowned when I asked him to use a small loan for purchases. Could it be that he had truly begun to pursue another woman? A sudden wave of dread washed over Bai Lu. No, our concert tickets are still unconfirmed. I haven't fully extracted his funds yet. He has no right to chase after another woman. I must thwart his ambitions. She had intended to keep him as her long-term support. How could she tolerate him pursuing someone else? She had to ensure he was entirely devoted to her first. Subsequently, she reopened the chat application and sent another voice message. Su Yang, I am offering you one last chance. Apologize to me and deliver 2 prime concert tickets within 2 hours, or do not expect me to acknowledge you again. I will no longer grant you any opportunities to pursue me. Yet again, her message vanished into the void, receiving no reply. Bai Lu was exasperated. If he chooses not to respond, so be it. Why bother engaging with a financially struggling admirer? Lu Su reassured her. Perhaps in a couple of days he will regret his decision and come bearing gifts to apologize. If we miss this concert, we can always attend the next one. No. This is my idol. If I miss this chance, who knows when I will see them again? Bai Lu shook her head. Then let us purchase our tickets ourselves. Lu Su declared as he took out his phone, suggesting, if we go on our own, we can only buy standard tickets in the back row. When Su Yang, that devoted suitor, comes back to seek your forgiveness, make sure to give him a good scolding to compensate for this loss. Once a person becomes shameless, they can lower their standards indefinitely. All morals cease to exist. Lu Su opened the ticket booking app on his phone and was shocked to find that a standard ticket cost $800, totaling $1,600 for two. He shuddered at the expense. Coming from another region, both he and Bai Lu had modest incomes and had to pay rent. Moreover, neither of them were particularly frugal, making it impossible to save money each month. Although they had grown up together and lived in close proximity, he knew that Bai Lu, with her lofty ambitions, would never consider someone like him. The other party usually only allows tender kisses and embraces, never advancing further. One might speculate that one day, should a more advantageous opportunity arise, they may depart. If it weren't for the thought that Su Yang would eventually reimburse him, he might not have been inclined to spend money to accompany Bai Lu to the concert. Enough of this frustration. Lu Su said to Bai Lu, the tickets are already booked. Now that it's noon, let us go enjoy a nice meal before the concert tonight. As they spoke, they exited the room. Boss, this place doesn't seem particularly upscale. Su Yunqi remarked playfully, gazing at a restaurant named Lu Fuchu. Coming to an establishment like this hardly seems befitting of someone of your billion-dollar stature. Chapter 4. Selling group stocks at a 20% discount to individuals of your caliber. Accustomed to grand occasions, truly concern yourselves with the dining venue? Su Yang inquired, gazing at the two men. Not at all. They replied, shaking their heads in unison. We merely find it perplexing that, given your considerable wealth, you still yearn for a restaurant that barely qualifies as a 3-star establishment. Is the cuisine exceptionally delightful? Indeed. You have hit the nail on the head. Su Yang replied with a hearty laugh. It has been over a month since I last savored their dishes. The flavors are truly nostalgic. The reason for bringing them here was precisely as he stated. He missed the food after such an extended absence. Reflecting on the solitary month he endured during the apocalypse, he realized he had grown weary of bland sustenance. Additionally, the restaurant's proximity to his residence in Fengdun community, a mere 2 kilometers away, made it convenient for his return. Upon entering the restaurant, Su Yang unexpectedly encountered a few acquaintances. Although their interactions were infrequent, they were faces he recognized, distinct from those who had previously wronged him. These individuals also recognized him, for the name of Fengdun community's foremost sycophant was widely known. The derisive glances they cast his way spoke volumes of their disdain. However, Su Yang paid them no mind. After exchanging pleasantries, he led Su Yunqi and Su Miyu to a table where they settled down. The moment those familiar faces beheld him accompanied by 2 stunningly beautiful twin sisters, their eyes widened in astonishment. Women of such exquisite charm, possessing an allure surpassing that of first-rate celebrities, were a rarity. Sharing a meal with even one would be a stroke of fortune, yet he had brought 2, envy swelled within them. Once seated, Su Yang swiftly ordered an array of dishes, including lobster, abalone, and a selection of mountain delicacies and seafood. As the dishes arrived, he wasted no time in indulging, barely pausing to invite the sisters to join him. The sight of their employer devouring his meal with such fervor left them momentarily speechless. Was he not a reincarnation of a famished spirit? How could one consume with such abandon without concern for their health? Having survived a month of the icy apocalypse and returned from it, Su Yang was unaware of his newfound obsession with food, particularly fresh fare. Before long, he had devoured nearly half of the sumptuous spread before him. Delicious, Su Yang exclaimed, summoning the proprietor. What is the total for this feast? 500, the owner replied, taken aback. After all, these were not the usual banquet dishes. Each item was a premium selection. For a banquet of the highest standard at their establishment, the cost would typically be under 1,000. Bring me 1,000 of these dishes, Su Yang stated nonchalantly, and deliver them to Fengdun Community, Unit 001, by noon tomorrow. How much? The owner, in disbelief, asked again, are you certain you want 1,000 tables? If he was not jesting, this would amount to 1.5 million. The magnitude of the order left the proprietor, as well as those who recognized Su Yang, utterly flabbergasted. He pondered to himself, could it be that this fellow has stumbled upon some incredible stroke of luck and amassed a fortune? And delivering it to No. 001 of Fengdun Community, everyone knows that is a standalone villa that has not been sold for years. Has he befriended some influential figure, receiving both cash and companionship? Su Yang was indifferent to their speculations and addressed the restaurant owner. It's 1,000 tables. Are you worried you can't handle it? Of course we can manage. As long as the boss is willing to pay, we can produce as many as needed. The owner nodded eagerly, his demeanor transforming as if he were gazing upon a deity of fortune. Why would he refuse such a large order? Even if the pots and pans sparked with fire, they had to deliver by noon the following day. Very well, let's proceed with the payment. Su-yang produced a bank card. The owner trembled as he accepted it, his legs quaking as he turned to process the transaction. An order of this magnitude was unheard of in his lifetime of running a restaurant. With this contract secured, he could take the rest of the year off. Now, let us continue our meal. Su-yang resumed eating while inquiring of Su Muyu and Su Yunxi. If I were to sell all the shares of Yuntian Group and the fixed assets belonging to my second uncle, how long would that take? At least 2 months, replied Su Muyu, the financial director, without a moment's hesitation. Su Yunxi's expression shifted. Boss, are you truly considering selling Su Tian Group? She did not oppose the decision, as it was ultimately the boss's prerogative. However, she felt it necessary to caution him against selling without a full understanding of the group's value. Boss, Su Tian Group is a golden goose, providing an endless stream of wealth for you and your descendants. Are you certain you wish to sell? What would I do with so much money? Su-yang shook his head. It must be sold, and swiftly. No matter how much one earns, without life to enjoy it, what is the use? When the apocalypse arrives, that money would be useless, only fit for warmth. Yet, Su-yang refrained from elaborating further, instead continuing to inquire, is it truly necessary for it to take 2 months to sell all the shares and fixed assets of the group? Fixed assets are easier to sell. The esteemed Mr. Su left behind high-quality assets in the new country valued at $2 billion. They could be sold within a week. Su Yunxi explained. The real challenge lies with the group's shares. If we wish to liquidate them, it will take considerable time, and even in the secondary market. Who could possibly raise $18 billion in such a short period? 2 months is already the most optimistic scenario, she clarified as a top-tier lawyer. I will give you 1 month to handle those fixed assets and 30% of the group's shares. Inform potential buyers of Su Tian Group that we can offer a 20% discount. At that rate, it would amount to only 14 billion dollars, a reduction of $6 billion. Converted to RMB, that is a staggering 6 billion. Boss, you truly are generous. Su Muyu immediately calculated. In response to the inquiries of the two, Su Yang replied nonchalantly, it's the same old adage, no matter the amount. Money is only valuable when one has the life to spend it. Without life, it is worth less than mere paper. The two, perplexed, questioned, Boss, are you suffering from paranoia? Su Yang, with a confident smile, explained, I cannot divulge too much at this moment. Suffice it to say, I would never jest with my own life. In 3 months' time, you shall understand just how right my decision is. Chapter 5. Mercilessly humiliating the green tea bitch and her childhood sweetheart. Just as Su Yunxi and Su Muyu were about to say something further, a voice interrupted them. Indeed, Su Yang, you refused to buy me concert tickets but are here indulging in lobster and abalone. Bai Lu and Lu Su, who had come to dine, were incensed upon seeing Su Yang. Their mouths watered at the sight of the remnants of lobster and abalone before him. They had never savored such delicacies themselves. Typically, they could only gaze longingly at what others enjoyed. Bai Lu, particularly irate, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yang and shouted, You claim you can't afford to buy me concert tickets, yet you can afford to feast lavishly here? Do you still dare to pursue me? Get up and buy me those tickets. Observing Bai Lu's shamelessness, akin to a shrew berating in the streets, Su Yang retorted with a cold smirk. Are you overly confident in your appearance? What about you is worthy of my pursuit? If you wish to attend the concert, purchase your own ticket. Surely you aren't so destitute that you can't afford one? Or perhaps your childhood sweetheart could buy it for you. With a swift change in tone, he directed his ridicule towards Lu Su, sneering. Oh right, I recall, he is just another impoverished soul earning 5,000 or 6,000 a month, dreaming of front row seats. Why not consider taking out a loan? But with looks like yours, even a microloan company would deny you. His words incited a wave of laughter, leaving Bai Lu wishing she could vanish into the ground. Lu Su, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and warned, Su Yang, show some respect. To which Su Yang unapologetically replied, Scram, you're disturbing my meal. You dare say that again. Lu Su's eyes blazed with fury, raising his fist in a threatening gesture. A mocking voice rang out nearby. Has wealth rendered him wiser? We once thought Su Yang was merely a naive sycophant. Yet it appears he has been aware of their ill intentions all along. Look at Lu Su, still wanting to throw a punch. Can he afford the consequences now that Su Yang is wealthy? Haha. This remark provoked uproarious laughter among the onlookers, who reveled in the spectacle. Further mocking by Lu and Lu Su, eager to escalate the situation. Just as Lu Su was about to swing his fist, Bai Lu caught his arm. As a quintessential green tea bitch, she discerned the key takeaway amidst the derision. Su Yang had indeed become wealthy. She glanced at the lavish spread he had ordered, lobster and abalone, totaling at least 1,000. In the past, he would never have dared indulge in such extravagance. It seemed Su Yang had truly transformed into a man of means. Suppressing her anger, she adopted a pitiful demeanor and pulled the bewildered Lu Su behind her. Approaching Su Yang, she feigned sweetness, saying, "Brother Su Yang, you may have misunderstood me. I only asked you to buy concert tickets so that you could accompany me to the show. After all, he still holds a certain affection for you." As for those who feign innocence, they are quick to abandon their dignity, changing their demeanor faster than one can turn a page, skillfully distorting truth and falsehood. Little do you know, do not presume that your modest earnings grant you the audacity to flaunt before me. Within, Bailu seethed, with just a slight maneuver. "I could compel you, my devoted admirer, to purchase tickets for tonight's concert, treat me to a sumptuous feast, and lavish me with gifts worth tens of thousands as recompense. A mere sycophant cannot escape my grasp. Such aspirations are ludicrous." Noticing Su Yang's silence, Bailu, brimming with misplaced confidence, continued, "You see, as soon as I heard you were dining here, I rushed over, simply wishing to share a meal with you. Brother Su Yang, you wouldn't hold it against me for not greeting you beforehand, would you?" While speaking, she tossed him a few charming glances that she deemed captivating. Su Yang felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, as if the food he had just consumed was churning violently in his stomach. "Who do you think you were to assume I would accompany you to a concert?" he retorted coldly. "If you can't afford the tickets, perhaps you should consider selling yourself, charging 100 each time, and after 100 or so customers, it should suffice." He added dismissively, "Keep your distance from my table. You're ruining my appetite." Unable to endure such humiliation from someone she had always regarded as a sycophant, Bailu abruptly stood up, ready to unleash a tirade at Su Yang. At that moment, the restaurant owner approached. "Mr. Su, here is your bank card. This is the invoice for the 1,000 banquet tables you reserved, totaling 1.5 million. The receipt is ready, and we will deliver it promptly to Unit 001 in Fongan Community tomorrow afternoon." "What? Spending 1.5 million on 1,000 banquet tables? Delivered to Unit 001? Bailu suppressed her fury, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at Su Yang. She assumed he was merely fortunate, having earned a small sum and decided to dine here. To spend 1.5 million so casually? This was no trifling matter. What fortune must he possess to spend such an amount on banquet tables? Had he perhaps purchased the villa at Unit 001 as well? That alone was worth several million. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind as she endeavored to feign genuine surprise, inching closer to him once more. "Brother Su Yang, are you inviting everyone in the community for a feast with so many tables? Also, did you buy the villa in our community? That is truly impressive. From now on, we can live happily in a grand house. I always believed in your potential, didn't I?" Indeed, when one becomes utterly shameless, they become invincible. Su Yang regarded her with a look of utter disgust, inwardly lamenting, "How poor my judgment was in the past. Brother Su Yang, let us return home and see our new abode," Bailu exclaimed, reaching for his hand to lead him out. However, he swiftly shook her off. "Do not touch me. I have a cleanliness obsession. Go relieve yourself and take a good look in the mirror. What qualifies you to call me brother? If I had a sister like you, I would wish to end my life." At this moment, even Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the two sisters, could no longer tolerate the situation. They stood up and addressed the restaurant owner, saying, "Does your establishment lack awareness? Can't you see someone is disturbing our boss's meal? Hurry and escort them out." It was at this point that Bailu noticed the striking twin sisters, whose beauty and figure were equally remarkable. With their elegant demeanor, they captivated even her attention. However, as a self-assured individual, Bailu believed her own allure and physique were not inferior to theirs. Moreover, upon hearing them referred to Su Yang as boss, she couldn't help but speculate. These two must be women he sought outside, as only such individuals would casually address someone as boss. "Why should I fear you? Merely a pair of alluring yet cheap temptresses." With a subtle smile, she devised a clever counter-strategy. Chapter 6. The Apocalypse Supply Plan. Brother Su Yang, you must not be deceived by these two vixens. Their intentions are undoubtedly tied to your wealth. Bailu remarked with a tone of profound concern. "Unlike them, my interest lies solely in you. Regardless of your financial status, I shall always treat you kindly. This extravagant banquet costing 1.5 million must have been arranged by you too." Bailu sneered at the two sisters. "I knew you harbored ill intentions and sought to deceive my brother Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, cancel it. We need not squander our money. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you at home." Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner's expression shifted dramatically. He genuinely feared that the reservation was made in a moment of folly, and if it were to be cancelled, he would have no grounds for recourse. He glared at Bailu with a fierce intensity, wishing he could silence her. Su Yunxi and Su Muyu exchanged amused glances. Having conducted background checks on Su Yang, they had gleaned some knowledge about Bai Lu. They had suspected her to be a green tea BTCH. But her behavior exceeded their expectations of depravity. Stepping forward, Su Yunxi coldly remarked, "Should you dare to utter another word of nonsense, I will not hesitate to file a defamation lawsuit against you. A mere jester like you is unworthy of our boss's attention. Do you not realize your own insignificance? Do not overstep your boundaries." Before Bai Lu could retort, Su Yunxi brandished her lawyer-esque credentials before her, declaring, "Before me, you would do well to remain humble. I am a top-tier lawyer. Should I choose to pursue legal action, you would find yourself liable for tens of thousands, perhaps even more, a sum you could never repay." Bai Lu, taken aback by this display, promptly backed down, allowing Lu Su to lead her away with a dejected demeanor. Yet her gaze upon Su Yang remained fervent. At this moment, Su Yang had lost his appetite. He turned to the restaurant owner and instructed, "Prepare the banquet as previously arranged and deliver it to me by noon tomorrow. Dispose of the unfinished food. We wouldn't want it to be scavenged by stray dogs." Without a glance towards Bai Lu and Lu Su, he resolutely departed with Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, who nestled against his arms, igniting a wave of jealousy in Bai Lu, who inwardly cursed the wretched BTCH. "Do not forget the tasks I assigned you. The stocks of Su Tian Group must be sold within a month." Su Yang reiterated once back in the car. "Understood." The sisters nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, established 2 companies in the country, one a large-scale logistics firm and the other a live streaming company. Su Yang continued, "As for the capital required for registration, there is no need for actual investment. A commitment will suffice." The sisters refrained from inquiring about his motives. The boss had given orders, and they diligently noted them, prepared to fulfill the tasks at hand. Su Yang's intentions were clear. He was preparing for the impending apocalypse. And these 2 companies were designed to facilitate the large-scale stockpiling of supplies. Given his ample resources, he knew that such extensive accumulation would surely attract scrutiny from various authorities. However, by utilizing these companies as FAAD, he could effectively evade suspicion, operating with both rationale and cover, leaving no trace for others to uncover. Su Yang had long since devised a plan to navigate the impending ice and snow apocalypse. His first course of action was to amass a substantial stockpile of survival supplies. Taking full advantage of his portable space, which could accommodate an unlimited quantity without deterioration. His knowledge of this spatial utility stemmed from an abundance of apocalyptic novels he had perused. He was no stranger to their narratives. He could always take the time to verify it later. In parallel with stockpiling resources, he aimed to construct an exceptionally fortified shelter. The unsold villa in the Yufeng community was an ideal choice, boasting 4 floors above ground and 3 below, with ample space and a yard measuring 1,000 square meters. Once the shelter was established, he would need to contemplate strategies for its protection and for enacting his revenge. It was evident that avenging himself single-handedly against so many foes would be futile. He must accumulate a sufficient arsenal of firearms and weaponry. As the adage goes, a gun is swift from 7 paces, yet precise and rapid within that distance. With a firearm in hand, should anyone dare to encroach upon his interests, they would be met with swift retribution. Beyond firearms, it would be prudent to procure heavy weaponry and weapons of mass destruction. The prolonged duration of the ice and snow apocalypse would inevitably lead to greater chaos in human society. The more formidable the armaments, the better one could safeguard their own security. Recently, a nationwide industrial assessment had revealed a plethora of impressive innovations from numerous private enterprises, many of which could be adapted for military use, showcasing tremendous power. For instance, there were the dual-tailed Scorpion drones developed by a certain company, or the drones designed by another entity, which could easily be armed to become instruments of destruction. Such a large-scale procurement could be executed without arousing suspicion if conducted under the guise of a large logistics company. As for weapon modifications, he would naturally enlist the assistance of Su Muyu and Su Yunxi, as trusted confidants of his second uncle. And with the Su Tian Group being a vast international conglomerate, it was reasonable to assume they had connections to arms dealers across various nations. This was precisely why Su Yang had reserved $50 billion in an overseas account. Transferring such a substantial sum out of the country would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. However, transactions abroad would keep him under the radar and free from complications. As the saying goes, those who fail to plan for the future may find themselves in immediate distress. A cautious approach would serve him well. On the journey back after escorting the Su sisters, Su Yang's mind raced as he meticulously reevaluated his plan, addressing every potential flaw until he felt a sense of relief. He inquired, "If we lose control of the Su Tian Group, will the companies that previously collaborated with us still recognize you?" "That will not be an issue," they replied in unison. Su Yang pressed on, Can you still reach out to his old acquaintances or those who benefited from his kindness? Absolutely. We are familiar with all of Mr. Su's acquaintances, Su Yunshi asserted without hesitation. These individuals are elites in various fields. Among them, are there any foreign arms dealers? Su Yang asked earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yunshi and Su Muyu responded, indeed, there are, particularly in the northern Bear Nation. A glimmer of hope ignited within Su Yang. Su Yang smiled faintly and then posed a question. What about experts in weaponry? Indeed. We know of a weapons development company from the Eagle Nation that previously sought investment from the Su Tian Group, but it was declined by Mr. Su. Responded Su Yunshi without a moment's hesitation. Excellent. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. It's time for you to disembark. I have matters to attend to. Observing the wistful expressions on their faces, Su Yang added, be sure to keep your phones on. Who knows when I might need you for a significant task. The two women watched as Su Yang drove away, not attempting to keep him. As they still had to liquidate fixed assets in the new nation and sell their stocks within a month, which was a considerable undertaking. They needed to rest well, for they would return to the new nation early the next morning. Su Yang enjoyed a smooth journey back to the Fengyan community, and upon parking, he made his way directly to the outside of Lianjia. Good day, sir. Are you looking to rent or purchase a property? A young female staff member, approximately 23 or 24 years old and possessing an attractive countenance, promptly rose to inquire upon his entrance. Chapter 7. Establishing a safe haven without any superfluous words. Su Yang directly stated his intention. Upon learning that he was in the market for a property, the representative's smile widened even further. What type of residence are you considering, sir? They inquired eagerly. Su Yang wasted no time and promptly purchased Villa number 001 for 30 million. Fengyan community in Jizhou City could only be classified as a mid-range neighborhood. It comprised a total of 40 buildings, and during the planning phase, the developers, in a moment of folly, envisioned erecting a luxury villa in a central location, which is now known as Villa number 001. Furthermore, it was fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. However, due to its exorbitant asking price of 40 million, it had remained unsold. Even after the price was reduced to 30 million, it continued to attract no interest. Indeed, in a vast forest, one finds all kinds of birds. And constructing a luxury villa for sale in a community that barely qualifies as mid-range is a rather misguided endeavor. What affluent individual would choose to purchase a villa valued in the tens of millions in such a location, thereby diminishing their own standing? If one were genuinely seeking to buy, they would opt for a more favorable location that guaranteed better value retention. Wealthy individuals may possess riches, but they are not devoid of wisdom. The past few years of a booming domestic real estate market had led many developers to sell properties merely by erecting a grand entrance, leaving only the entrance standing now. Su Yang's interest in this villa stemmed from two primary reasons. First, it was within the vicinity of those who had caused his demise in his previous life. Second, it offered the convenience of being move-in ready. Lastly, the villa's layout was appealing, boasting expansive views and ample space with numerous rooms, perfectly aligning with his envisioned requirements for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. When the end of days arrives, mere sustenance and warmth will not suffice. One must also consider resilience, quality of life, and the dual development of both physical and mental well-being. It is essential to create a fortress that others cannot breach. As this villa was constructed relatively early, it stands as a standalone structure with a yard spanning 1,000 square meters. Prior to finalizing the purchase, Su Yang had already contemplated that he could not remain cooped up within the villa. Doing so would inevitably drive him to madness. The spacious yard would provide an ideal setting for him to unwind. He envisioned creating a water feature, nurturing fish, planting flowers, and perhaps even installing a swimming pool for leisurely swims. Ultimately, should boredom strike, he could cultivate a vegetable garden as well. However, to sustain life in such frigid conditions of an icebound apocalypse, the foremost challenge would be maintaining a constant temperature throughout the yard. It wasn't until he completed the payment and received the keys from the developer that Su Yang felt a sense of relief. As he had purchased the property outright, the process was swift, and upon receiving the keys, it was officially declared his. Without lingering, Su Yang promptly drove away. Although he had only been reborn for less than a day, and it would be wise to rest or explore his spatial abilities, he felt an urgency. 3 months remained before the impending apocalypse, and there was an overwhelming array of tasks to undertake. After all, exhausting a fortune of 100 billion prior to the advent of the end times posed a considerable challenge. Soon, he found a highly reputable security company in the country, the Jianlong Security Group's branch in Jinan. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wang Jianmin, the head of Jianlong Security Group's Jinan branch. Upon understanding Su Yang's intentions, Wang Jianmin approached him with a smile, inquiring, what kind of features do you wish to incorporate into your safe house? Do you have any specific requirements? Robustness, ample lighting, warmth, filtration, ventilation, an independent power system, and separate water supply and drainage systems. Su Yang enumerated his conditions. Moreover, it would be ideal to include an independent defense system and a crisis warning system. If all these can be achieved, adding a countermeasure system would be even better. Aside from the crisis warning and countermeasure systems, which are somewhat challenging, the other requirements you've mentioned are quite straightforward. Wang Jianmin pondered briefly before responding. Your specifications can only be classified as D-level in our safe house hierarchy, but we can certainly accommodate them. Regarding the crisis warning system, we can install 2 radar systems for you, 1 air defense radar and 1 comprehensive house warning radar. The air defense radar can detect missile strikes from above, while the comprehensive radar can clearly monitor every corner within a 200-meter radius of the safe house. Any disturbances will be immediately apparent, allowing you to prepare in advance. As for the countermeasure system, we will only handle the installation, ensuring that your safe house is equipped to retaliate from any corner without incurring collateral damage. However, you will need to procure the weaponry yourself. These 2 systems, however, are relatively expensive. I just estimated that the safe house you wish to construct is a villa with 3 underground levels and 4 above, featuring numerous rooms and a complex structure. The total cost to build it would be around 40 million, plus the 2 systems, totaling 50 million. Once completed, your safe house will withstand 10 consecutive strikes from an RPG rocket launcher at the same point. D-level? 10 strikes from an RPG at the same location? Su Yang furrowed his brow. That is still not sturdy enough, nor secure enough. How many levels of safety does Jianlong offer, and what is the highest? There are 6 levels in total. A, B, C, D, E, and F, Wang Jianmin replied. A is the highest, while F is the lowest. We have constructed numerous safe houses for the affluent and doomsday enthusiasts both domestically and internationally, with the majority being E and F levels. D levels like yours are quite rare. And as for A-level safe houses, we have only built 1 since the establishment of Jianlong Security Group. However, that was 20 years ago, and the materials used then were not as advanced as those available today. If we were to reassess it now, it would likely only achieve a B level. So many people have constructed safe houses? Su Yang mused, reflecting on how the wealthy, regardless of the era, face risks with far greater resources than the average person. What capabilities does an A-level safe house possess? His inquiry momentarily startled Wang Jianmin, who then responded, an A-level safe house can withstand a nuclear explosion. Can it truly withstand the direct assault of a nuclear bomb? Su Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired. Wang Jianmin, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, in theory, it is indeed possible, for we have never truly endured a nuclear strike. However, our company has conducted meticulous calculations, and as long as the warhead does not directly impact, there should be no significant issues. After explaining, he seemed to ponder further and continued. The most formidable aspect of an A-class shelter is not merely its defense, but its counterattack capabilities. It is equipped with high-precision detection radars and air defense systems that can continuously monitor incoming threats. Even stealth fighters or precision-guided missiles can be accurately locked onto. Furthermore, it houses large missile launchers and close-in weapon systems that work in tandem with the intelligence systems inside, ensuring precise defense and retaliation. The security measures are top-notch, providing comprehensive protection both inside and out. Thus, the A-class shelter is also referred to as a fortress of war. Chapter 8. A Fortress of War. Equally offense and defense, however, Wang Jianmin shifted his tone, lamenting, we are merely a private enterprise, lacking authorization for weaponry. The domestic conditions do not permit us to construct such a fortress of war. We can only install high-precision radar, air defense systems, and intelligence systems. As for weaponry, we are utterly powerless. Stunned beyond measure, Su Yang failed to notice the disappointment etched on Wang Jianmin's face. In his heart, he exclaimed, with such a bastion capable of both offense and defense, I could remain ensconced within it until the end of days. Who could possibly harm me? Let them come. I'll launch a missile to obliterate any threat. Yet, he pondered, would such a fortress be impervious to cyber intrusions or hackers? Su Yang's gaze fixed intently on Wang Jianmin as he queried. After all, no matter how formidable the citadel, it can still succumb to internal collapse. With radar and intelligent devices inside, there must be a network, and thus, the potential for hacking. Even if it is constructed, if the adversary can breach it from within, it would be rendered useless. Not at all, Wang Jianmin replied without hesitation. These devices operate independently and are not connected to external networks. No hacker, no matter how skilled, could infiltrate them. As long as the fortress remains powered, it will function continuously. Moreover, only the owner can access it from both inside and outside. It is absolutely secure. Very well, that is precisely what I desire. Su Yang asserted, sensing sincerity in Wang Jianmin's words, and decisively opted for the construction of an A-level fortress. Mr. Su truly intends to create an A-level? Wang Jianmin asked, somewhat incredulously. You must understand that constructing such a level domestically, aside from its robustness, permits no installation of weaponry. It would merely be an empty shell, lacking practicality. Are you certain you are not jesting? I jest only with friends. Su Yang responded with a slight smile, reiterating. You may proceed with the construction as per the required protocols. Since we cannot install weaponry, would it not be permissible to incorporate weapon launchers within during the construction? That is certainly feasible. As long as there are no actual weapons, there is no restriction on the number of launchers installed. Wang Jianmin replied readily. Though he harbored concerns that the completion of such a project might invite the acquisition of devastating weapons, potentially endangering himself and his company. He was reassured by the stringent regulations in the daxia, where firearms and heavy weaponry are rigorously controlled. The likelihood of procuring such weapons domestically was virtually non-existent. And even if obtainable abroad, they could not be brought back. Thus, he felt certain of his decision. If the client could afford it, why not undertake the project? Provided it remained without incident? Moreover, Su Yang continued, what I seek is not a dark, peculiar refuge, but a structure that retains the appearance of a villa. I wish to avoid arousing suspicion, and comfort must also be prioritized. Rest assured, our technology, while not claiming to be the world's finest, ranks among the top few. The villa will maintain its original aesthetic post-renovation, while still being fortified to withstand nuclear threats. Could it be constructed as a cohesive unit, allowing me to relocate it seamlessly whenever necessary? Su Yang gestured towards a building model on the table. That poses quite the challenge, Wang Jianmin replied, his brow furrowed. The client's demands were rather lofty. Transforming a shelter into a singular entity was not as straightforward as merely laying a foundation for a house or excavating a tunnel for a subway. Even if they hollowed out a mountain to create a nuclear bomb-proof shelter, the real difficulty lay in devising a mobile fortress that could be easily relocated. Wang Jianmin remained silent, deep in contemplation. If you can accomplish this, finances will not be an obstacle, Su Yang insisted, upping the ante. His intention behind constructing the shelter in such a manner was to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Should the day arise when Jizhou City became untenable or an insurmountable adversary emerged, he wished to harness the space to transport the shelter and seek refuge elsewhere. Although he was uncertain whether his portable space could accommodate such a vast war fortress, he believed it prudent to plan ahead. After all, dreams are worth having. What if they come to fruition? Upon hearing about the increased budget, Wang Jianmin's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. While technically challenging, it is not insurmountable. Merely to create a cohesive structure would require an investment of 100 million. Not an issue. I shall allocate an additional 200 million. Su Yang readily agreed, adding, however, I have one stipulation. I want my 1,000 square meter courtyard enveloped in nuclear bomb-proof, high-strength transparent glass, seamlessly connected to the villa, allowing it to be relocated as well. Currently, with humanity's existing technology, such high-strength glass capable of nuclear protection is unattainable, though we can offer protection against hypersonic missiles. Would that suffice? Wang Jianmin shook his head. Enveloping the entire courtyard in such robust glass, while integrating it with the villa, is no small feat, especially given the differing levels of defense. Mr. Su, why pursue this? To create a sunroom. Su Yang casually responded. Such a sunroom would incur significant costs. The other party scoffed, clearly skeptical of his intentions. He then proposed an alternative, Mr. Su, while the courtyard's defenses may not match those of the villa. We could design a mechanism during the villa's construction that allows the main door to close automatically in the event of an intrusion, ensuring your safety within the villa. You would retain the freedom to access the courtyard, which would maintain the same temperature, humidity, filtration systems, and amenities as the villa. This would not only safeguard you, but also preserve your quality of life. In a critical moment, should a nuclear strike occur, it could provide a means of survival. That is entirely feasible. Su Yang nodded. What would the total cost be, and how long would it take to complete? The total expenses would amount to 1.5 billion. Wang Jianmin spoke slowly. If we are to proceed with full force, it will take at least 6 months. I will add an additional 500 million to make it an even total. Su Yang replied readily, I will give you 2 months to complete it. Wang Jianmin was taken aback. This is not merely a matter of increased funding. The time frame is simply too short. Su Yang insisted, 2.5 billion. Completed within 2 months. Mr. Su, the time is truly insufficient. Wang Jianmin shook his head once more. An additional 5 billion, totaling 3 billion. To be completed within 2 months. Su Yang resolutely stated, this is already the extent of my limits. If you cannot accomplish this, I shall seek another partner. Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion, the expression on the other party's face flickered, and they immediately agreed. It's a deal. Chapter 9. An uncontrollable desire for murder. Very well. I shall provide you with a deposit of 1 billion. Upon the completion of the war fortress in 2 months, I will settle the remaining 2 billion. Su Yang promptly transferred the sum of 1 billion. Once the contract was signed and the funds received, Wang Jianmin immediately convened a company meeting to prepare the project plan. As Su Yang exited the Jianlong security group, he let out a long sigh of relief. He did not feel the slightest regret for the expenditure of 30 billion. After all, this was a sanctuary for survival in the impending apocalypse. Just as he had conveyed to Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, money is only valuable if one has the means to spend it, without the prospect of life. Even paper holds no worth. By the time he returned to the Fengyan community, it was already 6 in the evening. Rather than heading straight home, he made his way once more to the nearby Lianjiao estate agency to list the house left to him by his adoptive parents. Even with ample funds at his disposal, he believed in the importance of not squandering resources. Upon returning to the community, the news of his newfound wealth had already spread throughout the building he resided in. The residents cast him eager glances, approaching him with enthusiasm. "Little Su, I hear you've struck it rich and become a big boss." "Mister," Wang exclaimed with a beaming smile. "I've always said this child would amount to something, and now look at you. Just don't forget us old neighbors." Upon witnessing Mr. Wang's duplicitous demeanor, Su Yang was overwhelmed by a surge of murderous intent. In his previous life, after inheriting a fortune, Mr. Wang's family had frequently sought financial assistance from him. Even during the apocalypse, Su Yang had extended his resources to support them. Yet they were complicit in the assault on his home. After his demise, Mr. Wang would surely be the one to spit on his corpse. "I shall not forget your family." Su Yang gritted his teeth, yet Mr. Wang remained oblivious to the underlying meaning of his words, continuing to beam with delight. "I've heard you've come into wealth, and even arranged a banquet to treat us neighbors. When will the feast commence?" Li Changshun inquired with palpable anticipation. Another individual from his past who had wronged him, Su Yang curtly retorted, "Do not listen to the baseless rumors. I have not gained any wealth. It is utterly unfounded. Food, food, food. All you think about is food. Just wait until the apocalypse arrives. I shall deal with you then." As he encountered more adversaries from his previous life, a tempest of rage began to swell within Su Yang. His heart raced with agitation, fearing he might succumb to the urge of unleashing violence upon these individuals. After exchanging a few superficial pleasantries, he hastily departed. Upon reaching Building 23, he entered the elevator, eager to return to his home. Just then, as the doors were about to close, a group of individuals rushed forward. One of them held the elevator door open, exclaiming, "Damn it! Didn't you hear me say to wait a moment?" Su Yang was all too familiar with these 5 individuals. The tallest among them, a bald man named Li Bin, was affiliated with a notorious gang, commanding over 100 followers engaged in loan sharking and debt collection. The man who had scolded him, known as Wang Lu, was one of Li Bin's lackeys, accompanied by 3 others. In a previous life, I met my demise at the hands of this very group. Li Bin was the one who killed me, and Wang Lu dismembered my body. Encountering them now feels like a cruel twist of fate. Speak more courteously. Su Yang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. His expression twisted with rage, as if he were a predator ready to devour his prey. Instantly, Wang Lu felt a wave of icy dread wash over him, akin to plunging into a frigid abyss. His cowardly nature manifested immediately. He could not bear to meet Su Yang's gaze. Suddenly, he realized how he could be so intimidated by an ordinary person, especially with his boss and comrades present. To cower now would be to invite ridicule. Summoning his courage, he shouted defiantly, "You little brat, do you think I'm giving you face?" With that, he swung his fist towards Su Yang's face. Slap. Before his punch could land, Li Bin delivered a resounding slap to Wang Lu's head. "These are my neighbors. Show some respect." Li Bin scolded vehemently. The slap nearly left Wang Lu dazed, and he turned around, a mournful expression on his face. "How many times must I tell you? We are civilized people. We cannot resort to violence." Li Bin reprimanded again. "If you dare to speak like that again and frighten my neighbors, you will see how I deal with you. Don't come looking for me in Fengyan community. I cannot afford to lose my reputation." "Boss, you're absolutely right. I won't dare again." Wang Lu bobbed his head in submission, embodying utter servility. He didn't forget to cast a sharp glance back at Su Yang, silently conveying, "You little brat, not only have you humiliated me, but now I've also been scolded by the boss. Just you wait. Are you leaving or not?" Su Yang asked impatiently. He had no intention of indulging the enemies who had killed him in a past life. "If you're not leaving, the elevator will ascend without you. Don't delay my business." He longed to eradicate these foes immediately. Each passing moment felt like an unbearable torment. The mere thought that he had been killed and dismembered by these individuals ignited a fury within him. Yet, Su Yang understood that the time for vengeance had not yet arrived. He must endure until the apocalypse descended, when he would have ample opportunity to settle the score. Li Bin, the leader of the gang, showed no signs of displeasure at Su Yang's unrefined words. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Of course we're leaving." He waved his hand, and the five of them entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 17th floor. "Are we going to your house again?" One of the underlings complained. "Every time we go there to discuss matters, we get scolded by your sister-in-law." "Indeed, she is quite fierce. She always scolds us harshly." The others chimed in agreement. "Enough grumbling. One day, we'll buy a new building, not only as a temporary stronghold but also a place where you good performers can enjoy yourselves," Li Bin said nonchalantly. Su Yang paid no heed to their banter, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to make their lives unbearable once the apocalypse arrived. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 11th floor. With a stoic face, Su Yang exited the elevator, opened his front door, and closed it behind him with a sense of finality. Li Bin gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes gradually transforming into a fierce glare as he murmured, "How peculiar. Typically, Su Yang cowers in my presence." Eager to distance himself, why does he exude such hostility today? In my opinion, this lad is utterly ungrateful. Just then, Wang Lu, who had just received a stern reprimand, scoffed, "Boss, should we not teach him a lesson? Are you out of your mind? To confront him in his own home? Do you not fear the police getting involved?" Li Bin retorted sharply, "You truly have the brain of a dog. This fellow is no longer the same as before." Another gang member jested. "He has soared to new heights, having transformed into a phoenix. Rumors abound that he has become a prominent businessman, having purchased that multi-million-dollar villa in the neighborhood. Now that he has turned his fortunes around, he no longer fears you." Li Bin's eyes gleamed with intensity, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Chapter 10. The function of the research space. Upon returning home, Su Yang received several messages from Bai Lu. "Brother Su Yang, where did you go this afternoon? I called your phone but couldn't reach you, and when I went to your house, you weren't there. I even went to the villa you just purchased, but still found no sign of you. This has completely ruined my mood for the concert. You must not be deceived by those two flirtatious women. They are only after your money. Only I truly care for you." She concluded her message with a pitiful emoticon. Su Yang glanced at the messages with a cold smirk, choosing not to respond. There were also a few messages from neighbors, congratulating him on his newfound wealth with words of flattery, which he similarly ignored. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, Bai Lu's call came through. Without hesitation, he hung up, silenced his phone, and cast it aside. He began to explore his personal space. With a mere thought, an invisible door to this space manifested, swallowing the table in the living room. Under his control, the benches, sofas, bed, refrigerator, and washing machine all followed suit, vanishing into the space. In mere moments, the entire three-bedroom apartment was left desolate, save for Su Yang himself. How expansive this space seems, Su Yang mused, a smile gracing his lips. He noted that even after absorbing all the furnishings, there was no sense of crowding within the space. His mind surveyed the interior, revealing an expanse of boundless darkness that exuded a sense of oppressive fear. The items he had stored were neatly arranged in a small area. This ability allows for the large-scale accumulation of survival resources, Su Yang murmured. "With endless supplies and the fortifications of war at my disposal, no matter how long the icy apocalypse lasts, I can live in peace." With a wave of his hand, the items that had been absorbed into the space reappeared in the room, exactly as they had been before. Eager to test the other capabilities of this space, Su Yang promptly placed the live fish he had purchased on his way home into the kitchen sink. Watching the two fish frolicking in the water, he opened the space door and drew them inside. Moments later, he released them once more. What had once been lively and vibrant fish now lay in two heaps of minced flesh, each piece appearing as if it had been sliced with a laser. The edges impeccably smooth. Su Yang stared in astonishment at the scene before him, swiftly concluding two critical points. First, living entities could not survive within the space. Second, any living creature entering this realm would be killed and shredded, while those already deceased would remain unaffected. If live fish perish upon entry, what about humans? Su Yang pondered. Surely, the same would hold true. This realization provided him with an additional safeguard for his life. To further comprehend the function of the space, Su Yang continued his experiments, immediately absorbing a bowl of freshly cooked noodles into the space. After waiting for over 2 hours, he retrieved them. The moment the noodles emerged, their condition and temperature were indistinguishable from when they had first been stored. This revelation filled him with even greater astonishment. It indicated that this space not only served as a repository for supplies but also preserved the items stored within it in their original state, preventing any deterioration. This capability was remarkable. In plain terms, regardless of how many survival resources he hoarded within this space, he need not worry about spoilage or expiration. It surpassed any preservation device or vacuum apparatus. As long as the stored items were plentiful, he would no longer fret over the decay of food or venture beyond the war fortress in search of supplies. achieving a permanent solution to his needs. After a night of meticulous study, he had gained a preliminary understanding of this portable space and could utilize it proficiently. To test the capacity of the space, he stealthily ventured to the newly purchased villa in the dead of night to see if he could absorb it into his realm. Perhaps due to the villa's connection to the earth, he was unable to succeed. It seemed this space had its limitations. Fixed objects or buildings with solid foundations could not be incorporated. However, independent items posed no issue. After concluding his experiment, Su-Yang returned home and meticulously planned his activities for the following day before succumbing to a deep slumber. He slept soundly until 9 in the morning, when he was roused from his dreams. Upon checking his phone, he noted the date, March 2nd, 2024. A smile graced Su-Yang's lips as he rose, refreshed himself, and had a light meal before stepping out of his home and into his villa within the community. Not long after his arrival, the 1,000 banquet tables he had ordered the previous day were delivered. Once the delivery personnel departed, he promptly stored them within his space. Shortly after 10, Wang Jianmin arrived with personnel from the Jianlong security group to commence renovations on the villa. Su-Yang stepped outside and initiated his stockpiling plan. Though his bank account boasted over 31 billion in assets, he remained cautious, refraining from making extensive purchases of survival supplies. His skepticism and prudence were his greatest assets since his rebirth. Su-Yang keenly recognized that if he were to embark on a large-scale acquisition of survival resources, his financial power would likely deplete the entire stock of Jizhou City, leaving its 15 million residents unable to sustain their daily lives. In the face of such scarcity, societal turmoil would undoubtedly ensue, culminating in dire consequences. In such a scenario, all individuals would scramble to hoard resources, driving prices ever higher, a situation that governmental bodies and the nation would fervently wish to avoid, as it would only bring him greater trouble. Should matters escalate to that point, he would find himself dealt with long before the apocalypse arrived. Such an anomalous course of action was unthinkable. He must proceed with utmost caution. Thus, he could not emulate the protagonists of those apocalyptic novels who recklessly amassed survival supplies from the outset. Such behavior would be tantamount to courting disaster. Until Su Yunxi and Su Muyu registered their large-scale live-streaming company, he could only engage in modest stockpiling of survival resources. This approach would prevent drawing excessive attention. Once the company is officially registered, he can confidently and openly seek suppliers to amass a substantial stockpile under the guise of live-stream selling, thus rendering his actions considerably more justifiable. Whether or not he chooses to sell is a matter of personal discretion. After 3 months, when the apocalyptic winter descends, even if some individuals become aware of his activities, he can remain utterly unconcerned. At that juncture, amidst the ensuing chaos, his only worry will be those who are aware of his considerable reserves and harbor ill intentions towards him. This underpins his rationale for investing 3 billion in the establishment of a fortified stronghold that is equipped for both offense and defense, not merely to become a community champion, but rather to safeguard against those who may wish him harm. These individuals are not foolish, particularly the suppliers from whom he procures his goods. They will undoubtedly realize, shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, that he possesses abundant survival resources. When driven by extreme hunger, people are capable of any actions. Chapter 11. The accumulation begins. Su-Yang meticulously reviewed his plan once more and promptly headed to a large supermarket nearby his neighborhood. He commenced his purchases, acquiring an array of snacks, self-heating pots, meats, vegetables, fruits, and essential household items. He managed his shopping list with precision, ensuring that he neither bought excessively nor insufficiently. A single visit to a large supermarket typically amounted to tens of thousands of yuan, which would not attract undue attention, nor would it deplete any particular item, leaving others empty-handed. The supermarket staff might even speculate that a wealthy patron had graced them with his presence. As long as he sparked no suspicions, he was satisfied. Although this approach was somewhat cumbersome, it prioritized safety. He simply needed to visit several large supermarkets, of which there were plenty in Jizhou City. After each shopping trip, the supermarket would graciously provide a delivery truck to transport his goods to the Fengyan community, even assisting him in carrying them to his home. Neighbors residing in Building 24, as well as those familiar with Su-Yang in the community, watched enviously as delivery trucks made repeated trips to his residence, particularly those who had previously looked down upon him. They cast glances filled with envy and resentment. Many even resorted to mocking him. Now that this rustic has money, he doesn't know how to spend it. Only on trivialities, wasting food. What is the point of buying so much? He'll end up throwing it all away. He might as well give it to us neighbors. We would appreciate it. One must remain grounded and take life step by step. Sudden strokes of luck can muddle one's mind. Su-Yang chose to disregard their remarks. His intention was to let these neighbors witness the vast stockpile of survival supplies he was amassing, planting a seed of hope in their minds, only to extinguish it with his own hands when the apocalypse arrived. He sought not only to eliminate, but to torment the very souls of those who had scorned him. Once the supplies were transported to the lobby by the staff, he immediately stored them within his spatial realm. After assessing his acquisitions, he noted that the large supermarkets and farmers markets in his vicinity had nearly been depleted. He could not return today and would have to wait until tomorrow. However, he stepped outside his home once more without resting for a moment, determined to gather additional items. Su Yang's ambitions extended beyond mere sustenance in the impending icy apocalypse. He aspired to thrive and live comfortably. He intended to procure items that would enhance his quality of life, including luxurious sofas, fine clothing, fitness equipment, and gaming devices. Basic foodstuffs were merely essentials. Gourmet ingredients were his true preference. He would not overlook the small indulgences that could alleviate boredom. Lobsters, abalone, various delicacies from land and sea, fine wines, and spirits, and cigarettes. How could one endure the monotony of the apocalypse without the companion of a cigarette? When the neighbors beheld the high-end goods he brought back this time, their eyes burned with envy. Bailu watched him with a gaze that flickered with inexplicable light. After once again storing these items in his spatial realm, Su Yang went on to amass a considerable stock of fried chicken, yellow braised chicken, and various indulgent beverages, along with renowned local snacks from Jizhou City. These items can no longer be stored within his own residence, as repeated acquisitions would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of the neighbors regarding whether his 3-bedroom apartment could accommodate such an influx. He merely needed to let those living nearby know that he had procured a sufficient quantity of goods. Henceforth, he planned to allow them to witness his considerable purchases every few weeks. Su Yang secured a large abandoned factory, paid 3 months' rent, and arranged for his items to be stored there. Subsequently, he would discreetly return to collect them into his concealed space. How could he have overlooked this? Suddenly, Su Yang slapped his forehead. He had yet to stockpile purified water. Regardless of the circumstances, pure water remains an essential necessity, even amidst a frigid apocalypse. Should the water supply cease, one could resort to melting snow for drinking. However, he vividly recalled that the snow in a post-apocalyptic world was not safe for consumption. Though it appeared indistinguishable from ordinary snow when it fell or was touched, it was indeed toxic. He had witnessed many perish after consuming water derived from this melted snow. This was truly terrifying, as it was only at that moment that people realized the paramount importance of drinkable purified water. With this thought in mind, he promptly contacted a purified water supplier to deliver several cases of bottled mineral water. He also commissioned the fabrication of numerous large water storage units, which could be utilized once the villa was renovated. He wondered whether his space could absorb water from Lake Baikal in the Bear Country. In an instant, a bold plan emerged in Su Yang's mind. He would test this theory. After all, it housed the world's largest freshwater reserve, and should it succeed, he would have no need to fret over freshwater scarcity. If he could indeed procure water from Lake Baikal, the 5 great freshwater lakes of the Eagle Country would also be within his reach. With ample funds at his disposal, he could not simply exhaust his resources domestically. He must ensure equitable distribution of wealth. After meticulously refining his plan, Su Yang checked into a 3-month stay at a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel and indulged in a lavish meal, unless absolutely necessary. He truly wished to avoid the unpleasant visages of his neighbors. His intention was to allow them to perceive his stockpiling endeavors only every couple of weeks, while he would refrain from returning otherwise. Once he had dined and rested, he glanced at the clock. It was around 7 in the evening. Su Yang exited the hotel, drove to a large gym, and resolved to exercise. After all, maintaining a robust and healthy physique in the apocalypse was of utmost importance. This was the true foundation for longevity. Good evening, sir. Would you like to sign up for a membership or hire a personal trainer? As he stepped inside, a gym salesperson approached him with a sales pitch. Who is your best personal trainer, and what is the fee per session? Su Yang was well acquainted with the routine of promotions and memberships at gyms. Our most expensive personal trainer is Ning Kai-dai. The salesperson indicated a female trainer in their brochure. Coach Ning is a retired Special Forces soldier, and she only began working here after her service. Her rates are quite steep, 500 per hour. Very well. I'll choose her. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang paid for 3 hours. Ning Kai-dai was even more stunning than the photographs in the brochure. Her countenance exuded a captivating air of gallantry, a testament to her background as a retired soldier. Tall and curvaceous, her figure was accentuated by a red crop top paired with yoga pants, rendering her physique even more exquisite. While her overall beauty may not quite rival that of the enchanting Su Yunxi and her sister, she would certainly score a commendable 90. Su Yang chose her as his personal trainer not solely for her striking appearance, but also due to his familiarity with her character. They both resided in the Fengyan community, albeit in different buildings. In the chaos that ensued following the apocalypse, she remained one of the few who steadfastly upheld her principles, never resorting to violence against the weak, which spoke volumes of her integrity. Furthermore, as a former Special Forces soldier, he pondered that he might glean some valuable self-defense techniques from her. However, while Su Yang was aware of Ning Kaidi's existence, she remained blissfully unaware of him. Chapter 12. The Profound Changes of the Body and Combat Techniques. Mr. Su, have you ever engaged in a systematic fitness regimen? Ning Kaidai inquired after guiding Su Yang through a warm-up. Not at all. Su Yang shrugged. Does going downstairs to buy groceries count? Ning Kaidai shook her head and asked again, what specific areas would you like to focus on in your training? Strength, overall flexibility, and endurance. Su Yang pondered before adding, it would be best if I could also learn some self-defense techniques. Let us begin with strength training then. Ning Kaidai led him to a rack of dumbbells. Start with the lightest ones. Lift 100 times with each arm, and once you adapt, we can increase the weight. Su Yang gazed at the array of dumbbells, selecting the lightest one weighing 5 kilograms. He effortlessly lifted it above his head. This is too easy, he mused inwardly. Despite his height of 182 centimeters and weight of 140, he recalled that lifting a 5-kilogram bucket of water before his rebirth was a different experience. It had never felt as weightless as it did now. Something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, he picked up a 15-kilogram dumbbell, which still felt remarkably light. He then tried a 20-kilogram one, yet it seemed no different from the previous weights. Thus, Su Yang continued to lift and lower the weights until he reached the last dumbbell, which weighed 50 kilograms. Gripping it in his hands, he finally sensed some resistance. However, it was still manageable, and he completed 100 repetitions with ease. It appears that not only have I acquired a personal space within my body after my rebirth, but my physical capabilities have also been tremendously enhanced. This revelation filled Su Yang with delight. He had previously overlooked this aspect, likely preoccupied with thoughts of gathering survival supplies. Ning Kaidai was astounded as she observed him effortlessly lift a 100-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. Is this something an ordinary person, who has never undergone systematic training, can achieve? Lifting 50 kilograms with a single arm is something typically reserved for elite weightlifters, seldom attempted by average athletes. Mr. Su, you are not a weightlifter, are you? Ning Kaidai asked upon seeing Su Yang set down the dumbbell. Not at all. This is the first time I've realized my strength is considerable. Su Yang shook his head. In that case, let me assess your strength more specifically. Ning Kaidai retrieved a professional dynamometer that displayed instantaneous force output. Su Yang grasped the pull ring with one hand and pulled with all his might. The numbers on the device surged rapidly, settling at 500. My goodness. Your dual-handed pull force reached 500 pounds. Ning Kaidai exclaimed in astonishment. She then led Su Yang to a heavy bag, which featured a device to measure the force of each strike. Use your maximum strength and deliver a punch to this bag. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang summoned all his strength and struck the heavy bag. The device registered 500 pounds. This figure left both Ning Kaidai and Su Yang momentarily speechless. In an astonishing display of strength, he managed to unleash an incredible force of 500 pounds in an instant. Mr. Su, would you be interested in pursuing a career as a professional boxer? Ning Kaidai inquired eagerly. If you desire, I can introduce you to a top-tier coach in the country. The concept of delivering a punch with a force of 500 pounds is staggering. In his prime, Tyson could deliver a punch with a force of 930 pounds, approximately 843 pounds, but that was achieved after years of rigorous training and in an ideal state at a weight of 200 pounds. Su Yang, weighing only 140 pounds. If he were to gain weight and engage in long-term training, may not rival Tyson, but could certainly become a world-class boxer. However, Su Yang had no interest in becoming a boxer and declined without hesitation. Miss Ning, I believe these dumbbells are of little use to me. I would prefer to learn some self-defense techniques. Su Yang remarked, expressing a keen interest in acquiring the combat skills he imagined she had learned in the Special Forces. Observing his refusal, Ning Kaidai's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, yet she quickly composed herself and prepared to teach him the military combat techniques she had mastered. These techniques were immensely powerful, reserved for Special Forces training. They were divided into two categories, one focused on grappling, enabling swift control over an opponent, rendering them powerless to resist. The other emphasized aggressive offense, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, with each strike aimed directly at the adversary's vital points. Perhaps due to the remarkable enhancement of his physical capabilities following his rebirth, Su Yang exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for learning. After merely observing a technique once, he could recall it with remarkable accuracy, and with just a few practice sessions, he executed the moves with commendable skill. Thus, Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai began their sparring sessions. Initially, he was consistently subdued, but before long, he could occasionally counter her attacks. After 3 hours, while Su Yang remained invigorated, Ning Kai-dai was left gasping for breath, her stamina waning. The impression Su Yang left on her was profound. His learning ability, explosive power, and endurance were truly formidable. From being thoroughly dominated at the outset, he had now reached a point where their exchanges were nearly even. Ning Kai-dai speculated that if they continued training at this pace, within just 5 days, he could potentially surpass her in skill. All right. Our time today has come to an end, Ning Kai-dai said, panting heavily. Make sure to rest well and mentally rehearse what I've taught you. Tomorrow, we will continue our practice. Very well, thank you, Miss Ning, Su Yang replied as he turned to leave. It was now past 10 in the evening when he drove back to the hotel. He promptly summoned the duty manager and stated, in a few days, I will be hosting a banquet and require the reservation of 1,000 tables for the event. Please ensure your chefs prepare the meals and have them packaged for delivery to the designated location. Sir, 1,000 tables worth of banquet meals will be quite expensive. The duty manager responded, I can afford to stay in your presidential suite for 3 months, so I certainly can cover the cost of the banquet. Su Yang inquired, somewhat impatiently, how much? Just give me a figure. 5 million, replied the duty manager, scratching his head, having completely forgotten that the individual before him was a wealthy magnate. The presidential suite, priced at 5,000 per night, had been booked for 3 months straight. Without hesitation, Su Yang transferred the 5 million to him. And the duty manager left, beaming with delight. After the manager's departure, Su Yang indulged in a warm bath and resumed planning his tasks for the upcoming days. He also reflected on any oversights from his earlier procurement of survival supplies, jotting down items he had overlooked. He found it fortuitous that his physical condition had unexpectedly improved, and the opportunity to learn combat techniques typically reserved for special forces was an immense gain. Tomorrow, he intended to continue his practice, aiming for mastery that would enable him to strike decisively against his adversaries. With his plans for the following day meticulously arranged, Su Yang finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 13. The Marksman's Potential, Unerring Accuracy. Awakening early, Su Yang commenced his stockpiling once more. Although large-scale procurement was not feasible, the vastness of Jizhou City allowed for multiple visits to various locales, accumulating a significant amount over time. All supplies were delivered to the spacious warehouse he had previously rented. This time, his procurement list included not only mineral water, rice, flour, grains, oil, fruits, vegetables, alcoholic beverages, tobacco, essential living items, clothing, and assorted snacks, but also an added category, pharmaceuticals. While medicines might not be of daily necessity, their absence could prove detrimental, particularly in apocalyptic scenarios. Who could guarantee immunity from illness or injury in such harsh conditions? Moreover, the storage requirements for pharmaceuticals are exceedingly stringent. Extreme cold can easily render them ineffective. Hence, advanced procurement was imperative. Essential items included disinfectants, antibacterial agents, antibiotics for colds, anti-inflammatory medications, and treatments for cardiovascular ailments. Anything that could alleviate suffering must not be overlooked. The morning swiftly passed, and Su Yang stored all the delivered goods within his space. Subsequently, he began to call several 4- and 5-star hotels, consecutively contacting over 20 establishments. Under the guise of hosting banquets, he booked 1,000 tables at each venue. Although each reservation cost several million, such sums were trivial for Su Yang. When one possesses an abundance of wealth, it becomes remarkably challenging to exhaust it. Fortunately, only 3 days had passed since his rebirth. With nearly 3 months remaining before the onset of the apocalypse, spending all his money posed no problem. After lunch, he opted not to procure more supplies but instead visited a shooting range in Jizhou City. Having decided to stockpile firearms, practice was essential. He aimed to hone his shooting accuracy, avoiding the last-minute rush before a critical moment. After paying, a staff member provided him with instructions on usage, and Su Yang immersed himself in practice. With both hands grasping the firearm, he inhaled deeply, focusing intently, aimed, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 10 shots later, he reloaded and aimed once more. After repeating the exercise 100 times, all 100 bullets struck the bullseye of 10 targets positioned 10 meters away. Su Yang smiled at the sight. It appeared he possessed the potential of a marksman. Having been reborn, he seemed to have landed in a fortunate circumstance, with talents fully realized. Even the instructor, witnessing his remarkable performance, was rendered speechless. Clearly, he was a master, and the instructor felt embarrassed to offer guidance. Quietly, the instructor exited the range, leaving Su Yang to practice alone. With such precision, the notion of offering instruction became utterly redundant. Yet, Su Yang remained humble, refusing to bask in the glow of his talent. He diligently continued his practice, firing hundreds of rounds, each shot still finding its mark. He then began to practice with a rifle at 30 meters, followed by 100 meters, achieving the same flawless results. After practicing for an entire afternoon, he would not have departed had it not been for the discomfort in his ears from the incessant gunfire. He stored away the 1,000 banquet tables he had reserved the previous night. After dining, he returned to the gym to commence his warm-up exercises. Following over an hour of training, he scheduled a 3-hour private session with Ning Kaidai. As soon as they began, the two engaged in a spirited spar. Though it was not a fight to the death, both were exceedingly earnest, particularly Su Yang. He consistently analyzed his errors to identify shortcomings and make improvements. By the end of the 3 hours, he was able to exchange blows with Ning Kaidai competently. "Mr. Su, are you certain you do not wish to become a boxer?" she inquired, her disbelief at his talent surpassing her previous expectations. Reluctantly, she continued, "I have a friend who is a top-notch coach in the country. He can provide you with the most effective and scientific training, along with a highly professional team. Once you achieve success, you will earn a substantial fortune." She was reluctant to see such a gem go to waste. Judging by his performance, the advantages of becoming a boxer were immense. The only drawback might be his age, as at 24, he was somewhat of a latecomer, having not trained from a young age. However, his innate talent could undoubtedly compensate for this deficiency. "Ning, do I appear to be someone in want of money?" Su Yang retorted. As she momentarily pondered this, he turned and departed. Following their spar, Su Yang realized that his remarkable strength was not his only asset. In addition to his rapid learning ability and endurance, he possessed astonishing speed and control over his power. To his surprise, he had uncovered several strengths within himself throughout the day. "Could it be that I am inherently suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world?" Su Yang shook his head, dismissing this impractical notion. Who would desire to endure the frozen desolation of the apocalypse unless absolutely necessary? Especially someone like him, inheritor of a vast fortune, who could revel in the pleasures of life during such prosperous times. Pursuing the most beautiful women and indulging in extravagant excesses was hardly a burden. Yet, the advent of the apocalypse could not be reversed by mere human effort. What is destined to come will arrive. What must be confronted cannot be avoided. As long as he prepared adequately and optimized his state, he could undoubtedly fare better than most in the post-apocalyptic world. The inevitable deaths in such a scenario bore little relevance to him. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yang returned to the hotel. He took a hot bath, instantly revitalizing himself. He reviewed the day's actions and planned for the following day. Perhaps a month spent in the icy apocalypse had exposed him to the capriciousness of human nature and the depths of betrayal, instilling in him a profound understanding of the treachery that resides within people's hearts. In his rebirth, Su Yang remained ever cautious, retaining a reserve or skepticism towards everyone. He meticulously contemplated every endeavor, striving to eliminate even the slightest flaw. This disposition could neither be deemed wholly good nor bad. Yet it was undeniably the most fitting for survival in an apocalyptic realm, serving him to his utmost advantage. Whether one deems him to be a coward or excessively suspicious, it is essential to recognize that suspicion is not an inherent flaw in a person. Rather, it is a natural consideration for anyone possessing a rational mind. Nevertheless, indecision born from doubt can indeed become a person's most fatal shortcoming. Having endured betrayal, murder, and subsequent rebirth in a post-apocalyptic world, Su Yang has undergone a profound transformation. He is now resolute, formidable, and detached, marked by suspicion and an iron will. Just as Su Yang meticulously outlined his plans for the following day, his phone illuminated with notifications. Upon inspection, he discovered an astonishing number of missed calls, over 100, most of which were from the duplicitous Bai Lu. The messaging app displayed an alarming count of 99 unread messages, predominantly from neighbors residing in the same building of Fengyan community. Some extended greetings, while others offered flattery and sycophancy. Additionally, there was a message from old Wang, who sought to borrow money for his son's impending wedding and home purchase. Even more audacious were those who expressed a desire to align themselves with him, requesting job placements. All these messages were met with his indifference. The sight of these avaricious and treacherous neighbors ignited a fierce wave of hostility within him. A thought flickered through Su Yang's mind. What if he were to hire a few assassins to resolve this nuisance without incurring any expense? Chapter 14. The uninvited guest. The notion flickered momentarily in his mind before being swiftly dismissed. The act of murder is a grave offense in the homeland, especially on such a scale. There exists no impenetrable wall in this world. Should a life be lost, or should the assassin leave any trace, one cannot evade culpability. It is wiser to endure a bit longer. Once the world is blanketed in ice and snow, he shall possess ample means to deal with these individuals. To eliminate them so swiftly would merely grant them an undeserved reprieve, allowing them to linger in fear, to be tormented repeatedly before their demise, would ultimately assuage the bitterness within his heart. Continuing to scroll down, he eventually opened the chat interface with Bai Lu. Astonishingly, she had sent him hundreds of messages. They were nothing more than inquiries about his whereabouts over the past few days, lamenting his silence and unresponsiveness to calls. She had sought him at Villa 001, only to discover it under renovation. When she knocked at his door, there was no one home. Furthermore, she urged him to remain vigilant against the two sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, cautioning him not to fall victim to their deceitful charms. Ultimately, she professed her agreement to his pursuit, claiming that through contemplation, she had realized her love for him and wished to be together. Upon reading these messages, a wave of nausea washed over Su Yang, nearly causing him to regurgitate the food he had consumed throughout the day. This insipid green tea BTCH exhibited no sense of decorum, uttering the most distasteful sentiments. She was also conspiring with Lu Su. When he opened Lu Su's chat interface, he found a message stating, "Su Yang, where have you been these past few days? Bai Lu has not seen you in ages. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything, and her longing for you has made her ill. She truly loves you. Even in her sleep, she calls your name. I've decided to step aside for your sake, and you must not let her down. Please visit her when you can." Unable to endure any longer, Su Yang gulped down several glasses of water to quell the turmoil in his stomach. In a bid to deliver a more crushing blow to Bai Lu and Lu Su, the shameless duo, he took several photographs of the presidential suite and sent them to Bai Lu, accompanied by the message, "I am quite happy with the twin sisters. Do not worry." He then turned off his phone and collapsed into slumber. How infuriating. What vile concoction had the insufferable twins administered to ensnare Su Yang so completely? Bai Lu, upon receiving Su Yang's message and images, was consumed by rage. 3 people residing in the presidential suite. That should have been my place. That shameless woman. Selling her body for money. Is she not merely a few degrees more attractive? What do I lack compared to them? Throughout the night, Su Yang slept soundly while the green tea BTCH Bai Lu sat in the lobby, howling in fury, disturbing the neighbors. They shouted from outside her door, "Are you a she-tiger? Why are you screaming in the middle of the night? You may not wish to sleep, but others do." Initially, Su Yang had pursued her ardently, laying bare his heart, yet she had refused him. Now, indulging in his wealth, she displayed the audacity to play him for a fool. With his newfound fortune, what would possess him to consider someone of her ilk? If I were him, I would not have her. Such a remarkable individual as Su Yang. Yet you fail to cherish him. What use is regret or anger now? These people do not sympathize with Su Yang. They merely revel in Bai Lu's misfortune. Most of the impoverished neighbors harbor such sentiments, resenting your poverty while fearing your prosperity. Bai Lu had a golden opportunity to ascend, yet she squandered it, and thus, they cannot help but mock and deride her in her downfall. Furthermore, their malice is palpable. Every word they utter strikes at Bai Lu's very core, inciting her fury while rendering her unable to retort. With the dawn of another splendid day, Su Yang's routine remains unchanged. He spends the morning procuring supplies and receiving lavish banquets delivered from various star-rated hotels into his space. In the afternoon, he practices shooting at the range. And in the evening, he engages in workouts, sparring with Ning Kai Dai. This cycle continues for half a month, bringing them to March 18th. Just under 2.5 months before the impending apocalypse. Noticing the time is ripe, Su Yang decides to return to Fengyan community, procuring an array of items for home delivery. Although this house has been listed for sale below market value, it remains unsold, likely due to the sluggish real estate market over the past 2 years. Su Yang chooses to reside there for the time being. Upon his return, the neighbors, having noticed his substantial purchases, greet him warmly. Despite his silence towards them in recent days, ignoring their calls and messages, they express their frustration, cursing him behind his back. Now that he's wealthy, he has forgotten his old friends. They say distant relatives are less reliable than close neighbors. Yet Su Yang seems to disregard our past connections entirely. They mutter, "What a disgrace. Just because he has earned a bit of money, he believes himself above us, refusing to answer calls or acknowledge us. Such heartlessness will surely lead to his downfall. I ought to curse him, and within 3 months, he shall meet his misfortune." Despite their harsh words behind his back, the moment they see Su Yang, they instinctively adopt a sycophantic demeanor. They rush to assist the delivery staff, only to be rebuffed by Su Yang, who suspects their ulterior motives. Their intentions are far from benign. What they claim to be assistance may very well be a ploy to pilfer his acquired goods. Such greed is ingrained in their nature. Once the items are safely stored, an unexpected guest arrives. "Su Yang, my brother. It's been over half a month since I last saw you. I've missed you dearly," Li Bin exclaims, his enthusiasm overwhelming. His demeanor suggests a long-lost friendship. But Su Yang internally scoffs. This opportunist's visit cannot bode well. As the leader of a gang with hundreds of followers, Li Bin engages in usurious practices, debt collection, and extortion, far from a virtuous character. Typically, he looks down upon Su Yang, so this sudden cordiality raises suspicions of ulterior motives. Confronted with the perpetrator of his past demise, Su Yang naturally would not extend any semblance of courtesy. Merely delivering a few punches would be a generous gesture. If you have something to say, then say it directly. My time is quite valuable. Su Yang's words elicited a shift in the other man's gaze, yet his expression remained unaffected as he continued to smile amiably. I have come today to propose a business transaction with you, Brother Su. I've heard you are selling this property, and I am interested in purchasing it at a premium price. What do you say? And how much are you offering? Su Yang inquired bluntly. This figure. Li Bin raised a single finger, declaring, 1 million. Huh? Su Yang retorted with disdain. You think you can acquire my property for a mere million? It is worth nearly 300. This was the price listed on Lianjia. Even with the current decline in property values, his house still held that worth. Do you truly believe I am engaging in charity? Su Yang scoffed. At such a paltry offer, you might as well resort to outright theft. Chapter 15. Ignorance and greed. Li Bin was infuriated by Su Yang's blatant disregard for courtesy, feeling utterly disrespected. His gaze sharpened with intensity. Brother Su, he began. One should not speak so resolutely. Although the price you are asking for your property is already considerably below market value, the current real estate climate is unfavorable. And your house has been on the market for half a month without any offers. Why not sell it to your brother at a lower price? We are neighbors residing in the same building, and it would be prudent to help each other. If you assist me, I would owe you a favor. However, if this situation escalates, it will benefit no one. I have many subordinates, and should they take offense, I cannot guarantee your safety. Li Bin's words were laden with veiled threats, as he mistakenly believed Su Yang to be the same pliable individual he had once known. He thought that a mere show of intimidation would compel Su Yang to acquiesce. Regrettably, he was mistaken. Su Yang raised his head, his eyes cold as he replied. Are you threatening me? You may interpret it as such, Li Bin sneered. I have never desired something that I could not obtain. I have engaged you with courtesy solely due to our neighborly ties. Should you refuse to sell, you are well aware of the consequences. Li Bin, observing Su Yang's unflinching demeanor, intensified his tone. If you do not cooperate, a single word from me can render your life in Fengyun community unbearable. Not only will you struggle to sell your house, but you will also find it uncomfortable to reside in the villa you recently purchased. I hope you do not choose to rebuff my kindness. He was all too familiar with individuals like Su Yang, who perhaps stumbled upon a stroke of luck to amass such wealth. Such people often lacked depth. With a slight exertion of pressure, they could easily be subdued. Very well. I await your next move. Show me what you can do. Su Yang replied coldly. He welcomed the chance for confrontation, for this was his home. If Li Bin were to strike first, he would have the perfect opportunity to retaliate. Even if he incapacitated Li Bin, he would face no legal repercussions. Entering someone's home and assaulting them constitutes illegal intrusion, and should the situation escalate, it could lead to charges of disturbing the peace. In contrast, Su Yang's counterattack would be entirely justified. Moreover, since his rebirth, his physical capabilities had greatly improved, and he had trained under Ning Kaidai in specialized combat techniques. After days of rigorous practice, he felt confident in his ability to incapacitate even several armed adversaries with a single move. This confrontation would also serve as a means to vent his pent-up frustrations. He had not forgotten how mercilessly Li Bin had invaded his home and attempted to take his life in a previous life. He would settle that score in due time. You should temper their fervor. Li Bin glared at Su Yang, refraining from taking action. As someone who had long navigated the treacherous waters of illegal activities, he understood the implications of engaging in violence within Su Yang's domain. Teaching Su Yang a lesson did not necessarily require him to act personally. As the saying goes, the king of hell may be easy to provoke, but the little demons are a different matter entirely. One only needs to incessantly harass the opponent and occasionally teach Su Yang a lesson. Eventually, when the adversary can no longer endure it, they will naturally bow their heads and admit their faults. At that point, not only can one deal with the opponent, but they may also seize their property without cost. Although the actions of such individuals may be somewhat unsavory, most people are indeed reluctant to provoke them, often opting to pay for peace instead. Isn't youth defined by restraint? Su Yang remarked unexpectedly. I see right through your thoughts. Others may fear you, but not me. If you truly push me to my limits, I possess a myriad of ways to eliminate you. His words instantly enraged Li Bin, who glared fiercely. Just you wait. I will make you weep. With a cold snort, Li Bin turned and exited the room. Anyone can make threats. Your abilities are quite limited. Su Yang scoffed. What's the matter? Unsatisfied? Just don't show your discontent in front of me. With a resounding bang, The security door slammed shut. Li Bin stood in the dim corridor, his expression somber as he silently ascended the elevator to the 17th floor. Upon returning home, he immediately began making calls. Wang Lu, gather a few reliable and tough brothers to my place. Li Bin bellowed into the phone. Right now? Before long, Wang Lu arrived with 6 men in tow. The sight of these ruffians made Li Bin's wife want to unleash a torrent of curses, but she was silenced by Li Bin's sharp rebuke. Get back to your room. I've never treated these brothers well. Look at what you've spoiled, Li Bin said impatiently, startled by her husband's genuine anger. His wife said nothing and retreated to the bedroom. What has gotten into you, boss? Who has angered you so? Wang Lu inquired cautiously. Which fool is it? I'll take my brothers and teach him a lesson. Indeed, boss. The other 6 chimed in. Who dares to provoke you? I'll take care of him. It's that Su Yang, Li Bin replied darkly, recounting the entire incident to his subordinates. He then commanded, you all will specifically keep an eye on that Su Yang. Whatever he does, disrupt it. Knock on his door at night, ensuring he cannot sleep. If he dares to venture outside, beat him mercilessly. And if his villa is finished, wreak havoc upon it. I want him to regret opposing me and begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, the others assumed that their boss had called them in a frenzy over a trivial matter, which was precisely what they often did. They were confident that within a few days, they could drive the opponent to madness. Only Wang Lu, upon realizing that the target was the same person who had incurred their boss's wrath, revealed a barely perceptible smirk. Boss, why go to such lengths? Since it's Su Yang who has offended you, why not simply abduct him? Wang Lu suggested in a hushed tone. I've heard he recently came into considerable wealth and foolishly angered you. We could kidnap him, extract the money from him, and share it amongst ourselves. This way, we could live the lives of the affluent. His words sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of Li Bin's few subordinates. Among the 6, several resided in the Fengyan community and had heard rumors of Su Yang's recent fortune. Greed instantly took hold, and their gazes turned fervent as they looked at Li Bin. Kidnapping and extortion are indeed grave offenses. Li Bin pondered, even though I am acquainted with some individuals within the precinct, once the matter is exposed, I cannot guarantee my safety. Boss, you are overthinking. Wang Lu urged earnestly. Once we have money, where can't we go? Su Yang's villa worth tens of millions can be purchased at will, and the sum of money he possesses must be astronomical. At that point, we can divide it among ourselves, dispose of the individual, and not only will it serve as a form of retribution for you, but then you can whisk us away to indulge in luxury abroad. Who would be able to apprehend us then? Chapter 16. Hidden Intentions, Boss. Consider this. While we appear to live in splendor, we are merely dancing on the edge of a knife. Our activities straddle the thin line of legality. Wang Lu lured gradually. Who knows when we might end up behind bars? Rather than living in constant fear with the brothers, why not seize a significant opportunity? Once we acquire the funds, we can vanish and start anew abroad, living as the elite. Although Wang Lu was typically known for his sycophantic tendencies and lacked substantial skills, his words resonated deeply with Li Bin. After this discourse, Li Bin found himself genuinely tempted, feeling an increasing sense of imbalance within. Why should Su Yang, whom he regarded as insignificant, enjoy such a lavish lifestyle, while he, battling through life's perils alongside his comrades, sustained countless injuries, yet earned far less than Su Yang's sheer strokes of fortune? At that moment, the seeds of malevolence began to take root in Li Bin's heart. Yet, he maintained a stoic facade, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Wang Lu and the others, noting his silence, remained patient, knowing that their leader was deep in thought. Once the cigarette was extinguished, a spark ignited in Li Bin's eyes. All right, let us proceed with this plan, he declared. Splendid, one of the younger subordinates exclaimed, clapping his hands. I'll go fetch more brothers, Li Bin retorted sharply. Why summon so many? 8 of us is sufficient. Too many will expose us. If they were to act, meticulous planning was essential to minimize risk. Moreover, the more individuals involved, the greater the division of spoils, and he had no desire to share his bounty with a larger crowd. For safety's sake, I will retrieve a firearm. At that moment, another subordinate, Zhang San, exhibited a fierce countenance. Known as Li Bin's ace enforcer, he was notoriously ruthless, leaving a trail of fear in his wake. Fortunately for him, those he had harmed were too intimidated to report him, and with Li Bin handling the aftermath, he had thus far evaded the long arm of the law. What need have we for a gun against an unprotected individual? Li Bin scolded. You all must adhere to my commands. No independent actions. Should anyone disobey, I shall exclude them from this operation. His authoritative tone silenced Zhang San, who lowered his head like a chastised child. Li Bin inwardly cursed. What a band of incompetent allies, with that temper and a gun in hand. One misfire could lead to catastrophe. He then addressed the group. Though firearms are not an option, we must carry knives for precaution. Remember, until we secure the money, none shall harm Su Yang. Once the funds are in our hands, we shall ensure his demise. Understood. They all readily agreed. Wang Lu inquired, Boss, when shall we commence? This evening, under the cover of darkness. We will don masks and avoid the surveillance in the corridors. Li Bin smiled faintly, then turned to a scruffy-looking individual and said, Mouse, the task of picking the lock is entrusted to you. If you can unlock Su Yang's security door, we will rush in, subdue him, and then transport him away in a sack. After assigning the tasks, Li Bin retrieved a box from the side, filled with an assortment of well-sharpened tools. There were mountain knives and watermelon knives, allowing the 7 men to select their preferred implements. He then instructed his wife to prepare a meal, and after they had feasted, he began to rest his eyes, gearing up for their nocturnal endeavor. Meanwhile, Su Yang watched Li Bin depart, a barely perceptible cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He understood that he had thoroughly provoked his adversary. Given Li Bin's temperament, retaliation was inevitable. This night would certainly be tumultuous, but so what? He felt no fear. As long as Li Bin dared to come, he would ensure that the latter would leave empty-handed. During the afternoon, Su Yang refrained from practicing shooting at the range, nor did he seek out Ning Kai-dai for a spar at the gym. Instead, he devoted the entire afternoon to stockpiling survival supplies, unwilling to squander his time. He worked tirelessly until 8 in the evening, and once he had stowed away all the procured goods, he received a message from Su Yunxi. Apologies, boss. I left in such haste last time that I didn't register the 2 companies you arranged. My sister and I have already gone abroad. After more than half a month of busyness, I have completed the tasks at hand, and Mr. Su's fixed assets have been sold. Mu Yu is still in the new country, but once the stocks of the Su Tian Group are sold, she can return. This morning, I returned ahead of schedule, and the company registrations have been submitted. They will take effect tomorrow. Reading the message from Su Yunxi, he felt a sense of relief upon learning that the logistics and online streaming companies had been registered. Once these 2 entities became operational, he could commence large-scale stockpiling. Su Yang opened the chat and replied to Su Yunxi, Thank you for your hard work. Even if the stocks of the Su Tian Group are entirely liquidated, there's no need for Mu Yu to return just yet. I have important matters to arrange. Rest well for now, and await my instructions, as I have significant tasks for you to undertake. After sending the message to Su Yunxi, Su Yang finished his dinner but did not return to the 5-star hotel he had booked. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa in the living room, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He anticipated that Li Bin would take action against him that night. Thus, he decided to remain at home and await his adversary's arrival, eager to see what tricks the latter might employ. Time passed, and by midnight, faint sounds echoed from the corridor. Su Yang, seated in the living room, opened his eyes. Are they finally coming? Mouse, do you have confidence in unlocking it? Li Bin whispered, lowering his voice. Boss, rest assured. I may struggle with other locks, but I've never failed to pick a security door like this one. Mouse replied, examining the structure of Su Yang's security door. With tools retrieved from his bag, he crouched before the door, ready to pick the lock. Everyone, be prepared. The moment the door opens, we all rush in. Li Bin instructed the others, try not to make too much noise. We must seize Su Yang at once and prevent him from shouting. Do you understand? Ever since Su Yang discovered his enhanced physique, his hearing had sharpened significantly. Even from the living room, he could clearly discern the voices of the few outside. A faint smile crept onto Su Yang's lips as he stealthily approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he observed that each of them wielded a knife, and he mused inwardly, Li Bin, if you seek your demise, then today I shall collect some interest from you and demonstrate the meaning of cruelty. At that moment, the mouse inserted a lock-picking tool into the lock and began to twist it repeatedly until a distinct click resonated. The mouse exclaimed with delight, Get ready. The door is about to open. Chapter 17, 18 Stabs. All avoiding vital points, Li Bin and his companions believed that a mouse had ingeniously unlocked the door with its own skills. In reality, it was Su Yang who had grasped the handle of the security door and opened it himself. At the very moment the door loosened, Su Yang forcefully pushed it outward. Bang! The heavy security door, propelled by immense force, collided with the mouse's head. The mouse was caught off guard, and a dent formed on its forehead, blood oozing forth as it succumbed to unconsciousness. The sudden turn of events startled Li Bin and his group. Before they could react, Su Yang dashed out at an astonishing speed. He knocked down 2 individuals in succession and reached the staircase of the emergency exit, shouting, Help! Li Bin is committing murder. He then sprinted down the stairs. Realizing what had transpired, Li Bin and his companions thought, This is bad. The opponent is prepared and has allowed this brat to escape. What should we do, boss? Zhangsen asked anxiously. Since we've been exposed, if they report us, we won't be able to escape unscathed. Li Bin replied coldly. We must seize that brat before anything else. Pursue him. Without casting a glance at the fallen mouse, Li Bin and his 7 companions hurriedly chased after him through the emergency exit. Meanwhile, Su Yang continued to run while shouting, deliberately slowing his pace to ensure his pursuers could keep up. His incessant cries of help, "Li Bin is committing murder," awakened everyone in Building 24. Su Yang's intention was to ensure that the incident became widely known, creating a narrative where he appeared as the victim. Thus, even if he inflicted severe harm on his assailants, it would be deemed self-defense, absolving him of legal repercussions. Killing Li Bin and his group, however, was out of the question. In the summer, causing a death would undoubtedly be a significant matter. Even if it were ultimately determined that Su Yang acted in self-defense, he would still face an extensive investigation, which could take months or even half a year to resolve. Until the case was closed, he might be placed under surveillance. Even with the assistance of Su Yunqi, a top-tier lawyer, to secure bail, Su Yang would remain under scrutiny. If he were placed under house arrest, all would be lost. With just over 2 months until the onset of the apocalyptic winter, Su Yang could not allow such a scenario to unfold. There were many tasks awaiting him. Thus, he resolved from the outset that as long as no one died, he could inflict whatever torment he desired upon Li Bin and his cohorts in self-defense without consequence. Even if he did not kill them this time, he aimed to ensure they would remain bedridden for at least 2 months, providing them with a lesson they would never forget, while also avenging himself. As the apocalypse approached, he would settle the score with them thoroughly. "Help! Li Bin is going to kill," Su Yang shouted once more. Noticing that Li Bin and his 7 companions had caught up, he sprinted down the stairs again. "Shut your mouth!" Li Bin yelled angrily, leading his 6 subordinates in pursuit. The louder the commotion grew, the more time they wasted, complicating their situation further. Desperate to capture Su Yang, he shouted while racing down the stairs. In no time, he descended from the 11th floor to the ground level, bursting out into the open. He raised his voice, calling out between the buildings, startling the residents of the nearby structures into waking. They emerged onto their balconies, peering down to witness the scene, 7 masked figures wielding knives in pursuit of a single individual. The sight was utterly foreign to them, inciting immediate panic. Upon seeing Li Bin and his accomplices emerge in pursuit, Su Yang couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He ran beneath a streetlight equipped with a surveillance camera, gradually slowing his pace. Instantly, Li Bin and his companions surrounded him. "Run, you little brat. Why aren't you fleeing?" Zhang Sen bellowed, brandishing a cleaver with a fiery temper. "If I catch you, you'll be in for a world of hurt." "Enough chatter. Let us subdue him first," Li Bin interjected. The group, armed with knives, advanced step by step towards Su Yang. Feigning great fear, Su Yang trembled as he clutched a fruit knife, stammering, "Don't come any closer. I have a knife." The inconsequentiality of his makeshift weapon drew laughter from Li Bin and his men, who continued their advance. "I have money. If you don't hurt me, I'll give you everything I have," Su Yang reiterated, still acting terrified, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. "I'll fight you to the end." As they closed in, Su Yang let out a fierce yell and charged forward. "Seeking death," Zhang San roared, stepping forward to deliver a kick aimed at Su Yang. To him, Su Yang posed no threat whatsoever. Just as Zhang San's foot was about to connect, Su Yang raised his knee, blocking the blow. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful punch to Zhang San's leg, resulting in a sickening crack as the bone shattered under the force. Before Zhang San could utter a sound, Su Yang bent low and struck an elbow into his ribs, incapacitating him instantly. Zhang San crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. Su Yang pressed the attack, unleashing his martial prowess with a fierce intensity. Each strike, though seemingly chaotic, targeted the vital points of the remaining assailants. Had he not intentionally held back, they would have already met their demise. In less than 20 seconds, he had dispatched 6 of Li Bin's subordinates, all while exercising restraint. At that moment, Li Bin, enraged, swung a knife towards Su Yang's face. With effortless grace, Su Yang sidestepped the blow, deliberately feigning instability and stumbling into Li Bin's embrace. Li Bin, momentarily elated, failed to react before Su Yang seized his wrist. Employing a grappling technique, Li Bin felt an immediate numbness in his wrist, rendering him powerless as his cleaver clattered to the ground. Seizing the fruit knife, Su Yang lunged forward, each thrust eliciting a scream of agony from Li Bin. In an instant, his thighs, arms, abdomen, ribs, shoulders, and the right side of his chest were all punctured with holes inflicted by a fruit knife. Su Yang relentlessly thrust the blade into him 18 times, skillfully avoiding vital areas. Every wound was on the front of his body, and he had adeptly controlled the force of each strike. As long as there was no excessive blood loss, it would not pose a threat to life. At that moment, Li Bin lay on the ground, drenched in blood. Su Yang, inwardly smirking, feigned a look of sheer terror and exclaimed, I have killed someone." He then discarded the fruit knife onto the ground, murmuring, "It wasn't intentional. It was you who sought to take my life, and I merely retaliated. Subsequently, in a state of panic, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the emergency services. "Officer, I need to report a murder. I have killed someone." He spoke in a frantic tone, providing the address and the circumstances of the incident. Before long, both police cars and ambulances arrived simultaneously, taking Su Yang away and transporting Li Bin and the others onto the ambulance. Chapter 18. Mysterious Hostility. The residents of Building 24 in Fengyan community were utterly astonished to discover that the formidable figure who had, in less than a minute, vanquished 7 knife-wielding assailants was none other than Su Yang. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. However, upon witnessing his apprehension, sardonic smiles crept onto their faces, their hearts swelling with delight. What good is wealth if one dares to commit murder? Even if he escapes execution, he is bound to face a decade or more behind bars. Taking a life is a grave offense, regardless of the circumstances, and one must pay with their own. It seems Su Yang is destined to earn riches, but not to enjoy them. How foolish of him to neglect us, his neighbors. He deserves every bit of this misfortune. The mocking voices of the neighbors echoed incessantly. Bai Lu rushed downstairs, her emotions in turmoil as she observed Su Yang being taken away. She felt a blend of schadenfreude and disappointment. The schadenfreude stemmed from the realization that he would no longer fawn over her now that he had ascended in status. She believed wholeheartedly that this fate was entirely warranted. Yet, her disappointment arose from the thought that if Su Yang were to face execution for murder, how could she ever cling to his coattails? She had envisioned using his success as a springboard to a life of luxury. But it appeared she would have to find another benefactor. Alas, with your brother Su Yang now a murderer, it seems your dreams of becoming a wealthy lady are destined to shatter. At that moment, the mocking voice of Lu Su reached her ears. "You've been singing Su Yang's praises for days, and it seems it was all in vain. All you do is mock me." Bai Lu retorted, her temper flaring. "Isn't my intent to secure our future? Didn't you agree that I should lower my stance? Who was it that kept insisting that Su Yang was my loyal sycophant? Though he may have gained wealth, he lacks intelligence. His current aloofness is merely a phase. If I persist in charming him, he will surely return to me. At that point, a little manipulation will ensure that his wealth is firmly under my control, allowing us to relish a life of comfort." Bai Lu snapped. "What good is your derision to me now?" Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Those individuals were pursuing Su Yang with knives. What if he is acquitted on grounds of self-defense? The thought invigorated her spirit. "Let us go to the police station," Bai Lu declared, tugging Lu Su along. Observing his perplexed expression, she clarified, "Are you foolish? If Su Yang is deemed to have acted in self-defense, he will be free. If I show genuine concern for him now, he will undoubtedly be moved, making it effortless for me to win him over." Lu Su, realizing the merit in her reasoning, called for a cab, and the two hastened to the police station. "Captain Lu, what is the nature of this case? Why have so many people been called out at this late hour?" A man and a woman inquired as Su Yang remained in the vehicle. "It could be a matter of life and death," Captain Lu replied, gesturing towards the car. "There's a young man named Su Yang who got into a confrontation with a group, injuring 7 and stabbing 1 18 times. Su Yang." Upon hearing that name, the male police officer's lips curled into a sardonic smile, and he mused inwardly. Could this individual possibly be my high school classmate? When did he become so audacious? He then glanced at the female officer beside him, who also wore a smirk. Indeed, Su Yang recognized these two. They were his former classmates, the man named Wang Shiqi and the woman named Cui Yaqing, who, while not particularly attractive, had a somewhat dusky complexion and was of modest stature. During their high school years, Cui Yaqing harbored feelings for Su Yang, but he did not reciprocate, leaving her with a lingering resentment. Although they had crossed paths a few times since graduating, their contact had been minimal. He was unaware of how she had ended up with Wang Shiqi, both of whom had joined the police force, one serving on the front lines and the other in administrative duties. Wang Shiqi, aware of Cui Yaqing's animosity towards Su Yang stemming from unrequited love, naturally held no fondness for him. However, Su Yang remained oblivious to these dynamics. At that moment, the police car door opened, and Su Yang was let out. "It really is you, Su Yang," Wang Shiqi exclaimed. "Who gave you the audacity to commit murder?" Surprised to see these familiar faces, Su Yang was taken aback, not expecting to encounter them here. Yet, the cold smiles and gleeful expressions on their faces left him feeling perplexed. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. Their interactions had been sparse since graduation. What did it matter if they harbored animosity towards him? In just over 2 months, the apocalypse would descend upon them, and soon enough, they would no longer be a concern. Their silence only fueled their frustration. "Su Yang, what is with your attitude? If you've committed a crime, you must face the consequences," Wang Shiqi reprimanded angrily. "If you confess and demonstrate good behavior, you might be able to secure a reduced sentence. Otherwise, You'll be left with no escape. You mean to say you're using your authority to coerce a confession? Su Yang retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. You're incredibly arrogant. Cui Yaqing's expression shifted as she interjected. You need to understand where you are right now. Su Yang found their hostility puzzling. He regarded them with a frigid gaze. Enough. Everyone, return to your posts. I shall commence the interrogation, Captain Lu interjected, directing them to lead Su Yang to an interrogation room. After adhering to the standard procedures, he inquired about Su Yang's name, place of origin, occupation, and the nature of the conflict with Li Bin and the others. He questioned why Su Yang had resorted to such violence. In response to their piercing gazes, Su Yang recounted the incident involving Lu Su, who had attempted to purchase his house at an undervalued price, detailing the ensuing confrontation. Later that evening, he had noticed commotion outside, which he then disclosed, including the intentions of the opposing party to retaliate. Given that the Fengyun community was under surveillance, it would be straightforward for authorities to verify his account. Captain Lu instructed his team to retrieve the footage, which clearly captured the 8 individuals, masked and appearing outside at night, as well as Su Yang escaping through the emergency exit. The footage also documented him being cornered and forced to retaliate in self-defense. Due to Su Yang's remarkable acting skills, which appeared strikingly authentic, Captain Lu gradually furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene. What an astonishing coincidence. It was almost as if it were a cinematic performance. If this entire scenario were not premeditated, then they would be unable to hold Su Yang accountable for any wrongdoing. From the video alone, the opposing party seemed to be a complete victim, ultimately retaliating only when left with no other options. Even if the individual who was stabbed 18 times were to succumb to his injuries, it would not constitute excessive self-defense on the part of the assailant. Captain Lu shook his head and called a colleague at the hospital. How are the 8 individuals injured? Severely, came the response. That person was truly ruthless. Apart from one who was knocked unconscious by the security door and has yet to regain consciousness, the others are all critically injured, with broken bones. Especially the one named Li Bin, who was stabbed 18 times. Had it not been for timely medical intervention, he would have perished from excessive blood loss. After a moment's contemplation, the individual added, the assailant is quite fortunate as well, managing to inflict 18 stab wounds while avoiding all vital organs. Chapter 19. Contacting foreign arms dealers. After finishing the phone call, Captain Lu returned to the interrogation room, gazing intently at Su Yang. I have good news for you. Li Bin is alive and has been rescued. His intention was to observe Su Yang's reaction to this information. Unfortunately, Su Yang's acting skills were so remarkable that Captain Lu failed to detect any signs of distress. Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. It's great that no one has died. I am not a murderer. However, Captain Lu swiftly countered. That does not absolve you of the suspicion of wielding a knife in the attack. A smirk played at the corners of Su Yang's mind, attempting to intimidate me. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied softly, I was merely defending myself. They were all armed with knives. I couldn't just stand there and wait for death. Could I? And how do you explain that they targeted you with knives over a trivial dispute? Captain Lu pressed further. They were never good people. They had bullied the weak for too long. Su Yang explained. Perhaps they heard about my wealth and intended to kidnap me for ransom. The fact that I spent 30 million on a villa is known to most residents of Building 24 in Fengyun community. You can investigate. As a seasoned police officer, Captain Lu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He instinctively sensed that there was something amiss with the case, yet he struggled to find any concrete evidence. Everything indicated that Su Yang was innocent. Then tell me, how does an ordinary person manage to severely injure 7 armed men? Their bones were shattered. Captain Lu raised his voice, questioning him vehemently, particularly about Li Bin, who had been stabbed 18 times, each wound missing vital organs. Do you dare claim that was unintentional? Perhaps it's simply that I possess greater strength by nature. Su Yang replied candidly. I have also been learning self-defense techniques at the gym recently. And in a moment of crisis, I unleashed my full potential, which resulted in this outcome. By the way, my self-defense instructor, Ning Kaidai, also lives in Fengyun community. You may verify that. You had better be telling the truth. Captain Lu felt he had exhausted all avenues of inquiry and decided to cease the interrogation. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the police station as Bai Lu shouted, My brother Su Yang is innocent. You cannot arrest him. She deliberately raised her voice to ensure Su Yang could hear. Do you know this person? Captain Lu inquired. Su Yang shrugged and replied, a neighbor from the same building. We are not very familiar, but she probably believes I am wronged. Before long, Su Yunqi arrived. After Su Yang recounted the events, she smiled knowingly and said, Leave it to me. Within 24 hours, you shall be free, boss. Indeed, 24 hours later, Su Yang was exonerated and released without charges. Captain Lu, you let him go just like that? Wang Shiqi remarked, observing Su Yang's imminent departure from the police station. This is a major case. The other party is certainly not innocent. At the same time, Cui Yaqing chimed in, embellishing the narrative. He must have intentionally harmed them. The conversation between the two individuals left Su Yang both infuriated and amused. What's the matter? Are you two old classmates unwilling to rest until you've condemned me? He exclaimed. One must speak with evidence. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of slander. As he spoke, he gestured towards Su Yunqi beside him. Is it merely a few filthy riches? What is so remarkable about that? Cui Yaqing let out a cold snort and turned away, her eyes brimming with animosity. Su Yang chose to disregard her, dismissing her as someone infected with madness. He led Su Yunqi out. Little did he anticipate that if someone he once cherished did not reciprocate his feelings, years later, their success would inevitably kindle jealousy within him. Such inner envy could not be rationalized with logic. All right, do not be upset any longer, Wang Shiqi remarked, observing Su Yang's retreating figure with a chilling gaze. He consoled Cui Yaqing. Give me a few days. I will secretly follow him and surely uncover his criminal evidence. Brother Su Yang, you're all right. Upon seeing Su Yang emerge, Bai Lu hurried over, eager to take credit. I knew you were wronged. When they inquired about you, I spoke highly of you. I waited here for a day and night, so worried I could hardly eat. Get lost. Su Yang retorted irritably, not even sparing her a glance as he strode away with Su Yunqi. Bai Lu watched helplessly as Su Yang vanished from sight, cursing Su Yunqi's back. It must be that wretched woman again, sabotaging my good fortune and stealing my accolades. And you, Su Yang, you useless sycophant. Had I known you would treat me this way, I wouldn't have spoken in your favor. You deserve to be slain by Li Bin and face execution. Bai Lu and Lu Su stormed off in a huff. Boss, the two companies you requested have been registered. Is there anything else you would like me to do? Su Yunqi inquired as she drove. Help me contact a reliable foreign arms dealer, one with considerable scale, Su Yang responded, watching Su Yunqi's silhouette. Upon hearing arms dealer, Su Yunqi's expression shifted, and she fell silent. This was the second time she had heard her boss utter such words. Initially, she had thought he was merely testing the loyalty of their sisterhood. Little did she know he was genuinely intent on procuring arms. Noticing her silence, Su Yang remained quiet as well, observing her intently, curious whether she would acquiesce. After a prolonged silence, Su Yunqi finally resolved, very well. I shall make the call once we return. At that moment, a smile graced Su Yang's face as he cautioned her, do not make the call domestically. It will be monitored. Contact them from abroad. Understood. Su Yunqi had not anticipated that her youthful boss possessed such meticulous foresight, considering every detail. Presently, Su Yang's thoughts were not merely careful, they were impenetrable. In the country, both phone calls and messaging applications are under constant surveillance. Should one utter remarks pertaining to national security or other grave matters, such utterances are promptly detected. Such information is relayed to the nearest police station, resulting in a call compelling one to submit to an inquiry and potentially leading to arrest. Given the perilous nature of his undertakings, prudence is paramount. Upon hearing Su Yunqi's acquiescence, both he and the other party exhaled in relief. Su Yunqi glanced at Su Yang and inquired, Boss, what would you have done if I had refused just now? To maintain secrecy, the answer was simple, elimination. Su Yang felt no inclination to conceal his intentions. If the other party were to decline, he would not hesitate to eliminate Su Yunqi, regardless of the risks involved. However, Su Yunqi did not exhibit the anticipated fear. Instead, she smiled gently and replied, Boss, I admire your candor. Rest assured, my sister and I will not betray you. We shall endeavor with utmost dedication to fulfill any tasks you assign us. Su Yang nodded in silence. Boss, it is getting late. Where shall we go now? Su Yunqi asked once more. Chapter 20. Commencing extensive stockpiling. When Su Yang was taken away, it was midnight, and upon his return, the clock struck 12 once more. The residents of Building 24 in Fengyan community had long succumbed to slumber, leaving him undisturbed. He chose not to have Su Yunqi stay the night. Seated on the sofa, a cold smirk played upon his lips as he mused. Cui Yaqing, Wang Shiqi, regardless of your motives for harboring animosity towards me, as long as you refrain from interfering with my plans over the next 2 months, I shall temporarily withhold my retaliation. Should you dare to disrupt my endeavors, do not expect me to show any regard for our past camaraderie. Their repeated antagonism was apparent to even the simplest of minds. Yet Su Yang was not foolish enough to confront 2 law enforcement officers. The repercussions of harming police personnel would plunge the entire Jizhou city into a maelstrom of anti-crime operations. For now, he chose to let them be, contingent on their compliance. Should they prove to be unwise, the situation would be reassessed. On March 20th, Su Yang awoke at dawn. His appearance in the community astonished the neighbors of Building 24, who had not anticipated his swift release. As they approached to exchange pleasantries, Su Yang's frosty gaze sent them retreating. They recognized that he was no longer the easily intimidated person they once knew. The memory of that night, when he single-handedly faced 7 adversaries, still vivid in their minds. Such individuals inherently fear the strong, and thus, they were gripped by trepidation. With a disdainful snort, Su-Yong ignored them and turned away. The large-scale online live-streaming company had been registered and was now operational. He needed to amass substantial supplies and had no time to squander on idle conversations with these people. Prior to his decision to stockpile extensively, meticulous plans had already been laid out. Jizhou City is divided into 6 major districts: East, South, West, North, High-Tech, and City Center. With a total population of 15 million, all daily necessities and goods in the city are sourced from various agricultural markets, which then distribute to supermarkets and local markets. These agricultural markets procure their supplies from 4 major wholesale markets located in the 4 cardinal directions of the city. The first market Su-Yong contacted was the mining wholesale market, the closest to his residence in the northern district. "Hello, I am Wei Hongming, the chief manager of the mining wholesale market. How may I assist you?" Without hesitation, Su-Yong responded directly. "I intend to establish a large-scale live-streaming network company and wish to procure a significant quantity of agricultural products, meat, and fruits for online sales. I seek to collaborate with you. And how much do you require?" Wei Hongming inquired promptly. "I need you to supply me daily with live pig meat, lamb, beef, various seafood, as well as vegetables, rice, flour, and oil. Each category should consist of 10,000 gene. Though the demand for 10,000 gene of each item seemed substantial, in the grand scheme of Jizhou City's daily consumption, it was but a trifling figure. Previously, Su-Yong conducted a statistical analysis, estimating that based on the population of Jizhou City, approximately 22,000 pigs are consumed daily. Assuming each pig weighs around 200 pounds, the city's daily pork consumption amounts to a staggering 4 million pounds. This figure does not even account for the countless fruits and vegetables in a colossal market. A requirement of 10,000 pounds of goods poses no burden on the city and certainly would not raise any suspicions from relevant authorities. Prudence is paramount. Even the wealthiest must act with caution." "Are you certain?" the responsible official inquired hastily. If the information shared was accurate, he would stand to gain immensely. After all, he was merely the manager of the market, not its owner. With such a substantial profit at stake, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. As for the rationale behind such a massive influx of goods, Wei Hongming did not suspect any ulterior motives on the part of his counterpart. In this digital age, live-stream selling has become ubiquitous. Many companies adopt the practice of marketing their incoming goods as self-operated products. Numerous firms had approached him for collaboration in the past, yet he had never encountered an order of this magnitude. "I am not jesting," Su-Yong stated candidly. "As long as you can guarantee freshness and quality, we can establish a long-term partnership. I will initially provide a deposit of 20 million yuan, and upon delivery of the goods to the designated location, the final payment will be made." Upon receiving the other party's affirmative response and promptly paying the deposit, Su-Yong dialed the numbers of 3 other wholesale market managers, with the same intent of procuring goods under the guise of a live-streaming company, again offering an initial deposit. The efficiency of these 4 managers was commendable. By midday, all the goods were delivered to the factory Su-Yong had previously rented. Fortunately, the facility was spacious enough to accommodate such a large quantity. After settling the remaining balance, the managers of the 4 wholesale markets left with beaming smiles. They had never before engaged in a transaction of such magnitude, and the prompt payment was precisely the type of client they cherished. "Will you require more goods tomorrow?" Wei Hongming inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "Yes, the same specifications. From your 4 companies once again," Su-Yong replied emphatically. "However, remember this, the goods delivered must be fresh and safe, otherwise, our partnership will be terminated." "Understood, rest assured. We would never dare to take you lightly, esteemed client," the 4 promised before departing. Rather than immediately storing the goods, Su-Yong locked the factory door and turned to leave, having noticed he was being watched, none other than his former high school classmate, Wang Shiqi. A cold smile crept across Su-Yong's lips as he leisurely drove toward the upscale district of Jizhou City. Wang Shiqi, filled with curiosity, followed to observe his activities. What he witnessed left him envious. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he saw Su-Yong indulging in luxury, purchasing everything from tomahawk steaks, wagyu beef, king crabs, lobsters, to caviar and bluefin tuna. A large truck was filled to the brim with items that neither Wang Shiqi nor Cui Yaqing could possibly afford. As if that were not enough, Su-Yong proceeded to the luxury goods section, purchasing everything in sight, leaving Wang Shiqi utterly astounded. What was the point of surveillance when one was merely observing someone indulging in lavish excess? Wang Shiqi muttered a curse under his breath and turned away. It was not that he no longer wished to monitor Su Yong. Rather, it was the sheer frustration that the latter incited within him. Wang Shiqi finally acknowledged that Su Yong had indeed become affluent, and extraordinarily so. This filled him with an overwhelming sense of envy, especially since his own wife had once favored Su Yong. Now, feeling inferior, he was consumed by resentment, contemplating how to leverage his position to teach Su Yong a lesson when the opportunity arose. Reluctantly, he departed, noticing Wang Shiqi's exit. A faint smile crept onto Su Yang's lips as he grasped the reason behind the surveillance: jealousy. Such individuals cannot bear to witness former acquaintances thriving beyond their own circumstances, thereby revealing their lack of greatness. After arranging for the delivery of the acquired goods to the factory, he stored the vast array of supplies that had just arrived before heading back to the gym to practice combat skills with Ning Kai-dai. Chapter 21. A comprehensive survey of industry. After a lapse of 2 days, upon seeing Su Yong once more, Ning Kai-dai's eyes sparkled with delight. Having been previously questioned by the police regarding him, she learned that they resided in the same neighborhood, which prompted her to approach Su Yong with greater familiarity. After practicing together for another 3 hours, Ning Kai-dai found herself outmatched. They exchanged contact information, and Su Yong returned to the 5-star hotel he had booked in advance. After a night of rest, he resumed his relentless quest to amass supplies. Having previously coordinated with the heads of the 4 major wholesale markets, he arranged for direct deliveries, alleviating the need for him to wait at the warehouse. This arrangement afforded him ample time to attend to other matters. With the advent of the apocalypse, temperatures would plummet significantly, reaching a chilling -50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Even indoor air conditioning would prove futile in such conditions. Thus, the optimal means of warmth remained a fireplace, which was, of course, a feature within the nuclear-grade war fortress constructed by the Jianlong Security Group. The finest fuel for the fireplace consisted of smokeless coal and wood. Moreover, half a month into the apocalypse, power outages would ensue, lasting anywhere from half an hour to an hour each day, far from adequate. His war fortress required a steady supply of electricity, necessitating the procurement of numerous large, silent generators or batteries. Su Yong thus procured an extensive array of generators and batteries for unforeseen circumstances. However, the necessity of gasoline posed a considerable headache for him. Both coal and gasoline were classified as strategic national resources, making large-scale purchases domestically virtually impossible, particularly for gasoline. Acquiring even a small container at a gas station without driving there would invite rigorous scrutiny, demanding one's name, ID number, and phone number, as authorities were wary of flammable materials falling into the wrong hands. Yet, Su Yong was undeterred. He began by sourcing smokeless coal from manufacturers throughout Jizhou City, carefully controlling the quantity of each purchase to avoid suspicion, albeit with more frequent transactions. He also procured wood from various timber markets, which were unregulated in this country, allowing for unrestricted purchases. As for gasoline, he had a substantial logistics company at his disposal, which facilitated the acquisition of dozens of large cargo vans under the pretense of future transportation needs. These vans, typically utilized for long-distance transport, boasted large fuel tanks capable of holding up to 1,000 liters of gasoline. Su Yong employed dozens of individuals to drive these vans to various gas stations across Jizhou City for refueling, rotating stations daily to minimize the risk of arousing suspicion. Each time these individuals returned with full tanks, he would transfer the gasoline into his storage space. Thus, for several days, he continued to stockpile coal, wood, and gasoline without interruption, simultaneously collaborating with the 4 major wholesalers in Jizhou City, who delivered an abundance of survival supplies daily. Su Yong spent money as if it were water, expending at least several billion each day. Since the day he had driven Wang Shiqi away with his extravagant display of wealth, the latter had not reappeared, and Su Yong paid him no mind. His absence was, in fact, a welcome relief. He was already aware that Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing harbored ill intentions towards him, and there was no time to deal with them at this moment. He resolved to eliminate both of them once the ice and snow apocalypse arrived. Anyone who bore hostility towards him must be eradicated. Otherwise, what was the point of leaving them around? Thus, half a month swiftly passed, and with 2 months remaining until the onset of the frozen apocalypse, Su Yong found his account dwindled to 100 billion. He ceased stockpiling coal and gasoline and instructed the heads of the 4 major wholesale markets to temporarily halt their supply to him. He had a crucial task ahead, a journey to Sichuan province. Previously, he had seen a news segment on television regarding a national industrial survey. It revealed that a company in Sichuan had designed the double-tailed Scorpion drone, which had garnered attention for its exceptional performance. The government had seized the opportunity, repurposing it into an unmanned bomber. Su Yong intended to try his luck and see if he could purchase some. Although military-grade models were beyond his reach, acquiring civilian ones would suffice. These drones were inexpensive and easily modified. Once he secured enough weaponry, he could have them reconfigured for military use. The existence of a nuclear bomb-grade stronghold would render the double-tailed Scorpion drone a pivotal component for his survival in the apocalypse. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, he could ensure his invincibility. When the time came, should anyone dare to provoke him, he would simply commandeer the unmanned bombers and unleash destruction. With this in mind, Su-Yang also sought to conduct an industrial survey. Without hesitation, he boarded a plane to Sichuan province. Upon landing, he hastened to the company that designed and produced the drones. "Mr. Su, may I inquire about your intended use for our drones?" the product manager asked, studying Su-Yang with curiosity. The double-tailed Scorpion drones had gained immense fame worldwide, and they were apprehensive about potential buyers who might convert them into bombers, which could lead to disastrous consequences. They were particularly vigilant against traitors who might engage in espionage. Consequently, their company mandated that all sold drones be sourced from clean domestic backgrounds. As for state procurement, that was beyond their purview. They exclusively dealt with civilian applications, while military modifications fell under the jurisdiction of relevant authorities. "I have established a logistics company with plans to merge all logistics enterprises nationwide, creating the largest unmanned logistics company in the country," Su-Yang replied with a smile. "The drones are, of course, intended for delivery." The product manager nodded, observing no signs of deceit on Su-Yang's face. After all, when Su-Yang indicated his interest in purchasing their drones, they had already acquired his background information. Noting his inheritance of $100 billion in assets and the registration of a large logistics company, it seemed he genuinely aimed to expand in the logistics sector. "Mr. Su, do you have any specific requirements for our double-tailed Scorpion drones?" the product manager inquired, prioritizing service over immediately touting the merits of their product. They were eager to see if this heir to vast wealth might place a larger order. "There aren't many additional requirements." After pondering for a moment, Su-Yang inquired, "Is your aircraft stable under low-temperature conditions?" "Our company's logistics business aims to deliver to every corner of the nation, in direct competition with the postal service. And we intend to be even swifter. We have high requirements regarding temperature, as we are concerned that flights may be hindered during winter, especially in the northern regions where temperatures can be quite frigid." Su-Yang spoke with the confidence of an entrepreneur poised for grand success. The product manager listened attentively and then replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, our twin-tailed Scorpion 5-seater has been certified by national authorities. Otherwise, we would not be a supplier to the relevant departments. You need not worry about quality. It can operate normally even in extremely low temperatures, down to -80 or 90 degrees, without any adverse effects." Chapter 22. The Twin-Tailed Scorpion Large Drone, Stealth Layer. With a nod of reassurance, Su-Yang felt a sense of relief. His foremost concern was whether the drone could function in frigid temperatures. It would be a futile endeavor to invest time and money into modifications only to find it inoperable during the Ice Age's onset, at temperatures plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees. "How far can this drone fly?" Su-Yang pondered, posing another inquiry. "Our tri-engine twin-tailed Scorpion drone has been meticulously refined through continuous iterations and can cover a distance of up to 4,000 kilometers. The product manager responded with pride. "Yet, didn't I read that it can fly 8,000 kilometers? Su-Yang's brow furrowed. "That figure pertains to military operations, where the objective is often a one-way mission." The product manager clarified. "The 4,000 kilometers I mentioned is the distance for a one-way trip. The return journey would indeed total 8,000 kilometers." "Oh, I see." Su-Yang feigned comprehension. "It appears Mr. Su is not entirely acquainted with our large drone." The product manager chuckled. "Allow me to elaborate further. Take, for instance, our latest tri-engine twin-tailed Scorpion drone, which boasts a weight of 3.25 tons and a payload capacity of 1.5 tons, facilitating a round-trip flight distance of 8,000 kilometers. It has an airborne duration of 40 hours and can ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Its cruising speed exceeds 380 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, it is equipped with a precision delivery system, enabling the drone to drop cargo accurately at designated locations without needing to land." After the product manager's presentation, he gazed silently at Su-Yang. Only a 1.5-ton payload. Despite being astonished by such impressive capabilities, Su-Yang feigned disappointment. "Mr. Su, we understand your pursuit of perfection and your high expectations regarding payload capacity," the product manager quickly explained. "However, a 1.5-ton payload is currently the highest available. To provide you with a clearer perspective, once our relevant departments procure and modify the drone, it can carry 12 precision-guided missiles, each capable of hitting targets up to 1,000 kilometers away. A 5-ton cargo is substantial. If you require more, we can deploy 3, 5, or even 10 drones simultaneously. Will so many drones launching together not result in collisions? Su Yong inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Not at all. Our tri-engine twin-tailed Scorpion drone is capable of intelligent swarm control. Once you issue a command, they can form a formation and reach your specified location. The product manager continued. If you still find the payload unsatisfactory, we can design a larger drone tailored to your needs, though it will require some time. No need, I'll take this model. Su Yong declared, unwilling to wait. Then, Mr. Su, how many units do you intend to purchase? The product manager promptly inquired. If you buy in bulk. We currently have a promotion offering a 20% discount. Let us go with 100 units, Su Yong replied nonchalantly. That should suffice for my company's needs. Upon hearing the quantity, the product manager was momentarily taken aback, but soon could no longer contain his inner delight. It appeared they had secured a remarkably significant client. Mr. Su, our large dual-tail Scorpion drone is priced at 8 million each. For 100 units, that amounts to 800 million. With a generous discount of 20. It will be 640 million. No problem, please proceed with the payment. Su Yong readily complied, not particularly concerned about the sum. Were it not for the fear of raising suspicions, he would have purchased even more. Not to mention 100 units. He would have readily acquired 1,000. The crux of the matter was the lack of space to accommodate such a vast quantity, although they could be stored within a designated area. The idea of such a large order simply vanishing would raise eyebrows. A more prudent approach seemed wise. 5 days from now, we will deliver to the location you specify in Jizhou. Upon seeing the funds transferred, the product manager beamed with joy, personally escorting him to the company entrance. By the way, will your drones be susceptible to hacking? Su Yong suddenly recalled this concern before departing. What if they were compromised, leading to potential control or hijacking? Rest assured, the control systems are independent and impervious to intrusion. The product manager quickly reassured him. That's good to hear. If the drones perform well, I shall return for more. Su Yong exhaled in relief. Then let's wish for a fruitful collaboration. The two shook hands, and Su Yong departed in his vehicle, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders after securing such a significant deal. In Chu's province, he indulged in a lavish procurement of local delicacies, fruits, hot pot, and assorted snacks. He then boarded a flight to Huizhou province. With the large drone settled, he sought to acquire complementary items. He had learned of a company in Huizhou that had developed a unique paint initially intended for automotive use. Once applied, it rendered even speed detection radar ineffective. Later, during industrial assessments, the state discovered its potential as a stealth coating for bombers, significantly enhancing the stealth technology of the nation's aircraft. Su Yang's purpose in visiting this province was to obtain this paint while also stockpiling local specialties and fruits. Securing this paint would allow him to coat the newly acquired dual-tail Scorpion drones, enabling them to evade detection by satellites and radars. Having survived a month in a post-apocalyptic world previously, he was acutely aware that despite frequent power outages, network and communication signals remained operational. Numerous base stations and servers likely continued functioning, with satellites possibly still in orbit. Should a satellite capture images of his large, unmanned bombers, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. He had no desire to face repercussions after the end of the icy apocalypse. Acquiring the paint proved to be even simpler than anticipated. The supplier had previously engaged in substantial sales but faced denunciation from competitors, resulting in fines from local authorities and subsequent national requisition. Su Yong had assumed it would be challenging to obtain, yet he found it surprisingly accessible, managing to procure the desired quantity with ease. He once again indulged in a shopping spree in Huizhou, departing with a light heart. The next destination is Guangdong Province, where resides a drone company renowned as the world's foremost in its field. Their acclaim extends globally, prompting numerous countries to procure their products for modifications intended for military use. The exceptional quality of their offerings has secured them an impressive 80% share of the global drone market. In the context of the Great Xia, their applications are solely civilian, thus precluding them from inclusion on military procurement lists. Even with substantial purchases, they attract no suspicion. On the surface, Su Yong appears quite at ease. Nevertheless, he resorts to his old rhetoric. I aspire to establish a large-scale unmanned logistics company, aiming to utilize drones for parcel delivery. I wonder if your capabilities align with my requirements? Chapter 23. Intelligent Drone Swarms and All-Terrain Smart Vehicles. Mr. Su, you have made the right choice by selecting us, proclaimed Li Jing, the female manager of the drone company. Our drones are renowned worldwide, and you need not worry about either quality or operation. Su Yong expressed his concerns. Our deliveries are typically quite heavy. Can your drones handle the load? Rest assured, we have a model specifically designed for deliveries. Zhang Jing replied with a smile. This drone can carry up to 100 kilograms. When fully charged, it can remain airborne for 40 hours and reach altitudes of 1,500 meters. Not only is it suitable for deliveries, but it can also be employed for agricultural spraying. Su Yang inquired further. I am considering contracting several thousand acres of land in Black Province for crop cultivation. However, there are numerous wild boars in that area. Do you have any effective methods for driving them away during winter? That is quite simple, Zhang Jing responded thoughtfully. We can equip you with an active phased array radar system. This radar can monitor the fields around the clock, identifying any wild boars or humans present. Once you set it up, the radar will issue alerts upon detection, prompting the drone to automatically take off and drive them away. It is a highly intelligent device that requires no additional control on your part once configured. It can accurately identify not only wild boars but also humans. Su Yang's face revealed a hint of concern. Given the low temperatures in Black Province, will the drone's equipment still function properly? Additionally, will the drone system be vulnerable to cyber intrusions? Zhang Jing promptly assured him, our drones remain unaffected even in temperatures as low as -70 or 80 degrees. As for network invasions, that is out of the question. We operate entirely independent systems. Very well, I shall place my order with you. Su Yang feigned nonchalance. And how many units do you intend to order, Mr. Su? Zhang Jing inquired. Our drones are equipped with intelligent systems, achieving a swarm configuration. 10 drones form a group. 100 comprise a swarm, and 1,000 create a large-scale cluster. The operation is straightforward. Simply input your commands, and the drones will autonomously execute your tasks. They are not only convenient for deliveries but can also perform various aerial displays. In their eagerness to maximize sales, they extolled the myriad functionalities and advantages of their drones. Wait a moment. Su Yang interjected. I have one last question. I read online that drones can carry intelligent electronic dogs. Is this possible with yours? I fear relying solely on drones may be insufficient for driving away wild boars. Having an electronic dog would be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing felt elated at the prospect of an additional business opportunity. She quickly replied, of course. We have successfully integrated drones with electronic dogs. Upon receiving commands, the drones not only fulfill their tasks but can also airdrop the electronic dogs to execute their missions. The electronic dogs are intelligent as well, capable of completing commands independently or being operated by humans. Moreover, they are impervious to external hacking and control. Very well, let us procure 100,000 units. Su Yang finally set his mind at ease and emphasized, this aligns perfectly with our needs. The drone you requested is priced at 58,000 each. And since we are collaborating with a company in Hangzhou for the smart electronic dogs, we shall charge you 15,000 per unit. Zhang Jing swiftly calculated. 100,000 drones and 100,000 smart electronic dogs would total 7.3 billion. Su Yang readily settled the bill. Although his card was nearing depletion, nonetheless, he harbored no concerns as he had ample funds overseas. The shares of Su Tian Group had already been liquidated, supplemented by the $2 billion from Second Master, along with the $50 billion he retained in his overseas accounts. In total, he possessed $214 billion, equivalent to 1,498 billion RMB. Sumiyu remained overseas, poised to execute his commands. Should funds run low, a mere phone call sufficed. Within 10 minutes, the money would be transferred. The drones and electronic dogs were not excessively large. Even with a substantial purchase, they could be discreetly stored without raising suspicion. After completing the procurement and acquiring a significant amount of supplies in Guangdong Province, Su Yang sought out a company specializing in laser equipment, purchasing a considerable array of devices. His intent was to install these on the drones and electronic dogs for weaponization. Subsequently, he contacted a domestic firm engaged in the production of unmanned vessels. Their unmanned boats had achieved a level of clustering and were also utilized by the military. Equipped with missiles, they could charge forward with tremendous force. Su Yang contemplated that should he venture out to sea one day and encounter danger, these vessels might prove invaluable. While customizing the unmanned boats, he learned that the company's fast boats could navigate not only in normal water temperatures, but also across ice without limitation. A perfect fit for his needs. Following this procurement, Su Yang invested 40 billion in a large luxury yacht, modifying it to breach ice layers and withstand conventional missile strength. Once all preparations were completed, he had numerous canopies constructed in a warehouse to conceal 100 large twin-tailed Scorpion drones. Simultaneously, he stored the 100,000 drones and 100,000 electronic dogs within a designated space. He then embarked on his final destination, a domestic manufacturer of all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Mr. Su, our company's all-terrain unmanned vehicles can operate autonomously or be controlled manually. They can ascend steep slopes of 70 degrees, traverse snow-capped mountains, scale plateaus, and execute sharp turns on the spot. Apart from cliffs, They can effortlessly navigate through jungles, shallow waters, deserts, snowy terrain, and marshes. Additionally, they are equipped with propellers to facilitate swift movement in water. Furthermore, they can surmount obstacles up to 1.2 meters high, with a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour and a full tank. They can cover approximately 400 kilometers. Their effective payload reaches 1,100 kilograms, accommodating up to 6 individuals of 1.8 meters in height. They are perfectly suited for parcel delivery. Even when not carrying goods, they excel at transporting people. A staff member enthusiastically expounded to Su Yang. Even with all 4 tires punctured, it can maintain full speed. Whether in frigid temperatures of minus 100 degrees or scorching heat of plus 100 degrees, its functionality remains unaffected. Moreover, it can be modified at will. In our country, it has been adapted into various lightweight weapon launchers and unmanned control platforms. It has been equipped with a 12.7mm machine gun, a 35mm grenade launcher, a 107mm rocket launcher, and a 120mm howitzer, alongside small anti-air missiles, multi-purpose missiles, and anti-tank missiles. The media has long exposed these weapon modifications. There is nothing the other party wishes to conceal. This demonstration serves to highlight the exceptional quality of the all-terrain unmanned intelligent vehicle produced by their company. Upon the completion of the presentation, Su Yang did not hesitate to invest 100 billion in the acquisition of 1,000 units. Astonishingly, this contraption proved to be more cost-effective than the dual-tailed Scorpion drone. While it may lack the ability to fly, it is replete with functions. Su Yang could not help but marvel at the prosperity and strength of the Great Xia. The array of private enterprises capable of producing formidable weaponry and advanced technological equipment is truly impressive. The items he procured would serve as his capital for survival in the impending ice and snow apocalypse. Thus, after another fortnight, Su Yang received a message from Su Yunxi. Chapter 24. Procuring Arms. Treasures favored by Min Boss, your passport for the overseas trip has been arranged. This was a coded message they had devised for the sake of security, indicating that the arms dealer had been successfully contacted. Su Yang visited Su Yunxi at her residence, where she informed him that the arms dealer in the Bear Country operated on a grand scale and possessed deep military connections. Previously, during one of her trips abroad, she had been pursued but was saved by Su Tianchong, a memory she cherished. Thus, he was deemed relatively trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Su Yang inhaled deeply, pondering, what does trustworthy even mean? How many engaging in such dealings can truly be relied upon? Ultimately, it is all driven by self-interest. If one offers sufficient benefits, reliability will surely follow. He hoped that a scenario of treachery among thieves would be avoided. After much contemplation, Su Yang resolved to take the plunge. The following morning, with the passport arranged by Su Yunxi in hand, he set off. He first flew to the Black Province, which had recently opened its borders with Bear Country. At the border, one could see numerous Bear Country nationals shopping and dining. Su Yang crossed the border with minimal scrutiny and arrived in Bear Country. The contact arranged by Su Yunxi awaited him. An elderly man in his 60s, sharp-eyed and accompanied by several imposing figures, approached Su Yang with warmth. You must be Su Yang, the grandson of Su Laoxian. I am Trolovsky. Your grandfather once saved my life. The translator conveyed his words, and Su Yang smiled, nodding as they shook hands. However, he remained on high alert. His keen gaze discerned weapons among the group, a prudent awareness in such circumstances. Once in the vehicle, they journeyed towards a concealed base. Trolovsky was quite talkative, engaging Su Yang in light conversation, while Su Yang maintained a measured response, his eyes reflecting the scenery as he diligently memorized the route. Though it was nearly May, the proximity to the Arctic Ocean kept the air somewhat chilly. As they passed by Lake Baikal, Su Yang found himself lost in contemplation, gazing into the vast waters. After over 4 hours, they finally arrived at the base. Upon entering, Su Yang felt as though he had stepped into an ocean of arms and ammunition. Various firearms were displayed everywhere, AK-47s, submachine guns, Gatling guns spitting blue flames, handguns, grenades, and landmines, all neatly packed in crates. An array of munitions dazzled his eyes. What do you think, Mr. Su? Trolovsky asked proudly. Surely these items catch your interest? Indeed. They are precisely what I seek. Su Yang nodded, then inquired, but these are rather antiquated, are they not? I have heard that you sell these in bulk, with just a few $100,000 securing a substantial lot. He pointed at the stacked firearms and continued, and they come with ammunition. It seems the grandson of Su Laoxian possesses a keen eye for business. Trolovsky raised his thumb and then shifted the conversation, stating, that was in the past. But now things are different. As you are aware, since last year, we have encountered some conflicts with others. The equipment our frontline soldiers utilize is precisely this. Such gear is now in high demand and its prices are soaring. It has already reached a staggering $1 million per unit. Naturally, Su Yang had seen the news regarding the incidents between the two countries and recognized that the opposing side was speaking the truth. He had no intention of bargaining. Instead, he gazed at Trotsky and inquired, "I did not come here merely for these items. I require the finest quality. Rest assured, we have exactly what you seek." Trotsky replied with a slight smile, leading Su Yang further inside. Within a vast warehouse, exquisite weapons were displayed everywhere. Su Yang picked up a sniper rifle, captivated by its allure, and examined it closely. This model was the M200 sniper rifle, acknowledged worldwide as the most precise sniper rifle, measuring 1.18 meters in length and weighing 14 kilograms. Perhaps due to Su Yang being the grandson of Su Tianchong, Trotsky accompanied him throughout. Personally introducing the weapon, this rifle is chambered for 10.36 millimeters ammunition and can strike targets the size of a penny from a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. Once Trotsky completed his introduction, Su Yang felt an eagerness to try it out. Trotsky waved his hand, and someone brought over a magazine. Subsequently pointing towards a distant shooting target, Su Yang aimed and fired 5 or 6 shots, all hitting the bullseye. The recoil of the gun did not affect him in the slightest, and his performance astonished Trotsky immensely. "How many do you have?" Su Yang inquired. 100. Came the response. "I'll take them all," Su Yang declared, setting down the M200 sniper rifle. Just as he finished his order, several individuals emerged to pack the 100 M200 sniper rifles into boxes, while also bringing out several large crates of matching ammunition. At that moment, Su Yang picked up another, even longer sniper rifle. Trotsky continued his introduction. "This is the Macmillan TAC, measuring 1.45 meters in length and weighing 11.8 kilograms. Chambered for 12.7 millimeters ammunition, with bullet speeds approaching the speed of sound. The longest confirmed kill was made by a soldier who shot an enemy from 3.5 kilometers away on the battlefield. Due to wind speed and gravitational forces, the bullet took approximately 10 seconds to reach its target. "I'll take 100 of those as well," Su Yang responded. Once again, someone began packing the rifles. Su Yang then picked up his most familiar weapon, the Barrett sniper rifle. The Barrett sniper rifle, measuring 1.44 meters in length and weighing 14.8 kilograms, boasts a maximum effective range of 2.5 kilometers. Renowned for its distance, precision, and power, it uses 12.7 millimeters ammunition and can fire both single shots and bursts. It is universally recognized as the king of sniper rifles. Lastly, he examined the Croatian RT-2, a 20 millimeters caliber sniper rifle capable of penetrating armored vehicles and helicopters. It can destroy fortified targets from a distance of 2 kilometers. The recoil of this firearm is astonishing. When fired, propellant gases are expelled backwards. It is imperative that no walls, vehicles, or allies are positioned behind the shooter. The individual discharging the weapon must lie prone on the left side of the firearm to avoid accidental injury. After introducing a powerful sniper rifle, Terlovsky observed Su Yang picking up another weapon and promptly remarked, "What you see now is an anti-material sniper rifle. This weapon measures 1.8 meters in length and weighs 31 kilograms. It possesses formidable firepower, utilizing a 20 millimeters caliber, and instead of conventional bullets, it is loaded with 20 millimeters anti-aircraft shells. Its effective range allows it to eliminate targets with protective capabilities from distances of 2 to 3 kilometers, be it vehicles, aircraft, or even fuel depots, all of which cannot withstand the impact of this shot." The final sniper rifle introduced is named the Onchio Monster, another 20 millimeters caliber anti-material sniper rifle, measuring 2 meters in length and weighing 31 kilograms, equipped with 14.7 millimeters armor-piercing rounds. It can penetrate armored vehicles, tanks, and other fortified steel structures. With an impressive precision range of up to 4.5 kilometers. Su Yang gently caressed the gun's body, the sensation akin to touching a woman's cold and smooth skin. Such weapons are treasures that captivate the hearts of men. How could one not be enamored? "I'll take 100 of each," Su Yang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Today, I intend to take them all with me." Chapter 25. Powerful cutting-edge combat equipment. Terlovsky instructed his subordinates to pack all the sniper rifles that Su Yang had set his sights on. Each rifle was accompanied by an abundance of ammunition. Once the packing was complete, Su Yang inquired, "How much?" $20 million, Terlovsky declared, raising 2 fingers, indicating a firm price. The combined value of the sniper rifles and ammunition was, in truth, not worth such an amount. Yet, it was not exorbitantly priced either. For instance, a Barrett rifle, manufactured in the United States, typically retails for around $12,000 domestically. Terlovsky's acquisition was undoubtedly at a premium, and he intended to profit when selling to Su Yang. Even if the transaction price reached $30,000 per rifle, 100 would amount to $3 million. Excluding the vast quantity of ammunition provided, Additionally, procuring such a diverse range of sniper rifles in one go from other sources was impractical. This explains why many individuals prefer to spend exorbitant sums purchasing arms on the black market, as such transactions are inherently scarce. Thus, while 20 million may seem steep for several hundred highly functional sniper rifles, accompanied by countless rounds of ammunition, it was not entirely extortionate. Su Yang did not engage in haggling. Instead, he said to Tolovsky, "Provide me with an account, and may I borrow your phone?" For safety reasons. He was reluctant to use his own device. After Tolovsky handed him a phone, Su Yang promptly dialed the number of Su Muyu, who was in new country. "Transfer $20 million to this account." Without hesitation, Su Muyu executed the transfer to the account he provided. Su Yang's decision to pay up front subtly conveyed to Tolovsky that he possessed ample funds to accommodate the transaction, while also serving as a cautionary reminder not to harbor any ill intentions, lest he regret losing such a straightforward client in the future. Indeed, upon witnessing the funds deposited, Tolovsky's demeanor became increasingly cordial. A buyer who did not haggle, purchased in bulk, and paid before taking possession was a rare find, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. With a smile, Tolovsky remarked, "Mr. Su, I have even better items to show you. Would you care to take a look?" Given the invitation, Su Yang could hardly refuse, for his purpose in visiting was to procure arms, particularly those formidable missiles. It was inconceivable to leave before securing such acquisitions. Shortly thereafter, Tolovsky escorted Su Yang to another warehouse. This particular space was not expansive. Rather, it resembled a collection gallery, typically housing the owner's cherished antiques, including firearms from World War I, fighter planes, World War II machine guns, and battered helmets. Additionally, there were some medieval paintings and armors. Su Yang was puzzled by the purpose of this visit. "Mr. Su, please take a look at this set of equipment." Just as he was about to speak, Tolovsky pointed to a sleek black combat suit, exclaiming, "This is a cutting-edge combat gear developed by our motherland, the Great Bear. It is crafted from nanomaterials, exhibiting not only remarkable softness but also unparalleled toughness. Neither slashes from a blade nor the searing heat of flames can inflict any damage upon it. Even bullets from an AK-47 fired at close range are rendered ineffective." Su Yang ran his hand over the combat suit, which felt as smooth and supple as ordinary clothing. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Is this not just a regular outfit? Noticing his skepticism, Trokovsky merely smiled, offering no explanation. He seized an exceptionally sharp knife from one of his subordinates and struck the fabric repeatedly in the same spot. Remarkably, not a single mark was left on the combat suit. Next, Trokovsky instructed his subordinate to bring forth a flamethrower, unleashing intense flames upon the suit for several minutes. Yet it remained unchanged. They then fired the AK-47 at the suit, and still, it bore no signs of damage, not even a bullet mark. "Mr. Su, this combat suit can withstand temperatures exceeding 300 degrees, and even at a chilling 120 degrees, the wearer remains unaffected. Additionally, it is lightweight, allowing for ease of movement, akin to donning ordinary attire. While this combat suit appeared formidable, it must possess a critical flaw." Su Yang pondered aloud. Even if it can endure extreme temperatures and offers ballistic protection, its thinness may render it vulnerable to blunt force attacks. "If I were to strike a person clad in this suit with a hammer, they may not perish but would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Likewise, even if my AK-47 cannot penetrate the fabric, the impact would still be too much for the wearer to bear, would it not?" With a smile, Su Yang added, "Nevertheless, its merits far outweigh its shortcomings. Equipping our personnel with such a suit would significantly reduce casualties." Clapping his hands in appreciation, Trokovsky commended, "Truly, you are the heir of the esteemed Su Tianchang. Your perceptiveness is remarkable. You have identified the sole shortcoming." He continued to elucidate, however. "This suit is specifically designed for close combat. It is intended to safeguard our soldiers during hand-to-hand encounters while also enabling them to undertake perilous battlefield missions and charges. In fact, there exists an additional layer to this combat suit." With a wave of his hand, Trokovsky's subordinate presented a heavily armored outer suit, glinting with metallic sheen. This external layer is capable of withstanding substantial impacts. As long as it is not struck by armor-piercing rounds, typical bullets cannot penetrate it. This significantly enhances the soldier's survivability and combat efficacy. Originally, our nation designed such combat attire to counter the elite warfare tactics proposed by the Eagle country, arming our soldiers to the teeth, enabling them to engage 10 or even 100 foes single-handedly. However, the emergence of your nation's advanced unmanned combat technologies has rendered even the most sophisticated individual equipment vulnerable to relentless drone bombardments. The Eagle country has since abandoned this combat strategy, and we too have followed suit. The exorbitant cost of such combat attire renders it impractical for mass production. For a nation of our stature, It is akin to a mere trinket. I trust this information is still of assistance to you, Mr. Su. Trotsky offered a subtle smile to Su Yang. What is the price per set? Su Yang inquired. How many sets do you possess? Each set comprises both inner and outer garments, Trotsky replied. One set costs $5 million, and I have only 10 in total. I shall acquire them all. I will transfer the funds immediately, Su Yang declared without a moment's hesitation, prompting Sumuyu to send the payment. As the counterpart had indicated, this combat attire would indeed be beneficial. Such advanced gear could prove life-saving in critical moments, even without mentioning the additional outer layer designed to withstand blunt force and gunfire. The inner suit had already captivated Su Yang. It resembled ordinary clothing, capable of deflecting conventional weapons, providing ballistic protection, resisting high temperatures, and enduring temperatures as low as -120 degrees. Was this not a divine artifact in the world of frigid desolation? Why would one not desire an additional means of survival? After the 10 sets of advanced combat gear were meticulously packaged, Su Yang turned to Trotsky and asked, Do you have any missiles available? Chapter 26. The main event. Various missiles indeed. Trolovsky, having witnessed Su Yang's financial prowess, readily responded, We possess a myriad of options. He escorted Su Yang into a vast underground chamber, which displayed an astonishing array of missiles and weaponry, overwhelming to the senses. Before him stood a formidable close-in weapon system, reminiscent of a Gatling gun, but with a significantly larger caliber. Su Yang was instantly captivated. Trolovsky elaborated. This cannon is equipped with precise detection radar, integrating targeting and strike capabilities. It can swiftly identify incoming missiles, automatically lock onto them, and engage. It can unleash 15,000 rounds per minute until the target is neutralized, typically employed for near-Earth defense or aboard large warships. What is the price? Su Yang inquired without hesitation. $1 million per unit, Trolovsky replied. Very well. I will take 100 units, Su Yang declared, subsequently requesting various other missile models, some with ranges of 2 to 300 kilometers, others extending to 5 or 600 kilometers. He ordered substantial quantities of each, leaving Trolovsky and his subordinates astonished. They were well aware of Su Yang's wealth, but did not anticipate such extravagant purchases, akin to buying cabbages. Eventually, Trolovsky, somewhat apprehensive, cautioned, Mr. Su, I have no objections to your acquisition of so many missiles. However, it is imperative you understand. You must never resell them to hostile entities. Should this come to light, we would both face dire consequences. His gaze was as cold as steel, sweeping over Su Yang with an intensity that suggested the gravity of the situation. He had no fear in selling arms, but the thought of such powerful missiles falling into enemy hands sent shivers down his spine. Even the Emperor could not safeguard him from such a calamity. To sell to others would be sheer folly. Su Yang scoffed internally, assuring Trolovsky, Rest assured. While I may be audacious, I am not foolish enough to court disaster. That is reassuring. Trolovsky, sensing sincerity, finally relaxed. Are there any other, more formidable missiles available? Su Yang inquired next. Indeed. Trolovsky led him to a towering missile, stating, This is a bunker buster with a range of 500 kilometers. It features a high-precision locator, capable of penetrating 40 meters of rock and 60 meters of fortifications. Upon detonation, it generates a staggering 500 degrees Celsius, sufficient to raise a structure exceeding 20 stories to the ground. Over here, he continued, is a precision-guided missile, adept at locking onto and tracking targets. Renowned as the bane of warships and fighter jets, with a range of 2,000 kilometers. Additionally, we possess the most powerful and sought-after missile on the arms market. Manufactured by only 2 nations worldwide, our own motherland and your esteemed nation. However, our production lacks the precision of yours. This is the hypersonic missile, which I have available with a range of 2,000 kilometers. It can achieve speeds of up to 10 times the speed of sound, thus earning the moniker of an intercept-proof missile. After the other party finished introducing all the formidable long-range missiles, Su Yang's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. He yearned to acquire them all, to clear the entire inventory. However, he recognized the impracticality of such a notion. With missiles of such high velocity and destructive power, no matter how formidable his future adversaries might be, he would remain unperturbed. As for accuracy, what was a deviation of 10 or 20 meters? A mere push of a button could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Su Yang procured a significant quantity of each missile type: bunker busters, precision-guided missiles, hypersonic missiles, torpedoes, and various high-powered missiles for diverse applications. From ranges of 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers, extending even to 2,000 kilometers, he acquired them all. After all, with ample funds at his disposal, why not indulge? Once the apocalyptic winter arrives, such wealth would be of no use. Possessing these weapons of mass destruction might prove invaluable in dire times. He could conceal his stockpiling of resources from others, but not from the heads of the four major wholesale markets. All these supplies were sourced from them, and he had to remain vigilant. What if they divulged information to others? His enemies would only multiply. Even with a nuclear-grade war fortress as his refuge, he could not remain confined indefinitely. Thus, he believed that proactive measures were preferable to mere defense. If those individuals chose not to provoke him, it would be for the best. However, should they dare to incite his wrath, these weapons were prepared for them. All fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. With these armaments, Su Yang would be devoid of any trepidation. Alone in the apocalypse, he would embody a colossal force. Even if he never needed to utilize these weapons, they would still serve as a worthy collection. Su Yang chuckled inwardly. He once again purchased a substantial quantity of RPG rocket launchers and other explosives from Treachery, along with a seemingly endless supply of ammunition. He even acquired the firearms, grenades, and landmines, each priced at a staggering $100,000, leaving no item unclaimed. In the end, he also procured a dozen tanks. With his current arsenal, he could easily equip and overpower the armed forces of a medium-sized nation, particularly one of notable strength. Mr. Su. The total for these arms amounts to $150 billion. Treachery's secretary announced after tallying the costs. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Given Su Yang's previous generosity, Treachery had anticipated a considerable purchase, yet he was astonished by the sheer magnitude of the order. The entire military sales of the Bear Country in a year did not even reach that figure. This was indeed a windfall for him. Not only would he reap substantial profits, but he would also gain recognition among the upper echelons. I will first transfer 20 billion as a deposit. Please ensure all the missiles are discreetly delivered and concealed by the shores of Lake Baikal. Upon my inspection, I will settle the remaining balance. This time, Su Yang opted not to pay the full amount up front, wary of being swindled. If he paid everything and then received nothing in return, where would he seek recourse? Mr. Su, let us clarify matters beforehand. Treachery earnestly stated, we are only responsible for delivering you to the shores of Lake Belga, where you can conceal yourself. As for how you manage to transport it away, that is entirely your concern. Should you happen to be captured, we bear no responsibility. Rest assured, since I have the audacity to demand such a substantial sum, I certainly possess the means to bring it back. You shall receive every penny promised. Su Yang replied, his expression unwavering. You need only follow my instructions. Mr. Su, would you like a nuclear warhead? Just say the word, and I can procure one for you. Treachery, intrigued by Su Yang's boldness, eagerly continued, it will cost you a mere $10 billion per warhead, and within 6 months, I can have it delivered to you. Su Yang was taken aback, jesting, is the motherland truly so impoverished that they are selling such weapons of mass destruction? Well, it is for the sake of national revenue. Treachery chuckled. However, he ultimately declined. For a weapon as rare and universally feared as the nuclear bomb, he too harbored desires, yet it was not a gamble worth taking. What caliber of adversary warranted the use of such a device? The risks were simply too great. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse looming in just over a month, he could not afford to wait 6 months. Chapter 27. The entire Baikal Lake acquired after settling the deposit, Su Yang departed, taking with him a vast array of weaponry and equipment. The previously purchased sniper rifles and advanced combat attire, along with an extensive collection of firearms, ammunition, rocket launchers, landmines, grenades, and tanks were all loaded onto several hundred semi-trailers, meticulously covered with tarpaulins. Despite the enormity of the operation, Su Yang felt no trepidation. Treachery, a well-connected arms dealer, had undoubtedly made prior arrangements at various checkpoints, ensuring that no inquiries would arise. Furthermore, the sparsely populated expanse of Siberia meant that encounters with others were exceedingly rare. Upon transporting the cargo to the shores of Lake Baikal, he instructed his associates to return. After confirming the absence of onlookers, Su Yang seamlessly integrated the arms and semi-trailers into his spatial realm. He then approached the lake's edge and opened the spatial portal. A formidable suction emerged, creating a massive whirlpool on the lake's surface. The endless waters of Baikal were drawn into the space, prompting Su Yang to exclaim in excitement before promptly closing the portal to halt the absorption. This initial experiment had confirmed that the space could indeed consume the waters of Lake Baikal, granting him peace of mind. However, the time was not yet ripe. Completely draining the lake would undoubtedly provoke considerable uproar, complicating matters concerning the missiles he had procured. It would be prudent to wait until the missiles arrived before emptying the lake. For reasons of safety, Su Yang opted not to reside in the accommodations arranged by Treachery, instead securing a hotel near the border with the Dacia Empire. Over the course of 3 days, he seldom ventured out. Aware that while the citizens of the northern Bear Country appeared welcoming to the Dacia people, A faction specialized in preying upon solitary dacia travelers existed. Those who strayed from the larger groups often fell victim to robbery, with local law enforcement turning a blind eye. Although his prowess rendered him unafraid of potential theft, he chose to remain discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. 3 days later, the goods had arrived. A message was relayed to him on the phone he had borrowed from Trelawski, urging him to check immediately. Su-Yang then left the hotel to head towards the banks of Lake Baikal. At that moment, the vicinity encompassing the lake was devoid of any human presence. After an extensive search, he finally discovered various models of missiles brought in by his associates at a highly concealed location. Once he verified their condition, Su-Yang promptly stored them within his spatial realm. He then called Su Muyu using the phone provided by his contacts, transferring the remaining funds. Additionally, he sent Trelawski a message expressing his satisfaction with their collaboration and proceeded to utilize the space to extract the waters of Lake Baikal. Once more, a colossal whirlpool manifested on the lake's surface as the waters surged fervently into the spatial realm. After 5 hours, the world's largest freshwater lake, Baikal, lay dry. Gazing down into the lake bed, Su-Yang beheld an immense platform etched with intricate and profound bagua patterns, perhaps due to an extended sojourn at the lake's depths. It could no longer withstand such immense pressure. The bagua diagram exhibited a multitude of cracks resembling a spider's web. Su-Yang seemed to experience a hallucination, sensing a chilling aura emanating from beneath the bagua symbol. Before he could further observe, the platform inscribed with the bagua began to sink slowly, vanishing from sight. Shaking his head, Su-Yang hastily departed from the shores of Lake Baikal. He found himself perplexed by the presence of a great Xiao bagua here. Yet he did not indulge his curiosity further. Upon reaching the border, he cleared all the information from his phone and discarded it on the ground. He then took a boat back to Heilongjiang province, procured some local specialties, and returned to Jizhou City. After his return, he continued to stockpile supplies and instructed Su Yunxi to travel abroad to contact the weapon research institution she had previously mentioned. This time, Su-Yang focused on accumulating anthracite, timber, and gasoline. He aimed to amass a sufficient quantity of coal and gasoline in the shortest possible time. However, the stringent domestic regulations on these commodities posed a significant challenge, and his needs were substantial. Traveling abroad not only consumed time but also made personal purchases difficult. He could only devise ways to stockpile as much as possible before the impending apocalypse. If all else failed, he would resort to acquiring supplies from major gas stations once the catastrophe arrived. Just 2 days after returning to the country, news of Lake Baikal's desiccation surged to the top of trending topics. As the world's largest freshwater lake, its sudden drying up was indeed a momentous event. Su-Yang chuckled at several news reports, nearly amused by the absurdity of the situation. According to renowned domestic experts, the lake's desiccation might be attributed to global warming. In the coming months, the world would experience soaring temperatures, with many regions potentially facing droughts that could lead to devastating crop failures. Some experts even speculated that the lake's disappearance might be linked to extraterrestrial visitors. Moreover, numerous specialists visited the shores of Lake Baikal, where they purportedly discovered a colossal footprint, hypothesizing a connection between this print and the lake's vanishing waters. Truly, the prowess of these experts was remarkable, as they made bold assertions without hesitation. Within 2 days, Su Yunxi returned, bringing with her good news. She had identified an impending bankruptcy case of a weapons research institution in the United States, staffed by over 20 experts proficient in weapon development, manufacturing, and modification, yet struggling to secure investment. This aligned perfectly with Su Yang's objectives. Without a moment's hesitation, he arranged for another visa and prepared to journey to the United States. However, he first made a stop in the land of the cherry blossoms. As the icy apocalypse loomed, survival supplies would dwindle. Once a passionate youth, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to undermine the nation that bore historical grievances against Great Xia. Upon arriving in Japan, Su-Yang commenced an extensive procurement of local grains. He was particularly cautious about other purchases, fearing potential nuclear contamination. The Japanese had been discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea, and most fish were likely tainted by radiation. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution, vigilance, and prudence. The acquisition of supplies is merely superficial. In reality, numerous large shopping malls have been surreptitiously emptied by him using his spatial abilities. He perceives no moral wrongdoing in the methods employed by the Sakura nation. In this territory, a significant portion is inhabited by malevolent entities, and their character is profoundly lacking, rendering discussions of martial ethics unnecessary. Furthermore, on New Year's Day 2024, the Sakura nation experienced a tremor exceeding magnitude 7. They not only rejected international aid but also neglected to assist their own people. This indicates a likely concealment of information, particularly since the earthquake's epicenter is near one of their nuclear power plants, which may have suffered a leak, with intentions to discharge it into the ocean. In the face of such an amoral race, it is justifiable to regard them as beasts. Seizing their survival resources as the apocalypse looms, they will be left to starve. It is preferable that they perish entirely. After thoroughly dealing with the Sakura nation, Su Yang felt an immense sense of relief and then boarded the plane destined for the Eagle Country. Chapter 28. Zero-Cost Purchases. The disappearance of the Great Lakes upon arriving in the Eagle Sauce Country. Su Yang did not immediately seek out the weapon research institution that Su Yunshi had connected him with. Instead, he directed his attention to the various supermarkets in the 5 great freshwater lakes. The people of Eagle Sauce have a tradition of zero-cost purchases, and since he was there, he intended to immerse himself in local customs. Unlike the supermarkets in the Great Xia, the Eagle Sauce Country has only one supermarket per locality. Residents within a community or a certain radius must procure their goods from this singular establishment, which is vast and comprehensive, typically a large chain supermarket. As Su Yang arrived, he was met with throngs of individuals engaged in zero-cost purchases. Under the cover of night, when the world was quiet, he utilized his spatial abilities to systematically clear out several stores. Over the course of several days, he emptied over 100 large chain supermarkets. Even the calls to the police proved futile. They had no idea who was responsible. Feeling satisfied with his efforts, he then made his way to the 5 Great Lakes. Before collecting from the lakes, he conducted a water quality test by a small river, only to erupt in frustration. Damn it! Heavy metals are exceeding safe levels. He raged against the hypocrisy of incessantly shouting about environmental protection, only to witness such blatant double standards. Fortunately, the water quality of the 5 Great Lakes remained pristine, allowing him to collect it effortlessly. Having done so, he proceeded to locate the Weapon Research Institution. Upon meeting the head of the organization, he stated plainly, "I can assist you in overcoming your difficulties, but I require your cooperation in returning to the Great Xia to accomplish a specific task." The head of the institution, taken aback, inquired, "How can you help us?" "Weapon research is notoriously expensive. You have a total of 20 experts in weaponry, including yourself. I will initially provide each of you with $300,000. Upon the completion of my request, an additional $700,000 will follow," he assured them. "This money is yours to use as you see fit, whether for personal expenses or further weapon development. I will not interfere." The head's eyes gleamed with interest, and he promptly agreed. "Very well. I have arranged for your visas to travel to the Great Xia, valid for 1 month." Su Yang continued without preamble, "Upon your arrival, for security reasons, I will confiscate any communication devices you possess. As long as the funds are secured, these conditions are non-negotiable." The head nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that such a generous offer must involve a highly confidential undertaking. With the agreement in place, Su Yang instructed them to assemble their weapon experts, then called Su Yunshi to facilitate the transfer of $3 million to each expert. After conducting thorough inspections with monitoring equipment and finding no issues, he announced, "Let us depart. The plane tickets have been purchased." With precisely 1 month remaining before the impending apocalypse, he was acutely aware that the items he acquired during his industrial reconnaissance had yet to be modified or equipped with weaponry, and time was of the essence. Upon landing, he wasted no time and led the group of 20 or so individuals directly to the expansive factory he had rented, instructing them to begin the modifications on the dual-tailed Scorpion unmanned aerial vehicle and install the necessary weaponry. After all, keeping these large entities here is hardly secure. Although these sizable drones occupy considerable space, their numbers are limited. Once the modifications are completed, Su Yang seized the opportunity to swiftly transfer them into his spatial realm while the others were distracted, allowing him to exhale in relief. He then instructed the team to transform the all-terrain unmanned vehicles and unmanned boats. It was only after these substantial items were refurbished that he arranged for the installation of weaponry on the drones and intelligent robotic dogs. The relentless pace nearly caused discontent among the workers, but fortunately, Su Yang intervened in time and resolved the situation with his financial prowess, compensating each individual with an additional $7 million to restore morale. With spirits lifted, they returned to their industrious tasks. During this period, Su Yang was not idle. He sent Sumiyu back to the homeland to assist in stockpiling supplies. He also tasked them with locating the premier manufacturer of blades in the country, investing $10 million to commission 10 Tang swords. Despite amassing an inexhaustible arsenal, predominantly for long-range assaults, he deemed it prudent to also prepare for close encounters. Su Yang took the opportunity to inspect the nuclear-grade war fortress constructed by the Jianlong Security Group. After establishing access protocols exclusive to himself and settling the remaining ballots, Wang Jianmin departed with evident satisfaction. Amidst the continuous hustle, as the drones and robotic dogs neared completion. Su Yang discreetly retrieved the customized luxury cruise ship into his spatial realm. With growing proficiency in manipulating his space, he discovered a limitation, although he could store large items. The spatial gateway could only open within 5 meters of his physical form. Under his control, the gateway would exert a pulling force, but could not draw in moving objects unless they collided with it voluntarily. Despite this shortcoming, it was inconsequential. The essential tasks had been accomplished, allowing him to focus on daily transfers of the refurbished drones, robotic dogs, and accumulated supplies. With merely half a month remaining before the apocalypse, Su Yang returned to the Fengyan community once more. True to form, he procured a plethora of extravagant items, inciting fresh waves of envy and admiration among his neighbors. Bai Lu, in particular, had been persistently messaging him over the past 2.5 months. Upon seeing Su Yang again, her eyes sparkled, prompting her to rush over, only to be met with the firm closure of the heavy security door. Frustration surged within her as she muttered under her breath, "Why didn't you let Li Bin finish you off last time? One day, I'll have you at my mercy." Casting a final glance at the home his adoptive parents had bequeathed him, he understood he would not return, for the house had already been sold, and by tomorrow, it would belong to another. Just as he was about to collect all his belongings into his spatial realm, an unexpected figure appeared, Li Bin's wife, Duan Qian. Standing at 165 centimeters, she possessed a tall and curvaceous figure, though her beauty rated a mere 85. Her demeanor exuded the allure of a mature and seductive woman, unmatched by the navet of youthful maidens. Su Yang gazed at the other person's pitiful, pleading eyes, and inwardly cursed that old scoundrel Li Bin may lack virtue, but his judgment is indeed remarkable, despite his grievances. He understood that the visitor had come seeking his assistance due to the situation with Li Bin. "Mr. Su, may I ask you for a favor?" Duan Qian implored, her gaze fixed on him. Could you reconcile with Li Bin? Just as he had surmised, ever since he had inflicted 18 grievous wounds upon Li Bin, the latter had suffered severely. However, Su Yang had been acquitted on grounds of self-defense, while Li Bin's fate was dire. He had languished in the hospital for 2 months, and even as he approached recovery, he faced the looming specter of imprisonment. Although the 8 of them had steadfastly maintained before the police that they merely intended to intimidate Su Yang, the possession of controlled weapons and inciting public disorder could still result in several years of incarceration. Their sole recourse lay in seeking reconciliation with Su Yang. If he were to agree to sign a letter of understanding, they could evade imprisonment and instead face only a monetary penalty. Chapter 29. Do you wish for your husband to be imprisoned? Why should I forgive you? Su Yang scoffed coldly. Mr. Su, I understand that this request is quite excessive. Duan Qian, sensing Su Yang's resolute demeanor, pleaded, could you not hold a grudge and let Li Bin off this once? I assure you, he will not trouble you again, nor seek revenge. As Su Yang remained unyielding, she continued, Mr. Su, if you agree to sign the letter of understanding, I can offer you 1 million. How does that sound? Do I appear to be someone in need of money? Su Yang scrutinized Duan Qian from head to toe, his smile devoid of warmth. To think one could buy Li Bin's freedom from prison with a mere million is a foolish fantasy. Duan Qian felt uncomfortable under his piercing gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet, her concern for Li Bin kept her from retorting. She adopted a pitiful expression and implored Su Yang, Mr. Su, I know you do not lack for wealth, but we are neighbors, after all. Could you perhaps show some leniency? If you spare Li Bin this time, you will forever be a benefactor to our family. I would be willing to do anything you ask. Her mature and graceful demeanor, combined with her sorrowful appearance and captivating eyes, indeed had a beguiling effect. Su Yang regarded her thoughtfully, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips as he asked, truly willing to do anything? Duan Qian, momentarily misunderstanding his intent, believed he was finally relenting, and hastily replied, of course, I keep my promises. With a slight smile, Su Yang remarked, then I request your company, just once. Duan Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Su, that request is rather excessive. Though I am married to Li Bin, I am not a woman of the night. I cannot be shared among men. Then let it be, Su Yang declared, preparing to see her out. Mr. Su, wait. Duan Qian quickly interjected, could you not propose another condition? I shall agree to everything else. This is the only condition, Su Yang said, leisurely picking up an apple and peeling it with deliberate care, fully in control of the situation. This condition had come to him the moment he laid eyes on Duan Qian. He had never intended for Li Bin to be imprisoned. Even if she refused, he would still sign the letter of understanding. In his previous life, Li Bin had taken his life, and he had not yet avenged himself. How could he allow Li Bin to perish in a prison cell? Li Bin must meet his end by Su Yang's hand. However, upon seeing Duan Qian, a different plan formed in his mind. She was stunningly beautiful and the wife of Li Bin. Why not take advantage of the situation? In his previous life, you killed me. This time, I shall indulge in your wife before ultimately leading you to your demise. It would be a delightful form of retribution. Furthermore, Su Yong, reborn, had not lost his interest in women, despite previously suppressing it due to the need to amass resources. Otherwise, neither Su Yunshi nor Su Mu would have escaped unscathed. Now, he had completed all necessary preparations for survival in the impending apocalypse. Before me stands the woman of my adversary, a strikingly beautiful young matron. How could I not entertain any thoughts? Not only do I have thoughts, but my heart bears no burden. Duan Qian fell silent, lost in contemplation. As she consumed an apple, I observed her face growing increasingly flushed. I sensed that her resolve was wavering, though she still clung to her initial reserve. At this juncture, a mere spark could lead her to utter ruin. Sighing, I remarked, in these years, Li Bin has certainly made his share of enemies, and they are numerous. Should he be imprisoned, those foes will seek vengeance through you. As a delicate woman, how will you navigate the days to come? My words pierced Duan Qian's heart like a steel needle, causing her to shudder in fear. Indeed, Li Bin had many adversaries, and if they sought trouble, she would be utterly defenseless. No, Li Bin cannot go to prison. Duan Qian mused. If he is incarcerated, and those enemies come knocking, my fate will be dire. It's merely a matter of sharing a bed with him. It's akin to a mosquito bite. With newfound determination, she declared, Mr. Su, I consent to your demands. But you must sign a letter of understanding afterward. Otherwise, I shall take you down with me. I responded, a promise is a promise. I shall not waver. Come now. Her face flushed, she closed her eyes. After what felt like an eternity without any indication of my intentions, she looked at me, puzzled. You aren't having second thoughts, are you? I smiled gently, gesturing for her to undress. I could not make the first move. She might accuse me of impropriety. Slowly, she removed her garments, revealing her alluring figure, her body blushing under the air's embrace. I inspected her clothes meticulously, ensuring there were no recording devices, and turned off her phone. Finally, I indulged in the view before me, unable to refrain from asking, how old are you? Duan Qian replied with irritation. What a question. I clarified, I meant your age. Where did your mind wander? She chuckled awkwardly, 27. 2 hours later, everything dissipated like smoke. During this time, I took photographs and recorded video. When Duan Qian noticed, she scolded, Mr. Su, how can you do this? Delete those videos and photos at once. If they were to be leaked, my reputation would be ruined. It's merely for remembrance. Fear not. I shan't share them. I replied with a smile, stowing my phone away. I needed to keep evidence. Li Bin would wear this proverbial green hat whether he liked it or not. Additionally, I feared that Duan Qian might retaliate, accusing me of coercion. That would lead to a troublesome predicament. After all, being Li Bin's woman, she must possess some cunning, and I must be thoroughly prepared. As long as I retained these photographs and videos, she would be disinclined to engage in mutual destruction for the sake of her reputation. Duan Qian found herself powerless, resigned to her fate. Only after Su Yong affixed his signature to the letter of understanding did she limping make her way back. In her final moments with him, she repeatedly implored him not to disseminate those videos and photographs, especially not to share them with Li Bin. Su Yong nodded in agreement. As he observed her retreating figure, he silently murmured, delightful. Subsequently, he gathered all the items in the room into his space and returned to the factory. Chapter 30. Decisive Actions. Thus, a fortnight slipped by amidst the relentless busyness of Su Yong, Su Yunshi, and Su Muyu. His once vast fortune, amounting to hundreds of billions, had dwindled to a mere few thousand. Should the icy apocalypse not descend due to his reincarnation, there remained some provisions for the unforeseen. The clock now read May 31st, 2024, in the afternoon. In just one night, at 9 o'clock on June 1st, Children's Day, a fierce blizzard would commence, heralding the onset of the end times. Boss, we have completed all tasks. Is there anything else you require of us? Inquired Su Yunshi and Su Muyu in unison. If not, we shall return to rest. Please do rest well. Observing the slight pallor on the faces of the two sisters, a result of their tireless efforts, Su Yong felt a pang of sympathy. Through 3 months of companionship, he recognized the unwavering loyalty of these twin sisters. Their dedication had not gone unnoticed. Initially, he contemplated inviting Su Yunshi and Su Muyu to reside within his fortress of war, but ultimately decided against it. There was no rush. He could always bring them back when circumstances permitted. After all, their strength was commendable, and should chaos ensue during the apocalypse, any adversaries seeking to harm them would likely find themselves outmatched. Su Yong resolved to let the two sisters witness the harsh realities of a world on the brink of collapse. Once they had encountered the true ugliness of human nature, should their loyalty remain intact, he could welcome them back without hesitation. It was not that Su Yong was overly skeptical, rather, his heart bore the scars of betrayal from his previous life. In the icy wasteland, he had been deeply wounded, having poured his heart into a relationship with Bai Lu, only to be deceived. He had shared his scarce resources with neighbors, only to be robbed and ultimately killed, his remains reduced to rations. He had witnessed the darkest depths of humanity in the coldest hearts, suffering the greatest betrayals. In the unending chill and chaos of the frozen apocalypse, everyone could change. Thus, Su Yang approached the future with utmost caution. Yet, he did not forget to advise Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, stay indoors tomorrow and avoid going out. Make sure to bring home sufficient water and food supplies. Understood, they replied with light laughter. But we've already procured quite a bit while assisting you. And our home is overflowing. Very well, then return and rest early. Su Yang reiterated. Remember, do not venture outside. Got it, they teased, boss. You sound like an old man. They then skipped away joyfully, blissfully unaware of the catastrophic blizzard poised to claim countless lives. The earth was on the verge of being encased in ice, ushering in a new era. After bidding farewell to the twin sisters, Su Yang stored the supplies within his space and opened the door to a large workshop. 20 weapons experts summoned from the Eagle Nation, after relentless toil, had successfully outfitted all drones and intelligent electronic canines with weaponry. Su Yang presented them with tickets for their return to the Eagle Nation. You may depart now. Your mission has been accomplished. I shall escort you to the airport. Mr. Su, do you believe a mere plane ticket can dismiss us? The leader inquired with a mocking smile. The others regarded him with equally unfriendly expressions. What is the issue? The payment has been settled. We owe each other nothing. Su Yang replied with a cold smile, discerning their intent to extort him. Mr. Su, the Great Xiao enforces stringent regulations regarding firearms and weapons of mass destruction. The leader retorted bluntly. Yet you, Mr. Su, have blatantly violated these prohibitions by clandestinely acquiring and storing munitions and weapons of mass destruction. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation, wouldn't it? The leader wore a triumphant smirk. What do you propose? Su Yang asked frostily. If Mr. Su were to provide us each with an additional $20 million, we would naturally keep this secret for you. The leader threatened. Upon hearing this, Su Yang calmly replied. In Great Xia, we have a saying. Greed is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Have you heard it? The leader smirked again. In Great Xia, we also say, fortune favors the bold. Seeing the obstinacy of his adversaries, an infinite fury ignited within Su Yang. Initially, he had contemplated letting them go, provided they caused no disturbance and returned to the Eagle Nation promptly. By the time they reached there, an icy apocalypse would have descended, and their survival would have been brief. Even if the news of his substantial armaments were to leak, it would be too late. However, their insatiable greed left him no choice but to eliminate them. Mr. Su intends to kill us to silence us? The leader met Su Yang's gaze, unflinching. There is only one of you, yet we are 20. Not quite. Su Yang shook his head. I intend to offer you cash. As Su Yang discreetly opened a portal before him, the 20 men, upon hearing of his cash offer, harbored no doubts and quickly advanced. The first 10 to step forward vanished into the void of the portal in an instant. The remaining 10, sensing danger, paled in realization. Before they could react, Su Yang brandished a Tang Dao, its blade glinting ominously. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, slicing through the necks of 3 men. In a seamless continuation, he plunged the blade into the neck of the 4th, swiftly dispatching him as well. With a few more precise strikes, the remaining adversaries met the same fate. All fell with a single blow. Each wound was inflicted upon their throats, severing their carotid arteries. In their final moments, they uttered not a sound, gazing at Su Yang with terror akin to that of encountering a demon, succumbing to darkness with unfulfilled resentment, though it appeared to take an eternity. The massacre of these 10 men transpired in less than 3 seconds, a testament to the lethality he had honed under Ning Katie's instruction. Murder is never a matter of hesitation. Each move, each strike is aimed directly at the enemy's vital points, ensuring their untimely demise. This is the merit of the combat techniques employed by special forces. Whether unarmed or wielding weapons, they can take a life with ease. I grant you life, yet you seek your own death. What purpose does that serve? Su Yang gazed at the multitude of corpses strewn about, letting out a sigh. He was no saint. These individuals had dared to threaten him, and thus their fate was sealed. Yet, this marked his first experience of taking a life, evoking a sense of reflection. Fortunately, on the eve of the apocalypse, he was granted a glimpse into the act of killing, allowing him to mentally prepare for the inevitable encounters with his treacherous neighbors when the time came. Su Yang collected the 10 bodies into his spatial domain and meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. He then excavated a substantial pit within the factory, interring the corpses along with a heap of remains. Once everything was properly disposed of, it was already 8 in the evening. Su Yang drove back to the 001 villa in Fengyan community, deliberately laden with numerous bags. Those who recognized him, along with the former neighbors, looked on with a mixture of envy and resentment as they noted his recent acquisitions. Chapter 31. June Snowfall, the advent of the apocalypse after 3 months of relentless toil. This night, Su-Yong enjoyed an exceptionally deep and tranquil slumber. He was roused from his dreams by the persistent chime of his mobile phone. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 8:30 a.m. on June 1st, 2024. Only half an hour remained before the advent of the icy apocalypse. Rising from his slumber, he refreshed himself and then retrieved a sumptuous breakfast from his spatial storage, indulging in the meal with satisfaction. Once he had finished, he ascended to the 4th floor, meticulously controlling his spatial resources to install the missiles and other weaponry he had procured from the Bear Country onto the launchers. Thanks to the assistance of his spatial abilities, this task consumed little of his time. The villa he had acquired boasted an expansive layout, 3 subterranean levels and 4 above ground. Although he had commissioned the Jianlong security group to transform the villa into a nuclear bomb-proof fortress, the fundamental structure remained largely unchanged. The 3 underground levels served as functional areas, housing a gym, billiard room, gaming hall, multimedia room, sauna, massage rooms, and various entertainment spaces. The 1st floor comprised a grand living room and kitchen, along with 2 bedrooms. The 2nd floor featured 4 additional bedrooms, each equipped with private bathrooms. The 3rd floor was devoted to a luxurious master bedroom. The 4th floor had been entirely converted into a weapons launch platform, outfitted with an array of heavy artillery. The entire fortress was not solely reliant on the 4th floor for offensive capabilities. Every level was fortified with armaments. Su-Yong ensured that every potential attack point was thoroughly equipped with weaponry. An elevator connected the subterranean levels to the upper floors, accessible solely by him. Additionally, he installed barriers at the stairwell, enabling him to isolate each level in an instant, should he choose to do so. Surrounding the villa, a 1,000-square-meter courtyard was enveloped in the most resilient glass, seamlessly integrated with the villa itself, impervious even to missile strikes. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of flowers and plants, and a water feature housed 30 koi fish. A swimming pool was also excavated, rendering the estate not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also extravagantly luxurious. Passers-by could not help but steal glances at the villa, their eyes betraying envy and longing. Once all the weaponry was installed, Su-Yong made his way to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Dressed in his pajamas, he awaited the impending apocalypse. Shortly thereafter, a flash of blue light streaked across the sky, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared, while delicate snowflakes began to fall like feathers. It was snowing. Many were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. In June, when the weather was typically sweltering, witnessing such a phenomenon was unprecedented. As the snowfall intensified, the temperature plummeted sharply. How chilling! This year's weather is truly bizarre. Many lamented as they hastily retreated to the comfort of their homes. Su-Yong observed the panicked crowds rushing indoors, shaking his head in silent understanding. Little did they know, this was no mere aberration in weather patterns. It heralded the true onset of an icebound apocalypse. The world would soon be plunged into an age of frost, where flora and fauna would succumb to the frigid temperatures, rendering the earth inhospitable for agriculture. Countless lives would be extinguished by the cold, and innumerable others would perish from starvation. Human society is on the brink of utter chaos. The machinery of the state has vanished, and even the military has disappeared without a trace. Turmoil and bloodshed have become the defining themes of this era. After an hour of relentless snowfall, Su-Yong glanced at the temperature gauge within his villa. The screen revealed an outdoor temperature of -30 degrees. Despite the villa's exceptional insulation, the interior temperature had plummeted to 5 degrees. He retrieved some procured timber from within the space and ignited it in the fireplace, managing to regulate the villa's temperature to a comfortable 23 degrees. A warm sensation enveloped him. He descended the elevator to the courtyard. Since the courtyard was integrated with the villa, the heating system linked them seamlessly, maintaining a temperature akin to that of the interior. Holding a bottle of red wine, Su-Yong reclined in a lounge chair, gazing through the glass at the swirling snowflakes. As they melted upon contact with the glass, droplets cascaded down, forming a thick layer of ice outside. The apocalyptic winter had indeed arrived. Su-Yong murmured, reflecting on the neighbors from his previous life who had caused his demise. Without his aid in this life, what unhinged actions would they undertake? At that moment, he resembled a detached observer, watching the clouds drift lazily outside. However, Su-Yong was acutely aware that this tranquility would not endure for long. As the bitter cold intensified, and with supplies dwindling and no rescue in sight, many would undoubtedly have their eyes set on him. It was not just the 24 previous neighbors. The majority of the entire community would likely cast their gaze in his direction. Would he feel fear? Su-Yong shook his head. In this endless apocalypse, amidst the interminable snow and the tedious passage of time, one must find diversions to occupy oneself. He chuckled at the thought of toying with them. Yet, He did not seek immediate vengeance against those who had wronged him in his past life. The time was not ripe for such retribution. The apocalypse had only just begun. Allowing them to escape would be unthinkable. It was imperative for these individuals to endure the despair he had experienced in his previous existence, enabling them to perish in endless agony, thereby alleviating his own resentment. As for others, as long as they did not provoke him, he would not harm the innocent. After all, he was not a monster who would indiscriminately slaughter innocents. If any were foolish enough to challenge him, Su-yong would ensure they understood the true meaning of cruelty. Time slipped by, and afternoon arrived, with the snow showing no signs of abating. The outdoor temperature had descended to a staggering -50 degrees. Under such extreme conditions, many were unable to withstand it. Even with the air conditioning running, it proved futile. People had to retrieve their winter down jackets and wrap themselves in thick blankets, barely feeling a semblance of warmth. What an unusual climate this was. Many lamented in the community group. In previous years, the coldest days in Jizhou City rarely dipped below -10 degrees. And temperatures plunging below -20 had not been witnessed in 2 or 3 decades. Who has witnessed such heavy snowfall in June, accompanied by such frigid temperatures? The crucial difference is that during winter, we have heating, yet at this time, we are left to rely solely on air conditioning, which fails to elevate the indoor temperature. Despite donning 3 layers of insulation beneath my down jacket, it proves utterly ineffective. This wretched weather, if it persists for several days, may well freeze us to death. Su-yong observed the complaints from everyone in the community group chat, choosing to remain silent. Below were the community committee members, continuously offering reassurances. Dear residents, please do not panic or fret. This unusual weather will not last long. We urge everyone to stay indoors and avoid wandering about to prevent frostbite. While the snow is merciless, humanity is compassionate. As long as we unite in solidarity, we believe that the ice and snow will eventually pass. With the comforting words from the committee members, the complaints in the chat diminished significantly. They understood that merely lamenting in the chat served no purpose. After all, it was June, and even the most bizarre weather could not endure for long. Rather than squander time grumbling, it would be wiser to devise means to keep warm. It was not until the afternoon that Su-yang's phone rang. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a video call from Su-mu-yu. Chapter 32. The fortuitous Mr. Wong. Boss, did you foresee this kind of weather? Su-mu-yu inquired candidly. Indeed, I had such a premonition. Su-yong replied with a smile, not concealing anything. Observing the two sisters clad in their pajamas, their alluring figures unobscured, he noted that they displayed no signs of concern over the heavy snowfall and the plummeting temperatures. It was evident to Su-yong that these exquisite sisters were leading a comfortable life. Given their financial standing, residing in a high-end community in Jizhou City, installing a fireplace at home was hardly a challenge. Otherwise, the warmth they enjoyed would be inexplicable. Boss, with the snow falling so heavily, could it be that the Earth is on the brink of returning to an ice age? Sister Su-yun, she asked with a hint of worry. Until the very end. Anything is possible. Su-yong responded. As it stands, the snow shows no signs of abating anytime soon. The temperatures will continue to drop. As for the sister survival, Su-yong was not overly concerned. They had stocked up on ample supplies from him. And as long as they did not become overly charitable as he had in his past life, ensuring they comfortably weathered 3 months was a trivial matter. Before ending the video call, Su-yong reminded them to never open the door to strangers and to protect themselves. Should a crisis arise that they could not handle, they should inform him promptly, and he would find a way to bring them to safety. Rest assured, boss, Su-mu giggled. When you had my sister contact the arms dealer from the Bear Country, we anticipated a significant event unfolding and preemptively fortified our home. So long as we do not open the door willingly, it is quite difficult for anyone to gain entry. Truly commendable, you are both elites in your respective fields. Su-yong exclaimed, impressive. Knowing that the twin sisters were unlikely to encounter any danger, Su-yong felt entirely at ease. He retrieved a lobster, a ribeye steak, and an assortment of vegetables from his space, preparing an extravagant feast and pouring a glass of Lafite. Seated comfortably in his warm villa, he indulged in the culinary delights. Ever since he discovered his enhanced physique, his appetite had significantly increased. Although the meal was lavish, nothing was wasted. Every morsel was savored. Contentedly, Su-yong let out a satisfied burp and reclined on the sofa in the living room to rest. Before long, the clock struck 6 in the evening. The temperature outside had plummeted to a chilling -60 degrees. Su-yong rose and made his way to the underground gym to commence his workout, repeatedly practicing the combat techniques he had learned from Ning Kai-dai. 2 hours later, having worked up a sweat, he took a dip in the swimming pool, dried off, and reclined on a lounge chair in the yard, admiring the swirling snowflakes outside. The scene of Su-yong, clad in a robe and comfortably lounging, caught the attention of some residents in the nearby high-rise buildings. When the photo was shared in the community group, it ignited a flurry of excitement. Although the image was not particularly clear, there was only one villa in the entire community, and the entire yard was enveloped in glass, resembling a sunroom. Those familiar with Su-Yong instantly recognized him. As the temperature plummeted, "How is it that your home remained so warm? Even comfortable enough to wear a bathrobe without feeling cold?" This question was directed at him. Is this not a pointless inquiry? After all, he is a wealthy individual residing in a villa. Envy reared its head in the group, as one individual retorted, "Surely, Su-Yang's home is equipped with central heating, ensuring a pleasant atmosphere. How can we, the less fortunate, even compare? While we shiver with the cold, he luxuriates in a swimming pool." Observing the ill-willed comments aimed at stirring animosity, Su-Yong did not indulge them. He retorted harshly in the group, "What I wear or where I live is none of your concern. If you have the ability, why not swim as well? It's a wonder you aren't frozen solid. Why are you seeking discomfort in this group at such a late hour? Instead of whining, you would be better off contemplating how to keep warm. Barking, barking, all you do is bark. Are you a dog? What do you mean by that, Su-Yong?" Upon witnessing the bluntness of his words, Song Fei's expression shifted. How dare he insult him in front of so many in the community group? If he didn't retaliate, he would lose face and become the subject of ridicule. He quickly typed, "What do you mean, Su-Yong? I merely remarked on your situation. Is that really necessary? We all live in the same neighborhood, crossing paths daily. While we all suffer from the cold, your home remains a veritable spring. With your wealth, shouldn't you extend a helping hand to us? Surely you cannot be so unkind as to ignore the plight of others. At the very least, allow some elderly neighbors to stay with you until the snow ceases and temperatures rise." Su-Yong understood Song Fei's ulterior motives. It was clear he was attempting to provoke a conflict while morally coercing him. Before long, numerous members from Building 24 began to tag him in the chat, especially his neighbors. "Su-Yong, your elderly relatives cannot withstand the cold for long. Their health may suffer. Why not do us a kindness and let us stay with you for a night? After all, your home is quite spacious." Mr. Wong chimed in, "Rest assured, we will leave after one night. We won't be a burden." Responding with irritation, Su-Yong replied, "I suppose you think it appropriate to commandeer my home?" Mr. Wong, however, misinterpreted the tone of his words and cheerfully said, "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. Allow me to gather my wife, son, and daughter-in-law to join us." To the insatiable Mr. Wong, Su-Yong scoffed, "You must be dreaming if you think I would accommodate your entire family. How brazen can one be?" Mr. Wong's face flushed with rage, as he erupted in the group, "You insolent brat! Do you not know how to respect your elders? Your house is vast. What harm is there in us staying for one night? Are you a dog, always seeking a place to rest?" Without hesitation, Su-Yong shot back, "Individuals like you expect to take advantage. You can't even afford a home for your son, yet here you are shamelessly asking for money. Now you've even brought your daughter-in-law over. Surely you've deceived her into coming. Old fool, you're overstepping your bounds. As the saying goes, one should strike the body, not the face, insult the person, but do not expose their vulnerabilities." In the presence of thousands in the group, Su-Yong unleashed a tirade against his opponent, exposing the latter's sordid deeds. Upon witnessing this, Grandpa Wong felt as though his heart might burst with anger, nearly gasping for breath and fainting. "Old man, what's wrong? You mustn't frighten me," his wife cried out. Hearing the commotion, his son Wong Ping rushed over, first dialing for emergency assistance. He then tagged Su-Yong in the group chat. "Su-Yong, you scoundrel, since you've caused my father to faint, if anything were to happen to him, I will see to it that you lose everything. Just watch how I deal with you. What's the big deal about fainting?" Su-Yong retorted in the group. If he had a clear conscience, how could he have collapsed from anger? "I must have struck a nerve. Your wife was certainly deceived into marrying you." Upon learning that his words had caused the old man to faint, Su-Yong mused to himself, "This old fellow's mental fortitude is lacking. I barely touched a nerve, and he was down." Wong Ping cast a furtive glance at his girlfriend. Relieved, in the group chat, he lashed out, "Su-Yong, what nonsense are you spouting? My father has fainted because of you. What do you propose we do about this?" Chapter 33, Summoning All the Underlings. How absurd. Su-Yong retorted without restraint, "I merely fainted. I am not dead. To cling to life at an old age is akin to thievery. Living serves only to squander resources. If that old fool were truly to pass, you might even find yourself thanking me." Wong Ping exclaimed, "Su-Yong, are you even speaking human language? Just wait. Tomorrow I shall show you what for." Growing anxious as the ambulance failed to arrive, and concerned for his father, he spat out a harsh remark before vanishing. However, Su-Yong had no intention of letting him off the hook. He continued to berate him in the group chat. "Is your whole family a pack of dogs? The old dog barks, and the pups follow suit. What is it to you? I'll be at home waiting for you tomorrow. Can you even dare to bite me?" In his previous life, this family had drained him of his vitality. Su-Yong felt no obligation to show them any mercy. The community group members, especially the older neighbors, had initially hoped to use this incident as a pretext to have the elder move into Su Yang's home. Yet, upon witnessing his fierce demeanor, they opted to remain silent, harboring even deeper grudges against him. Noticing the lack of responses in the group, Su Yang deliberately called out Song Fei, who had instigated earlier. Don't think that after hurling insults at others you can escape unscathed. In the future, do not provoke me. My affairs are none of your concern. If you feel discontent, find a wall and throw yourself against it. Dare to annoy me again, and I shall break your legs. After delivering his scathing remarks, Su Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He placed his phone aside and began to meditate. He bore no fear of these individuals, especially Wang Ping and his family, who were among those responsible for his demise in his past life. He had long yearned to settle the score with them. As for those like Song Fei, whose jealousy compelled him to morally coerce or trouble him, he saw no reason to tolerate them. If they were foolish enough to provoke him, he would deal with them decisively. The apocalypse had already dawned, and he felt no trepidation even if the entire neighborhood united against him. He had no fear of a few jesters. It was utterly ludicrous. Upon seeing Su Yang's scathing comments in the community group, Song Fei was infuriated. He replied, Su Yang, don't think you're impressive just because you have a bit of money. We shall see who breaks whose legs tomorrow. You better be prepared. When the group fell silent, and he found himself ignored, Song Fei's anger escalated. He tagged Wang Ping, brother, let us join forces tomorrow to teach that little brat Su Yang a lesson, so he understands the meaning of respect. Wang Ping said nothing, merely responding with an okay gesture in the group, while anxiously watching over his father, praying for no further complications. Despite having called for emergency assistance multiple times, the ambulance remained elusive. Little did he know, the frigid temperatures had left the hospital staff shivering, and the heavy snowfall had rendered the roads impassable. As the ambulance continued to delay, panic began to set in for Wang Ping's family. Just then, old Wang took a deep breath and regained consciousness. Wang Ping let out a sigh of relief, casting a venomous glare in the direction of Su Yang's villa. Picking up his phone, Li Bin added Song Fei as a friend, initiating a discussion on how to deal with him the following morning. Meanwhile, wrapped in his blanket, Li Bin fixated on an image in the group chat of Su Yang lounging comfortably in a bathrobe on a deck chair, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. 2 months prior, he had plotted to abduct Su Yang, only to be outmaneuvered. Not only had he sustained 18 stab wounds and spent 2 months in the hospital, but he had also nearly faced legal repercussions. With his vengeful nature, he had long yearned for retribution, yet the opportunity had eluded him until now. Gazing out at the relentless snowfall, an idea began to form in his mind. He promptly made a call. Gather all the brothers at Fengyan community. Boss, now? Came the reluctant reply from a subordinate on the other end. It's snowing heavily and freezing cold. We could freeze to death. Enough with the excuses. Li Bin bellowed. You will do as I say. Let me make myself clear. If anyone dares to skip out, they will face dire consequences once the snow stops. The subordinate shivered at Li Bin's words and quickly acquiesced. Just as he was about to hang up, Li Bin's voice came through again. Bring supplies from home. Though puzzled, the subordinate agreed once more. One by one, he contacted others, and despite the late hour and the biting cold, over 100 local followers braved the snow to converge on Fengyan community. Li Bin, having risen to the position of leader within such a formidable gang, was not without cunning. Observing the unyielding snowfall, an unsettling premonition crept over him. This storm might not abate any time soon, and if it persisted, chaos could ensue. He needed to gather his men swiftly, prepared for whatever may come. Even though it was the dead of night and temperatures had plummeted below 60 degrees, with snow piled high, he understood the urgency. If the snow continued for another day or two, rallying his crew would become an insurmountable task. Li Bin's mind was consumed with thoughts of avenging Su Yang and reclaiming his standing. However, Su Yang was formidable, and he required a capable crew. The few subordinates residing in Fengyan community were woefully inadequate. You're not seriously considering stirring up trouble with Su Yang again, are you? I must warn you. He is not one to be trifled with. Duan Qian surmised Li Bin's intentions and quickly cautioned him. We cannot afford to provoke him. It's best to let this go. Worry etched on her face. She feared her husband might incite Su Yang's wrath, risking exposure of the photographs and videos, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Am I supposed to just let him go after stabbing me 18 times? Li Bin retorted angrily. I've always been the one to strike. I've never been the victim. This time, I will dismantle him piece by piece. But he signed a letter of understanding with us. Duan Qian interjected, attempting to reason with him. We cannot be so ungrateful. Short-sighted. Li Bin scoffed. Do you think my motives are merely revenge? No. I am considering our future. Look at this relentless snowfall. Does it show any signs of stopping? If the frigid temperatures persist for several more days, do you comprehend the dire consequences that await? Currently, the air conditioning is futile. Without rescue or essential supplies, many may succumb to the chilling grasp of death by frost or starvation. However, Su Yang's villa boasts excellent insulation and central heating, and he has long indulged in the habit of stockpiling provisions. If we manage to seize it, we shall no longer fear the cold or hunger. Upon hearing this, Duan Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Deep down, she instinctively recoiled at the thought of Li Bin provoking trouble, fearing that the photographs and videos might be disseminated by Su Yang. Yet, she understood that she could not dissuade him, and thus, she resigned herself to the situation. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, shivering under her blanket, perused the chat logs in their group. Her ire intensified as she stumbled upon images of Su Yang in his lavish villa, inwardly cursing. What a scoundrel! He was so attentive when he needed me. But now that he is affluent, he has forgotten all about it. Su Yang, has your sincerity been devoured by dogs? No. I must devise a plan to reside in Su Yang's villa. His abode is opulent, comfortable, and warm, filled with delectable treats. The mere thought of it caused Bai Lu's face to betray a mixture of resentment and longing. Chapter 34. Toying with Bai Lu took out her phone and initiated a video call with Su Yang. Upon seeing him answer, a glimmer of delight crossed her face. Adopting a sweet smile, she inquired, "Brother Su Yang, are you still upset with those people in the community group? They truly are ungrateful. Always looking to take advantage of you. They simply do not recognize their own worth, not even worthy of carrying your shoes." As she spoke, Su Yang observed her. Bundled in thick blankets, shivering as she spoke. A cold smirk crept across his face. This scheming girl had ulterior motives, and he was curious to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. He decided to play along. Those people actually think they can stay at my place? My home is far too warm for them. Where would I sleep if they moved in? Look at me. I'm sweating. He then directed the camera towards himself and the lavish decor of his living room. Clad in a bathrobe, droplets of water still glistening on his hair. The opulence of his surroundings was evident. Designer sofas adorned the space, and remnants of a king crab feast and half-empty bottles of exquisite red wine lay on the dining table. In his previous life, he had been open-hearted with Bai Lu, only for her to betray his trust, leading to his untimely demise. His intention now was to provoke her, to let her see his life of luxury while being unable to possess it, driving her to the brink of madness. He planned to toy with her until she was utterly spent. As Bai Lu beheld the splendor of his villa, envy surged within her. Was this not the life she had always yearned for? To find a wealthy partner and live in abundance. At that moment, Su Yang's villa appeared to her like a paradise. While she froze at home, he basked in warmth. While she gnawed on instant noodles, he dined on gourmet delicacies and sipped wine worth hundreds of thousands. Bai Lu's desperation intensified, her face betraying a greedy expression as she flashed a self-satisfied smile, saying, "Brother Su Yang, you must feel quite lonely at home. Would you like me to keep you company? I can cook for you and help alleviate your boredom. Besides, your house is so spacious. Let me tidy up for you, and I promise to make it spotless. I would love for you to come over too." Su Yang sighed, feigning helplessness. "But I just turned down the elderly in our community. It wouldn't be appropriate to let you move in now. Moreover, as a young lady, you are so demure, it might raise eyebrows if you suddenly came to stay with me." Brother Su Yang, before she could finish her thought, he interrupted, continuing, "Besides, you and Lu Su share a deep bond as childhood friends. If I were to let you stay, wouldn't he come after me in a fit of rage? It's best to leave it be." Shaking his head, he concluded, "Let me bear this solitude and loneliness alone. It's a shame these fine wines and exquisite dishes cannot be shared with anyone." With that, he abruptly ended the call. With a cold smirk on her face, she disregarded Bai Lu and muted her phone, retreating to her bedroom on the third floor for a restful slumber. Lying on her luxurious bed, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and soon drifted into a dream. Brother Su Yang Su. Bai Lu wanted to say more, but as the chat application indicated that the connection had ended, she reluctantly set her phone aside. "Wang Ping, Song Fei, and all you old relics. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have moved into Brother Su Yang's villa today. I wouldn't have to endure this suffering and cold any longer." This green tea bitch remained blissfully unaware that Su Yang was deliberately toying with her. She despised Su Yang for denying her access to his villa, but her hatred was even more directed towards the neighbors in the community. Lu Su also became her target of resentment. Had it not been for him, she would have been with Su Yang long ago. When Lu Su called her for dinner, he was met with her scornful jibes. Lu Su looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her outburst. In a bid to appease her, he suggested, "How about we sleep together tonight? It would be warmer." "Get lost," Bai Lu retorted sharply, thinking to herself, "It's because of you that Su Yang won't accept me. What a jinx. If he finds out I'm sharing a bed with you, he'll loathe me even more." Fuming, she returned to her room alone. As she prepared for bed, she piled on 4 or 5 layers of blankets yet still felt a chill. In the dead of night, a sudden knock echoed from Li Bin's door. Upon opening it, he found over 40 individuals standing outside, all his subordinates nearly frozen and shivering. Their clothes were dusted with snow, and their hair was laden with ice. Li Bin, his expression grim, inquired, "Why are only you lot here? Where are the others?" I don't know," one subordinate stammered, too cold to articulate clearly. "As soon as we got the notification, we rushed over." "Come in." Li Bin opened the door to let them in, adding, "I'll deal with the others later." In truth, he was unaware that having over 40 of his 100-plus subordinates arrive at his home was quite fortunate. The rest had likely succumbed to the cold, lost in the night and the blizzard. Observing that his 40 or so subordinates were in dire straits, he decided against sending them to the homes of other subordinates. Instead, he accommodated them all in his house, allowing them to sleep on the floor in the living room and 2 other bedrooms due to the sheer number of them. As the night passed, Su-Yang awoke feeling refreshed. Checking his phone, he noted the date, June 2nd, 2024, marking the second day of the apocalyptic winter. After freshening up, he retrieved a steaming basket of dumplings, a bowl of spicy soup, and 2 tea eggs from his storage. He began to eat heartily. Once satisfied, he ventured into the yard to feed the fish and water the plants. In such a frigid, snow-laden apocalypse, individuals like him, who indulged in leisurely pursuits, were nearly extinct. Meanwhile, the residents of Fengyun community gradually rose, initially hoping that the heavy snowfall would cease overnight, restoring the temperature to normal. As they beheld the relentless snowfall, a sense of unease gripped many faces. Just as Su-Yang was amusing himself with the koi, Wang Ping and Song Fei gathered, harboring a grudge against him. Song Fei had even summoned a few close friends, determined to teach Su-Yang a lesson. "Dad, Mom, why are you following us to confront Su-Yang?" Wang Ping inquired, a hint of apprehension in his voice, noticing his father, Old Man Wang, and his mother trailing behind. "Your mother and I are here to lend you support." Old Man Wang retorted with a disdainful snort, his face etched with animosity. "That little brat Su-Yang nearly drove me to my wits' end yesterday. This grudge must be avenged. Your mother and I will accompany you to witness what fate befalls him." "But what about your health?" Wang Ping expressed concern. "I am in excellent health," Old Man Wang asserted resolutely. "When the time comes, your mother and I will lead the charge. He wouldn't dare lay a hand on us elders. If he truly harms me, I shall see to it that he loses everything. While we keep Su-Yang occupied, you and your friends should seize the opportunity to subdue him and unleash a thorough beating." Chapter 35. A threat to break your legs last night. Su-Yang brought disgrace upon the entire Wang family in the neighborhood. Furious, Grandpa Wang and his wife spent the night in restless agitation, their hearts ablaze with resentment. Determined to teach Su-Yang a lesson today, perhaps they could even seize the opportunity for extortion, securing funds for their son's future home. Originally, Song Fei and his companions had no intention of allowing this burdensome couple to accompany them. However, upon hearing Grandpa Wang's words, a barely perceptible smile crept onto their lips. Song Fei remarked to Wang Ping, "Let the elderly couple come along. I doubt Su-Yang will dare to act recklessly." Thus, the 8 of them, Wang Ping's family of 3 and Song Fei's quartet, set forth towards Su-Yang's villa. The snow in the community had accumulated to waist height, and the group trudged through the drifts with great difficulty. Although they could have taken the underground garage, they opted for the surface route, knowing they could not access the villa's door from below. Despite the arduous journey, they were determined to shatter the glass in Su-Yang's courtyard and confront him. Aside from Grandpa Wang and his wife, the others brandished steel pipes as they pressed on. Exhausted and panting, they struggled against the frigid weather and relentless snowfall, their bodies cloaked in white, resembling snowmen. Yet, through sheer willpower, they managed to reach a point not far from Su-Yang's villa. To their dismay, they spotted Su-Yang leisurely feeding fish in the sunroom, igniting their anger. Wang Ping and Song Fei quickened their pace. As they neared the villa, approximately 200 meters away, their presence was detected by the villa's surveillance system, which was not installed in vain. The moment they appeared, alarms blared, and the screen displayed their images. Seizing the moment before their arrival, Su-Yang retreated to the living room to don a high-tech combat suit purchased from a foreign country. Casually picking up a baseball bat, he then returned to the sunroom to await their approach. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to grab a watering hose as well. After nearly half an hour, the 8 adversaries finally stood before him. "Su-Yang, come out," Grandpa Wang bellowed, pointing at him as he and his wife charged towards the courtyard. However, the nearest area to Su-Yang's yard was covered in ice. As they stepped onto it, they slipped and fell with a resounding thud. Had they not been sufficiently bundled, the impact would have been quite severe. Due to the elevated terrain of Su-Yang's villa, the ice formed a slope, causing their bodies to slide down like turtles on their backs, returning them to where they came from. Seeing his parents fall, Wang Ping rushed to assist them, helping them back to their feet. Once he confirmed they were unharmed, he sighed in relief. "Mom and Dad, wait here," We'll handle it. Observing that having the elderly couple lead the charge was ill-advised, Song Fei hastily followed Wang Ping with his 4 friends. The 6 of them, using their steel pipes for support, managed to inch their way to the glass. Just as Su Yang was observing them with the same disdain one might reserve for a clown, Wang Ping and Song Fei erupted in fury. "You scoundrel, come out. You truly are worthless." Su Yang taunted from behind the glass. "You struggle this much over such a trivial distance, yet you think you can contend with me? You are unworthy even to be my adversaries. And here you are, still barking in front of me." Song Fei furiously retorted, "Once we break through, let's see if you can still laugh." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ping, understanding the unspoken cue. Wang Ping raised the steel pipe in his hand and brought it crashing down upon the glass. Bang! To their astonishment, the glass remained unscathed. Not even a trace of damage. The shock reverberated through Wang Ping's hands, causing the steel pipe to slip and strike his own head. A gash opened on his forehead, blood oozing forth and quickly congealing in the frigid air. Dazed, Wang Ping stumbled, darkness encroaching upon his vision as he let out a scream. His body crumpled to the ground, sliding down the steep slope. Wang Dage and his elderly companion cried out in distress, rushing over to shake him awake. Witnessing this scene, Su Yang's lips curled into a cold smirk. With such intellect, he couldn't fathom how he had ever been deceived by these fools in his past life. The glass before him, not even a missile could breach it, let alone a mere steel pipe. Truly pathetic. Song Fei spat in anger. You can't even shatter a piece of glass. Yet he was determined not to share Wang Ping's fate. Instead of hastily attempting to break the glass, he glared at Su Yang with icy malice. "Is this all you can do? Just hiding at home? If you have the guts, come out and face me in a duel." Provocation laced his words. Su Yang chuckled coldly. "If I come out, you will be the one to suffer." He was no longer inclined to waste time with such lowly adversaries. Each passing moment felt like an affront to his intelligence. With a gentle press on the glass, a door in the sunroom quietly opened. This door, typically blending seamlessly with the sunroom, could only be opened by him from either side. When closed, it appeared as a solid sheet of glass, equally impenetrable. Dressed in high-tech combat gear, Su Yang felt no chill as he exited the villa. With a baseball bat in one hand and a water pipe in the other, he aimed the pipe above the 5 adversaries and sprayed them with icy water. The frigid liquid descended upon them, eliciting immediate shivers and soaking their clothes, which quickly froze. Caught off guard, they all lost their footing and tumbled down. Su Yang had anticipated this. His own feet were clad in non-slip shoes, allowing him to pursue them without difficulty. He aimed the pipe again, this time ensuring Wang Ping and his family were not spared from the deluge. They all became drenched, as relentless cold tormented them. Wang Ping, doused in icy water, regained some clarity but was soon overwhelmed by the relentless chill, shivering uncontrollably. Particularly affected were Wang Dage and his wife, who struggled to even stand. Su Yang swiftly advanced, wielding the baseball bat and swinging it towards Song Fei and his companions. A tremendous force descended upon them, leaving the 5 individuals in excruciating pain, crying out for their mothers as they lay helplessly on the ground. Crack! The baseball bat struck Song Fei, eliciting a harrowing scream from his lips. His right leg was shattered by a blow from Su Yang. He had previously vowed to break his opponent's legs, and he would not renege on that promise. "Su Yang, since you dare to break my leg, I will report you. I will sue you," Song Fei yelled, his eyes bloodshot as he lay on the ground. "Go ahead," Su Yang replied fearlessly. Once more, he swung the bat towards Song Fei's shattered leg. "Ah!" Song Fei cried out, cold sweat pouring down his face as he nearly lost consciousness, howling in agony amidst the snow with his broken leg. The 4 companions he had brought along watched Su Yang with expressions of sheer terror, pleading, "Please, don't come any closer. This has nothing to do with us. We were merely spectators." Su Yang scoffed. "So, watching the show comes without a fee?" With a swift kick, he toppled one of them, raising the baseball bat once more to strike the man's right leg. Another crack resounded as the bones in that leg shattered. Before his opponent could utter a sound, Su Yang brought the bat down again, breaking the second leg. Chapter 36. Venting inner resentment, the remaining 3 individuals were not spared by Su Yang, who similarly shattered their legs. These people were even more despicable than Song Fei, showing no mercy was warranted. Although this matter was clearly unrelated to them, they chose to join in the fray as accomplices. Had Su Yang fallen into their hands, his fate would have been no better. Thus, their punishment was more severe than that meted out to Song Fei. While the mastermind Song Fei had one leg broken, these 4 henchmen had both legs shattered. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yang had sown the seeds of hatred in their hearts, awaiting the time for them to blossom and bear fruit. The air was filled with anguished cries, creating a chilling atmosphere within the entire community. After dealing with Song Fei and his companions, Su Yang approached the Wang family of 3. They were the main event of the day. Song Fei and his group were merely an appetizer. gazing at old man Wang, his wife, and Wang Ping. Su Yang's heart brimmed with unbridled hatred. In his previous life, he had exerted every effort to assist them, providing money and resources, only to meet a gruesome end at their hands. How could he not harbor resentment? Had it not been for his desire to prolong their suffering, he would have dispatched drones to eliminate them on the very first day of the apocalypse. He intended to ensure they endured endless torment before ultimately ending their lives. What do you want? Old man Wang stammered, his voice trembling. He continued, assaulting someone is against the law. You cannot bear the consequences. If anything happens to my family, I will ensure you rot in prison. I'm so scared, he added, quaking in fear. Su Yang scoffed derisively. Without hesitation, he swung a baseball bat towards the old man. The cowardly elder, who only bullies the weak, never anticipated this day would come for him. The bat rained down upon him like a storm, causing old man Wang to grimace in pain, utterly unable to resist. While he screamed for mercy, he cried, "Stop! I realize my mistakes now." Too late to know your mistakes, Su Yang retorted coldly, striking again. He did not spare the old woman, who stood nearby hurling curses. She was the true vampire, devoid of reason. In a previous life, when Li Bin and his men stormed their home, she was the most enthusiastic in looting supplies. After delivering a barrage of blows, old man Wang and his wife lay on the ground, wailing. Finally, Su Yang approached Wang Ping, delivering a single blow that rendered him incapacitated with one leg broken. Initially, he had regained a semblance of consciousness, but the excruciating pain jolted him, causing him to scream and sit up, fully alert, writhing on the ground. He succumbed to the agony. With the Wang family punished, Su Yang felt a sense of calm wash over him. He glared at the 8 writhing figures on the ground and barked, "Get lost. Do not howl in front of my home." The 8, frightened by Su Yang's demeanor, exchanged terrified glances and, gritting their teeth against the pain, slowly crawled away through the snow. They were thoroughly frightened by the beating. Not wishing to be beaten to death or freeze to death, they could only crawl in the direction of safety, eager to escape this place of suffering. Su Yang cast a cold smile at them before retreating into the villa, closing the glass door behind him. He refrained from taking the lives of these individuals, not out of fear of police repercussions. In such heavy snow, law enforcement would be unable to reach them. They themselves would be in peril. How could they possibly respond? It was not an act of mercy either. Rather than allowing them to die swiftly, he preferred to let them endure prolonged suffering. In this apocalyptic world, death was merely a release, whereas survival was akin to a hell on earth. Take Song Fei and the others for instance. In the frigid temperature of -60 degrees, they were doused in icy water. With broken legs and no immediate medical attention, they were bound to succumb to severe colds, and their injuries would inevitably worsen. Su Yang could vividly imagine the endless agony awaiting them. There was no need for him to lift a finger. These individuals would not last long. Even if Song Fei, with a fractured leg, managed to survive, the families of the other 4 would not spare him. After all, they had come to assist him. Yet he emerged with the least harm. How could that be justified? As for Wang Ping's family, their plight was even graver. Wang Ping had suffered a head injury and a broken leg, rendering him unable to care for himself. The elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. Wang, already frail, had been struck by Su Yang multiple times and were drenched in icy water. Even if they managed to return home, they would likely fall gravely ill. Starvation or freezing to death seemed inevitable. After dealing with these individuals, Su Yang paid them no further heed. Instead, he changed into his swimwear and dove into the pool to swim. In a world ravaged by chaos, maintaining good health was paramount. Regular aerobic exercise was essential. The 8, enduring their pains, struggled to crawl back. They all understood the necessity of persistence. Halting meant certain demise. Seeing that Su Yang did not pursue them, their courage grew. They shouted into the snow, "Su Yang, how dare you commit such violence? I will report you and have you arrested. Just you wait. This is not over. Once the snow stops, I will ruin your reputation. Su Yang, you scoundrel, I will sue you into bankruptcy." In truth, some had attempted to call the police the moment Su Yang broke their legs. Unfortunately, their calls had not gone through. Hearing their insults, Su Yang emerged from the pool and utilized the villa's loudspeaker to proclaim, "Was I too lenient in dealing with you earlier? If you wish to avoid further punishment, remain silent and leave at once." His voice terrified Wang Ping and the others into silence. Their eyes glimmering with hatred transformed into motivation as they hastily crawled back to their homes. What usually took mere minutes now took them 3 arduous hours. Due to their severe injuries and being drenched in icy water, by the time they reached home, they bore frostbite all over their bodies and were running high fevers. Wang Ping's girlfriend looked disdainfully at the trio, thinking, "How did I ever soften my heart to come to their home? In this bitter cold, we can't eat properly or drink anything warm. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Now, not only have I failed to confront them, but I am also unable to care for myself. Listening to their constant wails, she felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Su Yang swiftly dealt with Wang Ping, Song Fei, and 6 others, and news of the incident quickly spread throughout Building 40 and Fengyan community. Upon hearing of the severity of the confrontation, many took a deep breath, silently noting that this individual, Su Yang, was not to be trifled with. They resolved to avoid provoking him in the future. Meanwhile, the families of Song Fei and the 4 others attempted to contact the authorities, but no assistance arrived. They resorted to tagging community committee members in their group chat. Seeking help, Su Yang brazenly assaulted my husband, leaving him severely injured. Does the community committee not care? Someone exclaimed. Indeed. How can such a scoundrel openly commit wrongdoing in our neighborhood, and you remain indifferent? Echoed the families of the other 4. Initially, the committee members were reluctant to intervene, preferring to avoid complications as they were not law enforcement. However, with the police unable to respond and the number of injured escalating, and given the grave nature of the situation, the head of the community committee resolved to take action against Su Yang. They would hold him accountable until the storm passed, at which point he could be handed over to the appropriate authorities. Chapter 37. The community committee creates trouble. Kai Hong, the responsible person of the community committee, wished to assert his authority by controlling Su Yang. However, he was not foolish enough to venture out into the biting cold and heavy snow. The other party had just seriously injured the residents of the community and was likely still seething with anger. He was not about to risk meeting the same dire fate as those individuals. First, he offered words of comfort in the group chat to the families of Song Fei and the others. Please do not panic. Take good care of the injured. The community committee will provide you with an explanation and ensure that no wrongdoer escapes justice. We will not allow any elements of instability to persist. Upon reading his message, the families of Song Fei felt their fury subside slightly and began to express their gratitude towards Kai Hong. Being ordinary citizens, they generally held a degree of trust in the community committee. As he noted the flattery directed towards him, a swell of pride surged within Kai Hong, further solidifying his resolve to deal with Su Yang first. With a clever twist of his thoughts, he devised a plan. He tagged Su Yang in the group chat. Su Yang, your deliberate act of violence today constitutes a crime. Due to the heavy snowfall, the relevant authorities cannot arrive. Therefore, we will temporarily manage you here at the community committee. Please come to the office of the community committee in Building 1, Room 101 for an investigation. Rest assured, we will not wrongfully accuse any innocent person. If you did not intend to harm anyone, you will not face any repercussions. Once Su Yang arrived, they would immediately restrain him. The act of deliberate violence was indisputable and of a heinous nature. Once the snowfall ceased, they could hand him over to the police. Achieving a significant feat, this would not only establish his authority within the community, but also elevate the standing of the committee in the eyes of the residents, potentially garnering accolades from superiors. It was a trifecta of benefits. Why not seize the opportunity? Once this message was disseminated, it resonated with numerous residents of the community. It is indeed Director Kai who addresses our concerns, they remarked. After all, the community committee was the governing body of the neighborhood, and in a critical moment, it was capable of taking action. In light of the unusual weather and widespread anxiety, it was imperative to prevent any further unrest in the community, necessitating a leader like Director Kai to uphold justice. As Kai Hong reveled in the praises in the group chat, Bai Lu felt a surge of anger at the veiled jabs directed at Su Yang. If this tumult continued, when would she ever be able to move into his villa? Just as she contemplated countering these remarks in the chat, she hesitated and deleted her prepared response. Given her nature, she should have been striving to present herself favorably in front of Su Yang, aiming to touch his heart and secure her place in the villa. Yet, she faltered. The current situation was far more serious than before. The previous incident involving Li Bin and others could be framed as self-defense, but this time, it was an entirely different matter. If she rashly stepped forward for the other party, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Even if she were to gain entry into their villa, her stay would be fleeting, as the arrival of the police could ensnare her in their inquiries. It would be wiser to remain still and observe the situation for a while longer. However, she did not resign herself to inaction. Instead, she discreetly sent a message to Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, I believe in your innocence. You must have acted out of necessity. Meanwhile, Li Bin kept a vigilant eye on the messages circulating in the community group. Upon seeing the message Kai Hong sent to Su Yang, a cold smirk crept across his lips. What a pitiful community committee director. I'll call you director out of courtesy, but without that respect, you are nothing. With your trivial schemes, you think you can establish your authority over Su Yang? Such delusions. While others may fear the committee members, he did not share that apprehension. He was well aware that those who sought trouble with Su Yang would soon find themselves at a disadvantage. The adversary was formidable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been ensnared and suffered at Su Yang's hands. Yet, he chose not to voice a warning. It was of no concern to him. He awaited the opportunity to exact his revenge on Su Yang. His current inaction stemmed from his desire to assess the situation. He was keen to observe whether the police would make an appearance. Should someone dare to confront Su Yang prematurely, he would relish the opportunity. If the community committee could not handle the situation and the police remained absent, he could seize Su Yang with the aid of his subordinates and rectify the situation to his advantage. The entire Fengyan community, comprised of thousands, would then look to him for guidance. Not only would he reside in Su Yang's warm, spring-like villa, but he would also reign supreme in the Fengyan community. This was a prospect he had never dared to dream of. Just wait, Su Yang. In a few days, I shall come to settle the score with you. Li Bin murmured, when you fall into my hands, I will make you wish you were dead. Everything you possess will belong to me. Having just finished his workout, Su Yang noticed several messages from Kai Hong mentioning him in the community group. He promptly retaliated. Kai Hong, are you blind? Yesterday, Wang Ping and Song Fei instigated trouble in the group. They even conspired against me. The consequences they face today are entirely of their own making. If I am to undergo an investigation, why not direct your inquiries towards them? Kai Hong had waited a long time for Su Yang's response. And as he read the messages in the group, his expression darkened. The other party was openly questioning his authority, which was quite embarrassing. Since he had not been accorded the respect due to the community committee director, he contemplated how to retaliate. He sent another message to Su Yang in the group. Yesterday, everyone was merely expressing their emotions. We are all residents of the same community, so why take it so seriously? You cannot treat them so harshly. It could lead to dire consequences. Even if your actions were justified, you must not resort to such violence. They are victims, and if not you, then who else should be investigated? The police have entrusted this case to our committee, and if you refuse to cooperate, it will be deemed a serious offense. Once the police arrive, we will not be able to protect you. He was leveraging his position in the community committee and the police's involvement to intimidate Su Yang. Though he had heard rumors of Su Yang's newfound wealth, what did that matter? He is no more than a mere commoner, with just a slight exertion of influence. He can instill such fear in others that they comply without hesitation. Observing the threats and deceit emanating from his adversaries, Su Yang's lips curled into a cold smirk. How could he possibly be unaware of the intentions harbored by the members of the neighborhood committee? Each of them fancies themselves as a leader, eager to showcase their authority. To phrase it more delicately, they consider themselves officials. To be blunt, they are hardly more than temporary workers. Yet, an abundance of individuals are willing to vie for a position among them, driven by a desire to flaunt their power before the ordinary populace, to manifest their officialdom, and to indulge in the thrill of authority. In truth, none of them possess any real authority. Much like those elderly ladies adorned with red armbands emblazoned with the words Neighborhood Committee, who meander through the community each morning. They proclaim it as patrolling. Yet it is merely a means of broadcasting their status as committee members, seeking to assert dominance and satiate their vanity. While others may bow and scrape before these committee members, Su Yang refuses to indulge them. He retorts sharply, "Do not presume to wield a mere feather as if it were a scepter. Does your committee possess any legal authority? Why should I comply with you? If you seek to establish your power through me, you have chosen the wrong person." Chapter 38. A self-inflicted misery. Su Yang found nothing more irksome than individuals who sought to assert their presence without cause. Even in a community group comprising thousands, he showed no regard for his opponent. Upon witnessing Su Yang's retort in the group, Kai Hong was incensed. As the head of the neighborhood committee, he fancied himself a figure of authority. When had he ever been so openly challenged? Should this trend persist, it would become increasingly difficult to manage the residents of the community. Furthermore, the residents would cease to regard him with any seriousness. "Su Yang, you are utterly audacious." Kai Hong replied in the group with a menacing tone. "I am notifying you, not seeking your counsel. You have caused 8 individuals to suffer serious injuries, jeopardizing the stability of the community, an act that borders on criminality. If you refuse to acknowledge your wrongdoing and cooperate with the investigation, your situation will only worsen." Feeling unsatisfied with his initial message, he continued typing. "The relevant authorities are already aware of your actions, and we, the neighborhood committee, have been entrusted to handle this matter. If you do not come forward voluntarily, prepare to face the full wrath of the law." Law? In this apocalyptic world, what law could possibly exist? Su Yang smirked at the threats, retorting, "Do not mistake my civility for weakness. What I do is none of your committee's business, and you have no right to interfere. You cannot intimidate me with your talk of law enforcement. I am not swayed by such tactics. With the relentless snowfall, your committee should be focusing on serving the thousands in our community. Find ways to ensure their warmth and safety. Is that not your professed mission of selflessness and service to the people? Where are your actions? You do nothing of substance. Merely flaunting your authority before me, what purpose does that serve?" Su Yang's words landed like a resounding slap on Kai Hong's face, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Clenching his phone tightly, his jaw set in frustration, his face flushed with anger. Suyang's remarks struck a nerve, and if left unaddressed, they would surely incite unrest within the community. Noticing Kai Yihong's silence, Suyang scoffed. You think you can wield influence over me? I, too, can rally the weight of the entire community against you. Let us see how well you withstand that pressure. Do not twist the narrative, Suyang. Kai Yihong, unwilling to concede, replied once more, this is an entirely different matter. No matter how eloquent your words, they cannot alter the fact that you have caused serious harm to 8 individuals and disrupted the peace of our community and society. Do not cast aspersions upon me. Suyang shot back defiantly, if one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. They brought this upon themselves. Moreover, this is beyond your committee's jurisdiction. Is this how you serve the residents? Focusing on trivial matters while neglecting the pressing issues? With such frigid temperatures and heavy snowfall, why have you not made efforts to reach out and provide comfort? Why not find solutions to clear the snow? Stop bothering me, or I shall show you just how firm my resolve can be. With that, Suyang tossed his phone aside, disregarding Kai Yihong entirely. Such individuals possess an overwhelming sense of vanity, believing themselves to be minor officials, eager to flaunt their authority before others. The more one engages with them, the more emboldened they become. Although they may have abundant time, they would not squander their energy on trivial matters. After all, they are not idly indulging themselves. As long as the other party refrains from further provocation, that will suffice. Should they persist in their folly, it would be preferable to eliminate the nuisance altogether. How infuriating. Kai Yihong was once again chastised by Suyang, rendering himself a source of amusement. He erupted in fury within the community committee, proclaiming, just wait and see how I will deal with you, Suyang. Once the snow ceases, you shall face the consequences. This attempt at asserting his authority backfired spectacularly, diminishing his reputation and obliterating the committee's prestige. It could be said that he had entirely failed in his endeavor, only to suffer greater losses. Kai Yihong reopened his phone and was met with a barrage of messages from the community group. A wave of fatigue washed over him. Suyang's remarks had awakened a realization among the residents. With the frigid temperatures and heavy snowfall, was it not reasonable to seek assistance from the community committee? What purpose would this organization serve otherwise? Director Kai, it is quite cold for all of us. Please devise a solution for everyone, one message read. Indeed, the snow has accumulated to the point of nearly engulfing us. Our food supplies are dwindling, and we cannot venture out to procure more. We are relying on your committee to address this. Another added, Director Kai, my elderly relatives suffer from cardiovascular issues and cannot endure such low temperatures. Our medication is running low. Could you possibly arrange for someone to fetch a few boxes? We assure you we will not let your efforts go unrewarded. Since you are already out, could you bring us some supplies as well? We have not had a warm meal all day. Someone implored. The children are still growing. They need nutritious food. As Kai Yihong observed the incessant flow of messages in the community group, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What solutions could he possibly provide? He himself was nearly frozen. Had it not been for the powerful air conditioning of the committee, he would have long since retreated home to the comfort of his wife's embrace. However, he understood that he could not outright reject these requests at this juncture. A refusal could ignite further outrage, inciting the residents to storm the committee in a fit of anger. Yet, sending committee members out into the bitter cold was out of the question. The risk of frostbite was too great. Moreover, his subordinates, who could be persuaded to partake in leisurely meals, would likely balk at braving the severe weather. Without a more viable solution, he could only attempt to calm the situation. The majority of the community members, seeing no response from him, grew increasingly anxious and continued to tag him in their messages. Kai Yihong endeavored to steady his emotions and replied in the most composed tone he could muster, Everyone, please remain calm and do not panic. I understand that we are all facing difficulties, but hardships will eventually pass. Let us endure a little longer and refrain from cluttering the group with futile messages. With the snow falling so heavily, our committee members are also unable to venture out. However, a message has already been sent stating that the recent heavy snowfall is merely a result of abnormal weather patterns. It will soon pass, and within a day or two, temperatures are expected to rise again. Surely, everyone at home has seen the news. Please place your trust in the experts and in the words from above. It is imperative that we stand united and refrain from causing disturbances, collectively maintaining the stability of our Fongyan community. Once the snow has subsided, life will return to its normal rhythm. Director Kai, is what you said true? Someone in the group inquired. Will the snow continue for a day or two at most? Of course, they wouldn't deceive us. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Yihong replied. Yet, he alone knew that he had not received any message from above. Even his attempts to reach out via phone were futile. However, to prevent inciting public outrage, he felt compelled to say such things. Instinctively, he believed that this aberrant weather could not persist for long. After all, who experiences snowfall every day in June? or temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees in June. Once he had calmed the residents, Kai Yihong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The unsettling presence of Su Yang within the community must be addressed swiftly. Kai Yihong remarked coldly, "Keeping him around will only complicate our management of the community once the snow ceases and life resumes its normal course." Chapter 39. First. Subdue Su Yang. As for killing Su Yang, he naturally dared not entertain such thoughts. The priority was to devise a method to restrain him, allowing him to endure some hardship before eventually handing him over to the authorities once the snowfall had ceased. Kai Yihong harbored an intense loathing for Su Yang, wishing fervently to eliminate this destabilizing element from the community. His presence was detrimental to the management of their neighborhood committee. Director, is it not your intention to first control Su Yang? That can easily be arranged, suggested another member of the committee. We can concoct a reason to lure him out, and then seize the opportunity to bind him. This individual had also observed the messages in the group regarding Su Yang's defiance towards Kai Yihong. As a member of the committee, how could one allow such insolence, especially directed at their director? If word of this spread, it would hinder their future efforts in the community. How could they continue to receive favors thereafter? That sounds simple enough, Kai Yihong retorted irritably. I tried that approach initially, inviting him to the committee for questioning, but he saw through it. What more can I do? The other man chuckled softly. You are being too straightforward. Given that he has just caused injuries to 8 people, how could you expect him to come for questioning? Then what do you suggest? Kai Yihong's brow furrowed in contemplation. We can adopt a more gentle approach, the man suggested with a sly grin, lowering his voice. Let us use the committee's authority to request that every household in the community send one person to assist in clearing the snow. Since Su Yang lives alone, once the others are out, he will have no choice but to join them. This way, we can avoid raising his suspicions. The moment he steps outside to clear the snow, we can seize the opportunity to subdue him. That's a splendid idea. Kai Yihong's eyes brightened, a smile spreading across his face. After a moment's thought, he inquired again, what if he refuses to come out of his house? Does he dare to remain hidden? The man mused. Can he withstand the wrath of so many residents? With just a little incitement on our part, his villa could be reduced to rubble. Even if he does not emerge, we will have successfully cleared the snow from the community, which is no small feat. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing this plan, Kai Yihong's spirit soared. He immediately took out his phone and began to message the community group. Dear residents, due to the excessive snowfall in our community, in order to prevent disruption to daily life, the neighborhood committee has decided that each household must send one person to assist in snow removal this afternoon under the committee's guidance. We hope all residents will cooperate with the committee's efforts. The community is our home, and snow removal relies on everyone. Once this message was sent, many in the group began to voice their complaints. In such cold weather, with such heavy snow, how can we go out? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Snow removal is for the benefit of us all. If the snow continues, and we cannot clear it in time, it will disrupt everyone's daily life and work. Everyone is doing their part. It is not solely you who are venturing out to clear the snow. All members of our community committee will mobilize collectively to set a commendable example for everyone. Upon seeing Kai Yihong's remarks in the group, others, even those reluctant to participate in the snow removal, felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, at such a time, ordinary individuals are loath to offend the committee members. Humph. How amusing. Su Yang sighed and shook his head in resignation as he read the messages in the group. These individuals possess such a simplistic mindset. How does one even tackle the removal of snow at this juncture? The vast expanse of Fongyan community, coupled with the immense depth of snow, renders this a monumental task. Moreover, the snow continues to fall. Even if they manage to clear it by afternoon, the accumulation overnight will leave them with a fresh layer by the following day. It would be utterly futile. Furthermore, Su Yang detected an undercurrent of conspiracy in this message. The community committee members might be targeting him. After he had confronted them, they organized this snow removal effort in the afternoon. What a remarkable coincidence. If you wish to clear the snow, do it yourselves. I certainly will not participate. Su Yang muttered to himself. It is freezing outside. How delightful it is within my fortress of solitude. Only a fool would venture out into discomfort. Having endured a month in a world ravaged by ice and snow in his previous life, he was well aware that this snowfall would not cease. At least, it had not stopped until the moment he was tragically slain, even after a month had passed. Su Yang was resolute in his decision to remain indoors. Venturing outside was far too perilous. He could not place himself in harm's way. It was much safer to stay at home. No matter how terrifying the blizzard outside or how treacherous the hearts of those beyond his door, as long as he stayed within, no one could inflict harm upon him. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. With nothing to occupy his time, Su Yang sat in the courtyard, relishing the snowy landscape before him. A blanket of white stretched as far as the eye could see, evoking a sense of a snow-laden realm. At that moment, He awaited a particular individual, anticipating a confrontation. That individual was Li Bin. Ever since he signed the settlement agreement, Li Bin had avoided incarceration. Su Yang was acutely aware of Li Bin's recovery and, knowing his personality, he was certain that Li Bin would seek revenge. However, he had not anticipated Li Bin's remarkable restraint. Until now, Li Bin had refrained from acting. Yet, Su Yang sensed that this restraint would not last much longer. If the heavy snowfall persisted for another day or two, Li Bin would surely reach his breaking point. Shortly thereafter, residents of the community began to emerge, each sending one representative to gather in a designated open space. Apart from Wang Ping, Song Fei, and his 4 friends whom Su Yang had injured, nearly every household was represented. Kai Yihong instructed his subordinates to tally the numbers and inquired, "Is everyone here?" The individual who had previously offered him advice replied with a stern countenance, "Only Su Yang and Li Bin have yet to arrive." Upon hearing Li Bin's name, Kai Yihong's heart tightened. "Do not concern yourselves with Li Bin. Bring Su Yang to me." Li Bin was notorious as the local ruffian of Fengyan community, someone he could neither provoke nor confront. If Li Bin refused to acknowledge him, he could only pretend to be oblivious. However, Su Yang's blatant disregard for him was becoming intolerable. Initially, he had intended to lure the other party out under the pretense of collective snow removal, seizing the opportunity to confront him. Yet, the other party showed no interest, complicating matters considerably. At that moment, several residents from Building 24 began to sense something amiss. "Where are Li Bin and Su Yang?" they murmured. However, they hesitated to mention Li Bin's name, instead voicing their concerns. "Director Kai, why hasn't Su Yang arrived? We agreed to tackle the snow together. Surely, he cannot be granted special privileges." They rallied. "If your community committee behaves in this manner, we shall take our leave." Indeed, every household has contributed. It is unjust for all the benefits to accrue to Su Yang alone. The uproar among the residents of Building 24 quickly spread discontent among others in the vicinity. Voices rose in protest. "What are you complaining about? What grounds do you have for discontent?" At that moment, a weary voice interjected. "Su Yang is now affluent and influential. How could he possibly brave such frigid weather to join us in removing the snow?" The speaker was none other than Zhang San, Li Bin's notorious enforcer. Though the principal figures were absent, he had strategically dispatched a few subordinates residing in the same community to incite resentment towards Su Yang. Chapter 40. A cold shower for over 200 people. Upon hearing this proclamation, many individuals felt a surge of indignation in their eyes. They were on the verge of rebuking the speaker, yet upon realizing it was Zhang San, they fell silent. In our community, Su Yang stands out as a particularly unique figure. Zhang San further fanned the flames of discontent, stating, "Let us not even consider the face of the neighborhood committee. Even if we all banded together, they would still show no regard. They reside in their luxurious villa, enjoying an abundance of food and drink, living in warmth and comfort. How could we possibly expect them to join us in clearing the snow?" Zhang San's words resonated deeply with the crowd. Of course, these sentiments were not entirely his own, but rather notions imparted to him by Li Bin in advance. Human nature is such that individuals often resent inequality more than scarcity itself. If everyone were to suffer the cold, it might be bearable. However, the fact that everyone was enduring the chill while Su Yang luxuriated in his villa sparked a sense of injustice among many, whether they knew him or not. They were left with a simmering grievance, collectively shouting, "Why should that be? Is wealth truly so formidable? Regardless of affluence, everyone should be treated equally when it comes to community upkeep and snow removal." The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic as Kai Yihong and the neighborhood committee members observed the turmoil. If the situation was not swiftly contained, it could escalate dangerously. Kai Yihong promptly stepped forward to calm the crowd, saying, "I understand that many of you feel a sense of unfairness, but our committee has no authority over Su Yang. Today, Wang Ping and Song Fei were severely injured by his adversaries. In the face of such ruthless individuals, we, as a neighborhood committee, are utterly powerless. Let us do this. We will first clear the snow, directing our efforts towards Su Yang's villa. With our numbers, we can charge in together and subdue him. At the very least, we can ensure he refrains from further violence for a time." Kai Yihong recognized that luring Su Yang out might prove challenging. However, he could incite the crowd to storm his residence. After all, even if Su Yang was formidable, could he truly contend with 1,000 people? His words garnered agreement from many. Most of these individuals hailed from Building 24, former neighbors of Su Yang. They felt a deeper sense of injustice than anyone else, as they had all endured similar hardships, particularly when Su Yang was in a less favorable position than they were. Now, he had thrived while they languished, igniting their jealousy. Some viewed themselves as champions of justice, believing that a villain like Su Yang deserved severe punishment to prevent further wrongdoing. Others harbored ulterior motives, while some were merely drawn to the commotion. Nevertheless, a significant number agreed to assist the neighborhood committee with snow removal, opting not to confront Su Yang. Though Kai Yihong felt somewhat disheartened by this, he had nonetheless achieved his objective. 200 to 300 people heeded his call. Su Yang would not be able to resist them. Thus, the neighborhood committee led over 1,000 individuals in their snow-clearing efforts throughout the community. It was not until around 6 in the evening that they reached the front of Su Yang's villa, by which time Su Yang had already prepared dinner. The sunroom was ablaze with light, all the lamps illuminated. Near the glass, a table was set with an array of delectable dishes, lobster, abalone, and the exquisite belly of bluefin tuna, accompanied by an abundance of fresh fruits that made one's mouth water. Su Yang poured himself a glass of red wine, savoring the food and drink. Witnessing this scene, Kai Yihong was nearly driven to madness. After a grueling afternoon of labor, without so much as a sip of water, he found himself infuriated by the audacity of others indulging in such lavish feasts while he toiled. It felt as though they were intentionally trying to humiliate him. Relishing the spectacle of his frustration, even more distressed were Su Yang's former neighbors, exhausted and cold, laboring to clear the snow in the community. They were famished and freezing, while the others seemed untouched by hardship, enjoying a feast beyond compare. Su Yang, this is utterly excessive, Lu Su shouted from the yard. Not only do you refuse to help clear the snow, but you also hoard all this food. Why is it that while everyone else is shoveling snow, you do nothing? Li Changshun, who had caused his downfall in a previous life, voiced his discontent as well. Su Yang, this is unacceptable. We are all part of this community. The task of clearing the snow should be shared, and you ought to contribute your bounty for everyone's benefit. Why should I share what is mine? Su Yang retorted with a cold laugh. You think I'm a fool? With snow so deep and the temperature so low, even if you clear it today, it will just accumulate again tomorrow. If you wish to be deceived into performing unpaid labor, don't drag me into it. I have no intention of participating in your charade. Su Yang, do not incite the masses. Kai Yihong's expression darkened as he hastily interrupted. If he allowed Su Yang to continue, unrest would surely follow. The snowfall would cease in a day or two, should Su Yang persist in stirring discontent. He would face legal consequences. Kai Yihong placed a heavy accusation upon Su Yang's head. Then carry on. Su Yang ignored them, raising his glass in a toast towards them. Here's to you all clearing the snow from our community. Kai Yihong's face flushed with rage, his eyes blazing as he gritted his teeth. Su Yang, you deliberately injured Wang Ping and Song Fei. Your actions are reprehensible. The residence committee has decided to detain you temporarily. Please, come with us. Get lost. Do not disturb my meal. Su Yang snapped, his demeanor menacing. If your committee continues to act ungratefully, I shall make you regret it. He felt it was only right to make his adversary suffer a little. After all, he could not allow them to believe he was easily bullied. Are you planning to resist? Kai Yihong sneered, emboldened by the many who stood with him. You refuse to leave, then. Su Yang's eyes glinted with malice as he turned and strode towards the villa, ascending to the 3rd floor via the elevator. Don't let this villain escape. Everyone rush in and seize him, Kai Yihong shouted. Holding an iron shovel, accompanied by several members of the neighborhood committee, they rushed towards Su Yang's courtyard. Simultaneously, Zhang Sen blended into the crowd, shouting, Charge with Director Kai. We cannot allow this criminal to remain in our community. Although Zhang San and a few of Li Bin's associates shouted fiercely, they did not advance. Lu Su also refrained from moving forward, each of them cautious. Only the previous 200 individuals pressed on. Despite the exterior of Su Yang's courtyard being entirely coated in ice, exceedingly slippery, they managed to reach the glass at the entrance. Kai Yihong summoned all his strength and struck the glass. Bang! The moment the shovel made contact with the glass, it shattered, flying backward and nearly injuring one of their own. What manner of glass is this, so impenetrable? Kai Yihong pondered inwardly. He then commanded the crowd, smash it. Smash it fiercely. At his command, over 200 people stood before the glass, summoning their strength to strike again. Yet, despite their utmost efforts, not a single mark was left on the glass. Su Yang stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor, coldly observing this troop of jesters. He pressed a button on the device in his hand. A hole opened on the 4th floor, and a high-pressure water sprayer slowly ascended to the rooftop. Seeing them work so hard, sweating profusely, how about a chilling shower? As Su Yang's voice echoed, the sprayer roared to life, unleashing a torrent of icy water upon the gathered crowd. Chapter 41. A frantic escape in the frigid temperatures, plunging below -60 degrees. Icy water drenched them to the core. Some individuals instantaneously froze, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were violently struck by the onslaught of water, propelled with immense pressure. Their footing faltered, and they all slipped into chaos. Consequently, the icy deluge descended with even greater haste. These individuals resembled victims of a torrential downpour, soaked to the skin, shivering uncontrollably, barely able to stand. You are playing with lives, Kai Yihong shouted. In such frigid weather, being drenched in icy water will make many ill. If you do not cease this madness, it could lead to dire consequences. Is this truly what you call playing with lives? If I genuinely wished for a swift demise for you, I would simply unleash an AK-47 in your midst, and then you would truly comprehend the meaning of such recklessness. Yet, Su Yang had no intention of resorting to such extremes. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. Revealing his trump card so soon was not his style, especially with greater and more formidable foes lurking outside. Dealing with these individuals in the community was a trivial matter. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At least until Li Bin made his appearance, he was reluctant to use firearms. However, merely dousing them in icy water was insufficient. They needed to feel pain. From his space, Su Yang retrieved a high-intensity composite bow along with several bundles of finely forged steel arrows. He knocked an arrow and aimed at the throng below. In such a densely packed crowd, even with his eyes closed, he could not miss. Whoosh! The arrow soared forth, striking a man. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the projectile pierced through his thigh, blood oozing and rapidly freezing. Writhing in agony on the ground, the individuals who had just been drenched in icy water suddenly regained their senses. Although their bodies had gone numb from the cold, some were unable to flee. Upon witnessing the brutality of Su Yang's assault, they hastily scattered in all directions. The arrows in Su Yang's hands seemed to possess a will of their own, striking true with every shot. Each assailant fell, their legs pierced, collapsing to the ground in a chorus of wails. Among those he particularly targeted were Kai Yihong and the members of the community committee, each one suffering grievous injuries, their bones shattered. They writhed helplessly on the ground. Several residents from Building 24 were also gravely wounded, particularly Li Changshun, who was struck in the lung and fell, blood spilling from his mouth, instantly freezing upon contact with the air. With a relentless barrage of over 40 arrows, each one found its mark. The entire community was filled with the harrowing cries resembling the slaughter of pigs. The more than 40 individuals struck dared not linger, dragging their injured bodies away in frantic escape. Those who had not been hit vanished without a trace. Ultimately, Li Changshun was carried away by others. As for those who had no intention of confronting Su Yang, they too feared becoming collateral damage. Without uttering a word, they turned and fled. This scene left an indelible impression of terror in the hearts of many. In their eyes, Su Yang appeared as a merciless machine, devoid of any emotion. Before a crowd of witnesses, he acted with ruthless efficiency, showing no mercy. He was not to be trifled with. This also made them realize a truth. With such a cacophony in the community, someone should have reported it long ago. Yet, the police had yet to arrive, possibly deterred by the relentless snowfall. This only intensified their anxiety. After instilling some apprehension in the neighborhood committee and those who intended to target him, Su Yang closed the balcony window, choosing to disregard them. As he observed the retreating figures of Zhang San, Wang Lu, and Li Bin, a faint smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. The commotion from the afternoon had become common knowledge throughout the community. Discussions in the community group had ceased, marking the first moment of tranquility in 2 days of chaos. However, it was not long before, around 8 in the evening, the families of those injured by Su Yang began to flood the group with messages, inquiring if there were any doctors available. Among them, Li Changshun's injuries were the most severe. His lung was punctured, and he had been suffering from a high fever and coughing up blood, which greatly alarmed his family. They cursed Su Yang in their hearts, fervently hoping to find a doctor within the community to treat him, yet received no responses. Some were even more anxious, namely the family of Song Fei and his 4 friends, who had been injured earlier. They were in constant agony, their cries echoing through the night. Painkillers were ineffective, and the leg that had been shattered was beginning to swell, their consciousness fading. Kai Yihong and the committee members were not faring any better. Their injuries were graver. With their legs shot through in such frigid conditions, without prompt medical attention, they would likely face severe consequences. Throughout the night, the community was filled with wails and curses directed at Su Yang. Yet, he paid little heed to their plight, indulging in his meals and rest without concern for the cold or the threat of anyone breaching his villa. Each night, he slept soundly. Upon awakening, he found it was now June 3rd, the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The snow had not ceased, and there were no signs of rising temperatures. The snow that had been cleared just the day before had returned to blanket the entire community once more. By now, many could no longer remain patient and began to express their grievances in the group. How long will the snow continue? I can hardly bear the cold. Director Kai, didn't you say the snow would stop? Why is it still falling? Our food supplies are running low. If help doesn't arrive today, we'll be left to starve. Director Kai, please think of a solution. Contact someone to send us supplies. These words plunged many into panic, as numerous families shared the same predicament. If the food ran out and the snow persisted, they would be left awaiting starvation. In a surge of desperation, several members tagged Kai Yihong in the community group. After a night of torment from pain, Kai Yihong had just fallen asleep when the cacophony from the group roused him again. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his leg, he read the messages. His eyes gleamed with malevolence as he tagged everyone in the group. Our community members are all injured and cannot possibly venture outside. However, I have heard that Su Yang hoarded a substantial amount of supplies. If you are in need of food, do not hesitate to borrow from him. After sending the message, he set his phone aside, murmuring, Su Yang, I shall surely repay this grievance. His words instantly ignited nefarious thoughts among those lacking provisions, particularly the residents of Building 24, who were well aware of the abundance of supplies at Su Yang's disposal. They promptly tagged him or sent private messages. Su Yang, could you lend me some food? Rest assured, once the snow ceases, I will repay you. In the face of these requests, Su Yang chose to ignore them. He was no saint, devoid of the inclination to exhibit altruism. Moreover, many among them were individuals who had caused his demise in a previous life. He replied in the group chat, I apologize. Everyone, but the landlord's family has no surplus grain to spare. Concerning Kai Yihong's deliberate provocation, Su Yang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. I had initially intended to let you all live a little longer and play with you. But since your community members seek their own demise, do not blame me for the consequences. Chapter 42. Inciting public fury, Su Yang sent a message in the group chat. Borrowing supplies from me is futile. I can barely procure enough for myself, and I have already consumed most of it. You might consider reaching out to Director Kai. There are ample resources at the neighborhood committee. Typically, the rice, flour, oil, and gifts distributed to seniors over 60 by the relevant authorities are first delivered to the committee before being allocated. Yet, the elderly in our community have never received a single portion. Over time, these provisions could sustain our entire neighborhood for several days. After sending the message, Su Yang turned on the television to watch the news. He anticipated that Kai Yihong and the neighborhood committee would soon face dire consequences. They had previously hoarded these supplies without anyone daring to speak out. However, given the current exceptional circumstances, with heavy snowfall and a severe shortage of resources, if they failed to produce the supplies now, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread outrage. Sure enough, shortly after Su Yang's message was dispatched, the community group erupted in chaos. Many individuals, fueled by anger, questioned, Director Kai, we have tolerated your retention of these supplies in the past, understanding the challenges faced by the committee. But at this juncture, as our resources dwindle, it is simply unacceptable for you to continue withholding them. We are on the brink of starvation. You cannot just stand by and watch us suffer. After all, the items distributed by the authorities belong to the collective. Director Kai, you cannot be so heartless. Is withholding these supplies an intentional act to force us into hunger? Kai Yihong, wincing from the pain in his leg, read the messages flooding in the group chat and was suddenly struck by a foreboding sense of dread. He quickly attempted to clarify, do not heed Su Yang's malicious words. He is not a good person and seeks to turn you against our committee. The authorities have never sent us any supplies. If we had any, we would have distributed them long ago. Yet, his explanations fell on deaf ears, met with accusations of his unscrupulous conduct. Under ordinary circumstances, such behavior might have been overlooked. But in these desperate times, the lack of survival resources could be fatal. It was imperative to compel them to relinquish the provisions they had hoarded. The group chat descended into a cacophony of discontent. Kai Yihong felt overwhelmed. What should we do? Several committee members, witnessing the chaos spiral out of control, were expressions of deep concern. If they had not been injured, it might be manageable. Now, severely wounded, they feared they would be unable to escape if the aggrieved citizens decided to storm in. What can I possibly do? Kai Yihong replied weakly. Perhaps we could distribute some of the supplies we have in the committee? One tentatively suggested. Distribute? How can we possibly allocate it? There are thousands of people in Fengyan community. Do you truly believe we can divide it among them? Kai Yihong retorted. Even if we hadn't sold those supplies, what we possess would barely suffice for this multitude. Given the meager resources we possess, they are scarcely sufficient for our own sustenance. Should we choose to share, it would undoubtedly incite their insatiable greed. Not only would we be deprived of any rewards, but we may also find ourselves utterly bereft of food in the future. If you wish to starve, I shall not hinder you. Those few individuals soon realized that the provisions intended for the elderly had long been sold off by those in charge. This month's supplies had yet to be distributed. And as they gazed upon the relentless snowfall, which showed no signs of abating, they understood that this month's allocation might also be in jeopardy. The community committee had already retained scant resources, and weighed down by their injuries, they knew they could not endure many days without sustenance. A harsh thought crossed their minds. Why should these individuals receive provisions when our survival hinges on food? Their resentment towards Su Yang deepened once more. When they attempted to call for help, the police were unreachable, and the ambulance service proved equally ineffectual. Coupled with their physical agony, their spirits became increasingly distorted. Observing Kai Yihong's prolonged silence in the community group, fury erupted against him and the committee. They unleashed a torrent of invectives, cursing even their ancestors. Yet, Kai Yihong and the committee chose to adopt a defensive stance, remaining unresponsive to the barrage of insults. Before long, Li Bin made his entrance. Addressing the group, he implored, "Everyone, please remain calm and listen to me. It has become evident that the community committee has been hoarding the supplies meant for us. We cannot simply sit idly by. I have resolved to reclaim those provisions on your behalf. However, should any complications arise, you must testify that I act as your representative. There is no intent to engage in unlawful conduct." Upon hearing Li Bin's willingness to stand up for them, the group's spirits lifted significantly, given their nature. Even if they were aware that the committee was misappropriating the monthly supplies allocated for the elderly, they would only dare to express their grievances in the group chat, too fearful to confront them directly. Although many lacked sufficient reserves at home, they had yet to reach the dire point of life and death. They still hesitated to antagonize the committee, fearing potential repercussions once the snow ceased. With someone willing to advocate for them, they were more than happy to let him take the lead. Even if trouble ensued, it would not implicate them. Thus, human nature reveals its selfishness in critical moments. Self-preservation reigned supreme. Li Bin was acutely aware of their sentiments, yet he proceeded nonetheless. This strategy would enable him to win over a faction of supporters. Should the committee possess any supplies, he could seize the opportunity to claim them entirely. He had never considered distributing any resources he might acquire. Despite his many subordinates arriving with provisions, their quantity was limited. In such frigid weather, the need for sustenance was heightened, leading to significant daily consumption. Li Bin had no habit of stockpiling supplies at home. Now, their provisions have become rather strained. If no solution is found, his subordinates will inevitably face hunger. Rather than resorting to robbing other proprietors, which would only result in universal lamentation, it would be far more prudent to seize this opportunity to confront the community committee, especially since they have already incurred the wrath of the masses. To pilfer the resources of the community's owners at such a rapid pace is simply unwise. In the current climate, taking action against the community committee would elicit little reproach. Furthermore, the committee members have already been injured by Su Yang's arrows, making it all the more feasible to seize from them. Indeed, after Li Bin disseminated his message, numerous individuals responded, "Brother Bin is formidable. We stand by you. Let us reclaim our belongings. Should anything arise, we shall testify for you." With the backing of the crowd, Li Bin felt reassured. He replied, "I, Li Bin, have roamed these streets for many years and possess but three principles. First, loyalty. Second, a multitude of brothers. And third, an aversion to injustice. Await my good news. I shall make my way to the community committee forthwith to reclaim our supplies." After sending his message, Li Bin gathered a dozen of his loyal followers and set out, armed and ready. Chapter 43, Dog Bites Dog Quick, Lock the Door from the Inside. Upon seeing the message from Li Bin in the group chat, Kai Yihong was immediately engulfed by panic. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he rose to his feet. The remaining few quickly sprang into action, securing the door. They then moved sofas, chairs, and benches to barricade it. Given their severe injuries, they were soon left gasping for breath after fortifying the entrance. Yet, this was preferable to allowing Li Bin and his crew to storm in and plunder their supplies. Otherwise, they would be left with no choice but to await their demise. Despite locking the door, fear lingered on their faces. Anxiety gnawed at their hearts, for they were acutely aware that Li Bin was not to be trifled with. They could only hope that this door would hold firm against their adversary. Su Yang, observing the messages from Li Bin, let out a cold snort. "This saves me the trouble of getting my hands dirty. Let them turn on each other." He then turned his attention to the news. A host, swathed in several layers of blankets, trembled as they delivered the broadcast. The majority of their discourse was focused on reassuring the public, urging them to remain calm. For the heavy snowfall would eventually cease. The snow and cold had persisted for 3 days, regardless of the time or place. 3 days marked a critical threshold during a disaster. If aid did not arrive within this period, humanity would inexplicably descend into panic. The first 3 days might only evoke anxiety, but beyond that, the violent impulses within humans would gradually awaken, accompanied by restlessness and unease. If no rescue materialized during this prolonged state, individuals trapped in the calamity might resort to extreme measures, an instinct shared by all living creatures. Consequently, many television hosts devoted themselves to soothing the public, hoping to avert a major crisis, as they remained uncertain when the snow would relent. As employees of the media, they were privy to more information than the average citizen. The possibility loomed that rescue might never arrive, plunging the world into chaos. Su Yang found himself pondering whether the host's reassurances were voluntary or orchestrated from above. What does it matter? He murmured, shaking his head. Regardless of the reasoning. Disaster had already struck, and such concerns were beyond his purview. Continuous reassurances would prove futile. Once the populace exhausted their resources, society would descend into turmoil, spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. Let's see how Li Bin is faring against the neighborhood committee, Su Yang muttered. He subsequently deployed dozens of miniature drones from his spatial domain, each equipped with pinhole cameras, transmitting clear images to the screen before him. Pressing a button, dozens of holes appeared along the villa's walls, through which the drones darted. These drones, no larger than sparrows and entirely white, vanished into the snow, moving soundlessly. Su Yang commanded the drones to maintain a vigil over Building 24. Just as I happened to see Li Bin accompanied by a dozen individuals trudging through the heavy snow towards Building 1, I noticed that most of them wielded machetes, while Zhang Xin clutched a shotgun, and Li Bin brandished a handgun. Through the imagery relayed by the drone, Su Yang observed Li Bin's unusual caution, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. It appeared that after being outmaneuvered by Su Yang previously, Li Bin had adopted a far more vigilant demeanor. The group struggled to reach Building 1, taking nearly 2 hours to arrive. They cleared the snow that obstructed the entrance, and with a wave of his hand, the group gathered before the door of the community office in room 101. Su Yang, wary of being spotted by Li Bin and his entourage, refrained from maneuvering the drone inside. Instead, he commanded it to hover near the community office window to relay the ongoing scene. Despite their diminutive size, these drones possessed formidable capabilities, equipped with pinhole cameras featuring infrared technology, allowing them to effortlessly penetrate walls and obstructions, capturing every detail within. In the footage, Kai Hong and 7 members of the community committee were sprawled on the ground, each with an arrow embedded in their legs, though the bleeding had ceased. The severity of their injuries was evident, as the arrows remained lodged within. Their wounds had become inflamed and suppurated, causing their legs to swell alarmingly. The pain radiating from their injuries caused them to furrow their brows tightly, with occasional muffled groans escaping their lips. At that moment, Li Bin and his cohort arrived, their loud banging on the door sending Kai Hong and the others into a panic. Kai Hong, I know you're inside. Open the door quickly, Zhang Xin shouted, gesturing to the door under Li Bin's direction. You dare to embezzle the supplies sent for the elderly? Have your consciences been devoured by dogs? Open the door and hand over the supplies, so our leader can distribute them uniformly. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Hearing such aggressive threats, Kai Hong trembled, nearly on the verge of tears. With a quavering voice, he replied, Li, it's not that I don't wish to open the door. If we do, given your temperament, you certainly wouldn't let us off lightly. Moreover, we have no supplies here. Don't let Su Yang sow discord among us. Enough with the excuses. Li Bin retorted with a cold snort. The community committee is supposed to serve the residents, not engage in corruption. Open the door and hand over the supplies, or the consequences will be far graver than simply surrendering what you have. Faced with Li Bin's relentless demands, Kai Hong, in fear of exacerbating his wounds, felt a searing pain that caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Yet, he pleaded, we truly have no supplies. I speak only the truth. Li, you must leave. The real supplies are with Su Yang. You are wasting your time here. Why lock the door if you have no supplies? Is it not to hoard them for yourselves? Li Bin questioned with a sinister expression, not wishing to engage in further fruitless dialogue. He exchanged a knowing glance with the rat beside him. The mouse, wielding a lock-picking tool, fumbled with it before darkly stating, Boss. They've damaged the lock from the inside. It's unyielding. Li Bin snorted disdainfully. Ah, so Director Kai was well prepared, was he? Locking the door from within. Thinking I couldn't breach it? Smash it open. He turned to Zhang Xin, who revealed a sinister smile, gripping an axe tightly as he vigorously struck the solid wooden door. Splinters flew in all directions, and soon the door was rendered useless. The violence of the assault caused the door frame to separate from the wall. Zhang Xin delivered a powerful kick to the mangled door, sending even the sofa, which had been barricaded behind it, flying. Kai Hong and his companions hastily retreated, nursing their injured legs. Li Bin and his associates cleared away the chairs and benches that had been behind the door, their smiles devoid of warmth as they regarded Kai Hong. He instructed his underlings, go and gather all the supplies. Boss Li, those supplies are our sustenance. If you take them, we shall starve. Kai Hong and the 7 members of the neighborhood committee pleaded incessantly. Chapter 44, The Community Committee Annihilation Silence. Li Bin was indifferent to the fate of the individuals in the community committee. At this juncture, securing survival supplies was of paramount importance. With a dozen brothers under his command, the depletion of their resources would inevitably breed discontent among his men. Should unrest arise, managing the situation would prove exceedingly difficult. This was the trouble with having many followers. Their substantial demands for resources were burdensome. Thus, he had no choice but to seize what he could from the community committee. As those wounded individuals would not survive much longer, he had little to lose. Kai Hong, intimidated by Li Bin's fierce demeanor, fell silent, his face betraying a look of despair. He had intended to voice something but was quelled by a mere glance from Li Bin. Zhang San, accompanied by several subordinates, rummaged through the offices of the community committee, soon emerging into the hall laden with a collection of items. "Boss, we have scoured every corner," Zhang San reported, his eyes cold as he gestured towards 3 bags of 50 kilograms of flour, a 10-kilogram bag of rice, a half-eaten bag of noodles, and over 20 eggs. "This is all we could find. Are you certain you have searched thoroughly?" Li Bin inquired, his expression darkening. "Is there nothing you overlooked?" Zhang San nodded confidently. "The community committee is this small. There can be no omissions." Li Bin's heart seethed with anger upon hearing this. He approached Kai Hong and, with a forceful kick, struck the wound on his leg. The arrow embedded in his thigh was driven through by Li Bin's immense strength, blood spurting forth. The anguished cries of Kai Hong echoed, akin to the wails of a slaughtered animal. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh in desperate agony. "Where are the supplies hidden?" Li Bin demanded, yanking Kai Hong to his feet, disregarding the latter's cries of pain, his gaze piercing like a sword. Kai Hong, ensnared by the predatory glare of Li Bin, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his shirt dampened by fear. In a feeble voice, he stammered, "Li, boss, I swear I am not deceiving you. Our community committee has no supplies. Isn't it true that the relevant authorities provide a monthly allocation for the seniors in your community?" Li Bin pressed again. "What has become of those provisions? Do not tell me you consumed them all. The authorities do send a monthly supply. But we sold it all and divided the proceeds." Kai Hong, despite his weakened state, spoke out of sheer instinct for survival, terrified of the torment that awaited him should he remain silent. Useless. Li Bin's fury erupted upon hearing this. He forcefully shoved Kai Hong to the ground, prompting another agonizing scream from him. Li Bin pointed at everyone in the community committee, cursing them vehemently. "You are all worthless. How much could the provisions for the elderly possibly be worth? If not for your insatiable greed, these supplies could sustain hundreds for a month or two." His anger intensified as he delivered several kicks to the others in the neighborhood committee, striking the very spots that bore their arrow wounds. A few could not withstand the excruciating pain and collapsed on the spot. Meanwhile, Kai Hong and the others who remained conscious exchanged despairing glances. At that moment, Su Yang resembled an indifferent spectator, observing the unfolding drama through the imagery transmitted by a small aerial device. Sipping on Longjing tea, he relished the spectacle of mutual destruction between the two factions, a faint smile of satisfaction playing on his lips. Neither Li Bin nor the neighborhood committee led by Kai Hong held any favor in his eyes. Both were adversaries. Even if they did not clash, he would extinguish them at the opportune moment. Regrettably, this time, the balance of power was skewed. It was rather disappointing. Su Yang yearned to witness a fierce battle between two opposing forces, a truly exhilarating sight. Unfortunately, his previous actions against the committee members had been too ruthless. All were grievously wounded, leaving them without the means to retaliate. Sighing, he continued to enjoy the scene on the screen. After venting his fury, Li Bin's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that the neighborhood committee possessed so little. A mere 300 pounds of flour and 20 pounds of rice, hardly enough to last a few days. As for the remnants of noodles and dozens of eggs, they would vanish in a single meal for his 40-odd subordinates. This simply would not suffice. He had to devise a plan. Li Bin murmured, observing the ongoing storm. It seemed it would not cease anytime soon. The worst-case scenario would entail taking action against the residents of the community. With 40 buildings in the complex, gathering supplies would ensure he and his brothers no longer faced the specter of starvation. And then there was Su Yang. He surely had a wealth of resources. Eliminating him and seizing his villa would enable him to dominate the entire Fengyan community. The mere thought of Su Yang ignited a torrent of hatred within Li Bin. "Let us take these supplies back," he commanded his underlings, turning to exit the neighborhood committee's office. "You cannot take these supplies. Without them, we will starve." Kai Hong and several committee members pleaded desperately, yet their cries fell on deaf ears. Zhang San, who had followed Li Bin out, heard their shouts and returned. Addressing the committee members, he coldly stated, "Since you wish to avoid starvation, I shall grant you that release." With that, he raised his machete and slashed across the throats of Kai Hong and the others. As Su Yang observed the deaths on his screen, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. They perished too swiftly. It felt unsatisfactory. Yet, none of this concerned him anymore. Their demise was perhaps for the best, preventing them from inciting the community against him. "All dealt with?" Li Bin inquired upon seeing Zhang San return. Zhang San nodded in affirmation. The group then proceeded back to Building 24. Upon arriving home, Li Bin immediately began to send messages in the community group. "Dear residents, I have already visited the neighborhood committee. We were unable to locate the supplies that the relevant departments allocated for the elderly in our community. They have all been sold by those individuals at the committee. However, I have instructed my associates to teach the committee members a lesson, thus avenging you. For those who are in urgent need of supplies, alternative solutions must be sought. We can no longer rely on the neighborhood committee, but rest assured, I am here for you. If anyone faces difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall not refuse to assist in any way I can. His words are more charming than a song, Su-Yang remarked with a cold smile as he observed the messages being sent. Yet, he refrained from commenting in the group. Li Bin's actions were merely an attempt to win over the hearts of the people. He was not one to be trifled with. A person who devours others without leaving a bone, should someone seek his aid, not only would they fail to receive the necessary supplies, but they might also end up sacrificing their own provisions. Chapter 45. Ominous signs of chaos. Su-Yang refrained from alerting the residents of Fengyan community in the group chat. After all, people come in all varieties, and he bore no obligation to concern himself with the fates of others. Each individual charts their own path. Some may seek to cling to the powerful, yet it is not his affair if they are ultimately consumed by their choices. As long as they did not provoke him, all would remain well. Upon witnessing the message disseminated by Li Bin, many residents of Fengyan community inevitably began to voice their opinions. Most echoed the previous flattery directed at Kai Hong, now turning their praises toward Li Bin. Brother Bin is truly formidable. If anyone embodies loyalty, it is undoubtedly you. Were it not for your intervention, we would have remained oblivious to the malice of the neighborhood committee, who shamelessly embezzle resources dispatched by the relevant authorities. In this frigid environment, we shall rely heavily on you, Brother Bin. The committee members deserve a reckoning, and without your courage, we would have been powerless to confront them. Thank you, Brother Bin, for avenging us. Observing the messages in the community group, Su-Yang could only shake his head in resignation, silently lamenting the abundance of fools. While he had no desire to caution these individuals against courting disaster, he also wished not to allow Li Bin to easily achieve his objectives. He edited the video footage captured by the drone and shared it in the group chat. Soon, many residents began to view the video. The footage documented Li Bin emerging from Building 24, flanked by a dozen subordinates wielding machetes, as they proceeded to the neighborhood committee to torment Kai Hong and others. It concluded with one of their lackeys departing while shouldering bags of flour, ultimately culminating in Zhang San returning to eliminate all members of the committee. Every moment was captured with meticulous detail. Upon finishing the video, several viewers gasped in shock and urged their families, "Quick, secure the doors. It won't be long before chaos descends upon the entire community." They hastily locked their doors and moved cabinets to barricade them. These individuals displayed remarkable foresight. Having previously witnessed Su-Yang openly injuring others and Li Bin leading a raid for supplies that resulted in murder, it was evident that disorder was imminent. Once such chaos ignites, it tends to propagate uncontrollably. Meanwhile, many residents gazed in terror at the lifeless figures in the video, their hearts racing with panic. Li Bin's reassurances rang hollow. Despite claiming to distribute survival resources, the footage revealed he had obtained them, only to deceive others by asserting otherwise. He professed to have taught the committee a lesson, when in fact, he had slaughtered them. Such ruthlessness surpassed even Su-Yang's. At least the latter had never actively provoked others, with the most extreme outcome being injury. In stark contrast, Li Bin and his cohorts wielded knives and firearms, displaying no mercy in their violent acts. The community group fell into a profound silence. Those who had previously lauded Li Bin now remained muted, their rising fear palpable. Upon seeing the video that Su-Yang had unexpectedly shared, Li Bin seethed with rage. His mind racing in futile attempts to comprehend how his group had been captured on film with such clarity. Had the committee installed surveillance cameras? It is indeed improbable. Why would the other party install cameras in that location without reason? They may have utilized alternative methods. Li Bin's countenance turned icy, and his understanding of Su-Yang's tactics became increasingly lucid. This individual is not easy to handle. Li Bin mused. I must eliminate him swiftly. The threat he poses is too significant. If he remains, every action I take will be under his scrutiny. After a moment of contemplation, Li Bin refrained from elucidating anything in the group chat. The more he explained, the deeper the residents of the community would sink into fear, intensifying their vigilance against him. It was better left unsaid. Instead, he directly tagged Su-Yang. Are you seeking death with such actions? Upon receiving the message, Su-Yang chuckled and replied, Who is seeking death remains uncertain. What is this? Have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? Do not presume that a little cleverness can intimidate me. Li Bin retorted arrogantly. My previous defeat at your hands was merely due to my carelessness. This time, prepare to be dismantled piece by piece. With so many brothers under his command, could he possibly fear just one person? Even if the opponent is skilled, can they outpace a bullet? This time, Li Bin brimmed with confidence, addressing Su Yong once more. You'd best be cautious. Do not let a single slumber end in eternal sleep. After sending the message, Li Bin turned off his phone, choosing not to engage further with the group chat. Instead, he pondered how to deal with Su Yong. He had already witnessed the other party's methods. He was also aware that the glass in Su Yang's courtyard was remarkably sturdy. Ordinary tools would be ineffectual. Furthermore, the villa was equipped with sprinklers, which, if confronted directly, could drench him in icy water, just like those 200 individuals who had become living targets. If a frontal assault was unfeasible, it seemed the only option was to infiltrate through the underground garage, thus neutralizing the sprinkler system on the roof. The challenge remained: how to unlock the door to the basement. This required further deliberation. Li Bin did not hasten to confront Su Yong, but opted to wait a while longer, seeking a solution that would serve both parties. Meanwhile, Su Yong wore a smile. He genuinely feared that Li Bin would shy away. As long as the other party dared to approach, he could ensure that Li Bin would not exit the villa alive. Just as Su Yong finished a cup of tea and contemplated heading to the gym, a message arrived on his phone from his former fitness coach, Ning Kai-dai. He had only seen her once during a snow removal organized by the community and had not paid her much mind. To his surprise, she had taken the initiative to message him. Su Yong, you should be wary. Li Bin and his companions are armed. Do not provoke them. Ning Kai-dai cautioned. Her concern evident. You alone cannot contend against their numbers. Moreover, refrain from disclosing your ample survival supplies. Otherwise, you will become the public enemy of the entire community. The snow will not cease anytime soon. Remember to conserve food and avoid waste. Ning Kai-dai, having previously served as a special forces soldier, possessed knowledge that eluded the average person. Since the arrival of the ice and snow apocalypse, she had reached out to some of her former comrades who had not yet retired. In every instance, she was unable to make contact. The absence of news from those still in service was indeed the most dire of news. Ning Kai-dai speculated that something grave must have occurred, leading to a potentially chaotic society ahead. She had few friends in general, and within this community, she was only acquainted with Su Yong. So she took the initiative to kindly offer a reminder. It could be considered a small gesture of appreciation for having been his coach. Thank you, I will be cautious. Su Yong replied, chuckling softly at her concern. At this moment, many were preoccupied with their own survival, and here was Ning Kai-dai, taking the time to send him a message of caution. Truly, she embodied the strong sense of justice imbued in those who have served in the military. Although Su Yong was not particularly fearful of these circumstances, he still responded to Ning Kai-dai, saying, Coach Ning, you should also take care and protect yourself. Chapter 46. Infighting. Since the other party had taken the initiative to express concern, he felt compelled to reciprocate, thus repaying a favor. Although Ning Kai-dai was imbued with a sense of justice, Su Yong had never entertained the notion of allowing her to stay in his villa. He refused to entertain any semblance of danger to himself. His twin sisters, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, who were unwaveringly loyal, remained under his vigilant observation. As for others, gaining entry into his villa was an even more arduous task. After a brief conversation with Ning Kai-dai, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu initiated a video call. The sisters informed Su Yong that a tense atmosphere had begun to permeate their community. Some individuals were becoming increasingly restless, aggressively acquiring survival supplies from others. Residing in an affluent neighborhood, even exorbitant pricing on supplies yielded little success. Some began to congregate and resort to looting. Today, several attempted to break into their home, but to no avail. Su Yong smirked. The wealthy were not foolish. They were acutely aware that the snow disaster could persist indefinitely. They would not sacrifice life-sustaining provisions for immediate gain. After all, they were not in want of money, faced with a scarcity of survival supplies. It was only natural that some would become desperate, their thoughts turning extreme, leading them to contemplate theft. Is it safe there? Su Yong inquired with concern. We're still quite safe, Su Yunqi replied. Those who found our door impenetrable have temporarily dispersed. That's reassuring. Should any danger arise, notify me immediately. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. Moments later, a video call from Bai Lu came through. Upon connecting, Su Yong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Bai Lu wrapped in a blanket, trembling from the cold. Brother Su Yong, were you hurt when so many people confronted you before? Bai Lu asked sweetly. I've been so worried about you. Worried about me? It seems more like you're coveting my survival supplies, he retorted, knowing well that Bai Lu and Lu Su had no habit of stockpiling provisions. They preferred dining out or ordering takeout, and while this was manageable under normal circumstances, the icy apocalypse had lingered for 3 days. Even if they had been frugal, their supplies must have dwindled significantly. The pallor of Bai Lu's face suggested that they had subsisted on instant noodles during this time. I'm perfectly fine, Su Yong replied curtly, not wishing to elaborate further. Brother Su Yong, Didn't you stockpile a lot of supplies? Bai Lu feigned a pitiful demeanor. Could you spare some for me? Our food is nearly gone. Ah, Su Yang sighed dramatically. When Lu Su ventured out to clear the snow, I had intended to ask him to bring you a lobster. But seeing him target me, I assumed you had ample provisions and wouldn't require my assistance. Ultimately, I abandoned the idea and ended up dining alone. Such exquisite delicacies from the mountains and seas, I suspect you may find them rather unpalatable. Perhaps it is best to forego them altogether and enjoy instant noodles at home instead. Su Yang then remarked, why not endure for a few more days? The snow disaster might pass swiftly. Upon hearing these words, Bai Lu's expression shifted dramatically, her desire to strangle Lu Su intensifying. Were it not for him, she would be savoring delectable lobsters by now. Yet, she remained undeterred, pleading, Brother Su Yang, instant noodles will suffice. Could you send me a few packets? My supply is nearly exhausted. I wish I could send them to you. Su Yang replied helplessly, but you know I have offended many in the community. Venturing out could be perilous. You wouldn't want me to encounter danger, would you? Moreover, with Lu Su's animosity towards me, if I were to appear at your doorstep, he would surely attempt to harm me. Su Yang deftly shifted the conversation, initially instilling hope in Bai Lu, only to plunge her into despair. Her mood plummeted like a roller coaster within a minute, cursing Lu Su, her incompetent ally, silently hundreds of times. However, she dared not display her frustration on her face and instead addressed Su Yang with a hint of flattery, Brother Su Yang. Since it's inconvenient for you to come out, perhaps I could come to you. This way, I could keep you company and assist you in tidying your home, watering plants, and feeding fish. Let it be. With Lu Su's petty nature, if he saw you take me into your home, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc on my villa. Even if you came to collect supplies, he would surely blame you for it. Su Yang resolutely shook his head, firmly declining her suggestion. I will not be deceived by that old trick of allowing someone to gain entry and rob me of my provisions. It's out of the question. Think of another plan. After saying this, Su Yang ended the call. Lu Su, come here. After the video call was abruptly terminated, Bai Lu could not calm her racing heart, and she shouted in frustration. Lu Su hurriedly wrapped in a blanket rushed over. What's wrong? What's wrong? How can you still question me? Bai Lu scolded angrily. If it weren't for your targeting of Su Yang while shoveling snow, we could have relished exquisite lobsters. Because of you, not only have we missed out on the lobsters, but now I have no chance of residing in Su Yang's villa. And he is unwilling to even send us food. You are utterly useless, more of a hindrance than a help. Bai Lu unleashed a torrent of insults towards Lu Su, her fury escalating with each word. How is it that I am so unfortunate? Having grown up with you and sharing a rental, if it weren't for you, I would have long since been Mrs. Su, enjoying a life among the upper echelons of society. Lu Su's countenance darkened, his pin-up rage finally erupting. No longer willing to offer Bai Lu any semblance of respect, he coldly retorted, now you regret sharing a rental with me? When Su Yang was pursuing you, were you not using me as a shield? If it were not for me, how could you have obtained so many valuable things from him? Seeing her rendered speechless, Lu Su continued to mock her. Even now, you cling to the delusion of becoming Mrs. Su, awakened to reality. A man like Su Yang, with such wealth, would never look your way. I concede you possess some charm, yet neither your figure nor your appearance reaches the level of true beauty. Reflect once more upon the pair of twin sisters you previously encountered. They have effortlessly left you in the dust. They are accustomed to fine delicacies. Who would deign to consume your coarse fare? What are you saying? Who is coarse? Bai Lu felt her face flush with embarrassment and indignation. She had never anticipated that Lu Su, who had always been so compliant towards her, would chastise her in such a manner, leaving her heart heavy with grievance. Of course. I am referring to you. Who else could it be? Lu Su retorted without a hint of hesitation. You foolish creature, do you not understand? For quite some time, Su Yang has merely been toying with you. He never intended for you to reside in his villa. Nor did he ever contemplate treating you to lobster or abalone. Those previous words were nothing more than a ruse to incite discord between us. Bai Lu was thoroughly awakened by Lu Su's remarks, her expression one of disbelief. No. It cannot be. Brother Su Yang would never do such a thing. He pursued me for so long and treated me with such kindness. Despite Lu Su's forthrightness, she remained reluctant to accept the truth of his assertions. Chapter 47. Everything is within grasp at this juncture. Are you still unwilling to give up? Lu Su remarked with a stern expression. If Su Yang truly wished for you to reside in his villa, he would have summoned you long ago. Why would he keep you waiting until now? Su Yang, you are utterly despicable. Bai Lu seethed through clenched teeth. How dare you toy with my emotions? At this moment, she could no longer dismiss Lu Su's words. I will not let him off lightly. I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. A profound hatred surged within Bai Lu. With a grim expression, she turned to Lu Su. What do you propose we do now to deal with Su Yang? The provisions at home are nearly depleted. How shall we procure supplies for survival? We may have to resort to borrowing. Lu Su shook his head, revealing his own lack of a viable plan. With resources so scarce, who would be willing to lend us anything? Bai Lu retorted with irritation. Why not employ your charms and seek out some bachelors? Perhaps you could procure a few supplies. Lu Su suggested with a hint of mischief. Am I to demean myself by seeking out those impoverished fools for food? Absolutely not. Bai Lu firmly declined. She had little regard for the average person, otherwise. She would not have kept Su Yong hanging for so long. Her aspirations lay with the wealthy. Wait, I have another idea. Suddenly, a cruel smile crept across Lu Su's lips as if a thought had struck him. You could seduce Su Yong, coax him into opening the door. And then we storm his villa and oust him. Everything inside would then belong to us. Since he shows no mercy, we need not feel remorse. But Su Yong is quite formidable. He previously dealt with Li Bin and several armed men effortlessly. Bai Lu expressed her apprehension. Do you truly believe we stand a chance? Then we shall collaborate with others. Lu Su replied with a cold smirk. We can approach Li Bin, who has many subordinates at his disposal. If you can trick Su Yong into opening his door, I, along with Li Bin and his men, will rush in. We can simply take one bedroom and divide the resources equally. Excellent idea. Bai Lu concurred. Li Bin has a vendetta against him and will surely comply. This provides us the perfect opportunity to deal with Su Yong. In an instant, Bai Lu's anger dissipated, though her eyes still glinted with hatred. We must find Li Bin at once. Bai Lu eagerly rose. Wait. Lu Su interjected. Are you foolish? If we approach Li Bin now, it will only reveal that our resources are dwindling. Exposing our hand at this moment would leave us without any leverage for negotiation. We still have a few packets of instant noodles. We can manage for a few days until Li Bin's men exhaust their supplies. Then, we will have a higher chance of success. The conversation and actions of Bai Lu and Lu Su were recorded in meticulous detail by a small drone released by Su Yong. Su Yong gazed coldly at the screen before him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bai Lu, Lu Su. Do you truly believe the events of the past will repeat themselves? As long as you dare to come, that day will mark your demise. Ignoring the two individuals, Su Yong indulged in a hearty meal before returning to the gym. For Su Yong, the day passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of June 4th, the fourth day since the apocalypse had descended. On this day, the majority of the residents in the community began to succumb to a state of panic. Some could no longer suppress their agitation, resorting to venting their frustrations or insults in the community group. Many started to hoard supplies at exorbitant prices, causing the cost of living to soar. A pack of ordinary instant noodles had skyrocketed to 500. Yet, they still struggled to acquire sufficient provisions. By nightfall, tragedy struck the community as 4 of Song Fei's friends perished. They had sustained severe injuries, both legs broken by Su Yong, soaked in icy water. They endured 3 hours in the frigid temperature of -60 degrees, suffering extensive frostbite. Given the lack of assistance, it was remarkable that they had held on until now. The families of the 4 relentlessly condemned Su Yong and the group, threatening legal action and demands for financial compensation, but they received no response. Frustrated by the silence, they redirected their fury towards Song Fei. These men had merely come to assist him. Not only had he survived, but he had also emerged with lesser injuries. Where was the justice in that? Where was the law? Their families unanimously believed that Song Fei was using those 4 as scapegoats. Although Su Yong did not read the messages in the group, the imagery transmitted by a small aerial device revealed that the entire community lay within his grasp. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, relishing the unfolding drama at Song Fei's residence on the screen. The families of the 4 stormed into Song Fei's home, disregarding his injuries, and yanked him from his bed. The pain elicited heart-wrenching screams from him, nearly causing him to faint. Song Fei's family attempted to intervene, but were pushed aside. Song Fei, my brother stepped in for you, and now he is dead. A burly man demanded fiercely. What do you propose we do? Yes, our husband is dead. What do you suggest? 3 women glared at him, their faces contorted with rage. You should confront Su Yong. He's the cause of all this. There is no point in coming after me. Song Fei cried, his voice laced with despair. I am a victim too. My leg was broken as well, and without treatment, I won't last long. And yet you still seek to evade responsibility. The man scoffed. If it weren't for you inciting them to help, they wouldn't be in such dire straits, ultimately losing their lives. How can you even show your face? Why did you only suffer a broken leg while they were so gravely injured? The man's anger intensified as he slapped Song Fei several times across the face, reiterating. We will certainly hold Su Yong accountable, but first, we must settle our own scores. My brother is dead. How do you propose to resolve this? I don't know. Song Fei replied helplessly. I am not the one who killed him, but it is because of you that a life has been lost. The burly man stepped forcefully upon Song Fei's shattered leg. The anguished howl that erupted from him echoed painfully throughout the entire building. The one responsible for their demise is Su Yang. You should seek him out, for he possesses the wealth to compensate you. Overcome by agony, Song Fei became drenched in perspiration. Do you intend for us to confront Su Yang? The burly man inquired with a menacing glare. Then pressed down hard on Song Fei's injured leg. Song Fei's father, unable to bear the sight of his son suffering such torment, rushed into the kitchen, seizing a kitchen knife, and pointed it threateningly at the burly man. You have gone too far. Release my son. Get out of here. The burly man glared fiercely and delivered a brutal kick to Song Fei's father's chest. With overwhelming force, he was propelled against the wall behind him, the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. The burly man seized the fallen knife and aimed it menacingly at Song Fei's father's throat. Chapter 48. The opening of Pandora's box. Due to the relentless snowfall and frigid temperatures, the man felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Compounded by the sorrow of his brother's death that day, his heart was heavy with grief. To exacerbate his distress, Song Fei's father brandished a kitchen knife at him, igniting a furious response within. In a moment of uncontrollable rage, he struck, severing the father's carotid artery and splattering blood against the ceiling. The companions who accompanied him were taken aback by the gruesome scene, rendered mute and paralyzed by shock. Only Song Fei's mother cried out in horror, "Murder! Silence!" Song Fei thundered, delivering a forceful slap to her face. The impact caused her to stagger, her eyes filled with stars as she collapsed beside her husband, lying in a pool of blood. You dare kill my father. Song Fei struggled to rise, but his broken leg rendered him powerless, leaving him to scream helplessly. Chen Mingjing, wielding the bloodied knife, struck the back of Song Fei's head with the handle, rendering him unconscious on the spot. With a grim expression, Chen Mingjing surveyed everyone present. Under the weight of his fierce gaze, all bowed their heads in fear. They had merely sought an explanation, but now found themselves embroiled in a fatal incident. Their hearts heavy with despair. Despite having committed murder, Chen Mingjing felt a pang of guilt. Yet, steeling himself, his demeanor grew even more menacing. If Su Yang and Li Bin can commit murder without fear, why should I be afraid? He declared coldly, pointing at Song Fei's father. This old fool brought this upon himself. Had he not attacked me with a knife, he would not have met his end at my hands. But since I came here with you, we shall all share the burden of this crime. The others exchanged glances, eventually directing their eyes towards Chen Mingjing, their expression suggesting that the responsibility lay solely with him, not with them. Chen Mingjing, perceiving their thoughts, coldly announced, "Do not presume that your lack of involvement absolves you of responsibility. Now that a life has been taken, should the police investigate, none of you will escape unscathed. Even if you did not wield the blade, you were complicit. Your guilt is the same." His words sent a wave of fear through the group, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Observing their expressions, a faint smile crept across Chen Mingjing's lips as he continued, "But fret not, my friends. Given the severity of the snowstorm, the police may never arrive." As he spoke, he approached the entrance of Song Fei's home and locked the door from within. The sound of the lock sent shivers through the hearts of all present, prompting them to retreat in dread of being silenced. "Do not be afraid," Chen Mingjing chuckled. "I harbor no intention of harming you. I merely wish to convey that at this moment, even if we have committed murder, no one can punish us. Consider Su Yang and Li Bin. How many lives have they taken, yet remain unscathed?" With his words, the tension among the families began to dissipate slightly. However, there remained a sense of vigilance as they observed one another. After Chen Mingjing noticed the group calming down, he spoke again. "Since we all agree with my perspective, why not form a collective to face this calamity together and endure the aftermath of this snow disaster? Rest assured, with my presence, no outsider shall dare to bully you. Moreover, there may be an opportunity to avenge your loved ones." Under Chen Mingjing's persuasion, the group found merit in his words. The recent days had witnessed a significant loss of life within the community, and the absence of police intervention only heightened their fears. With the chaos of the snow disaster worsening, unity became paramount. Strength in numbers was essential to confront the dangers ahead. "Very well, I agree to join your team," declared one individual, resolutely. "I too consent." Soon, the entirety of the group echoed their unanimous agreement. "Now that we are a unified team, we shall share both fortune and adversity," Chen Mingjing remarked coldly, fixing his piercing gaze upon the assembly. "Go and inflict a wound upon each of the two survivors. Thus, we shall seal our bond with blood." Although they had agreed to join forces with Chen Mingjing, none harbored intentions of committing murder. One by one, they shook their heads in refusal. "What?" Chen Mingjing's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as he raised a bloodied kitchen knife. "Do you wish to ascertain the sharpness of my blade? If you desire my protection yet are unwilling to share the consequences, then what use are you to me?" Faced with his relentless pressure, the group found themselves with no option but to relent, and eventually, one man steeled himself. He grasped the knife from Chen Mingjing and swung it towards Song Fei's mother. A piercing scream erupted as the pain roused her from slumber. Before she could utter another sound, another individual approached, seizing the knife to strike again. In mere moments, she was left in a grotesque state. The harrowing cries echoed throughout the building, sending many into hiding beneath their covers, hands pressed against their ears. Following the murder of Song Fei's mother, the group, intoxicated by the scent of blood, descended into madness. They plunged the knife into Song Fei, and in a matter of moments, his life was extinguished. Observing the frenzy around him, Chun Mingjing finally exhaled in relief. Once he confirmed that the Song family had perished, he ordered the complete looting of their household supplies. Su Yang, witnessing the unfolding events, shook his head in dismay. From this day forth, Pandora's box had been irrevocably opened. Once the act of killing commenced, it could never be contained. Previously, Li Bin's actions could be rationalized. After all, most in the community were aware of his malevolence. For him, murder seemed trivial, and many could still convince themselves of that. Yet, when ordinary individuals became ensnared in the cycle of slaughter without facing punishment, it would inevitably incite imitation. In the absence of food, desperation would drive them to theft, leading to further deaths in the process. The matter of murder over survival resources would soon become commonplace. Su Yang redirected his focus to Wang Ping's residence. He was astonished to find that Wang Ping had yet to succumb, and even Wang De and his spouse were still alive. Wang Ping has awakened, though he bears severe injuries on his legs and forehead, rendering him quite frail. Grandpa Wang is afflicted with a high fever yet remains somewhat conscious, while his elderly companion lies in a deep coma, causing him great distress. The three of them struggle to move, leaving only Wang Ping's girlfriend, Tang Qing, to tend to their needs. However, her expression is predominantly one of impatience. Had it not been for the snow disaster, she would have departed long ago. Subsequently, Su Yang utilized the infrared capabilities of a small flying device to observe those who had previously targeted him. Many of those struck by arrows are suffering from deteriorating wounds, teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, those merely drenched in icy water are also afflicted with high fevers and debilitating weakness. These individuals have brought such fates upon themselves. Su Yang sighed as he turned off the screen before him, now awaiting the impending assault on his villa by Lu Su, and Li Bin. Chapter 49. The collapse of Order. Su Yang waited for 3 days. Time had now reached the 7th day since the onset of the icy apocalypse. In the community, most households had nearly depleted their stored supplies. Furthermore, following Qin Mingjing's unfortunate actions of killing the Song family, the residents of the upper floors grew bolder. Over the past 3 days, there had been a continuous stream of individuals breaking into others' homes to seize resources. Some went so far as to murder the male heads of families and claim their wives as their own. However, overall chaos had not escalated dramatically. After all, the icy apocalypse had only persisted for 7 days, and out of the 40 buildings in Fengyan community, aside from the more than 40 followers led by Li Bin and the group from Building 17 under Qin Mingjing, no significant factions had yet formed in the other buildings. Although many had perished due to resource plundering, the turmoil had remained confined to individual buildings. It was likely that after another week, when the icy apocalypse stretched to half a month, the entire community would descend into utter chaos, with each building establishing its own considerable faction and launching assaults on others. Currently, the factions that concerned Su Yang, apart from Li Bin and Qin Mingjing's group, included the residents of Building 2, where Ning Kaidai resided. Though Building 2 appeared tranquil, it housed personnel from the property management. This group was relatively young, comprising over 20 individuals, equipped with riot shields, batons, and other tools. They had not revealed their intentions during normal times, yet they had gathered on the very first day of the apocalypse, undoubtedly plotting something. Perhaps they were lying in wait, biding their time until the other buildings weakened each other before stepping in to clean up the aftermath. Su Yang understood that a dog that bites does not bark. This group posed the greatest danger. After observing the property management personnel, Su Yang quietly noted their presence. He also revisited the individuals with whom he had previous conflicts. He discovered that most of those he had injured with his bow and arrow had perished, and those who survived had suffered severe injuries, leading to amputations due to infections. In the absence of medical supplies and proper means to control bleeding, these individuals were not far from death. With thousands of residents in the community, the deaths of a mere few would not stir significant commotion. After all, Fengyan community had not known peace since the first day of the icy apocalypse. However, the families of the deceased harbored deep resentment towards Su Yang, secretly conspiring for revenge. Su Yang paid them no mind. He welcomed any adversary, confident that he would be waiting in his villa. Any damage inflicted upon his sanctuary would be deemed a loss. Su Yang turned off the screen and initiated a video call with his sisters, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu. "Boss, what a pleasant surprise to receive a call from you. Are you missing us?" Su Muyu remarked, a smile dancing upon her lips. She was far more vivacious and daring than her sister, viewing such jest as trivial. It has been a while, so I do miss you both. Su Yang replied with a smile, then inquired, how are things in your community now? The disorder within our community has escalated dramatically. Su Yunxi pondered for a moment before responding. Numerous individuals have begun to band together in violent clashes. Several hundred lives have already been lost within the vicinity. Fortunately, we had the foresight to renovate our residence in advance. Otherwise, you would not have the pleasure of our company. Su Muyu added swiftly. Listening to their accounts deepened my understanding of the outside world. It became evident that upscale neighborhoods, like those inhabited by Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, suffered even greater casualties than our own Fengyun community. In such affluent areas, despite having only a limited number of residents, hundreds perished in just 7 days of the apocalyptic winter. It is undeniable that competition among the wealthy is fiercely intense. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Su Yang ended the video call and stepped into the yard to feed the fish. The 30 koi had grown quite familiar with him, eagerly swimming over upon his arrival. In this frigid environment, the fish he nurtured thrived with a comfort surpassing that of 99% of the world's population. Su Yang played with the koi for a while before tending to the plants, and before he realized it, midday had arrived. He retrieved the meal he had prepared earlier from his storage space, still steaming and delectable. It consisted of braised chicken, lamb soup, and an assortment of traditional delicacies from various regions, making for a simple yet satisfying repast. After the meal, he savored some fresh grapes while reclining in a chair, admiring the swirling snow outside. 2 hours later, feeling sufficiently rested, Su Yang resumed his workout regimen. Physical fitness was of paramount importance. Maintaining a healthy body was essential for survival in the apocalypse. He continued until 6 in the evening. From his storage, he extracted a magnificent steak accompanied by a glass of red wine. Simultaneously, he activated the monitor before him, observing everything occurring in Li Bin's home with clarity. Damn it. All day long consuming gruel. My mouth has become tasteless. Zhang San complained, setting his bowl aside. He addressed Li Bin. Boss, how can you remain so composed? The other residents upstairs are in chaos over resources, yet we remain undisturbed. Why don't we seize some supplies? Our own provisions are nearly depleted. It's unreasonable to make the brothers subsist on gruel day after day. What? Are you saying you're tired of gruel? Li Bin's gaze turned icy as he replied. I suspect your motivations lean more towards seizing women than supplies. He knew his underlings all too well. They were insatiable in their pursuits, and enduring a week without female companionship was already a considerable feat. Their restlessness was palpable. Caught off guard by the boss's insight, Zhang San offered an awkward chuckle. Boss, you're always making such a ruckus with your wife. The brothers are feeling the stirrings of desire too. We can't indulge ourselves while denying them even a taste of broth. You lot are insufferable. Li Bin laughed and scolded. Get out of here. But don't cause too much trouble, and remember to clean up afterward. Long live the boss. Zhang San exclaimed jubilantly, accompanied by more than 40 individuals. A chilling cry suddenly echoed from Building 24. The men from 2 households had been slain, and 2 women lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Zhang San instructed his men to carry away the scant supplies that remained in the 2 homes. He then cast a glance at the 2 women lying vulnerably in bed, contemplating whether to take them back with him. Ultimately, he shook his head, brandished the machete in his hand, and swiftly slashed towards their necks. The other subordinates, witnessing this scene, silently lamented the loss, thinking how advantageous it would have been to keep them for longer use. Yet, fearing reprimand from their leader upon bringing them back, they resolved to silence them instead. Is it done? Li Bin asked with irritation as he watched Zhang San and the others return. Was it handled cleanly? Rest assured. I handle things well. Zhang San replied casually, puzzled by his leader's cautiousness even at this critical moment. Boss, given our strength, we could easily clear out the entire community. Your caution seems excessive, Zhang San questioned. This is where you falter in understanding. Li Bin chuckled, elaborating. While we may number over 40, the entire community comprises thousands. There are already many vigilant against us. If we overstep, we risk inciting them to unite against us. Even with our firearms, we cannot contend with thousands. Moreover, we have yet to eliminate the threat posed by Su Yang. Chapter 50. A clash of wits. Why should we fear him when he is but one man? Zhang San remarked nonchalantly. Once we dominate the entire community, we can deal with him at our leisure. Have you all forgotten the humiliation we suffered at his hands last time? Li Bin warned darkly. This individual is far from ordinary. He may have anticipated the snowstorm and prepared in advance. Isn't it telling that over 200 of us could not shatter the glass in his courtyard? What are we to do then? Wang Lu and Zhang San inquired simultaneously. Are we to let our grievances go unavenged? How could we not seek retribution? I have long harbored a desire to eliminate him, Li Bin declared with fierce determination. If we can eliminate Su Yang and seize his villa, all the supplies he hoarded will be ours. It would also spare us from freezing here. So, when shall we strike, boss? Zhang Sen asked, eager for action. He still bore the grudge of having his leg broken by Su Yang and was keen for revenge. Patience, Li Bin replied thoughtfully. I will first find some scapegoats within the community to lead the charge. Su Yang possesses an abundance of resources that others covet as well. Previously, those individuals were frightened by him and lacked the courage to confront him without a leader. Many households are nearing depletion of their supplies. If they wish to avoid starvation, they will have no choice but to heed our commands. Li Bin continued. In that case, we can send them to their doom while reaping the benefits ourselves. We will deplete the community's fighting force and deal with Su Yang all at once, a truly cunning plan. Indeed. What a brilliant strategy, boss. His underlings exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Listening to Li Bin's scheme and observing the expressions on their faces, Su Yang could not help but chuckle softly. Were it anyone else? Such a plan might indeed lead to their demise, but targeting him would surely end in failure. He mused to himself. Even a well-trained army would struggle to breach his villa. The two sides were simply not on the same level. To Su Yang, no matter how many individuals Li Bin amassed, they were but ephemeral insects attempting to shake a tree. Come, let this be a lesson you won't soon forget, and let you live perpetually in fear. Su Yang thought, this time, I shall entertain you and demonstrate what true power looks like. As time ticked by, Li Bin reopened the community group chat he had long neglected. He directly tagged Su Yang. Su Yang, many families in the community are nearly out of supplies, and several have already perished from starvation. You hoarded an abundance of resources. Isn't it time you shared some with everyone? You cannot simply stand by and watch us starve to death. You think I owe you something? Su Yang retorted without hesitation. I painstakingly accumulated those supplies at considerable expense. Why should I give them to you? Your demands are utterly outrageous. Li Bin sneered inwardly, continuing to stoke the flames of discord in the group. In the face of the snow disaster, we should unite as one to weather the storm, rather than exhibit such selfishness as you do. With the abundance of supplies you hoard, what harm is there in sharing a portion? Understand that I am not requesting these supplies for myself. I speak on behalf of the thousands in our community. How absurd. Su Yang retorted with scorn. A notorious rogue dares to lecture me on selflessness? What audacity! If you are so altruistic, why not distribute the supplies you pilfered from the neighborhood committee? Though Su Yang's words struck hard, Li Bin felt no anger. His aim was to provoke Su Yang into exhibiting a cold, domineering demeanor, which would only incite further outrage among the residents, drawing more people to confront him. While the community had remained silent thus far, Li Bin was acutely aware that most were attentively observing the unfolding drama in the group chat. Do not twist the narrative. Su Yang, Li Bin continued, though I have committed misdeeds in the past, I now seek to do tangible good for our community in this time of crisis. My intrusion into the neighborhood committee was solely to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, yet those supplies have been sold off, leaving me powerless. But you, living in your comfortable villa, feasting on delicacies, hoard your supplies without a thought for the rest. What is your true intention? You epitomize the saying wealth without benevolence. Indeed. Su Yang, why not share some of your supplies with us? We implore you. We shall remember your kindness in the future. With your ample stock, parting with a bit poses no burden. Once the snow has ceased, we will return the favor. Su Yang, you cannot treat us this way. We are all neighbors. Should we perish from hunger, rest assured the government will hold you accountable. As soon as Li Bin sent that message, it resonated with many, compelling them to pressure Su Yang into relinquishing his supplies. It seemed these individuals had truly learned nothing from past experiences. Su Yang lamented. Perhaps I was too lenient with them before. Do they perceive me as so easily provoked? As if I would distribute supplies to such insatiable souls. Having suffered betrayal in a previous life, I have long since learned my lesson. I will not be morally coerced by them. If I were to share my supplies, they would only grow bolder in their demands, escalating from a mere request for supplies to outrageous demands for residence in my villa. The greed of humanity knows no bounds. See, Su Yang, it is not merely my insistence. It is the request of the entire community. Li Bin pressed on in the group. Once again, I reiterate, there are no supplies to be had. Su Yang declared resolutely. Your survival is of no concern to me. If you desire supplies, you must offer up your wife. She is quite beautiful, and given your supposed consideration for others, why not make a sacrifice? Satisfy me, and I shall provide each of you with a single packet of instant noodles. Su Yang, you seek your own demise. Li Bin's gaze was icy, his heart nearly exploding with rage. If you dare to insult my wife again, I will ensure your end. You previously spoke so loftily, yet now you are unwilling to sacrifice for your wife? Su Yang questioned. I merely expressed a desire to share your wife's bed, and you threatened to kill me? Such reasoning is utterly absurd. It seems to me that your true intention is not merely to guard your resources, but rather to see me perish. If you possess the courage, then come. I shall await you at home. Su Yang continued to provoke. Should you dare to approach? This time it will not merely be a matter of being stabbed 18 times. I must say, I find your wife's services quite satisfactory, Su Yang further remarked. Even if you do not come, I shall, when the opportunity arises, deliver 2 packets of instant noodles to you, as a token of gratitude for your prior training. After all, one must not forget the well digger when drinking water, and I still possess a heart full of gratitude. Chapter 51. A mole at the root of your wife's thigh. Upon seeing the message posted by Su Yang in the group chat, Li Bin's countenance immediately darkened. What do you mean, Su Yang? What do you think I mean? Su Yang replied with a light chuckle. You have a wonderful wife, if it weren't for her. You'd have long been embroiled in legal troubles instead of flaunting your bravado here. What do you say to that? Are you out of your mind? Li Bin retorted furiously. If you wish to sow discord between me and my wife, at least provide a more credible reason. Insulting me is hardly an impressive feat. Despite his bravado, doubt began to creep into Li Bin's mind. After all, it was his wife, Duan Qian, who had initially secured the settlement with the other party. Would they have so readily agreed to sign without any incentives? The thought made Li Bin increasingly restless. His expression darkened further as he involuntarily cast his gaze towards the bedroom. Relief washed over him when he observed that Duan Qian's expression remained relatively composed. As a man, nothing is more unbearable than the thought of being cuckolded. Just as he was about to reignite the fire in the group chat, Su Yang's next comment completely shattered his composure. Your wife has quite a captivating mole at the root of her thigh. Su Yang followed up with another message. I have photos and videos. Would you care to admire your wife's skills together sometime? Although Su Yang made such assertions, he refrained from posting any explicit content in the chat, as he prided himself on his moral standing. His sole aim was to instill belief in Li Bin's mind. As anticipated, when Li Bin read about the mole on his wife's thigh, his mind momentarily blanked. Rage surged within him. His fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly as he erupted. Su Yang, how dare you sleep with my wife? He turned on his heel, heading to the bedroom to confront Duan Qian. Duan Qian, having seen Su Yang's message, felt a wave of panic wash over her. This is it. The secret has been exposed, she thought. Moments later, the bedroom door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The group of subordinates in the living room exchanged furtive glances, hastily wrapping themselves in blankets to avoid the brewing storm. This was a matter concerning their leader's household. They had no place in it, nor should they overhear anything inappropriate. However, some subordinates couldn't help but entertain illicit thoughts. Sister-in-law is so beautiful and alluring. She's a dream come true. Yet, Su Yang has beaten us to it. What a pity. When will we ever have such luck? Alas, these thoughts remained unvoiced, confined to the recesses of their minds. You wretched woman. Li Bin strode towards Duan Qian, seizing her collar and demanding, have you been sleeping with that beast, Su Yang? Have you been unfaithful to me? Coughing, Duan Qian struggled to breathe as he tightened his grip. She frantically beat against his arms, and once he loosened his hold, she gasped for air, tears welling in her eyes. Don't think that by acting pitiful, I will let you off the hook. Li Bin growled, raising his arm to strike her. Go ahead and hit me. Du Qian shouted loudly. Realizing that evasion was futile, she decided to embrace her predicament. The situation had already been exposed, and no amount of explanation could quell the fury surging within Li Bin. Regardless of the outcome, she was bound to face repercussions. Silence would not resolve the issue. What kind of man are you, Li Bin? Do you believe that having a gang of lackeys makes you formidable? Du Qian challenged. I slept with Su Yang, so what? It was for your sake. Had I not done so, you would have long been imprisoned, unable to stand here flaunting your authority. She unleashed her pent-up grievances, gazing at the ferocious Li Bin and continuing, as a man of your stature, is your only recourse to strike your wife? Your wife has been slept with by another, yet instead of confronting him, you turn your aggression towards me. What kind of sense does that make? Go ahead, strike me. Just don't let me lose respect for you. With her head held high, she stared defiantly at Li Bin. Realizing for the first time that marrying him had been a grave mistake, how had she ever been attracted to such a worthless thug? If it weren't for her family's connections, he wouldn't have risen to the position of a petty gang leader. He might have been killed on the streets long ago. Li Bin's chest heaved with rage, and after a deep breath, he lowered his raised hand. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to strike Du Qian. However, a burning fury simmered within him. If left unvented, he felt as though his very insides would combust. A murderous glint gathered in his eyes, glowing ominously. He envisioned inflicting brutal harm upon Su Yang. With a scowl directed at Du Qian, he warned, just wait. Once I deal with Su Yang, you will be next. He then stormed out of the bedroom and into the living room. As he left, Du Qian felt as though her soul had been lost. She collapsed onto the bed and wept uncontrollably. The sound of her crying only heightened Li Bin's agitation. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain. A sense of warmth eluded him as he wrapped himself in a blanket, striving to quell the tumult within. He retrieved his phone and tagged Su Yang in the community group chat. You think using my wife to provoke me will be effective? No one believes your previous claims. I will ask you once more, will your family share the survival supplies with everyone? Believe it or not, I have enjoyed myself, Su Yang retorted. There is no chance for you to get any supplies. Upon reading this, a cold smirk crept across Li Bin's lips. He sensed the moment was ripe. The anger within the community began to ignite. Ignoring Su Yang, he tagged everyone in the group. Dear residents, you have all seen how Su Yang has ample survival supplies yet refuses to share, instead wanting to watch us starve. Are you willing to perish from hunger? The response was an overwhelming no. Filling the chat, Li Bin followed up. So what do you propose we do? The community members replied. Let us unite to confront Su Yang and demand he distribute the supplies. Li Bin gazed at the responses in the community group and inquired once more. Very well. I have decided to take everyone to Su Yang's home for a serious discussion tomorrow morning. Who among you wishes to join me? I would. I am willing to go too. Count me in. Before long, over 500 individuals had expressed their willingness to accompany him. A significant portion of these people were relatives who had previously fallen victim to Su Yang's lethal composite bow, while others had suffered from the drenching cold water he had poured over them, leading to mild illnesses. Additionally, some were on the brink of exhausting their household supplies. And with no resources left, they would be compelled to resort to theft. Rather than pilfering from others, it seemed more prudent to join the fray. If they could manage to deal with Su Yang, their worries over supplies would be alleviated. Upon reviewing the number of participants, Li Bin queried in the group. Is it just these 500 who will accompany me? Noticing the absence of further responses, Li Bin's expression darkened as he proclaimed, I must forewarn you. Those of you who do not attend tomorrow shall not receive any supplies. Chapter 52. The Mob Brotherly. Good counsel is wasted on the damned. Someone replied in the group chat. What does it matter to us if those people choose to starve? If they don't want to go, let them be. Shortly after, another individual addressed Li Bin. Brotherly, we are sufficient in number. If they choose not to join, do not press them. Too many people would complicate management. But rest assured, those of us who go will diligently follow your orders. Their concern was not for those who abstained, but rather for the fear that an excessive number would diminish their share of Su Yang's resources once obtained. With over 500 individuals, no matter how plentiful Su Yang's supplies might be, how much would each person truly receive? If the entire community mobilized, there would be nothing left to divide. Fewer participants would yield better outcomes. Very well, it is settled, Li Bin declared to the group. Tomorrow morning at 8. Gather in the underground parking lot of the community. We will confront Su Yang and claim our share of the supplies. Punctuality is essential. After sending the message, Li Bin turned off his phone. He cast a glance at his wife, Duan Qian, in the bedroom, took a deep breath, and suppressed the simmering rage within. A malicious glint sparkled in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, muttering, Tomorrow will mark your demise, Su Yang. At that moment, Bai Lu wrapped in a blanket entered Lu Su's room, demanding, Why aren't we participating in this assault on Su Yang? Are you foolish? Lu Su replied, looking at her as if she were simple-minded. What kind of good person is Li Bin? Why would he need to gather people from the community if he has so many brothers? He is undoubtedly exploiting them. Li Bin fears Su Yang may have contingencies and intends to use these individuals as scapegoats. If we go, we might meet a dire fate. Even if we storm Su Yang's villa and seize the supplies, do you think Li Bin would share with them? Bai Lu shook her head in response. But what if they do break in and take the supplies? What will we do then? Having no supplies is far better than being used as pawns, only to be left with nothing. Lu Su chuckled. At that moment, Lu Su appeared to have undergone a transformation, becoming considerably more astute. However, this was merely his misplaced confidence, largely stemming from his fear of Li Bin, compelling him to tread carefully. After a moment's contemplation, he continued speaking to Bai Lu. If they cannot breach Su Yang's villa with their numbers, then we can seize the opportunity to collaborate with Li Bin. You can deceive Su Yang into opening the door, and we will act when the moment is right. Once we have Su Yang under control, we will be the greatest contributors. Even if Li Bin is reluctant, he will have to allocate a room and some supplies to us. At this point, I no longer wish for an equal share. Enough for the two of us to survive will suffice. Bai Lu nodded, choosing not to voice any further objections. Meanwhile, Chun Mingjing and his group from Building 17 also opted out of the upcoming action. He was acutely aware that with their limited numbers, they were no match for Li Bin, and they were not currently in need of supplies. If food ran out, they could simply force open the door of a family living above and seize their resources. The women could remain warm in their beds while the men could be disposed of. It was a comfortable and risk-free arrangement. Why venture out in a hardship? If Li Bin and his companions were to engage in a fierce confrontation that left them both severely wounded, perhaps he could reap the benefits as a bystander, while simultaneously avenging his brother. Shin Mingjing had a commendable scheme, yet he overestimated his own capabilities. Not only could he not compete with Li Bin, but even Su Yang could easily crush him with a mere finger. At home, Wang Ping endured the agony of his injuries, unable to find peace as he read the messages in the group chat. He despised the fact that he was incapacitated and could not partake in the impending confrontation against Su Yang. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to eliminate his adversary. At that moment, Tang Qing brought over a bowl of instant noodles. Wang Ping, noticing the absence of noodles and only broth, inquired, "Where are the noodles?" "I finished them," Tang Qing retorted disdainfully. "Having broth is already generous. In a few days, there may not even be soup left." "What did you say?" Wang Ping, infuriated by her attitude, demanded, after enduring such severe injuries. "You expect me to survive on mere broth?" "It's not just for you," Tang Qing coldly replied. "It's for your entire family, you vile creature. I'll make you pay." Wang Ping seethed, rising to confront her, only to be met with a jolt of pain that forced him back onto the bed. "You consume our food and yet treat us like this." Old Wang, weakened, howled, "My family is gravely ill. Without sustenance, we will perish." "You should have perished long ago," Tang Qing shouted back. "There are only a few packets of instant noodles left. I can't survive on what little we have if I share it with you. How dare you bring up the promises of a wedding house and a carefree life? It was all a lie. How could I have ever fallen for someone as useless as you?" With that, Tang Qing turned to leave. Alarmed, Wang Ping called out, "Qing, you can't go. Please. Just give us something to eat. I'm gravely injured. Without proper nourishment, I will die. My father is running a high fever, and my mother is unconscious. Without food, they too will perish. There is nothing left in your house. If you want food, go fetch it yourself. Providing you with a bowl of hot broth is already a testament to my compassion," Tang Qing replied, her face cold and refusing to even glance in his direction. "Why not borrow some? Even a little would suffice. Without food, we cannot survive." Wang Ping pleaded. "Look at the chaos outside. Don't pretend you're unaware." Tang Qing snapped. "Who would lend out their supplies? If I venture out and cannot procure anything, what has to become of me? You clearly do not care about my well-being, so why should I care about yours? Perhaps you could borrow from Su Yang." He mentioned in the group that if someone spent the night with him, he would provide food. Old Wang seemed to have grasped onto a glimmer of hope and added, "Su Yang is a notorious womanizer. If he found someone like Bai Lu appealing, he would surely find you, who is 100 times more attractive, irresistible." After hearing his father's words, Wang Ping looked at his girlfriend with renewed hope. At that moment, he disregarded the implications of infidelity, focusing solely on the desperate need to be nourished and to survive. As for the rest, they are trifles. How shameless can you be, you old fool? Tang Qing, filled with fury, stepped forward and struck Wang Dage across the face. The blow left him dazed, his head spinning, and stars dancing before his eyes, a burning pain radiating from the impact. "After all, I am your daughter-in-law. How can you expect me to accompany another to bed? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Unable to contain her rage, Tang Qing delivered several more slaps to his face. Once again, Wang Dave succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing his father fall into a state of oblivion and his girlfriend storm away in fury, Wang Ping lay helplessly on the bed, struggling in vain. Alas, no one paid him any mind. Tang Qing was thoroughly disillusioned with Wang Ping's family and succumbed to a deep slumber alone in her room. Through the footage transmitted by a small drone stationed outside, Su Yang observed the grotesque nature of humanity laid bare in this apocalyptic world, his heart heavy with emotion. His eyes were filled with disdain and indifference towards Li Bin and his motley crew. Chapter 53, Assembling Action Certainly. Not everyone in the Fengyan community harbored ill intentions towards Su Yang. At the very least, Ning Kaidai took the initiative to send him a message, cautioning him, "Li Bin and his group are armed and have gathered a significant number of people. You cannot contend with them. It would be wiser to come to my home tonight, to evade this calamity for the time being." Although Ning Kaidai was acutely aware of Su Yang's exceptional talents, having mastered the combat techniques she taught him to an extraordinary degree, making her, his instructor, appear inferior, she still understood that no matter how skilled one might be, they could not triumph over firearms. It was inconceivable for any individual, regardless of prowess, to confront more than 500 adversaries simultaneously. Ning Kaidai shook her head, having never encountered such a person, unless the opposition wielded heavy weaponry. Su Yang had previously exhibited a brash demeanor and had indeed injured several individuals. Yet he had never resorted to using a gun. Furthermore, Ning Kaidai instinctively believed that acquiring firearms in the Great Xia was exceedingly difficult. The mere fact that Li Bin possessed two was rather surprising to her. She could hardly fathom how Su Yang could devise a viable strategy against an overwhelming force of over 500. If the adversaries were allowed to escape, the frigid temperatures and heavy snowfall outside would surely lead to their demise. To be on the safe side, it would be better to have them discreetly come to her home, where they might find refuge. Thank you for your kind intentions, Coach Ning. Su Yang replied with a smile. These inept individuals do not possess the capability to force my retreat. I am not intimidated by 500. Nor would I be by 1,000. As for visiting your home, I would rather not, as I fear it may implicate you. Su Yang did not reveal a hint of his true capabilities, for human nature is notoriously inscrutable. There was no necessity for him to disclose his genuine strength to another, even if that person had shown him nothing but goodwill and concern. It could only be said that Ning Kaidai was rather kind-hearted, while others kept their distance. She continued to care for his safety. Su Yang silently noted that if she ever found herself in peril, he would assist her without charge, thus repaying her kindness. Seeing that she could not sway Su Yang, Ning Kaidai relented, reminding him to exercise caution the following day and to retreat at the first sign of insurmountable odds. Su Yang smiled and offered no further words. After a soothing hot shower, he lay down on his comfortable bed and drifted into slumber, needing to replenish his energy for the grand spectacle awaiting him the next day. Soon, June 8th arrived. Su Yang rose at 6 o'clock, freshened up, and retrieved a simple breakfast of meat sandwiches, buns, fried dough sticks, and 8 treasure porridge from his storage space. Clad in comfortable attire, he ventured into the courtyard to feed the koi. Before he knew it, the clock struck 7:30. Returning to the living room, he powered on the display screen, which revealed every corner of the underground parking lot. His villa was equipped with state-of-the-art military-grade radar technology. Once activated, the radar could detect any movement within a 200-meter radius of the villa's courtyard. In addition to the radar surveillance, he had discreetly installed various miniature cameras throughout the underground garage. Anyone entering the parking area would be unable to elude the watchful eyes of those cameras. Many individuals arrived early, clad in heavy down jackets. Even though they were shielded from the snowfall within the underground garage, the frigid temperatures still caused their legs to tremble with cold. They paced restlessly, occasionally expressing their impatience. Where's Li Bin? Some could not refrain from messaging in the community group. Brother Bin, everyone is here. Hurry up. If you don't come soon, we might freeze to death. It was not until exactly 8 o'clock that Li Bin arrived, accompanied by over 40 followers. Upon seeing the gleaming machetes in their hands, a shiver ran through the crowd. While the presence of weapons was somewhat expected, as they too were armed with various implements, the sight of Li Bin holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, alongside Zhang San brandishing a shotgun, startled them. Although they had seen guns in videos released by Su Yang, witnessing them in reality instilled a palpable fear. Li Bin offered a smile and exchanged a few pleasantries. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. My apologies. I didn't anticipate everyone's punctuality. Now that we are all here, let us proceed to the basement of Su Yang's house. He stated plainly, to compensate for the time you've waited. Once we breach the door, you can take whatever supplies you find inside. Cheers erupted from the crowd of over 500, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Armed with steel pipes, hammers, shovels, and various tools, they made their way from the underground garage towards the basement of Villa 001. With these individuals leading the charge, Li Bin signaled to his own followers to slow their pace and follow behind. As they approached the basement door of Su Yang's residence, they intentionally distanced themselves from those he had incited to join him. Finally, you've arrived, Su Yang exclaimed, pouring a glass of 1982 Lafite, swirling it elegantly before sipping a small amount. He watched the crowd gathered before him on the screen, biding his time before taking action. Open the door, Li Bin commanded with a disdainful snort. In truth, action had already commenced without his prompting. The door to Su Yang's basement, seamless and evidently an electronic installation, posed a formidable barrier against intrusion. Normal tools would prove futile against such a door. A burly man, muscular and robust, gripped a massive hammer, swinging it forcefully against the door. A thunderous crash echoed throughout the garage, reverberating long after, leaving some nearby with ringing ears. The impact jolted the man's hands, nearly causing him to lose grip on the hammer. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the door, they noted with dismay that it showed no signs of damage, not even a chip of paint flaking away. What on earth is this door made of? It's incredibly resilient, the man grumbled, raising his hammer once more to strike the door. Another resounding impact followed, yet the door remained unscathed. Have you not eaten today? If you can't manage it, let us take over. Some mocked. What a waste of such strength. Indeed, the door proved to be remarkably sturdy, doubtful of his own abilities. The man felt a surge of indignation. Before he could make his move, someone brandished a cutting machine. The grinding wheel spun madly as it approached the door. The moment it made contact, a piercing sound erupted and sparks flew. In no time, the entire grinding wheel was worn down, yet the door remained unscathed. Damn it! The operator of the cutting machine cursed furiously. He kicked the basement door with a forceful blow. Ouch! The excruciating pain caused him to stagger, and the cutting machine clattered to the ground. At this moment, the patience of the onlookers had been utterly exhausted. They began to hammer the door with their tools. Shouting angrily, "Su Yang, you cowardly turtle, come out at once." Hearing the cacophony and witnessing the furious, contorted faces on the screen, Su Yang snorted disdainfully. He lightly pressed a button on his left, and a 20-inch screen of indiscernible material appeared at the outer layer of the basement door. The dashing Su Yang appeared on the screen, holding a glass of red wine, addressing the crowd. "Who let these wild dogs disturb my rest? Are you all seeking death?" Chapter 54. Leave your life behind. Over 500 individuals gazed through the screen, witnessing Su Yang leisurely savoring a glass of red wine, their anger boiling over. Ignoring his warnings, they furiously exclaimed, "Why should you enjoy such leisure while we languish in the cold, deprived of sustenance? What I do is none of your concern." Su Yang retorted with a cold smirk, taking another sip of his wine. "I warn you one last time. If you do not leave, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." "Humph," Li Bin scoffed, fixing his gaze on Su Yang. "Do you truly believe you possess the capability to kill us? With so many of us, even a single spit from each could drown you. Li Bin, you truly are a fool." Su Yang mocked, hearing the taunts directed at him. "Too cowardly to confront me directly, you rally others to meet their demise alongside you. I once thought you formidable, yet you squander your opportunity." Casting his gaze back to the crowd gathered at the door, Su Yang spoke softly, "Have you all lost your wits? Simply swayed by Li Bin's words to seek trouble with me? You cannot even scratch my door, so what gives you the audacity to seize my resources? Beware of being manipulated. Brothers, do not heed his nonsense." Li Bin's expression darkened upon hearing Su Yang's attempt to sow discord. However, he quickly regained his composure, sneering. "Though his door may be sturdy, it cannot withstand the simultaneous assault of 500. Your attempts at provocation only reveal your fear, seeking to intimidate us into retreat. Let us all advance and break down his door. Yes, with so many of us, what is there to fear? Together." "I refuse to believe we cannot conquer a mere villa." Many echoed in agreement, eagerly preparing for the confrontation. "Since you are so intent on courting death, come forth." Su Yang's tone was frigid. "Do not claim I did not warn you. Begging for mercy will be futile then. What other tricks do you possess? Merely spraying icy water or shooting arrows?" Li Bin jeered. "But this is not the ground. There is neither a place to spray nor to shoot. Do you truly think you can frighten us?" No sooner had Li Bin spoken than over 500 individuals simultaneously unfurled their umbrellas. The mention of spraying cold water ignited a sense of foreboding among them. Some had previously encountered trouble with Su Yang during snow removal, based on past experiences. Su Yang was clearly cunning, fortifying his villa with impressive resilience. He had even prepared water sprayers and compound bows. What ordinary person would consider such preparations? How fearful must he be? Hence, those who had come today were well prepared, particularly those standing at the forefront, cautiously shielding themselves with umbrellas, leaving no gaps. "Do not hesitate. Let us charge together and swiftly conclude this battle," Li Bin shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. "He cannot spray water or shoot arrows here, so what are you afraid of? It is far too cold outside. We cannot afford to drag this out." Upon reflection, the crowd agreed, yet they still clutched their umbrellas tightly. The foremost individuals wielded their tools and struck forcefully at the door. Heavenly sins may be forgiven, yet self-inflicted transgressions lead to ruin. Su Yang observed the reckless souls intent on their own demise with a cold gaze, leaving behind a solitary remark before severing their communication. The screen on the door vanished, reverting to its original state. However, every movement outside was meticulously monitored by him through radar. In an instant, as a dozen individuals struck the door with their instruments, a surge of high-voltage electricity erupted from it. Arcs of electricity flickered across their tools, and the unfortunate souls were hurled backward by the shock, colliding into a throng behind them. The instruments that fell to the ground ignited under the intense heat. A foul, charred odor permeated the basement, reminiscent of burnt pork. Trouble. The door is electrified. One individual, witnessing the gruesome fates of his companions, swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation, retreating hastily. Meanwhile, others stood frozen in terror, gazing at the door flashing with arcs of electricity, their resolve wavering. "What are we so afraid of?" Li Bin bellowed, brandishing his pistol at the over 500 faces before him, his expression twisted with rage. "It's merely the door that's electrified. Nowhere else is affected. We can simply break through the walls. Who knows if Su Yang has any tricks left?" Someone hesitantly shook his head, unwilling to stake his life. Li Bin's gaze turned icy as he considered this individual, yearning to silence him with a bullet, yet he understood that this was not the opportune moment. To strike against them now would undoubtedly incite collective fury, potentially turning the masses against him and falling directly into Su Yang's scheme. With his mind racing, Li Bin devised a plan and shouted to the crowd, "Is it just one Su Yang who has instilled such fear in you? If we return empty-handed this time, we will never have another chance to confront him again. Rather than waiting for death in this frigid desolation, we should take a leap of faith." Waving his pistol before the gathering, he continued, "We possess firearms and an abundance of tools. We can pry open this basement. Once inside, we shall never again worry about sustenance. Indeed, we are many. What is there to fear?" Li Bin's followers echoed, rallying with fervor. "Eliminate Su Yang. Seize the supplies." Instantly, their spirits were reignited. They discarded their umbrellas and began to strike the walls flanking the basement door. Alas, despite their fervent efforts, they could not inflict even the slightest damage upon the walls. Just as confusion spread among them, Su Yang, seated before the screen, smiled subtly. He activated the Villa's counterattack system. Under his command, dozens of fist-sized holes emerged in the walls, through which dark, menacing gun barrels protruded. Some, believing their efforts had borne fruit, were poised to celebrate. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, bang, 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 and several individuals collapsed into pools of blood, which rapidly congealed in the low temperature. "Run! They have guns!" came the panicked realization of one, prompting him to discard his tools and flee. "Do not run. Come back." Li Bin's expression shifted dramatically. He fired 2 shots towards the upper level of the underground parking garage, yet no one heeded his call. In that fleeting moment as the crowd turned, a dozen AK-47s, under the control of the counterattack system, unleashed a barrage upon the masses. Each AK-47 could hold 30 rounds, with an effective range of 400 meters. In optimal conditions, a single weapon could discharge 600 rounds per minute. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as the volley of AK-47s rattled incessantly. Bullets flew chaotically, mercilessly reaping the lives of those attempting to flee. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals lay lifeless near the entrance of Su Yang's basement. As the guns automatically reloaded, the remaining survivors ducked and scrambled in every direction. The underground parking garage, laden with numerous supporting pillars, limited the bullet's trajectory, allowing several to escape to safety. Upon witnessing this overwhelming scene, Li Bin and his 40-odd subordinates dared not linger. They turned to flee at the very first volley. Su Yang, observing the screen as the panicked individuals fled like lost dogs, wore a cold smirk. "Do you think it will be so easy to escape? Since you have come, you shall leave your lives behind." Chapter 55, The Deployment of Intelligent Electronic Hounds. How could Su Yang allow these individuals to escape? Given their malevolent intentions, he resolved to eliminate them all. It was imperative to instill both pain and fear in these would-be assailants. He harbored no sympathy in his heart for those who sought to harm him. Once more, Su Yang pressed a button, awakening the intelligent electronic hounds concealed throughout the underground parking garage. Each of these mechanical canines was equipped with weaponry, operated by an intelligent system capable of discerning friend from foe in an instant. Upon receiving Su Yang's command, they would execute their tasks without hesitation, delivering lethal strikes to their adversaries. As dozens of individuals approached the elevator, they were met with the sight of several electronic hounds fixated upon them. Upon noticing the firearms strapped to the hounds, a cold sweat broke out among the group. They were bewildered by the source of Su Yang's advanced technology and the abundance of weapons at his disposal. Panic gripped their minds, and the singular thought of escape consumed them. Retreating was no longer an option. The grim fate of the 100 others who had been shot lingered vividly in their memories. In a silent exchange, they locked eyes and shouted in unison, "Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the heavens. Our survival now hinges solely on luck." They swiftly turned to flee in another direction. In that instant, the intelligent electronic hounds opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed as dozens fell, bullets striking their chests, leaving them writhing on the ground, their lives ebbing away. The hounds delivered finishing shots to those who lay incapacitated, ensuring their demise before turning to pursue the remaining escapees. The onslaught of the electronic hounds was not limited to this group. Every individual faced the same fate, whether they ran together or alone. None were spared. Su Yang's unleashed hounds blocked every exit of the underground parking lot of Fengyan community, including stairwells and elevator doors. After dispatching the scattered fugitives, they commenced a systematic hunt of the remaining individuals. From an original group of over 500, fewer than 100 remained. Gunfire rang out incessantly, accompanied by cries of agony. The death toll continued to rise, and soon only Li Bin and his 40-odd comrades were left, positioned at the rear. They sensed the change in atmosphere and immediately took flight. Their casualties were minimal. Initially, only 2 of their subordinates had been shot, while 3 sustained gunshot wounds to their arms. Witnessing the relentless pursuit by the electronic hounds, Li Bin and his companions felt their scalps tingle with dread, as if they were ensnared in a futuristic battlefield. During their escape, they encountered further interception by the hounds. Fortunately, armed with a shotgun, they managed to eliminate 2 of the mechanical beasts, creating an opening through which they fled. However, 10 of their comrades were left behind, lost to the onslaught. As the remaining group finally glimpsed the elevator of Building 24, a sigh of relief escaped them. Yet, before they could fully comprehend their situation, gunfire erupted once more, and 2 more of their comrades fell, struck in the chest. Li Bin anxiously gazed ahead, where a dozen armed robotic dogs awaited their arrival. Filled with rage, he bellowed at his subordinates, "Charge forward with me. If we don't, we will all perish when the pursuers arrive." With that, he surged ahead, the shotgun in his grasp emitting a thunderous roar. Flames erupted from the muzzle as he fired at one of the robotic dogs, racing towards the elevator. His comrades followed suit, recklessly propelling themselves forward. The robotic dogs unleashed a volley of gunfire, claiming the lives of several more subordinates who collapsed beside the elevator, which was on the verge of opening. Li Bin fired 7 or 8 rounds at the robotic dogs, managing to hit only 2. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and he, along with the remaining subordinates, hurried inside. Fortunately, most of his men had already fallen, leaving only a handful of them, thus avoiding overloading the elevator. As the doors began to close, Li Bin and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts pounding as they cast wary glances at the robotic dogs outside, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. However, before they could fully appreciate their survival, the remaining robotic dogs turned and unleashed another barrage at the now-closed elevator doors. The deafening gunfire resonated, and bullets pierced through the doors, striking inside. With the elevator crowded, there was nowhere to take cover. The first among them fell, and the air was soon thick with the acrid scent of blood. Fortunately, Li Bin stood at the back and escaped unscathed. When the elevator ascended from the underground garage to the first floor, the robotic dogs ceased their fire. In a state of panic, Li Bin examined his body, relieved to find no wounds. However, among the original group of over 10, only 6, including himself, survived. Even the typically fierce Zhang San appeared pale, his legs trembling, the handgun he had been holding slipping from his grasp. The others were equally paralyzed, some losing control of their bladders, an overwhelming stench mingling with the metallic scent of blood, rendering it difficult to keep their eyes open, suppressing the nausea rising within him. Li Bin retrieved his handgun and secured it at his waist, leaning against the elevator wall with his shotgun, finally allowing himself to relax. Moments later, the elevator halted on the 17th floor. As the doors opened, Li Bin, accompanied by his visibly shaken 5 subordinates, stepped out, neglecting those who had perished within the elevator. Upon returning home, Li Bin and Zhang San finally comprehended the gravity of their ordeal, collapsing onto the floor in shock. Su Yang observed on the screen as all but the 6 of them were eliminated. He commanded the 200 or 300 robotic dogs in the garage to remove the bodies, clean the bloodstains, and recover the damaged robotic dogs. These remarkable machines were key to their success, and Su Yang had no intention of abandoning them. Should these devices fall into the hands of those with ill intentions and be restored for further use, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Although the electronic dogs were damaged, the firearms mounted upon them remained operational and must not be allowed to be seized by others. Su Yang meticulously disassembled the weapons from the incapacitated electronic dogs, storing them within his space. He replenished the ammunition for the remaining electronic dogs and ensured they were fully charged before releasing them once more. Subsequently, he prepared an elaborate feast: sweet and sour ribs, candied sweet potatoes, lobsters, abalone, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and a medley of 3 vegetables. Once the dishes were elegantly arranged on the dining table, he uncorked a bottle of Maodai and poured it into a wine glass. Casually, he captured a photograph and shared it in the community group, captioning it, "When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When foes approach, there are shotguns." The content shared by Su Yang swiftly garnered the attention of the majority within the community group. Throughout the morning, the residents of the neighborhood were alarmed by the unmistakable sounds of gunfire and anguished cries. Initially, no one suspected Su Yang was the cause, with many believing it to be the police responding to a disturbance. However, by midday, as the families of those who had sought trouble with Su Yang awaited their return, they began to realize the grim fate that likely awaited their loved ones. Chapter 56, The Aftermath of Violence Now. Upon seeing Su Yang's photos of a meal shared in their group chat, it became increasingly apparent that he had emerged victorious. The loved ones lost to them would never return. While they silently cursed Su Yang, their eyes were irresistibly drawn to the delectable food displayed in his pictures, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Particularly, Li Bin glowered at the images, swallowing hard with a brooding intensity. "Boss, we are famished," Wang Lu lamented, clutching his rumbling stomach. "Let us eat." Li Bin snapped coldly at Duan Qian. You wretched woman. Hurry up and prepare some food. Duan Qian, hearing this from the bedroom, immediately darkened with displeasure. There's nothing left in the house. You all devoured everything this morning. Now, there's not even a grain of rice left. Li Bin's expression shifted to one of alarm. How could the provisions from the neighborhood committee be consumed so swiftly? He failed to consider that there had been more than 40 mouths to feed. Observing his remaining 5 brothers, their stomachs growling ominously. The dread on his face had yet to dissipate. Let us go. We need to step out, he commanded. At this juncture, he found himself compelled to take action against the neighbors of Building 24. Initially, he had contemplated waiting until he dealt with Su Yang before coercing the residents into submission, gradually consolidating his control over the entire Fengyan community. However, hunger left no room for such considerations. Armed, Li Bin and his gang exited their home and re-entered the elevator. In silence, they exchanged glances at the lifeless body of one of their own. The elevator halted at the 23rd floor, and the 6 men disembarked. After surveying the doors of the 2 apartments on the top floor, he chose to enter the left one first. Li Bin swiftly dispatched the male resident with a dagger, instructing his men to keep an eye on the female occupant before proceeding to the adjacent apartment. Shortly after, he returned with a tear-streaked woman, along with some supplies in hand. Finding the 2 women, they commenced cooking. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Li Bin turned his gaze towards the sobbing women. Su Yang sleeps with my wife. Why should I indulge in another man's wife? He thought wickedly. He then ordered Zhang San and Wang Lu. Hold these 2 women down. Once I've had my fill, you can take your turns. Their eyes glinting with lascivious intent. Zhang San and the others advanced towards the terrified women, who cowered helplessly in the corner, unable to resist against the 5 imposing figures. More than an hour later, Li Bin and his companions emerged, having emptied the supplies and returned with the 2 women. Noticing their arrival, Duan Qian remained silent. She understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that maintaining her previous demeanor could lead to dire consequences. Although Li Bin found Duan Qian irksome, he begrudgingly offered her a piece of bread, lest she starve. She accepted it without protest and began to eat. Only after their release of pent-up frustrations did the gnawing fear within Li Bin and his companions begin to wane. The 6 men sat in silence, engulfed by a heavy atmosphere. In the end, the impetuous Zhang San could no longer contain himself and inquired, Boss, Su Yang possesses an overwhelming array of advanced equipment. Engaging him feels akin to waging a war of the future. We are simply no match for him. What shall we do next? The other 4 gazed at him with a glimmer of hope, their hearts still trembling at the memory of earlier events, nearly succumbing to a bout of fear. Let us wait a moment. Li Bin considered the situation, addressing the 5. Perhaps there is still a chance. Su Yang is unlikely to leave his villa easily. Even with his high-tech weaponry, he might not reach us here. We are armed, and no one in Building 24 poses a threat to us. Once we consolidate our control over Building 24, we can gradually subdue the other buildings, and then muster a force to confront Su Yang directly. I refuse to believe that his resources are limitless. Once his supplies dwindle, he will have no choice but to emerge from his villa, and at that moment, we shall hold the upper hand. The 5, recognizing the validity of this reasoning, ceased to mention Su Yang, unwilling to risk their lives by invading his villa again. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang San, his eyes brightening as he looked towards Duan Qian in the bedroom, and said to Li Bin, Boss, what about sister-in-law? What do you intend? Li Bin's gaze pierced Zhang San like a sword, leaving him feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, he continued, since sister-in-law has already been unfaithful to you, why not share her with the brothers? You dare. Li Bin thundered, slamming his handgun onto the table. Your sister-in-law may have been with Su Yang, but it was for our sake. If not for her, we would have long been imprisoned. From now on, should anyone dare to covet your sister-in-law again, do not blame me for turning against you. Observing their leader's fury, Zhang San and Wang Lu fell silent, casting wary glances at the 2 women who had been brought back earlier. The women, sensing the hostility, began to weep, retreating further back. Yet, they were ultimately no match for Zhang San and his companions, cornered against the wall. Li Bin, witnessing this, refrained from intervening and instead retreated to the bedroom, closing the door behind him. At this juncture, it was imperative to allow his subordinates some indulgence, otherwise, the team would fracture, making it difficult to manage them. That day, the Fengyan community was far from tranquil. The morning had echoed with gunfire and anguished cries. By afternoon, the sound of weeping resonated from several buildings within the complex. The men of the households had vanished without a trace, and supplies were dwindling rapidly. The community was engulfed in chaos, and the women who had lost their partners were filled with dread, fearful of Su Yang seeking vengeance. However, such concerns did not perturb Su Yang. He continued with his life as usual, indulging in meals and refreshments. After a period of rest, he engaged in fitness, swimming, tending to his plants and feeding his koi. As the clock struck 8 in the stillness of the night, Su Yang began to reflect on the day. Although he had eliminated over 500 adversaries, he had also witnessed the formidable power of high-tech weaponry in action. There remain a few minor shortcomings. Although the intelligent electronic dog possesses formidable striking power, it is hindered by its insufficient speed and agility. Unlike humans, it cannot shoot at will and must adjust its direction. Otherwise, Li Bin and his companions would not have escaped. Nevertheless, he is relatively content with today's achievements, having eliminated over 500 foes while incurring the loss of merely 4 electronic dogs. Such losses are trivial compared to the tens of thousands in operation. As for the fleeing Li Bin, Su Yang is resolute in his pursuit, determined to chase him down relentlessly. He has resolved to launch a surprise attack tonight. As midnight approaches, Su Yang, unusually awake, retrieves a drone equipped with weaponry from his space. He deftly maneuvers it out of the villa, directing it towards Building 24. This drone is not only outfitted with advanced armaments and reconnaissance equipment, but it also carries an intelligent unmanned electronic dog beneath it. The drone ascends steadily, its flight path unaffected by the heavy snowfall. Chapter 57. Midnight Assault. What is that noise, so cacophonous? The sound of the small drone's propellers is indeed quite pronounced in the stillness of the night. In Building 24, some residents, not in the deepest slumber, are irked by the ruckus. However, even when awakened, none venture from their warm beds to the balcony to investigate. After all, the chill outside is formidable. In the villa, Su Yang remotely piloted the drone to hover outside the balcony of Li Bin's apartment on the 17th floor. He unleashed a barrage of fire, the bullets raining down mercilessly. Bang, bang, bang. The projectiles shattered the glass on the balcony into countless shards, even breaking through the security railing at the entrance. The glass and railing did little to impede the bullets as they surged into the living room. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 2 of the unsuspecting henchmen, still lost in slumber, were transformed into mere sieves before they could even react. Bad news, we're under attack, Zhang San shouted, throwing off his heavy quilt and frantically dashing into the side room to hide. The frigid wind that rushed in with the assailants jolted the other 2 awake, prompting them to scramble, much like Zhang San, into the side room. The 2 women they had abducted fared far worse. Exhausted from a day of torment, they had finally succumbed to deep sleep, only to meet their untimely demise as bullets cascaded upon them. They never opened their eyes again to behold the world. Even in their final moments, Li Bin was startled awake by the gunfire, instinctively sitting up. He inadvertently kicked Duan Qian off the bed, seizing his shotgun in vigilance, too wary to step out of the bedroom. Meanwhile, Zhang San and his companions huddled together, their faces etched with terror. Could it be that Su Yang has come to kill us? Wang Lu trembled as he spoke, subconsciously believing that only Su Yang would dare to confront them, and indeed, only he possessed the capability to do so. Surely not, Zhang San replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. That coward wouldn't he dare to leave his villa? What do we do now? Another inquired. No matter who is attacking, we cannot just wait here to die. If we remain stagnant, we will either be shot down or freeze to death. It seems our only option is to charge out and fight, Zhang San declared, gritting his teeth and rising to open the door. Fight how? Wang Lu's face was pale with fear. The guns are with the boss. Are we supposed to trade blows? The others nodded in agreement, unwilling to rush out and become easy targets. They could only place their hopes on their leader. Zhang San halted, whispering, "Let us call for the boss." He then raised his voice, "Boss, save us." Hearing Zhang San's plea, Li Bin instructed Duan Qian to peek outside. Upon discovering that the coast was clear, he donned his clothing and, shotgun in hand, cautiously opened the door. A gust of cold wind swept in from the balcony, and Li Bin realized the enemy was firing from the outside into the living room. However, their residence is on the 17th floor. Who could possibly ascend to such heights amidst a heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures? That person must be insane. Suddenly, Li Bin contemplated a possibility. The only individual capable of such a feat is Su Yang. He cautiously maneuvered through the corridor from the bedroom to the living room, gradually discerning the frenetic whirring of a drone's propellers. Damn, Li Bin cursed. It's a drone. In this era, while small drones are not ubiquitous, they are relatively common. Li Bin had encountered quite a few. Just from the sound, he could ascertain its presence. Yet, in the domestic realm, no ordinary citizen would dare to mount weaponry on such devices for military purposes, unless one had truly lost their wits. It was clear to him that this drone had been dispatched by Su Yang. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying robotic dogs that Su Yang had modified into lethal machines earlier that day. This cunning adversary, how devious! Li Bin scorned internally. Despite possessing an arsenal ample enough to dominate the entire Fengyan community, he cowered in his villa, opting to employ unmanned devices for every endeavor. Li Bin felt a profound sense of helplessness and unprecedented terror regarding Su Yang's actions. The latter had fortified himself within a robust bastion of safety, armed with an array of powerful unmanned weaponry. With such an impregnable offense and defense, how could one possibly contend with him? Fearful though he was, he could not allow his subordinates to be slaughtered. Otherwise, he would be left utterly isolated, struggling to survive in this icy, post-apocalyptic world. Li Bin shouted towards the adjacent room, "Don't panic. The adversary is utilizing a drone, and it cannot breach our defenses for now. I will devise a method to neutralize that drone outside." After issuing his command, he retreated to the bedroom, enlisting Duan Qian's help to push a solid wooden wardrobe out. Though reluctant, Duan Qian yielded to Li Bin's insistence. Together, they slowly maneuvered the wardrobe into the hall. As soon as the wardrobe peeked out, the drone outside began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Bullets flew chaotically, riddling the sofa in the living room with holes, some even embedding themselves in the walls. The wooden wardrobe suffered damage, a corner splintering under the assault. Li Bin kicked the wardrobe out, exposing it fully to the drone's line of fire. In the instant bullets hurtled towards the wardrobe, he pressed his hand against the hallway wall and fired, without even glancing. Bang! The powerful recoil left his arm tingling. After firing, he quickly withdrew his arm, having shot blindly due to the lack of visibility. Through the drone's infrared camera, Su Yang observed the trembling expressions on Li Bin and Zhang San's faces, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Did they think that sheltering behind cover would render them impervious to his tactics? Su Yang maneuvered the drone to the battered balcony and deployed a fully armed robotic dog, which began to advance slowly into the living room. As Li Bin heard the drone's sound growing increasingly louder, it seemed to have already entered the balcony. Resolutely, he picked up the quilt from the bedroom, intending to ensnare the drone with it and bring it down. However, just as he returned, the drone's noise suddenly ceased. Furrowing his brow, Li Bin still dared not reveal himself. He retreated once more to grab a bedside table, hurling it into the living room. Bang! 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 The electronic dog detected the projectile and fired in rapid succession. Before the bedside table could even hit the ground, it had been shattered to pieces. Good heavens! Li Bin gasped for breath, leaning against the wall. The enemy was indeed formidable, seemingly intent on annihilation. He was certain that the drone had retreated, yet it had left behind an intelligent electronic dog in the room. This is bad. Suddenly, Li Bin seemed to realize something and shouted to the three individuals in the side bedroom. "Come out quickly, do not linger, open the door, and flee." A flicker of intelligence crossed Su Yang's face as he observed the sounds transmitted back by the electronic dog. After deploying the electronic dog, he maneuvered the drone around to approach the window ledge of the side bedroom, preparing to launch a surprise attack from both inside and out. Just as he was poised to unleash a barrage of fire upon the three in the side bedroom, Zhang San and the others, startled by Li Bin's urgent call, exchanged glances of astonishment. Gritting their teeth, they flung open the door and charged outside. At that very moment, the weapon mounted on the drone let out a furious roar, and bullets flew forth. Chapter 58. The Dog of a Dispossessed Family. Fortunately, Zhang San and his companions ran swiftly, as bullets struck where they had just been. The floor and walls were riddled with holes. Just as they burst through the door, the intelligent robotic dog opened fire. In an instant, the air was filled with gunfire, bullets raining down upon the trio. "Damn it!" Zhang San shouted, feeling the bullets was past him. As they neared the door, fearing for his life, Zhang San seized Wang Lu beside him and pushed him back to shield himself. The bullet struck Wang Lu, eliciting a harrowing scream. Blood gushed from his body, leaving him riddled with holes. Seizing the moment, Li Bin lunged forward, darting into the center of the living room, raising his hand to fire at the robotic dog. The darkness of the room rendered his aim uncertain, and he missed once more. A wave of despair washed over him as he pulled the other man in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, a barrage of bullets struck the hapless underling. Scalding blood splattered everywhere. Just as the second round of bullets was about to be unleashed, Zhang San flung the door open. The two men leapt outside, swiftly locking the door behind them. A volley of bullets hit the security door, producing a jarring noise. Li Bin and Zhang San, having narrowly escaped death, slumped against the wall, their legs weak, panting heavily. Su Yang observed from the screen as the two fled, shaking his head in resignation. He refrained from commanding the drone to pursue them further. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. I shall return tomorrow night." Su Yang chuckled softly, issuing a command for the drone to return to the balcony of Li Bin's residence. The intelligent robotic dog retreated from the living room, carried back to the villa by the drone. It was not that Su Yang lacked the desire to pursue relentlessly, rather, the confined space of the corridor posed too great a risk for the solitary drone and robotic dog, making them susceptible to destruction. Given that the adversaries had evaded capture tonight, he decided to wait until the following evening. After all, only two of them remained, and he instinctively dismissed Duan Qian. Even if he could not eliminate Li Bin and Zhang San immediately, A nightly harassment would surely drive them to the brink of madness. After a while, Duanqian, hearing silence in the living room, finally relaxed her anxious heart. She curled up, clutching her head and weeping bitterly. She resented Li Bin's callousness, having abandoned her in such a critical moment. Zhang San, exposed and chilled by the draft in the corridor, shivered with his limbs stiffening. Trembling, he implored Li Bin, "Boss, think of something. I'm freezing to death." Li Bin, noticing that Zhang San was clad only in his underwear, thought to himself that if he didn't freeze, who would? Yet, he could not simply watch his last remaining subordinate perish from the cold. After waiting an agonizing 20 seconds, as Zhang San could no longer endure the frigid air, Li Bin shouted, "Get back," and fired a shot at the security door. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as the lock of the security door became deformed and swung open. Li Bin forcefully kicked the door open, entering the neighboring home alongside Zhang San. As the door creaked ajar, a blinding light flooded the space. The commotion stirred by Li Bin's household had roused all the residents of Building 24. Particularly, Li Bin's neighbor had flicked on the lights early, brandishing a kitchen knife, prepared to defend against any unforeseen threats. Upon witnessing the trembling grip of the knife in the neighbor's hands, Li Bin uttered not a word before firing a bullet into the man's head. A resounding bang echoed through the air as the man's cranium burst, his lifeless body collapsing to the floor. The knife clattered to the ground. A scream erupted as the wife rushed out from the bedroom, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of her deceased husband. Li Bin swiftly advanced, delivering a sharp slap to her face. "Silence!" The woman, stunned, fell to the ground, rendered speechless. Zhang San, moving with utmost haste, dashed into the bedroom to gather warm clothing. Finally, feeling a semblance of sensation return to his limbs, the two then restrained the woman and concealed themselves in a small room devoid of a balcony. It was not until the early hours of 3 or 4 that they sensed the world outside had quieted, allowing them to exhale in relief. Inside Li Bin's home, the balcony and side windows lay shattered, allowing gusts of wind to sweep through. Even though Duanqian was nestled in her bedroom, the air conditioning set to maximum. Enswathed in several layers of blankets, she felt no warmth. Mustering her inner fortitude against her rising dread, she timidly emerged from the bedroom. Flicking on the lights in the living room, she was confronted with the devastation of her surroundings. The furniture lay in ruins, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. Not daring to linger, she wrapped herself in her blankets and departed. As she caught sight of the security door of the neighboring house, marked by bullet scars, she instinctively knew that Li Bin was hiding within. With no better refuge available, falling into the hands of others could spell an even grimmer fate. She had no choice but to rely on Li Bin. Tentatively, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The unexpected sound startled both Li Bin and Zhang San, who exchanged wary glances, their senses heightened. Knock, knock. The sound echoed again. "Let us check it out," Li Bin said, retrieving the handgun tucked at his waist and handing it to Zhang San, while he seized a shotgun positioned nearby. The two advanced cautiously, careful to tread silently as they approached the living room. Li Bin held the gun firmly, aimed at the door, signaling to Zhang San with a glance. "Who is it?" Zhang San inquired. "It's me, your sister-in-law." Upon hearing Zhang San's voice from within, Duanqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. "The house is in ruins. It's freezing with all the drafts. Please, open the door." Zhang San looked to Li Bin, who gestured for him to proceed. Understanding the cue, Zhang San approached the door with caution, grasping the handle and pushing it outward. The moment the door swung open, both men trained their weapons on the outside, ready to fire at the slightest hint of danger. When the door finally opened, revealing only Duanqian standing there, they both sighed in relief. He lowered the gun aimed at his opponent and pulled Duanqian into the room, securely closing the door behind them. That night, both Li Bin and Zhang San found little solace in sleep. Even when fatigue overwhelmed them, they were abruptly awakened by harrowing nightmares. They were genuinely terrified by Su Yang. From an initial group of over 40 individuals, only the two of them remained by the end of the day. They constantly remained on guard against potential ambushes from one another, too fearful to occupy a room with windows. They could only seek refuge in a more secluded space. Yet, how long could they evade their fate? A sense of melancholy enveloped Li Bin as he understood that Su Yang would not let him off easily. At that moment, they truly felt like lost dogs. It was not until 8 in the morning that Li Bin and Zhang San finally relaxed. They allowed Duanqian to prepare a meal, and after satisfying their hunger, they returned with Zhang San to their secluded room to attempt sleep. Meanwhile, throughout the Fengyun community, countless others similarly struggled to find rest. The night's gunfire had been deafening and relentless, preventing anyone from drifting off. From day to night, the sounds of gunfire echoed as if a battle raged nearby, ensuring that no one could find peace and sleep. Chapter 59. Principles and action restlessness, compounded by hunger, has driven some individuals into a state of sheer panic. The Fengyan community is filled with anguished cries. On the 8th day of the icy apocalypse, Su Yang, for once, did not rise early, sleeping until noon. Upon awakening, he busied himself with preparing a lavish spread, indulging in a delightful feast. Just as he savored the flavors, the screen flickered to life, revealing a figure in the underground garage, swathed in heavy clothing. From the silhouette, Su Yang recognized her as Tang Qing, Wang Ping's girlfriend. What was her purpose here? His brow furrowed in concern as he accessed the external cameras, scanning the surroundings. Noticing she was alone only heightened his curiosity. Tang Qing cautiously navigated the underground garage, occasionally wrinkling her nose at the acrid scent of blood that wafted through the air. Nevertheless, she bore it, for the fear of starvation outweighed her discomfort. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek out Su Yang, hoping to procure some food from him. The relentless snowfall had persisted for 8 days, showing no signs of abating. The other residents of Fengyan community must have nearly depleted their supplies, whereas only Su Yang seemed to possess a bounty of delectable provisions. Tang Qing decided to take her chances. Before long, she stood at the door of Su Yang's villa basement, knocking softly. Su Yang, could you please open the door? Su Yang had no intention of complying. Instead, he pressed a button, causing a screen to materialize on the entrance. A lavishly prepared meal appeared before her. Tang Qing gazed at the spread, swallowing hard, and implored, Su Yang, could you spare me some food? I feel as though I'm on the brink of starvation. Why should I give you my food? Su Yang retorted, his tone brusque. We're neighbors. Tang Qing's voice quivered with desperation. The resources in other homes are nearly exhausted. Only you can assist me. Besides, you have so much stored away. Giving me a little would be nothing. Su Yang's expression hardened. You've mistaken the wrong person for a moral obligation here. My food is the result of my hard work and perseverance. While I may have plenty, none of it is superfluous. You know the dire conditions outside. Resources are life itself. Why should I part with it so freely? I can pay. Name your price. And I'll gladly comply, as long as I can have a full meal. Tang Qing quickly countered. Money is utterly worthless at this juncture, Su Yang replied, shaking his head. If you have nothing of value to offer, then leave me be. Do not disturb my meal. Wait, I am willing to barter my body. Tang Qing exclaimed, sensing Su Yang's impatience and hastily unveiling her trump card. I am still a virgin. Is that not worth a hearty meal? Oh. Su Yang's interest piqued instantly. Having spent too much time alone in the villa, the need for release was undeniable. After all, he was a normal man with normal desires. Moreover, Wang Ping's girlfriend possesses a commendable appearance and figure, scoring at least an 80 out of 100. Although she pales in comparison to the enchanting Su Muyu and her sister Su Yunxi, and even falls short of Ning Kai Dai, she can still be considered a beauty of sorts. For the time being, utilizing her services is indeed a feasible option. Are you certain you wish to exchange her for provisions? Su Yang inquired once more. Tang Qing nodded affirmatively. Just at that moment, as she acknowledged, the door before her swung open. Tang Qing stepped inside slowly. As she crossed the threshold, the door closed behind her with a soft click, startling her companion. Su Yang appeared before Tang Qing, brandishing an AK-47 aimed directly at her. Witnessing this scene, Tang Qing's legs trembled, quaking with fear. Strip, Su Yang commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. If I undress here, I will freeze to death. Tang Qing protested reluctantly. No more nonsense, hurry up. Su Yang snapped. How can I ascertain whether you are concealing any weapons unless you remove your clothing? Sensing his irritation, Tang Qing first removed her mask and hat, discarding them on the floor. One by one, she peeled off her garments, ultimately spreading her arms wide to reveal her lack of weapons. And take off those 2 pieces as well, Su Yang insisted, still aiming the gun at her. Those are merely undergarments. What weapons could I possibly hide? Tang Qing frowned. Yet upon witnessing his unwavering suspicion, she complied and removed the last of her clothing, now completely bare. Very well, Su Yang conceded, nodding as he assessed her physique. He lowered his weapon and instructed Tang Qing, come to the lobby on the first floor. He turned on his heel and walked away. Surprisingly, Tang Qing felt no chill despite her state of undress. Instead, she found Su Yang's home to be as warm as spring, even enveloped in a comforting heat. Instantly envious, she rushed to the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor, only to find it unresponsive. Not daring to linger, she dashed down the stairs. Upon reaching the table before Su Yang, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, she momentarily forgot her embarrassment, her eyes widening in delight. Eat to your heart's content. Take whatever you desire, Su Yang remarked nonchalantly. Just remember our agreement once you're finished. Hearing his words, Tang Qing wasted no time and seated herself, indulging in the feast. Half an hour later, after savoring the last bowl of soup, she began to burp contentedly. Go take a shower, Su Yang instructed decisively, gesturing toward the bathroom. Tang Qing anticipated what was to unfold next, her cheeks flushing as she stepped into the bathroom. Immersed in a soothing hot shower, she mused. If only I could remain here forever. Another half-hour passed, and as she dried herself off, she emerged from the bathroom. Her alluring figure and fair skin caught Su Yang's attention. Does Wang Ping know you are here to barter for supplies? Su Yang inquired coolly. Tang Qing nodded. He knows. I do not believe you. Su Yang's expression turned serious as he stated. I'm a person of principle in my dealings. Our transaction must be known to your family. Call Wang Ping now. Otherwise, you can forget about taking any supplies from me. Tang Qing was perplexed by his insistence, but eventually dialed Wang Ping's number. Before she could speak, Su Yang took the phone and said, Wang Ping, your girlfriend is at my home, and she is attempting to exchange her body for supplies. Are you aware of this? I know. Wang Ping's voice was filled with fury. He wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, but restrained himself. He then addressed Su Yang. It was indeed my request for Qingqing to go. Brother Yang, I implore you, grant us some food. Very well. Su Yang replied with resolute clarity. Since you have consented on behalf of your family, I shall not object. I will assist you. But do not hang up until I have inspected the goods. Your girlfriend will naturally be allowed to take the supplies with her afterward. With that, he switched the phone to speaker mode. On the other end, Wang Ping's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped the blanket tightly. He dared not hang up, fearing that doing so would jeopardize their chance to receive the supplies, leaving his family to face starvation. Chapter 60. Fair Trade. Charged daily as Tang Qing listened to the conversation between the two, her face gradually flushed red. She was still a naive girl, albeit aware of what was about to unfold. Despite her mental preparations, the presence of another person listening was unbearable. Even though she harbored a deep disdain for him, he remained her nominal boyfriend. How was she to face the world after this? Su Yang, however, was unconcerned. He pulled the dazed Tang Qing closer and commanded, Turn your body away. Tang Qing complied like a puppet, mechanically shifting her position. 2 hours later, Su Yang exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed as he gazed out at the swirling snow. The gloom that had plagued him for days dissipated entirely. It was no wonder that some had often remarked that one should not bottle things up for too long, especially men, who could easily suffer from such repression. At that moment, he wholeheartedly believed it. He picked up the phone that had been discarded on the floor and said to Wang Ping, All right. Wait for your girlfriend to bring back food. He promptly hung up. On the other end, Wang Ping clenched his fists, slamming them against the bed. 2 whole hours had passed, and he had endured listening for that long. Such a situation would be intolerable for any man. Son, just let it go. It's a blessing we even have food to eat. Old Master Wang consoled him. Let's focus on surviving for now. Once the snow calamity passes, I'll find you a wife. Like his son, Old Master Wang had also endured the 2-hour ordeal. Though he felt frustrated, he had no choice. He did not wish to starve. To him, survival was paramount, and as for a daughter-in-law, that was secondary. After all, they weren't even desirable to others. At that moment, Tang Qing felt utterly drained. Lying motionless on the sofa in the living room, her fingers numb, Su Yang entered the bedroom and retrieved half a box of instant noodles and 2 packages of sausages from his supplies. Approaching Tang Qing, he said, This half box of noodles is yours, and the 2 packets of sausages are your reward. By the way, if you wish to trade again in the future, take care of yourself. If someone else touches you, I will not accept that. He placed the half box of noodles and the sausages before her, saying, Take your things and be cautious on your way back. I won't be responsible for any after-sales issues. Energized, Su Yang thought to himself, such a mutually beneficial arrangement, where both parties take what they need and owe nothing, with daily charges, should be pursued more often. Moreover, it was advantageous for both physical and mental well-being. Meanwhile, Tang Qing looked at the half box of noodles and the 2 packets of sausages, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She had exchanged her most precious possession for these meager items. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, and her eyes lit up. She declared, I want to leave. This place is like paradise. There's food and drink, it's warm as spring, and it feels utterly safe. I refuse to go. Upon hearing her words, Su Yang was taken aback and then erupted in fury. You think I'm being nice, don't you? He slammed a handgun onto the table and continued. This is a fair trade. If you attempt to play tricks, don't blame me for being unkind. Tang Qing shuddered in fear. Please, don't drive me away. I'll do anything you ask. I don't want to go outside. It's so chaotic out there. You have no say in this, Su Yang replied coldly. If you leave with your belongings, you can return when supplies run low. But if you intend to stay here indefinitely, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. He had no obligation to care for her existence. As he spoke, Su Yang picked up the handgun from the table and aimed it directly at Tang Qing's forehead. Realizing he was not jesting, She hastily grabbed a packet of instant noodles and a sausage before rushing to put on her clothes. The basement door opened automatically, and she limped out. As the door closed behind her, she cast a lingering glance back. Damn it, she almost made him let her stay. Su-young seethed with anger. Did even she think he was too merciful? It seemed he had not yet dealt enough death. Their lessons were not severe enough. Once she vanished into the underground garage, a cold glint shone in Su-yang's eyes. Tang Qing arrived at the elevator, concealing the noodles and sausage on her person, carefully avoiding stepping on any corpses as she entered. Upon returning to Wang Ping's home, she found old Wang had been waiting for her for quite some time. She tossed a packet of noodles at him. Here, eat this. Just one packet? Old Wang stared at her in disbelief. One is better than none. How much do you expect? Tang Qing replied with a scowl. This is a trade, after all. There should be a substantial reward. Su-young toyed with you. How could he only give you a single packet of noodles? Old Wang retorted, somewhat begrudgingly. Old man, clean up your language. Tang Qing snapped, her temper flaring. Do you have the audacity to talk about trade? If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament today? Her eyes reddened with unshed tears of grievance as she coldly declared, just this one packet of noodles. If you don't want it, then give it back. If you dare speak nonsense in front of me again, you won't even get the broth. Go ask Su-young for more if you have the guts. With that, Tang Qing ignored him further and shut the door to her room. Old Wang shot her a venomous glare before boiling water and preparing the noodles. He ate half of it alone and sipped some broth before delivering the remainder to Wang Ping. After Wang Ping finished, he fed the leftover broth to his long unconscious wife. Having resolved his physiological needs, Su-young felt invigorated. In the afternoon, he continued his workout with swimming, then played some video games. He deployed a drone once more, directing it towards Building 24. The drone hovered outside the balcony of Li Bin's neighbor on the 17th floor, opening fire. Bang, bang. The glass shattered, and bullets wreaked havoc across the living room. Upon discovering the absence of occupants, the drone shifted its aim towards the bedroom. Meanwhile, Li Bin, Zhang San, and Duan Qian were huddled together in a windowless small room, startled by the sound of gunfire once more, especially Li Bin and Zhang San, whose eyes were rimmed with blood, seethed with fury yet dared not venture outside. Su-young observed through the infrared feedback that Li Bin and Zhang San remained cowered in their small room, their faces etched with fear, yet reluctant to emerge, a cold smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Only after instructing the drone to shatter all the windows did he permit it to return to the villa. With every window obliterated and the air conditioning system rendered inoperative, the entire house became a drafty shell. Even though the four of them were huddled in a windowless room, they could not withstand the frigid temperatures. Li Bin compelled the woman from the previous day to step outside and assess the situation. Upon discovering that the drone had retreated, he dared not linger. Accompanied by Duan Qian and Zhang San, he emerged from the room, seeking another refuge. As they departed, he ruthlessly dispatched the lady of the house. Unwilling to carry an unnecessary burden while being pursued and lacking essential supplies for survival. Chapter 61. Conspiracy. Li Bin, accompanied by Zhang San and Duan Qian, forcefully breached the door of the family in Building 24 and sought refuge within. At this moment, they were utterly terrified, their minds in disarray. Even the sound of the wind outside left them feeling flustered, fearing that a drone dispatched by Su-young might attack them. Boss, we cannot continue hiding like this. Zhang San lamented, his brow furrowed in distress. If we are incessantly harassed by them, even if we escape death, how long can we truly hide? Taking a deep breath, Li Bin picked up his phone and added Su-young as a friend in the community group. Reluctantly, he placed a voice call to him. Su-young, this is Li Bin. I need to discuss something with you. Li Bin stated his purpose directly. What is there to discuss between us? Su-young scoffed. Now that you're scared of me, you suddenly want to talk? Why didn't you think of this earlier? Despite facing Su-yang's derision, Li Bin chose to endure. At this moment, nothing was more important than survival. Gripping his phone, he continued. Don't you want my wife? If you promise not to harm me anymore, I will willingly hand her over to you. Li Bin's words caused Duan Qian's expression to darken. She glared at him with displeasure. Having sacrificed so much for him, it was disheartening to see him offer her up to save his own skin. Duan Qian felt that her years of devotion were utterly in vain. However, she remained silent. Living in constant fear of death was unbearable. The prospect of safety and comfort under Su-yang's roof was far more appealing than remaining with a heartless man like Li Bin. Upon hearing Li Bin's proposition, Su-young burst into laughter. While Duan Qian was indeed commendable and had provided him with delightful experiences, she had also spent ample nights with Li Bin. Now, to return her would feel like a trade of unequal value. Su-young was not the kind of man who would spare his enemy for the sake of a woman. Li Bin was marked for death. Keep your wife for yourself. Su-young replied coldly. Do I appear to be in need of women? I have resources at my disposal. and I can procure any woman I desire. Li Bin, prepare to meet your end. With that, Su Yang ended the call, refusing to entertain further conversation. Listening to the exchange, Duan Qian was filled with indignation. If I wish to live, I shall live. If I desire beauty, I possess beauty. How dare he look down upon me? It was not arrogance on her part. She genuinely believed that few women in the entire community could rival her. Those other women, of such low caliber, dared to compare themselves to her. Such audacity. In that moment, even Su Yang became an object of her disdain. Although she had harbored animosity towards him before, it had intensified now. With a fierce expression, Li Bin hurled his phone to the ground in anger, exclaiming, Su Yang, you have gone too far. I swear I will kill you one day. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Duan Qian hurried to the door and peered through the peephole, only to discover that it was Bai Lu and Lu Su standing outside. Li Bin, I am aware of your presence within. Open the door swiftly, for I have matters of importance to discuss with you. After waiting in the corridor for a considerable time, seeing that no one had responded, Bai Lu declared, if you do not open the doors soon, you shall forfeit a splendid opportunity. Hearing the calls from outside, Li Bin furrowed his brow. He picked up his gun and, alongside Zhang San, aimed it at the door. He exchanged a knowing glance with Duan Qian. Cautiously, Duan Qian opened the door, and upon seeing only Bai Lu and Lu Su, he finally felt at ease. Lu Su observed the haggard expressions of Li Bin and Zhang San and jested, Boss Li, I never imagined you would be driven to such extremes by Su Yang. Are you courting death? Li Bin, infuriated, thrust the gun to Lu Su's forehead. Now, even the most insignificant creatures dare to mock me? Li Bin scoffed. I see you are tired of living. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from him, Bai Lu and Lu Su nearly lost control of themselves in fear and quickly softened their stance. Lu Su meekly remarked, Boss Li, do not misunderstand. I was merely jesting. With no ill intentions. We have come to ally with you against Su Yang. Over 40 of my brothers have been slain by him. Do you truly believe you can confront him alone? Li Bin, somewhat skeptical, was ready to end their lives with a single shot. He was overwhelmed with irritation and lacked the patience to engage in frivolous banter. Moreover, he feared that lingering in the living room would allow Su Yang to discover his hiding place, potentially leading to a drone strike. I may not be capable, but she is. Lu Su pointed at Bai Lu and continued. You have heard, have you not, that before Su Yang's rise, he pursued Bai Lu relentlessly? Yet she never acquiesced, thus she remains the unattainable light of his heart, a desire he has long cherished. Observing the murderous aura around Li Bin dissipating, Lu Su pressed on. If Bai Lu employs a few clever tactics, she can deceive Su Yang into opening his door. At that moment, we can storm in together and eliminate him. All he possesses shall then belong to us. Once the deed is done, all we ask is for a room to share. With the provisions split evenly, what say you? Do you truly believe Bai Lu can persuade Su Yang to open the door? Li Bin queried, his skepticism apparent. During this time, he had come to understand Su Yang all too well. The latter was exceedingly cautious. Despite possessing an arsenal, he never dared to emerge. Li Bin was unwilling to take risks. Should he be discovered, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Remaining within the residential building was relatively safe, for the bullets from the drones could not penetrate the walls. Those electronic hounds could not maneuver adeptly in the corridors. Should he find himself back in the underground garage, ambushed, he would find himself with no escape. Yet this was merely Li Bin's unilateral perspective. If Su Yang truly wished to eliminate him, no hiding place would offer safety. A single RPG rocket launcher could send him to his demise. Even without such formidable weaponry, a swarm of electronic hounds dropped by drone could ensure his end. Su Yang simply preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, not wishing to reveal the extent of his power. After all, his primary adversaries were never within the confines of the Fengyan community. These individuals failed to command Su Yang's attention and posed little threat to him. Su Yang concealed the majority of his strength, reserving it for future foes. I remain confident in this regard. Bai Lu remarked softly. I have previously been in contact with Su Yang. Although his demeanor towards me was somewhat aloof, it stemmed from my prior rejection of him. If I feign a bit of pity and personally implore him at his doorstep, he would not turn me away. After all, he has harbored feelings for me for quite some time. Is that truly enough for Su Yang to grant you entry? Zhang San scoffed in response. In the past, perhaps he would not have. Lu Su interjected. However, the situation is markedly different now. I have observed that Su Yang's ambition has gradually intensified. He has begun to entertain the idea of allowing women into the villa. Chapter 62. Cautiously, what does that mean? Li Bin inquired urgently. Previously, I had noticed that the supplies in Wang Ping's household were nearly depleted, and he had been wailing at home, even quarreling with his girlfriend, Tang Qing. Lu Su responded with great caution, however, this afternoon. I observed that Tang Qing left the house and took the elevator straight down to the underground garage. She returned after more than 2 hours, limping as she walked. It seemed her down jacket was stuffed. Undoubtedly, she had exchanged her body for survival supplies. Moreover, I discreetly listened to a conversation between Tang Qing and Old Man Wang outside the door. Just as I suspected, she had indeed slept with Su Yang and received quite a few valuable items. That being the case, Su Yang is quite the lecher. Zhang San's eyes lit up. Is that even a question? Lu Su chuckled lightly. You may not know, but as soon as Su Yang came into wealth, he immediately sought out a pair of twin sisters. This man knows how to indulge. The snowstorm has persisted for so many days. As a normal man, he surely cannot endure a life devoid of women. Thus, as long as there is a hint of charm, he would readily open the door. Moreover, Bai Lu has always been the one he desires yet cannot attain. If Bai Lu were to lower her guard, do you think he could resist? Noticing Li Bin's persistent silence, Lu Su continued, So, have you all made up your minds? If you miss this opportunity, you may never have a chance for revenge. And there is a high likelihood that Su Yang might eliminate you. His words caused Li Bin and Zhang San's expressions to change dramatically, their minds already resolved. Zhang San glared coldly at Lu Su and Bai Lu, saying, But you want half of the supplies. Your appetite is rather large, isn't it? Do you have a better plan? Only we dared to collaborate with you, and our chances of gaining entry to Su Yang's home are far greater than others. Lu Su was unyielding. Just as the two were about to argue further, Li Bin interjected, Enough. We haven't even dealt with Su Yang yet. And we are already quarreling amongst ourselves. What sense does that make? He then turned to Lu Su and Bai Lu, assuring them, Rest assured. Once we gain entry to Su Yang's residence and eliminate him, what is it to share half of the supplies with you? Bai Lu and Lu Su finally smiled in satisfaction. However, a cold smile crept across Li Bin's face. There was no chance of sharing the supplies. Once I eliminate Su Yang and acquire the resources, the first to be dispatched will be you two. Li Bin and Bai Lu's conspiracy was overheard in its entirety by Su Yang through a small drone he had dispatched. Instantly, he felt invigorated. It appeared that the enmity between himself, Bai Lu, and Lu Su could finally be thoroughly understood, a matter worth celebrating. He promptly opened a bottle of red wine and leisurely sipped, eagerly awaiting Bai Lu and Li Bin's arrival. Although Bai Lu and Li Bin had already plotted their scheme to ensure its flawless execution, they did not act immediately. Instead, around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Lu made a call to Su Yang. Brother Su Yang, how have you been these past few days? Bai Lu inquired with genuine concern. Recently, there have been frequent gunshots in the neighborhood. You must take care of yourself. I am doing well, though I feel a touch of loneliness. Su Yang sighed deliberately, saying, In such a vast house, there is no one to converse with, and the absence of charming company renders the experience quite hollow. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with opportunity. Brother Su Yang, why don't I keep you company? She suggested softly, This way, you won't feel lonely. Su Yang replied, That might not be appropriate. I'm concerned Lu Su might become upset. With a wistful tone, he continued, How I wish I had met you earlier. Then I would have fewer reservations. I would invite you to my villa and have you as my girlfriend. Brother Su Yang, why worry about Lu Su? I no longer have any ties with him. Bai Lu quickly responded, Why not let me stay at your place and be your girlfriend? You could give Lu Su some food. I am sure he wouldn't mind. Is that true? Su Yang's voice was laced with surprise. Do you genuinely wish to be my girlfriend, not just toying with my affections as before? Absolutely. Bai Lu smirked confidently. I have already told you that my true affection lies with you. Very well, come over. Su Yang replied without hesitation. Make sure Lu Su joins us. I will have him take the food away, and from that moment on, you will no longer have any ties with him. All right, Brother Su Yang. I will come over immediately. Love you. Bai Lu hung up, her face adorned with a smile. She then opened the door and returned to the location of Li Bin and Zhang San. Zhang San, Li Bin, secure your weapons and place steel plates against your chests and backs. Let us descend in the elevator together with Bai Lu and Lu Su. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, Li Bin and Zhang San showed no intention of exiting the elevator. First, observe the surroundings for a while and check for any cameras or electronic devices. His words momentarily puzzled the two. Li Bin explained, Su Yang is exceedingly cautious. If there are cameras installed in the garage or other devices, our appearance would alert him, and how could we expect him to open the door then? Therefore, you must first go out and assess the situation. Should you spot any cameras, electronic dogs, or drones, notify me immediately. Who in their right mind would install such things? Bai Lu retorted impatiently, yet she and Lu Su proceeded to step out. They scrutinized their surroundings closely, finding nothing suspicious. Watching the two tread carefully on the screen, Su Yang wore a mocking smile. He had installed pinhole cameras, which the other party could not possibly detect. To further allay their suspicions, he had even retrieved some electronic dogs, leaving the remainder concealed in hard-to-spot corners. Moreover, with darkness having fallen, the underground garage, despite having lights, was not particularly bright. The electronic dogs, being small, expertly eluded everyone's gaze. Bailu and Lu Su continuously relayed information to Li Bin via their phones. Once they confirmed the absence of surveillance equipment and electronic dogs encountered previously, Li Bin and Zhang Xin finally relaxed, stealthily following behind Bailu and Lu Su. Occasionally concealed behind the pillars in the underground parking garage, they remained exceedingly cautious and vigilant. Yet, every nuance of their movements lay firmly within Su Yang's control. The instant these individuals stepped into the garage, they had already been rendered as mere phantoms in Su Yang's eyes, awaiting the moment to be utterly toyed with before their demise. As Li Bin and Zhang San trailed behind by Lu and Lu Su, reaching the sanctuary of a pillar not far from Su Yang's basement, a sigh of relief escaped them. From their vantage point, this location was a blind spot, concealed from the view of those in the villa. Conversely, they could unleash their firepower the moment Su Yang dared to reveal himself at the door. Should he expose himself, they would strike mercilessly without hesitation. Chapter 63. A display of dramatic talent by Lu and Lu Su arrived at the door of the basement and pressed the doorbell. As the chime echoed, the screen on the door illuminated once more. Upon seeing Su Yang, Bailu flashed a smile she believed to be irresistibly charming. "Brother Su Yang, I have come. Please open the door for me." The sound of her voice sent shivers down Su Yang's spine, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. "Nevertheless," he responded, "your presence here seems to have left Lu Su less than pleased. Just look at her expression. There is not a trace of joy. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. I truly fear she might be angered." Bailu and Lu Su, upon hearing Su Yang's reluctance, were filled with indignation. They had already conspired with Li Bin, intending to trick him into opening the door and then deal with him accordingly. Should Su Yang refuse to comply, it would be they who faced the consequences. Lu Su forced a smile onto her face and explained, "I am not unhappy. It is merely that food has been scarce lately, and I am quite hungry." Fearing Su Yang's disbelief, she continued, "Bailu has already confided in me. I believe you two share true love. I am willing to step aside for your happiness. Could you perhaps spare some essential supplies to help me survive in this frigid environment? Is that truly the case?" Su Yang furrowed his brow, feigning skepticism. "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? How could I ever deceive you? Before the snowstorm, I assured you that Bailu genuinely loves you." Lu Su hastily replied. "At that time, I expressed my desire to facilitate your happiness. If it weren't for this disaster, I would never have asked you for supplies. I sincerely wish you both well." A bitter laugh echoed within Su Yang's heart. "If it weren't for the treachery of you two in a past life, I would have seen through your true nature. Most would easily fall for such ruses. I suspect you are not here merely for supplies, but rather with intentions more sinister." However, he kept these thoughts to himself, choosing instead to toy with them a while longer. After all, he had no intention of opening the door. Comfortably ensconced in his warm villa, he was content to let Bailu and her companion suffer in the cold. As for Li Bin and Zhang San, they too were under his control. When the time was right, he would dispose of them all. "While your words touch me," Su Yang said coolly, "I must express my gratitude. However, I cannot open the door just yet. Recently, I have offended quite a few individuals, and I fear they may conspire against me." Su Yang's statement caused Li Bin and Zhang San to exchange worried glances, silently contemplating their predicament. This fellow could still be so cautious at such a juncture. What if he truly refuses to open the door? Bailu and Lu Su, too, appeared crestfallen, though they concealed their emotions behind masks of composure. Suddenly, Bailu's eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, "Brother Su Yang, do you not trust me? Others may wish to harm you, but I would never. When you entered the police station, I was the first to arrive to testify on your behalf." Her voice trembled with emotion. "I thought you loved me. It pains me deeply to realize you doubt me. Let the performance continue. Give it your all." With a smile in his heart, Su Yang mused, "I wonder how long you can keep this act up?" He sighed, "It's not that I doubt you, but I was harassed a few days ago, and it has left me quite shaken, especially with Li Bin, who possesses a firearm. If it weren't for the sturdiness of my house, I might not be here now. My apologies, Lulu, perhaps I am being overly cautious." Upon sensing the softening of his tone, Bailu felt a glimmer of hope. To reassure Su Yang, she said, "Brother Su Yang, I understand your concerns. However, you are being overly cautious. How about this? I will start a video call, and you can see if there is anyone outside." As she spoke, Bailu took out her phone and initiated a video call. Once Su Yang answered, she switched the camera from the front to the rear and began to walk around outside. However, she skillfully avoided the pillars where Li Bin and Zhang San were hiding. "Brother Su Yang, do you see? It's just Lu Su and me outside." Bailu smiled and asked, "Are you feeling reassured now?" Su Yang nodded. "It's good that there is no one around. Please wait a moment. I will open the door shortly. I am currently frying a steak and can't leave just yet. He then shifted the camera to the kitchen, revealing a large tomahawk steak sizzling in a skillet, the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the screen. Bai Lu and Lu Su, witnessing this, felt a pang of jealousy. They had been subsisting on instant noodles for days. This rascal is feasting on a tomahawk steak. Is he even human? Bai Lu urged, Brother Su Yang, it's quite cold outside. Could you open the door first and then finish frying the steak? No way. Su Yang shook his head. Steaks require constant attention. Otherwise, they can burn easily. With resources so scarce right now, we cannot afford to waste. Noting their heavy clothing, he added. You should be warm enough. Waiting outside for a little while longer shouldn't be a problem, right? If they pressed for entry at this point, it might raise suspicion. How long can frying a steak take? Just wait a bit longer, and soon that steak will be ours, while you might be risking your lives for it. Bai Lu and Lu Su thought to themselves. They nodded in agreement. Waiting a little longer is not a big deal. I knew you would wait. Su Yang chuckled. Lu Su, once I finish frying the steak, I will open the door. To show my gratitude, I will treat you well. Look. I have not only steak but also lobster, king crab, and fine wine. As he spoke, he displayed the feast he had prepared on the table. Then he ended the video call, ensuring they could only see him through the screen on the basement door. He focused intently on frying the steak, sprinkling black pepper once it was nearly done. After plating it, just as Bai Lu and Lu Su were about to urge him to open the door, he unexpectedly began preparing pasta. Having prepared the pasta, the next task was to fry the eggs. Once the eggs were completed, the attention turned to crafting a salad. By the time all these dishes were ready, Li Bin and his companions found their hands and feet numb from the cold, nearly unable to stand. At that moment, Bai Lu began to feel anxious. Just as she was about to urge them on, Su Yang's voice emanated from the screen. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly. The words Bai Lu intended to speak were swallowed back. She discreetly signaled to Lu Su and the increasingly impatient Li Bin and Zhang San to brace themselves. However, contrary to their expectations, Su Yang did not emerge to open the door. Instead, he meticulously rinsed the previously displayed lobsters and abalone underwater, placing them into a steamer to cook. As if that were not sufficient, Su Yang retrieved vegetables and meat from the refrigerator, commencing to slice them, eager to showcase his culinary skills before his guests. Thus, the four individuals endured the biting cold of -60 degrees for a full 2 hours. Chapter 64. Unblinking death. Bai Lu and Lu Su fared slightly better, able to pace back and forth in front of the basement door to alleviate the chill that enveloped them. Even so, their bodies were nearly numb. Zhang San and Li Bin, however, were in a dire predicament, forced to remain motionless behind a pillar, resembling two statues. Their bodies rigid and trembling incessantly. Particularly, their hands gripping the firearms were mottled with hues of blue and purple, devoid of any sensation. At that moment, had a stranger appeared and twisted their fingers, they would have easily snapped like brittle twigs. Were it not for the overwhelming hatred they harbored towards Su Yang, they would have long since departed. When Su Yang meticulously arranged all the prepared items on the table, uncorked a bottle of red wine, poured it into a glass, and gracefully sat down to cut into a steak with knife and fork, it was as if he had entirely forgotten Bai Lu and Lu Su. Witnessing this scene, Bai Lu's frustration surged. Su Yang, have you forgotten about us? She exclaimed anxiously. We've been waiting outside for over 2 hours. Why won't you open the door for us? You're just enjoying your meal alone. Pouting won't change the fact that it's mealtime. I need to eat. Su Yang replied coldly. Why don't you wait a little longer until I finish? How can you be like this, Su Yang? Bai Lu was incensed. You must be joking, right? Open the door quickly. I can hardly wait. Humph, open the door? Su Yang scoffed. What gives you the right to demand that from me? Before Bai Lu could finish her sentence, Su Yang interrupted. You actually believed I was joking. He cut a piece of steak and savored it, then took a sip of wine, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon Bai Lu. I have ample food and drink at home. Why on earth would I let you in? You harbor ill intentions, always plotting against me. What makes you think I would grant you entry? Realizing they had been outmaneuvered, Bai Lu and Lu Su remained undeterred. With a pitiful tone, Bai Lu implored. Su Yang, I truly mean you no harm. How many times must I say it to prove my innocence? Stop feigning innocence before me. Su Yang retorted coldly. Every move you make is under my supervision. You aim to murder me and seize my resources and villa. Don't think I'm unaware. Li Bin and Zhang San are hiding behind that pillar. Aren't they frozen to the point of immobility now? Li Bin and Zhang San's faces paled, filled with dread. Bai Lu and Lu Su's expressions also shifted to one of unease as they turned to flee. Suddenly, a row of gun barrels emerged from the walls, and Su Yang's voice echoed ominously, if you dare move again, you will die. Terrified, Bai Lu and Lu Su stood frozen in place, while Li Bin and Zhang San, hidden behind the pillar, struggled to maneuver their stiffened bodies, desperate to escape this perilous situation. Su Yang was utterly terrifying. If they managed to return safely, they would never oppose each other again. Their spirits had been completely drained. I referred to them. Not to you too, right? Su Yang sneered, his voice echoing throughout the underground garage. A series of clicks resonated as a dozen fully armed robotic dogs encircled Zhang San and Lu Su, their weapons all trained on the two men. As they attempted to raise their guns to shoot the mechanical beasts, they found their fingers utterly immobilized. Su Yang, please don't kill me, Li Bin pleaded, bowing repeatedly before the robotic dogs. He understood that they could certainly observe his every move. If you spare my life, I will not only offer you my wife, but I swear I will never oppose you again. Li Bin continued to beg, from now on, Zhang San and I will be your dogs. Whomever you command us to bite, we shall obey. Zhang San's reaction was not much better than Li Bin's. He too joined in the desperate pleas. I have no need for dogs like you. Su Yang shook his head, decisively rejecting them. Addressing them, he stated, once you are dead, your wife will still belong to me. You may as well depart in peace. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, the robotic dog's eyes glowed a menacing red. No, don't kill me. Li Bin and Zhang San screamed in unison. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets tore through the air, blood splattering as the bullets riddled their bodies with holes. Their forms convulsed on the ground, and even in death, their eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. Witnessing the gruesome end of the two, Lu Su and Bai Lu's legs buckled, and they collapsed onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Lu, in particular, was nearly paralyzed by fear. She slowly crawled to the door of the basement, desperately pleading, Brother Su Yang, I never intended to harm you. Please spare me. It was all Lu Su's idea. He instructed me to deceive you into opening the door. He is the one who conspired with Li Bin and Zhang San. Bai Lu pointed at Lu Su, clutching onto the opportunity to shift blame onto him. You wretched woman. Lu Su roared in fury, grabbing Bai Lu by the hair. He struck her face several times. After all I have done for you, how dare you betray me? His face contorted with rage as he kicked her in the stomach, causing her to curl up in pain. Yang Gu, please don't listen to this vile woman. Lu Su defended himself. It has always been her desire to see you perish. This wretched creature has never harbored good intentions towards you. She has merely toyed with you, aiming to drain you of your wealth. I have always been innocent. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Didn't you spend the money I tricked Su Yang out of? You spend it more lavishly than anyone. Bai Lu retorted from the ground. Su Yang, everything I did was under Lu Su's manipulation. You cannot let him go. Su Yang observed the two, reveling in their mutual destruction, a sense of vindictive pleasure surging within him. You filthy harlot, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Su grasped Bai Lu's hair and yanked her up from the ground. In pain, Bai Lu struggled fiercely, her fists and legs striking Lu Su. He cursed vehemently. I have always treated you well since childhood. If you cannot even express gratitude, how dare you attempt to frame me for your own survival? With a series of slaps echoing against Bai Lu's face, she lay dazed on the ground, rendered speechless. Yet, her eyes remained filled with a fierce hatred directed at him. Resigned to her fate, she thought, if I am to perish today, I shall find pleasure at your expense. Lu Su became increasingly deranged. He had long harbored feelings for Bai Lu, yet she had only ever regarded him as a mere tool. Today, all the hatred he had concealed erupted violently. A small demon awakened within him, recklessly lunging at her. Despair flickered in Bai Lu's eyes as her down jacket was torn apart, with Lu Su resembling a ravenous wolf. Su Yang turned away, unable to bear the inappropriate scene unfolding before him. Chapter 65, The Crisis of Building 24. Lu Su, like a feral beast, acted with reckless abandon. Before Su Yang's eyes, he violently tore apart Bai Lu's clothing at the entrance of his family's basement. The two found themselves exposed to the frigid temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees. In that moment, anguished cries echoed. Despite his intentions, Lu Su was rendered powerless by the severe cold. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede defeat. Su Yang, observing the scene outside the basement, shook his head in resignation. The fate of the two was indeed deserved. However, he had no desire to allow their struggle to further disturb his appetite. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out as a bullet pierced the foreheads of the two, ending their lives before the door. Blood trickled out slowly, then began to congeal. Su Yang shut off the screen at the basement door and commenced indulging in a lavish feast. The two individuals he loathed most in his previous life had met their end. A deep-seated grudge had been avenged, and an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. As he savored the sumptuous meal, it tasted exquisite beyond compare. He drank more than usual. During his repast, an intelligent robotic dog began to clear away the refuse, dragging the bodies of Li Bin, Bai Lu, and their companions from the basement to discard them in the community square, alongside the more than 500 corpses previously removed. The square was now a macabre mound of bodies, frozen together, casting an eerie sight under the streetlights. Yet, No one paid heed to this grim tableau. As time passed, the situation in the Fengyan community deteriorated. Food became increasingly scarce, and chaos ensued. Daily, screams pierced the air as desperation drove people to madness, particularly in Building 17, where Chen Mingjing led a faction that had been the first to unite and the first to profit from bloodshed. Their audacity grew with each passing day. First eliminating those who defied their authority in Building 17, then gathering a larger group to launch assaults on neighboring buildings. Chen Mingjing's ranks swelled, and his ambitions expanded correspondingly, sowing discontent throughout the Fengyan community. However, the grievances of the residents fell upon deaf ears. The inhabitants of each building, unwilling to perish, organized themselves to resist the encroaching threat. After Chen Mingjing's forces annihilated 2 buildings, they encountered increased resistance and decided to halt their expansion. Initially, he had intended to seize Building 24, but the presence of Li Bin's firearms, coupled with the unknown fate of his adversaries, compelled him to pause his plans. Although the news of Li Bin's demise had not spread, the residents of Building 24 were engulfed in panic, lacking a formidable force to deter the other buildings. They were like scattered grains of sand, destined to be overrun. Furthermore, a significant portion of the able-bodied youth had perished during the snow-clearing efforts or in prior conflicts with Su Yang, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense. At this juncture, Li Bin's wife, Duan Qian, rallied all the residents of Building 24 into a group, initiating clandestine plotting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is likely that you are all aware by now that Li Bin and all his subordinates have been slain by Su Yang. Duan Qian remarked in her group. Now, the people from the other buildings have united. If we continue to remain fragmented like this, we shall inevitably be overrun by the others. The men will be killed, and the women will be relegated to mere tools for their desires. So what shall we do? Someone inquired. We are left with only the elderly, the weak, and women. Even if we band together, we are no match for the other buildings. Moreover, our supplies are dwindling. Once they're exhausted, we will perish from hunger before anyone even attacks us. Why don't we appeal to Su Yang? We have been neighbors for so many years. Surely he can spare us some food or allow us to move into his home. Another suggested. Indeed, seeking Su Yang's help would provide us with safety and sustenance. If we all approach him together, he cannot possibly refuse. Duan Qian observed the messages in the group, a cold smile gracing her lips. These individuals truly were undeterred. Still contemplating moving into Su Yang's residence at this juncture, it was difficult to ascertain whether to label them foolish or simply ignorant. They had often spoken ill of Su Yang behind his back. Furthermore, during the snow-clearing initiative organized by the neighborhood committee, they had expressed intentions to subdue him. The residents of Building 24 were the most zealous, with the highest number of volunteers. Naturally, they also incurred the most casualties. Su Yang was neither foolish nor a benevolent saint. How could he permit his adversaries to dwell under his roof? Should these individuals gain entry, their demands could eventually lead to his own expulsion. As long as Su Yang possessed a modicum of sense, he would never allow such a scenario. Duan Qian surmised that Su Yang must have longed to eliminate the residents of Building 24. His inaction thus far indicated that these people had ventured too far beyond his tolerance. Duan Qian's analysis of the situation was astute. However, she felt helpless. In recent days, she had repeatedly attempted to contact Su Yang, yet he had shown no inclination to respond. She was taken aback that, despite her alluring figure and striking beauty, he would dismiss her. She felt a profound sense of frustration. Aligning with Su Yang was not a viable option, yet in order to survive, she had to consolidate the residents and resources of Building 24. Only by doing so amidst the escalating chaos of this apocalyptic world could they hope to endure a little longer. With a sigh, Duan Qian stated in the group, "You need not dwell on Su Yang. He shall not come to our aid. You have often spoken ill of him in private. Do not presume he is unaware. We should focus on devising ways to ensure our survival." Su Yang is truly excessive, someone exclaimed. How can he behave this way? They say distant relatives are not as good as neighbors. Does he not fear a guilty conscience? Nevertheless, Duan Qian's words elicited no effect. Instead, they sparked a wave of complaints against Su Yang. Upon witnessing this, Duan Qian's frustration mounted. This was indeed a band of incompetent allies, utterly incapable of leading. Finally, her ire reached a boiling point, and she sent a voice message in the group. What purpose does this endless lamenting serve? If you possess the capability, why not collectively beseech Su Yang? However, I must caution you that should you all go together, the news of Li Bin's demise is likely to spread. What will we do then if others from different floors come to retaliate? A bunch of ineffectual individuals, merely lamenting their fate. You have hands and feet, cannot you devise a plan? Is it truly your only recourse to seek the charity of others? If you are so capable, why not unite to breach Su Yang's villa and take residence therein? Duan Qian's furious voice ultimately silenced the crowd, leaving no one daring to utter another word. She then addressed the group once more. Those who do not wish to be killed, those who refuse to leave their fate to chance, should gather collectively on the 18th floor, Unit 1, so we may deliberate on a plan together. Following her declaration, it wasn't long before every member of the group responded with an affirmative gesture. Chapter 66. Duan Qian's decisive actions upon witnessing the scene. Duan Qian let out a sigh of relief. Although these individuals were largely ineffectual, most of them elderly, weak, or infirm, the collective strength of all the residents in a single building could still be harnessed effectively. At the very least, they could gather the remaining supplies and fortify their defenses, ensuring their own safety. In the dead of night, when all the residents of Fengyan community were fast asleep, only the inhabitants of Building 24 remained wide awake. Aside from those who had already perished and the incapacitated, the only one absent from this gathering was Tang Qing, though her absence went unnoticed. Everyone congregated in room 01 on the 18th floor. Fortunately, the space occupied by Duan Qian's family was sufficiently large. Otherwise, accommodating so many individuals would have been quite a challenge. What shall we do? Someone inquired as the discussions commenced. What shall we do? Duan Qian retorted with a cold smile. We shall unite and resist the others from the neighboring buildings. Do you really think we stand a chance? Another voice questioned. Of course. We will all heed a single leader as command. If we stand together, nothing is beyond our reach. Duan Qian declared with a smile. First, we will gather all the supplies from every household in this building and distribute them evenly. Once no one is worried about their survival supplies, we can unite as one. Who will we follow? Came another question. Besides, the supplies each household possesses are meager. Pooling them will deplete our resources even faster. Within 2 days, we will find ourselves hungry and unable to resist the others. Then you shall follow my lead. Duan Qian stated bluntly. As for supplies, there is no need for concern. If we band together, we can seize resources from the other buildings. Follow you? Do you think you're Li Bin? Someone challenged. What authority does a woman have? Who would heed your command? Furthermore, we lack firearms, and our building has few capable young men. How can we compete with the others? What if I am not Li Bin? Duan Qian's eyes turned icy as she approached the challenger. Without warning, she seized his hair and yanked him down. With a resounding thud, his head struck the table. Before he could react, Duan Qian produced a dagger and plunged it into his temple, ending his life instantly. The others looked on in horror as Duan Qian, without a flicker of hesitation, executed a man before their eyes. She withdrew the dagger, blood splattering onto several bystanders. Her cold gaze swept across the room. Am I, a mere woman, unworthy of leading you? With a bloody dagger pointed at them, fear gripped the others, silencing any rebuttals. Though it was her first act of murder, and she felt trepidation, she recognized the necessity of her actions. In this icy, desolate world, survival is an arduous task for a woman unless she possesses a heart capable of unwavering decisiveness. As she observed that no one dared to challenge her anymore, Duan Qian felt a surge of elation within her. It seemed that only strength and intimidation could command the respect of the feeble. With their silence, it was clear that they had tacitly accepted her as their leader. Calmly addressing the crowd, Duan Qian declared, Rest assured, as long as you obey, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. From this moment forth, you need not worry about the scarcity of resources for survival. Following you is no issue. I concur. A voice arose from the assembly. But how can you guarantee that the others in the building won't strike at us first? And how will you ensure that everyone receives their share of supplies? That is quite simple. Duan Qian replied with a smile. We shall take the initiative. The news of Li Bin's death has yet to spread, and the occupants of the other buildings still view us with trepidation. If we remain holed up in Building 24, our presence will inevitably be revealed. It would be far wiser to strike under Li Bin's banner. This will not only intimidate the others into believing we are under his command, but it will also create an illusion that Li Bin is still alive. Once we eliminate the others, their resources will naturally fall into our hands. The sooner we act, the better. Delay will only result in depleted supplies, rendering our efforts futile. Her words ignited a spark of understanding among her audience, who unanimously agreed with her plan. Nodding, her gaze turned even colder as she addressed them. Since you all concur, let me make one thing clear. My team does not harbor cowards. When I command an attack, every one of you must participate. Should anyone hesitate, they shall meet the same fate as this individual. With that, she plunged her dagger into the neck of the man she had just slain. The sight of the gushing blood tightened the hearts of everyone present. Furthermore, to prevent any leaks, surrender your phones, as well as those of your family members. This is not a matter of trust, but a precaution. If word gets out, we are all doomed. Her demand met with unanimous agreement, and one by one, they produced their phones, returning home to collect their family members' devices as well. From that moment on, the inhabitants of Building 24, under Duan Qian's leadership, were prepared to venture forth with resolve. Glancing at the clock, which read past 3 in the morning, she rallied her followers. We set out now to take Building 23. The stillness of the night, with everyone's guard lowered, presented the perfect opportunity for their grim endeavor. Thus, the occupants of Building 24, armed with kitchen knives, shovels, steel pipes, and every usable tool they could muster, stealthily infiltrated Building 23 from the underground garage. Beginning on the first floor, they forcefully breached the doors of the opposing household, methodically clearing each level. By the time they reached the third floor, the commotion had finally roused the entire building. Chaos erupted in Building 23. There's an ambush. Everyone, awaken and prepare to counterattack. The shouts reverberated throughout the Phonyan community. Although the residents of the upper floors stirred, they turned a blind eye to the unfolding events. Given the late hour, the inhabitants of Building 23, though awakened, were ill-prepared for a sudden defense, rendering them no match for those from Building 24. Duan Qian, leading her group, relentlessly advanced from the third floor to the top. The entire population of Building 23, numbering in the hundreds, was decimated. Meanwhile, Building 24 suffered a toll of over a dozen fatalities and 20 injuries, despite their prior ambush preparations. Unfazed by these losses, Duan Qian instructed her comrades to scour Building 23, confiscating all available supplies. Then, urging the weary to persist, they disposed of the bodies from Building 23, casting them outside. Subsequently, a loud proclamation was made. The residents of Building 23 dared to defy our leader Li Bin's call for surrender. They truly deserve their fate. Chapter 67. The transaction with Ning Kaidai. The voices of these individuals rose to a deafening volume, ensuring that the occupants of the nearby buildings could hear every word with crystal clarity. The sight of the numerous corpses strewn across the snow sent shivers through the hearts of those in the adjacent structures. Ever since Li Bin had clashed with Su Yang, there had been an eerie silence, leading everyone to believe he had retreated into the shadows. Little did they know, when he finally took action, it was with a ferocity that struck fear into many. Without even laying eyes on Li Bin, the inhabitants of Building 24 had ruthlessly driven every soul from Building 23 to their demise. Such decisive and inhumane actions quickly spread throughout the Phonyan community. Upon hearing this news, Chen Mingjing of Building 17 felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was grateful that his earlier intentions to deal with Li Bin had not come to fruition. Otherwise, it would have been the entire 17th floor that faced annihilation. Li Bin's ruthlessness was indeed commendable. Chen Mingjing marveled at the audacity of eradicating an entire building without sparing a single soul. In comparison, his own skirmish with the rival seemed trivial, akin to mere childish play. He promptly instructed his subordinates to avoid provoking the residents of Building 24, even refraining from bothering those in the neighboring buildings. Under Duan Qian's leadership, the notorious reputation of Building 24 resonated throughout the Phonyan community. Most believed that these actions were orchestrated by Li Bin. However, Su Yang was aware that it was Duan Qian's desperate measures for self-preservation that compelled her to act thus. Yet, he chose not to disclose this to anyone. Their actions bore no significance to him, as long as they did not incite his wrath. The ensuing chaos within the Phonyan community was of no concern to him. At that moment, Su Yang's primary focus lay upon the property management of Building 2. These individuals had remained concealed for an extended period but could no longer contain themselves. They began to organize the residents of Building 2, unifying the collection of resources. Naturally, those who resisted were met with fatal consequences, leading to a swift consolidation of power within the building. During this process, they encountered Ning Kaidai, who injured several of their members, resulting in a temporary lull in hostilities. Despite possessing anti-explosive equipment and a number of formidable men, they recognized their vulnerability in the face of Ning Kaidai's prowess. In an effort to conceal their true strength, they chose not to engage her further, reasoning that as long as she remained solitary, she would eventually seek their aid once her supplies dwindled. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. Ning Kaidai was acquainted with Su Yang. Indeed, as those within Building 2 surmised, her survival resources were nearing depletion. Yet she did not reach out to them. Instead, she called Su Yang. Su Yang, could you lend me some survival supplies? I realize this request is rather audacious, but I find myself in a dire situation. Ning Kaidai's tone was earnest, reflecting her urgent predicament. Su Yang smiled slightly and said, in light of your repeated reminders, I can offer you some food. After all, you have alerted me before, and this is a perfect opportunity to repay that kindness. He continued, however, I can only provide you with supplies this once, thus settling our previous obligation. From now on, should you wish for more resources, you will need to barter something in exchange. I understand. Ning Kaidai nodded. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for your willingness to assist me during this critical time. Please come to the entrance of my basement. I will leave the supplies for you outside, Su Yang informed her. He retrieved a box of instant noodles, several bags of bread, and 4 or 5 bottles of mineral water from his storage space, placing them at the basement door. Since he had promised to provide food, he could not be stingy. These items were of no use to him anyway. It was a generous gesture, and repaying the favor was indeed a wise choice. Moreover, Su-Yang was well aware that water and electricity would be cut off within 3 days. While the power outage could be managed, at least food could still be consumed. Once the water was turned off, it would spoil. The snowmelt outside was toxic and unfit for consumption. Water resources would soon become a coveted commodity, so he thoughtfully left Ning Kaidai a few bottles of water along with the noodles and bread at the basement door. Since few people frequented the area, he had little concern about theft. After hanging up the phone, Ning Kaidai dressed appropriately, arming herself with a steel pipe before taking the elevator to the underground garage. She proceeded towards Su Yang's villa, observing the bloodstains scattered along her path, her brow furrowing in concern. This newfound awareness of Su Yang's capabilities was striking. So many had been unable to breach his villa. Had he constructed it as a fortress? She noted the bullet holes in the walls and columns, realizing that Su Yang possessed firearms, many varieties. In fact, judging by the bullet holes, he had not only an AK-47 but also submachine guns and other models. A diverse arsenal. Ning Kaidai mused to herself. Could it be that Su Yang amassed his wealth through arms smuggling? What normal person possesses such a vast array of firearms, especially in a country like Xia, where most people live their entire lives without ever seeing a gun? From his screen, Su Yang observed Ning Kaidai approaching his villa, a smile playing on his lips, choosing to remain silent. Soon, Ning Kaidai spotted the box of instant noodles, the bags of bread, and the bottled water laid out on the ground. She thought to herself, Su Yang is quite generous. Initially, she had intended to borrow supplies for just a few days, hoping to devise a solution for the future. Yet he had given her so much. Thank you, Su Yang. Ning Kaidai called out towards the basement door. When no response came, she hesitated no longer, taking the provisions and departing. Once home, she made sure to send a message of thanks to Su Yang on her phone. Su Yang, however, did not reply. Instead, he relished a tranquil life within his secure fortress. Each day, I partake in 3 meals, and how wonderful it would be to savor just one day of culinary delight. After dining, my time is occupied with reading, exercising, or indulging in games. When ennui strikes, I tend to the flowers or feed the koi. Thus, time drifted to June 15th, the 15th day of the ice and snow apocalypse. This day commenced with an air of tranquility. However, as the clock struck 6 in the evening, a power outage ensued. Instantly, many found themselves engulfed in deeper panic. The already frigid atmosphere under continuous low temperatures felt even more biting. The air conditioning, which offered minimal warmth, became utterly ineffective. The abrupt loss of power rendered all heating systems useless, amplifying the chill. A chorus of lamentations erupted. Shortly thereafter, the water supply ceased as well. Initially, some remained oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Yet, as the necessity of preparing meals arose, the absence of water became glaringly apparent, rendering even the simplest of tasks impossible. Numerous individuals resorted to gathering snow from their balconies, melting it in pots to procure water for cooking. Chapter 68. The transaction with Ning Kaidai. Those who prepared meals with snowmelt had no inkling of the dire consequences that awaited them. After consuming the food made from the tainted snow, many experienced alarming physical changes, writhing in agony upon the ground. Their cries of suffering echoed throughout the Fengyan community. It was only at this moment that some began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The snow was poisoned. Unfortunately, it was too late. Those who had ingested the food made from the snow were left with festering wounds, while others lapsed into unconsciousness. Some even succumbed to a gruesome fate, bleeding from every orifice. Previously, when there was a steady water supply, they had never attempted to use snow as a resource, nor had they ever consumed it. They were utterly unaware of the lethal poison it harbored. The first wave of those affected served as a grim warning to the remaining residents, transforming their expressions from indifference to dread. The concern now extended beyond mere sustenance. It had escalated to the issue of water. No one could survive without it. Food alone became an inconsequential matter. The absence of water equated to the loss of the very essence of life. Some who perceived the unfolding disaster launched nocturnal assaults on the other buildings. Those who were caught off guard met a brutal end. The stored pure water in households was pillaged, and the blood from the slain was drained and preserved. In a single night, the entire Fengyan community witnessed the massacre of residents from over a dozen buildings. Corpses, drained of their lifeblood, lay scattered everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. However, something felt amiss. Why was there electricity in Su Yang's home? Some onlookers noticed the large sunroom of Su Yang's residence still ablaze with light and immediately voiced their suspicions. Their eyes gleamed with avarice as they beheld the water in a swimming pool and koi pond. Naturally, Su Yang's home would not suffer from water or power outages. The moment the utilities ceased, he activated his silent generator located in the basement and connected the water pipes to his pre-prepared storage system. With the ample supply he had amassed, he need not worry for a lifetime. 2 hours after the outage, Su Yunchi and Sumayu reached out to him via video call, their faces etched with concern. They implored him, "Boss, the snow is highly toxic. Do not drink the snowmelt. Many have perished in our community because of this. Rest assured, I have stockpiled sufficient water and have no need to consume that." Su Yang replied with a reassuring smile. Relieved, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. After chatting briefly, they ended the call. That night, Su Yang slept soundly as usual, oblivious to the chaos outside. When he awoke the next day, the sounds of violence and chaos reverberated throughout the Fengyan community, intensifying with each passing moment. Thus, as half a month slipped by, the icy apocalypse continued for a full month. Originally home to 7,000 or 8,000 individuals, Fengyan community was now reduced to merely over 2,000, with the remainder perishing in the relentless strife. During this tumultuous period, Wang Ping's girlfriend, Tang Qing, had come seeking supplies. After resolving Su Yang's physiological issues, Tang Qingxin left satisfied with the supplies. However, the quantities provided by Su Yang had diminished significantly compared to the initial offering. Now, it was merely enough for 2 days, intended solely for one person. Through conversations with Tang Qing, Su Yang learned that Wang Ping's entire family had perished from starvation, leaving only Tang Qing in the household. She was constantly besieged by the harassment of Duan Qian's subordinates. Despite her repeated pleas for Su Yang to allow her to stay, he consistently refused. Aside from addressing her physiological needs, he saw little value in keeping her around, as it would only serve to heighten his concerns. Ultimately, Su Yang reiterated his well-worn admonition, "Take care of your body. If someone else touches you, you are lost." After all, he could monitor the movements of everyone in the neighborhood. He was acutely aware of whether Tang Qing had been compromised. Reluctantly, she departed once more. Not long after her exit, Ning Kaidai arrived, bashfully addressing Su Yang at the basement door. "Su Yang, I've run out of food and water. Could you possibly?" She hesitated to finish her sentence. Su Yang, however, was quite direct. "What will you offer in exchange?" I can offer my body," Ning Kaidai declared, casting aside her reservations. To survive, trading her body for sustenance seemed a worthy sacrifice. Moreover, considering that it was Su Yang, a familiar acquaintance, she reasoned that it was better to benefit him, a principled individual, than to allow others to exploit her. "Very well," Su Yang responded without hesitation. He was no hypocrite, and there was no point in lingering on indecision when the other party was so forthright. As the basement door opened automatically, Ning Kaidai stepped inside, immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. She quickly shed her thick down jacket, deciding that since she had begun, she might as well remove everything. At that moment, Su Yang's voice rang out. Looking up, she saw him at the end of the corridor, observing her. Although he had consented to an equitable exchange, calculated daily, he remained cautious. Even though Ning Kaidai posed no real threat, for safety's sake, he required her to disrobe completely to ensure she bore no concealed weapons. A flush crept onto Ning Katie's face as she began to remove her thermal layers. Suddenly, a wrench clattered to the floor. Su Yang's brow furrowed as he aimed his gun at her. "There's no need to be nervous. That's just for my self-defense," Ning Kaidai explained. "Toss it over," Su Yang commanded coldly. After she complied, he caught the wrench in his hand and instructed, "Continue undressing." Ning Kaidai pouted but ultimately shed all her clothing, even twirling around to declare, "See, I have nothing on me." Only then did Su Yang relax. "Follow me," he said, leading her to the first floor. "You should take a shower first." Half an hour later, Ning Kaidai appeared before Su Yang, wrapped in her nightgown with damp hair cascading down her shoulders. Her enchanting figure and flawless proportions rendered him momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Shall we commence directly, or follow the usual procedure? Whichever you prefer." Ning Katie's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, enticing enough to make one want to take a bite. She then added, "I am fully prepared." "Then let us adhere to the procedure," Su Yang replied, slowly approaching her. "I prefer to simmer gently, it adds to the ambience." Ning Katie's remarkable physical prowess provided Su Yang with an experience that far surpassed that with Tang Qing. After a full 3 hours, their encounter finally concluded. At this point, Ning Katie's stomach began to growl with hunger. Su Yang instructed her to retrieve vegetables and meat from the refrigerator. He merely tossed her an apron, saying, "Put this on. Cook as much as you wish." Ning Kaidai rolled her eyes, her body entirely bare save for the apron, and began to prepare the meal, dragging her fatigued form into the kitchen. Chapter 69. Awakening of abilities. Though Ning Kaidai felt utterly fatigued, The allure of food compelled her to endure the aches in her body and begin to prepare a meal. Since the advent of the apocalypse, she had not tasted fresh vegetables or meat. To her astonishment, Su Yang had an abundance of both, along with fresh fruits. This meal consumed over 2 hours of her time, and eventually, she reclined contentedly on the sofa, savoring the comfort of Su Yang's home, filled with a sense of envy. She found herself reluctant to leave, yet felt too shy to express this sentiment to Su Yang. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and after a brief respite, she resolved to take her leave. Su Yang couldn't help but admire Ning Katie's intelligence. Despite her capabilities and principles, he still preferred not to keep her around for the time being. As she was about to depart, he offered her half a box of instant noodles, 2 packets of ham, and several bottles of purified water. He echoed the words he had once shared with Tang Qing. The noodles constituted a fair trade, while the bread and water were a delightful reward for her experience. Upon hearing this, Ning Katie's face flushed crimson as she swiftly gathered her belongings and dashed to the basement to don her clothes before departing. After her exit, Su Yang took a moment to rest. However, following dinner, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his head, as if a needle were piercing his forehead. He sensed a surge of energy converging from all parts of his body into his brow, which radiated a brilliant light. After half an hour, the pain subsided, yet his body brimmed with newfound strength. Had he undergone a transformation? Su Yang furrowed his brow and rose to inspect himself. Peering into the mirror, he beheld a figure with perfect lines and muscles teeming with vigor, as though he had become an entirely different person. The physical changes were secondary. He gently touched his still tender forehead, where an energy emanated, drawing his consciousness inward. There, within his brow, appeared a bronze-colored crystal core, glowing with radiance. A horizontal line manifested at its base, the meaning of which eluded Su Yang. Nevertheless, he sensed he might have become an ability wielder. A surge of joy coursed through him as he focused his mind to harness the energy within the crystal core. The energy spread throughout his body at a visible pace. Before him, a spatial gateway materialized, visible only to him. Previously, such a portal could only be opened 5 meters away. Now, its reach extended to 10 meters. As he retracted the spatial gateway, Su Yang discovered he could control spatial power. With a mere thought, a barrier of spatial energy enveloped him. Testing it against an automatic launcher, he was astonished to find the barrier could thwart attacks. He dubbed it the spatial barrier. Through relentless experimentation, he also unveiled 2 additional abilities. One was termed spatial refraction, which involved creating a spatial gateway around his body, allowing him to absorb incoming attacks entirely. Then, he opened the portal to another dimension. The opponent's attack manifested instantaneously, striking precisely where intended. This bears a striking resemblance to the martial arts principle of returning the attack with the same method. Moreover, the attack's range, facilitated by spatial refraction, extended up to 200 meters, which was indeed formidable, filling Su Yang with elation once more. Another extraordinary ability he possessed was the convergence of spatial power within his mind, allowing him to visualize a 3-dimensional map extending 200 meters away. Even with buildings obstructing the view, the intricate structures within could be vividly perceived in his mind. Within this 200-meter radius, every individual and object became remarkably clear, akin to being scanned by radar. Su Yang aptly named this ability spatial perception, signifying the capacity to sense everything around him. This skill complemented his sharpshooter prowess splendidly. After experimenting several times without uncovering any further spatial abilities, Su Yang exited his bedroom and entered the living room. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a solid wooden table in the room. An energy surged from the crystal core into his eyes, revealing a flaw in the table's center, where a multitude of fine cracks radiated outward. As he withdrew his power, those cracks vanished. Approaching the table, he struck its center with a palm, with a sharp crack. The solid wooden table split open, precisely as he had observed earlier, with cracks extending from the center to the periphery. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang pondered, had he awakened a dual ability, one of which was spatial, while the other remained unknown? Continuing his experimentation, he refrained from consciously invoking his spatial power. Yet a force surged from the crystal core in his forehead, concentrating in his eyes. Focusing on a cup in his hand, he instantly discerned its most vulnerable point. With a gentle squeeze, that weak spot shattered effortlessly. Observing other objects revealed similar vulnerabilities. With a mere application of pressure on those points, he could effortlessly crush them. He decided to name this newfound ability Eye of True Knowledge. Subsequently, he fell into deep contemplation. This power appeared to be combat-oriented, consistently unveiling the weaknesses of various items. It would indeed be a pity not to utilize it in battle. Since his rebirth, his physical strength had been steadily increasing, and with the awakening of this ability, he had grown even stronger. Su Yang speculated that his second awakened ability might pertain to body techniques or martial arts. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. With his abilities coursing through him, he delivered a punch forward, and a flurry of shadows erupted from his fist. Everything within 10 meters was obliterated. Su Yang repeated the action, achieving the same results each time. He decided to name this skill Shadowless Fist. Concurrently, he practiced the Special Forces combat techniques that Ning Kaidai had taught him. The newfound power has multiplied countless times, and the proficiency has surpassed that of the past. Su Yang ultimately designated his second awakened ability as belonging to the martial arts category. Awakening two formidable abilities at once filled Su Yang with immense joy. Currently, the spatial abilities encompass 3 skills: spatial barrier, spatial refraction, and spatial perception. The martial arts category boasts 2 skills: Eye of True Knowledge and Shadowless Fist. Simultaneously, his physical strength has significantly increased once again. Amidst his elation, a profound concern lingered in Su Yang's heart. Having awakened his abilities, what of others? It is implausible that others remain dormant. Will everyone awaken, or will it only be a select few? What are the conditions for awakening these powers? Does the stockpile of arms he had previously amassed still hold potency in the face of these ability wielders? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. If no one else possesses abilities, then, with his accumulated arsenal and the fortified war bastion he has crafted, Su Yang would find himself in an invulnerable position in this apocalyptic world, unafraid of any adversary. However, the situation has changed with the emergence of ability wielders. The initial phase may seem manageable. Yet, as time progresses and the number of ability wielders increases, his advantage will inevitably diminish. Chapter 70. The confrontation among the superpowered. Although the adversary might not necessarily breach his fortified stronghold, he possessed an array of formidable missiles and weaponry, which those endowed with supernatural abilities could scarcely hope to surpass. Nonetheless, these factors warranted consideration. Moreover, Su Yang found himself pondering a peculiar question. Having awakened his powers, how might one enhance them? Surely, their potency could not remain static. After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse and decided to retire for the night. Intending to delve deeper into his thoughts come dawn, the following day arrived swiftly, and Su Yang rose early. He deployed a multitude of small aerial vehicles, over 1,000 in number, enveloping the entirety of Fongan community within their watchful gaze. Everything unfolded before his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that numerous individuals had fallen ill. For instance, Duan Qian lay in a feverish stupor, unconscious, while Ning Kaidai was in a similar state. Additionally, 5 others shared their plight. Conversely, those who had consumed the snow water and survived their ordeal had now regained consciousness, exuding an aura of supernatural energy. In stark contrast, the individuals who remained unconscious had completely lost their vital signs. It appeared that awakening such powers indeed required inherent conditions. Su Yang speculated that perhaps the body must endure certain tribulations. Suddenly, among the remaining 2,000 inhabitants of Fongan community, over 100 individuals had awakened their powers, a remarkably high ratio. Just as Su Yang continued his observation, a figure from Building 17, the first to awaken, seemed to sense his newfound abilities. A sly smile crept across his lips as he rose and made his way toward Chen Mingjing's floor. "Li Feng, you have awakened," Chen Mingjing exclaimed, his surprise palpable. "I thought you had perished from the snow water's poison. Since you are alive, you might as well serve me well. Today, I plan to assault Building 18, and you shall be my vanguard. I must inform you, if you fail to achieve merit, you shall not partake in the rations." As he spoke, Chen Mingjing casually embraced Li Feng's wife, treating him with utter disdain. A month had passed since the apocalypse had descended, transforming the world into a brutal realm of survival of the fittest. Only the strong could claim everything. Chen Mingjing had initially believed Li Feng's demise had granted him possession of his wife. Even now, with Li Feng before him, he dared to flaunt his ill-gotten gains without a hint of remorse. "Chen Mingjing, remove your filthy hands from my wife," Li Feng retorted. A cold disdain etched upon his face. With a resounding slap, Chen Mingjing struck the table, rising abruptly. Seizing a large cleaver, he pointed it menacingly at Li Feng. "Do you wish to court death, daring to speak to me in such a manner? Is my name one you are entitled to utter?" Li Feng, undeterred by the weapon raised against him, replied with steely resolve, "I believe it is you who seeks death." Infuriated by the repeated defiance, Chen Mingjing lunged forward, aiming a vicious strike at Li Feng's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air, sending a jolt through Chen Mingjing's arm as his cleaver met Li Feng's defenses. The opponent's neck remained unscathed, yet a metallic sheen enveloped it. How could this be? Chen Mingjing stood frozen, utterly bewildered. How could a person's neck possibly transform into metal? This was not a scene from a film. Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Feng seized the opponent's blade and twisted it into a spiral, then cast it aside with a clang, slowly advancing towards Chen Mingjing. Everyone attack! Kill him! Chen Mingjing cried in terror, but no one heeded his plea. His subordinates were not foolish. Li Feng's sudden prowess was alarming. He had withstood a blade without so much as a scratch. They were not about to recklessly charge into danger. Li Feng grasped Chen Mingjing, a cold smile playing on his lips as he extended a finger, which morphed into a sharp spike that pierced the latter's heart. Chen Mingjing collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Li Feng's wife knelt before him, weeping. "You are safe now. It is such a relief. I didn't follow Chen Mingjing willingly. He forced me." Li Feng stood in silence, his entire finger transforming into a razor-sharp blade, and with a swift motion, he severed his wife's head from her body, regardless of your consent. "You should never have abandoned me. Your fate is justly deserved." After slaying his wife, Li Feng's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the remaining onlookers. With Chen Mingjing gone, I shall become the leader of the 17th floor. Who is in favor, and who is against? No one dared to speak. All lowered their heads in silent acquiescence. Just then, a voice rang out. "I oppose." Li Feng furrowed his brow as a figure stepped forth from outside. He recognized this person, his neighbor, Qian Lu, who had previously dined on food made with snowmelt and had not perished. Perhaps he too had awakened some latent powers. Before Li Feng could respond, Qian Lu spoke first. "I wish to be the leader of the 17th floor as well. What do you propose? Let us fight. The victor shall assume leadership," Li Feng replied coolly. "Very well," Qian Lu agreed, raising his hand to summon a fireball that hurtled towards Li Feng. The fireball radiated intense heat and moved with remarkable speed, reaching Li Feng in an instant and striking him. His clothing ignited rapidly under the extreme temperature, yet Li Feng felt no discomfort. As the flames extinguished, his entire body became enveloped in metal, his hands morphing into blades as he lunged at Qian Lu. Though the fireball's temperature was formidable, it was insufficient to melt his steel-like form. In that moment, as Li Feng charged towards Qian Lu, he was certain of his impending victory. Qian Lu, witnessing Li Feng's resilience amidst such heat, seethed with frustration and conjured 3 more fireballs, launching them toward his opponent. Li Feng, wielding his dual blades, cleaved through the fireballs effortlessly, a mocking smile etched on his face. Furious, Qian Lu shouted, "I will fight you to the death," and unleashed a torrent of blazing fire. The flames surged with an intensity far surpassing those before, their power formidable as they surged directly towards Li Feng. Li Bin could feel the temperature of his metallic body rising, yet it had not reached the point of melting. It was not until Qian Li's extraordinary abilities were entirely depleted that Li Bin pressed the blade against his neck. Though his expression was grim, and his heart brimming with defiance, he reluctantly proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you shall be the leader of Building 17. Upon witnessing the other party bow his head, Li Feng sheathed his blade, his metallic form reverting to its natural state. He then donned a set of clothing and addressed the assembly with authority. "Henceforth, I am the leader of Building 17, and Qian Lu shall be the second in command. Extend your greetings to the second brother. Long live the second brother." The crowd chorused in unison. Meanwhile, Su Yang observed the fierce confrontation between the 2 extraordinary beings from his small aircraft, his heart pounding with astonishment. Yet he felt no trepidation. With his own 2 formidable abilities, he believed no adversary could pose a threat to him. At that moment, Li Feng turned to Qian Lu and instructed, "Take a brief respite to regain your powers, then gather our forces to seize Su Yang's villa. That shall become our stronghold from this day forth." Chapter 71. The onslaught of the superpowered army after the transfer of power was completed in Building 17. The other buildings were also nearing the same conclusion. The former leaders had been replaced by newly awakened superpowered individuals. Some buildings that were initially the weakest suddenly awakened several superpowered beings, transforming them into the strongest. Meanwhile, in Building 24, Su Yang's old neighbors observed that Duan Qian remained in a state of unconsciousness. Gradually, some began to harbor ulterior motives, for Duan Qian was quite attractive, and several individuals had long been coveting her. As she continued to remain unconscious, they prepared to enact their nefarious intentions. Just then, Duan Qian abruptly awakened. With a flick of her hand, 4 or 5 men were encased in ice. Her cold voice rang out, "Gather everyone here for a meeting." Before long, the entire populace of Building 24 had assembled. Duan Qian surveyed the scene and discovered that aside from herself, 3 others had awakened their powers. These individuals, as before, complied with Duan Qian's commands, which elated her and ignited a sense of ambition within her. She issued a decree to all: "Tomorrow morning, we shall launch an assault on Su Yang's villa. First, we will seize his supplies." Simultaneously, Building 2 was also taking action, boasting an even greater number of awakened superpowered individuals. In addition to Ning Kai Dai, there were precisely 6 others, which significantly bolstered their confidence. Their initial plan to conceal their strength and wait to clean up the aftermath was abandoned, and they too prepared to assault Su Yang's villa the following morning. Su Yang calculated that among the remaining 2,000 residents of Fengyun community, a total of 125 individuals had awakened their powers. The types of abilities were diverse. Some could transform their bodies into metal, others could manipulate flames, while some moved with incredible speed, leaving trails of afterimages. There were those like Duan Qian who could wield ice and snow, and still others possessed immense physical strength. However, none possessed two abilities as Su Yang did. Nor did any ability rival the marvel of his spatial power. Despite all the superpowered beings fixating their targets on him, Su Yang remained unfazed. After all, they had only just awakened their powers. While their abilities had been enhanced, it was uncertain whether they could withstand his firepower. Su Yang never contemplated stepping outside his villa. Even after awakening his powers, his stockpiled weapons were not amassed without purpose. He pondered, how formidable must a superpowered individual be to withstand a missile strike? Su Yang remained oblivious to the extent of the means at his disposal that those newly empowered individuals could not fathom. After all, those who had accompanied Li Bin to attack the villa had all been annihilated. Although they had heard gunfire, they did not believe that Su Yang alone could eliminate such a host of superpowered beings. Observing their unwavering confidence, a mysterious smile crept across Su Yang's lips. Come, I shall use you as subjects for an experiment. He promptly activated the villa's defense and monitoring systems, deploying hundreds of electronic dogs, concealed within the snow outside the villa, preemptively hidden away. As dawn broke, unconsciously, the second day arrived. Su Yang had already eaten breakfast early and was tending to the flowers and feeding the koi in the sunroom. Before long, the monitoring radar emitted an alert. Su Yang glanced at the screen and observed that over 1,000 individuals were approaching his villa. Although these individuals did not belong to the same building or faction, they were united in their intent to confront Su Yang and seize his resources. Their objective was singular, and they had not engaged in conflict amongst themselves. Rather, they had banded together, awaiting the moment to eliminate Su Yang and subsequently divide the spoils among themselves. This rare unity among them was noteworthy. However, realization dawned upon them when someone noted the absence of Li Bin among the group from Building 24. They recognized they had been deceived by Duan Qian, who had previously been merely posturing. Nonetheless, after the leadership changes within their factions, no one pursued the matter further. Before long, all the major factions had gathered outside Su Yang's villa. Upon seeing him leisurely feeding fish in his pajamas, their anger surged. Su Yang, with so many of us here, do you have nothing to say? Li Feng inquired, his expression menacing. Jealousy washed over him as he gazed at the blooming flowers in the sunroom. The environment of Su Yang's home was undeniably splendid. Their usual living conditions were plagued by temperatures plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees, especially after the power outages, which made it even colder. Even though they had awakened their abilities and could now withstand the frigid temperatures, they could not expose themselves to the elements for too long. Who else could enjoy such a comfortable life amidst the icy apocalypse as Su Yang did? Not just Li Feng, but the others harbored similar feelings of envy. They had longed to rush forward, break down the door, and seize the villa for themselves. What is there to discuss? Su Yang laid down the fish food, then turned towards a table. He retrieved a bottle of red wine, uncorked it, and poured it into a glass. After taking a sip, he addressed the crowd. You're here, so what? It has nothing to do with me. We are not acquainted. Do you expect me to provide for you? Su Yang showed no courtesy towards these individuals, who all wished to kill him and seize his belongings. It would be absurd to treat them with respect. His reluctance to act hastily stemmed from a desire not to alert them prematurely. He intended to ensnare all the awakened individuals for further study. Su Yang's words incensed the awakened ones, their gazes turning icy. Li Feng, in a fit of rage, declared, do not presume that your villa is impregnable. We are no longer ordinary people. Your weapons are ineffective against us. If you persist in your ignorance, do not blame us for our lack of civility. Lack of civility, you say? Su Yang scoffed. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Spare me your prattle. He then turned to Duan Qian and the individuals from Building 24, asking, are you also here to trouble me? It seems Li Bin's demise did not impart any lessons upon you. Duan Qian coldly retorted, Li Bin deserved his fate. But what is more deserving of death is you. Duan Qian gritted her teeth and said, however, I can offer you a chance. If you relinquish the villa and surrender all your supplies, I might consider sparing your life. It seems you have decided to take me for granted. Su Yang chuckled, surveying the crowd, and remarked, do not presume that your numbers grant you the right to flaunt your power before me. Many have previously sought to undermine me, yet they all met their demise. Su Yang, it appears you are utterly ignorant of true strength. Duan Qian sneered at him. The times have changed in the past. You wielded a gun, capable of dealing with mere mortals, but we are no longer within your reach. I advise you to exit the villa quietly to avoid further suffering. Otherwise, Duan Qian left the remainder of her threat unspoken, allowing him to grasp the implications. If that is the case, then let us engage in combat. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Since you are unafraid and brimming with confidence, what are you waiting for? Stay and allow us to treat you to a meal. With that, Su Yang lit a fine cigar and took a puff. Chapter 72. Firearms versus superpowered individuals. As everyone gazed upon his arrogant demeanor, their patience reached its limit. With a sweeping gesture, all the superpowered individuals commanded, charge, shatter the glass and seize Su Yang. From this moment forth, the resources within shall belong to us. Under these orders, over 1,000 individuals, armed with various implements, rushed toward the glass of the villa courtyard. Observing the oncoming throng, Su Yang merely smiled, exhaling a plume of smoke. His expression remained unchanged, and he made no movements. He stood there, watching as the multitude unleashed their assaults upon the glass. However, the glass proved exceptionally resilient. No matter how forcefully they struck, not a single mark was left upon its surface. Hearing the cacophony of clashing sounds, Su Yang turned and retreated into the living room, activating the counterattack system. From beneath the sunroom, a Gatling gun emerged, positioning itself before the glass. In an instant, it opened fire, creating a breach in the glass with a resounding burst. The Gatling gun erupted in a blaze of blue flames, unleashing a torrential volley of bullets. 300 individuals fell, struck down, lifeless upon the ground. The gun continued its relentless barrage, mowing down the assailants as if they were mere blades of grass. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining individuals felt their courage evaporate. They were aware of Su Yang's possession of firearms. Yet they could scarcely fathom the existence of a Gatling gun spewing forth blue fire. How could they possibly contend with such overwhelming firepower? Without regard for whether the superpowered individuals were providing oversight, they turned and fled. But could they escape? Su Yang's cold laughter echoed as the sunroom's glass was riddled with numerous holes, revealing a line of firearms. Under the control of the counterattack system, a synchronized volley ensued. Countless bullets soared outward, the gunfire deafening, enveloping the onlookers in the palpable atmosphere of battle. Beneath the overwhelming onslaught, the entire mass of over 1,000 ordinary individuals was annihilated. Bodies lay shattered, blood staining the snow-covered ground. Had it not been for the frigid temperatures causing the blood to congeal rapidly, the area would have been transformed into a river of crimson. The superpowered individuals watched in horror as their comrades fell one by one, taking deep breaths of icy air. Even though they had prepared themselves for the potential sacrifice of some of their number, they never anticipated that Su Yang would possess such an arsenal. He had not even lifted a finger, yet he had decimated their forces. Fortunately, before awakening their powers, they had sought trouble with him. As bullets rained down, all the superpowered individuals activated their abilities to deflect or intercept the projectiles. Yet, some were ill-suited for defense. Under the relentless fire, they were reduced to mere targets, riddled with bullets. Notably, Qian Lu, who accompanied Li Feng, fell victim to a bullet that pierced through his fireball, striking him fatally in the forehead. In total, only 2 superpowered individuals had awakened within Building 17. The death of Qian Lu ignited Li Feng's fury, his body transforming into solid metal. Devoid of any inclination to evade the onslaught, with bullets whizzing past, he charged toward the villa. Su Yang, I will dismember you, Li Feng bellowed, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. The bullet struck him, leaving only faint marks on his skin, all deflected. Others, witnessing this scene, disregarded their safety and surged toward the villa. Having reached this point, they could not allow Su Yang to survive. They must eliminate him decisively. Just as they were about to reach the glass, a foreboding sensation enveloped their hearts. A cacophony of buzzing filled the air. Looking up, they beheld over 100 drones soaring from the 4th floor of the villa, each armed with weaponry. At that moment, Su Yang's voice echoed. Cold and merciless, what of awakening extraordinary abilities? It changes nothing. You shall still perish beneath my formidable firepower. His tone was as chilling as that of a reaper emerging from the depths of hell. Hundreds of drones opened fire simultaneously, a torrential downpour of bullets raining down upon them. Coupled with the relentless barrage of Gatling guns and firearms extending from the glass, the intensity of the assault escalated exponentially. One by one, individuals could no longer withstand the onslaught, their powers exhausted, succumbing to the overwhelming firepower. Terrified, many awakened beings hastily retreated. To prevent the drones from being compromised by these extraordinary individuals, Su Yang kept them at a distance, firing from high above where the enemy could not reach them. As the assailants contemplated withdrawal, an unsettling chill crept down their spines, heightening their alertness. Before they could turn around, the intelligent electronic dog Su Yang had concealed sprang into action without hesitation, opening fire. Another 10 fell to the ground. Although these newly awakened individuals were significantly stronger than ordinary humans, they were not invulnerable. With sufficient firepower, they too would perish. Surrounded and besieged, they faced the grim reality of losing over 20 more lives in an instant. The original force of over 120 extraordinary beings dwindled to just over 80. Seeing themselves cornered, Duan Qian raised her hand, conjuring a massive curtain of snow that shielded them from the incoming bullets. Shouting, "The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We must retreat." She used her abilities on the electronic dogs, temporarily freezing them before hastily retreating. Li Feng cast a reluctant glance back at Su Yang's villa before following suit. At that moment, Su Yang had reached the 3rd floor, opening the balcony window with a cold smirk. Observing the fleeing figures of the extraordinary beings, he raised the Barrett rifle. Bang! A flame erupted from the muzzle, and a bullet shot forth like lightning. Suddenly, someone sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned, attempting to unleash their abilities to the fullest for defense. Yet, that bullet pierced through their protective barrier, striking true. The extraordinary individual lay on the ground, half of his body obliterated. What on earth? Duan Qian mused inwardly. Such immense power. Only after the man's demise did the sound reach her ears. It was the unmistakable report of a large-caliber sniper rifle. At that moment, someone finally reacted, shouting, "Quick, find cover." Su Yang's villa was situated in a vast open area within the Fengyan community. The surroundings offered a broad field of vision, with few places to conceal oneself. Even though these extraordinary beings possessed remarkable speed, they could not outpace the bullets fired from a Barrett sniper rifle. Su Yang squeezed the trigger once more, unleashing a barrage of 10 shots, each bullet striking the chest of his adversaries. The force of the bullets tore through the upper halves of 10 individuals, leaving behind gaping holes as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the scene, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. The capabilities of the Barrett sniper rifle were incomparable to any other. It could not only fire single shots but also unleash a rapid succession of rounds. Coupled with his sharpshooter prowess and spatial awareness, he could fire at will, claiming a life with each pull of the trigger. Chapter 73, a single shot to the soul during the fleeting moments when the supernatural beings made their escape. Su Yang unleashed a series of shots from his Barrett sniper rifle. Under the formidable firepower, the originally remaining 80-odd supernatural beings dwindled to just over 60. Although these individuals had awakened their abilities and possessed formidable physiques, they were still no match for the overwhelming power of the Barrett at this stage. As they witnessed their companions fall one after another, cold sweat streamed down the backs of the remaining individuals. They unleashed their powers to the fullest and fled with all their might. Yet, the expanse in front of the villa offered no refuge. In their frantic escape, Su Yang claimed the lives of several more, leaving them with only the hope of reaching the greenery of the community after running 1,000 meters. Some took cover behind the lush foliage while others hid behind trees that had succumbed to the chill. With the newfound concealment, a sigh of relief swept over them, particularly for Duan Qian. Although her ability allowed her to manipulate ice and snow, granting her formidable power in such an environment, it was only effective during offensive maneuvers. The ice she controlled could slow down the bullets of the Barrett but could not fully stop them. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have already fallen victim to the sniper's aim. At that moment, regret gnawed at her heart. She lamented her decision to provoke Su Yang, questioning her own recklessness. She had believed that awakening her powers would allow her to avenge the wrongs he had inflicted upon her. But little did she know that he would swiftly teach her a lesson with a single shot from his sniper rifle. The others shared in her dread, each consumed by regret. As they wrestled with their tumultuous emotions, Duan Qian felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Her supernatural senses warned her of impending danger, and a dreadful premonition gripped her heart. Before she could react, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through the concrete of the greenery, striking Duan Qian's head with deadly precision. Her skull shattered like a watermelon, and a crystalline core radiating a green glow fell to the ground. Her body collapsed lifelessly. After the fatal shot that claimed Duan Qian's life, a cold smirk crept across Su Yang's lips. Though they had found cover, it was utterly futile against him. The villa was equipped with military-grade radar, and the entire community was under the watchful gaze of his miniature drones. As long as he desired, he could observe every corner of the Fengyan community with clarity. Furthermore, his Barrett sniper rifle was equipped with a high-precision scope, infrared assistance, and thermal imaging. Even if these individuals sought refuge within buildings, they remained visible to him. The Barrett's effective range extended to 2,500 meters, or 5 kilometers. The distance separating them was merely 1,000 meters. Even with obstacles in the way, the power of the Barrett rifle was undiminished. According to the intelligence Su Yang had gathered, someone had once used this particular sniper rifle on the battlefield to penetrate a wall from a distance of 1,600 meters, killing 3 adversaries with a single bullet. This is the power of technology. Even the mutated beings could not withstand it, at least not at this moment. Those hiding in the greenery were left in shock as they witnessed Duan Qian's gruesome demise. A substantial hole appeared in the concrete wall behind them, plunging everyone's spirits into the depths of despair. Yet, they dared not move, for the velocity of the sniper's bullets was astonishingly swift. They were unaware of when Su Yong had fired. It was only after Duan Qian was struck down that they heard the gunshot, 3 seconds later. Such rapidity rendered their abilities to provide a warning futile, as any reaction at that moment would be too late. A sense of false hope lingered in their hearts. They believed Su Yang's earlier shot that killed Duan Qian was merely a stroke of luck. They could not fathom that he could perceive them clearly from a kilometer away, seeing through the greenery or the cover behind which they hid. However, their expectations were dashed. For Su Yong not only saw them but was acutely aware of their every movement. Reloading his weapon, he aimed once more at an individual concealed behind the trees and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet transformed into a streak of light, hurtling forth at a speed surpassing that of sound. The frozen trees emitted a dull thud as the rapidly spinning bullet created a gaping hole in the trunk. It penetrated the midsection of the ability user, cleaving his body in two. Ah! The man let out a harrowing scream, crawling desperately on the ground, his intestines spilling forth. "Help me! Please, I don't want to die!" he cried in agony, yet no one extended a hand to assist him. In a short while, the man, severed by the bullet, fell silent, lifeless beyond resurrection. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Su Yong, like a cat toying with its prey, continued to play with the remaining individuals. After taking down 5 more hiding behind the trees with another 5 shots, he found the encounter tedious. Using a loudspeaker, he began to address the remaining ability users. "Li Feng, listen up. Step forward and surrender, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, you will all perish." Among them, Li Feng appeared the most composed. His ability rendered his entire body metallic, rendering him nearly impervious to harm. Moreover, he could extend metal into blades or shields, combining offense and defense. He had previously tested his resilience against ordinary firearms, shrugging off their bullets, which left only minor marks on his body. However, he had yet to determine the efficacy of a Barrett sniper rifle's bullets against him. Nevertheless, he felt a degree of confidence. Having endured a barrage from an AK-47 at such close range without injury, he believed the sniper rifle could inflict only minimal damage. Escaping would be a simple matter for him. Initially, Li Feng did not respond to Su Yong, opting to observe the situation, convinced that Su Yong could not possibly possess an endless supply of sniper bullets. If he did, he would continue to eliminate them rather than cease fire to negotiate their surrender. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Li Feng addressed the group. "Su Yong is likely running low on ammunition. We need not concern ourselves with him, as long as we remain hidden. He is powerless against us." After lingering a while longer, they resolved to launch their assault on his villa come nightfall, convinced that he would have to rest eventually. Everyone present concurred with his words, all pounding the ground in agreement, concealing themselves behind the greenery. Meanwhile, Li Feng shouted, "Su Yong, don't waste your cunning on us. We will never surrender. If you have the prowess, step out of the villa and face us in a fair fight. What skill is there in merely using firearms?" Hearing Li Feng's taunts, Su Yong merely smiled, unfazed. He set the Barrett aside and retrieved an RPG rocket launcher from his space, loading it with a missile and resting it on his shoulder. Amplifying his voice through a loudspeaker, he declared, "Since you refuse to capitulate, do not blame me for eradicating you entirely. Prepare to experience the sensation of a soul-piercing shot." A soul-piercing shot? Li Feng and his companions thought to themselves, puzzled by the term. However, upon hearing it, a foreboding feeling surged within them, intensifying beyond their apprehension of the incoming bullets. Before they could react, Su Yong resolutely pulled the trigger on the RPG. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the Fengyan community. An RPG missile soared towards the greenery a kilometer away. Chapter 74. The Old Six Not Good, Run. Upon hearing the deafening roar, Li Feng's heart tightened. He shouted and leaped from his original position. The others were not far behind. The moment the sound erupted, they too began to flee. However, some were slower by a heartbeat. The RPG missile carved a fiery arc through the sky before crashing into the greenery. Boom! The explosion resonated, leveling everything within a 10-meter radius. Flames surged forth, and 5 ability users were obliterated on the spot, leaving only 5 glowing crystal cores behind. A powerful shockwave struck the others, and despite their efforts to harness their abilities, they could not withstand it and were thrown away. In fact, the destructive power of such a missile was secondary. The greater threat came from the steel balls and shrapnel that scattered upon detonation. Under the immense force, steel balls and fragments flew wildly. Even those who were not killed instantly by the missile were struck down by the debris their bodies riddled with holes. Over 20 individuals cried out in agony before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Although Li Feng's abilities did not significantly enhance his speed, his astonishing defense, thanks to his entire body being metallicized, kept him safe. The moment Su Yang fired the missile, he had already jumped away, escaping the explosion's vicinity. Steel balls and shrapnel pelted him with a cacophony of sounds, yet he remained unscathed. Li Feng glanced at the remaining survivors, including himself. Only 20 remained. Their spirits dampened as they fled for their lives. The greenery had been flattened by the missile, leaving no sanctuary. To avoid death, they had no choice but to run frantically, hoping to escape Su Yang's bombardment. Watching the panicked ability users flee, a colder smile crept across Su Yang's lips. At this moment, employing an RPG against the dispersed foes seemed inappropriate. He replaced the rocket launcher with a far larger sniper rifle, one that could be more accurately described as an anti-material cannon. This was the renowned Anshi AO Monster anti-material sniper rifle, loaded with 20mm anti-material shells, capable of effortlessly penetrating armored vehicles and tanks, boasting a range of 4.5 kilometers. He aimed at a fleeing ability user and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through several frozen tree trunks, striking the ability user directly, disintegrating them upon impact. The bullet showed no signs of stopping. It penetrated through 3 more individuals before exploding upon reaching the 5th, reducing that person to a heap of remains, leaving only a single crystal core intact on the ground. The remaining fleeing ability users stood frozen in place, their legs trembling as they stared in shock at the gruesome fate of the 5. Was Su Yang even human? This is a question that arises simultaneously in everyone's mind. Who among us possesses the ability to amass such an arsenal of firearms and ammunition? It seems the adversary has long anticipated the advent of the apocalypse and has made preparations in advance. Yet, from where could they have acquired such a vast quantity of military arms? While it is plausible to obtain a modest cache of firearms through the black market, provided one has sufficient funds, accumulating such an extensive stockpile domestically is another matter entirely. Unless, of course, one is the illegitimate offspring of a military commander. Even then, acquiring an RPG rocket launcher is nearly impossible, given its destructive capacity. Moreover, the bullet that was just fired displayed an extraordinary power, clearly not characteristic of ordinary weaponry. Might Su Yang be contemplating insurrection? The remaining individuals shared this unvoiced thought. Regardless, they harbored no intention of fleeing. Faced with such advanced weaponry, they believed escape was futile. Could they run faster than a sniper's bullet? Would their awakened abilities match the might of a rocket launcher? They shook their heads in unison, realizing that surrender might be their only chance at survival. Su Yang observed the group frozen in place and activated the loudspeaker once more, mockingly inquiring, "Why aren't you running? I was looking forward to sniping you all. Perhaps I could offer you another chance to flee. If you can evade my bullets, I shall spare your lives. What do you say?" Su Yang's taunts were mere jests directed at those remaining. Given their murderous intent towards him, it was inconceivable that he would allow them to live. These were individuals who had awakened their abilities. Should they grow stronger one day, they could pose a threat to him. It was better to eliminate them sooner rather than later, rooting out the weeds before they could sprout anew. This principle was not lost on him. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, everyone shook their heads in defiance. Internally, they resolved, "We will not flee. We would rather die than run. To escape would mean certain death. Surrender might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. You speak of practicing your sniping skills. Yet it seems unnecessary when you can kill 5 awakened individuals with a single shot. Are we out of our minds to even consider fleeing? In this 3,000-meter radius, aside from the devastated greenery you obliterated, there are no hiding places left. It would be a miracle if we weren't systematically picked off by you." Just as everyone was preparing to capitulate entirely, Li Feng stepped forward, bellowing, "Su Yang, you will never compel us to surrender. They may fear you, but I do not. Even with your sniper rifle and rocket launcher, what can you truly do to me? I am no longer an ordinary person. Should I breach your villa, I will dismantle you piece by piece and let you taste true fear." Su Yang scoffed at Li Feng's obstinacy. The Anqiao anti-material sniper rifle was aimed squarely at him. A bullet was discharged. Instinctively sensing danger, Li Feng's body underwent a metallic transformation, and a massive metal shield materialized before him. Bang! The bullet penetrated the shield without pause, hurtling toward Li Feng's body. Witnessing a shield, forged from his own abilities, crumble before his eyes as though it were made of mere paper, Li Feng's heart sank in alarm. Hastily, he withdrew the metallic shield, transforming his hands into 2 sharp blades. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air before him. By sheer happenstance, an anti-material shell was cleaved in 2. Boom! The shell exploded, propelling Li Feng through the air. The severed shell continued its trajectory, piercing the skulls of 2 ability users, obliterating their heads. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, beheld this spectacle in horror. In an instant, a surge of fury ignited within them. Their gazes fixed on Li Feng with malevolence. The adversaries had proclaimed that surrender would ensure their survival, yet he had brazenly provoked them. Had he not dragged them into this perilous situation? Infuriated, they seized the opportunity to flee, abandoning Li Feng to confront the adversaries alone. Unbeknownst to them, the ability to fully metalize his body proved formidable. The opponent withstood one assault, while Su Yang remained unfazed. He proceeded to load another bullet into the Anxio beast. This one markedly different from the previous. As it was inserted, the sound of liquid swirling within was distinctly audible. Bang! The gunfire rang out once more, and Li Feng, as before, sensed the encroaching danger. He once again conjured a robust shield with his ability. However, the moment it materialized, the shield was pierced. In a desperate bid, Li Feng swung his blade forward. The anti-material shell was sliced in half, yet this time, no explosion ensued. The liquid within splattered all over him. Just as Li Feng exhaled in relief, he noticed his metallic form emitting wisps of smoke. His entire body was being corroded at an alarming rate. Despite exerting his abilities to the fullest, it was futile. Damn it, concentrated sulfuric acid. Li Feng glared menacingly in the direction of Su Yang's villa. You scoundrel. I shall haunt you even in death. His entire being was consumed by the acid, leaving no trace behind, save for a luminous core that radiated light. Chapter 75. Absorbing extraordinary powers. How audacious. After eliminating Li Feng, Su Yang scoffed. Even though his opponent could fully metalize, he remained utterly defenseless against Su Yang's anti-material sniper rifle. The earlier ability to withstand 2 sniper shells from the angel monster was merely a stroke of luck. In truth, with Li Feng's current level of extraordinary power, he was incapable of withstanding such an assault. Su Yang had simply chosen not to waste ammunition, opting instead for sniper shells infused with high-concentration sulfuric acid. Once detonated, even the toughest tank armor would succumb to the corrosive effects. Moreover, Su Yang had numerous strategies at his disposal to deal with Li Feng. Li Feng met his demise, his body entirely eroded by the sulfuric acid, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the remaining 12 extraordinary individuals seized the opportunity to retreat to their respective homes. Su Yang paid them little mind, intending to deal with them after the battlefield was cleared. The electronic dog, previously encased in ice by Duan Qian, remained unscathed and was now free to move after Duan Qian's demise. Under Su Yang's command, the drone and the intelligent electronic dog worked in tandem, efficiently clearing away the fallen bodies surrounding the villa and erasing the blood-stained snow outside. The traces of battle were once again blanketed by fresh snow, restoring the scene to its former tranquility as if no conflict had ever transpired. The drone lifted over 1,000 corpses, depositing them all in the plaza of the Fengyan community before returning. Su Yang collected the remains of over 100 extraordinary beings, along with the crystal cores scattered on the ground. Originally, there had been 125 attackers. Now, only 12 remained. An astounding 113 extraordinary beings had perished at Su Yang's hands. Some of their bodies shattered beyond recognition, leaving only their crystal cores. Su Yang prepared to thoroughly examine these extraordinary beings, curious if he could absorb their powers. Grasping a crystal core, he was about to scrutinize it when he suddenly felt the energy from the core surge into his body. A warm sensation enveloped him, and as the energy dissipated, the core crumbled to dust, vanishing without a trace. The energy then circulated within him, significantly enhancing his physical strength, culminating in a convergence at the core in the center of his forehead. Su Yang sensed a notable increase in his extraordinary power, observing that the once singular, azure-glowing core now bore an additional line, transforming from 1 to 2. Could it be that I have achieved a new level? He pondered, questioning whether the augmentation of extraordinary powers necessitated the absorption of others' crystal cores. Reflecting on this, he examined his skills. Aside from a marked enhancement in physical strength, the energy of his extraordinary powers had doubled in potency. However, the strength or range of his skills had not increased, suggesting he had yet to reach a critical threshold. Murmuring to himself, Su Yang once again grasped the crystal core. At the moment his hand made contact with the crystal core, much like before, the energy contained within the core surged into his body, ultimately converging at the center of his brow. A third stripe manifested upon the crystal core, signifying a renewed augmentation of his physical strength, accompanied by an increase in the energy within the core. Once the energy was depleted, the crystal in his hand crumbled. Su Yang finally discerned that the method by which an enhancer amplifies their powers involves absorbing the energy from the crystal cores of other enhancers. This process not only allows the absorber to continuously increase in strength, but also enhances their constitution. Upon reaching a certain threshold of energy, it may even facilitate evolution. Having grasped this concept, Su-Yang proceeded to absorb 6 additional crystal cores. At this juncture, the azure core nestled in his brow displayed 9 stripes. He sensed the rich energy within the core but realized it had yet to reach its limit, prompting him to continue absorbing more. Retrieving a dagger from his spatial storage, he intended to extract the cores from the corpses. However, the instant his hand made contact with the corpse, the energy from the deceased surged into him. Once the opponent's abilities were absorbed, Su-Yang clearly observed the fissure at their brow, wherein the crystal core vanished without a trace. Astonished, he realized that direct contact with the core was unnecessary. Merely touching the body sufficed to consume their powers. After absorbing another set of abilities, he noted that the energy at his brow only grew denser, and his physical strength continued to escalate. Yet, there was no additional stripe on the core. Had he not perceived the tangible changes within his body, he might have believed he had reached his limits. Once more, he touched the corpse of an enhancer, absorbing their powers without any new stripe appearing on the core. Unwilling to relent, he repeated the action with another body. After this absorption, his physical strength surged once more, and the energy within the core increased, yet there remained no qualitative change. After reaching 9 stripes on the core, Su-Yang absorbed the abilities of 9 individuals, all contributing to the enhancement of his body and powers. It was only after consuming the abilities of the 10th individual that he finally observed a transformation in the core. The entire crystal radiated a brilliant luminescence, pulsating with 2 immense energies, one emanating from spatial abilities and the other from martial prowess. His body was visibly strengthening at an extraordinary rate, as if undergoing an evolution. His bones, organs, blood, and cells continually ascended, seemingly achieving a leap in life itself. Su-Yang realized his physical prowess had reached an unimaginable zenith, capable of delivering a fatal blow to an elephant with a single punch. His mind became extraordinarily agile, thoughts racing with remarkable speed. He could distinctly sense a monumental transformation in his abilities, heralding an evolution to an entirely new echelon. The crystal core at his brow, previously aglow with azure light, suddenly transformed to a silvery radiance, reflecting the metamorphosis of the core itself into a brilliant silver hue. After evolving, a silver-white radiance manifested a distinct line. Could this signify the augmentation of one's innate abilities to each successive level? Su-Yang furrowed his brow, his mind racing with contemplation. Previously, the crystal core emitted a bluish glow, which likely represented the initial phase following the awakening of his powers. A single line denotes the first level, while 9 lines correspond to the 9th level, akin to the bronze tier in League of Legends. The crystal core, radiating with a silvery luminescence, corresponds to the silver tier. To ascend from bronze level 9 to silver level 1, one must absorb 10 units of bronze level 1 abilities. Of course, this classification is merely Su-Yang's preliminary attempt to delineate his strength in relation to other ability users, as well as to identify the threshold for his own power enhancement. How many units must one absorb to elevate from the silver tier by 1 level? Without the slightest hesitation, Su-Yang resumed his absorption of abilities. He discovered that advancing 1 level within the silver tier necessitates the absorption of 10 units of bronze level 1 abilities. Chapter 76, Rapid Enhancement of Power. It appears that ascending from 1 level to another within the silver rank necessitates the consumption of tenfold the previous amount of abilities. After comprehending this, Su-Yang eagerly examined the skills of his 2 primary powers. He discovered that both his spatial ability and martial arts proficiency had awakened a new skill. The skill awakened from his spatial ability was the Blade of Space, which enables the wielder to condense spatial energy into an imperceptible blade. Its maximum range extends to 100 meters, effortlessly bypassing any form of defense. Gathering his power in his hand, he struck an apple resting on the table. While the exterior of the apple remained unchanged, upon lifting it, the interior had been reduced to mere fragments. The power was extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, the Blade of Space not only inflicted internal damage but could also severely harm the external structure, even capable of cutting through molecules. It was indeed a lethal, invisible weapon, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Conversely, the martial arts ability awakened the Shadowless Blade. A single stroke would produce a flurry of blade shadows, executing with unparalleled speed and equally impressive might. Additionally, the previously awakened abilities had received varying degrees of enhancement. The spatial gate could now open up to 20 meters away from his body, while the range of spatial refraction counterattack had expanded to 300 meters. The distance of spatial perception also increased to 300 meters, and the functionality of the Eye of True Knowledge had become even more potent, with an effective range reaching 230 meters. The speed of the Shadowless Fist had become swifter and more unpredictable, allowing him to unleash 100 punches in an instant, each possessing the same force. This revelation filled Su-Yang with delight. Although he may not always utilize his powers, The strength of these abilities would undoubtedly serve as a crucial safeguard for his future. Should there come a day when all ability users evolve to a point where they are unafraid of firearms or weapons of mass destruction, he would still possess two abilities to ensure his survival. Moreover, in situations where others remained unaware of his powers, as was the case today, he would undoubtedly exude an air of confidence. In the moment of their complacency, he would strike. Calculating. Su-Yang noted that after ascending from bronze level 1 to silver level 2, he had devoured a total of 28 abilities, with 85 still awaiting consumption. Without hesitation, he summoned the bodies of those ability users, placing his hands upon them. Energy surged violently into his being. Silver level 3, silver level 4, silver level 5. Having consumed 70 abilities, Su-Yang's rank ascended to silver level 9. Even after reaching silver level 9, he did not cease. He proceeded to absorb the remaining 15 abilities, but did not evolve further, remaining at silver level 9. However, the power within him had intensified, and his physical strength had once again increased. Drawing from his experience of evolving from bronze to silver, Su-Yang surmised that advancing from silver to the next tier would still require 100 abilities from the bronze level. Faced with such a vast quantity of abilities, Su-Yang did not feel discouraged. Everyone had just awakened their powers and had yet to fully comprehend them. One might not even comprehend the means to elevate their own extraordinary abilities. Yet, I have ascended to the 9th tier of silver, placing myself significantly ahead of others. It would not be an exaggeration to claim I'm currently the strongest. To validate my thoughts, I opened my mobile device to peruse the forum. Indeed, there are numerous individuals who have awakened their powers, showcasing a myriad of abilities. However, none have ventured to discuss the enhancement of these powers. The discourse merely touched upon a particular line on the Azure Crystal Core, with some hypothesizing that it signifies the current level. I chuckled softly, acknowledging that there are still many astute minds among us. It is evident that those who have survived until now are not fools. Even if they discover the method of devouring the fallen to augment their own powers, they would remain silent. Revealing such knowledge would obliterate their advantage. It is far wiser to cultivate one's strength quietly, waiting until one becomes the most formidable, destined to dominate the world. After exploring the forum, I began contemplating how to eliminate the 12 rogue individuals who dared to provoke me. Did they truly believe that retreating would grant them safety? Such arrogance. I smirked coldly. I then dispatched hundreds of drones, equipped with intelligent robotic dogs, on their mission. These individuals had only just awakened their powers, unlike me, who had already undergone evolution and absorbed the abilities of others. Under the overwhelming firepower, they would be easily vanquished. Moreover, to counter their diverse abilities, I equipped the drones and robotic dogs with varying weaponry. Some were armed with laser weapons, others with launchers filled with high-concentration sulfuric acid, and some bore electroshock guns. A veritable arsenal at my disposal, all aimed at eradicating those 12 powers completely. I instructed the hundreds of drones to set out amidst the heavy snowfall of night, primarily to catch them off guard. Upon their return, rather than dispersing to their individual abodes, they congregated at the 40th building. The reason was simple: they were frightened of me. This building, situated far from my villa, provided them with a semblance of security. Moreover, banding together would better equip them to handle emergencies. The terror I instilled was palpable, as one individual, munching on bread, wore a lingering expression of dread and remarked, "Out of over 100 awakened powers, only we remain. What shall we do in the future?" His words plunged everyone into a deep silence. After a moment, another spoke up. "Perhaps we should vacate the Fengyan community. This is Su-Yang's territory. Although we managed to escape, he will surely not relent. If he comes at us with heavy weaponry, we will stand no chance. Flee. How can we escape?" Someone retorted. "The temperature outside is frigid, and the snow shows no sign of abating. Though we have awakened our abilities and possess decent cold resistance, we cannot endure prolonged exposure to such low temperatures. Moreover, there is no guarantee that food exists outside. What shall we do once our provisions are exhausted? Is it not simple?" The individual who had earlier suggested our departure revealed a faint, sardonic smile and proclaimed, "Previously, we gathered a substantial amount of supplies from each building. They remain stored within, and we can simply retrieve them. Furthermore, by scavenging the resources from the ordinary folk, we could sustain ourselves for an extended period. Once we leave this place, Su-Yang will have no means to contend with us." His words garnered the assent of nearly half the group. Yet, dissent lingered as another voice countered. "Such an approach is ill-advised. While we may awaken our abilities, do we not consider that those outside might awaken theirs as well? The number of awakened individuals beyond these walls could vastly outnumber us. Can we truly prevail against them? In the end, it would only lead to our demise. Then what do you propose?" The earlier proponent of departure grumbled. "Stay here." The opposing voice asserted with unwavering conviction. Although Su-Yang possesses a sniper rifle, a rocket launcher, and an array of firearms and ammunition, his capacity to wield their full might is confined within the villa. Analyzing the month since the apocalypse began, it is evident that he has never ventured beyond these walls. Clearly, he fears death just as we do. Chapter 77. The grass and trees are all soldiers. The analysis provided by the extraordinary individual illuminated the minds of the crowd. He continued, stating that as long as Su Yang remained within the confines of the villa, no matter how formidable his firepower, what could he truly accomplish against us? Should he dare to emerge, devoid of his abilities, he would pose no threat to us. Furthermore, his weapons would be rendered ineffective within these buildings. Once we seize our opportunity, we can swiftly eliminate him. A cold glint sparkled in his eyes. Very well, we shall not retreat. Everyone agreed fervently. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the window. The sound of buzzing filled the air. The 12 extraordinary individuals instantly paled. It's a drone. Su Yang has dispatched drones. They recognized the noise from their earlier assault on the villa. Many comrades had perished under the onslaught of these drones. Moreover, from the sound, there appeared to be even more drones this time. Retreat! Someone shouted urgently. The 12 sprang to their feet, ready to flee. Just then, hundreds of drones opened fire simultaneously. The gun barrels illuminated the night sky like flames. Bullets rained down from the balcony. Up, commanded an individual with the ability to manipulate objects, and a sofa soared into the air, shielding the group. However, their moment of relief was short-lived as the sofa was instantly obliterated. The extraordinary individual attempted to gather his powers to control the rapidly flying bullets, but the onslaught was too dense. He could only manage to deflect a fraction. The remainder turned him into a sieve, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the others hurriedly flung open the doors and rushed outside. Those lagging behind suddenly heard a clattering sound. Before they could react, a thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the entire room in flames. It's a grenade, cursed the 3 stragglers. Their bodies claimed by the force of the explosion and the shrapnel, falling lifelessly just outside the door. They had almost made their escape. The entire building trembled violently from the blast, cracks appearing in the stairwell. The remaining 8 extraordinary individuals were gripped by terror, not pausing for a moment as they raced down the stairs. Yet, how could they outrun the drones? Even in the corridors, where the drones could not fire directly, they were clearly visible to the infrared sensors above. One drone slowly locked onto the 8 individuals sprinting down the hallway, launching an armor-piercing round. Capable of penetrating even the steel fortifications of tanks, the round tore through the concrete walls with ease, creating a gaping hole. It continued on, piercing through several walls, aimed directly at the 8 extraordinary individuals. Suddenly, a chilling dread surged through them as their hair stood on end, a profound sense of terror enveloping their hearts. With the full exertion of their abilities, they descended while maintaining their defenses. At that moment, an armor-piercing round pursued them, penetrating the staircase and targeting the 8 individuals. The first 5, oblivious to the nature of the threat, leaped from the staircase the instant danger arose. Boom! The round struck the remaining 3, reducing their powers to mere paper as their bodies were obliterated into fragments. The tremendous explosion sent the upper half of the building teetering precariously, collapsing all the staircases as debris cascaded downward. The 5 who had jumped hastily dodged to avoid being buried beneath the falling rubble, now trapped on the first floor. They found themselves with no escape above or below, fearful of emerging lest they be struck down by drones dispatched by Su Yang, and equally terrified of the building's potential collapse, entombing them. Su Yang observed with amusement the 5 individuals on screen, their fear palpable as they flinched at every sound of falling debris. So this is what it means to be an awakened ability user, he mused. They are not so formidable after all. Suddenly, one individual shouted, Su Yang, I know you can hear me. We surrender. You promised that if we surrendered, you wouldn't kill us. His desperate cry reverberated, causing the entire building to tremble anew, prompting the other 4 to hastily silence him. At that moment, a swarm of drones descended, and a voice emanated from one of them. Where have you been? It's too late to surrender now. The moment you harbored thoughts of killing me, your fate was sealed. Cease your struggles and accept your demise. Su Yang's words plunged the 5 into despair. Damn. Why did we ever provoke him? One lamented angrily. If we hadn't, we'd still be among ordinary people, wielding power. They had barely begun to relish their newfound abilities before facing death. What good is lamenting now? Another replied in frustration. We can't even face Su Yang, and we're being hunted down by his advanced weaponry. What should we do now? The last 3 asked the 2. We can't just wait to die here. They can afford to wait, but we cannot. What else can we do but charge out? The 2 replied in unison. Perhaps there's a chance to survive if we fight our way out. Once we break free, we'll head in different directions and our survival will depend on luck. Listening to the 5, Su Yang thought, Run? Do you really think you can escape? Before they could make their move, the drones unleashed a barrage of grenades. Boom. Boom. The deafening explosions continued, and the structure of the building could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing entirely. The 5 were caught in the blast, their remains scattered. After the remaining 12 ability users were eliminated, the drones deployed intelligent robotic dogs to search for the crystalline cores of the 12 individuals. After meticulously searching through the ruins for all the crystal nuclei, they were brought back. Without hesitation, Su Yang absorbed the crystal nuclei. As he had anticipated. To evolve once more, he indeed needed to devour more extraordinary powers. After consuming the abilities of 12 individuals, Su Yang calculated that perhaps he would need to absorb the powers of 73 bronze-level ability users to achieve his goal. However, he remained unperturbed. Once he had finished absorbing, he indulged in a warm bath and then retired for the night. For several consecutive days, Su Yang diligently practiced the utilization of his powers, gradually mastering them with finesse. While the abilities of an ability user may not always be indispensable, they were certainly invaluable, and thus Su Yang approached his training with utmost seriousness. Each day, he observed the situation within the Fengyan community. Meanwhile, Ning Kaidai had awakened and, as expected, manifested her abilities, which were martial arts related. Her daily routine revolved around eating, sleeping, and honing her newfound powers. Following the recent battle, only 500 to 600 residents remained in the Fengyan community. None of these individuals had awakened abilities, however. Due to Su Yang's previous actions in eliminating the ability users and their subordinates, these remaining residents were, for the time being, faring relatively well. Chapter 78. The 3 agreements. After the entire community of extraordinary individuals in the Fengyan neighborhood was eradicated, Su Yang found himself with a considerable amount of leisure time. During this period, no one dared to provoke or trouble him. Only Ning Kaidai and Tang Qin would occasionally visit his villa to exchange some survival supplies. Oftentimes, as one departed, another would arrive almost instantaneously. Due to Su Yang's prior absorption of an excessive amount of supernatural energy, his physical prowess had significantly enhanced. At times, he even contemplated bringing over the sister duo, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu. However, he had numerous pressing matters to attend to, and the sisters were relatively safe for the time being. Hence, he refrained from taking immediate action and instead focused on other tasks. Currently, many individuals were awakening their abilities amidst the extreme weather conditions of this ice and snow apocalypse, and the numbers were steadily increasing. To ensure safety, Su Yang resolved to lay a minefield around the perimeter of his villa, establishing it as the first line of defense. Should any extraordinary being dare to trespass, they would be met with explosive demise, rendering them unable to approach his residence. He possessed an ample supply of these devices and intended to utilize their maximum potential while the abilities of these otherworldly beings were still relatively weak. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Thus, Su Yang dispatched his intelligent robotic dog daily to bury mines within a 200-meter radius of the villa, successfully laying down thousands of them. With this task completed, he finally relaxed and contacted Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai, inviting them to visit him. A few hours later, he provided them with some supplies, which naturally earned him their gratitude and tangible rewards. "Thank you, boss." The two beamed at the sight of bottled water and food, clearly delighted. These provisions would sustain them for an extended period. However, in a show of tacit understanding, they only took enough for a day before preparing to leave. Su Yang looked on with confusion, unable to grasp their reasoning. Ning Kaidai chuckled and explained, "It's quite inconvenient for us to carry so much. So it's better to leave it here since it's safe. With the temperatures so low outside, everything would freeze, making it difficult to manage. We can always return tomorrow." Tang Qing nodded in agreement, indicating she shared the same sentiment. Su Yang, with a wry smile, remarked, "It seems you've decided to take up residence with me." Surprisingly, the usually timid Tang Qing responded more boldly than Ning Kaidai, stating, "It's not that we are imposing on you. Rather, we each have our needs, and a fair exchange is only natural. Besides, both Ning Jie and I have come to enjoy this arrangement." Su Yang internally mused that the two had indeed grown accustomed to this lifestyle, and a swell of pride washed over him. The two women viewed his capabilities as extraordinary, and although they experienced trepidation prior to each visit, their anticipation was palpable. "Given this situation, why not stay with me from now on?" Su Yang proposed. Su Yang's words illuminated the eyes of the two women. Before they could express their joy, he shifted the conversation. "While I have the power to allow you to stay, we must establish 3 fundamental rules." The two women regarded him with solemn expressions and nodded for him to continue. "Firstly, you must always remember to heed my commands. My words take precedence over all else, and you are not to defy my orders. Secondly, you must harbor no hostility towards me. Should I discover any, the consequences will not merely involve expulsion but death. Thirdly, without my explicit permission, your movements are confined to the basement, the first floor, and the living room. You are forbidden from entering the second to fourth floors without my consent, and, in fact, you are not permitted to roam anywhere within this villa without my approval." As he spoke, Su-Yang gestured, and the internal mechanisms of the villa activated. The first floor and basement, along with the second floor, were completely isolated, rendering the elevators and staircases impassable. The two women, engulfed in shock, witnessed Su-Yang wave his hand again, causing the mechanisms to retract and restoring the villa to its original state. Although he sensed their internal submission, it remained necessary to instill a sense of awe within them. In his heart, he believed that absolute loyalty was a myth, especially in a world devoid of a promising future. Loyalty could scarcely secure a mere packet of instant noodles. What existed between individuals was the formidable power capable of deterring betrayal. Su-Yang looked at the two once more and inquired, "Can you adhere to these three stipulations?" "Absolutely." Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing responded in unison. "You have acknowledged us, and we have already recognized you. Perhaps you doubt the loyalty between individuals, yet we assure you, under any circumstances, we shall not betray you." "Very well, let us await the outcome," Su-Yang replied with a smile. "To be candid, your loyalty matters little to me, for my strength has reached a point where I fear no betrayal." Upon finishing his statement, an overwhelming force emanated from him, enveloping the entire villa in a tremendous aura. Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing immediately felt the weight of immense pressure, akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. Particularly for Tang Qing, the intensity became unbearable, and she collapsed to her knees. Ning Kaidai struggled to maintain her composure, but just as she felt herself on the brink of failure, Su-Yang retracted his overwhelming aura. The pressure dissipated, allowing her to exhale in relief. "How can you be so powerful?" Ning Kaidai asked, her confusion evident. "You will come to understand in due time." Su-Yang replied with a smile, offering a hand to help Tang Qing rise. Chapter 79. The Minefield. Although Tang Qing was already aware that someone had awakened formidable abilities beyond the ordinary, encountering Su-Yang's overwhelming presence for the first time left her profoundly shaken. It took her a while to regain her composure, but her resolve to follow him only grew stronger. With such a protector, not only would her needs be met in this frigid apocalypse, but she would also feel remarkably secure. What was there to lose? Despite Su-Yang's domineering nature, he was not unreasonable like others. He engaged in fair dealings without coercing her into any obligations. After contemplating these thoughts, Tang Qing found herself much more cheerful and accepted her fate. When Su-Yang awoke early the following morning, Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai had already prepared breakfast. They called him to rise, one assisting him with his clothing while the other helped him wash up. Such a life, where everything was provided effortlessly, felt truly delightful. However, after breakfast, Su-Yang planned to deploy the electronic dog to bury more mines. "You have mines?" Ning Kaidai inquired, surprised. "Where did you acquire such powerful weapons? Ordinary people in the country cannot obtain these." "That's not something you need to concern yourself with," Su-Yang replied cryptically, turning to Ning Kaidai. "Given your background as a Special Forces soldier, you must be familiar with mines, correct?" Ning Kaidai nodded. "It would be unusual for a Special Forces operative to be unacquainted with such devices. Can you help me determine the most strategic way to bury these mines?" Su-Yang gestured towards the mines carried by the electronic dog. Although he had already gained the allegiance of Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing, he refrained from disclosing the nature of his awakened abilities. Whenever he released the electronic dog from his spatial domain, he would make a brief visit to the fourth floor of the villa, leading both women to believe that the electronic dog and weapons were stored there. Thus, when the electronic dog appeared, it was instantly spotted by Ning Kaidai. "What purpose do you intend for them to serve?" Ning Kaidai did not provide a direct answer but posed a counter-question. "Moreover, how many mines do you possess, and what types are they?" "I intend for them to serve as the villa's first line of defense," Su-Yang mused. "In the event of an encounter with an ability user, they should be obliterated without ever reaching the villa. I have plenty of these, there is no shortage, and they come in various models. Then we can proceed easily." Ning Kaidai responded without hesitation. "If you have an ample supply of mines, I suggest burying them along the entire route leading from the community to the villa. Distributing them along the way would not only enhance their destructive capacity but also establish multiple lines of defense. Even if an enemy were to miraculously breach the first line, they would certainly fall before the second or third." "Very well, the task of burying the mines and setting up the defenses is yours." Su-Yang entrusted the responsibility to her without hesitation, recognizing that it was beyond his expertise. Regardless of the other party's awakening abilities, they are not overly concerned about the extreme weather outside. The assistance of an intelligent electronic dog makes the task more convenient, and the individual is quite professional. Ning Kaidai had no reason to refuse. Since her retirement, she had not handled such equipment for a considerable period. Even during her time in the military, her encounters were limited to training devices, not actual landmines. The sight of these genuine explosives ignited her excitement and stirred fond memories of her days in the Special Forces. As she prepared to leave, Su-yong mentioned the locations of the landmines he had buried around the villa. Upon hearing this, Ning Kai-dai was infuriated. You buried over 1,000 landmines within a 200-meter radius of the villa? Is there something wrong with that? Su-yong scratched his head. Acknowledging the absurdity, Ning Kai-dai asserted firmly, in such a confined space, the density of the landmines is alarming. Are you attempting to blow up the enemy, or yourself? If one detonates, it could trigger a chain reaction, obliterating your entire villa. Su-yong nodded, realizing that he had indeed found the right person to handle such matters. Assigning professional tasks to experts proved to have its advantages. He had never considered this aspect. In his subconscious, he believed that his villa was impenetrable, capable of withstanding even nuclear strikes, as long as they did not directly target the structure. Even the sunroom in the courtyard could endure hypersonic weapons. He was never concerned about the enemy breaching his defenses. His initial thought was merely to lay landmines to deter any ill-intentioned intruders, saving himself the trouble of direct confrontation. Therefore, he scattered an abundance of landmines outside, thinking the more, the better, with greater power, all while believing that his villa could withstand the chaos, merely a spectacle to behold. After Ning Katie's admonition, Su-yong quickly recognized the wastefulness of his approach. Then you should dismantle those landmines first. Once you're finished, we can redeploy them according to your plan. Su-yong indicated the points where he had instructed the electronic dog to bury the explosives. Upon seeing the secret red markers, Ning Kai-dai felt overwhelmed but refrained from expressing her concerns. Accompanied by the electronic dog, she set out to meticulously disarm each landmine buried by Su-yong. Despite her extensive experience, she was drenched in sweat during the process. Disarming these devices required utmost caution, even with her abilities. The dense array of landmines posed a lethal threat, while burying the explosives was straightforward, especially considering Su-yang's haphazard method. The task of dismantling them proved to be significantly more challenging. After several days of relentless effort, she finally completed the disassembly of all the landmines surrounding the villa. With the electronic dog in tow, Ning Kai-dai headed straight to the entrance of Fengyan Community. There, she established a formidable array of landmines, marking accessible areas with identifiers for Su-yong. Additionally, she placed landmines every 10 meters, utilizing the diverse array of explosives Su-yong had provided. Ning Kai-dai fully unleashed her talents. Each segment was intricately laced with distinct landmines. Any intruder would inevitably meet their demise. The defenses were insurmountable. From the entrance to the villa, Ning Kai-dai meticulously established over 200 lines of defense. Naturally, the exterior of the villa was her primary focus. Even if the adversary managed to breach all other defenses, they would ultimately succumb here. Not only were these areas teeming with landmines, but the entirety of the Fengyan community was similarly fortified. Over the course of a fortnight, Ning Kai-dai concealed a staggering 100,000 landmines within Fengyan. Observing the stockpile of landmines accumulated by Su-yong, Ning Kai-dai felt a sense of numbness, as if they were inexhaustible. Chapter 80. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle deploys. Have you perhaps plundered a weapon depot from some nation? Ning Kai-dai inquired, gazing at Su-yong, who was leisurely smoking. The models of these landmines, along with the firearms carried by the electronic dog, indicated they were not of domestic origin. Most were from the land of the Great Bear, yet they exhibited formidable quality and power, unattainable in ordinary countries. I purchased all of this with genuine currency. Su-yong retorted, wrinkling his nose. Please do not insult my character. Ning Kai-dai was somewhat speechless. Who in their right mind would amass such a cache of weaponry, especially of such formidable caliber? It was evident that the other party had anticipated a significant upheaval in this world and had prepared accordingly for the ensuing chaos. Ning Kai-dai did not dwell on this matter any further. She had arranged a minefield throughout the Fengyan community and marked the covert escape routes for the others. Her mission was considered accomplished, and at last, she could afford a moment of respite. Just then, Su-yang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a video call from Su Muyu. He promptly connected the call. Boss, we are in danger, Su Muyu exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. At that moment, the two sisters were fully clad, their bodies enveloped tightly, yet their alluring figures remained unmistakable. Even Ning Kai-dai and Tang Qing felt a twinge of envy at their beauty and physique. Do not panic, take your time, Su-yong reassured them. There have been evolutions in our community over the past few days. Su Yunqi explained, many individuals have awakened their abilities, becoming formidable power users. They were unable to breach our door before, but now it is on the verge of giving way under their relentless assaults. As she spoke, chaotic sounds erupted from the phone. The noise of banging on the door was jarring. Simultaneously, a voice from the other side shouted, "You two filthy bitches. I wonder how long you can hide. Once this door is breached, it will be too late for you to beg for mercy." Listening to the commotion outside, Su Yang's brow furrowed with concern. Hold on a little longer. Find a way to protect yourselves. He urged. I will come to rescue you. Understood. The sisters nodded, maintaining their composure. They were not as terrified as one might expect. After all, both had faced dire circumstances in their childhood as orphans and were not easily intimidated. However, the emergence of the other party's powers left them feeling uncertain. Had it not been for this awakening, those people would not necessarily pose a threat to them. Once Su Yang hung up, he set about devising a plan to save the two. The community where Su Yunxi and Su Muyu resided was a mere 10 kilometers from Fengyan community, a distance he could traverse swiftly. Rising from his seat, he stepped into the yard, preparing to open the door. Yet, Tang Qing interjected, Are you truly going out? It is perilous outside. She did not wish to prevent Su Yang from rescuing the two sisters, but rather feared for their safety should they venture outside. Remaining within the confines of the villa felt significantly safer. Ning Kai-dai observed Su Yang closely, yet refrained from speaking, instead positioning herself appropriately. In this setting, Su Yang was the one in command, and she had no authority to obstruct his decisions. Should he request her accompaniment, Ning Kai-dai would not hesitate in the least. Su Yang cast a sidelong glance at Tang Qing, causing her to shudder with trepidation. I am aware of your thoughts, Su Yang remarked coldly. This time, I shall not hold it against you, but should you dare to interfere with my decisions again, you may pack your belongings and leave. Upon finishing his statement, he produced a control button and pressed it, causing a door to open in the glass wall of the courtyard. A chilling breeze swept in. Yet the warmth within the courtyard kept Tang Qing from feeling the cold. With a wave of his hand, two all-terrain unmanned vehicles appeared before Tang Qing and Ning Kai-dai, as if conjured by magic. These vehicles were equipped with missile launchers and laser weaponry, along with various other advanced technologies, rendering them fully armed. Su Yang then closed the door to the courtyard, and the all-terrain vehicles slowly departed towards the outskirts of Fengyan community. So you never intended to go out yourself, Ning Kai-dai remarked upon observing Su Yang. It's so dangerous outside. Why would I venture out? Su Yang retorted. If I meant to go out personally, why would I purchase such vehicles? The heavy snow may hinder other vehicles, but it cannot impede these all-terrain machines. Since you had no intention of going out, why be so harsh with Qing Qing? She is only concerned for your well-being, Ning Kai-dai comforted Tang Qing as she approached her. I have previously stated that you must strictly follow my orders while here. Su Yang reiterated. I do not care whether your intentions are genuine or selfish. Do not presume to interfere with me. Now, do not be upset. Su Yang said to Tang Qing. My earlier words were not solely directed at you. They were intended to align your perspective. The sisters, Su Muyu and Su Yunxi, are of utmost importance to me. Do not presume that they are more beautiful than you. Once they arrive, I will ask you to leave. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not send you away voluntarily. Su Yang was adept at balancing reprimand with reassurance. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing's expression brightened, and she came to a profound realization of her missteps. Su Yang returned to the living room and activated the screen. There, he observed the two all-terrain vehicles skillfully navigating around the mines, making their way out of the community. The tracks left behind were swiftly blanketed by the fresh snowfall. Once out of the community, under Su Yang's command, the vehicles accelerated towards the sisters' neighborhood with great fervor. A thunderous roar filled the air as the all-terrain vehicles surged forward at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, sending snow flying several meters into the air. The cacophony attracted the attention of many residents from the surrounding neighborhoods, their eyes gleaming with interest as they watched the two vehicles racing outside. How wonderful it would be to acquire those two vehicles. These remarkable machines can navigate effortlessly through the thick blanket of snow. If we were to obtain them, our worries about sustenance would vanish. They seem to have emerged from the Fengyan community. Should we consider commandeering these vehicles? Someone inquired. Not just yet. Those driving are surely on a quest for food. Let us observe for a while longer. The surrounding individuals are well aware of the recent commotion in Fengyan community, where gunfire and explosions have echoed relentlessly. Although they remain oblivious to the precise happenings within, they understand that formidable individuals reside there. Even though these individuals may have awakened their own extraordinary abilities, they are hesitant to rush in recklessly. After all, Fengyan community is the largest in the vicinity, boasting the highest population. Should those inside unite, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, a number of individuals are preparing to send scouts to Fengyan community. Securing the two vehicles that passed earlier would be nothing short of perfect. Chapter 81. You have been surrounded. The two all-terrain unmanned vehicles roared along the way, attracting considerable attention from numerous passers-by. Many people noticed them, and some even harbored ulterior motives. A vehicle capable of traversing such thick snow would undoubtedly make future excursions for food significantly more convenient, drawing envy from others. Su Yang had anticipated this scenario long ago. Yet he remained unfazed. His fortress of security was impenetrable, and the entire Fengyan community was buried with landmines, rendering any attack from the adversary a mere fantasy. Should the enemy dare to approach, they would find no return. Within a mere 10 minutes, thanks to the full acceleration of the unmanned vehicles, they covered the 10-kilometer distance. The sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, resided in a high-end community known as Mingmen Shijia, populated primarily by affluent individuals. The community's density was much lower than that of Fengyun, originally housing over 2,000 residents. However, after more than a month of apocalypse, and amidst continuous bloodshed, only 400 to 500 survivors remained. Su Yang speculated that perhaps half of these individuals had awakened their abilities, and among the awakened, at least 150 would remain after the conflicts. Moreover, the strength of these individuals would undoubtedly surpass that of those in Fengyun community, as competition among the wealthy was far more intense, and their foresight often extended beyond that of ordinary people. It was inevitable that some had already realized that by eliminating other ability users and absorbing their powers, one could become stronger. Consequently, the 2 all-terrain unmanned vehicles he dispatched were equipped with formidable weaponry, along with drones and intelligent electronic dogs, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon their arrival outside the Mingmen Shijia community, Su Yang contacted the sisters. "How are you faring? Are those individuals still stationed outside your door?" "We're currently safe," Su Yunxi responded, "but our door is on the brink of giving way. In less than 2 hours, they will surely break in." "They have not left. They are still outside." Su Yang inquired further. "How are the ability users in your community divided? Are there any conflicts among them?" "Only one faction." Su Muyu pondered briefly before speaking. "Our community was unified long ago under a person named Chao Xian. Everyone follows his command. Recently, many individuals have awakened their abilities and attempted to rebel against him, but they were swiftly eliminated by his followers. Chao Xian has consolidated all the ability users. We are uncertain of their numbers, but based on messages in the community group, there should be quite a few. Furthermore, Chao Xian is incredibly strong." "I understand." Su Yang replied calmly. "The vehicles I sent have arrived outside your community. Prepare yourselves. Once you receive my signal, rush down the stairs with utmost speed and enter the vehicles. You will be safe." "Understood, boss." The sisters responded, their hearts filled with gratitude. In such perilous circumstances, the boss did not abandon them, which filled the two with profound gratitude, affirming that their decision to follow each other was indeed the right one. 2 vehicles from a prestigious family arrived, and Chao Xian and his subordinates were immediately aware of it, as the sound of the vehicles was quite loud. Originally, they had intended to forcibly break into the home of the sisters, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. However, the door had been reinforced by a security company. A futile attempt made shortly after the apocalypse began, which had proven unsuccessful. Even after awakening their supernatural abilities, they could not gain entry. Though this time there was some progress, they still did not manage to breach the door. Tang Xian had long coveted the enchanting sisters and had always wished to possess them. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Yet, upon seeing the 2 vehicles entering the community, his greed swelled immensely. He commanded his subordinates, "You two, eliminate the occupants of those vehicles." After issuing the order, he directed others to continue assaulting the door. The 2 supernatural beings turned and descended the stairs. Su Yang halted the car at the base of Building 7 of the prestigious family compound, unhurriedly aware that the sisters' residence was on the 9th floor, likely swarming with supernatural beings. It would be unwise to charge inside with the vehicles. Although they could traverse the stairwell like flat ground, it would significantly diminish their combat effectiveness. They needed to divert the attention of those guarding outside, thus buying time for the sisters to escape. On the screen, 2 supernatural beings approached the all-terrain unmanned vehicles, smirking coldly. Su Yang, with a similar smirk, instructed the occupants of the vehicles to disembark immediately. One supernatural being disdainfully regarded the 2 vehicles before them. Although they could not see inside, they remained indifferent, declaring, "Hand over the vehicles, and perhaps we shall spare your lives." No response was forthcoming. Their expressions soured as they reprimanded. "Did you not hear what we said?" As one approached to open the vehicle door, a rear hatch of one all-terrain unmanned vehicle opened, revealing a Gatling gun that ascended. A hail of bullets surged toward the 2. At the instant the Gatling was unveiled, the 2 sensed the impending danger through their abilities and quickly enveloped themselves in energy. One summoned a stone wall to shield them, while the other transformed into a half-beast, with bone spikes extending over a meter from his body, shredding his clothing and revealing rippling muscles, ready to pierce the vehicle and eliminate its occupants. In an instant, bullets rained down upon the nearby stone wall with ferocity. The wall crumbled under the relentless barrage. Without its protection, the 2 were fully exposed to the rapidly flying projectiles. Under the intense firepower of the Gatling, thousands of bullets struck, leaving them no time to react, and they were reduced to mere heaps of flesh. 2 crystalline cores glowing with a faint azure light and marked with 2 stripes, fell to the ground, bronze level 2. Su Yang gazed at the 2 gleaming crystal cores nestled in the snow, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. From atop an all-terrain unmanned vehicle, a mechanical arm extended to retrieve the precious cores. Indeed, the abilities of the outsiders were formidable. Even the most inconsequential minions boasted the strength of second-tier bronze. Chao Xian, observing from above, was taken aback as he witnessed the demise of his 2 subordinates. Although competition within the prestigious community had always been fierce, he had never encountered such a method of engagement. Typically, confrontations revolved around brute force or sheer numbers, or the superiority of one's abilities. The use of firearms against those with powers was an unprecedented sight for him. Nevertheless, he harbored little concern, as his side still possessed numerous capable individuals. Moreover, he himself was a 9th-tier bronze ability wielder, immensely powerful. The audacity of the opposing force to eliminate his subordinates demanded retribution. Before he could descend with his men, Su Yang's voice resonated from the vehicle. Listen, those above. You are surrounded. Surrender at once, or face dire consequences. Chapter 82. An Uncertain Death. Su Yang's words elicited cold smiles from Chao Xian and his subordinates. With just 2 vehicles, they dared to claim they had surrounded them all. Even though the opponent's Gatling gun was formidable, having already claimed the lives of 2 of their own ability users, Chao Xian and his men dismissed the threat entirely. The deaths of those 2 were merely due to carelessness. Now that they were aware of the enemy's weaponry, falling victim again would be akin to being a jester. Such arrogance. Chao Xian bellowed downwards. Stop playing tricks. I will lead my men down and see what you can do to us. Leave a few here to guard. The rest follow me to confront this so-called opponent. Chao Xian left 5 ability users in front of the sisters' door on the 9th floor and prepared to descend. However, before they could act, Su Yang issued an attack command to the all-terrain vehicle. Immediately, 10 drones ascended into the air, opening fire upon Chao Xian and his crew. Bullets rained through the windows, claiming several lives before they could react. Damn it, drones. Chao Xian cursed. Quick, take cover behind the walls. Over 100 people huddled behind the walls, inching downwards, poised to strike back once they were out of the drone's firing range. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the drones awaited them outside the windows. Bullets flew once more, sending Chao Xian and his men into a frantic retreat. Ability users were not incapable of withstanding bullets. If the fire were less concentrated, they could manage. For those who had absorbed abilities, evading or enduring the onslaught was feasible. However, against such a relentless barrage, even the most skilled could not withstand it. Each time they attempted to block, they expended considerable energy. In contrast, Su Yang's drones were different. Each carried ample ammunition, and firing did not significantly deplete their resources. The only cost was a bit of electricity during flight. Under the overwhelming hail of bullets, even ability users struggled to endure. 3 more of Chao Xian's subordinates fell, igniting his fury. This is intolerable. Since dominating the prestigious family community, I have never felt so humiliated. Without even seeing the enemy, several of my awakened subordinates have perished. Quickly, charge down at full speed. Chao Xian gritted his teeth. Capture whoever is controlling the drones in the vehicle. I want him dismembered. His plan was sound. Believing that the drone operator was inside the vehicle, if they could seize him, the drones would cease their assault. Yet, Su Yang had no intention of granting them the opportunity to descend. A drone designated for throwing promptly launched 10 grenades through the window as Chao Xian and his men rushed downwards. Clang, clang. A grenade landed in the corridor, emitting a crisp and bright sound. What was thrown in? Someone inquired. Simultaneously, an alarm sounded in many hearts, an unexpected chill coursing through their bodies. This is bad. It's a grenade. Someone shouted, hastily attempting to flee. Boom. 10 grenades detonated in unison. The staircase from the 6th floor to the ground level was obliterated. Over 20 slow-reacting supernatural beings were left mangled and bloodied, their flesh seared by the flames erupting from the grenades. The entire building trembled, causing 5 supernatural beings left on the 9th floor by Chao Xian to tumble down in shock, their faces stricken with terror. Cracks appeared throughout the entire structure. In a nearby room, sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, frightened, quickly clung to each other. Yet, even more terrified were the subordinates trailing behind Chao Xian. Suddenly, the staircase shattered, collapsing entirely to the ground floor. In that fleeting moment, shrapnel and steel balls from the grenades surged forth. Some were caught off guard, the dense hail of steel piercing through their defenses, leaving them injured and bleeding. With the ground beneath them giving way, these individuals, along with Chao Xian, plummeted from the 6th floor to the 1st, crashing heavily onto the ground. Quick, rush out. Do not linger here. Chao Xian shouted as he regained his footing. They had not anticipated that their adversaries possessed not only drones but also grenades. In such a confined space, there was nowhere to hide from the explosion. Just as his voice faded, another clattering sound echoed. Chow Xian's heart raced. More grenades? One of his subordinates questioned, staring at a smoke grenade on the ground that was emitting smoke reminiscent of an explosive. Suddenly, the smoke grenade released a thick, acrid black smoke. Simultaneously, a dozen other smoke grenades activated. A veil of darkness enveloped Chow Xian and his men, rendering visibility non-existent, tears streaming from their eyes due to the suffocating smoke. As if that were not enough, dozens of tear gas and gas canisters exploded in succession. Even though these supernatural beings were robust, they could not withstand the onslaught. Cover your mouth and nose with your clothing. Close your eyes. Chow Xian yelled in fury. Unfortunately, it was too late. In such a cramped space, the gas was overwhelmingly dense. Many of his subordinates collapsed to the ground. Chow Xian, eyes shut, groped his way forward like a headless fly, desperate to escape. Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing watched the billowing black smoke from the building on their screens. Being your enemy is truly terrifying. One remarked. If they knew their enemies had forced them into this state from 10 kilometers away, I wonder what they would feel? I do not wish to create enemies. Su Yang sighed, but in this world where order has collapsed, one must possess formidable means to survive for long. Thus, since we are destined to clash with these individuals, we must be resolute. Regardless of the means employed, the most advantageous scenario is to eliminate the enemy while remaining utterly secure oneself. As Su Yang spoke, he once more remotely commanded the all-terrain unmanned vehicle. A missile launcher ascended from the rear of the vehicle. Boom! A resounding roar echoed as a missile hurtled toward the direction where Chow Xian and his cohort were situated. Suddenly, Chow Xian realized the gravity of the situation and unleashed the full extent of his abilities. A fiery barrier enveloped him, crafted from the flames that surged around him. He believed that with his formidable powers, he could withstand the impending strike. Although he had absorbed the abilities of 8 individuals, reaching the 9th level of bronze, it was insufficient against the might of such a powerful shell. The explosive force of the missile shattered Chow Xian's flame barrier, consuming him entirely. His body was reduced to mere fragments, meeting an unceremonious end. Furthermore, his subordinates suffered the same fate, perishing in the explosion. Yet, Su Yang remained unconvinced and launched another incendiary projectile. The entire lower level erupted into intense flames and searing heat. Chapter 83. The allure of covetousness. Everyone was reduced to ashes. The entire building number 7 was engulfed in fierce flames, threatening to spread to the 9th floor. The remaining 5 superhumans were in a state of panic, acutely aware that remaining here would surely lead to their demise. Approaching the window, they leapt out, only to be mercilessly riddled with bullets by the drones stationed outside, perishing on the spot. Su Yang hastily retrieved his phone and called Su Yunqi, quickly opened the door and come to the window. Without hesitation, the two of them flung the door open and dashed outside, startled by the searing heat. As they pondered their next move upon spotting the drones outside, 4 ropes, each as thick as a wrist, descended from the drones. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 women grasped the ropes and were hoisted into the air by the 4 drones, gradually descending beside an all-terrain, unmanned vehicle. The vehicle's door swung open, and the 2 women eagerly exclaimed, "Boss." However, they were met with the stark realization that the vehicle was entirely unoccupied. Just as they were contemplating this oddity, a screen rose beside the vehicle's cockpit, revealing Su Yang's figure. "Stay inside the vehicle for a moment. There are provisions and drinks behind you," Su Yang instructed. "I have some matters to attend to. And once the fire in this building is extinguished, I will return for you." Only then did the 2 women comprehend that Su Yang had indeed sent for them. And it was an unmanned vehicle that had arrived. Upon hearing Su Yang's orders, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, 2 unmanned vehicles retracted several drones for safety and automatically navigated to an open area. 3 hours later, building number 7 collapsed entirely in the raging inferno. Given that Su Mu Yu and Su Yunqi resided in an upscale community with a relatively modest 11 floors, and considering the duration of the blaze was brief, coupled with the heavy snowfall outside, the flames quickly extinguished. Once again, Su Yang instructed the unmanned vehicles to deploy the drones, which soared over the remnants of Building No. 7. The drones released several intelligent electronic dogs to retrieve the crystal cores belonging to Chow Xian and others. Although over 150 crystal cores were buried beneath the rubble, making them difficult to locate, these electronic dogs were equipped with infrared technology, enabling them to swiftly identify the locations of the cores, thus saving considerable time. Such is the marvel of advanced technology, far more convenient than relying solely on human effort. After successfully collecting all the crystal cores, Su Yang directed the 2 all-terrain unmanned vehicles to return to Fengyan community. The vehicles sped along the road, once again drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. "They've appeared again," someone remarked. "Should we intercept these 2 vehicles?" "How can we?" In the blink of an eye, they vanished. Another retorted angrily. Quickly find out where these vehicles are headed. As long as we know where they stop, we can deal with it. In an instant, several individuals rushed out. As the traces left by the vehicles had yet to be blanketed by the heavy snowfall, we hastened to pursue them. Not far from the entrance of Phongyun Community, the roar of engines once again echoed. All those who had awakened their abilities gathered together. Boss, those two vehicles have returned. One of the subordinates inquired. What should we do? Follow them and see if they are heading back to Phongyun Community, the leader commanded. 3 empowered individuals then ventured out. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Phongyun Community, following the tire tracks. Indeed, it was Phongyun Community. One member's eyes gleamed as he took out his phone and dialed a number, reporting to someone named Zhang Liang. Boss, the drivers are from Phongyun Community. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's lips curled into a cold smile as he replied, Aishun, do not return just yet. Find out how many empowered individuals reside in Phongyun Community and assess their strengths. Report back to me promptly. Understood, boss. Aishun replied, ending the call and placing the phone in his pocket. He then called over the other two, Lao Wang, Lao Song. The boss wants us to ascertain the situation in Phongyun Community before we head back. Upon hearing this, their expressions soured considerably, clearly reluctant. Lao Song grumbled. It's freezing outside, and we have no idea about the situation in Phongyun Community. It's too dangerous to rush in blindly. Just tell the boss to bring his men and take the whole community down. Then those 2 vehicles capable of traversing the snow will be ours. Lao Wang nodded in agreement. Though they voiced their complaints, they only dared to do so in front of Aishun. They would not have spoken so freely in front of their boss, Zhang Liang. Do you think I want to go in? Aishun replied, somewhat impatiently. We all know Phongyun Community has a large population, and even more who, like us, have awakened their abilities. It's exceedingly perilous. But I know, and you know, that the boss knows this too. That's precisely why he is not leading his men here directly. He wants us to gather information first. Aishun's eyes sparkled as he whispered to the two, perhaps this is a tremendous opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves. If we can figure out the situation in Phongyun Community, the boss can take it with a single stroke, seizing all the resources inside. And with those 2 vehicles, we 3 will be the heroes of the day. Our status will soar, and perhaps the boss might even appoint us to manage an entire building. Just think. We would hold the lives of everyone in that building in our hands. We could enjoy the company of any beauties inside at our leisure. Moreover, the boss is sure to reward us with abundant resources, eliminating any competition from others. All those who have awakened their abilities will have to bow to us. Say for the boss. Indeed, we will accomplish this. Lao Wang and Lao Song exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with mischief as they exchanged glances with Aishun. The 3 nodded in unison, preparing to infiltrate Phongyun Community. During the brief interval of their deliberation, the tire tracks left on the ground were nearly obscured by the descending snowflakes. However, the trio remained unperturbed. They were already aware that those 2 vehicles had departed from the Phongyun Community and had subsequently returned. Their adversaries could not escape. The paramount task at hand was to ascertain the circumstances and specific strengths within the community. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly approached the entrance of Phongyun Community. As they arrived at the threshold, a chilling gust of wind enveloped them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Since awakening their extraordinary abilities, they had not experienced such a sensation in quite some time. Typically, this state arose only in the face of imminent peril, particularly during moments of extreme danger, when their bodies would issue a warning. Nevertheless, they dismissed it from their minds. A glance at the entrance of Phongyun Community revealed no hiding place for anyone. Where could the danger possibly lie? Yet, Old Song felt a peculiar unease and inquired, Old Wang, Aishun, do you share a similar sensation? I can't shake the feeling that the entire Phongyun Community resembles a monstrous entity, poised to devour us at any moment. Chapter 84. An extraordinary experience. I share your sentiments. Old Wang nodded gravely, expressing a palpable sense of foreboding. It feels as though we might perish if we step inside. With a heavy heart, he and Old Song stood at the entrance, hesitant to take even a single step forward. Observing their anxious demeanor, despite feeling a twinge of unease himself, one could not help but dismiss their fears. You two are overthinking this. There is no danger here. With that, he boldly took a step forward, crossing the threshold. See, I have entered without incident. Aishun exclaimed cheerfully, there is nothing to worry about. Standing where he was, he noticed distinct tire tracks and turned around to exhibit them to the others. Although Old Song and Old Wang felt their hearts racing, they ultimately breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed, and they followed him inside. Once they discovered that nothing untoward had occurred, their initial apprehension considerably lessened. Let us go, don't just stand there, Aishun remarked. Casting a glance at the pair, let us find a building to explore and gain a preliminary understanding of the situation. Old Wang and the others nodded in agreement and proceeded forward with Aishun. What on earth is this? It feels so hard. As old Wang took his first step, his instincts flared up once more, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I think I've stepped on something. Perhaps it's a brick. Ah Shun casually responded. Don't overreact. It's certainly not a brick. Old Wang furrowed his brow. This object is rather substantial, and stepping on it feels akin to crushing a watermelon, with a springy sensation as if it's sinking beneath my weight. Moreover, when I stepped on it, an unsettling feeling washed over me. If that is how you describe it, then it must be a landmine. Old Song quipped jokingly. Upon hearing this, Old Wang was utterly petrified. Ah Shun reprimanded him. What nonsense about landmines? Who in our country would dare hide a landmine in their private property? Besides, even if it were a landmine, which fool would bury it in a community, risking their own lives? Those two cars just passed by here not long ago. If there were a landmine, they would have been blown to bits. Ah Shun pointed to the tire tracks, now nearly buried under the accumulating snow, assuring them not to worry. At that moment, he felt that accompanying these two individuals was an unwise decision, as they were undeniably hindering his progress. They were timid before entering the community, and now, after taking a mere step, they had come to a halt. How could they possibly gather information about Fongyan community or achieve anything with such hesitance? I say, are you going to linger indefinitely? Seeing Old Wang still rooted in place, too scared to move, Ah Shun's frustration boiled over, and he exclaimed, Old Wang, if you're truly terrified, just go back and don't impede our efforts. With that, he kicked Old Wang's foot aside. Bang! A soft sound echoed in their ears as a small device was dislodged from Old Wang's foot, sending a spray of snow into the air. Simultaneously, a dark object, roughly the size of a watermelon, sprang forth from beneath the thick blanket of snow, appearing at eye level for all three of them. At the moment the object appeared, a chill ran down the spines of the three individuals. Goodness! It truly is a landmine. Old Song exclaimed upon recognizing the device, cursing loudly, What are you dawdling for? Run! However, it was already too late. Boom! The triggered landmine erupted, engulfing the three in a burst of flame. A large crater was created, measuring 5 meters in diameter. At the bottom of the pit lay 3 crystalline cores, surrounded by melted snow that transformed into water, filling the crater swiftly before freezing again. Those unfortunate souls. Su Yang watched the scene unfold on the screen, a smile creeping onto his face. Despite avoiding the initial defensive line at the entrance, they had not escaped the second line. One must acknowledge that Ning Kaidai's arrangements were indeed meticulous. Old Wang had stepped on an anti-personnel landmine. Once triggered, it would detonate as soon as the foot was lifted, the explosion far more powerful than that of a direct impact. Its lethality was significantly enhanced. Had they triggered a larger and more potent mine, anyone within 30 meters would have perished. Yet, this particular landmine sufficed to eliminate the 3 abilities users. Boss, did we cause you trouble? Su Yunqi and Sumiyu watched the screen, guilt weighing heavily on their hearts, their faces painted with remorse. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Su Yang reassured them. Even without you, the enemy would have come. There is no escaping it. What sort of trouble is this? The adversaries couldn't even reach our villa before meeting their fate. Although Su Yang bore no grudges against them, the two sisters felt slightly embarrassed, casting shy glances at him. They silently lamented, if only we had awakened our abilities, we wouldn't be a burden to the boss. The twin sisters felt utterly useless. In this chaotic apocalyptic world, lacking power only brought trouble to others. Su Yang discerned their thoughts and smiled, saying, You need not overthink or blame yourselves. In my eyes, you have never been useless. He embraced them warmly to provide comfort. Under the watchful gaze of Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing, Su Yunqi and Sumiyu immediately flushed crimson, burying their heads in Su Yang's embrace, feeling quite bashful. I'll go make dinner, Tang Qing quickly announced, glancing at the three before hastily retreating. I'll return to the explosion site to rebury the landmines. Ning Kaidai smartly took her leave, accompanied by a smart electronic dog. The two distractions departed with an understanding of the situation. Chapter 85, Evolution Anew. The leap of life. Su Yang gazed at the eager expression on Tang Qing's face and reassured her, Do not be anxious, there will certainly be a place for you. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing felt a surge of embarrassment, inwardly chiding herself. Am I truly anxious? This is merely a normal physiological reaction. Yet, she refrained from elaborating. Well aware that any explanation would be futile, shyly casting a glance at Su Yang, she brought forth the prepared dishes. At that moment, Ning Kaidai also returned. In truth, laying a landmine did not require such a lengthy duration, given her awakened martial arts abilities. She could have reached the entrance of Fongyan community in a matter of minutes. However, to grant Su Yang and the others sufficient time, she chose to remain outside for 4 hours. Even though her entire body felt on the verge of freezing, she uttered no complaints. Ning Kaidai possessed high emotional intelligence. fully understanding the esteemed position Su Yunxi and her sister held in each other's hearts. Moreover, they were destined to share a life together in the future. To facilitate harmony among the three, she deemed it necessary to endure. "Shouldn't we call the two sisters down to dine with us?" Ning Kaidai inquired. Su Yang shook his head. "Let them rest well. We shall eat when they awaken." After their meal, Ning Kaidai instructed the intelligent electronic dog to present the retrieved crystal cores to Su Yang. He examined them and remarked, "You ought to absorb these. They will enhance your strength." Ning Kaidai was taken aback. "Can such things be absorbed?" "Indeed," Su Yang affirmed. "Those who have awakened their abilities can devour the energy of other ability users to become more powerful." He nodded. "By merely placing your hand upon the crystal core or the body of a fallen ability user, the absorption occurs automatically. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Ning Kaidai insisted, shaking her head. However, Su Yang did not remove the crystal cores from the electronic dog but instead said, "The three individuals who perished in the blast, like you, had just awakened their powers. They did not absorb the abilities of other users and possess only the strength of a bronze level 1, which is of little use to me. You should consume them. Currently, among the 5 of us, only you and I have awakened our abilities. I require your strength to grow. This will be of greater assistance to me. I wish for you to become a formidable ally, rather than merely laying landmines every day. Do you understand?" Ning Kaidai nodded, no longer resisting. Her gaze towards Su Yang shifted, filled with gratitude and acknowledgement. Without further ado, she took the 3 crystal cores from the electronic dog. The moment her hands touched the cores, Ning Kaidai felt 3 currents of warmth surging into her body, continuously reinforcing her physique. Eventually, the 3 energies converged at the core in her forehead, resulting in the emergence of 4 stripes on the core. Her strength intensified, and the energy within the core became more abundant, elevating her level to bronze level 4. "Well then, you have both toiled throughout the day. It is time for you to rest." Su Yang directed the 2 to return to the basement, while he remained seated alone in contemplation. As he began to tally the crystal cores acquired from the prestigious families while rescuing the 2 sisters, he noted that there were a total of 155 individuals, leaving behind 155 crystal cores. Among these, there was 1 at the bronze level 9, 4 at the bronze level 5, and 10 at the bronze level 2. The remaining 140 were all at the bronze level 1. When converted entirely into bronze level 1 energy, it amounted to a total of 189 units. After Su Yung ascended to bronze level 9, he absorbed an additional 27 units of bronze level 1 energy. He contemplated whether absorbing all 189 units would allow him to evolve to another realm. Su Yung initially absorbed 73 units of energy. Upon entering his body, the energy triggered a profound transformation. Every aspect of his being, from his bones and organs to his blood, cells, and skin, underwent a frenzied enhancement. A peculiar sensation arose within him, one that eluded verbal description, a feeling of evolutionary advancement in the essence of life. When the remaining 83 units of energy converged at the silver-glowing crystal core in his brow, the radiance transcended his physical boundaries, illuminating the entire villa. A terrifying aura erupted, extending over 100 meters beyond the villa. The snowflakes drifting from the sky suspended in midair, refusing to descend. Only when Su Yang retracted his overwhelming presence did normalcy return within a 100-meter radius of the villa. The silver radiance transformed instantaneously into a golden hue. Su Yang sensed his soul being gradually torn asunder, yet there was no pain. A mysterious force shielded his essence, facilitating a continuous cycle of tearing and reassembling. Throughout this process, he felt his soul grow exponentially stronger, accompanied by an intensified sense of life as leap. His physical strength escalated at a visibly remarkable rate. It was only when the crystal core turned entirely golden, marked by a distinctive line, that the transformation ceased. Su Yang discovered that even without utilizing his abilities, a blade striking his body would leave no mark, a testament to his newfound strength. Is this the power of a golden-level ability user? He mused. Without hesitation, following his evolution, he consumed the remaining 102 units of energy entirely. His strength ascended to bronze level 2, just as he had previously surmised. Each evolution demanded tenfold the crystal cores of the last. Transitioning from bronze level 9 to bronze level 1 required 100 units of bronze level 1 energy. Each minor advancement within the golden level necessitated 100 units of energy, and ascending from bronze level 9 to the next significant tier would require a staggering 1,000 units. A profound sense of urgency enveloped Su Yang. This reality compelled all awakened ability users into a relentless struggle. In this desolate world, beset by snow and scarcity, only those with formidable strength could claim everything and safeguard it. Even if ability users wished to avoid conflict, they found it unavoidable. For order had long since disintegrated in this realm. Do not claim that the military has vanished inexplicably, even if they remain. They are unable to quell the current strife among the supernatural beings. Having absorbed all their powers, Su Yang's strength has reached a terrifying level of Golden Rank 2. With 2 abilities. Just 98 more abilities of Bronze Rank I, and he can ascend to Golden Rank 3. It appears that to further enhance his power, he must take action against the supernatural beings in the nearby community, Su Yang murmured to himself. True to his nature, he would not provoke others unless they instigated him first. After all, he possesses a plethora of formidable weapons capable of vanquishing even the supernatural beings. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions toward him, they must be eliminated completely and without mercy. When individuals from the Fusheng community began tailing his 2 all-terrain vehicles, Su Yang had already resolved to annihilate them at any moment. The instant the 3 sent by the opponent stepped into the Fengyun community, the supernatural beings from Fusheng had effectively declared war against him. Although this book may not have achieved great success, the author will continue writing, so rest assured. To those who have supported this book thus far, a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated, along with a small gift. The author's motivation is inextricably linked to your support. Thank you all. Chapter 86. The unfathomable skill of teleportation. However, Su Yang was not in a rush to launch an assault on the community. After all, the entire Fengyun community had been meticulously rigged with landmines by Ning Kaidai. Why squander the opportunity by not waiting for the adversary to make a move? Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the 2 sisters, had slumbered soundly until the following morning. As they descended the stairs, a blush crept onto their cheeks upon seeing Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai. Yet, they quickly composed themselves. After all, they were all allies, and there was no reason for excessive shyness. Since their boss had chosen to retain the presence of these 2 women, it was evident that they were also under his protection. Any lingering embarrassment was futile. The 2 sisters adeptly adjusted their demeanor. After breakfast, they approached Su Yang and expressed their desire to learn combat techniques from Sister Ning. They also wished to practice marksmanship. Despite having become Su Yang as companions, they did not wish to be mere ornamental figures. Before the onset of the apocalypse, they had served as Su Yang's capable assistants. Even after the calamity, lacking any awakened abilities, they still yearned to contribute to his endeavors. At the very least, they did not want to become a burden. Su Yang nodded in agreement, cautioning them not to push themselves too hard. Upon receiving his consent, the sisters erupted in joyous cheers, bestowing a kiss upon Su Yang's cheek before eagerly pulling Ning Kaidai to begin their training. Without hesitation, Ning Kaidai devised a structured practice regimen for them. Mornings would be dedicated to physical conditioning, followed by midday lessons on fundamental combat techniques, and afternoons reserved for concentrated shooting practice. Both sisters possessed commendable physical fitness and had previously engaged in self-defense and combat training. They adapted swiftly to the specialized combat techniques. However, the marksmanship practice presented some challenges. Fortunately, Su Yang's villa was spacious enough to accommodate their needs. In the courtyard, a designated area was established for their shooting practice. In no time, the koi in the nearby pond were startled by the gunfire, darting about in a frenzy. Su Yang felt a pang of sorrow for the koi. He had nurtured them for a considerable time, forming a deep bond. Nevertheless, in deference to the sisters' enthusiasm, he refrained from voicing his concerns and allowed them to proceed. Everyone was engrossed in their respective tasks. Left to his own devices, Su Yang turned his attention to the study of his abilities. After evolving to the golden level, the benefits he reaped were not limited to mere ascension and vitality. He had also awakened a new, formidable ability, while the potency of his other abilities surged as well. Among his spatial abilities, the spatial gate could now be opened up to 15 meters away from his body, while his spatial awareness extended to 400 meters. The reach of his spatial refraction allowed him to deflect incoming attacks from 400 meters away. The spatial blade also reached a distance of 400 meters, capable of shattering objects into fragments from afar with its immense power. Similarly, his martial arts abilities had seen comparable enhancements, with the Eye of True Knowledge now extending its range to 400 meters. When employing this skill, every flaw of objects within a 400-meter radius is laid bare. Simultaneously, one becomes aware of the most effective and labor-saving methods to strike specific points. The power of the Shadowless Fist has surged to twice its previous might, and the potency of the Shadowless Blade has similarly multiplied. Furthermore, both spatial and martial abilities have awakened 2 additional skills. The spatial skill is teleportation. Su Yang conducted an experiment. From his original position, upon utilizing teleportation, he could traverse any distance within 10 meters, unimpeded by obstacles. Standing before the villa's wall, he activated teleportation, and in an instant, his figure materialized outside the villa. He then employed teleportation once more, returning from the exterior. This was nothing short of a divine technique. Su Yang marveled, exclaiming that with the skill of teleportation, he could position himself in an inherently invincible state. Even if his adversaries were vastly more powerful, as long as they could not eliminate him immediately, he could leverage this skill to create an escape route. Moreover, with this ability, he could launch attacks that would leave opponents defenseless. Although the range of teleportation is limited to 10 meters, it is already of extraordinary caliber. Subsequently, Su Yang conducted another test, discovering that with his current energy levels, he could execute teleportation 200 times. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Once his internal energy had sufficiently replenished, he resumed experimentation with the martial skill he had awakened. This skill was remarkably straightforward, yet brutally effective, allowing him to unleash a swift, powerful slash from thin air. It struck with the speed of lightning and the sound of thunder. Although this strike bore no electrical attributes, Su Yang aptly named it the Thunderous Slash. He opened the basement door and descended into the underground garage, retrieving a Tang Dao from his spatial storage. He executed the Thunderous Slash toward the front. With a resounding crash, thunder echoed, and the blade's brilliance surged. A deep gash, over 2 meters in depth, marred the concrete floor 3 meters ahead of him. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he favored such close combat techniques, simple and brutal in nature. He yearned to engage in battle with other abilities users. However, he remained restrained, despite his strength far surpassing that of others. He observed those with powers ruthlessly dominating their foes. Su Yang understood the necessity of patience. Silence would bring wealth. In the future, his abilities would serve as his ultimate trump card. This world is vast, and the number of abilities users is immense. The competition outside is fierce and relentless. Countless others, like him, may have already grown immensely powerful, lying in wait for the arrogant to take the bait. Su Yang never considered himself the sole clever individual. How many who have survived until now could be deemed foolish? He resolved to be the most cautious among them all. Thus, another day passed. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, the leader of the Fuxing community, furrowed his brow. Had there been any news from Shun and the others? A subordinate replied, not yet. Over the past couple of days, I have attempted to reach them with dozens of calls, but none have been answered. They are now in a state of disconnection. Furthermore, our people have been stationed outside the community, yet we have not caught sight of any of the three. The subordinate, with a face full of worry, asked, Boss, could it be that Shun and the others were discovered by the residents of Fengyan community and met with a tragic end? Otherwise, there would be no reason for us to be unable to get in touch. What a bunch of useless fools. Zhang Liang scolded vehemently. If they cannot even handle such a simple task, they are a waste of resources. Death would be a better fate. Zhang Liang's gaze turned icy as he focused on the subordinate. What was the commotion that erupted at Fengyan community the day before yesterday? The subordinate cautiously responded. Without your orders, boss, we dare not enter Fengyan community to investigate. However, some of our brothers speculate that the noise from 2 days ago may have been an explosion. What explosion? Zhang Liang snapped, growing impatient. Is it possible that there are bombs in Fengyan community? Zhou Tao, take a group of 10 capable brothers to ascertain the actual situation at Fengyan community. Remember, if you encounter any danger, retreat at once. Zhou Tao, the subordinate from earlier, felt a twitch in his eye upon hearing Zhang Liang's command to enter Fengyan community, but still replied, Understood. Chapter 87. Another delivery of vegetables. The residents of the surrounding neighborhoods are well aware of the multitude residing in Fengyan community, the largest complex in the vicinity. Even after the onset of the apocalypse, Fengyan community has consistently been the epicenter of significant disturbances, often reverberating with the sounds of explosions. The inhabitants of neighboring communities have refrained from sending individuals to investigate, for the sheer number of people signifies a formidable strength and high combat capability. As most individuals from other neighborhoods began to awaken their supernatural abilities, they grew increasingly wary of Fengyan community. A community comprising several thousand residents must harbor a considerable number of awakened individuals. Following their awakening, the residents of nearby complexes were engulfed in a profound sense of dread. Even if they contemplated expansion, they were too intimidated to target Fengyan community. Rumors circulated among acquaintances of Fengyan community that Su Yang had nearly annihilated their residents. Yet no one dared to act, fearing it might be a ruse designed to lure them into a trap. Why provoke a confrontation when the mere absence of trouble from them was already a cause for gratitude? Would anyone truly believe that an entire community could be so easily decimated? I refuse to be so gullible. However, when Zhang Liang, the leader of Fuxing community, spotted 2 vehicles emerging from Fengyan community, capable of traversing the snow with ease, he could no longer suppress his avarice. The prospect of acquiring these vehicles warranted taking some risks. Yet, before entering Fengyan community, it was imperative to ascertain the true situation within. Although Zhou Tao was exceedingly reluctant, he had no choice but to comply with his leader's orders. When selecting personnel, he chose those with considerable strength, individuals who had absorbed supernatural abilities, 2 at the bronze 3rd level, 11 at the bronze 2nd level, and himself, a bronze 4th level. totaling 15 individuals. Braving the heavy snow, they departed from Fushin community, making their way toward Fengyan community. Zhou Tao, how many people do you think have awakened abilities in Fengyan community? One of them inquired. What if we don't return? Why are you asking me? Who should I ask? Zhou Tao replied with evident irritation. As long as we remain cautious, we should be fine. The leader instructed us to retreat immediately if anything seems amiss. Our strength is considerable. We shouldn't encounter too much trouble. That's true. The others concurred. Nodding in agreement. Gunfire and explosions have been consistently reported from Fengyan community. Perhaps the residents are indeed on the brink of extinction. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant and not underestimate the situation, Zhou Tao cautioned. Things are different now. Previously, no one dared to kill indiscriminately, even if we were captured. There was little to fear. Now, a misstep could lead to our demise. The other 14 nodded in unison, trudging through the snow, alternating between deep and shallow steps. Recognizing the slow pace of their advance, Zhou Tao gestured with his hand, unleashing a chilling energy that cascaded forward. Within a 50-meter radius ahead, the ground swiftly froze, creating a path of ice. The others, walking upon this icy route, found their speed significantly increased. Thus, it took the 15 individuals over an hour to arrive at the gates of Fengyan community. Before they even stepped through the gate, an unsettling sensation arose in the hearts of Zhou Tao and his companions, akin to that which the previous trio had experienced. One voice, heavy with foreboding, remarked, "Why does Fengyan community exude such an eerie aura?" Another echoed, "Indeed, I felt a chill the moment we arrived at the entrance." A third pondered aloud, "Could it be that Ashan has betrayed us? Perhaps the adversaries have long since laid an ambush around us? Surely not. Even if Ashan and the others are audacious, they wouldn't dare to turn against us. Betrayers meet grim fates wherever they go." Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in Zhou Tao's mind. The group began to murmur amongst themselves. Zhou Tao, visibly agitated, coldly interjected, "Enough of this. The more we speak of it, the more sinister it becomes. We haven't even entered yet, and you're already quaking in fear. Let us proceed with caution." He added firmly, "Should anything seem amiss, we retreat immediately." Despite their trepidation, they resolved to enter Fengyan community. Zhou Tao led the 14 others cautiously through the entrance. Inside, a blanket of white snow enveloped the area. The distant residential buildings stood silent, eerily so. Just as the group had traversed about 10 meters, Zhou Tao suddenly felt his foot brush against a thin wire. The moment he touched it, the wire snapped. An alarming sensation gripped his heart, and he shouted, "Retreat." Instinctively, he summoned his powers, encasing himself in a protective shell of ice. In the very instant he activated his defense, the landmines planted by Ning Kaidai detonated. Boom, boom, boom. 3 violent explosions reverberated through the air, claiming the lives of 14 individuals in the wake of their devastating force. Zhou Tao, the fastest and most formidable among them, was shielded by his icy armor and managed to reach the edge of the explosion. Yet, he was still engulfed by the blast's fury. The intense heat melted his icy protection, and his lower half was violently propelled away. With a pained roar, Zhou Tao attempted to wield his powers once more to shield himself from the flames and the shrapnel flying from the landmines. Alas, the sheer magnitude of the explosion was insurmountable. The shrapnel and flames pierced through his icy barrier, leading to his demise. In a mere moment, all 15 individuals who had entered Fengyan community were annihilated. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. 3 drones ascended from the villa, making their way to the community's entrance, where they deployed electronic dogs to extract the crystal cores. Simultaneously, the remains of the 15 bodies were buried in the snow outside the community. The drones subsequently returned with the remnants. Su Yang instructed Ning Kaidai to retrieve 2 crystal cores, both of which were of the bronze 2nd tier. Upon consumption, her strength surged to the bronze 8th tier, mere steps away from evolution to the silver tier. Su Yang then absorbed the remaining 28 powers. At this moment, he had 7 bronze-level abilities remaining before he could ascend to the gold rank. Naturally, he was filled with joy, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the residents from the Fushin community. Calculating the time, he surmised that Zhou Tao should have entered the Fengyan community by now. Zhang Liang stood atop a building, inquiring of his subordinates. Before receiving a response, he distinctly heard 3 explosive sounds. Could it be from the Fengyan community again? Zhang Liang's gaze sharpened, his face etched with confusion. What could possibly be in the Fengyan community that would cause such incessant explosions? Suddenly, a realization struck him. His expression turned cold as he murmured, "Zhou Tao and his team may be in trouble." He quickly ordered someone to investigate their situation. "Yes," a subordinate replied, rushing out with 2 other ability users. Over 2 hours later, the 3 returned. "Boss, we did not see anyone outside the Fengyan community, nor did we find any remnants," one reported. "However, we detected a faint scent of gunpowder in the air, and beneath the accumulated snow, we observed signs of melting, though these traces were swiftly covered by fresh snow. Chapter 88 All Out. Are you suggesting that there exists a powerful bomb within Fengyan community? Zhang Liang furrowed his brow. Quite possibly, one of his subordinates replied. However, we have not ventured deep inside, so we are unaware of the specific circumstances. Yet, from the traces concealed beneath the snow surrounding the area, it is evident that there are indeed signs of an explosion from the entrance of Fengyan community to the interior. Moreover, not far from the community, we discovered these items. As he spoke, the subordinate produced a large burlap sack, opening it to reveal its gruesome contents scattered on the ground. Inside lay fragments of flesh, some charred, others obliterated by the blast. It was impossible to discern their identities, save for the upper half of Zhou Tao's body, which was still recognizable, albeit with a gaping hole in his forehead where the crystal core had vanished. His body was riddled with shrapnel, blood, and flesh, a grotesque amalgamation, yet all were inexplicably frozen. Observing the grim expression on Zhang Liang's face, the subordinate murmured. These remains were found not far beneath the snow outside Fengyan community. Zhou Tao and his 15 companions had only just entered the premises. They may have all perished in the explosion. Although he hesitated to declare that all 15 were dead, it was clear that their fates were dire. Infuriating. Zhang Liang roared. 15 extraordinary individuals, annihilated just like that. Whoever is responsible for the demise of my people and Fengyan community will pay dearly for their actions. With a fierce outcry, he gradually regained his composure and turned to his subordinate, inquiring, "What do you believe is the number and strength of the extraordinary individuals within Fengyan community?" After a moment of contemplation, the subordinate responded, "Fengyan community harbors the largest population among the surrounding areas, so their strength should be formidable. However, it is difficult to gauge their exact capabilities." Preposterous. Zhang Liang scolded harshly, slapping the subordinate's face. Though he too had awakened extraordinary abilities, he could not withstand the sheer force of Zhang Liang's blow, causing his face to swell instantly. He looked up at his leader with a mix of grievance and disbelief, silently cursing, "What have I done to deserve this? I merely spoke the truth and ended up being punished. Enough of your nonsense in my presence. You bolster others' confidence while diminishing your own." Zhang Liang bellowed again, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "In my estimation, the extraordinary individuals within Fengyan community are likely few in number and of limited strength." The subordinate was taken aback by his leader's unfounded confidence, thinking to himself, "Is the boss losing his mind? If Fengyan community were so weak, why has he remained so cautious? Why send people to gather intelligence on 2 separate occasions? If that were the case, with his temperament, he would have stormed in long ago." Though he harbored these thoughts, he dared not voice them aloud. "Do you doubt my judgment?" Zhang Liang observed the silence that lingered, his brow furrowed. "Boss, your assessments have always been astute. How could we possibly question them?" The 3 subordinates quickly nodded in agreement. Zhang Liang scoffed. "You would be surprised if you believed that. Your skepticism stems from being entrenched in the preconceived notion that Fengyan community possesses a large population." Zhang Liang continued, "But have you ever considered that it has long been rumored that the residents of Fengyan community are being systematically exterminated by someone named Su Yang? After these 2 recent tests, it is highly plausible that this rumor holds truth. Prior to awakening their abilities, the community would intermittently echo with the sound of gunfire. Given the presence of firearms, it is entirely possible for many to be killed. With the substantial reduction of people in Fengyan community, it stands to reason that there cannot be a significant number of those who have awakened their powers. If there truly were a great many, explosives would not be necessary. I suspect the use of bombs is intended to intimidate the residents of the neighboring communities." Zhang Liang's words illuminated the eyes of his 3 subordinates, who hastily showered him with compliments. "As expected of the boss, your analysis is both logical and well-founded." A proud smile instantly graced Zhang Liang's face as he mused inwardly. "Is it any wonder they call me the boss? It's because my intellect surpasses theirs, which is as dull as that of swine. Boss, the destructive power of their bombs is considerable. How do we counter them?" One subordinate inquired. "That is of little concern." Zhang Liang chuckled as he explained, "The bombs are likely from those 2 vehicles we encountered earlier, sourced from the military district or the armory, and they cannot have many. If we manage to deplete their resources, they will be at our mercy." "How do we deplete them?" The subordinate pressed eagerly. "By using our abilities." Zhang Liang replied casually. "What do you think your awakened powers are for? Simply provoke them with your abilities. If they can't contain themselves, they will undoubtedly resort to using bombs. We can then evade their initial onslaught and exhaust their explosives, can we not? Once their bombs are gone, those few awakened ones will hardly stand a chance against us." The trio nodded in agreement, convinced by his reasoning. "Gather everyone. We shall storm Fengyan community at once." Zhang Liang declared emphatically. "Once we seize Fengyan community, All the men within shall be eliminated, and the women will belong to you. We will transport all the supplies and absorb the awakened ones inside. Oh, and inform all brothers that the 2 vehicles we previously spotted must remain untouched. Anyone who dares harm them shall face my wrath. Should this mission fail, none shall ever partake in hot pot again. Upon issuing his orders, over 200 awakened individuals from Fushan community assembled downstairs, accompanied by more than 500 men who had yet to awaken their powers. They were prepared to lead the charge, ideally to deplete the enemy's explosives first. With a grand gesture, Zhang Liang signaled his subordinates, who marched resolutely towards Fengyan community, determined to breach their defenses. For ordinary individuals, navigating through such deep snow was a considerable challenge. However, for the awakened, these obstacles were easily surmountable. Zhang Liang waved his hand, and 3 of his subordinates capable of beast transformation utilized their abilities, morphing into towering beasts over 3 meters in height. One bore a single horn, and its skin resembled that of a rhinoceros as it crouched upon the snow. Before long, a clear path was forged behind them. The other 2, transformed into formidable beasts, exhibited strength akin to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. One of them sprouted a pair of wings, which, when unfurled, spanned over 4 meters in length. With vigorous flaps, they sent snow cascading from the ground. Thanks to the concerted efforts of the trio, a 3-meter-wide passage leading to the Fengyan community was successfully cleared. Zhang Liang, accompanied by 250 capable individuals and 500 ordinary citizens, reached the entrance of Fengyan community in under 10 minutes. One of the subordinates gestured towards the 500 ordinary people, commanding, "You shall lead the way. Regardless of what you encounter, you must not take a single step back. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences." Chapter 89. A swift death. The 500 individuals bore no expression upon their faces, resembling automatons as they mechanically advanced forward. They had long accustomed themselves to such occurrences. In this apocalyptic world, lacking awakened abilities and power, they were condemned to servitude, utterly incapable of resistance. Zhang Liang stood at the rear, observing the procession of 500 as they crossed the threshold of the Fengyan community. He commanded his 250 subordinates to follow suit, ultimately positioning himself at the back. To ensure caution, he maintained a distance between his men and the throng of 500. The moment these individuals entered the community, Su Yang, ensconced within a villa, received an alarm. He activated the screen, and the diminutive drones concealed throughout the community sprang to life, seamlessly blending with the falling snow, transmitting visuals back to him. "I can't shake the feeling of being watched," Zhang Liang murmured, yet he shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Perhaps I am simply being overly cautious." He was not alone in this sentiment. Many capable awakened shared his unease. However, seeing their leader remain reticent, they too chose to follow the 500 without further comment. Upon entering the Fengyan community, the 500 did not trigger the landmines. Since the demise of Zhou Tao and his cohort of 15 due to a chain of explosions, Su Yang had refrained from having Ning Kai-dai replant the mines at the community's entrance, intending to mislead Zhang Liang's main force into a false sense of security, encouraging them to venture deeper. The sound of the prior explosions had certainly reached the adversaries, and with the complete annihilation of his subordinates, communication was severed. They must have inferred the presence of explosives within the Fengyan community and would undoubtedly tread carefully. However, Su Yang did not anticipate that the enemy would exercise even greater caution than he had imagined, allowing 500 ordinary individuals to lead the way and draw fire. Furrowing his brow, Su Yang instructed Ning Kai-dai, "Deploy several hundred drones capable of dropping bombs and grenades to exit through the back entrance. Surround these individuals covertly. Should they dare to flee, we shall launch a pincer attack to eliminate them." Ning Kai-dai nodded, retrieving a tablet and entering commands. Hundreds of drones gradually ascended, departing through the community's rear. While the awakened possessed the ability to issue warnings in the face of peril, the presence of the 500 ahead had notably dulled their vigilance upon entering the Fengyan community. They bore no signs of impending alerts. Suddenly, as the 500 continued their advance, a landmine was triggered. Boom! The anti-infantry mine erupted upon the snow-laden ground, instantly obliterating the 50 individuals closest to the blast. Many others were hurled away by the force, collapsing in the snow, feeling as though their bones had shattered. The surviving, ordinary individuals wore expressions of sheer terror, turning to flee. "Stop right there. Anyone who dares to run will meet their demise." One of Zhang Liang's subordinates shouted, drawing his blade. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of the first to flee. The others, gripped by terror, halted in their tracks, trembling uncontrollably. Landmines. Zhang Liang and his fellow supernatural comrades were profoundly shocked. Had that anti-personnel mine detonated near them, even their abilities would have been insufficient to shield them from its wrath. No wonder it had claimed the lives of my 2 previous groups. Zhang Liang scoffed coldly, realizing that the adversary had planted mines within the community. His previous subordinates must have inadvertently triggered one, leading to their demise. The inhabitants of Fengyan community were truly treacherous. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Liang's gaze turned icy. I wonder how many more mines you have hidden. He commanded them to proceed forward, asserting coldly, anyone who dares to disobey shall face death. The remaining 400 and more, still quaking with fear, continued their advance. Yet, scarcely had they traversed 10 meters when another mine was triggered. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted. This time from an anti-personnel mine, its power exponentially greater than the last. Within a 30-meter radius, the area was engulfed in chaos. A full 100 perished in the blast, while over 50 suffered grievous injuries from the shrapnel and steel balls, collapsing to the ground in anguish. Their cries resonated throughout Fengyan community. The few remaining inhabitants, upon hearing the commotion, didn't even dare to glance outside, for they had grown accustomed to such scenes and had long since accepted them. Why had these individuals come to this place? Fengyan community was a forbidden zone for Su Yang. How could they be allowed to act with impunity? Zhang Liang and his subordinates stood in stunned silence at the rear. The power of these mines was astonishing. Even from their distance, they felt waves of heat wash over them. Although only 2 mines had detonated, the group had already steeled themselves. Simultaneously, Zhang Liang harbored deep resentment towards the mine layers. Were these mines planted by someone named Su Yang? Zhang Liang murmured to himself. Given the number of detonations, there shouldn't be many left, should there? The more mines that were buried, the more it suggested that their strength was not formidable. It was only through the use of mines that they could effectively intimidate intruders. I am eager to see how many more mines you possess. The greater the explosive power, the more Zhang Liang became convinced of the community's weakness. He was determined to exhaust every last one of their mines. Once he acquired those 2 vehicles capable of traversing the snow with ease, he intended to visit the military district, hoping to procure some powerful weapons or perhaps even more mines. Such firepower proved even more effective against other supernatural beings. Originally numbering over 500, the 2 detonations of anti-personnel mines had reduced their numbers to just 350, with 50 suffering severe injuries. Despite their overwhelming fright, they dared not advance further without Zhang Liang's coercion. The unfortunate 50 were now relegated to the front line. They resumed their march forward, moving 10 meters from the site of the previous explosion. When no mines detonated this time, Zhang Liang finally felt a semblance of relief. Let the remaining 300 continue to advance. They had scarcely covered the distance to the 50 when a thunderous cacophony erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening blasts engulfed them in a series of delayed detonations, consuming all in their path. As the flames dissipated, mingling with the swirling snow and thick smoke, it became evident that of the 350, merely 10 souls remained. These individuals, caked in ash and dirt, crouched on the ground, utterly paralyzed by fear. Their minds shattered as they beheld the gruesome spectacle of their companions turned to mere fragments. Overwhelmed by despair, they crumpled to the earth, weeping uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Zhang Liang and his subordinates paid no heed to their plight, bellowing, "Stop your lamentations and get up, move forward." Yet, the 10 survivors merely shook their heads in resignation, declaring, "Kill us if you must. Death is inevitable, and we would prefer a swift end." Chapter 90. A lesson for Ning Kai Dai. None of you shall have a say in this. One man scoffed coldly, swiftly executing the disobedient individual with a single stroke of his blade. If you 9 wish to avoid death, rise immediately and move forward. Upon hearing his command, the remaining 9 showed no inclination to comply. Infuriated, he severed another man's arm. Ah! The victim cried out in agony, writhing on the ground. He howled defiantly. "Even if you kill us all, we will not go. Spare your breath. No one will assist you in laying a trap. Let me see how you intend to seize Fengyan community." The man wore a grim smile, utterly indifferent to his own fate, while others around him erupted into laughter. "What cowards! You wish to confront the people of Fengyan community yet lack the courage to stand up yourself." Provoked by the derision of these ordinary individuals, Zhang Liang and his gang seethed with rage, their expressions icy. "In my eyes, you are even less than livestock, daring to defy me, utterly oblivious to your impending doom," Zhang Liang declared. "Sever their arms. Let us see whether their bones are tougher than our blades." As his words resonated, several of his lackeys advanced upon the 9, blades drawn. The air was filled with screams of anguish as arms were mercilessly chopped off, blood gushing forth and staining the snow beneath them. Zhang Liang brandished a knife towards the 9, insisting, "If you wish to avoid further torment, rise and move forward at once." Enduring their pain and the terror within, the 9 remained motionless. "Cursed fools, eliminate them all," Zhang Liang bellowed. His followers swung their weapons, and soon, 9 heads rolled onto the ground. Su Yang and his companions, watching the brutality unfold on the screen, remained silent. Tang Qing, frightened, shut her eyes. Su Yunqi and Su Muyu displayed no emotion, devoid of any compassion. Su Yang observed the sisters with satisfaction. Their reactions were precisely as he had anticipated. In this frigid apocalypse, sympathy held no value. A tender heart was a liability, only serving to endanger oneself. Having endured the scorn and ridicule of the world as orphans since childhood, the sisters had faced hardships unknown to others, adhering strictly to the law of the jungle. Thus, their mindset adapted swiftly. In this world of despair, one must abide by its ruthless rules. The weak would inevitably become slaves to the strong, or worse, their prey. To confront enemies, one must possess a steely resolve. However, Ning Kaidai glared furiously at Zhang Liang and his cohorts, her fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. Beasts! You are truly beasts, forcing defenseless innocents to their deaths. I shall slay them. Her fervent display displeased Su Yang, yet he understood her background as a former soldier and special forces operative, whose duty had always been to protect the nation and its people. Witnessing the actions of Zhang Liang and his cohort undoubtedly left a bitter taste in Su Yang's heart. Rather than reproaching them, he cautioned, the world has irrevocably changed. Clinging to outdated ideologies will lead to your obsolescence. Remember, do not harbor excessive goodwill towards those outside our group, for it may endanger us all. However, before Ning Kaidai could finish her thought, Su Yang interjected. In this frigid apocalypse, order has dissipated. Everyone resembles beasts in a jungle, striving not to be devoured or slain. Strength surpasses all. The number of the slain by the strong is overwhelming. How many can you truly save? As time progresses, ordinary individuals who remain unawakened will either perish from hunger or become sustenance for others. Their demise can indeed be a form of liberation. Our restraint towards these ordinary people is already a show of mercy. If you do not transform your mindset, we shall inevitably part ways. Ning Kaidai inhaled deeply, her complexion gradually returning to normal as her anger subsided. She recognized the truth in Su Yang's words. This is the cruelty of the apocalypse. Humanity can no longer be deemed human. Those who have awakened their powers transcend human limitations, while ordinary people have devolved into lambs awaiting slaughter. Coming to terms with this reality is one thing. However, eliminating Zhang Liang and his gang is another matter entirely. These individuals must be eradicated. Simultaneously, Su Yang beckoned Tang Qing forward, speaking with calm resolve. That you have yet to awaken your abilities, you must not view yourself as an ordinary person. If you cannot endure this mere scene, how will you face the far grimmer realities to come? I urge you to adjust your mindset and fortify your strength. Our adversaries extend beyond these individuals. There are more formidable foes ahead. Without the crucible of blood and fire, true growth remains elusive. Tang Qing nodded. I understand. She fixed her gaze upon the unfolding events, not once blinking. After the last ordinary person was slain, a concerned subordinate gazed ahead and asked, Boss, with no one to clear the mines for us, what shall we do now? Zhang Liang, equally troubled, replied pensively, let us first position these 10 corpses along our path, one every 10 meters, and observe the outcome. Based on the previous explosions, our adversary has deduced that the mines are likely buried 10 meters apart, with a high density. Zhang Liang intended to test whether these corpses could trigger the mines ahead. If they succeeded in detonating, they would be safe, avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. Should there be no mines? Even better, they could proceed without trepidation. The beastly metamorphosed individual, resembling a rhinoceros, possessed immense strength. Grasping a corpse, he hurled it 10 meters ahead. The body struck the snow, creating a depression, yet no mine detonated. Subsequently, he cast the second body a distance of 20 meters, yet there was still no response. Following this, he proceeded to launch the third, fourth, fifth, and so forth, until all 10 corpses had been flung, achieving a total distance of 100 meters without triggering any landmines. Zhang Liang, still not entirely convinced, instructed his companions to advance 30 meters further, after which he continued to hurl the collected bodies ahead. Still, no explosion reverberated in the air. Only then did Zhang Liang and his companions feel a sense of relief, believing that the only 2 locations within the Fengyan community where landmines were buried had been identified. With this significant threat eliminated, they finally felt free to proceed with confidence. Originally, Ning Kaidai had been controlling a drone from a considerable distance, tracking the retreat of this group. Should the adversaries have been frightened and sought to withdraw, she intended to swiftly direct the drone to encircle and strike them. However, it was unexpected that the opponents devised such a tactic and chose to advance within the community. She could hardly be blamed for the situation. Chapter 91. Utterly terrifying when he initially laid the landmines, he did not do so methodically, establishing a defensive line every 10 meters. Instead, he employed a seemingly systematic yet profoundly intricate approach, ensuring that no matter how the enemy advanced, they would inevitably encounter the deadly minefield. Moreover, The corpses scattered about could not trigger the mines. Detonation was not solely reliant on pressure. Many required a pull cord, while others operated on a sensor basis. Some could even be remotely detonated. There were also those that would not explode immediately upon being stepped on, but rather waited for the enemy to pass, allowing for a double ambush. This made it exceedingly difficult to anticipate. In fact, some mines would only detonate after being triggered twice, designed to prevent the enemy from escaping unharmed and then retaliating as they withdrew. Since the adversary showed no inclination to retreat, Ning Kaidai also chose not to deploy the drones for fear of alerting them. Previously, a beast-transformed ability user led the way, waiting 30 meters ahead for Zhang Liang and his group. Upon witnessing the safe passage of the leader, Zhang Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief and instructed his remaining subordinates to advance. The group quickly followed suit, maintaining a 10-meter distance from the beast-transformed individual. Zhang Liang lingered at the rear. As the beast-transformed ability user moved forward, he suddenly sensed something amiss the moment he took his first step. He felt as though he had stepped on something precarious and immediately shouted, "This is bad. I've triggered a landmine." As his warning echoed, the others instinctively attempted to retreat. However, at that moment, an explosion erupted. Boom. A landmine detonated among the group behind them, claiming the lives of several ability users. The remaining members, their faces pale with dread, gazed at their fallen comrades, unable to quell the turmoil within. This was beyond eerie. The corpses that had fallen earlier did not trigger the mines, nor did those who had walked over them. Yet, it was precisely those who followed who faced destruction. Who could they blame? With the sudden loss of 15 ability users, Zhang Liang's anger surged alongside a creeping sense of fear. The method employed by the enemy to set the mines was astoundingly effective, rendering them nearly defenseless. He gestured for several of his subordinates to absorb the abilities of the deceased, preparing to press onward. For 3 waves of explosions had already instilled enough terror to potentially drive them away. If word of this spread, they would be the subject of ridicule. The beast-transformed ability user, initially convinced he was doomed, was astonished to find that the mine he had triggered had not detonated. Relieved to have survived, he mused. Perhaps I merely activated the mine's trigger. As he cautiously lifted his foot, intending to step forward, boom. The mine beneath him exploded, launching him into the air. Despite his robust physique, he was torn apart by the force of the blast. Meanwhile, an ability user standing 10 meters away quickly enveloped himself in a protective aura to shield against the residual explosion. Zhang Liang, witnessing the demise of his subordinate, felt a tumult of emotion swirl within him. After absorbing his extraordinary ability, he addressed the previous ability user, who could sprout a pair of wings, saying, "Sun Bo, take to the skies and use your wings to clear the snow obstructing our path." While others were apprehensive about the landmines in the Fengyan community, Sun Bo remained utterly unconcerned. After all, he had the gift of flight, exempting him from the peril of stepping on a landmine. Without hesitation, he unfurled his wings and ascended slowly to a height of 2 meters. Upon reaching the site of the previous explosion, he summoned the power of his wings, creating a gust that cleared away the snow below. A 2-meter-wide, 10-meter-long path emerged, revealing the ground devoid of any mines. Sun Bo soared forward once more, flapping his wings again. Boom. A landmine buried beneath the snow was triggered, and the sound of the explosion reverberated once more. Sun Bo quickly shielded himself with his wings. But alas, his level of ability was insufficient. He could not withstand the force of the explosion. His wings were torn apart by the overwhelming energy and ignited in flames. Shrapnel from the blast struck his forehead, and his chest was riddled with steel pellets. His life signs faded, and without the support of his wings, his body plummeted into the snow. Those witnessing this scene, including Zhang Liang and his underlings, were rendered speechless by terror. How could they continue? Not a single shadow of a Fengyan community member was in sight, and they hadn't even ventured into the nearest building before being decimated by landmines. With comrades falling one by one, if there were more landmines ahead, they would surely be exhausted. One individual approached Sun Bo, absorbing his ability, then turned to Zhang Liang and asked, "Boss, should we advance?" "Advance my foot. Retreat immediately." Zhang Liang cursed vehemently, "If we don't leave now, we'll all be done for." Hearing his words, the other underlings finally sighed in relief and turned to exit through the gates of the Fengyan community, intending to return to the Fushan community. Just as they turned and had taken only a few steps, another landmine was triggered. This particular mine possessed immense power, engulfing everything within a 50-meter radius. Over 30 ability users were obliterated into mere fragments, their crystal cores strewn across the ground. Simultaneously, more than 40 ability users were severely injured, some of their bodies torn in half, teetering on the brink of death. Oh my god. The faces of the underlings were etched with terror. This is too frightening. Zhang Liang was particularly shaken, for the site of the recent explosion was where he had just passed. Had he been at the epicenter of the blast, even with his considerable strength, he would not have been able to withstand such a force. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Zhang Liang waved his hand urgently. Let us get out of here. He had no desire to linger in the Fengyan community for even a second longer. This place was far too sinister. How many landmines were buried here? Moreover, the explosion of each landmine was beyond the capacity of any ability user to endure. Remaining here was tantamount to courting death. Zhang Liang took the lead, dashing towards the entrance. The other subordinates, disregarding the powers of their fallen comrades, exerted themselves to flee outside as well. Upon witnessing this, Su Yang turned to Ning Kaidai and instructed, utilize the drones to intercept them. We cannot allow a single one to escape. Ning Kaidai nodded, her impatience already palpable. She retrieved her tablet and accessed the control panel for the drone swarm. The drones, having awaited their cue outside the community for an extended period, gradually ascended into the air. The cacophony produced by the rotors of hundreds of drones was deafening. Zhang Liang, sprinting at the forefront, felt his eyelids twitch in response to the noise. What on earth is that? Why is it so loud? His companions questioned, bewildered. However, their confusion turned to sheer terror as they beheld the swarm of drones looming ahead. Have we somehow traversed to the future? They exclaimed. Hundreds of drones arranged themselves in the sky, seamlessly forming an S, then a B, and ultimately converging to create an SB. Chapter 92. No path above. No door below, too much deceit. Zhang Liang beheld the absurd characters formed by the drones and instantly recognized the mockery directed at them. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed. Quick, bring those drones down. Otherwise, we shall all perish. At that moment, his subordinates snapped out of their shock, hastily retaliating against the airborne devices. However, under Ning Kaidi's command, the drones soared high above, well beyond the reach of their abilities. The only capable flyer among them had previously succumbed to a landmine explosion, while Zhang Liang and his group struggled to target the drones. The drones' firing range was more than sufficient to strike them down. In an instant, hundreds of drones trained their weapons on Zhang Liang and his companions. Bullets rained down upon them, a relentless storm that sent shivers down their spines. They immediately scattered in a frantic attempt to escape, employing their abilities to shield themselves. Unfortunately, the bronze-level ability users among them were far too feeble. Their powers were limited. They managed to deflect a few bullets, but were swiftly overwhelmed by a deluge of gunfire that pierced their bodies. Su Yang, observing the unfolding scene on the screen, could not help but exclaim. When it comes to specialized tasks, entrusting them to professionals yields the best results. Ning Kaidai, a former Special Forces operative, had always excelled in her military career. Her expertise in controlling unmanned devices and strategizing was unparalleled. Under her meticulous orchestration, hundreds of drones encircled Zhang Liang and his group in the sky. As the bullets descended, no matter where they attempted to evade, they found themselves struck. Even if they sought to flee, they had to remain vigilant against the hail of gunfire. Zhang Liang, now a silver-level powerhouse, was no longer particularly afraid of ordinary bullets. Yet, the sheer intensity of the enemy's firepower posed a lethal threat. Thus, while dodging the bullets, he drew his blade, skillfully deflecting those he could not evade. Within the span of 2 minutes, over 100 had already fallen. Witnessing his subordinates drop one by one, Zhang Liang grew increasingly anxious. He contemplated absorbing the abilities of his fallen comrades to enhance his own strength. Perhaps this was the only way to survive. However, Ning Kaidai would not grant him such a wish. Just as Zhang Liang reached for a nearby corpse, a drone equipped with an RPG rocket launcher fired a round. A shell hurtled toward him. Zhang Liang felt a tightening in his chest and retracted his hand with utmost haste, propelling himself away with force. The explosion erupted, sending a shockwave skyward. Though he narrowly escaped this attack, one of his nearby subordinates was not so fortunate, falling victim to the RPG blast. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Liang's forehead. In his mind, drones were primarily instruments for displays. Although he had seen reports of foreign nations outfitting drones with weaponry for combat, he had always considered such matters distant and irrelevant. It was the first time he discovered that drones could be utilized in such a manner, equipped with RPG rocket launchers. These devices were far beyond what the current abilities of ordinary individuals could contend with. Although he had awakened martial arts abilities, which were indeed formidable, they were rendered meaningless if he could not strike his opponent. I must find a way to escape, otherwise I shall truly be killed, Zhang Liang thought to himself. He then shouted to his fatigued subordinates, who were desperately trying to fend off the bullets. Everyone, gather around me. Let us face these drones together. Do not allow them to pick us off one by one. Zhang Liang's intention was to have his subordinates draw fire away from him, hoping to seize the opportunity to break free. As for the lives of his men, he had never considered their fate. With his own life hanging by a thread, he thought little of others. However, Ning Kaidai would not afford him such an opportunity. She maximized the advantage of the drones, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets from above. mercilessly striking down those who dared to approach Zhang Liang. Simultaneously, the drone armed with the RPG reloaded its ammunition and launched shells into the crowd, obliterating those within its path. 3 additional drones followed suit, dropping over 100 grenades that detonated upon impact. Zhang Liang's subordinates were utterly powerless to resist, and all were annihilated. This was a complete massacre, a systematic extermination of the extraordinary. Zhang Liang and his followers were less than 100 meters from the entrance of the Fengdian community. Yet, that 100 meters proved to be the most arduous journey of their lives, as not a single person managed to step beyond the gates. Within that span, craters left by shells and grenades marred the ground, the intense heat melting the snow, filling the pits with a mixture of melted snow and blood. Dismembered limbs lay scattered about. At that moment, only Zhang Liang remained alive, disheveled and wounded, blood streaming down his body, leaving him feeling cold to the core. Desperately, he gazed at the hundreds of drones in the sky, which had reformed their ranks, preparing to launch another assault. Zhang Liang pointed his blade toward the drones, roaring, "Who are you? Even if you intend to kill me, grant me the clarity of my demise." Despite his thunderous cries, no one paid him heed. Suddenly, a bullet responded, hurtling toward his forehead. With a swift slash, he split the bullet in 2, the fragments grazing his cheeks and leaving behind crimson trails. In that instant, it felt as though the bullet was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Liang fell to his knees, pleading, "Do not kill me. I surrender. I can serve you like a dog." Yet, once again, silence surrounded him. As bullets continued to rain down, Zhang Liang, seeing no mercy, roared in defiance, "I will fight you." He unleashed his abilities, channeling them into the blade in his hand. A flash of light erupted as he cleaved through the hail of bullets, severing them in half. Yet another barrage of bullets came flying in. Zhang Liang rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding them. Just as he was about to rise, a dozen grenades plummeted down. Grasping one in his hand, he intended to hurl it towards the cluster of drones above. He understood that if he could take out these drones, he might secure his escape. However, just as Zhang Liang raised his hand, a precisely aimed bullet struck the grenade he held. The grenade detonated instantaneously, triggering all the grenades beneath him to explode in unison. Zhang Liang was engulfed by the flames. In his final moments, his eyes still reflected a sense of defiance. Boom! The thunderous sounds echoed as Zhang Liang was vaporized. Only a silvery crystal core fell into the crater, covered by melting snow. With his demise, all the supernatural beings in the Fuxian community were annihilated. Under Su Yang's directive, Ning Kaidai deployed the electronic dog from the drones to commence the grim task of clearing the corpses and collecting the crystal cores. Chapter 93. The approaching enemy. As Ning Kaidai eliminated Zhang Liang and his group, several armored vehicles advanced slowly through the thick blanket of snow. 10 kilometers away from Fengdian community. Their destination was indeed Fengdian community. Inside the vehicles were a man and a woman, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi, old acquaintances of Su Yang, who had long harbored a grudge against him. Their purpose for bringing reinforcements was to eliminate Su Yang. Previously, they had encountered Su Yang at the police station, where he had stabbed Li Bin 18 times. However, lacking evidence, they were forced to let him go. Wang Shiqi had even followed Su Yang after this incident, but was ultimately left frustrated and had to abandon the pursuit. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, both Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi were among the first to awaken their abilities, quickly consolidating control over the police station. Utilizing the resources and personnel available there, they began to hunt down nearby ability users, rapidly enhancing their own strength. Presently, they commanded over 500 capable ability users, each formidable in their own right. Notably, both Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi had reached the 3rd tier of silver-level abilities. With their newfound power, they resolved to confront Su Yang, well aware that he possessed a substantial stockpile of high-quality survival supplies. Capturing these resources would ensure an extended period free from the consumption of inferior food. Though the armored vehicles could traverse the snow, their speed was considerably sluggish, rendering them inferior to Su Yang's all-terrain drones. Nevertheless, they served as a decent means of transportation, capable of carrying a significant number of individuals. The group had been traveling for several days, seizing survival supplies from various communities along the way, and if they encountered any ability users, they would eliminate them to further augment their strength. During this journey, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi had witnessed considerable growth in their own abilities. As the armored vehicles continued onward, they spotted numerous ability users braving the heavy snowfall, also heading in their direction. The opposing group quickly took notice of them, contemplating an ambush. A dozen ability users blocked their path, with the leader shouting, "Step down and surrender your vehicle, and we might spare your lives." The first armored vehicle came to a halt, and Wang Shiqi emerged, coldly inquiring, "Who are you? And where do you intend to go?" "None of your business." The leader scoffed. "Did you not hear what I just said? Scram and hand over your vehicle." You seek death. Wang Shiqi seethed, flames igniting around him, melting the surrounding snow with an intense heat. It's a fire ability, everyone be cautious. Let us eliminate this little brat first. The leader warned his followers, preparing to charge at their adversaries. Do you possess the capability to kill me? Wang Shiqi retorted with a disdainful smile. With a wave of his hand, a fire dragon surged forth, roaring as it charged towards the group of attackers. Its overwhelming presence palpable in the air. A dozen individuals were suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. The adversary was too formidable, capable of unleashing such devastating force with mere ease. While they too had awakened their extraordinary abilities, only their leader possessed the might of a level 5 bronze, while the rest averaged a mere level 3. Their departure from the previous community was motivated by a quest to locate 2 vehicles that had traversed outside and returned. By chance, they encountered Wang Shiqi and his companions, which ignited a spark of greed within them. However, they were unprepared for the formidable challenge that lay ahead. The fire dragon swiftly engulfed the group, reducing 15 souls to ashes, leaving behind merely 15 crystal cores. Wang Shiqi clenched his hand, causing the fire dragon to dissipate, and called down Cui Yaqing. She retrieved 8 crystal cores from the ground and returned to the vehicle, while Wang Shiqi collected the remaining 7 cores, both consuming them in unison. The lives of these 15 individuals bestowed upon them 33 units of level 1 bronze energy. Cui Yaqing absorbed 16 of these, elevating her prowess to level 4 silver, while Wang Shiqi absorbed 17, combined with his prior strength, achieving level 5 silver. With their newfound power, Wang Shiqi commanded the driver within the armored vehicle to proceed onward. As they advanced, they encountered numerous other extraordinary individuals heading towards Fengyan community, all of whom they swiftly vanquished, further enhancing their own abilities by 3 levels. Wang Shiqi ascended to level 8 silver, while Cui Yaqing reached level 7 silver, eliciting immense joy from both. Concurrently, they learned from the defeated opponents that their perilous venture through the heavy snow was driven by the allure of 2 vehicles capable of traversing the snowy terrain with ease. Upon hearing this, their eyes gleamed with ambition. Should they obtain such vehicles, their future endeavors would be effortless. This would enable them to hunt extraordinary beings indiscriminately, devouring their powers at an accelerated pace. Perhaps, in time, they could unify the realm and become the dual sovereigns of the Great Xia. Nonetheless, their primary concern remained the need to eliminate Su Yang. Cui Yaqing coldly remarked on his wealth, questioning its value in an era defined by extraordinary abilities and strength. Without power, one is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Wang Shiqi nodded in agreement, anger bubbling within him at the mere thought of Su Yang. The bitter truth that his wife had once harbored feelings for Su Yang, a man who had initially been his inferior yet had transformed into a wealthy individual, fueled his jealousy. It was human nature to resent those who, once equal or lesser, surpassed one's own fortunes. In the end, their desire to eliminate Su Yang became an obsession. As long as he drew breath, they found themselves restless. Meanwhile, Su Yang, under Ning Kaidi's control, directed the electronic dog and drones to conceal the craters left by grenades, landmines, and shells with snow. After firmly packing the snow, they buried the previously detonated landmines once more. Subsequently, they began to tally their recent acquisitions, totaling 250 extraordinary beings taken down by Zhang Liang and his team. Zhang Liang alone can provide 19 extraordinary abilities, while the others combined can offer 479. In total, he has acquired 498 abilities. It appears that these individuals have not been remiss in hunting down ability users. However, Zhang Liang did not hoard these powers for himself. After enhancing his strength to the silver level, he distributed the remainder among his subordinates. Su Yang voraciously absorbed 407 abilities, elevating his power to the 6th level of gold, and bestowed the remaining 91 abilities upon Ning Kaidai. Surely you have consumed all these crystal cores? Su Yang remarked casually. With these crystal cores, your strength will significantly increase, and you will undergo an evolution, resulting in a monumental transformation in your combat prowess. Ning Kaidai stared at the pile of crystal cores before her, momentarily taken aback, yet she did not refuse. She placed her hand upon the crystal cores and began to absorb them. Chapter 94. Just arrived and already blown up by a landmine. Sisters Su Yunxi and Su Muyu gazed enviously at Ning Kaidai, who possessed the ability to devour powers. They too yearned to awaken their own abilities, to grow stronger, and to assist their esteemed boss. The expressions of the twin sisters did not escape Su Yang's discerning eye. He comforted them, saying, "There is no need for haste. The absence of awakened powers now does not imply that they cannot emerge in the future. This is an era of universal awakening. Your day will surely come. When that time arrives, you must strive to enhance your strength. I am counting on your support." "Really?" Su Yunxi and Su Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Yang reassured them, "Have I ever deceived you? It is bound to happen, sooner or later." At this, the sisters finally settled down. Ning Katie's original strength had already reached the 8th level of bronze. After absorbing 91 powers, her body began to evolve, enhancing her physique across the board and elevating her strength to the 9th level of silver. Overjoyed by her tremendous increase in power, she basked in her newfound abilities. At that moment, Tang Qing finished preparing the meal. Su Yang opened a bottle of red wine, and the four of them gathered to celebrate Ning Katie's enhanced prowess. This meal stretched from noon into the afternoon. After dining, it was only natural to engage in some exercise to aid digestion. The following morning, Su Yang arose, attended by the devoted Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. Tang Qing had risen early to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Ning Kaidai was alone in the courtyard, familiarizing herself with the powers she had awakened upon advancing to the silver level. Su Yang recognized her diligent nature and seriousness in her tasks, particularly in weapon preparation and the strategic deployment of drones. He could not help but exclaim, acquiring Ning Kaidai as an ally was truly a fortuitous find. Having just finished breakfast and taken a brief respite, Su Yang was preparing to take Su Yunxi and Su Miyu to the swimming pool when the villa's alarm system suddenly activated. Since Zhang Liang's recent assault on Fenggan community, Su Yang had amplified the radar's detection power, allowing it to cover the entire area. Any unfamiliar presence would trigger the alert system. Before the apocalypse descended, the head of Jinlong Security Company had informed him that the radar could only detect within a 200-meter radius of the villa. At the time, Su Yang had found it curious that the radar's range was so limited. Even a few installed cameras could monitor a larger area. In truth, Wang Jianmin had not conveyed the complete truth. Military-grade radar, especially, was prohibited for private use. Detection beyond a certain range could lead to unnecessary complications. Hence, he had been told it could only cover 200 meters, as it was assumed that in a modest community, the radar's constant operation would go unnoticed. Only after his recent discussions with Ning Kaidai did he realize that his radar could detect a distance of 3,000 meters. However, he had not set it to such an extensive range. It suffices to cover the entire community. If the coverage extends too far, the alarm system will incessantly blare, leaving Su Yang with no chance to rest. He gazed at the screen as a dozen heavily modified armored vehicles slowly approached the entrance of Fenggan community. From these vehicles emerged a man and a woman. The moment Su Yang laid eyes on them, a chill ran through him. These two were not strangers. They were his former high school classmates, Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. Since their last encounter, he had sensed their ill intentions towards him. They had harbored resentment for quite some time, and now, unexpectedly, they had appeared. There was no need for speculation. Their arrival was undoubtedly aimed at him. Moreover, with the presence of these armored vehicles, it was certain that they were accompanied by a significant number of personnel, and as they were law enforcement officers, those they brought along would be well-trained and formidable, likely armed with various weapons. After all, the armed police possessed an array of weaponry, including sniper rifles. However, such armaments posed little threat to him. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Su Yang's face. Simultaneously, Su Yunxi recognized them and remarked coolly, "Boss, I recall that these two are not particularly friendly towards you. What brings them here?" Su Yang replied, "They are undoubtedly here for me." He recounted his past encounters with the trio. Upon hearing this, Ning Kaidai could no longer contain herself. They are police officers. How can they be so narrow-minded? Bringing others to kill you? This is an abuse of state power. Is it really so surprising? Su Yang responded with a calm demeanor. The order of this world has long since decayed, and these two have never regarded themselves as true officers of the law. Once they gained power, they surely sought revenge against those they perceived as stronger than themselves. While most police officers are indeed righteous, those virtuous individuals may have been eliminated long ago. At this moment, they are no different from Zhang Liang and his ilk. I will go and kill them, Ning Kaidai exclaimed, rising suddenly. Although her mindset had undergone considerable transformation in recent days, she still held steadfast to her principles. She could not abide those who preyed upon ordinary people, nor could she tolerate those who once served the public turning into symbols of evil. You have laid numerous landmines in the community, let them tread upon them first. Su Yang interjected, wait until their numbers dwindle significantly before you act. From the aura they exude, they cannot possibly match your strength. I will ensure you have the opportunity to unleash your fury. Ning Kaidai nodded and resumed her seat, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Cui Yaqing glanced at Wang Shiqi and inquired, this is the community where Su Yang resides, correct? Indeed, that is correct. Wang Shiqi affirmed, according to my research. He purchased the only villa in this community prior to the apocalypse, situated at its very center. Then what are we waiting for? Let us charge in. Cui Yaqing's lips curled into a frigid smile. With a wave of her hand, she signaled the armored vehicles to advance directly into the community. As the first armored vehicle breached the entrance, a thunderous explosion resounded. The sound of an explosion reverberated as the wheels and chassis of the armored vehicle were utterly obliterated. However, due to the robust construction of the armored vehicle, the small landmine did not completely breach its defenses. It merely left the occupants disoriented and dazed. The driver and the individuals within the compartment quickly regained their composure and exited the vehicle, their faces pale as they surveyed the site of the explosion and the destroyed armored vehicle. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing, who had initially arrived with great enthusiasm to confront Su Yang, were taken aback. Before even laying eyes on their adversary, they had lost an armored vehicle, causing them considerable distress. Simultaneously, their expressions darkened with fury as they bellowed, "Everyone, disembark at once." Chapter 95. Intolerance of others. At her command, all the armored vehicles were deployed. A total of 500 individuals, each fully armed, emerged from the vehicles. Clutching firearms and clad in bulletproof vests beneath their police uniforms, they exuded an imposing aura. Unmistakably the presence of superhumans. Upon disembarking, they formed into 10 orderly squads of 50, awaiting further directives from Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. To their astonishment, they discovered the presence of landmines in the vicinity. Wang Shiqi barked, "All personnel, commence firing into the snow ahead." With that command, the first row of soldiers unleashed a barrage into the snowy expanse. Their magazines were soon depleted, and they withdrew as the second row stepped forward to continue the assault, followed by the third, until every individual had unleashed their firepower. Only then did Wang Shiqi feel a semblance of relief. "First team, return to the vehicles," he ordered. "Armored vehicles, advance." One individual made his way to the driver's seat, reigniting the engine of one armored vehicle, carrying 49 others forward. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air as a more powerful landmine detonated, obliterating the armored vehicle. Miraculously, the occupants remained unharmed. What manner of place is this, riddled with landmines? Cui Yaqing's brow furrowed in concern. Despite their previous arsenal of firearms, ammunition, and some heavy weaponry from the police station and armed department, they had never encountered such mines. Both were momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Though both had served as police officers, one as a clerk and the other merely a junior officer, they were ill-equipped to handle the intricacies of landmines. Wang Shiqi, undeterred, observed that while the mines could destroy armored vehicles, they posed no threat to the lives within. He resolved to dispatch another squad in an armored vehicle. With a fleet of over a dozen vehicles at his disposal, he was determined to clear the mines. A driver once more set off with 49 comrades. Predictably, another explosion erupted as yet another landmine was triggered. This time, the blast was far more potent. The squad's luck had run out, for this was an anti-tank mine. Capable of incapacitating tanks, the armor of their vehicles was no match for such explosive power. The entire armored vehicle was engulfed in flames, shattered into pieces that flew far and wide. 50 superhumans perished in an instant, their crystal cores cascading to the ground. Witnessing this devastating scene, both Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing were stricken with horror. 50 of their superhuman subordinates were lost in a mere heartbeat. Is this a residential area or a minefield? Wang Shiqi glanced at the others, noting the shock mirrored on their faces. At this rate, they would all be doomed before long. Yet, the adversaries' repeated miscalculations had already begun to take their toll. Even if there are those who wish to oppose, they dare not voice their objections. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing gazed at the 50 crystal cores scattered on the ground, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Initially, they contemplated devouring them for themselves. However, reflecting on the fact that the error in judgment lay with them, and considering the presence of their comrades, consuming the crystal cores of subordinates who had perished due to their decisions would undoubtedly cast a negative shadow. Thus, they reluctantly relinquished the cores to another team for consumption. You, as a physical enhancement ability user, possess great strength. Throw that destroyed armored vehicle as far as you can. I wish to see how many landmines lie ahead. Wang Shiqi commanded, pointing at a subordinate who had just absorbed a new ability. The individual said nothing and promptly grasped the wrecked armored vehicle, hurling it forward. With a resounding crash, the armored vehicle struck the ground 30 meters ahead, creating a deep pit in the accumulated snow. The ruined vehicle did not come to a halt but continued sliding forward, ultimately coming to rest over 100 meters away. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing nodded upon observing that no further explosions ensued. Finally, there were no more landmines. Wang Shiqi ordered, "Everyone, board the vehicle and proceed." "Wait," a deep voice interjected. A towering figure stepped forth and immediately blocked their path. "We cannot proceed like this, or we shall all perish beneath the landmines." "Wu Captain, are you questioning me?" Wang Shiqi inquired, his expression darkening. The path traversed by the armored vehicle did not trigger any explosions. How could we all die from landmines? I require a reasonable explanation, or you shall face the consequences. How could I dare to question our leader? Wu Captain, sensing the icy glare directed at him, felt his muscles tense and quickly clarified, the arrangement of the landmines here is clearly the work of professionals. The opposition must have military experience and has established an intricate network of landmines that can catch us off guard. Moreover, the triggers for these landmines are diverse. They do not solely rely on pressure or direct contact to detonate. Simply sliding an armored vehicle over the snow does not guarantee that these landmines will be triggered. If we do not dismantle them in advance, we would be walking into a trap, leading to our unwarranted demise. Wu Captain spoke with calm conviction. Believing he had articulated his concerns clearly, the decision now rested with the leader. Su Yang and Ning Kaidai nodded in agreement with Wu Captain's words. Recognizing that there are indeed capable individuals in this world, it was evident that Wu Captain had previously served in the military before being assigned to the armed department. While he had detected the landmine defenses laid out in the Fengyan community, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai felt no trepidation. The task of disarming such numerous landmines was impossible. Should the adversary dare to enter, they would face dire consequences. Although Wang Shiqi acknowledged the validity of Wu Captain's points, he was displeased by the public challenge to his authority. Coldly, he asked, "We do not possess a landmine detector. What do you propose we do?" "That is easy," Captain Wu declared. "Clear the mines. We only need to send one person to traverse the mines along our route, allowing the rest to proceed safely behind." "Clear the mines?" Wang Shiqi furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the brilliance of the idea. Yet, a murderous intent began to brew within him. Although the suggestion was indeed clever, requiring only the sacrifice of one individual to resolve the mine issue, it inadvertently cast him in a less competent light. Should the plan succeed as proposed, Wu's prestige would undoubtedly soar, leaving Wang and his companions further out of favor. After a moment of contemplation, Wang feigned outrage, exclaiming, "How can I allow my brothers to undertake such a perilous task? Captain Wu, do you intend for them to march to their deaths? What is your true intention?" "I, too, am concerned for the lives of our leaders and brothers." Captain Wu hurriedly clarified, "I never meant for that brother to deliberately clear the mines. I simply presented my solution. Since you are unwilling to let our comrades risk their lives, will you take on the task of clearing the mines, or shall we?" Wang Shiqi remained relentless, intent on pushing his adversary into the abyss. Chapter 96. Navigating the minefield. Captain Wu's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that the adversary intended to use him as a pawn. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze directly on Wang Shiqi and declared, "Of course. My proposal is for me to undertake this task." Captain Wu's determination was palpable. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Wang Shiqi's lips. "Very well. Since you possess such confidence, the task of traversing the minefield is entrusted to you. Should you succeed, a reward shall undoubtedly follow." Captain Wu responded, "There is no need for any reward. I merely hope that both leaders will engage in more thoughtful deliberation when making decisions in the future, striving to minimize unnecessary casualties." He had already resigned himself to the possibility of not returning. Unperturbed by the potential displeasure of others, he spoke candidly. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing were decidedly displeased by his words, yet they refrained from voicing their grievances. The paramount concern at present was to neutralize the mines ahead. Debating trivialities with the opposition would yield no benefit, especially since the adversaries might not survive the encounter. "Captain!" Wu's subordinates exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with concern and reluctance upon hearing of his solitary venture into danger. Wu interrupted his brothers. Knowing well that Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi were intolerant of dissent, the earlier questioning had already soured their mood, and further expressions of concern from his men would only exacerbate their ire. He was determined to shield his brothers from any repercussions that might arise after the situation at Fengyan community was resolved. Captain Wu turned to Wang Shiqi and inquired, "Leader, may I borrow an intact armored vehicle? What do you intend to do?" Wang Shiqi asked. His brow furrowed in confusion as to why one would require an armored vehicle to navigate a minefield. Such assets were far more precious to him than his subordinates. "I plan to traverse the minefield with my body, but the area I can cover is limited," Captain Wu explained. "There is a risk of missing some mines. But with an armored vehicle, the area affected would be significantly larger, triggering all surrounding mines. This way, you can safely follow in my wake." "Very well. I agree to this plan." Wang Shiqi exchanged a glance with Cui Yaqing, and they both nodded in assent. "Choose any vehicle you wish." Captain Wu said nothing further and climbed aboard an armored vehicle. Seated in the driver's compartment, he secured his seatbelt, started the engine, inhaled deeply, and pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life, and the armored vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Despite the heavy snow in Fengyan community, their speed exceeded that of their previous journey. The armored vehicle sped through the snow, and soon, the sound of an explosion reverberated behind them, followed by a burst of flames. The shockwave from the detonated mines, along with shards and steel balls, struck the armored vehicle's armored plating, producing a cacophony of noise. Captain Wu paid no heed to these matters. He pressed the accelerator forcefully, steering the armored vehicle onward. Due to his remarkable speed, even when encountering landmines concealed beneath the snow, they detonated only after the vehicle had passed. Both Ning Kai-dai and Su Yang observed this spectacle, their admiration for the man known as Captain Wu growing. They understood well that, in the absence of a mine detector, this method of clearing landmines was indeed the most effective and optimal approach, frequently encountered in real combat scenarios. However, traversing through landmines required certain qualities. Firstly, one must possess great courage. Only those with exceptional mental fortitude would dare to undertake such a perilous task. Secondly, a strong conviction is essential. An individual must be willing to sacrifice for their comrades and beliefs. Thirdly, superior driving skills are imperative, demonstrating exceptional technical prowess. Lastly, one must have a fundamental understanding of the detonation timing of various landmines and their effects. Only with these four attributes can the likelihood of survival be marginally increased to a mere 0.1. Indeed, that is correct, 0.1. This implies that even with all these qualities, survival remains an improbable outcome. Those who manage to survive such encounters typically belong to the realm of fiction. Individuals who engage in this practice often do so with an inclination towards sacrifice. Fortunately for Captain Wu, luck was on his side. The landmines he encountered were not particularly potent, and he did not trigger any anti-tank mines. Consequently, he drove over 100 meters, setting off 10 landmines without sustaining any harm to himself or the armored vehicle, aside from some damage to the cabin. Through the rearview mirror, Captain Wu witnessed the flames and shockwaves rising behind him, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Nevertheless, he showed no intention of stopping. He understood that having come this far, halting would likely result in him and the vehicle being obliterated by subsequent landmines. He pressed the accelerator once more, propelling himself forward. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing observed the series of explosions triggered by the landmines in the wake of the armored vehicle, a sense of unease creeping over them. No one could fathom how an ordinary residential area could conceal so many landmines. Yet, they harbored an inkling that these landmines were likely orchestrated by Su Yang. Their old classmate was exceptional, having inherited a fortune of billions. Procuring military arms abroad was hardly an obstacle. They never anticipated encountering such a situation today. Fortunately, they had a capable ally who could effortlessly deal with the landmines. Su Yang, even if you had laid these traps in advance, what difference does it make? Cui Yaqing smirked coldly, declaring, once I charge through and locate you, you shall become my dog. I will tire of you before putting you to death. After all, I adored you fervently back then, while you deemed me unworthy. But now, in this apocalyptic world, everything has changed. I have risen above. What you owe me from those days, I shall have you repay 100-fold. Cui Yaqing cast a glance at Wang Shiqi, instructing, let them all follow behind. Wang Shiqi nodded, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. His animosity towards Su Yang was no less than that of Cui Yaqing. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to advance. They moved forward in an orderly formation, their path marked only by the passage of the armored vehicle, rendering the area relatively safe for the moment. As they observed the landmines detonating ahead, a sense of trepidation enveloped them, silently worrying for Captain Wu. Just as Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing brimmed with confidence, a thunderous roar, louder than any prior sound, suddenly pierced the air. In an instant, a colossal fireball ascended into the sky. Although Captain Wu's armored vehicle had already traversed the area, escaping the epicenter of the explosion, the immense shockwave lifted the vehicle's roof skyward. Chapter 97. Heavy blow. Captain Wu's face turned pale in the driver's cabin. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Had it not been for the seatbelt, he would have been thrown out. The armored vehicle was tumbling through the air. Captain Wu's eyes were fixed ahead, his abilities enveloping him in a protective shield. Simultaneously, he pressed the accelerator with fervor, hoping to stabilize the vehicle upon its descent. In less than a second, the armored vehicle crashed down, landing on its right wheels. Seizing the moment, Captain Wu attempted to bring the left wheels to the ground as well. However, no matter how he maneuvered, he could not achieve it. Gritting his teeth, he violently turned the steering wheel. In an instant, the armored vehicle tipped over, sliding sideways. The snow beneath it was cleared away, while the landmines below erupted one after another, creating a passage approximately 7 to 8 meters long. The overturned vehicle continued to slide for over 50 meters before coming to a halt. In that distance, the landmines, triggered by the movement, detonated like fireworks during a festival. Yet their impact was far more devastating. The density of the landmines proved overwhelming, and the armored vehicle could no longer withstand the force of the explosions, the shockwaves, and the shrapnel from the detonations. It was left in tatters. Even the driver's cabin was nearly obliterated. Captain Wu was covered in wounds, his body scorched in several places from the heat. Yet, Against all odds, he clung to life fiercely. The seatbelt that had once secured him was now gone. With a final surge of strength, he smashed the door open and, utilizing the last remnants of his abilities, leaped from the cabin into the snow nearby. As he landed in the snow, Captain Wu suddenly felt a hard, round object beneath him. Without a doubt, it was a landmine, due to the pressure he had exerted. The fuse was already activated. If he moved, it would detonate. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, his body riddled with injuries. He could only press down on the mine, remaining motionless, fervently praying, "Please do not explode." Captain Wu's 49 subordinates watched in a state of panic as he emerged from the armored vehicle, collapsing into the snow and lying still. They were desperate to rush over and see if he was all right. However, Wang Shiqi blocked their path, sternly stating, "What do you think you're doing? Did the leader permit you to approach?" "Leader, we just want to check on Captain Wu and see if there is any hope," one of the ability users explained cautiously. "I understand your concern for Captain Wu's safety," Wang Shiqi replied coldly, "but no matter how much you care for your comrade, you cannot disregard my orders. Disobedience will lead to death. Captain Wu has failed his mission. Even in death, he has brought this upon himself," Cui Yaqing remarked. "The adversary has already issued a military order to clear all the landmines in our path. Yet, they have only removed the mines for the next 200 meters. Who can ascertain whether there are more mines ahead? His death is inconsequential, but how shall we traverse the remaining route?" Ning Kaidai and Su Yong, overhearing their conversation, nearly burst into laughter, particularly Su Yong, who looked at Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing and exclaimed, "Goodness, are these two mentally unhinged? How have they managed to survive this long? This is utterly pathetic." With such dim-witted individuals, not only have they endured over a month in this apocalyptic world, but they also lead a group of police officers. They must have stumbled upon incredible luck. Su Yong shook his head in disbelief, asserting that even a dog wouldn't possess such fortune. The words spoken by these two incited considerable anger among their subordinates, especially among Captain Wu's team, who were particularly incensed. However, the formidable strength and ruthless nature of Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing deterred them from voicing their discontent, as many had previously fallen victim to their brutality. Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing were eager to avoid further delays and urged the group to proceed, even instructing them to operate the remaining intact armored vehicles, preparing to replicate Captain Wu's earlier actions. Upon reaching Captain Wu's side and discovering he was still alive, their surprise was palpable, particularly for Wang Shiqi and Cui Yaqing, whose eyes gleamed with delight. Wang Shiqi approached Captain Wu and coldly stated, I assumed you were selflessly noble. Yet here you lie, motionless, as if feigning death. Get up immediately and commandeer a vehicle to charge out again." He harbored no intention of allowing Captain Wu to survive, and even upon realizing the captain was gravely injured, he felt no sympathy. After all, it was better to utilize a useless pawn. Initially, Captain Wu intended to inform them that he was pinned beneath a landmine. But upon hearing their remarks, he chose to remain silent, lying still. "What, have you ceased to heed my commands?" Wang Shiqi's eyes radiated murderous intent. "Do you wish for death?" Captain Wu, disinterested, turned his head away. Observing Wu's defiant demeanor, Wang Shiqi's fury ignited. "If you are so eager for demise, I shall oblige." With that, a searing flame erupted from Wang Shiqi's palm, aimed at reducing Captain Wu to ashes. Captain Wu's team quickly encircled him, pleading, "Chief, please spare Captain Wu. His injuries are severe. He has no strength left and did not intend to defy your orders." Wang Shiqi snorted disdainfully. "I see you wish to protect him. Failure to complete the mission warrants death. None shall evade that fate." Ignoring their entreaties, Wang Shiqi launched a powerful kick at Captain Wu, sending him soaring into the air. With a sigh, Captain Wu subsequently closed his eyes. At the very moment Captain Wu's body departed from the snow-laden ground, an anti-infantry mine erupted forth. Wang Shiqi's expression turned icy as he beheld the mine before him, and an intense inferno ignited within him. A dragon of flames surged forth from his being, attempting to engulf the anti-infantry mine. He instinctively recoiled, but even his swift reaction proved futile. The mine's formidable power detonated directly within the belly of the fire dragon, obliterating it in an instant. The explosion consumed Wang Shiqi and the 49 members of Captain Wu's team, who were closest to the epicenter. The searing temperatures, soaring to over 1,000 degrees, melted them away. Although Wang Shiqi had awakened his fiery abilities and felt no fear of the heat, he was still nearest to the blast. His lower body was shattered, and his upper body lay in tatters. Despite harnessing his powers to escape the explosion, his life force waned. He cried out in desperation, "Yaqing, save me." Chapter 98. Self-destruction. Witnessing Wang Shiqi's tragic state, the onlookers couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He deserved it. This was his just punishment. What a pity for Captain Wu and his 49 brothers. Why wasn't this scoundrel blown to bits? Given his current condition, he surely wouldn't have long to live. What a relief for the anger that had brewed within. Meanwhile, Su Yang observed Wang Shiqi's downfall with a smile spreading across his face. How could there be such foolish individuals in this world? With such an enemy, one might not know whether to rejoice or feel humiliated. The blame could only lie with his previous lowly status, surrounded by individuals of little renown. Now, Su Yang finally understood the significance of social circles. When one's circle is lacking in stature, the quality of its members inevitably suffers. Even if an adversary appears formidable, they may merely be a paper tiger. Shaking his head, Su Yang realized that Wang Shiqi was as good as dead. The remaining Cui Yaqing and her 400 subordinates were hardly a match for him. His immediate task was to prevent their escape and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Wang Shiqi lay on the ground, writhing in agony, his lower body gone. Blood stained the snow beneath him. Cui Yaqing approached slowly, her brow furrowed as she cast a glance at him. They were married, and witnessing his suffering should have elicited sorrow within her. Yet, Cui Yaqing felt no emotion, not even a trace of sympathy. Seeing her expressionless face, Wang Shiqi panicked. Clutching her leg, Yaqing, I want to die. Please, don't abandon me. He began to weep. He feared death and the loss of everything he had. His power was formidable, his life elevated to a new tier, boasting the strength of a level 8 silver. In his mind, this prowess made him the ruler of Jizhou City. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was destined to reign supreme, with everyone beneath his foot. Alas, in his hubris, Captain Wu had outmaneuvered him, and a single anti-personnel mind had stripped him of everything. Wang Shiqi seethed with hatred, directing his fury first at Captain Wu, then at Su Yang. If it weren't for him, they would never have ventured into Fengyun community, nor would they have been caught in such a devastating explosion. Observing Wang Shiqi's weeping visage, blood streaming from his wounds, Cui Yaqing felt a surge of revulsion. She bent down, gently stroking his face, whispering, "We are married. How could I ever abandon you?" Her words filled Wang Shiqi with joy, and the tears in his eyes ceased as he murmured, "Thank you. I knew you were the only one who truly cared for me in this world." Enough of that, Cui Yaqing interrupted, placing her hand over his mouth. With a wave of her hand, Captain Wu's crystal core fell beside him. Consume this core. It may very well heal your wounds. Su Yang watched the scene unfold on the screen. He understood that the other party had no intention of allowing Wang Shiqi to survive. Such grievous wounds could hardly be healed merely by absorbing supernatural abilities. Yet, Wang Shiqi clung to the hope as if it were a life-saving straw. Directly placing his hand upon Captain Wu's crystal core, he devoured several streams of supernatural energy, and as he felt the power within his core intensifying, a fleeting smile graced his face. However, it was soon replaced by a grimace, as he realized that his wounds had not healed. Additionally, he sensed an increasing chill enveloping his upper body, life swiftly ebbing away. Wang Shiqi turned to Cui Yaqing and pleaded, "Quick, give me more crystal cores." This time, Cui Yaqing remained unresponsive, withholding any further course. Instead, she gazed at him coldly and stated, "I have already given you the opportunity, but you failed to seize it. Do not blame me for disregarding our bond as a couple." Upon hearing this, Wang Shiqi's pupils constricted in fear. "No, you cannot kill me. Only I can assist you in defeating Su Yang. I am the most formidable among these people. Once you are dead and I absorb your powers, I will become the supreme master." Cui Yaqing leaned close to Wang Shiqi's ear and whispered, "Do not hold it against me. I simply wish to become stronger and to survive better in this apocalyptic world." After uttering these words, she gestured, and the armored vehicle that had been destroyed in the snow began to levitate gently before hurtling toward Wang Shiqi. "No!" Wang Shiqi cried out. "How could you do this?" Bang! The armored vehicle descended and crushed Wang Shiqi, ending his life. With a sorrowful expression, Cui Yaqing remarked, "You are already in such a state. Living would only plunge you into endless suffering. It is better to let me grant you release." Her words seemed directed at Wang Shiqi, yet they also resonated with the remaining 400 souls. The living among them, witnessing her mercilessly slay her own husband, felt an icy dread envelop them. Their gazes turned fearful as they regarded her. In the past, she had been cruel, but there had been a semblance of restraint. Typically, it was Wang Shiqi who played the villain. However, now that he was dead, they found no desire to continue following this foolish and heartless woman. Leader Cui. With Wang dead and Captain Wu also gone, there is no one left to lead us. Someone spoke up. "If you wish to move forward, you must rely on yourself." "What do you mean?" Cui Yaqing asked coldly. "Do you intend to betray me?" "Betrayal?" The man replied nonchalantly. "That is not the case. We previously submitted to you out of necessity, yet your couple has led us to our deaths, showing no regard for our lives. Our actions are merely a means of self-preservation." He exchanged glances with the others, and soon the 400 turned to leave. Cui Yaqing's expression hardened. With a flick of her hand, Wang Shiqi's crystal core floated from his brow into her grasp. She absorbed all 100 streams of supernatural energy contained within. Cui Yaqing's rank swiftly ascended to silver level 9, with only 20 abilities remaining to break through to gold level. Without hesitation, she absorbed all the crystal cores from Captain Wu's 48 subordinates. These 48 individuals collectively provided her with 144 abilities, meaning each person contributed 3 abilities to her. In an instant, Cui Yaqing felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body, resulting in a significant leap in her life level, elevating her rank to gold level 1. With 36 abilities still needed to reach gold level 2, Cui Yaqing, now imbued with immense strength, cast a venomous glare at the 400 individuals turning to leave. Wait, does Leader Cui have anything to say? One of them inquired as they turned. If you wish to follow us to your demise, we cannot comply, they added. Cui Yaqing's response was chillingly merciless. Since you do not wish to face death, then perish. In an instant, her abilities activated, and a dagger strapped to the waist of one individual soared through the air, piercing directly through their throat. Chapter 99. The extraordinary ability to control objects. That individual gazed incredulously at Cui Yaqing. Clutching his throat, his eyes gradually lost their luster, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. You. Others pointed at Cui Yaqing, their expressions filled with dread. After dispatching one individual, Cui Yaqing remained unfazed, casually proclaiming, "This is the fate of a traitor. Do you wish to share the same destiny? You vile woman, we shall fight you." The others yelled in unison. 399 extraordinary beings did not immediately unleash their powers. Instead, they raised their firearms and began firing frantically at Cui Yaqing. They understood that he had absorbed numerous abilities, and engaging him directly would surely result in devastating losses. It was more prudent to suppress him with sheer firepower. Bullets surged forth like an impenetrable net, hurtling toward him. A smile graced Cui Yaqing's lips as he gently lifted his hand. The bullets froze before him, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This spectacle left all present in a state of astonishment. They knew that the opponent possessed the ability to control objects, which was not inherently a powerful attack. However, they never anticipated that he could so effortlessly command thousands of bullets. Before their astonishment could dissipate, Cui Yaqing casually waved his hand. The myriad bullets slowly altered their trajectory, whistling as they were redirected toward the foremost group of individuals. Their expressions paled in horror as they unleashed their powers in a desperate attempt to counteract the onslaught. Alas, the sheer density of the bullets and the vast disparity in strength proved insurmountable. Thousands of bullets struck their bodies, shattering their defenses and rendering them as riddled as a sieve. Witnessing their comrades perish before their eyes intensified the terror within the others. Some attempted to flee, only to discover they were utterly immobilized, their bodies lifted from the ground as if they were helium balloons. In that fleeting moment of their attempted escape, Cui Yaqing had activated his ability, seizing control of their bodies. Having ascended to the golden level, he was immensely powerful. With but a thought, he could manipulate not only the incoming bullets but also these extraordinary beings at will. This exemplified the formidable prowess of a controller of objects. Simultaneously, in the villa, Su Yang, who observed the unfolding events in the community, realized that there were no trivial abilities in this world. As long as one could absorb sufficient powers and possess formidable strength, any ability could manifest unparalleled might. I shall ask you once more, will you heed my command in advance, or will you meet the same demise as those before you? Cui Yaqing's voice resonated, his gaze imbued with disdain for all. To him, these individuals were no different from ants. With a mere flick of his finger, they would be reduced to ashes. We shall obey the orders of Chief Cui. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of all present as they chose to submit once again. With a wave of his hand, those who had been suspended in midair gently descended to the ground. Upon landing on the ground, my legs felt somewhat weak, a consequence of sheer fright. At that moment, Cui Yaqing led the way. With her hands slightly raised, she unleashed her extraordinary powers, enveloping an area with a radius of 100 meters around her. In an instant, both the accumulated snow and the hidden landmines began to levitate. Even the nearby streetlights lifted from their foundations. Cui Yaqing manipulated the landmines, detonating them all, while casting aside the floating snow, urging her companions to advance. Though Cui Yaqing may be perceived as rather foolish, she understood the futility of relying solely on brute force. She recognized that if these individuals were to venture back into peril, they would undoubtedly flee once again. Thus, it was more prudent to exhibit her prowess first and eliminate the landmines along their path. Once she located Su Yang, she could decisively eliminate these people, absorbing their abilities to enhance her own. As Cui Yaqing reached the end of the cleared path, she repeated her earlier feat, using her powers to lift the snow once more. However, this time, she restricted her focus to a 30-meter radius. Even she doubted that Su Yang had laid landmines throughout the entirety of Fong'an community. Such a dense arrangement would require an unimaginable number of explosives. Even if the adversary had procured military arms from abroad, transporting such quantities back home would prove exceedingly difficult. Indeed, as Cui Yaqing had surmised, under her control, all the snow within the 30-meter vicinity ascended into the air, revealing not a single landmine. Finally, she felt a sense of relief. Setting the levitating snow aside with a wave of her hand, prompting her subordinates to proceed. Observing that the snow had been entirely cleared within a radius of 130 meters, revealing the concrete beneath, her subordinates felt reassured. Believing the landmines had been fully eliminated, and boldly pressed forward. However, just as they traversed the path Cui Yaqing had cleared, an unsettling feeling gripped one individual, causing him to halt, trembling uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" someone urgently inquired. "Don't tell me you've stepped on a landmine again." This question only intensified the fear of the immobile figure, nearly bringing him to tears. Witnessing his distress, the others hastily stopped, reluctant to advance. Those nearest to him swiftly scattered, eager to distance themselves. Having experienced the devastating power of the previously detonated landmines, they were acutely aware of the peril they posed. Even Wang Shiqi, with his formidable 8th-tier silver-level prowess, found it challenging to withstand such threats, let alone themselves. Yet, the moment these individuals remained still, their attempt to flee elsewhere inadvertently triggered numerous landmines. In an instant, the entire area erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. This was a series of chain mines intricately laid by Ning Kaidai within this vicinity. Once one detonates, a multitude of surrounding landmines will follow suit, sending over 100 individuals soaring through the air, meeting their untimely demise in an instant. The survivors bear injuries as well. Some are propelled by the forceful gusts, landing hastily back near Cui Yaqing. Just as the turbulent winds, remnants of the mines, and steel fragments are about to engulf them, Cui Yaqing once again raises her hand to shield herself. The reverberations of the explosions are quelled by her defense. With a cold gaze fixed ahead, she gestures, summoning over 100 crystal cores towards her. Regardless of how many landmines remain within the vicinity, she prepares to enhance her own prowess. With sufficient strength, what does it matter if the area is riddled with explosives? Upon witnessing the adversary's maneuvers on the screen, Su Yang coldly commanded, "Take action." Ning Kaidai, obeying the order, maneuvered the drone out of the villa. Meanwhile, Su Yang ascended to the 3rd floor via the elevator, retrieving the anti-material sniper rifle, Angel Beast, from his spatial storage. He activated the scope and pulled the trigger, aiming directly at Cui Yaqing. Chapter 100. Outcry. Previously, the adversary had absorbed the abilities of Wang Shiqi and over 40 others. Su Yang remained unfazed, finding pleasure in watching the enemy engage in mutual slaughter. Even with their ascendance to the 1st rank of gold, it was of little consequence to him, trivial in his eyes. However, when the enemy sought to devour more abilities to augment their strength, Su Yang could no longer remain indifferent. His reluctance was not born from fear of their enhanced might or concerns over his own inability to combat them. Setting aside the question of whether they could breach his fortified stronghold, he had attained the 6th level of gold and had awakened dual abilities. Cui Yaqing could not possibly stand as his equal. Moreover, he possessed an abundance of heavy weaponry, making it effortless to eliminate the foe. Yet, the stronger the adversary grew, the more means they would have to ensure their survival. He did not wish for Cui Yaqing to escape, leaving him with future troubles. Since they had come, it was imperative they leave without return. In the moment the anti-material sniper rifle scope aligned with Cui Yaqing, Su Yang unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A large-caliber anti-material round surged forth, exceeding the speed of sound. Just as the hundreds of crystal cores were about to fall into his grasp, Cui Yaqing suddenly felt the hair on her neck stand on end. A formidable power erupted from the crystal core at her forehead, forming a barrier before her. In an instant, a high-velocity bullet appeared, breaching her initial layer of protective energy. The bullet's speed remained unabated, hurtling towards her brow. While Cui Yaqing attempted to conjure a protective shield with her abilities, she endeavored to seize control of the speeding projectile. Alas, the bullet possessed overwhelming penetrative force, slicing through her protective layers one after another, while her powers proved insufficient to restrain such a formidable projectile, only managing to slow it down momentarily. In that fleeting moment as the bullet decelerated, Cui Yaqing hastily erected several more layers of shields, channeling additional abilities to envelop the bullet measuring 20 to 30 centimeters in length, seeking to seize complete control over it. As she concentrated on subduing the bullet, the crystal core that had been on a collision course with her fell to the ground. Seconds passed before the sound of a gunshot resonated, echoing from the villa at the center of the neighborhood. Cui Yaqing, incensed, bellowed, "Su Yang, are you afraid? Afraid of my might, afraid that I will take your life?" Yet, no response came. Only the bullets from the anti-material sniper rifle that she had deflected with her formidable powers now spinning rapidly before her. Just as she wore a cold smile, attempting to redirect the bullet elsewhere, a thunderous explosion erupted. The immense force surged toward her. Cui Yaqing quickly summoned her powers once more to mitigate the blast, but the shockwave propelled her backwards several paces. In that instant, Su Yang pulled the trigger again. Another bullet was unleashed, sending a chilling sensation coursing through Cui Yaqing's heart, prompting her to hastily mobilize her abilities. Before she could block the bullet, Su Yang fired once more. Another bullet hurtled towards her, nearly causing Cui Yaqing to falter in her defense. Fortunately, she managed to intercept it. Just as she savored this small victory, yet another high-velocity bullet appeared, effortlessly breaching several barriers of extraordinary energy. It almost pierced her forehead. Thankfully, her reflexes were swift. Otherwise, she would have suffered a fatal blow. Without waiting for the 3 bullets to explode, Cui Yaqing waved her hands, imbuing the bullets with her power. They soared towards a nearby building, easily penetrating its concrete walls. The 3 anti-material sniper bullets blasted a substantial hole through the structure. This sight startled both Cui Yaqing and the surviving onlookers. Just as she was about to exhale in relief, Su Yang once again pulled the trigger aimed directly at her forehead, intent on obliterating her head. Cui Yaqing's hands moved gracefully, reminiscent of orchids. As a dazzling energy flickered to life, the rapidly spinning bullet halted before her. Su Yang, if you possess the courage, dispense with these underhanded tactics and face me in a fair duel. Cui Yaqing was incensed by Su Yang's persistent harassment with the sniper rifle. Such a powerful weapon commanded her respect, even though she had ascended to the golden level. While it may not be capable of killing her, neglecting it could very well cost her life. What a fool! Su Yang cursed, his voice emanating from a camera installed on a nearby streetlight. Cui Yaqing, have you completely lost your wits? Are you truly arrogant enough to think you can compel me to come out? You lack the capability to make me engage you in a fair fight. After uttering these words, he fired again. Cui Yaqing quickly defended herself, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Had she not advanced to the golden level, her abilities would have been vastly inferior, and she likely would have been shot dead when he fired the first shot. The distance between them was considerable, at least 3,000 meters. Yet his sniper rifle could still reach her with relentless force, highlighting its immense power. Cui Yaqing seized control of 2 bullets again, redirecting them towards her adversary. Su Yang, you can only hide and skulk. You have no other skills. Regardless of the obstacles, today I shall storm your villa, capture you, and make you my subordinate. After proclaiming her intent, she instructed her remaining subordinates, I will shield us from the sniper bullets. You all charge forward. Her words left the surviving members momentarily stunned. Charge? How can we? There are landmines everywhere. You may be willing to risk your life, but we do not wish to perish. The hesitation of her comrades ignited her fury. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed her formidable power, seizing control of 5 subordinates. With a clenched fist, she detonated them in midair, their cores falling to the ground. The remaining 200, nearly 300 individuals surged forward with reckless abandon, leaving a cacophony of explosions in their wake. Some were instantly annihilated, while others were engulfed in flames. After yet another 50 souls perished, the remaining crowd, gripped by terror, froze in place. At that very moment of their hesitation, Cui Yaqing was filled with rage, intent on eliminating another group to intimidate those too fearful to advance. However, a massive swarm of drones materialized before her, hundreds of them forming a striking formation in the sky. A glaring figure appeared, provoking her ire to a boiling point. Cui Yaqing seized control of a streetlight, which lifted from the ground and charged toward the airborne drones. Boom! A missile struck the streetlight with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it into fragments. In that instant, the drones ascended to a higher altitude. Despite Cui Yaqing's extraordinary ability to manipulate objects, she found herself powerless at such a height. Shells rained down from the drones, most of them targeting Cui Yaqing, while many others landed atop her subordinates. Chapter 101. Heavy firepower output. Su Yang had grown weary of the game. Engaging with someone as dim-witted as Cui Yaqing was an affront to his intellect. He instructed Ning Kai Dai to deploy drones for a concentrated assault. Given that their opponent had reached the golden level, she could effortlessly deflect bullets from conventional firearms. Thus, a barrage of aerial bombardment was the only solution to eliminate her and her subordinates. Grenades, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, armor-piercing rounds, incendiary devices, explosives, guided missiles, and high-yield TNT shells were all unleashed from the drones hovering above. In an instant, the entire neighborhood resonated with the cacophony of explosions, flames leaping towards the sky, and anguished cries filling the air. The smoke bombs rendered the surroundings chaotic. People were engulfed in flames, their screams echoing, yet they remained invisible. Even when bombs detonated nearby, they were oblivious to the danger. Despite the formidable strength of those accompanying Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi, each having absorbed some form of supernatural ability, They were still unable to withstand such relentless bombardment. Even Cui Yaqing found herself wholly focused on countering the falling explosives. While it was less challenging to manage these bombs than the high-velocity anti-material rounds, the sheer power of the explosions left her in a state of alarm. Each time she managed to control a bomb, intending to launch it skyward to target the drones, it would detonate prematurely, forcing her to employ her abilities to shield herself from the blast. In the midst of this chaos, more shells rained down, some detonating perilously close to her. Cui Yaqing pushed her powers to their limits, redirecting the shockwaves of the explosions before her, manipulating them to soar into the sky. However, the drones effortlessly evaded her counterattacks. To her further frustration, Su Yang intermittently targeted her with an anti-material sniper rifle, demanding her attention. Diverting her focus to counter those distant shots left her vulnerable, and she suffered several strikes from the powerful explosives. Just as she had managed to deflect another wave of bombs and a few anti-material missiles, Su Yang hoisted an RPG rocket launcher and aimed it directly at Cui Yaqing. A shell detonated at her feet. Although she managed to block it, the forceful blast sent her reeling, leaving her in a cold sweat as she witnessed her subordinates falling in greater numbers. Cui Yaqing yearned to harness the corpses and cores of her fallen allies to augment her strength. She believed that once her level ascended once more, even the bombs would be powerless against her. However, her ambitions were futile, as Su Yang and Ning Kaidai offered no opportunities for her to realize them. Ning Kaidai relentlessly commanded the drones to unleash a torrent of bombs. Such an overwhelming display of firepower would prove unbearable, even for someone of Cui Yaqing's golden-level abilities. The explosive force of the bomb repeatedly breached her defenses. Her clothing ignited, and her body sustained multiple injuries, blood oozing from her wounds, flecked with hints of gold. Cui Yaqing, disheveled and grimy from the blast, appeared even more diminutive and unattractive than before, her naturally dark complexion exacerbated by the explosion. If her legs were to be shattered, she would become even shorter. At that moment, Su Yang's voice echoed in her ears. "You ugly wretch. Who gave you the audacity to trouble me? Take a good look in the mirror and see what you truly are." Cui Yaqing had always been exceptionally sensitive about her appearance, and being insulted as an ugly wretch by Su Yang shattered her already fragile defenses. She shouted in fury, "Su Yang, if you have the guts, come out. Hiding behind the scenes does not make you a hero." Her voice dripped with intense hatred. She had harbored resentment towards him for a long time, stemming from her unrequited love in high school, a grudge that had only intensified over time. Even after their paths diverged post-graduation, she could not forget. In her wrath, tears streamed down her face as she cried out again, Why was I so enamored with you, yet you remained indifferent? Why must I marry that useless Wang Shiqi after graduation, while you bask in billions? Living a life more splendid than anyone else's? Why must I endure such suffering in this apocalyptic world? Each day spent in the cold, subsisting on frigid meals, while you reside in a comfortable villa, cloaked in safety. Why, after awakening my abilities and becoming extraordinary, honing my skills to evolve into a formidable force, must I still fall short against weapons bought with your wealth? Why is this world so unjust? I will destroy you, obliterate your sense of superiority. What I cannot possess, I shall ruin." Her face contorted with madness. Her abilities surged from the crystal core in her brow, propelling her forward amidst the rain of falling bombs. She deflected the projectiles with her powers, sending them soaring into the air where they exploded in a dazzling display, akin to brilliant fireworks. Yet, Su Yang remained unresponsive. The greatest form of disregard is to ignore one's words entirely, rendering them invisible. He hefted the RPG rocket launcher once more, affixing a high-powered bomb equipped with a targeting system, and launched it toward her. Boom! The missile, trailing a long plume, hurtled toward Cui Yaqing. She sensed the imminent danger in an instant, her hands flailing in an attempt to intercept the rapidly approaching projectile. Alas, her powers could not withstand its might. The missile tore through all obstacles, crashing into her and sending her flying over 100 meters. Cui Yaqing coughed up blood, staining the missile crimson. Her eyes filled with despair as she shouted, "Su Yang, come out. Come out now." Boom. The missile detonated, leaving a desolate expanse of flattened terrain within a 200-meter radius. As temperatures soared to 2,000 degrees, a conflagration erupted skyward, melting the surrounding snow and creating a profound pit exceeding 20 meters in depth. Nearby structures trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Until her last breath, Cui Yaqing did not catch a glimpse of Su Yang, who offered no acknowledgement in return. Cui Yaqing perished, leaving behind a crystal core radiating a golden glow, now cloaked in melted snow. Those she had brought along met the same grim fate. And even the armored vehicles were rendered inoperable by the explosion. What had begun with such confidence ended in a scene littered with cores and scattered remnants of limbs. Take those bodies and the destroyed armored vehicles outside for burial. Su Yang instructed Ning Kaidai. Bring back every last crystal core. Ning Kaidai nodded silently, uttering no further words. Upon exiting the villa, she realized that the devastation outside was so severe that the electronic dogs alone could not retrieve everything. She would have to personally attend to the task. Chapter 102. Evolution once more due to the excessively dense bomb deployment by the drones. Not a single one of the armored vehicles brought by Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi survived. They were all utterly destroyed. Ning Kaidai commanded the drones and electronic dogs to hoist the wreckage and dispose of it outside the Fengyan community. She also instructed the electronic dogs to clear away the debris. Subsequently, she directed them to gather all the crystal cores. Ning Kaidai was cautious and refrained from making any unilateral decisions regarding these cores. She could only instruct the electronic dogs to collect them. Intellectually astute, Ning Kaidai had already acknowledged Su Yang as her unequivocal leader in her heart. Every single collected crystal core must be returned to him without exception. Should he choose not to share, she would not claim any for herself. He held absolute authority over them. Only in this manner could their small group avoid discord. Ning Kaidai wished to see no disharmony within her circle, compelling her to exercise utmost caution, being careful not to touch a single crystal core. Under her adept guidance, the drones and intelligent electronic dogs worked in seamless coordination, whether it was the remnants of the armored vehicles or the dismembered remains of the enemies. As well as the crystal cores, everything was meticulously cleared away. Ning Kaidai then proceeded to plant landmines in the areas previously ravaged by explosions. Although these locations were riddled with craters, it did not impede the laying of mines. The heavy snowfall would soon blanket the area, rendering it indistinguishable from any signs of battle. Furthermore, many of the large pits would fill with melted snow, rapidly freezing in the frigid temperatures of the polar region. Ning Kaidai broke through the ice layer to bury several water mines beneath. The power of these water mines far surpassed that of landmines, typically utilized in swamps, lakes, and oceans. A colossal vessel weighing tens of thousands of tons could be sunk in an instant if it strayed into their vicinity. The rationale behind Ning Kaidai's deployment of such formidable water mines within the community stemmed from her recognition of the enemy's escalating strength. Over time, ordinary firepower would likely prove ineffective against them. Just as Cui Yaqing had demonstrated today, under her formidable telekinetic abilities, typical explosives posed no threat. She could even control them at will. Moreover, ordinary bullets were also easily manipulated by the enemy. Although Ning Kaidai understood that their capabilities were attributed to her exceptionally unique abilities, she knew that not all equally powerful superhumans could achieve the same feats. Thus, she remained vigilant. Having spent considerable time with Su Yang, Ning Kaidai had absorbed his essence of caution, meticulousness, and the art of feigning weakness to deceive the strong. Therefore, she recognized the need for careful planning before taking action. Observing Ning Kaidai's meticulous and prudent demeanor on the screen, Su Yang couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Excellent. Sufficiently cautious and prudent. Only in this way can one endure." He understood that in this era of universal awakening of powers and evolution, regardless of an individual's strength, if one failed to remain concealed, there would inevitably come a day when an even mightier adversary would bring about their demise. Even though he possesses the means to suppress all practitioners of supernatural abilities, he remains within the confines of the Fengyan community, fully aware of the chaos that reigns outside. He understands that he has numerous adversaries, not least among them the four major wholesalers who undoubtedly harbor intentions against him. Particularly concerning is Wei Hongming, who is likely to arrive with his entourage before long. It is imperative, therefore, to prepare in advance. These four wholesalers possess abundant resources and can support many followers, whose supernatural abilities are highly coveted by rival factions. Su Yang adheres to a principle of restraint. He prefers to avoid direct confrontation and remain within the sanctuary of his villa whenever possible. If he can eliminate an enemy with a landmine, he will do so, for it is both efficient and time-saving. Upon Ning Kaidai's return, she presented all the crystal cores to Su Yang. He examined the radiant golden core belonging to Cui Yaqing, which alone could grant him 263 supernatural abilities. After consuming it, his power surged, propelling him from the 6th to the 8th rank of gold. He now required merely 27 more abilities to ascend to the 9th rank. Without hesitation, Su Yang consumed several additional crystal cores, and with a flash of golden light at his brow, he ascended to the 9th rank. At this new level, he not only felt his strength magnified but also sensed an imminent and significant transformation in the essence of his life. Should he successfully navigate this evolution, it would represent a monumental shift, a complete transcendence of his former self. However, he was acutely aware that this next evolution would demand an extraordinary number of abilities, far exceeding the 100 required for each previous rank, likely tenfold. Gazing at the multitude of crystal cores before him, Su Yang marveled at the cunning of Cui Yaqing and Wang Shiqi. With such intellect, They commanded a cadre of 500 supernatural practitioners while simultaneously enhancing their own powers. Each subordinate had absorbed at least 3 abilities, collectively contributing approximately 1,500 abilities to Su Yang. This raised the question of how many supernatural beings must have been vanquished to obtain such power. If these 2 individuals, despite their apparent ineptitude, could amass such abilities, the presence of formidable opponents outside must be considerable. Even if they do not rival his own prowess, they are certainly not to be underestimated, as they engage in fierce struggles for resources and survival. Su Yang's rapid ascent in power stems from the fact that he is the sole practitioner of supernatural abilities. He has no need to support a large following. Even after Ning Kaidai joined him, there remained just 2 practitioners. The supernatural beings he defeated were primarily absorbed into his own strength, unlike most, who typically elevate their own power before nurturing their subordinates. Su Yang's approach has been decidedly singular. He recognizes that the outside world is descending into greater turmoil, and that the strength of supernatural practitioners will continue to escalate at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, he voraciously devoured all 1,500 abilities. At that moment, a series of warm currents surged through his body. The powers converged towards the golden crystal core nestled in his forehead. Su Yang sensed a qualitative transformation in his spatial abilities, while his martial arts powers also underwent a significant metamorphosis. Moreover, the very essence of his being seemed to ascend to new heights. The intensity of this elevation surpassed any previous evolution he had experienced, reaching unparalleled levels. It felt as though he had embarked on a path distinct from that of ordinary individuals, evolving towards a higher dimensional existence. Although he had awakened his abilities and undergone evolution multiple times before, he had always retained a sense of humanity. However, during this particular process of evolution, Su Yang was enveloped in an ineffable sensation, as if he were transcending the bounds of humanity itself. Chapter 103, The Hierarchical Order of Evolution. As the energy within him surged, Su Yang found himself enveloped in a massive cocoon of energy. Concurrently, the golden crystal core at his forehead began to undergo a transformation. With a resounding crack, it split open, only to reassemble and ultimately blossom into a resplendent lotus. The petals of the lotus blazed with an intense fire, imbued with boundless vitality. Meanwhile, the cells within his body tore and reformed, rendering his physique even more resilient. For 3 days, Su Yang remained encased in this energy cocoon, yet he remained acutely aware of the happenings outside. During this time, Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, Ning Kaidai, and Tang Qing stayed vigilantly by his side, only departing to partake in meals, which brought him immense comfort. After 3 days, the exterior energy cocoon transformed once more into pure energy, penetrating into his body and reinforcing every organ, flesh, and bone. The energy then returned to the crystal core on his forehead, which now radiated with brilliance, the flame of life burning fiercely. When Su Yang awoke, it was as though he had been reborn. He could not ascertain his precise level of power, but he was acutely aware of his newfound strength, accompanied by profound transformations in his various abilities. The spatial gateway could now extend to a distance of 100 meters, while the range of spatial refraction reached an astonishing 800 meters. With the spatial blade, he could instantaneously conjure 10 blades of spatial force, slicing through a distance of 500 meters with formidable might. His spatial perception extended to 1,000 meters, every detail vividly imprinted in his mind, even a single snowflake appearing crystal clear. The spatial barrier he could conjure was immensely powerful, enveloping him flawlessly, capable of withstanding attacks that exceeded his own level. Remarkably, the distance for teleportation had increased to 100 meters, a 10-fold augmentation from his previous golden level. Furthermore, a new skill within the realm of spatial abilities had awakened, which Su Yang aptly named spatial strangulation. This skill allowed him to manipulate spatial force to create a vortex above his adversary's head, the size of which could expand with the intensity of his power, ultimately encompassing a radius of 10 meters. This technique could be employed for close-range or long-range assaults, silently reaching foes up to 200 meters away. Once the spatial force was unleashed and the vortex formed, its power was immense, capable of shredding subatomic particles and even pulverizing atoms. Any individual ensnared within the vortex would undoubtedly meet their demise. Additionally, the martial arts abilities he possessed had each been significantly enhanced, particularly a newly awakened skill that resembled a series of rapid, consecutive slashes. Su Yang dubbed this technique the 3 absolute cuts. It commenced with a strike called the mighty split of Mount Hua, followed by blade shattering mountains and rivers, and concluded with blade piercing the firmament. However, the exact potency of these moves remained unknown as they had yet to be tested in battle. Nevertheless, the demonstration outside the villa was undeniably powerful. A single execution of the mighty split of Mount Hua sent the accumulated snow within a 10-meter radius flying, creating a deep crater in its wake. After indulging in the meal prepared for him by the four women, Su Yang felt a burgeoning sense of confidence. Without hesitation, he swiftly powered on his computer and logged into the international forum. In this contemporary world, a multitude of individuals had awakened their extraordinary abilities, leading to an abundance of discussions on various methods of utilizing these powers on the forum. However, Su Yang noted the conspicuous absence of information regarding spatial and temporal abilities, possibly owing to the rarity of his own powers. Upon further exploration, he observed that those who had awakened their abilities could be broadly categorized into several groups. The first category was the physical enhancement type, whose powers directly augmented their physical strength to incredible levels. With each evolution, they would awaken corresponding skills. While they all belonged to the same category, the abilities each individual awakened varied greatly. Within this category, there were subcategories, including martial arts and agility types. The martial arts type, upon awakening, focused on enhancing martial skills rather than mere physical strength, endowing them with formidable combat prowess. The agility type emphasized speed. Without exception, many were in agreement that physical enhancement types possessed the strongest combat capabilities, particularly those who directly increase their physical strength, robust, powerful, and highly resilient. Su Yang mentally noted the advantages of the physical enhancement abilities before continuing his exploration. He soon discovered the beast transformation type, wherein an individual could transform a part of their body or their entire form into that of a wild beast upon activation of their powers, granting them immense strength and durability. Some could even transform into flying beasts, a capability unique among other ability users. Additionally, there were control types, who could manipulate objects through sheer will, utilizing them as weapons or for defense. Su Yang had encountered such a user before, namely Cui Yaching, who had employed this power to thwart explosives. Other categories included the curse type, which allowed one to inflict harm from a distance by cursing an enemy using items associated with them, effectively striking without physical confrontation. The most prevalent abilities were elemental types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and their ethereal variants, such as ice and snow. Regardless of the multitude of powers available, it became evident from the forum discussions that every ability had its strengths and weaknesses. No ability was utterly devoid of merit. The only constant was the strength of the individual. The more formidable the person, the more potent their abilities became. Upon completing his review of the posts concerning extraordinary powers, Su Yang began searching for discussions on the levels of evolution. He stumbled upon a post that garnered unanimous approval, detailing a meticulous classification of these powers. The author presented an audacious theory that piqued the curiosity of many. The awakening of extraordinary abilities did not commence with the advent of the apocalypse but had existed since the dawn of humanity's emergence on Earth. From the moment our ancestral chimpanzees descended from the trees and began to walk on two legs in Africa, they became the earliest pioneers of evolution. Subsequently, through continuous evolution, they transformed into ancient humans. Among these ancient humans, some awakened extraordinary abilities and, through relentless warfare, vanquished their near relatives who possessed similar powers, gradually growing stronger. However, at that time, extraordinary beings were few and far between, making them virtually inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Thus, a legend persisted, yet it could not be wholly believed. Throughout the thousands of years of recorded human history, extraordinary beings have frequently emerged. Nevertheless, the widespread awakening of such abilities as witnessed today is unprecedented, likely due to the apocalyptic circumstances that have reactivated the evolutionary factors within humanity, enabling them to adapt to this harsh world. Consequently, the ranks of extraordinary beings were established long ago by the earliest humans who awakened such powers. Chapter 104. The whiff of conspiracy upon the initial awakening of their abilities. A supernatural being is classified at the bronze level. With each power consumed, they ascend a minor rank. After devouring 8 powers, one advances to bronze level 9. Upon reaching this stage, consuming 10 additional powers catalyzes a physical evolution. Once this transformation is complete, the individual attains silver level 1. At the silver level, each consumption of 10 powers results in a minor rank elevation. Upon reaching silver level 9, the next evolution leads to the golden level. To enter golden level 1, one must absorb 100 powers while still at silver level 9. This pattern continues. The rank following golden level 9 is referred to as the sovereign level, requiring the absorption of a single power. Upon attaining sovereign level 9, the next echelon is the respect level, followed by the emperor level, and then the monarch level. Progressing further leads to the continental level, followed by the planetary level, the stellar level, the galactic level, and ultimately, the celestial level. Each major rank is subdivided into 9 minor ranks. The amount of power required for each ascension is tenfold that of the previous level. After perusing this hierarchical exposition, Su Yang remained silent, sensing an insidious undertone within the description. The author was not merely educating about the ranks of supernatural beings. Rather, they were deliberately inciting conflict, aiming to plunge the world into chaos and ensnare all in an endless cycle of violence. If individuals remain oblivious to the next ascension level and the precise quantity of powers required, they will stagnate in their evolution once they reach a certain threshold. While conflicts may persist, they would be significantly diminished. The detailed nature of the exposition, coupled with the alignment of the evolutionary trajectory with the progression of a supernatural being from initial awakening to higher ranks, struck Su Yang as suspicious. His own evolution and the powers he had absorbed resonated completely with what had been outlined. He could scarcely fathom the level of power possessed by the individual who authored this post. For one to possess such knowledge of forthcoming evolutionary stages would imply an extraordinary level of prowess. The mention of the celestial level raises profound implications. This individual could very well be a master of that caliber. Should such a being emerge, they could effortlessly obliterate the entirety of Earth. Why then would they compose such a post? Perhaps they are a relic from ancient times, having witnessed various ranks of supernatural beings. Su Yang shook his head, finding it unfathomable and deciding to set it aside for the time being. Ultimately, the path to strength lies in his relentless pursuit of power and the consumption of abilities. One day, he would stand unafraid before any supernatural being. Furthermore, according to the ranks delineated in the post, he should have already reached Sovereign Level 1. With only 500 powers remaining to ascend to Sovereign Level 2, Su Yang felt his life had surged to a significantly elevated tier. Even though there are many hidden masters on Earth, he stood as the most formidable among the newly awakened. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of restraint. Su Yang murmured, "Enemies that can be vanquished with firearms must never be confronted with supernatural powers. Those adversaries that can be vanquished through martial prowess must never be privy to my spatial abilities." After perusing that particular post, Su Yang devised a plan. From this point forth, should he encounter foes or should anyone seek to trouble him, regardless of their might, he must ensure their complete annihilation. For the sake of his own safety, and to enable a tranquil existence, he resolved to leave no trace of his enemies. If it is possible to eliminate them stealthily, then he would do so. If he could conceal his powers, he would keep them hidden. Turning to Ning Kaidai and the others, he expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your efforts over these past 3 days. By the way, during my evolution, has anything unusual transpired in the vicinity?" Su Yunqi replied, "Boss, we are not weary, but in future endeavors, could you please inform us beforehand? These 3 days have been quite terrifying." The other 3 nodded in agreement, having felt as though time dragged on painfully, fearing for Su Yang's well-being. "Understood." Su Yang responded with a smile, "I assure you, there's nothing to worry about now. I will make sure to inform you in advance in the future." The 4 exchanged satisfied nods. Soon after, Su Miyu glanced at Ning Kaidai, who returned the gesture, prompting her to speak. "Boss, during your evolution over these 3 days, there have been individuals lingering outside the community." Ning Kaidai continued, "They're all ability users, with strengths ranging from Silver Level 1 to Silver Level 3. "Oh, how many in total? Did they enter?" Su Yang inquired hastily, his brow furrowed. Those who had reached Silver Level were indeed formidable. Merely acting as scouts indicated that their backing must be significant, likely possessing Golden Level experts. "There are 3 of them," Ning Kaidai replied. "They did not enter, merely loitering outside Fengyan community. Moreover, they deployed a drone above our villa, which I shot down. Yet, they still did not enter and eventually departed." Ning Katie's expression was grave as she continued, "I dispatched those small aerial devices you provided to track them. However, they were quite cautious, possibly realizing they were being monitored and moving at a faster pace. I feared the devices would stray too far and lose control, so I had to call them back. However, I believe these individuals are targeting us, or perhaps you specifically." As she spoke, Ning Katie's demeanor remained serious. She was unperturbed by the prospect of an outright assault on the villa, confident that the entire community was rigged with explosives. She also trusted Su Yang would not fear. Yet, the notion of an enemy lurking without striking was unsettling. "It seems I have caught the attention of yet another party," Su Yang mused with a resigned smile. However, he did not find it surprising. It would be more peculiar if he were not being watched. He pondered the identity of this potential threat. Could it be Wei Hongming? Regardless, Su Yang murmured, "Let them come. I shall meet force with might, and water with earth." He then reassured Ning Kaidai and the others not to worry. However, one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, Su Yang's calculations proved accurate. Those harboring intentions against him are not merely a solitary faction. At least the wholesale market led by Wei Hongming has already taken action. Furthermore, an individual with whom he has no prior connection is also scheming against him. In the southwestern outskirts of Jizhou's high-tech zone lies a chain of majestic mountains. This area once housed a military district. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it has been devoid of any human presence. Most of its contents have been removed, leaving behind only a handful of weapons. Yet, at this moment, it has been seized by someone. Outside the forbidden zone, a figure has arrived, one whom Su Yong recognizes well. It is none other than Wang Jianmin, the head of the Jizhou branch of the Jianlong Security Group. Chapter 105. Under surveillance, Wang Jianmin did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by over 100 individuals, trudging through the snow, undeterred by the thick blanket beneath their feet. As he reached the outskirts of the military district, a formidable group of supernatural beings suddenly surrounded them. Just as his subordinates were about to take action, Wang Jianmin raised his hand and addressed their captors, stating, "I am a friend of your leader, Tian Quan. He sent me here." Upon hearing this, the encircling individuals turned and retreated. Before long, Tian Quan emerged from the military district, exclaiming, "Huh? I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly, old Wang." He enveloped Wang Jianmin in a hearty embrace. Wang Jianmin replied, "Old classmate, it has been ages. You seem to be thriving. You've managed to secure such a safe haven in the military district." Tian Quan, beaming with pride, responded, "I was fortunate to take a gamble. I never expected there would be no one here." Wang Jianmin complimented, "Regardless of the circumstances, your audacity is truly commendable. With the equipment and resources you have amassed, you need not fear any adversary. It is no wonder your development has been so rapid. Your strength must have reached the second tier of gold." Tian Quan nodded, not concealing his prowess. "I have just attained that level. What about you?" Wang Jianmin replied, "I am at the first tier of gold. Among my subordinates, the weakest is at the first tier of silver." Tian Quan laughed heartily. "Excellent. Together, we shall dominate the entirety of Jizhou City." He urged, "Come, let us return together. I shall host a welcoming feast for you. Though many are lacking in survival supplies, I assure you, I have plenty of valuable resources. Moreover, the women here are delightful and will surely satisfy you and your comrades." Wang Jianmin's eyes sparkled at this, and he led his entourage into the military district. Observing the structures akin to a fortress, he nodded in approval. "This place is indeed remarkable," Tian Quan replied, brimming with pride. "While it may not be the epitome of comfort, it is undeniably safe. It is easily defensible, with numerous bomb shelters and underground facilities. You need not fear the cold here. Although the troops took most of their supplies during retreat, there are still ample rations, weapons, and ammunition available, along with several tanks and a missile capable of striking targets 500 kilometers away." This is Tian Quan's trump card. He guided Wang Jianmin and his comrades into the underground facilities, stating, "Old classmate, I'm not boasting. Despite the world being enveloped in ice and snow, with frigid temperatures, this place may very well be the most comfortable in Jizhou City. Since you have come, consider this your home. As long as I have food, you shall never go hungry." Wang Jianmin gazed at the immensely proud Tian Quan and let out a sigh. Tian Quan, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong? Do you look down upon my humble abode?" Wang Jianmin shook his head. "How could I possibly look down on it? This place is akin to paradise. Far more comfortable than our Jianlong Security Group. Although we specialize in security and construct fortresses, what we create pales in comparison to even a fraction of what you have here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought refuge with you. The life I led before was utterly unbearable." Hearing this, Tian Quan relaxed his furrowed brow and inquired further, "Then why did you sigh just now?" Wang Jianmin explained, "I concede that your establishment is far more comfortable than those held by other factions in Jizhou City. However, there exists another location that is significantly safer and even more comfortable. It is fortified and internally maintains a perpetual spring-like warmth." Tian Quan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is there truly such a comfortable place in Jizhou City?" Wang Jianmin nodded, "Indeed, and I personally oversaw its construction." Tian Quan shot him a glance. "Had I known you had constructed such a marvel, I wouldn't have allowed you to brave such heavy snow and travel such a distance to reach me. You could have simply told me, and I would have rallied my brothers to align ourselves with you." Wang Jianmin replied, "Do you think I wouldn't want to reside there? Although I oversaw its construction, I too am barred from entry." With a resigned smile, he continued, "Before the apocalypse descended, I received a substantial commission from a local magnate in Jizhou City, who spent 30 billion to have us erect a nuclear bomb-grade fortress for him. It is equipped with a fireplace that maintains a constant temperature, along with various defense systems and radar equipment. Once armed, it could serve as a formidable war stronghold. Moreover, the courtyard is designed as a sunroom, allowing the fireplace's warmth to extend into it. It even features water systems, a swimming pool, and a plethora of rare flowers. Even in temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees, one could cultivate vegetables in that courtyard without issue." Wang Jianmin's words left Tian Quan utterly astonished. This was nothing short of heaven. If one could hide away inside, who could possibly pose a threat? If a few women were found and ample supplies stored, one could live there for generations without concern. You are so familiar with this fortress and have a hand in its creation. Why don't you lead a group to seize it? Tian Quan inquired. Wang Jianmin shook his head once more. It is not as simple as that. As you know, our Jianlong security group is solely responsible for constructing these fortresses. Once completed and accepted, even we cannot enter. While I could breach a typical fortress with my current capabilities, this nuclear bomb grade 1 is a different matter. Even though we didn't install weapons for him, the fortress's defenses are impenetrable. Tian Quan, alarmed, responded. Didn't they construct a sunroom? Surely that could be a point of entry? The glass used in constructing the sunroom is crafted from cutting-edge materials. While it may not withstand a nuclear blast, it is capable of defending against typical hypersonic missiles. Wang Jianmin spread his hands, expressing his helplessness, and suggested that we abandon such unrealistic dreams. You have left yourselves no escape route. Everything is completely blocked. Tian Quan could not help but chide. Why are your company's individuals so earnest? Indeed, our installed systems for the other party are entirely independent. Any attempt to implant a virus or hack in from within is futile, Wang Jianmin stated candidly. Yet, one must still attempt it. Tian Quan was reluctant to concede. Wang Jianmin had painted a vivid picture of that war fortress, and he found himself yearning for it. Chapter 106, Ambition and Aspiration Testing? How do we test? Wang Jianmin chuckled. I am more familiar with the structure inside than anyone else, but unfortunately, I cannot gain access. If I could breach it, I would have acted long ago, and wouldn't have traveled such a distance to seek you out. Of course, I mean no disrespect. Wang Jianmin's tone shifted. Taking on a more somber note, we can only blame our company for constructing the shelter too robustly. During its construction, we never considered leaving a backdoor or cutting corners. Who could have foreseen the arrival of an apocalypse? His face was filled with helplessness. Although they built a safe haven for enthusiasts of the end times, they had never anticipated that such a catastrophe would actually occur. Had they ever considered it, they would have built their own refuge long before. However, Wang Jianmin remained optimistic. Since they could not breach Su Yang's war fortress, staying with his old classmate was not a bad alternative. It was certainly more comfortable than his previous position at the Jianlong security group. There was no shortage of food and water here, and the opposing forces were strong and numerous. Together, they might very well dominate the entire Jizhou city in the future. Thus, he had never intended to trouble Su Yang. Fully aware that he could not penetrate the stronghold, since it was destined to be so, why expend the effort? When he observed Tian Quan contemplating an assault on Su Yang's villa, he hastily intervened. Do not harbor any intentions towards that fortress. It is akin to a colossal turtle shell, and with our current strength, we cannot breach it. Besides, the distance to Su Yang's location is considerable. Why put ourselves in a futile position? Tian Quan, however, was unconvinced, retorting, Old classmate, I know you have great confidence in the defensive capabilities of your own shelter. But you must also recognize how enticing it is to possess a fortress that remains spring-like and utterly secure in this frigid apocalypse. If we could seize it, we would have both the means to advance and a secure retreat. In this icy end times, we would undoubtedly possess a permanent stronghold, impervious to attack. This would facilitate our expansion and conquest of Jizhou City. Even if we encounter foes we cannot handle, we could retreat into this war fortress, rendering us untouchable. With it, we would possess a talisman for survival. Even if we cannot take it, we must find a way to secure it. Tian Quan spoke earnestly. If it falls into the hands of others, we will find ourselves in a perilous position. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianlong's expression darkened. He had not considered the implications before. He merely thought the fortress too impenetrable and let it be. But now, he recognized the gravity of the situation and felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. He secretly lamented why he hadn't cut some corners during construction or left behind some clever tricks. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Wang Jianmin looked at Tian Quan and asked, What do you propose we do now? I find myself lacking in viable solutions, after all. That is a fortress designed to withstand nuclear attacks. While it may not be entirely impervious to a nuclear strike, it is undoubtedly capable of withstanding weapons below that threshold. Tian Quan chuckled and remarked, And so what? It is ultimately up to human endeavor. Did you ever consider the arrival of an apocalyptic ice and snow world while you were assisting in the construction of that fortress? Did you contemplate the scarcity of resources in the aftermath, where countless souls would perish from starvation? Have you ever thought that some among humanity, including yourself, might awaken extraordinary abilities in such a scenario? Wang Jianmin shook his head. The barrage of questions nearly left him dazed. Had he truly pondered these matters, he would have arranged his strategies long before, perhaps already seizing control of the entire Jizhou city and becoming a local sovereign. Indeed, you have not considered it. Tian Quan continued. The times have changed. In the past, you believed that fortress was invincible because you were the architect behind it, firmly convinced of its impregnable nature. As I previously inquired, you have never contemplated the possibility of awakening powers and becoming an extraordinary being yourself. The world as it once was is no more. The present world belongs to those with abilities. What you once deemed unshakable is rendered meaningless in the face of the extraordinary. Moreover, we are equipped with an array of formidable weapons. As Tian Quan gestured, one of his subordinates led them into a highly concealed area on either side. Inside, an impressive stockpile of various firearms awaited them, numbering in the thousands, along with grenades and shells. What do you think? With these resources, combined with our extraordinary subordinates, do you have confidence in breaching that fortress? Tian Quan inquired. Wang Jianmin initially nodded, then shook his head, stating, these weapons are sufficient against ordinary extraordinary beings. Yet they remain inadequate to breach that fortress. That is of little concern. I never intended to rely solely on these to overcome it. Tian Quan's expression revealed no trace of disappointment as he continued. If these weapons could indeed breach that fortress, then it would be better to abandon it altogether. However, with these assets, we can engage in a protracted battle, gradually wearing down their defenses. Sooner or later, we shall erode a section of their fortress. With unwavering confidence. Tian Quan added, moreover, our objective is not merely to occupy that war fortress. If we can seize it, we shall, and if not, we will exert control to ensure others cannot access it. Simultaneously, that individual named Su Yang, ensconced within the fortress, must be feeling the strain of our relentless, day and night assaults. Surely, he cannot endure indefinitely. Eventually, he will succumb to the pressure and emerge, at which point the war fortress will be ours. Wang Jianmin harbored an unsettling feeling about the validity of Tian Quan's assertions, yet he could not pinpoint a counterargument. Just as he remained in indecision, Tian Quan led him to another location, pointing to the dozen or so tanks ahead. Relying solely on those firearms will surely be insufficient to intimidate our adversaries. However, with these tanks, the dynamics shift entirely. And that is not all. I also possess a missile of tremendous power, boasting a range of 1,500 kilometers. Upon the completion of Tian Quan's words, Wang Jianmin was rendered utterly astonished. Moreover, as he gazed upon the tank before him, which loomed like a colossal steel beast, his resolve began to waver. Particularly upon hearing about the missile with a range of 1,500 kilometers. He had already made up his mind to align himself with Tian Quan. At that moment, the other party's voice resonated once more. So, old classmate, are you interested in embarking on a grand venture with me? Shall we seize that so-called safe fortress you mentioned? If you decline, I shall have no choice but to seek collaboration elsewhere. Wang Jianmin nodded in agreement, exclaiming, why not? Since I was the one who constructed that safe fortress. What is wrong with reclaiming it? Chapter 107. Provocation. Upon finishing his words, Wang Jianmin erupted into hearty laughter alongside Tian Quan. The two began to deliberate, planning to allow Wang Jianmin and his subordinates a 3-day respite before setting forth towards the Fengyan community, where Su Yang resided. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained blissfully unaware of the impending arrival of Wang Jianmin and Tian Quan. Having ascended to the rank of a true warrior, he devoted his days to honing his recently awakened skills. During his leisure hours, he reveled in playful banter with the 4 women. The sight of them clad in bikinis, displaying their alluring figures by the pool, captivated him endlessly. When the 4 grew weary from swimming, Su Yang would tenderly lift each of them out of the pool, finding no inconvenience in the task. Once they had sufficiently rested, the women, eager to maintain their physiques, would retreat to the gym in the basement. Su Yang, however, suggested, why not practice yoga instead of enduring the monotony of the gym? With that, he produced 4 sets of yoga pants from his space. When the women donned them, Su Yang's gaze became transfixed. He could hardly divert his eyes. One could not help but commend the genius behind yoga pants, for they accentuated the feminine form beautifully, requiring no effort to transform into a breathtaking sight. Observing the 4 women diligently practicing their yoga poses, Su Yang found himself devoid of any inclination to practice his abilities. Hours later, he departed, satisfied, leaving behind a remark. It would be splendid if you wore this at home from now on. No need for other clothes. The 4 women exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware of his intentions, yet they did not protest. Particularly, Su Yunxi and Su Muyu, the inseparable sisters, had long considered themselves as belonging to Su Yang. Faced with their employer's wishes, they would naturally comply. Ning Kaidai understood that her current blissful existence was entirely thanks to Su Yang, hence she would not dare defy him. As for Tang Qing, she felt overshadowed. While she could not compare in beauty to the twin sisters, nor in ability to the gifted Ning Kaidai, she possessed only a modest advantage over ordinary women in terms of appearance and figure. Thus, She devoted herself earnestly to serving Su Yang, bearing a profound sense of urgency. As the four resumed their practice after Su Yang's departure, their hearts brimmed with aspirations for the future. Meanwhile, Su Yang reclined in the courtyard, poised to close his eyes and rest when his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a chilling aura of hostility surged within him. It was Wei Hongming calling. This individual was the overseer of the wholesale market in the northern part of Jizhou City, the one closest to the Fengyan community. His call at this moment could only signal an intention to discuss resources. The three individuals who had loitered outside the community were undoubtedly his associates, confirming that they had been surveilling him for quite some time. Are they finally making their move? Su Yang pondered silently. Subsequently, the call was connected. Mr. Su, hello? This is Wei Hongming. Do you still remember me? Wei Hongming held the phone, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Su Yang retorted bluntly. I have no time to waste with you. Wei Hongming's expression darkened. Mr. Su, how about we conduct a business deal? What business could we possibly have? Su Yang countered. You have nothing I require. That is not entirely accurate. Wei Hongming chuckled. In business, it is not always necessary for both parties to have mutual needs. It suffices if terms can be agreed upon. And what is it that you desire? Su Yang inquired. I wish to purchase the survival supplies in your possession, Wei Hongming revealed without reservation. Survival supplies should not pose a problem for you, Mr. Su. I can offer a trade. Su Yang scoffed. Who has more survival supplies than your Quanshan market? It is my first time encountering a wholesaler seeking to buy survival supplies from a retailer. Though we are wholesalers, all the supplies have been purchased by you, Mr. Su. Wei Hongming sighed. Surely, the combined survival supplies of the entire Jizhou city cannot surpass what you possess alone. The goods you procured from our four major wholesale markets could sustain you for several lifetimes. Why not part with some for a trade with me? You have mistaken me if you think I will trade my survival supplies. Su Yang shook his head. I acquired a substantial amount before the apocalypse. But it has all been sold. If you happen to have any, make an offer. I will buy at any price. Your Quanshan wholesale market supplies the entire northern region of Jizhou City. If you find yourselves lacking in survival supplies, that would be an absurdity. Wei Hongming, incensed by Su Yang's obstinacy, replied with a forced smile, Mr. Su, such words may deceive others, but they certainly do not fool me. I have investigated. The supplies you procured from our four major markets have not been sold elsewhere. They must be hidden away. Furthermore, although our Quanshan market retains some supplies, the sheer number of hands involved leads to rapid depletion. My brothers lack food and will undoubtedly be displeased. Thus, I have come to seek you out, Mr. Su Yang. If all of Jizhou City were to learn you possess such a wealth of survival supplies, you might find yourself the target of a citywide manhunt. His words carried a profound threat, insinuating that he had scrutinized Su Yang closely and would not be misled. With many subordinates at his disposal, if Su Yang refused to yield his supplies, it would incite a violent confrontation. Not only would his resources be seized, but his life would also be at stake. The final remark was a blatant provocation, a veiled threat. If Su Yang declined to engage in trade, Wei Hongming would disseminate the knowledge of Su Yang's supplies far and wide. Deep down, he believed that no one would dare risk the wrath of an entire city. Yet, Su Yang was resolute in his refusal to be swayed by such tactics. What does it matter if there are many brothers? My strength is formidable, and my rank is elevated. Moreover, I possess an abundance of weapons of mass destruction. As for disseminating the information about my ample survival resources, that is utterly out of the question. The opponent is not foolish enough to do so. Spreading such information would yield him no advantage. If he wished to disclose it, he would have done so long ago, not now. Su Yang replied coldly, since you have conducted such thorough investigations, you should also be aware that with so many resources, I cannot possibly conceal them. If you seek survival supplies, you have mistaken the person. Do not presume that I lack them, even if I did possess them. I would never share them with you. Abandon that thought. Wei Hongming, enraged, retorted, Su Yang, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Chapter 108. The Challenge. Have you finally revealed your true nature? Su Yang let out a cold snort. What makes you think you can do business with me? It seems to me that you simply intend to rob me. With that, he declared, if that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. If you have the guts, just bring your men over. Su Yang had anticipated that the other party would target him. Even before the apocalypse descended, during their previous collaboration, he had foreseen such actions. He was well prepared. If they dared to come, he would ensure that Wei Hongming and his men would not return. Don't be ungrateful, Wei Hongming retorted coldly. The fact that I am willing to negotiate with you shows that I hold you in regard. If you refuse to take this opportunity, I will make you aware of the consequences. Anyone can make threats, Su Yang scoffed. If mere threats could render one invincible, then most would already reign supreme in the apocalypse. It would hardly be your place to flaunt your power before me. It's not that I look down upon you. If you truly possess any capability, then feel free to come. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Should you dare to approach, I will ensure your demise is most brutal. Then let us see. Wei Hongming laughed coldly. I have already investigated your background thoroughly. Don't think that just because you're hiding in Fengyan community, I cannot uncover the truth. The distance between us is merely a few kilometers, and bringing my men to your location will be a simple task. By then, even if you surrender all your resources, it will not quell my wrath. All your empty threats are nothing but hot air. Su Yang countered. If you know me so well, I shall await your arrival at Fengyan community. Just ensure you don't back down. Otherwise, you will only serve as a source of amusement. Since the apocalypse began, many have sought to target me, yet here I stand, thriving while they have all perished. Your fate will be no different. Upon hearing the repeated assertions of Wei Hongming having uncovered his background, Su Yang realized that the 3 individuals lingering around Fengyan community had undoubtedly been sent by him. Since the other party was already aware of his exact location, there was no need for further concealment. He had amassed a considerable stockpile of weapons, especially those of mass destruction. In fact, he hoped that Wei Hongming would bring a substantial force, as anything less would be a waste. Just as he was about to end the call, Wei Hongming's voice rang out once more. I admire your bravado. We shall see who meets a more tragic end. However, one thing puzzles me. How did you manage to silently relocate such a vast amount of survival supplies? After the apocalypse began, I sent people to inspect the warehouse you previously rented, only to find it utterly empty. My men dug deep, uncovering nothing but a pile of shredded flesh and a dozen corpses, all with their throats slit. I presume those foreigners were your doing? I am curious as to why you chose to kill them. Or did you anticipate the arrival of the icy apocalypse and eliminate them to keep your stash a secret? Wei Hongming, like an inquisitive child, fired off a barrage of questions. He was acutely aware that Su Yang possessed a copious amount of survival supplies. The abundance of resources was so vast that it could sustain one for centuries, even millennia. Yet, he remained oblivious to how the other party had managed to relocate and conceal them. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to extract information from his adversary. Unfortunately, his efforts were met with disappointment. Su Yang offered no valuable insights. Instead, he impatiently retorted, whether or not I was the one who killed them is irrelevant. What truly matters is that if you dare to covet my possessions, your fate will be far graver than theirs. Furthermore, you have far too many questions. I am not your father. Why should I divulge anything to you? With all your inquiries, why not consult Baidu? Su Yang, you ought to show some respect. Wei Hongming, flushed with anger from the scathing reprimand, retorted fiercely, I grant you the courtesy of addressing you as Mr. Su, but without that courtesy, you are nothing more than a mere insect in my eyes. I care not how you have concealed such an abundance of survival supplies. Once I arrive at Fengyan community with my men to apprehend you, let us see how audacious you remain. To reiterate, your empty threats merely underscore your incompetence. Su Yang chuckled lightly. If you truly possess the capability, then I eagerly await your arrival. Everything else you say is futile. Do you genuinely believe your previous words intimidate me? I am not one to be easily frightened. By the way, I reside in Villa 001 at the center of Fengyan community. It's the only villa in the entire complex, quite easy to locate. I hope you come swiftly. With that, Su Yang ended the call. Just you wait. Before Wei Hongming could finish, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Enraged, he cursed, arrogant fool. Turning to his subordinate, he commanded, gather all our brothers. We set off for Fengyan community at dawn. The subordinate nodded and exited promptly. Thus, they stood like rival gangs preparing for a showdown, one anxious for the other's arrival, while the other was determined to impart a lesson that would be deeply etched in memory. After a brief interval, Wei Hongming's subordinate returned, inquiring, Chief, considering we are not far from Fengyan community, does it not seem excessive to summon all our brothers? Although that community had a large population before the apocalypse and may house some extraordinary individuals, they cannot possibly match our strength. The subordinate instinctively looked down upon Fengyan community. After all, as the largest wholesale market in northern Jizhou, it was replete with countless supplies. Although the sudden onset of the ice and snow apocalypse caught many unprepared, the remnants left by various merchants were plentiful, and their variety was vast. They were not lacking in resources. Moreover, the entire wholesale market boasted a population exceeding 10,000, with over 3,000 possessing awakened abilities. Their wealth of survival supplies had attracted many to seek refuge with them. Under Wei Hongming's leadership, Huangshan wholesale market had continued to expand outward, assimilating numerous extraordinary individuals along the way, thus bolstering their formidable strength, with the number of awakened individuals alone exceeding 6,000. Moreover, Wei Hongming's prowess has ascended to the second tier of gold, while his subordinate has attained the first tier of gold. Confronting a mere Fengyan community would be effortlessly manageable. Furthermore, rallying everyone to assault such a modest enclave is utterly imprudent. They are not in want of survival resources, and such an endeavor would only squander precious time. Initially, he did not grasp the gravity of the situation and proceeded to convey Wei Hongming's orders. Now that he has come to his senses, he is naturally inclined to inquire about the other party's perspective. Perhaps there are adversaries lurking within that community. Or perhaps it harbors something they covet. Nonetheless, he dares not defy any of Wei Hongming's decisions. Chapter 109. The vanguard troops. Wei Hongming smiled briefly before his expression turned icy. He inquired, "Are you questioning me?" The deputy's countenance changed dramatically. "I wouldn't dare." "That's good. If you dare to defy me again, you shall pay with your life." The chilling murderous intent emanating from Wei Hongming made the deputy shudder, and he replied, "I will gather all our brothers immediately." As he turned to leave, Wei Hongming called out to him, asking, "Do you think it is excessive to summon all our awakened brothers to deal with a mere neighborhood?" The deputy nodded in agreement. "You are mistaken," Wei Hongming elucidated. "Summoning all our ability users is by no means excessive. In fact, I feel it is somewhat insufficient. If it weren't for the fear that the unawakened ordinary people could not withstand the bitter cold and would merely become a burden while consuming resources, I would wish to bring them along as well." The deputy found himself perplexed. A neighborhood, at most, was merely populated. It was hardly comparable to their strength. Why would the leader place such significance on it? Seemingly reading the deputy's thoughts, Wei Hongming smiled and explained, "Are you familiar with Su Yang?" Upon hearing the name, the deputy's understanding of Wei Hongming's intent dawned upon him. How could he forget Su Yang? Before the apocalypse, he had frequently procured supplies from them, often in billions, allowing both him and Wei Hongming to amass considerable wealth. "Are you saying Su Yang is in Fengyan community?" The deputy's face lit up with excitement. "If we acquire his survival supplies, we shall no longer worry about food. We could even recruit more men. Unifying the entire Jizhou city would be within reach." "Indeed." Wei Hongming nodded. "It is precisely for this reason that I have ordered all awakened brothers to mobilize. After all, the survival supplies in question are substantial. And once we eliminate him, we will require manpower to transport them back. However," he paused thoughtfully, "your previous words have reminded me. There is no need to send too many at once. We are currently strong and well-equipped. Let us first dispatch 500 men as the vanguard to assess the strength of Fengyan community in Su Yang. If their power proves weak, these 500 can seize the entire community and Su Yang for us. We will then send more men to transport the supplies." The deputy voiced his concerns. "But what if Su Yang truly resides in Fengyan community? If we send too few men and secure the neighborhood, what if others covet those survival supplies?" At that moment, the deputy himself felt that sending a small contingent was somewhat inadequate. Knowing the abundance of survival supplies on the other side, it would be prudent to adopt a decisive approach. Before rival factions could react, they could swiftly seize the resources. "Who dares to oppose us at Kwangshan wholesale market? Who dares to stand against me, Wei Hongming?" he declared with unshakable confidence. "We have 6,000 ability users under our command, and our influence continues to expand. With such formidable strength, conquering the entirety of Jizhou City is undoubtedly within reach. On the surface, the only rivals capable of challenging US are the three major wholesale markets. However, they are far removed from us and pose no real threat. Should anyone dare to covet what belongs to us, they shall face merciless retribution." The leader's wisdom is evident. Although his deputy harbored reservations about this course of action and felt a vague sense of foreboding, he found himself unable to voice dissent. Thus, he acquiesced to the leader's directives. Turning away, he selected over 500 skilled individuals, led by a level 9 silver wind ability user. They set forth in a grand procession towards the Fengyan community. Just before their departure, the deputy addressed Wang Yakin, saying, "Your mission is to annihilate the entire Fengyan community, especially to capture one named Su Yang, as he is specifically sought after by our leader." "Rest assured, deputy," Wang Yakin vowed. "I will leave not a single survivor in the Fengyan community, and I shall bring Su Yang back to the leader, even if he flees to the ends of the earth." "Very well, I entrust these 500 brothers to you," the deputy said with a serious expression. "You must complete this mission." With that, Wang Yakin marched forth with his 500 extraordinary individuals, feeling no pressure whatsoever. In his eyes, the residents of a mere community were no match for his formidable company. Since awakening his abilities, Wang Yakin had faced countless battles, and since his promotion to captain, he had never commanded such a large force. This affluent campaign was a first for him, and his confidence soared. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had just hung up the phone, was well prepared. Not only had he planted landmines within the Fengyan community, but he had also instructed Ning Kaidai to place additional explosives a kilometer away on the main road leading to the community. Furthermore, he deployed small aerial vehicles to monitor every movement outside. Su Yang's actions were not driven by fear of Wei Hongming. Rather, He intended to eliminate every single assailant sent by the adversary. He understood that the enemy possessed a considerable number of extraordinary users. If he could consume their powers, his own strength would ascend to unprecedented heights. Opportunities like these, where foes willingly offer themselves for experience, should not be squandered. After completing these preparations, Su Yang retrieved 4 RPG launchers, handing them over to Ning Kai-dai and her 3 companions. Take these and practice diligently, Su Yang instructed. It won't be long before the time comes for you to showcase your prowess. The 2 sisters, Su Muyu and Su Yunxi, were immediately captivated by the launchers. Eager to try them out, they had long wished to assist Su Yang, and it seemed that this time they would have their chance. Conversely, Tang Qing felt an initial reluctance upon seeing the launchers, but witnessing the twin sisters' fearless enthusiasm ignited her competitive spirit. I have yet to awaken any powers. And neither do you. How different could we possibly be? Is it not merely the burden of a head upon 2 shoulders? You may slay the enemy. And so can I. Tang Qing was the first to hoist the RPG rocket launcher onto her shoulder, though somewhat heavy, threatening to topple her. She persevered with unwavering determination etched upon her face. Dressed in warm attire, she followed Ning Kai-dai, Su Yunxi, and Su Muyu as they exited the villa. Shouldering the rocket launcher, Ning Kai-dai demonstrated the proper stance while instructing the trio. Steady the launcher with both hands, brace your core, aim at the target ahead. Hold your breath, concentrate, and then pull the trigger. Boom. As the 3 remained intently focused, Ning Kai-dai pulled the trigger. A shell soared towards an uninhabited residential building in the distance. The projectile shattered a window, detonating within, sending flames soaring skyward. The 11th floor was obliterated, and thick smoke billowed forth. Chapter 110. A thunderous spectacle. Tang Qing and her companions were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape at the sight before them. Although they had previously witnessed Su Yang using a rocket launcher against adversaries and had seen landmines detonate on more than one occasion, nothing compared to the profound impact of this moment. After all, they were outside the villa, witnessing the launch of a shell with their own eyes. And they were soon to engage in live ammunition training. Su Yunxi and Su Muyu were filled with enthusiasm, diligently committing Ning Kai-dai's movements to memory. The 2 sisters simultaneously hoisted the rocket launcher and loaded the projectile, emulating Ning Kai-dai's technique. They aimed at the building from which the earlier shell had been fired and squeezed the triggers. Boom, boom. The shells erupted from the launchers, trailing long tails as they soared skyward. After a considerable interval, the missiles descended, exploding in front of the building and sending snow flying into the air. The force of the recoil caused both sisters to tumble onto the ground, their arms and shoulders tingling from the impact. It was at this moment they truly recognized the challenges of handling an RPG. Not only was it heavy, but the recoil was formidable. Fortunately, Ning Kai-dai had previously imparted crucial safety advice, alleviating their concerns about potential mishaps. Excellent, Ning Kai-dai praised. For your first launch, achieving such results is commendable. Although Su Yunxi and Su Muyu understood that their shots were not entirely successful and that their opponent had refrained from retaliating to spare their feelings, they remained undeterred. They resolved to practice diligently, striving to master the skill before any adversaries arrived. At that moment, Tang Qing stepped forward, bearing the rocket launcher. Ning Kai-dai quickly supported her waist, gently advising, clear your mind and focus entirely. Fix your gaze on that building. Grip the launcher firmly. Take a deep breath. Yes, just like that, deep breath. Ning Kai-dai assumed the role of a seasoned instructor guiding her pupil. Tang Qing followed her instructions, methodically regulating her breathing. Once Ning Kai-dai sensed that Tang Qing's tension had eased, she commanded, launch. Tang Qing squeezed the trigger. The thunderous roar echoed in her ears as the powerful recoil lifted the front of the launcher. The projectile soared upward, yielding better results than those of Su Yunxi and Su Muyu. The shell struck the rooftop directly, obliterating everything in its path and causing half of the roof to collapse. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Qing felt a sense of satisfaction with her performance. Once again, Ning Kai-dai's voice rang out. Remember the sensation of pulling the trigger just now, and strive to adjust your sense of balance. Treat the launcher as an extension of your own body. Taking this to heart, Tang Qing lowered the launcher from her shoulder, closed her eyes, and concentrated on recalling the experience. After a minute, she confidently accepted another projectile from Ning Kai-dai, ready to load it once more. Once again, she hoisted the rocket launcher onto her shoulder, aiming at the distant edifice. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. This time, Ning Kai-dai merely stood beside her, refraining from the supportive grip she had offered earlier. Under the tremendous recoil, Tang Qing felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. However, she steadfastly maintained her hold on the launcher. Boom! The resounding roar echoed in her ears. Tang Qing watched intently as the projectile traced its arc, hurtling towards the distant structure. Though the shot veered slightly off course, it was a marked improvement from the last attempt. the shell struck the 8th floor, reducing it to rubble. Flames erupted instantaneously, and debris of concrete and glass scattered chaotically. The furnishings within ignited into a fierce blaze. Indeed, progress was evident. Ning Kaidai nodded with satisfaction, recognizing the strides Tang Qing had made. It was clear that her advancement was remarkably swift, and her earnest dedication to learning was commendable. If she continued to practice diligently, mastery would be within her grasp before long, making her ready for real combat situations. Simultaneously, she turned her attention to the sisters Su Yunqi and Su Muyu. You two, practice just like Tang Qing. Su Yang had assured them that as long as they were willing to train and put in the effort, there would be an ample supply of shells. Motivated by this, the sisters immediately immersed themselves in their training. In perfect unison, they loaded the ammunition, emulating Tang Qing as they resumed their aim at the distant building. The thunderous sound of the cannon reverberated throughout the neighborhood, causing beads of sweat to form on the brows of over 500 survivors. These individuals had yet to awaken any extraordinary powers. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the Fengyan community had been engulfed in chaos, plagued by incessant gunfire. The situation escalated further when some began to awaken their abilities, leading to even greater turmoil. It was only after Su Yang eliminated those with powers that a semblance of calm returned, albeit briefly. The disturbances in the community had grown even louder than before. Where there had once been mere gunshots, there were now a cacophony of explosions. The residents had become increasingly skittish, living in a constant state of dread. Although Su Yang had not harmed them nor intruded upon their lives, they remained ordinary individuals, unable to escape the oppressive atmosphere of fear surrounding them. Lacking any means to express their discontent, they felt powerless in this unforgiving world. In this harsh, post-apocalyptic landscape, they were grateful for the meager supplies left behind by those who had come before, considering it a stroke of fortune. What more could they dare to desire? Such hopes were utterly unattainable. This encapsulates the tragic plight of ordinary people in an apocalypse that could not even dictate their own fates, merely drifting along, grateful for each passing day. Thus, the three continued their practice, growing increasingly adept. Though they had yet to achieve perfect accuracy, they were becoming more accustomed to the weight of the rocket launcher and its recoil. Throughout the day, aside from meals, they remained outdoors honing their skills. By evening, they finally managed to strike the 11th floor with a shell. They watched with anticipation as the projectile detonated within. Tang Qing, Su Yunqi, and Su Muyu were expressions of joy. They had finally completed their task. In the distance, the towering building lay in ruins, utterly transformed by their efforts. Although it had yet to collapse entirely, it teetered precariously, on the verge of imminent collapse with the slightest gust of wind. Ning Kaidai led the three back to the villa, where Su Yang had prepared a lavish feast of their favorite dishes, accompanied by fine red wine. The trio, their arms and shoulders numb from exertion, struggled even to lift their chopsticks. With no other option, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai took it upon themselves to feed them. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Yang assisted the three in removing their clothing, only to discover that their shoulders bore the marks of wear, skin chafed and stained with blood seeping through their garments. At that moment, Su Yang felt a surge of admiration for them. Despite being ordinary individuals without awakened abilities, they exhibited unwavering resolve, enduring an entire day's toil without uttering a single complaint, even as their bodies bore the scars of their determination. Their indomitable spirit was truly commendable. Chapter 111. An unfavorable departure. Su Yang meticulously applied the medication to the three women, who bore the pain in silence. Beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads like a torrential rain. Once the application was complete, they donned bathrobes and retreated to the pool, indulging in a soothing soak. The following morning, Su Yang awoke languidly to find himself alone. Rising from his slumber, he descended the stairs to discover a breakfast laid out for him by the four. Realizing that Ning Kaidai had taken the three women to practice again, a faint smile graced his lips as he began his meal. The three women practiced diligently throughout the day, mastering the shooting technique of the RPG rocket launcher with remarkable proficiency, hitting their targets with precision. Ning Kaidai introduced them to an alternative shooting method, firing while prone on the ground. They quickly adapted to this position, mastering it in less than an hour. After another full day of practice, they finally ceased their training. The next day, through the small drone outside, Su Yang finally spotted a group of individuals appearing on the horizon. There were 500 of them, all endowed with supernatural abilities, braving the cold as they trudged through the snow. Although the Kwangshan wholesale market was merely a dozen kilometers from the Fengyan community, traversing such treacherous conditions required considerable time. It was only now that they approached the Fengyan community, which was not unexpected. Observing the 500 supernatural beings drawing nearer to the Fengyan community, a sardonic smile crept across Su Yang's face. He called out playfully, "Ladies, come join me. It's time to entertain our guests." Ning Kai-dai and the other three exchanged glances, donning the advanced combat suits Su Yang had provided them, arming themselves with rocket launchers and equipment before following him out. Though he could have remained behind, Su Yang deemed it essential to take Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing out for this excursion. After all, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse rarely flourish. Even if the three had not yet awakened their powers, they needed to endure the trials of battle to forge unwavering hearts. Navigating around the landmines surrounding the Fengyan community, Su Yang emerged outside the complex and stealthily approached the enemy, a kilometer away. Captain, the Fengyan community is just a kilometer ahead. Shall we charge in and seize the area to report back? One of the men suggested to Wang Yakin. Indeed, Wang Yakin nodded in agreement. Brothers, we have endured much hardship over the past 3 days. Let us capture the Fengyan community and then revel in our victory. He had already envisioned rewarding his subordinates with the women inside the community once they breached it. With a clap of his hands, his 500 men surged forward, invigorated by the prospect. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, sending the 20 or so individuals at the forefront flying through the air, revealing a massive 20-meter crater. A wave of scalding air rushed forth, laced with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as flames soared skyward. The others were startled into halting their steps. Oh no! There are landmines, Wang Yakin shouted, urging them to retreat immediately. However, his warning was unnecessary, as his companions had already grasped the gravity of the situation and began to withdraw hastily. They had endured countless battles at the Kwangshan wholesale market, where they had taken lives and even encountered armed individuals. Yet, this was the first time they faced landmines. The sight of over 20 comrades being obliterated before their eyes threw them into disarray, all eyes turning to Wang Yakin for guidance. Wang Yakin silently cursed, wondering who had the audacity to lay mines on the main road. Could it be an intentional ambush against them? Fearful of inciting panic among his subordinates, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and approached the site of the explosion. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind formed, lifting the snow into the air and revealing the barren ground 30 meters ahead. Only when he saw the empty terrain did he feel a sense of relief. He called out, "I don't know which scoundrel buried these mines here, but they have unwittingly crossed our path. Once we deal with the Fengyan community, we shall return and settle the score with them." Casting a glance at the residential complexes flanking the road, a glint of malice flickered in the corners of his eyes, as if assuring his men that they were merely victims of misfortune. The mines were likely set by the residents of those two communities. His subordinates nodded in understanding, their expressions revealing comprehension. Wang Yakin commanded once more, "Let us move out again." The remaining 400-plus members, without a hint of hesitation, advanced forward once more, albeit at a more cautious pace than before, their hearts alert. After the first 100 surged ahead for over 50 meters, the next 100 followed suit. Suddenly, one individual felt an unexpected snag and lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. "Damn it, you're an ability user, and you still got tripped," someone chided. "I just stumbled." "What's so funny about that?" The fallen man retorted angrily, rising to his feet. He bent down to retrieve the object that had caused his fall. The moment he grasped it, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. In his hand was a heavy, black object the size of a watermelon, emitting wisps of smoke from its top. It became painfully clear to him that he was holding a landmine. Cold sweat coursed down his back as he opened his mouth to scream just as boom, the mine detonated. His flesh and blood were scattered in all directions, and a fierce blaze ignited. At the epicenter of the explosion, a 30-meter radius transformed into a sea of flames. Over 50 ability users were reduced to ashes amidst the searing heat of over 1,000 degrees. On the outskirts of the blast, more than 20 individuals lay grievously injured, moaning on the ground. The first 100, caught in a state of shock, stood frozen, unable to advance or retreat. Wang Yakin's face darkened, a surge of frustration welling within him. To encounter one landmine would be sheer misfortune, but to face a second was beyond comprehension. They have not even approached the entrance of the Fengyan community. Over 70 lives have been lost, and more than 20 have sustained injuries, resulting in a nearly complete depletion of combat strength, amounting to almost 100 personnel, even if they manage to return after completing their mission. Wang Yakin is acutely aware that he will undoubtedly face severe repercussions, just as he found himself at a loss for what to do. One of the younger members suddenly shouted, "Captain, there are people approaching ahead, 1 man and 4 women. It seems they are heading straight for us. Moreover, they are emerging from the Fengyan community, wielding several large metal tubes that resemble rocket launchers." Su Yang and the 4 women stood 500 meters away, coldly observing Wang Yakin and his team, inquiring, "I presume you all hail from the Kwangshan wholesale market? Is your leader Wei Hongming?" Chapter 112. Calculated demise. Wang Yakin did not respond immediately to Su Yang's inquiry. Instead, with a frigid demeanor, he inquired, "You are Su Yang from Fengyan community, aren't you?" Were those landmines you planted just now? Since you are aware of my name, it seems you were sent by Wei Hongming. Su Yang smiled and replied, indeed. I buried those landmines. They were meticulously prepared just for you. So, how do you find this gift? Wang Yakin, infuriated, retorted, Su Yang. How despicable of you to lay landmines on our path. Is this shamelessness? Su Yang scoffed coldly. Are you referring to yourselves? We have already reached a point of no return. Don't think that just because I planted landmines on this ground, you could do anything to me. Even if I were to launch missiles at your Kwangshan wholesale market, what could you do? It is a pity that Wei Hongming is too timid to unleash everyone. He only sent you here to meet your demise. Had I known this, I would not have shown myself. What grandiose words. Wang Yakin jeered dismissively. You think your 5 men can take us all down? Today, I offer you a chance to surrender. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The women shall become playthings for my brothers. I stand here. If you have the capability, come at me. With a cold snort. Su Yang locked his gaze on the adversary, his eyes sharp as blades, causing Wang Yakin's eyes to sting. Suddenly, a profound sense of danger emanated from Su Yang. Though they were 500 meters apart, the feeling was overwhelming. Could there be more landmines ahead? Wang Yakin furrowed his brow, puzzled. Then, he burst into laughter. Addressing Su Yang, good lad, you nearly ensnared me with your provocation. In this brief distance of 500 meters, you must have planted numerous landmines. You aimed to enrage me, prompting me to charge forward, leading us all to a fiery doom. Apologies, but you have been disappointed. Wang Yakin arrogantly proclaimed, knowing the danger. I would never place my brothers in peril. Save your breath. Indeed, there are landmines. Su Yang had no intention of concealing the truth, directly stating that numerous landmines were laid ahead. His expression draped in disdain, he continued. I stand before you, yet you dare not step closer. What audacity is this? Return swiftly, so Wei Hongming may come in person. It is not that I look down upon you. You are simply incapable, unable to withstand even a barrage from my landmines. Upon finishing, Su Yang let out another cold laugh, producing a loudspeaker that amplified his voice. You have been given a chance, yet you remain ineffectual. Here we stand, and yet you do not dare approach. How disappointing. Let us depart. It is rather chilly here. How delightful it would be to enjoy hot pot and sing at home. As he spoke, he turned with Ning Kai-dai and the 4 women, preparing to leave. Arrogance and hubris. Wang Yajun, provoked beyond endurance, seethed with anger and bellowed, Su Yang, I will kill you. Upon uttering this, he summoned the power within his crystal core. A formidable gust of wind enveloped his body, manifesting 2 rapidly rotating tornadoes. Under his command, these twisters coalesced into a singular, more potent vortex, hurtling forward with great velocity. The surrounding snow was drawn into the tornado's powerful pull, revealing the ground beneath. The vortex extended 100 meters before finally ceasing. This was evidently the limit of the opposing force. As the tornado dissipated, the snow fell in flurries, leaving everyone momentarily blinded by the white haze. Wang Yajun, wielding the tremendous force of the tornado, swept away the 100 meters of snow with an unstoppable momentum. The exertion took its toll. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, quickly freezing into tiny ice pellets that fell at his feet. Yet, despite this, he gazed upon the cleared path with a grin. At 100-meter distance, there lay not a single landmine. It seemed the enemy had merely attempted to intimidate him. With a derisive snort, he declared, bluffing. Brothers, advance. Capture Su Yang and those 4 exquisite women. The men Wang Yajun had brought showed no hesitation as they charged forward. Previously, they had been caught off guard by the landmines, which had ignited their fury and anger. However, they had been cautious of the mine's destructive power, forcing them to hold back. Now, realizing the enemy's bluster, they felt reassured and surged ahead without trepidation. The 100-meter stretch, devoid of any snow, posed no challenge for these powers bearers. And they soon approached their target. Just as they crossed the 100-meter mark and pressed onward, a thunderous explosion erupted. This was not a solitary blast, but a series of detonations, a chain reaction of landmines igniting. The sky was filled with fire as dozens of mines exploded in succession, obliterating over 200 individuals. Crystals rained down like shards of glass. Those trailing hurriedly retreated, yet even so, several were grievously injured in the blast. In the instant of the explosion, Ning Kai-dai had already erected a protective barrier, shielding Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, Tang Qing, and Su Yang. Although she understood that the blast at such a distance would not reach them, she took this precaution nonetheless. Snow and blood fell upon the force field, leaving the 4 untouched by any taint. Following the annihilation of over 200 more, Wang Yajin's once formidable contingent of 500 was now reduced to a mere 100 combatants, their spirits as deflated as frostbitten eggplants. Devoid of any fighting spirit and bearing expressions of utter despair, Wang Yakin's countenance was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. He gazed upon his adversary, so tantalizingly close. yet found himself paralyzed, unable to advance even a single step. It felt as though his every motion was meticulously anticipated by the enemy, enveloping him in a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, Su Yang's voice resonated once more. I have already warned you. I have planted numerous landmines. You were all advised to retreat, yet you chose not to listen. How foolish. Upon hearing such scathing mockery, Wang Yakin's fury ignited anew. He bellowed, Su Yang, do not revel in your triumph. When our army descends upon you, we shall leave no trace of you and your Fengyun community. Su Yang retorted with a smirk. Should you choose to retreat now, the toll will be catastrophic. Even Wei Hongming will struggle to ensure your survival. His words caused Wang Yakin and the remaining 100 or so individuals to pale in shock. Chapter 113. The bombardment. Wang Yakin's countenance was exceedingly grim. Indeed, what his opponent had said struck a chord. He had brought so many individuals with him, yet they had accomplished nothing and suffered significant casualties. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment from Chief Wei Hongming. The only conceivable outcome would be the execution of all his men, thereby solidifying the morale of the righteous army. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned toward Wang Yakin, seeking him to devise a clever plan. Even if they wished to retreat now, it was an impossibility. They were not eager to meet their demise. The sole strategy available to them was to capture the current target, Su Yang, and annihilate the entire Fengyun community, thereby atoning for their sins. However, they remained oblivious to the number of landmines ahead. The mere few hundred meters separating them loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Some, recalling the horrific deaths of their comrades, felt their legs weaken. Su Yang, shall we strike a deal? Wang Yakin's tone softened considerably. What makes you think you can negotiate with me? Su Yang retorted, what qualifications do you possess, and what leverage do you hold? Is it not enough that my over 100 brothers are all capable of extraordinary abilities? Wang Yakin exclaimed, if you provide us with a safe haven, my brothers and I will pledge our allegiance to you and follow your commands. Since death was inevitable, it would be wiser to seek peace with the adversary. Returning to Kwangshan wholesale market would result in certain death. If they attempted to flee, how could they possibly withstand Wei Hongming's relentless pursuit with just over 100 men? They, being under Wei Hongming's command, were acutely aware of his formidable nature. At this moment, their only hope for survival lay with Su Yang, as he had laid numerous landmines along the necessary route into the Fengyun community. Even if Wei Hongming's army came charging in, they might not pass through unscathed. Moreover, they could feign surrender, provided the enemy revealed the safe passage. With their numbers surpassing the 4 adversaries, they could swiftly overpower them. This way, the fate of the situation would rest entirely in their hands, transforming certain death into a multitude of advantages. Su Yang was not oblivious to their intentions. A cold smile crept across his face as he addressed Wang Yakin. With your 100 or so simpletons, I have no interest in you. Don't assume I am unaware of your thoughts. You are far too naive to play such games with me. I have already stated my position. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, then depart. Su Yang continued, I was prepared to leave just moments ago, yet you foolishly provoked me. Now, even if you desire to leave, there is no opportunity, all of you shall remain. Wang Yakin erupted into laughter upon hearing this. You 5 think you can detain us all? What a delusion. If you possess the courage, come at us. Let us see if you can extinguish us. Inwardly, Wang Yakin scoffed, feeling at a loss for what to do. The audacity of his opponents to think they could hold them captive was tantamount to courting death. If he could capture these 5 and bring them back, perhaps he could escape his own fate. Wang Yakin vividly recalled the instructions given to him by the deputy leader before his departure. It is imperative to capture this individual named Su Yang and bring him back. As long as he is apprehended, the mission will be deemed accomplished, thus balancing the scales of merit and demerit, and I shall no longer face punishment. Su Yang gazed at the arrogant adversary and calmly remarked, one need not wield a weapon to take a life, much like the landmines that exploded moments ago. To retain your presence, I need not approach you. Your demise is effortlessly achievable. As soon as Su Yang finished his statement, Ning Kaidai, Su Yunqi, Su Nuyu, and Tang Qing hefted their RPG rocket launchers onto their shoulders. After loading the projectiles, they pulled the triggers without hesitation. The rockets, trailing long plumes of smoke, soared towards Wang Yakin and his group. Witnessing this, Wang Yakin and the over 100 abilities users felt their hearts race wildly. Who are these people? As if the landmines were not enough, those 4 women indeed wielded rocket launchers, accustomed to reigning supreme among ordinary folk. The abilities users were utterly unprepared for the onslaught of large-scale destructive weaponry. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength to withstand such force, they were at a significant disadvantage. The moment they saw the rockets hurtling towards them, they turned and fled. Yet, how could their speed rival that of the projectiles? The rockets detonated within the crowd, causing 5 or 6 individuals to be obliterated. The others, feeling the searing heat from behind, dared not look back and fled in terror. Ning Kaidai and her companions paid no heed to the fleeing throng. After each had launched a projectile, they reloaded without a moment's hesitation and fired again. For more rockets were launched, and after each had discharged 5, Su Yang waved his hand, summoning large boxes of ammunition before each of them, each containing hundreds of rounds. The 4 women's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's pause, they began to fire in rapid succession. Reload, aim, fire, reload, aim, fire. After each had released a dozen more rounds, their RPG launchers began to heat up significantly. "Do not rush. There is more," Su Yang declared, waving his hand once more. 4 brand new rocket launchers appeared before them. The women discarded their heated launchers onto the snow to cool down and picked up the new ones, continuing their assault. After unleashing nearly 20 more projectiles, the ground ahead was riddled with craters, and the fleeing enemies fell one after another. Over 50 had already perished, leaving fewer than 70 remaining. Wang Yakin and the surviving individuals were utterly petrified, daring not to pause, only able to flee for their lives. They could not afford to provoke such an adversary, for this was a bombardment of annihilation. Even if Wei Hongming arrived with all his forces, it would be futile. Although the rocket artillery was formidable, its effectiveness against moving targets was somewhat limited, and the firepower coverage was insufficient. Su Yang turned to Ning Kaidai and her companions and commanded, "Cast down your rocket launchers." The 4 women acted in unison, discarding their rocket launchers. Su Yang retrieved 4 mortars and 4 boxes of shells from the spatial realm, addressing them. "Utilize these. They are far more convenient." Upon witnessing the mortars, Ning Kaidai's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately aimed at the fleeing Wang Yakin and his companions, loading a shell into the mortar. Boom! The first shell was fired. Without hesitation, she prepared the second and fired again. Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing mimicked her actions, loading shells as well. In an instant, all 4 mortars erupted in a symphony of destruction, shells soaring through the air, enveloping Wang Yakin and his group. Observing the projectiles descending from above, like a torrential downpour, the 70-odd individuals unleashed their powers to the fullest, attempting to shield themselves. However, their efforts proved futile as the shells detonated upon them, obliterating Wang Yakin and all remaining foes. Chapter 114. Wrath after vanquishing all adversaries. Su Yang instructed Ning Kaidai to command the electronic dog to gather all the crystal cores. He then stowed away the rocket launcher, mortars, and all ammunition into his spatial pocket before returning to the villa with the 4 women. At that moment, Su Yang noticed that Ning Kaidai appeared somewhat despondent. Instantly, he comprehended her thoughts. "Do not be disheartened. In just a few days, you shall have the opportunity to showcase your prowess," Su Yang reassured her. "The reason for not allowing you to engage this time was solely to train Yunxi and the others." "Really?" Ning Kaidai's face lit up with excitement. "When they arrive, you won't annihilate them with more formidable weapons, will you?" "Of course not," Su Yang nodded. "However, I promise you, if any enemies remain after the initial onslaught, I shall entrust the remaining foes to you." Ning Kaidai nodded in agreement. "All right. Although they may be mere stragglers, it will still be an opportunity for me to face them in battle, honing my skills." At this moment, it was crucial to prioritize the swift eradication of the enemy. After a brief respite, Su Yang commanded the electronic dog to release all the crystal cores. Upon inspection, he discovered that these 500 individuals had surprisingly yielded 1,800 abilities. Without hesitation, he bestowed 300 abilities upon Ning Kaidai. "By absorbing these crystal cores, you will undoubtedly elevate your strength to the gold level 3. This will empower you to confront Wei Hongming and the others with greater might, ensuring your safety." Ning Kaidai said little more and accepted the gifts with delight. Su Yang had previously informed her that ascending from silver level 9 to gold level required the consumption of 100 abilities. Now, at silver level 9 herself, absorbing these would significantly enhance her power. After her promotion to gold level, not only would she undergo further evolution, but her existing skills would also intensify, potentially awakening new abilities. Ning Kaidai grasped the crystal cores without hesitation. As 300 abilities coursed into her body, a profound transformation unfolded within her. Her life force ascended once again, and the previously silver-white glow at her brow transformed into a brilliant gold. Her level successfully rose to gold level 3. Feeling the surging energy within her, Ning Kaidai radiated newfound confidence, her countenance imbued with a captivating allure that was utterly mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Su Yang consumed the abilities from all the crystal cores, assimilating 1,500 abilities into his being. All of this energy coalesced within the lotus at his brow. In an instant, as his level ascended to King level 3, the flames at the center of the lotus blazed even more fervently. Having completed these tasks, Su Yang and the 4 women donned bathrobes and leaped into the swimming pool. After such a prolonged period of exertion, nothing was more indulgent than a soothing soak in warm water, especially for Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing. They had, after all, yet to awaken their abilities. Their physiques were no different from those of ordinary individuals. Enduring the weight of such a heavy rocket launcher during combat was indeed quite taxing. Immersed in the warm water, they found considerable comfort. Even Su Yung leaped in alongside them. Water splashed, and mist rose. After indulging for several hours, Su Yung finally emerged from the pool, nonchalantly evaporating the droplets from his skin with his powers. He accompanied them to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a silent resolve. They must awaken their abilities as soon as possible. Their petite frames felt exceedingly fragile at that moment. They simply could not hold their ground against those endowed with powers. If this continued, it would not be long before the gap between them and others widened to an insurmountable chasm. They might not even catch a glimpse of the taillights of their opponents. This was not the outcome they wished to witness. Su Yung was oblivious to their thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have offered them words of comfort. Meanwhile, he enjoyed a fulfilling and carefree life with the 4 women by his side. In stark contrast, Wei Hongming and his subordinate were experiencing quite a different reality. They had been waiting at the Kwangshan wholesale market for an entire week without a word from Wang Yakin. Finally, Wei Hongming could no longer contain his impatience and inquired, "Wang Yakin has been gone for so long. Why have we yet to receive any news?" His subordinate, with a worried expression, responded, "I have been sending people to investigate their whereabouts these past few days. Logically speaking, it is only a little over 10 kilometers from our location to Fengyun community. Even if the snow is thick and travel is inconvenient, it should take no more than 3 days to arrive. Capturing the entire Fengyun community should take no more than a day. Even if the enemy is formidable, it would not be difficult for Wang Yakin and his 500 subordinates to retreat. A round trip within a week is more than sufficient. Surely we will have results today. Are you merely going to wait for results?" Wei Hongming asked, his tone growing harsh. "Could we not proactively send someone to the front?" "I have already dispatched someone," replied his subordinate, muscles twitching with tension. "The brothers I sent out reported no sight of Wang Yakin and his men along the way." He continued, "On the 4th day, I even attempted to call Wang Yakin, but could not get through." "What?" Wei Hongming erupted in fury. "Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter? Our people have been unreachable for so long. What if something has happened?" "My subordinate, I merely considered that it might be due to poor signal reception." He quickly explained, "You know, ever since the large-scale power outage, while phones still have signal, it is not as reliable as before. Sometimes, there is even a complete lack of signal. I feared it might cause you concern, hence I refrained from telling you sooner." "Useless!" Wei Hongming roared, raising his hand to strike his subordinate's face. Just as his hand was about to connect, it halted mere inches from his subordinate's face, causing the latter to tremble in fear. Although Wei Hongming yearned to continue the confrontation, the frustration within him was nearing a breaking point. How could he be surrounded by such inept individuals, especially when one of them was his own deputy? Was it a failure of judgment on his part? A misallocation of talent? Doubts began to creep into Wei Hongming's mind regarding his ability to discern capable individuals. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself. Despite the deputy's foolishness, his strength was undeniable, possessing a rank just below Wei's own, golden level 1. Wei still required this individual to assist in managing all his subordinates. Had it been in the past, this deputy would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences for such incompetence. Chapter 115. The army approaches. Wei Hongming took a moment to compose himself before stating, "Should such an incident occur again, notify me immediately." His assistant, trembling, responded, "Yes." He then inquired, "Should I continue to contact them?" Upon hearing this, Wei Hongming, having just regained his composure, felt his temper flare once more, nearly on the verge of an outburst. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself, bellowing, "What is there to contact about? Wang Yakin and the 500 he took with him are surely dead by now." The assistant's face paled at this revelation. "No, that cannot be possible. These are 500 extraordinary individuals, led by the silver-ranked expert Wang Yakin. Even if Fengyun community possesses formidable strength, they cannot annihilate them all in an instant. And not a single shred of news has returned. How can this be deemed impossible?" Wei Hongming's gaze turned icy as he replied, "Can you not adjust your thinking to fit the present circumstances? We are in an era of collective awakening. Many individuals have discovered their extraordinary abilities. As long as the opposing side possesses sufficient survival resources, they can continually recruit nearby extraordinary individuals. And Su Yang happens to have a vast surplus of survival supplies, possibly even more than ours. It is quite possible that the strength of Fengyun community has grown significantly. The previous 500 may have merely been sent there to provide them with provisions. What shall we do, Chief?" The assistant, with his head bowed, found himself at a loss. Should they fail to subdue the opposing side, with their ample survival resources, they could continuously expand their power. In the future, Attempting to conquer them would become exceedingly difficult. If they grew strong enough, they could even obliterate their own faction, a scenario he dreaded. What else can we do? We must engage in battle, Wei Hongming declared. Regardless of how many individuals they have recruited or how powerful they have become, we must confront them and eliminate them. After all, we have already crossed swords. This is also my fault, Wei Hongming sighed. When I spoke with Su Yang previously, his arrogant demeanor should have alerted me to the strength he possesses, but I overlooked it. Even if Su Yang has recruited numerous individuals through his survival supplies, his initial base is not as substantial as ours, and the strength of his subordinates cannot possibly match ours, nor do they possess our loyalty. The individuals he has gathered surely harbor ulterior motives. Even if their numbers are equal to ours, their combat prowess cannot surpass that of our seasoned warriors, who have been honed through relentless battles. Although Wei Hongming had conducted some investigations into Su Yang, it had only been after the cataclysm. He knew that Su Yang resided in Fengyan community, within a villa, but little else. He had assumed that the demise of the 500 he dispatched was at the hands of Su Yang's subordinates, never considering that it might have happened before or after the apocalypse. From the beginning to the end, Su Yang never contemplated the formation of a faction. The presence of numerous individuals inevitably leads to instability. He would not allow such discordant elements to arise. With an abundance of weapons of mass destruction at his disposal, he harbored no fear of any force. He himself constituted the most formidable power. Why expend effort on establishing a group? It is far more delightful to live a joyful life with his beloved in a villa as warm as spring. Why go through that trouble? If Su Yang were aware that others believed he had assembled a vast force, he would awaken from his dreams with laughter, mocking the sheer foolishness of his adversaries. In the mindset of Wei Hongming, it was inconceivable that all his men had perished, merely victims of artillery fire. As a citizen of the Great Xia, it was deeply ingrained in his psyche that an individual could not possess weapons of mass destruction. Hence, until one has witnessed such a reality, it would never occur to them. After listening to his analysis, the deputy pondered for a prolonged moment. He raised his gaze to ask, "Chief, when shall we depart?" "Let us wait a bit longer to see if Wang Yakin and his men can return," Wei Hongming replied. "If they do not return by tonight, we shall gather all brothers first thing in the morning and head towards Fengyan community to annihilate the enemy." Understood. The deputy turned and exited, heading to the Kwangshan wholesale market to await Wang Yakin's men, hoping someone might escape and provide valuable intelligence about the adversary. Alas, disappointment awaited him as night fell. Not a single soul returned, and phone calls went unanswered. It was then that he fully accepted Wei Hongming's words. Their men were likely all slain. At dawn the next day, the deputy summoned all the superpowered individuals from the Kwangshan wholesale market, leaving only 100 or so to guard the premises. Over 6,000 others, under Wei Hongming's command, set forth towards Fengyan community. Wei Hongming and his deputies sat in the vehicle as snow was cleared ahead. Due to their vast numbers, the superpowered individuals took turns removing the snow, swiftly creating a clear path for Wei Hongming's vehicle to proceed unimpeded. In less than 5 hours, they arrived 2 kilometers from Fengyan community, merely a kilometer away from entering the previously laid minefield. Su Yang had already observed this massive gathering through aerial surveillance. Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, the 2 sisters, gazed at the screen displaying the multitude of superpowered individuals approaching, brimming with eagerness. "Boss, shall we go out to greet them?" they inquired, recalling their previous battle with fervent anticipation. They were aware that their esteemed boss possessed an abundance of weapons of mass destruction, rendering the confrontation with these foes trivial, and they felt no fear of danger. "No," Su Yang replied with a smile. "Let us first allow them to experience fear that penetrates to their very bones." At this moment, venturing outside would be tantamount to squandering the carefully laid traps set by Kai Dai. The mines, once buried, are meant to be utilized. Faced with such a multitude of extraordinary individuals, Su Yang had never entertained the notion of stepping outside. Even if he were to consider it, he would never allow Su Yunqi and her sister, along with Tang Qing and the other 3 who had yet to awaken their powers, to venture forth. It would be prudent to eliminate Wei Hongming and his group before allowing Ning Kai Dai to emerge and tidy up the aftermath. "Come, sit beside me, and let us observe the spectacle." Su Yang beckoned, patting his thigh. The 2 sisters obediently perched themselves beside him, their eyes fixed upon the screen as Wei Hongming and his entourage gradually approached. A distance of 1 kilometer posed no challenge for over 6,000 superpowered individuals. The snow ahead had been entirely cleared away. Just as hundreds wielding shovels continued their task, one individual suddenly felt his shovel strike against something solid. Chapter 116. Heavy casualties. With a vigorous thrust, the man propelled the dark, round object high into the air. To my astonishment, it was a landmine. Upon realizing the nature of the object, he screamed, "What landmine?" Someone mocked. "Do you think we're playing a game of landmine warfare?" Before he could finish, the mine detonated with a deafening roar. The surrounding 50 to 60 individuals were obliterated into ashes. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the others stood agape in shock. Indeed, there is a landmine. What exploded? In the rear, Wei Hongming heard a tremendous blast, followed by a sight of flames soaring into the sky. 5 or 6 dozen people were hurled through the air, their bodies consumed by the inferno, meeting an untimely demise. Frowning deeply, he realized there were landmines ahead. A snow-clearing worker rushed over to report, over 60 brothers have been killed in the blast. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongming's subordinate's expression shifted dramatically. It appeared that Su Yong had anticipated their retaliatory move and had preemptively laid landmines to thwart them. Wei Hongming spoke in a grave tone. Tell the brothers not to be afraid, continue clearing the snow, and keep your spirits up. There can't be many landmines, just exercise caution. As for those fallen brothers, we must ensure their families are taken care of. As for their crystals, you may divide them among yourselves. The snow-clearing junior's eyes brightened at this. He dashed forward, surprised to find such fortune awaiting him. There was an unwritten rule in the Kwangshan wholesale market. If a supernatural being perished during a mission, the living would care for the deceased family. In reality, this meant the family often became the property of others. If there were young, beautiful women, they would be claimed by others as their own. As for the elderly men, their care was of little concern. Once a person had died, who could still look after their family? Hence, the earlier individual was so elated. For he not only stood to gain the families of the deceased comrades but also their crystals, enhancing his own power. Upon returning and relaying Wei Hongming's orders, those who had initially felt fear now felt invigorated. They supplemented the snow-clearing efforts with an additional 50 to 60 individuals. Caution enveloped them all. Yet the landmines buried by Ning Kaidai were meticulously placed, their distances calculated with precision. No matter how careful one was, they were still bound to encounter them. Once more, an anti-personnel mine detonated. The explosion engulfed an area of 30 meters, claiming over 100 lives. Witnessing yet another loss, Wei Hongming was filled with fury. He descended from the vehicle, accompanied by his subordinate, to personally oversee the operations. Everyone, put down your shovels. Those with ranged abilities, step forward and use your powers to clear the snow. Following his command, a wave of individuals surged forth to absorb the crystals of the more than 100 fallen supernatural beings. Over 200 people advanced, utilizing their powers to lift the snow from the ground and clear the path. Ahead, within a distance of 100 meters, several landmines detonated in succession. It was at this moment that Wei Hongming and his companions beheld the countless large craters littering the ground, all remnants of the explosions. It appeared that Wang Yakin and his group had perished in the minefield. Wei Hongming shook his head, harboring a deep-seated resentment. If only I could ascertain the identity of the one who planted these mines, I would rend him limb from limb. He was acutely aware that the presence of these mines was undoubtedly linked to Su Yong. Gazing at the numerous deep pits beneath him, Wei Hongming realized that driving was no longer an option. They would have to proceed on foot. He instructed his subordinates, continue to clear the snow. Should our abilities be depleted, we shall rotate in fresh personnel. We must endeavor to reach the Fengyan community before nightfall. The over 200 subordinates displayed no hesitation, collectively harnessing their abilities once more. The snow was swiftly cleared again. Yet, as they moved forward, several more mines erupted in the air. With a signal from his deputy, the others advanced. However, just a few steps later, one unfortunate soul stepped upon a hidden mine, buried within a previously exploded pit. The explosion's intense heat had melted the snow, filling the crater with slush, which rapidly froze in the frigid temperatures. Ning Kaidai had concealed 2 water mines within the icy layer. During the snow clearing, these mines went unnoticed, shielded by the ice. In an instant, as someone triggered the mine, a thunderous explosion ensued. The power of these 2 water mines was devastating, claiming the lives of over 500 individuals and injuring more than 300 others, leaving behind a massive crater exceeding 100 meters in diameter. The surrounding area was utterly unrecognizable. Wei Hongming's gaze was icy and filled with fury, cursing vehemently. Leading the charge himself, with the Fengyan community now within sight, merely 200 to 300 meters away, he faced catastrophic losses. If the morale issue was not promptly addressed, it would deal a severe blow to his standing. Infuriated, Wei Hongming bellowed, "The enemy is utterly shameless." Avoiding a fair confrontation and instead laying this multitude of mines to impede our advance. Such despicable tactics are unconscionable. Once we breach the Fengyan community, we shall show no mercy to anyone. His words ignited the fury of all his subordinates. Since awakening their abilities, they had fought long and hard. Yet never had they encountered such a treacherous foe. What era is this, still resorting to landmines? Nevertheless, faced with these mines, they found themselves at a loss for effective strategies. Leader. At that moment, one individual stepped forward, declaring, I possess metal abilities. My defenses are formidable. I fear not these mines. I shall pave the way for my comrades. As long as the ground I traverse remains intact, let my brothers follow in my path. Seeing someone voluntarily step up, Wei Hongming and his deputy were elated. Wei Hongming regarded his subordinate, who was merely at the silver level, and nodded in approval, stating, "Should you succeed, it would indeed be a significant contribution. Once the Fengyan community is secured, I shall elevate you to the esteemed position of captain, commanding a battalion of 500 extraordinary individuals. As a reward, you will receive 3 18-year-old maidens, along with a daily provision of 50 caddies of grain and 3 barrels of 10 kilograms of mineral water." Upon hearing this, the others were instantly overcome with envy, silently lamenting their own lesser metal abilities. This young man has truly ascended to greatness. Attaining the rank of captain at the silver level will undoubtedly accelerate his strength and grant him access to even greater resources. Yet, this is merely a trifle. The crux lies in the 3 18-year-old maidens and the substantial daily rations of grain and water. With women to indulge in pleasures and an ample supply of sustenance, one need not worry about resources. Furthermore, one could support several women. With these advantages, he would undoubtedly become a minor sovereign. "Captain, we too possess the awakened metal abilities." At that moment, more than 20 individuals stepped forward, eagerly volunteering. "We are also willing to pave the way for our brothers." Chapter 117, Madness. Sacrificing subordinates for advancement faced with the allure of promotions, wealth, and the enticing rewards of women, they could hardly resist such temptation. Fortune favors the bold. A gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Should they succeed and survive this endeavor, a lifetime of opulence awaited them. "Well done, your courage is commendable," Wei Hongming praised. "You too shall receive the rewards I previously mentioned upon completion of the task." A smile spread across the faces of the 20-odd individuals. After exchanging glances, they took a deep breath, preparing to charge forward. The first volunteer surged ahead, clad in metallic armor that gleamed with a frigid light. His feet sank into the snow, yet he pressed on without pause. Witnessing his determination, the others followed suit, refusing to be outdone. Boom! A landmine detonated behind them. The searing heat, turbulent air, and shrapnel from the explosion battered their backs, creating a cacophony of sound. Those with formidable strength shielded themselves and continued forward, while the less fortunate were obliterated, their bodies torn asunder. Some were reduced to mere fragments, reminiscent of shredded metal, leaving no trace of blood. The ground was littered with corpses. In the aftermath of the initial charge, only the first runner remained unscathed and had ventured the farthest, now standing at the entrance of the Fengyan community, awaiting the arrival of his comrades. Among the surviving individuals, none had perished outright, though 3 sustained injuries. Remarkably, these injured were as resilient as the unscathed, for their metallic exteriors rendered them immune to bleeding and dulled their pain. Their vitality was remarkably robust, rendering minor injuries inconsequential. Wei Hongming and his deputy, witnessing the continued explosions of landmines, felt their hearts race. Fortunately, the casualties were minimal, and the living had reached the Fengyan community's entrance. They scarcely had time to mourn their fallen subordinates, instructing others to collect the crystal cores. With a wave of his hand, the troops set forth. Following the path traversed by their metallic-empowered comrades, they advanced over 100 meters without triggering any mines. After another 200 meters, still no explosions occurred. With only 100 meters remaining to the entrance of the Fengyan community, suddenly the thunderous roar of landmines erupted. An extensive series of mines was inadvertently triggered. Over 40 powerful mines detonated in succession. Some individuals scarcely had time to react before they were killed instantly. The scorching wave of heat obliterated everything in its path, and shrapnel rained down like a storm. In an instant, over 1,000 lives were extinguished, as the deadly fragments and steel balls hurtled toward the remaining soldiers. Wei Hongming's deputy stepped forward. With a forceful push of his hands and a commanding shout, he declared, "Extreme ice seal." A massive wave of frigid air surged forth, swiftly coalescing into an ice wall. The fragments, steel balls, and explosive air currents were all encased in ice, sparing many from calamity. The assistant gently snapped his fingers, causing the ice wall to shatter, with shards and steel balls cascading into the snow at their feet. A collective sigh of relief emerged from the others. At that moment, Wei Hongming's heart was bleeding. He roared, "If I do not kill you, I swear I shall not be human." His voice reverberated throughout the Fengyan community, crystal clear to all, including Su Yang, who was in his villa. Su Yang chuckled softly, disregarding the taunt, and thought to himself, "Come if you dare. Let us see how many of you can traverse my minefield." After his furious outburst, Wei Hongming gradually regained his composure. Although the loss of so many subordinates pained him deeply, he remained untroubled. He had discerned the truth. The reason for the myriad landmines laid along their path was to obstruct his army. The opposition likely lacked a substantial number of supernatural beings. Otherwise, they would not resort to such tactics. As long as he could infiltrate the Fengyun community and capture Su Yang, he would have no cause for concern, even if all his subordinates perished. With ample survival resources at his disposal, coupled with Su Yang's, recruiting a formidable army of supernatural beings would pose no challenge. Wei Hongming commanded coldly, "Everyone, advance and regroup with the dozen brothers ahead." Despite their trepidation, the others obeyed and moved forward. Fortunately, they arrived at the entrance of the Fengyun community, where no further landmines detonated, allowing them to exhale in relief. They noticed that the rear guard had finally caught up. The first among the dozen who could metallize entered the community with remarkable speed and vigor, undeterred by the carnage surrounding them. Fortuitously, this individual sprinted over 200 meters without triggering any landmines. Even when explosions occurred, his metallized form shielded him. The others gazed at him with envy. Yet bound by their prior commitment, they had no choice but to continue running ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed repeatedly as 7 more perished. At that moment, only 5 awakened metal users remained, including the fortunate one from earlier, leaving a total of 6. Wei Hongming directed his subordinates to follow the footprints of those who had passed or traverse areas where landmines had already detonated. Indeed, their path proved much safer. Within a distance of 200 meters, only 2 landmines exploded, claiming just over 100 lives. After collecting all the crystal cores, the 6 remaining metal users set off once again. The first to charge forth was still the same individual, who dashed over 300 meters without encountering a single landmine. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, he took a step forward and, at that moment, his luck ran out. A landmine detonated beneath their feet, unleashing an immense force. In that fleeting moment of explosion, the surrounding temperature soared to nearly 3,000 degrees. The adversaries had no chance to react. Even though their bodies had undergone metallic transformation, they were swiftly melted away in the searing heat, their forms reduced to molten iron. A crystalline core radiated a silvery luminescence amidst the flames. Among the remaining 5 individuals awakened to metallic abilities, 3 more perished, leaving only 2 survivors. The 2 exchanged a glance, their legs trembling slightly. Wei Hongming, however, was unconcerned. Death was but a fleeting occurrence. His focus was solely on directing the remaining subordinates to advance along the path previously traversed by their fallen comrades. Even if several more landmines were triggered, resulting in the demise of 300 or 400, it mattered little. Today, he was determined to carve a passage, regardless of the cost in lives, to capture Su Yang. As the remaining individuals continued to fall, the 2 survivors had tested their limits, covering a distance of 400 meters. Wei Hongming urged his men onward. Soon, the villa of Su Yang came into view. With no one left to trigger the mines, he disregarded caution and commanded, "Everyone charge forward towards the villa." Chapter 118. Annihilation in one strike. In truth, Wei Hongming and his entourage were still a considerable distance from Su Yang's villa. However, with the enemy so near, Wei Hongming could no longer contain himself. Delaying further would only squander time, and his subordinates were already falling victim to landmines. It was preferable to have his men traverse the minefield at the fastest possible pace. Whatever the outcome, they would be fortunate to survive. He had surmised that Su Yang likely had not recruited any supernatural beings, and it was plausible that the residents of Fengyun community had already been dealt with by the opposition. Otherwise, the enemy would not have carelessly planted so many landmines both inside and outside the community, since there were no reinforcements on Su Yang's part. As long as his men could breach the minefield, victory would ultimately be his. This was the essence of Wei Hongming's thoughts. Upon receiving the command, his subordinates gritted their teeth and charged forward, each one striving to outpace the last. They understood that the faster they ran, the lower their chances of demise would be. As they exerted themselves to traverse the minefield, the sound of explosions echoed incessantly, devouring one comrade after another. Some fell and never rose again. Yet those who continued to sprint had no spare energy to concern themselves with their fallen companions, nor did they wish to witness their fate. They could only run for their lives. Thus, some fortunate souls sped through unscathed, eventually arriving at the entrance of Su Yang's villa, awaiting the arrival of the main forces. When all had crossed the minefield and approached within 50 meters of the villa, only 1,000 of the original 6,000 supernatural beings under Wei Hongming's command remained, all of whom were formidable and had been fortunate enough to survive. As Wei Hongming stood before Su Yang's villa, he beheld the courtyard encased in glass, adorned with rare flowers blooming vibrantly, a sight of exquisite beauty. A water feature with 30 koi fish swam joyfully within, while a substantial swimming pool exhaled steam, creating an idyllic paradise that stood in stark contrast to the icy world outside. Overcome with jealousy, Wei Hongming entertained thoughts of claiming this villa for himself. It was not just him. Even his subordinates, witnessing such a celestial abode amidst the apocalypse, were driven to madness with envy. The allure of residing in such a haven was undeniable. Just as Wei Hongming prepared to issue the command to attack, Su Yang emerged from the living room. Clad in a bathrobe and accompanied by 4 women, they stood in the courtyard, gazing at one another through the glass barrier. Wei Hongming and his men were entranced upon seeing the 4 women, especially the twin sisters Su Yunxi and Su Nuyu, whose beauty eclipsed even the most renowned actresses they had seen on television. What a commotion outside. It appears old friends have arrived, Su Yang remarked with a light chuckle. Wei Hongming, are you satisfied with the gifts I sent you along the way? Upon hearing Su Yang's mocking words, a flash of anger crossed Wei Hongming's face. Su Yang, I bet you didn't see this coming. Despite all the landmines you laid along the way, you still could not impede my progress. Wei Hongming scoffed. I never imagined that in addition to hoarding such vast resources, you also possess such a comfortable villa. Not to mention, you have 4 exquisite women accompanying you. I must say, you wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge yourselves. Even after such a lengthy apocalypse, your quality of life remains unaffected. However, starting today, all that you hold dear will be eradicated. All your resources, your villa, and those 4 women shall belong to me. I will seize everything from you. You are overly verbose. Su Yang replied coldly. Though you carved a path through the lives of your subordinates, what does that matter? Do you truly believe that with this handful of people, you can challenge me? Even if granted 1,000 opportunities, it would be futile. I've awaited your arrival here for quite some time, simply for you to meet your demise. Humph. Even at death's door, you continue to boast. Wei Hongming retorted with a disdainful snort. Let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance. Everyone, charge forward. Whoever captures him first shall be rewarded with one of those 4 women and enjoy 3 days of pleasure. With that command, over 1,000 subordinates, each endowed with extraordinary abilities, surged towards the villa. Boom. An explosion resonated. A landmine detonated, claiming the lives of over 100 men. The remaining individuals, stricken with terror, hastily retreated. Wei Hongming was taken aback by Su Yang's apparent fear of death, realizing that even near the villa, landmines had been concealed. Just as fear gripped the hearts of his men, Wei Hongming issued another command. The enemy is right before us. We shall capture him at all costs. His subordinates hesitated momentarily, but as they prepared to advance, Su Yang's voice echoed. Since you refuse to heed the warning, then let all of you remain here. As his words fell, a commotion erupted from the 4th floor of the villa. A section of the roof was opened, and a Gatling-style close-in weapon system slowly ascended. This formidable artillery was capable of firing projectiles exceeding 20 millimeters in diameter, unleashing nearly 20,000 rounds per minute. It could automatically lock onto targets and track them, intercepting missiles descending from above. While it may seem excessive to combat Wei Hongming's subordinates, it would swiftly conclude the conflict. In that instant, as the artillery rose, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Wei Hongming and his deputy. They bellowed, all units, abandon the assault and retreat immediately. But it was too late. Su Yang's voice resonated like a soul-harvesting demon from the depths of hell. The artillery opened fire instantaneously. Its barrel spun rapidly, unleashing a torrent of fiery serpents. The devastating projectiles soared forth, cleaving through Wei Hongming's men, some reduced to mere remnants. Despite their swift retreat, they could not outpace the bullets, nor could they evade the onslaught. Regardless of their desperate attempts to flee, all were struck by the relentless barrage. A full minute passed. All of Wei Hongming's subordinates have been slain, leaving the ground strewn with severed limbs and blood staining the surrounding snow. Some have been reduced to mere flesh and bone. The crystalline cores lay scattered below, forgotten by Wei Hongming, who now stood in shock alongside his quaking deputy. It is utterly barbaric, the deputy stammered. 6,000 extraordinary individuals. And not even a single finger of the enemy was touched, and yet they were all annihilated. Where did he procure such weapons of mass destruction? You ask me. But who can answer that? Wei Hongming cursed loudly. Only then did he realize that, apart from this trembling deputy, all his men had been utterly exterminated. His resolve to continue opposing Su Yang had evaporated entirely. Who among decent folk would install close-range artillery on their own rooftop without provocation? Is this not a blatant depression of the extraordinary? Even though these beings possess considerable strength compared to ordinary individuals, they stand no chance against such landmines and close defense artillery. Chapter 119. The magnificent display of Ning Kai Dai. Don't just stand there. Hurry and follow me. Wei Hongming commanded his subordinate. Are we even able to leave? The subordinate trembled, fear-stricken. Of course we can. Wei Hongming replied coldly. We are both gold-tier experts. Although we have withstood the enemy's heavy firepower, they cannot detain us if we choose to depart. I have already observed that there are likely few people left in the Fengyan community, and the number of ability users is limited. They lack the resources to send anyone after us. As long as we can return to our base alive with the ample supplies we have, we can swiftly assemble a formidable force once again. This will not hinder our future dominance in Jizhou City. The subordinate nodded in agreement and turned to follow Wei Hongming. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of drones filled the air. Hundreds of drones, equipped with abilities, locked onto them. The moment either of them dared to move, they would be met with bombardment. Naturally, Su Yang overheard Wei Hongming's words clearly and mocked. Even at this juncture, you still indulge in sweet fantasies. There is no chance for you to depart. What do you want, Su Yang? Wei Hongming's face darkened ominously. To kill is but a mere nod. Yet you spared us earlier and now prevent our escape. What does it mean? Wei Hongming roared. I admit, I underestimated you. I initially thought you would recruit a multitude of ability users to fight for you. I never imagined you would lay so many landmines along my path, annihilating most of my subordinates. I was even more astonished to discover you possess close-range artillery. With our current strength, we are insufficient to conquer you. Nor can we contend with your advanced technology. However, to think that you could eliminate 2 gold-tier experts like us with mere drones and artillery is a gross underestimation. So what if you were gold-tier? Su Yang sneered. It would be an effortless task to eliminate you. The reason I spared you earlier is that you still hold some value to me. But should you foolishly attempt to flee, I need only give the command. And those drones will rain down an overwhelming barrage of shells and bombs, leaving not a trace of you behind. Feel free to test that. Seeing Su Yang's unwavering confidence, Wei Hongming hesitated to take a gamble. He had witnessed the enemy's capabilities firsthand and understood their terrifying nature. If given another chance, he would never provoke them again. How could he not have foreseen this scenario? A person capable of stockpiling such resources would undoubtedly possess means of self-defense. What do you want from us? Wei Hongming ground his teeth and asked, You neither kill us nor allow us to leave. Surely, you cannot expect us to stand here indefinitely? Since you wish to depart, I shall grant you an opportunity. A faint smile crept across Su Yang's face as he addressed the two. If you can defeat one of my subordinates, I will allow you to leave. Should you lose, however, death is your only fate. Su Yang gestured towards Ning Kaidai. Wei Hongming and his subordinate exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. The two individuals believed themselves to be immensely powerful. Could they possibly be outmatched by a single woman? They nodded in agreement without hesitation. Ning Kaidai donned the advanced combat suit gifted to her by Su Yang, which accentuated her alluring figure, exuding both grace and unparalleled beauty, invoking boundless imagination. She carried a Tang Dao, crafted at a cost of 1 million, strapped to her back, radiating an aura of lethal intent. She approached the glass wall, which automatically opened as she stepped outside, only to seal shut behind her with meticulous precision. We must end this battle swiftly. Wei Hongming observed the oncoming figure and whispered to his subordinate, If we can subdue her, let us do so. If not, eliminate her without hesitation. The subordinate nodded, pushing forth with both hands, invoking a powerful chill, extreme ice seal. A formidable wave of frost surged towards Ning Kaidai, forming thick ice walls along its path. The temperature plummeted rapidly within a 100-meter radius, descending below 100 degrees Celsius. Yet, clad in her advanced combat suit, Ning Kaidai felt no chill, even without activating her powers. With a swift motion, the Tang Dao was unsheathed, slicing through the air as a multitude of blade shadows emerged. The icy onslaught directed at her was cleaved apart, shattering the ice walls ahead. Ning Kaidai transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the subordinate in the blink of an eye, her blade aimed at his throat. Ice Dragon Roar. He bellowed, summoning a massive ice dragon, as thick as a barrel, to erupt from within him. It unleashed a breath of icy flame, seeking to encase Ning Kaidai's Tang Dao in frost. Witnessing the blade's icy formation, Ning Kaidai's powers surged into her weapon. The Tang Dao vibrated, dispelling the frost, and a brilliant light erupted from it. The blade struck the ice dragon, cleaving its immense form in two, reducing it to icy shards that fell into the snow below. With renewed vigor, Ning Kaidai unleashed a radiant blade aura, shouting, Die. In a flash, she thrust towards the subordinate's chest. As a special forces soldier trained in lethal combat, her skills were honed to perfection. Coupled with her awakened martial arts abilities, she executed her techniques with exquisite precision. As a level 3 ability user, she was far superior to her opponent, who was merely at level 1. Her blade aimed directly at his vital points. The subordinate's expression shifted dramatically as he faced her merciless strike. Summoning all his abilities, he encased himself in ice. The Tang Dao collided with the icy barrier, shattering it into fragments. Just as the ice began to crumble under the pressure, Wei Hongming could no longer bear to watch. He recognized that the opponent's strength surpassed his own, and if he allowed his subordinate to perish, he would surely be next. With a roar, he prepared to intervene. A colossal shockwave surged towards Ning Kaidai. The force of the shockwave was immense, causing the surrounding snow to be violently disturbed, taking on no discernible form. Ning Kaidai sensed the impending danger and swiftly retracted her Tang Dao, delivering a decisive slash in front of her. The blade's radiance erupted forth, shattering the formless shockwave. Subsequently, she executed a swift draw and strike towards her subordinate. The ice encasing him shattered, and his head was severed from his body. Witnessing this, Wei Hongming retreated hastily, seeking to increase the distance between himself and Ning Caidi. As he held the advantage in ranged attacks, he realized that engaging her in close quarters would surely lead to his demise. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Ning Caidi advanced, leaving behind numerous afterimages. Huh! Wei Hongming roared once more, unleashing several shockwaves directed at the moving Ning Caidi. In response, she conjured a flurry of blade blossoms with her Tang Dao, obliterating the shockwaves. With an astonishing angle, she struck down upon Wei Hongming's head. I cannot accept this. Wei Hongming's body crumpled to the ground, succumbing to an untimely fate. Chapter 120. One wave subsides, another rises. Ning Caidi swiftly and decisively eliminated Wei Hongming and his subordinate. Su Yang dispatched a reconnaissance drone to scour the battlefield, gathering all the crystal cores. Meanwhile, Ning Caidi assisted from outside, utilizing drones to remove all the bodies. Just as they had tidied everything up, a sudden roar echoed from outside Fengyan community. Su Yang quickly activated a small analyzer and observed a dozen tanks racing towards them, followed closely by several armored vehicles. Caidi, get inside. Enemies are approaching. As soon as Su Yang's warning left his lips, the tanks had already breached the perimeter, firing a shell at one of the buildings in the community. The rooftop shattered, concrete debris scattering everywhere. The tanks moved with relentless speed, firing a shell before continuing their advance directly towards Su Yang's villa. His expression turned icy. It was evident they were targeting him. He hastily summoned all drones back into the villa and urged Ning Caidi to enter as well. The previous elimination of Wei Hongming and his associate had evidently not satisfied the attackers, and now seeing more adversaries approaching ignited a spark of excitement in her eyes. It seemed another opportunity to strike had arisen. However, she was not foolish enough to engage the enemy's tanks head-on. Neither Wei Hongming nor his men could withstand such heavy firepower, and neither could she. It would be prudent to take action only after neutralizing the tanks and armored vehicles. The tanks surged forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated as an anti-tank mine detonated, obliterating one of the tanks and killing its occupants. Although Wei Hongming's forces had triggered most of the mines, many remained undetonated, concealed throughout the community. Given the expansive size of the tanks, resembling iron fortresses, they could not evade the mines if they advanced toward the villa. Upon witnessing one tank explode, the others came to a halt. However, the armored vehicles trailing behind encountered another mine, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that claimed the lives of over 50 ability users inside. The remaining armored vehicles also halted in their tracks. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin leaped from their armored vehicle. The moment Su Yang caught sight of Wang Jianmin, his expression turned cold. The enemy had indeed come to assault him. Had they left a backup plan while establishing their war fortress? If that were the case, the entire Jianlong security group would face annihilation. Had he not amassed such an arsenal of heavy firepower, he might have genuinely feared their contingency. But now, with his formidable strength, the villa brimming with an array of heavy weaponry, Wang Jianmin surely could not anticipate what awaited him. Su Yang resolved to give him a surprise. A lesson in the consequences of daring to covet his interests. Though Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin were individually only at the Gold 2 and Gold I levels, respectively, their journey had seen them eliminate numerous ability users, resulting in rapid growth and strength. At this moment, Tian Quan had ascended to the 7th level of Gold, while Wang Jianmin had reached the 6th level. Their subordinates were equally formidable, with over a dozen at the 1st level of Gold and numerous others at the 9th level of Silver. The majority boasted silver ranks, instilling them with immense confidence. Even upon observing the numerous large craters outside the community, knowing they were the result of artillery fire, they felt no fear. It was only when they witnessed a tank and an armored vehicle obliterated that an unsettling premonition crept into their minds. Tian Quan surveyed the ground littered with craters and the acrid scent of explosives, and solemnly remarked, "This place has just endured a fierce battle. It appears the enemy employed landmines to annihilate the intruders. I never anticipated the potency of their mines could destroy our tank and armored vehicle. We have indeed underestimated this individual named Su Yang. I didn't foresee his capability to procure such weaponry. Had it not been for an unknown adversary clearing most of the mines for us, we would have faced significant challenges. If we wished to reach the enemy's villa, our casualties might be far greater." Turning his gaze toward Wang Jianmin, he inquired, "Old classmate, what do you propose we do next?" Wang Jianmin pondered for a moment before responding. "I too was surprised that Su Yang could amass such a substantial cache of landmines. But what of it? Someone has already cleared the majority for us, and even if there are more ahead, they should be few in number. Have everyone in the armored vehicle disembark. Let the tank and armored vehicle advance. We shall follow. Very well, Tian Quan nodded, signaling for the armored vehicle's door to open, allowing the occupants to emerge. Weapons in hand. The roar of tanks and engines soon filled the air, with the tank leading the charge and the armored vehicle trailing behind. Making their way towards Su Yang's villa. Boom. Another landmine exploded. Although this mine was formidable, it was not an anti-tank device and inflicted no damage on the tank. The tank forged ahead through the smoke and flames without hesitation, while the armored vehicle maneuvered around the craters to follow suit. After several more explosions, only one armored vehicle was destroyed. A dozen tanks lined up 100 meters from Su Yang's villa, all opening fire on the structure. Su Yang, bearing a cold smile, did nothing in response to the incoming missiles. He allowed the shells to strike the villa's walls and the courtyard's glass. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions ensued, engulfing the entire villa in flames. Yet, Su Yang and the woman, Ning Kaidai, remained unscathed, with even the walls directly hit and the courtyard glass sustaining no damage. The flowers in the garden continued to bloom, and the koi swam undisturbed. Tian Quan, accompanied by 1,500 armed superhumans, arrived at the villa's front, just in time to see Su Yang leisurely seated in the courtyard. Su Yang, it has been a while. Wang Jianmin exclaimed with a smile. I didn't expect you to be living so well. It seems that when you previously urged us to construct a secure stronghold for you, you were already anticipating the arrival of an apocalyptic era, preparing for the inevitable. I am curious to know how you devised such a flawless strategy. Su Yang shook his head and replied, How could I have devised a flawless plan? If I possessed such abilities, I would have foreseen your arrival with a group to seize my villa. Had I known that your Jianlong security group was so lacking in credibility, I would never have enlisted your services. It has cost me 30 billion in vain. We are living in apocalyptic times. Wang Jianmin retorted coldly, In this world, order has disintegrated. It is the might of one's fist that dictates the outcome. What need is there for credibility now? Since I am here, you are already aware of my intentions. I advise you to surrender the villa willingly. As you can see, I have a dozen tanks and numerous armed men at my disposal. No matter how fortified your villa is, how long can it truly withstand? Upon hearing these words, Su Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had thought the other party had retained some hidden advantage during the construction of this stronghold. Perhaps a means of access from within. However, upon reflection, he understood that the other party was entirely incapable of breaching it. Their words were merely a tactic to exert pressure, seeking to conquer without a fight. Chapter 121. Self-awareness is vital since the opponent left no contingency plans. Why should I be afraid? Su Yang slowly rose to his feet and gestured for Su Yunqi and Su Muyu to approach. One brought him a bottle of red wine, while the other lit a cigar for him. Su Yang took a sip of the wine and drew a breath from the cigar, exhaling the smoke in leisurely rings. With a cold gaze fixed on Wang Jianmin, he remarked, You've come all this way with so many people just to spout these empty threats? If you desire my stronghold, it all hinges on your capability. If you cannot breach my villa, your words are utterly meaningless. If you truly possess such prowess, I might regard you with some admiration, alas. You are just as ineffectual as my previous foes. Wang Jianmin seethed with anger at being openly insulted. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he was interrupted by Tian Quan, who wore a faint smile. You must be the esteemed Su Yang, he began. I've heard Jianmin speak of you often. He mentioned your ample resources, which compelled him to construct this extraordinary, secure refuge 3 months in advance. I find it quite admirable. As Tian Quan lit a cigarette and took a puff, he continued. Surely you anticipated the impending apocalypse. Your foresight regarding danger is commendable. While your stronghold is indeed formidable, impervious even to nuclear strikes, have you considered this? If we confine you within, the experience would be rather unpleasant, wouldn't it? Though we may not breach your fortress immediately, we can ensure you remain trapped inside. With ample patience, we can relentlessly assault your villa with tanks and firearms. Given enough time, it will inevitably succumb. And with our numbers, we can maintain a 24-hour offensive. Do you believe you will find time to rest? His tone was light, yet each word carried an undercurrent of menace. Su Yang retorted coolly, You are attempting to intimidate me. Do you think such threats hold any weight? Your companions should know better than you how formidable this stronghold's defenses are. Furthermore, I am accompanied by 4 lovely ladies. What of it if I never step outside? If you wish to engage in a war of attrition, do you truly have the resources to sustain it? With your multitude, daily consumption of survival supplies will be immense. I wonder how long you can endure. And don't think that a mere dozen tanks and some firearms can intimidate me. Should I choose, I could eliminate all of you at any moment. Turning his attention back to Wang Jianmin, Su Yang added, You know better than anyone what this stronghold conceals. Its strength is but one aspect. Remember, I had you install a counterattack system, along with missile launch capabilities and numerous weapon reports. Su Yang erupted into laughter. Wang Jiamin's expression darkened as he processed Su Yang's words. Finally, he responded, Su Yang, do not resort to empty threats. Previously, I had installed a countermeasure system, an attack system, and missile launchers within. However, do you possess any weapons of mass destruction? You do not. In our great Xia, acquiring weapons is a formidable challenge, especially those of mass destruction. Even if you could procure them abroad, you would be unable to return with them. The reason you speak to me this is that fear has taken root in your heart. Fear that we might indeed blockade your doorstep, engaging you in a protracted standoff. Though you have laid numerous landmines, what does that matter? As long as we persist, what can you do to us in the absence of offensive weapons? Su Yang sighed deeply, speaking with a contemplative tone. Humanity's greatest folly is its arrogance. Lacking self-awareness, provoking those who ought not to be provoked, leads only to demise. It is difficult to counsel the damned. You are aware that I can acquire landmines. How could I not procure weapons, let alone weapons of mass destruction? Furthermore, you have managed to obtain tanks and an abundance of firearms. Is it so surprising that I could do the same? Had you the capability to acquire weapons of mass destruction, you would not be cowering in your fortress. Wang Jiamin did not believe his words. He retorted, our acquisition of tanks is solely due to Brother Tian leading a group to seize an unguarded military base. The personnel evacuated in haste, leaving behind these tanks, firearms, munitions, and a missile. If you continue to disregard the gravity of the situation at our command, that missile will be launched directly towards you. Know that your fortress may theoretically withstand a nuclear strike, yet whether it can endure a true high-yield missile remains an uncertainty. If you possess any sense, emerge and surrender. Relinquishing your fortress, perhaps you might preserve your life. Otherwise, what we cannot obtain, you shall not either. You will simply vanish along with that fortress. Is it merely a missile? Su Yang chuckled softly, unfazed, and said with a light-hearted demeanor, it appears you are resolutely determined to oppose me. I wonder who has instilled such courage in you. If I do not showcase my capabilities, you might truly believe me to be easily subdued. His words were chilling. Since negotiation has failed, let us resort to conflict. To be honest, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I had no intention of allowing you and your ilk to continue existing. After finishing his wine, he placed the glass down and turned towards the hall. Accompanied by Su Muyu and Su Yunxi, he ascended to the third floor via the elevator. Wang Jiamin exchanged a cold glance with Tian Quan. Tian Quan spoke. The opponent is impervious to both threats and persuasion. Let us demonstrate our might. With that, he gestured, and a dozen tanks opened fire once more. The shell struck the glass of the courtyard, yet the glass remained unscathed, leaving no trace. Only the koi in the courtyard became agitated. At that moment, Su Yang arrived at the balcony on the third floor. Through the glass, Su Yang addressed Wang Jiamin and Tian Quan, stating, save your efforts. These tanks cannot inflict any harm upon my fortified sanctuary. Yet, I can effortlessly annihilate your tanks. Upon finishing his declaration, he produced an anti-material sniper rifle. A perfectly sized hole appeared in the window's glass. He loaded an anti-material round and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger aimed at one of the tanks. A deafening bang resonated throughout the air. The anti-material bullet pierced through the tank's formidable armor, instantly resulting in a fatal shot to the driver within. The bullet detonated inside the tank, reducing it to a mere heap of scrap metal. Witnessing their once mighty steel fortress reduced to ruins by a single shot, Tian Quan and Wang Jiamin felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a thought crossed their minds. Have we truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time? Chapter 122. The 500-kilogram high-concentration TNT bomb. Neither of the two anticipated that the other possessed an anti-material sniper rifle, an instrument of immense power, particularly at such close range. When confronted with such a weapon, a tank becomes little more than a target. One shot, one kill. Just as Su Yang prepared to fire his second shot, both parties reacted. Tian Quan bellowed, everyone, open fire on the third floor. Do not allow them the chance to retaliate. In an instant, the dozen or so tanks and the 1,500 armed subordinates all directed their fire towards Su Yang's position on the third floor. Bullets struck the glass of the balcony, producing a series of resounding bangs, yet they failed to inflict any harm upon Su Yang. Even the tank shells could not shatter the resilient glass. Su Yang took aim at another tank and pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated the tank's barrel, striking a freshly loaded shell within. Boom. The shell detonated internally, and the tank erupted into a fireball, soaring into the sky before crashing down with a thunderous clang, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Simultaneously, the shells inside continued to explode, nearly affecting those nearby. The armed superhumans, witnessing their firearms inflict no damage upon the villa, began to draw grenades from their waists, pulling the pins and hurling them towards the third floor. Some grenades detonated upon contact with the balcony's glass, while others ricocheted back, causing many to hastily retreat. In an instant, The Fengyun community was engulfed in a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, particularly around Su Yang's villa, which was shrouded in flames. The surrounding snow melted away, and numerous craters appeared on the ground. However, the villa's formidable construction remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Moreover, the individuals accompanying Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin were not well-trained soldiers. Although their firepower was fierce and they possessed numerous potent grenades, they proved utterly ineffective against Su Yang's ironclad defenses. Some even suffered injuries from their own rebounding grenades, albeit minor ones. With no threat to himself, Su Yang felt a sense of relief. He reloaded his anti-material sniper rifle and shot through a third tank. The bullet detonated inside, causing the shells to explode in succession. Both the tank and its occupants perished in the blast. Without hesitation, Su Yang fired 3 more shots in rapid succession, destroying another tank with each pull of the trigger. In less than a minute, 6 tanks lay in ruins. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin could only watch in despair, their hearts bleeding for their precious assets. These tanks had been instrumental in their campaign, decimating most of their foes. They had envisioned using these tanks to dominate the entire Jizhou city, yet in a fleeting moment, they had suffered such grievous losses, including the tank that was previously obliterated by an anti-tank mine. A total of 7 tanks have been rendered inoperative by Su Yang alone. The loss of even a single tank is beyond their capacity to endure. The 2 men were filled with ire. Wang Jianmin cast a cold gaze towards the balcony of the villa on the 3rd floor, pointing at the protruding barrel with a fierce command. Aim accurately. Do not allow the enemy to inflict further damage upon our tanks. We must not grant them another opportunity to fire. Upon his order, everyone unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the barrel, the sound echoing with a resounding clatter, hoping to deter Su Yang from shooting. Yet, Su Yang remained unfazed, retracting his weapon and restoring the breech to its original state, effectively blocking all bullets and shells, leaving the adversary with no chance. Subsequently, armed with an anti-material sniper rifle, he relocated and unleashed 3 consecutive shots, obliterating 3 tanks before the eyes of Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jianmin declared loudly, "Retrieve all the grenades you possess and throw them onto the roof of the villa. I refuse to believe this villa can withstand such an assault." In an instant, 1,500 men raised their grenades and hurled them at the rooftop. Boom, boom. The explosions resounded incessantly. The roof echoed with a cacophony of detonations, grenades raining down in a dense barrage, yet the villa remained unscathed. "Quick, use TNT explosives." Tian Quan's expression darkened upon witnessing the lack of effect. "Blast it to smithereens. Reduce this villa to rubble." A group of 5 or 6 men hoisted a 500-kilogram high-concentration TNT bomb and advanced towards Su Yang's villa. The remaining tanks and onlookers instinctively retreated, aware of the immense power such a concentrated TNT explosive holds, capable of demolishing a high-rise building in an instant. Staying too close would surely result in self-inflicted casualties. Yet, Su Yang remained unperturbed, focusing intently on targeting the remaining tanks. Knowing that Ning Kaidai had buried numerous mines around his villa, rendering the approach of these men impossible. As anticipated, those 5 or 6 subordinates carrying the TNT bomb were abruptly met with disaster when they drew within 40 to 50 meters of the villa. A mine detonated. Boom. The explosion shattered them into pieces. Simultaneously, the 500-kilogram TNT bomb was ignited, causing the entire neighborhood to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Even experts like Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin struggled to maintain their footing, nearly collapsing to the ground. Flames surged skyward, painting the heavens crimson. The falling snowflakes melted into raindrops, which in turn transformed into mist, enveloping the entirety of Fengyun community in a shroud of fog. Outside the villa's courtyard, a massive pit over 100 meters deep emerged as snowmelt gushed into it. The explosive sounds resonated clearly for miles around. Audible to all within a radius of 40 to 50 li ascending to the rooftop, I gazed into the distance where the sky blazed in fiery hues, momentarily envisioning the presence of formidable beings engaged in a cataclysmic battle. Even Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin were taken aback by this spectacle. Such explosive scenes are typically witnessed only on television. Never have they encountered such a phenomenon in reality. The two observed as the villa was enveloped by flames and searing heat. A wave of warmth surged towards them, leaving them parched and yearning for moisture. Could such a powerful bomb truly obliterate this villa? Tian Quan, filled with trepidation, glanced at Wang Jianmin. Wang Jianmin shook his head, replying, "It's hard to say. The opponent's stronghold is theoretically capable of withstanding a nuclear strike." As the inferno gradually subsided, the outline of the villa became discernible once more, remaining unchanged from the moment of their arrival. The ground surrounding the villa was pockmarked with craters, yet the villa itself stood intact, not exhibiting a single blemish. Even the glass in the courtyard showed no signs of cracking, and the entire faade of the villa, having withstood the onslaught of fire and heat, shone even more brilliantly. Chapter 123. Anger from shame. As Tian Quan glared reproachfully at Wang Jianmin, he lamented. How could you have overlooked the importance of quality when constructing this fortress of safety? With their formidable firepower, they should have been more than capable of confronting any major power. Yet, inexplicably, they were unable to inflict any damage upon this modest villa. It was disheartening to witness the enemy, armed with nothing more than an anti-material sniper rifle, decimate so many tanks and wreak such havoc. Wang Jianmin, his expression equally troubled, sighed and replied, I truly did not foresee the arrival of the apocalypse. We are a security group, adept at crafting doomsday fortresses for our clients. But we are not oracles, incapable of predicting when the end will come. Had I possessed even the slightest foresight, I would have taken measures long ago. This is not the moment for us to be at odds with one another. Suppressing his inner fury, Tian Quan inquired, what shall we do now? Should we continue the assault, or withdraw our forces to encircle the neighborhood and reassess our strategy later? The sheer might of their TNT explosives had proven ineffective against the villa, and the enemy still wielded powerful anti-material rifles. Being too close felt perilous, particularly as he wished to protect the few upgraded tanks he had, which were vital to his ambitions. The villa could not be seized, but as long as it remained out of reach of rival factions, he would be content. However, the thought of losing his upgraded tanks was unbearable. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jianmin turned to his companion and suggested, what if we were to deploy the missile from the military district? Perhaps it could obliterate this villa. Should we proceed with such a course of action, we would irrevocably forfeit our chances of ever occupying this stronghold, Tian Quan sighed. That missile possesses tremendous power. Once launched, it would level everything within a 10-kilometer radius. To do so against an immobile target seems an extravagant waste. I had initially intended for it to serve as our trump card. We should explore alternative solutions and refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. If it were to be fired, we would need to retreat at least 20 kilometers to ensure our safety. Wang Jianmin nodded in agreement, acknowledging his counterpart's reasoning. He understood that the missile lacked a nuclear warhead and likely wouldn't breach the villa's defenses. Launching it would indeed be a squander. Withdraw the tanks and armored vehicles from the neighborhood, Tian Quan commanded. The remaining 7 or 8 tanks began to turn around, followed by the dozens of armored vehicles, all preparing to exit the area. Meanwhile, Su Yang gazed in astonishment at the villa, which stood marred and battered yet utterly unscathed. His spirits lifted. Remarkable, he exclaimed. Though Wang Jianmin may lack integrity, the quality of the fortress constructed by Jianlong Security Group is undeniably commendable. With this thought, Su Yang called out to Wang Jianmin outside. Thank you, Wang Jianmin, for building such a robust fortress for me. If it were not for your assault, I would hardly have believed in the formidable defense of this bastion of security. Now I am convinced. This fortress may indeed withstand a nuclear strike. My 30 billion has not been squandered. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wang Jianmin's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart seething with indignation. The audacity of his opponent at this moment was akin to delivering sharp slaps across his face, each resounding blow echoing painfully. Su Yang, how dare you be so arrogant? Wang Jianmin bellowed. Aside from this iron shell that provides you with temporary safety, what else do you possess? Since I was able to aid you in constructing this fortress, rest assured that one day, I shall breach it. When that time comes, I will dismember you. I have resolved to encircle the entire Fengyan community with my men. Should you dare to emerge, there shall be no mercy. Let us see how long you can hide. After venting his fury, Wang Jianmin turned to his subordinates and commanded, we depart. At that moment, Su Yang's voice resonated once more. Do not harbor delusions of breaching my fortress. You lack the capability. This stronghold not only ensures my invincibility. Have you forgotten that I possess an anti-material sniper rifle? In gratitude for your efforts in constructing this bastion, I shall use this rifle to obliterate all your tanks and armored vehicles. You dare? Wang Jianmin and Tian Quan shouted in unison, all tanks and armored vehicles. Exit the community immediately. As the engines roared to life, Su Yang stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor, positioning the anti-material sniper rifle, and squeezed the trigger at the fleeing tanks. Though the tanks moved swiftly, they could not outpace his bullets. One tank was shattered in a single shot as it sped along. Su Yang swiftly reloaded and fired again, reducing another tank to scrap. The effective range of the Anxiao Monster anti-material sniper rifle is 4-5 kilometers. Even with the tanks at full throttle, they could not cover such a distance in a minute. Blessed with sharpshooter potential, Su Yang struck true, taking down one tank after another. Within a minute, he had dismantled the remaining 8 tanks, along with over 20 armored vehicles. Witnessing this spectacle, Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin were consumed by a furious humiliation, their voices rising to the heavens in rage. Their prized possessions had been obliterated before their eyes, while the armored vehicles contained only drivers. The cargo holds were filled with vital survival supplies. As the vehicles burned ferociously, those essential supplies were reduced to ashes. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, such resources were the very foundation of survival, often deemed more critical than the tanks themselves. Although they possessed other supplies, these military provisions were essential for troop movements. Containing ample rations, including compressed biscuits and various foods, a veritable lifeline against starvation. If they were to ration their food, the supplies from 20 vehicles would suffice for them and their subordinates for several years. Su Yang, I vow to see you perish. Tian Quan bellowed to the heavens. Even if Jesus himself were to intervene, your fate would remain unchanged. With that, he ordered the remaining 40 to 50 armored vehicles to disregard all else and head outside the community. Boom, boom. On the path they took, 2 more landmines were detonated, obliterating 2 armored vehicles. As Su Yang watched the armored vehicles disappear from his sight, he felt no hint of despair, for those resources would inevitably belong to him. Whether he desired them or not, they must be obliterated for the enemy. Although the vehicles and supplies had fled, the people could not escape their doom. At that moment, he no longer contemplated bombarding the enemy. Instead, he resolved to eliminate each one of them and their subordinates. Since there were those who sought to deny him a carefree existence in this apocalypse, he would pass the time by extinguishing their lives. Chapter 124. A fierce confrontation. Although the Anshi-AO anti-material rifle boasts great power and an impressive range, each shot necessitates a reload, rendering it less efficient for inflicting mass casualties on enemies. Thus, Su Yang stowed away the anti-material sniper rifle and replaced it with the formidable Barrett sniper rifle, which possesses an effective range of 2.5 kilometers and extraordinary firepower. Its capability for rapid fire makes it an ideal weapon against these superpowered adversaries. As Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin's furious roars reverberated, Su Yang took aim at one of their subordinates and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and the bullet struck the man squarely between the eyes, causing his lifeless body to collapse to the ground. This shocking scene startled the others. Although Su Yang had previously been firing his sniper rifle, he had never aimed it at them, focusing instead on tanks and armored vehicles. They had believed that their opponent would refrain from killing, but now they were taken aback by the sudden violence directed at them. With their villa impervious to assault, they found themselves in a position of passive defense, unable to retaliate, leaving them bewildered. The sound of gunfire continued to resonate, and as Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin watched their subordinates fall one by one, their teeth clenched in rage. Su Yang, you wait. Don't think that hiding in your shell will spare you from our retribution. Tian Quan resolved to launch a missile at the villa, but not just yet. He needed to wait until they had retreated over 20 kilometers away. For now, he could only lead his remaining men to hastily evacuate Fengyan community, hoping to evade Su Yang's deadly sniper fire. However, Su Yang had no intention of letting them escape. He summoned Ning Kai-dai to the 3rd floor, providing her with a Barrett rifle and a supply of ammunition. Fire with all your might. Leave no one alive, he commanded. Following his instructions, Ning Kai-dai took aim at the fleeing figures, and gunfire erupted. The two fired in unison, each shot extinguishing a life. Though Ning Kai's marksmanship paled in comparison to Su Yang's, she still managed to strike vital points with each bullet. If one shot failed to claim a life, a second assuredly would. Su Yang, however, was on an entirely different level. Empowered by his sharpshooter traits, every bullet he fired sought out the heads of his foes. The bullets pierced through their supernatural defenses, resulting in explosive headshots. Enemy skulls burst apart like watermelons, their bodies collapsing to the ground, leaving a gruesome display of red and white scattered about, with glimmering crystal cores tumbling forth. In a fit of rage, Tian Quan roared, his physique swelling to an enormous size. Wings sprouted from his back, his visage contorted into a monstrous form, complete with sharp fangs and claws that gleamed with lethal intent. With a swift motion, a bullet hurtling towards him was cleaved in two. He momentarily flickered and reached down to retrieve the crystal core from the ground, only to be forced back by a barrage of bullets from Ning Kai-dai. Tian Quan's expression darkened as he swiped his claw, catching a bullet mid-flight, producing a resounding metallic clang. With a powerful flick, he sent the projectile flying, deflecting 3 more bullets that were aimed at him. Humph, Tian Quan scoffed. It's a pity you lack weapons of mass destruction. Mere sniper rifles cannot contend with me. At that moment, as his words hung in the air, Su Yang unleashed a volley of bullets. Tian Quan braced himself, his claws flashing as he parried the onslaught. Half of the bullets were severed and fell to the ground, while the remainder struck him directly on the head. He staggered back, the sniper bullet clattering to the ground, deformed from the immense impact, while only a few bruises appeared on his skull. With his eyes blazing crimson, Tian Quan intended to snatch up the crystal core once more. But in that instant, Su Yunqi emerged on the 3rd floor balcony, shouldering a rocket launcher. She fired a shell towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Tian Quan raised his sharp claws defensively. A tremendous force surged from within him, intercepting the projectile, yet he was forced to retreat under the sheer power of the blast. The shell detonated before him, sending him hurtling through the air. His massive form executed a backflip, wings unfurling behind him to maintain equilibrium. Almost immediately, shrapnel and steel balls rained down upon him. In an instant, his claws elongated, glimmering with a spectral light as he swung them, weaving an impenetrable net that deflected most of the debris. The remnants struck him, embedding themselves in his flesh, blood trickling down. Yet, even as his muscles quivered, the embedded fragments and steel balls fell at his feet, the wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The sheer strength of a golden tier, beast-transforming Esper was indeed formidable, capable of weathering the impact of an RPG shell. Though injured, his combat effectiveness remained unaffected. After withstanding that assault, Tian Quan prepared to retaliate, only for Su Yunshi to fire another shell. Not just her, but Tang Qing also shouldered a rocket launcher, aiming it at him. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai did not falter, directing their firearms at Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin's subordinates. The Barrett sniper rifle unleashed a relentless barrage, felling waves of foes. Some were bisected. Others had their heads blown apart, while many were caught in the chaos, detonating grenades strapped to them, leaving nothing but obliterated remains. Some individuals had their hearts pierced by swiftly spinning bullets, which subsequently detonated the ammunition within their chests, creating a gaping hole. They collapsed to the ground, reminiscent of a harvest of autumn wheat, where a single scythe stroke could reap a vast yield. Tian Quan's gaze was chillingly cold. He contemplated confronting the barrage of artillery shells hurtling towards him. The loss of so many subordinates fueled his rage. Yet he hesitated to relinquish the numerous crystal cores at stake. The consumption of these cores would significantly enhance his strength, and the thought of retreating was excruciating. Just as the shells were poised to strike him, Wang Jianmin, who had remained passive until that moment, suddenly materialized before Tian Quan. With a raised hand, he halted the incoming projectiles. His supernatural ability allowed him to manipulate steel. Anything related to iron was under his control. This, however, marked his inaugural attempt to govern the high-speed shells. Veins bulged on his forehead as he exerted effort to keep several shells suspended 10 meters away. Then, with a firm grip of his outstretched hand, he commanded, and with a resounding explosion, the controlled shells detonated. The shrapnel and steel fragments, under his guidance, soared in the opposite direction. Chapter 125. Pursuit. Though your beastly transformation ability is formidable, it is ill-suited for engaging large-scale destructive weaponry from a distance. Wang Jianmin turned to Tian Quan and urged, "Let us not concern ourselves with these crystal cores. We must retreat quickly. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. If we linger here, we shall all meet our demise." Tian Quan, with a face reflecting his reluctance, flapped his wings and took flight towards the outskirts of the community. At that moment, Su Yunshi and her two companions once again squeezed the triggers. Shells were launched toward the adversary. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai employed the Barrett to unleash a barrage of bullets upon the fleeing henchmen. With a steely resolve, Wang Jianmin activated his powers. Regardless of the shells or the bullets from the Barrett, they all halted mid-air before plummeting to the ground. Boom! The explosion of the shells sent a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Wang Jianmin cast a fierce glance towards the direction of the villa before turning away. "Boss, are we truly allowing them to escape?" Su Yunshi and Su Muyu wore expressions of profound dissatisfaction. "Let them go?" Su Yang scoffed. "How could that be? Since they dared to strike first, they shall not find it easy to depart." Descending from the balcony, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai, accompanied by the other two women, took the elevator down. They entered the yard and opened a door, releasing a fleet of all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Over 20 vehicles, all equipped with heavy firepower, surged toward the direction of the fleeing adversaries. Just as Ning Kaidai was about to board a vehicle with Su Yunshi and the others to give chase, Su Yang halted her. "What is it?" Ning Kaidai inquired. "These individuals previously claimed to have seized a military base," Su Yang explained. "It is likely that they possess weapons of mass destruction within. If they become desperate and launch a missile at us, what then? For your safety, none of you should venture outside. The villa remains the safest haven. Is that really wise? If they fire a powerful missile, they could perish as well." Ning Kaidai shook her head. She did not wish to forfeit an opportunity to showcase her prowess. "We are intent on eradicating these individuals," Su Yang replied with a smile. "Even a cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so these ruthless ability users? When faced with the threat of death, they will not hesitate to engage in mutual destruction." Ning Kaidai nodded, ultimately deciding against leaving the villa. She directed the 20 or so modified all-terrain unmanned vehicles to pursue the enemy while deploying electronic dogs and drones to gather the crystal cores they left behind. Should the enemy indeed possess powerful missiles, Su Yang was not particularly fearful. He had defensive systems in place, including close-in weapon systems and missile interceptors. His insistence on keeping the 4 women inside was merely a precautionary measure. Should an interception fail and a missile detonate, the expansive blast radius would surely spell doom for them all. With engines roaring, the fleet of unmanned vehicles, armed with weapons of mass destruction, sped towards the outskirts of Fengyan community in hot pursuit. At this moment, Tian Quan, Wang Jianjun, and his subordinates had just escaped to the entrance of the Fengyan community. Tian Quan's abilities were nullified, reverting him to his original self. He donned a military uniform retrieved from an armored vehicle, his entire being seething with fury. He struck a nearby pillar with a powerful punch, shattering it into dust, causing the entrance to sway precariously. Damn it, this is infuriating. Tian Quan cursed vehemently. We've faced countless enemies along the way, yet we let this fellow named Su Yang outsmart us. All our tanks have been destroyed, and we've lost so many brothers. Upon counting, Tian Quan realized they had suffered a loss of 500 comrades in merely this brief encounter with Su Yang. Enough of the anger. Wang Jianjun consoled him. Before we came, we anticipated the challenges posed by their fortified stronghold. Although our losses are considerable, what does it matter? They cannot escape. Once we grow stronger, we will surely deal with them. We have managed to flee, and they are powerless against us. If we can monitor the entire community and harass them incessantly, I refuse to believe that Su Yang and those 4 women can withstand it. It seems we have no other choice. Tian Quan nodded in agreement. At that moment, both Tian Quan and Wang Jianjun heard the thunderous roar of engines approaching, the sound growing louder and closer. Their expressions shifted. Could the enemy be pursuing us? They turned their gaze coldly towards the Fengyan community, where over 20 vehicles were rapidly approaching. Excellent. I was just pondering how to deal with them. Tian Quan sneered. If Su Yang and his group continue to hide in that turtle shell, perhaps we are temporarily at a disadvantage. But if they dare to come out and meet their demise, today we shall eradicate them all. This will serve as vengeance for our fallen brothers. Wang Jianjun shared the same sentiment. He had long been enraged by Su Yang's actions, and if he did not vent his frustration, it would consume him. Prepare for counterattack, Tian Quan commanded. The remaining 1,000 or so men aimed their weapons at the swiftly approaching all-terrain unmanned vehicles. Tian Quan and Wang Jianjun stepped forward. Just then, a loud roar erupted as a launcher rose from one of the unmanned vehicles, firing a small missile that hurtled towards them in the blink of an eye. Both men were taken aback. Tian Quan quickly transformed, while Wang Jianjun extended his right hand, attempting to seize control of the missile. The missile, propelled by immense force, came to a halt before Wang Jianjun, yet it continued to spin ominously. A faint glow enveloped Wang Jianjun as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Although he managed to temporarily control the missile, its overwhelming power and velocity drained his abilities rapidly. With a swift motion, Wang Jianjun redirected the missile towards another direction, where it struck a building in a nearby community a kilometer away, obliterating an entire structure. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. Wang Jianmin and Tian Quan beheld the scene, their pupils dilating in shock. Could a mere missile possess such formidable power? This was beyond comprehension. We must leave at once. However, just then, an all-terrain unmanned vehicle launched 3 missiles identical to the ones before. Simultaneously, other all-terrain unmanned vehicles raised their RPG launchers. The rockets rained down upon them as if they were worthless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tian Quan shouted, "Retreat, everyone." He then spread his wings and swiftly lifted Wang Jianmin into the air, soaring towards the horizon. Wang Jianmin had no inclination to control the missiles or artillery. Managing even one was a daunting task, and with so many, it could cost him his life. It was best to let Tian Quan carry him away. In truth, even without Tian Quan's command, over 1,000 of his subordinates, witnessing the chaos, turned and fled. Some, upon seeing the armored vehicles, pressed the accelerator to the floor. Yet, tragically, 100 or 200 were obliterated in the explosion, as they observed the enemy's retreat on the screen. Su Yang issued orders to the all-terrain unmanned vehicles to pursue relentlessly, leaving no one behind. Furthermore, he commanded the infrared system to input the appearance of Tian Quan and his companions into the computer. Chapter 126. Desperate Flight. Su Yang had no intention of letting any of these individuals escape. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle surged forward with unrelenting acceleration, reaching a staggering speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The launchers on board incessantly unleashed a barrage of artillery shells upon the fleeing figures, raining destruction upon them. For those below the golden level, a single strike meant instantaneous demise. In an instant, the sky above the fleeing crowd was filled with whistling projectiles. Explosions erupted among them, hurling numerous individuals into the air, their bodies torn asunder. The cacophony of terror echoed as the others wailed in despair. No matter how they ran, evasion was futile amid such a relentless onslaught of shells and missiles. The sheer force of the ordnance was overwhelming. Each round claimed a swath of lives. This was amidst their frantic dispersal. Had they fled in unison, the toll would have been even greater. Their two legs stood no chance against the four wheels of the all-terrain vehicle, which could surmount any obstacle, unaffected even by the thickest layers of snow. Those who managed to escape the initial bombardment found themselves at the mercy of the Gatling guns that unleashed a torrent of bullets. Their abilities offered no real defense, rendering them mere targets, riddled with holes. Even the dozen or so golden-level practitioners, formidable though they were, could only withstand a few incoming shells before being obliterated by subsequent missiles, their bodies vaporized, leaving behind only glistening cores nestled in the snow. The armored vehicles fared even worse. Despite their speed, their size made them vulnerable. A single volley of shells obliterated both the vehicles and their precious supplies in one fell swoop, reducing dozens of armored vehicles to ruins in an instant. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin watched in agony, too fearful to descend, forced to remain airborne while evading the relentless barrage. Tian Quan gripped Wang Jianmin with one hand, their forms flickering through the air as they narrowly avoided several shells. As explosions echoed in the distance, the powerful shockwaves hit them like a gust of wind. Tian Quan's expression darkened, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. It was evident that their adversaries were offering no respite. His voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes burned with fury. At this moment, he deeply regretted the decision to journey so far to Fengyan community, and even more so for his avarice in attempting to seize Su Yang's bastion of safety. Who could have anticipated the sheer scale of advanced weaponry arrayed against them? The formidable firepower capable of assembling a battalion or more brought. Yet, their pursuers had managed to orchestrate this devastation with merely 20 vehicles. Unbeknownst to them, the occupants of the all-terrain vehicles were but phantoms. There were no men within those machines. Had they been aware of this, one could only imagine the tumult of emotions that would have ensued. Their endeavor had truly backfired. Not only had they failed to breach the enemy's stronghold, but they had also failed to inflict any harm upon Su Yang himself, all while losing their own tanks in the process. The destruction of dozens of armored vehicles lay heavy upon them. The supplies within were entirely depleted, and the casualties among his subordinates were severe. It was merely a matter of time before they faced total annihilation. With such thoughts weighing heavily on him, Tian Quan felt an uncontrollable fury rising within. At that moment, several small missiles hurtled towards him and Wang Jianmin. Tian Quan's expression darkened as he flapped his wings vigorously, striving to maximize his speed. However, the missiles were far too swift. No matter how he maneuvered, he could not create distance, and they drew perilously closer. We must find a way to intercept these missiles, Tian Quan urged anxiously. There are too many, and they are moving too quickly. Wang Jianmin replied, his face ashen. I can only hold them for 2 seconds. Any longer is beyond my capability. Tian Quan glanced towards a 20-story building ahead and responded, 2 seconds will suffice. With a mental focus, Wang Jianmin unleashed his powers from the crystal core at his forehead, halting the approaching missiles mid-air. Seizing the moment, Tian Quan leaped into the air, vaulting over the building's roof. Just as he cleared it, the restrained missiles broke free and hurtled towards the structure. A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the building into fragments, flames engulfing it. A powerful shockwave slammed into the two men, propelling them several meters away. Turning back with trepidation, they beheld the obliterated edifice, shivering involuntarily. Before they could regain their composure, all their subordinates had been annihilated. Over 20 all-terrain unmanned vehicles surged through the debris and raging flames, rapidly approaching Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin. Every weapon on the vehicles was aimed squarely at them. This is intolerable, Tian Quan bellowed in fury, spreading his wings once more as he and Wang Jianmin took flight with all their might. They were akin to stray dogs, pursued relentlessly by the vehicles that fired projectiles in their wake. Unbeknownst to them, they had already fled 7 or 8 kilometers. Though they occasionally sought refuge behind buildings and in residential areas, hoping to evade their pursuers, it proved futile. When faced with lower obstacles, the all-terrain vehicles surged over without losing speed. Confronted with buildings, they simply launched powerful missiles in advance, reducing entire structures to ashes while simultaneously bombarding the two men. Despite their desperate attempts to shake off their relentless pursuers, they could not escape the clutches of the 20-odd unmanned vehicles. What do we do? If this continues, we will surely perish, Tian Quan whispered, realizing that even as an extraordinary being with powers beyond the ordinary, he could not contend with such high-tech, large-scale weaponry. He understood that their adversaries had locked onto them. No matter how far they fled, they would not be spared. Moreover, he knew that one's abilities could not last indefinitely. Once his extraordinary abilities were completely exhausted, he could no longer soar through the skies. The only fate that awaited him upon descent was death. Moreover, Had he not deliberately leaped into a small sector, both he and Wang Jianmin would have long since been obliterated by the missiles launched from the adversary's vehicles. They were already being pursued relentlessly. No matter how swiftly he flew, he could not outpace the vehicles racing at full speed. These vehicles were particularly sinister. The accumulated snow and obstacles on the ground could not impede them. Even raging fires and the ruins of shattered buildings were powerless to hinder their advance. What to do? It was time to fight back. Wang Jianmin gritted his teeth and declared, "Since Su Yang wishes for our demise, let him not expect to survive either. Launch the missiles at him. However, we are still within the blast radius of the missiles." Upon hearing this, Tian Quan's expression darkened immediately. The power of the missiles was immense, and once fired, they would not distinguish between friend and foe. He had no desire to perish, having only just awakened his abilities. He aspired to dominate in this apocalyptic world. The thought of meeting his end alongside his adversary left him with a lingering sense of resentment. Chapter 127. Tremors shook half of Jizhou City. We are on the brink of death, yet you still ponder the superfluous. Wang Jianmin rebuked. When a person dies, they ascend to the heavens. If they live, they endure for eternity. Let us cast caution to the wind and act decisively. If you continue to waver, once we are pursued, death will be our only fate. Observing the hesitation in his companion, he pressed on. Regardless, death is inevitable. Why not take Su Yang down with us? Furthermore, everyone within a 10-kilometer radius shall accompany us in death. It would not be in vain. I am filled with regret, Tian Quan exclaimed, as he desperately evaded the missiles and shells raining down from behind. We had seized that military district, believing we had the upper hand to flourish in this apocalyptic world. Yet, a single misstep has led to total ruin. We may even lose our lives. Indecision leads to chaos. Wang Jianmin, the former head of the Jianlong security group in Jizhou City, exhibited remarkable resolve in decision-making. After his proclamation, he continued to reassure. Even if we launch missiles, our demise is not guaranteed. The blast radius is merely 10 kilometers. If we muster our strength and move beyond that distance, our capabilities may shield us from the impact. Though he spoke thus, both men were acutely aware that 10 kilometers was only the area of greatest effect post-explosion. Such a formidable missile would likely have a far broader reach. As Tian Quan had previously noted, only at a distance of 20 kilometers could they be assured of safety. Yet time was not on their side, and Su Yang would not grant them the opportunity to flee. Tian Quan calculated the distance. They were now just over a kilometer from the 10-kilometer mark of Fengyan community. With renewed urgency, he flapped his wings vigorously, dodging the relentless explosions behind them while racing forward. Buildings crumbled to rubble, and the once snow-covered asphalt road was rent with bottomless craters. In the fleeting moment they escaped the 10-kilometer zone, Tian Quan gritted his teeth and retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. "Leader, what are your orders?" A crisp voice resonated from the other end. "Prepare immediately to launch our colossal device." Tian Quan replied through clenched teeth. "Target, Villa 001 at the center of Fengyan community." "Understood." The individual on the other end did not inquire further, but promptly set off, hastening to the launch pad. Inputting the target into the computer, the radar sprang to life. A satellite beyond the atmosphere locked onto Villa 001, Su Yang's fortified sanctuary, which appeared as a red dot on the radar. Without delay, Tian Quan's subordinate pressed the launch button. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the military district as an enormous missile, its tail igniting in a blaze of fire, soared into the sky in the blink of an eye, continuing its ascent until it transcended the atmosphere, gliding through the expanse beyond the atmosphere for a brief moment. The missile's body detached from its warhead. It plunged directly downward from the stratosphere, emerging above Jeju City. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters over the Fengyan community. Alarm! 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 Suddenly, the early warning system within Su Yang's villa blared to life. The interior was filled with the cacophony of sirens, and several red lights flashed incessantly. A mechanical voice announced the imminent threat. A missile was hurtling toward the villa. The explosion radius would encompass a 15-kilometer area. Following the detonation, everything within that range would be reduced to rubble. The missile was still 10,000 meters away. 8,000 meters. 5,000 meters. Su Yang's brow furrowed. A massive screen materialized before him, displaying a colossal missile head approaching at several times the speed of sound. The surrounding air ignited from the intense heat of the tail, creating a chilling sight. Without hesitation, Su Yang activated the locking system along with the anti-missile system. The radar lock was engaged. The anti-missile system was operational. The missile was now 3,000 meters away and had been locked onto the target. The interceptor missile was ready. The close-in weapon system was prepared. As the mechanical voice concluded, the rooftop of the villa gradually opened, revealing multiple launchers rising, each armed with missiles poised for interception. Simultaneously, a close-in weapon system ascended. Warning! 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 The alerts escalated in urgency, causing Su Yang to feel a sense of agitation. The target was now 2,500 meters away. Immediate selection of interception method was required. Without hesitation, Su Yang opted for the close-in weapon system. The enemy missile was descending at an alarming speed. Having already plummeted from 10,000 meters, only 2,500 meters remained. Although the target was locked, utilizing a missile would be wasteful and likely too late. While he could employ both the close-in weapon and the interceptor, Su Yang felt it would be excessive. It would be more prudent to rely solely on the close-in weapon. If necessary, he could allow the enemy to strike. Initially, Su Yang harbored concerns about whether this fortress could withstand a nuclear strike. However, since Wang Jianmin's arrival, his worries had significantly diminished. Otherwise, the adversary would not have continued to intimidate him, nor would they have resorted to launching a missile only as a last resort. With both himself and the 4 women secure, there was little to fear. It was an opportune moment to ascertain whether the close-in weapon could indeed thwart such a formidable missile. Observing the anxious expressions of the 4 women, Su Yang reassured them. Fear not, for this villa is capable of defending against a nuclear attack. Even if everything around us is obliterated, as long as we remain within the villa, we shall be safe. Under his comforting words, the tension on their faces eased considerably, and they stood by Su Yang's side, facing it together with him. Even if the close-range cannon cannot intercept, even if the villa cannot provide shelter, it is worth it to perish alongside the one you cherish most. At this moment, the fear enveloping them is not theirs alone. The extraordinary beings within a radius of several kilometers in the Fengyan community suddenly feel their hearts racing wildly. An ominous premonition arises, and the hairs on their bodies stand on end. This is an experience they have never encountered before. Such an intense warning leaves them somewhat at a loss. Yet, they do not sense the presence of any nearby foes, which is indeed perplexing. Observing those around them with a cold gaze, they perceive a malevolent intent in everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, a significant portion of the extraordinary beings in Jizhou City share this unsettling sensation, and it is remarkably intense. As the missile head pierces through the atmosphere and descends rapidly, this feeling intensifies. A haunting sense of death lingers in their hearts. They hurriedly open their windows to gaze at the sky outside, where they behold a bright flame trailing a long tail as it descends from the heavens. The fire flickers and vanishes, yet the vapor it leaves behind remains. Chapter 128. Intercepting the missile, it was as though the sky had been torn asunder, a glaring fissure that dazzled the eyes and shook the very core of one's being. An overwhelming sense of dread and tremor swept through the hearts of onlookers. Someone exclaimed, "What is that? Why does it instill such a profound sense of oppression? Is that a missile?" I can vaguely discern a colossal missile plummeting from 10,000 meters above, targeting our city of Jizhou. Who, at this moment, has launched a missile? Is it an invasion by foreign foes? It appears to be heading north towards Jizhou. I hope it does not affect us. Panic ensued as thoughts spiraled into despair. If that missile were to descend, it would spell doom for us all. Could it be that the military is purging the superhumans, intending to eradicate all powers to restore peace and end the bloodshed? Regardless of the speculation swirling in their minds, no one could provide answers. As the missile lingered in the air, the hearts of over half the population of Jizhou hung in suspense, particularly for Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin. In that fleeting moment of the missile's launch, their hearts raced to the brink of rupture, adrenaline surging through their veins. Upon witnessing the fiery glow on the horizon, an overwhelming wave of terror washed over both men. They instantly grasped that the missile's impact zone was far larger than they had anticipated. At this juncture, fleeing was futile, an exercise in vain. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin fell to the ground, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the Fengyan community, oblivious to the 20-odd all-terrain unmanned vehicles encircling them. "Su Yang, I know you are within that vehicle." Tian Quan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he taunted. "What does it matter if you possess such a plethora of devastating weapons? Even if you force us into a corner, like dogs bereft of their homes, what difference does it make? Once this missile is launched, everything will be over. Your bastion of safety, yourself, and all within a radius of 10 kilometers. 20 kilometers will be reduced to ashes, ceasing to exist." As Tian Quan spoke, he erupted into maniacal laughter, with Wang Jianmin joining in the fray. Since death was inevitable, they preferred to meet it with a touch of fervor. Their mockery was merely a ploy to ascertain whether Su Yang, as the central figure, would remain as composed and unflappable as he had in the face of their overwhelming forces. However, their hopes were dashed. Su Yang was nowhere to be found among the unmanned vehicles. Yet, his voice resonated through the air. "Since you are so resolute, allow me to demonstrate how your prideful missile shall be intercepted. I will not perish in this explosion, nor shall the surroundings be obliterated by this missile. What awaits you instead is utter annihilation, with no escape above or below." Su Yang's words left the 2 men momentarily stunned, their expressions of derision deepening. They could not fathom that anyone could intercept the missile, especially as they felt the missile drawing ever closer above their heads. The overwhelming sense of oppression prevented the two individuals from harboring even a fleeting thought of escape or resistance. Meanwhile, the more than 20 all-terrain unmanned vehicles deployed by Su Yung encircled them from a distance, without resorting to direct confrontation. The intent was to allow the two to witness firsthand how the opposing missiles were intercepted, aiming to shatter their resolve from within. The populace of Jizhou City, alongside Su Yung, Tian Quan, and Wang Jianmin, were captivated by a conversation that unfolded in an instant. As Su Yung opted to activate the close-in weapon system to begin the interception, a colossal warhead was already a mere 2,000 meters from the villa. The warhead had locked on. A mechanical voice resonated once more. Fire. The close-in weapon system whirred into action, spinning with a near-manic fervor, unleashing a barrage of projectiles skyward. Flames erupted from the muzzle, reaching over 2 meters in length. As over 300 rounds were discharged every second, the shell struck the missile, penetrating its formidable exterior and detonating within. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin watched in astonishment as a dense flurry of shells was unleashed from above the Fengyun community, all converging upon a massive missile head, akin to an enraged Tyrannosaurus Rex. The cacophony of explosions and thunderous roars resonated, and the two suddenly found the sound excruciatingly piercing, far more so than the blast that had pursued them moments before. Their expressions darkened. Could they truly be intercepted? Before the echoes of their thoughts faded, the close-in weapon system on the 4th floor of Su Yang's villa had already unleashed nearly 3,000 rounds, while the missile was now a mere 2,000 meters from the ground. Ultimately, under the formidable firepower of the close-in system, the missile was detonated. With a resounding boom, the world seemed to come to a standstill. The ordinary residents of Fengyun community were left reeling, their insides ruptured by the sheer force of the sound, resulting in their demise. Only Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, who had been prepared within the villa, remained unscathed. Many ordinary individuals from the surrounding communities also succumbed to the reverberations of this deafening explosion, and even some of the less powerful supernatural beings could not withstand it. As the explosive sound resonated, the ground began to tremble violently. Some buildings could not endure the onslaught and collapsed. At an altitude of 2,000 meters, a massive fireball erupted, bursting open and spreading outward in all directions, extending up to 15 kilometers away, instilling a searing heat in everyone nearby. Under the intense heat, the accumulated snow on the ground melted rapidly, transforming into water that was subsequently vaporized. Only a scant amount fell as rain, cascading down in torrents. The mingling of melted snow and rainwater surged against everything on the ground. Countless individuals could not endure such high temperatures, their bodies feeling as though they were scalded, leading to the formation of blisters. In a short while, they were completely vaporized. This scene was nothing short of a hellish nightmare. Moreover, the vaporized snow carried with it a lethal toxicity. As the shockwave of the explosion spread to a distance of 20 kilometers, many lives were claimed by toxic fumes. Fortunately, the missile detonated at an altitude of 2,000 meters, limiting its destructive power. Had it exploded at a lower altitude, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin gazed at the sky, now ablaze with a fiery glow, their faces etched with disappointment and helplessness. They inhaled deeply before shaking their heads in resignation. When Wang Jianmin assisted Su Yung in constructing this fortified sanctuary, he had firmly resolved that the adversary would not acquire such large-scale weapons of mass destruction. To his astonishment, they had succeeded, even managing to intercept missiles. This encounter left him utterly convinced, eradicating any lingering notions of luck. Such an enemy was indeed one to be reckoned with. However, this realization did not imply that he and Tian Quan would surrender without a fight. They exchanged a determined glance, pinpointed a direction, and charged forward, hoping to break free before their adversaries could react. Chapter 129, Resignation. Yet, they underestimated Su Yung far too much. Not only had Su Yung never forgotten to control the 20 or so all-terrain unmanned vehicles, but even in the absence of his direct control, the vehicles, equipped with intelligence systems, would automatically engage if they detected an escape attempt by the two, just as they took their first steps. The fleet of all-terrain unmanned vehicles opened fire in an instant. Shells and small missiles were launched, forcing the duo back. Roar. Tian Quan emitted a primal roar, transforming once more into a beastly form. Wang Jianmin pushed his powers to the utmost, halting 3 small missiles that were aimed at him in midair. With a clenched fist, he caused the missiles to detonate spontaneously. Tian Quan's claws, sharp as blades, sliced through 4 incoming shells. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 shells exploded successively, sending powerful shockwaves and explosive force that hurled him away. Shrapnel, steel balls, and flames struck his body, causing blood to flow freely. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Despite their unwavering will and formidable strength, they were no match for such intense firepower. Soon, both were wounded, their abilities fully drained, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. They could no longer resist. A single stray bullet could claim their lives. Just as they closed their eyes, awaiting death, the fleet of all-terrain unmanned vehicles came to a halt, slowly surrounding them. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin exchanged puzzled glances at the encircling vehicles. Tian Quan spoke calmly. "Su Yang, come out and face us. Are you intending to humiliate us by sparing our lives?" Wang Jianmin chimed in. "We are powerless to resist." "Will you not step down from your vehicle? Are you so cowardly that you dare not take such a risk?" They understood that death was inevitable. Yet they wished for a more dignified end, desiring to see Su Yang one last time. Given that their powerful missiles had been intercepted, they felt they should be content to fall into his hands. However, the thought of not seeing him one last time was truly frustrating. Just as their confusion mounted, one of the all-terrain unmanned vehicles launched two incredibly tough alloy chains, binding them securely. From the vehicle emerged a dozen electronic dogs, dragging them into one of the unmanned vehicles. The doors closed automatically. Su Yang appeared on the screen in front of the vehicle. "Since you wish to see me one last time, I shall grant you this opportunity. Following that, you shall meet a swift end." At that moment, Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin realized that the vehicles pursuing them were all unmanned. Su Yang had never stepped out of his war fortress. All the vehicles that had dispatched their subordinates were automated. The vehicle roared to life, heading towards the Fengyan community. As they journeyed along, the two individuals gazed out of the car window, witnessing a multitude of drones and robotic canines diligently clearing the ground of corpses and the remnants of armored vehicles. One of the robotic dogs extended a sharp blade, plunging it into the forehead of a corpse, skillfully extracting the crystal core. Others employed mechanical pincers to grasp the crystal cores scattered on the ground. Simultaneously, drones lowered their hooks to lift the wreckage of the armored vehicles, transporting them to the distant horizon. They understood that all of this was the handiwork of Su Yang. Upon witnessing these events, the two felt an overwhelming sense of relief. They closed their eyes, calmly awaiting the impending death, cherishing the rare and fleeting moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, Su Yang cast a glance at the two individuals confined within the vehicle. He then waved his hand in front of Ning Kaidai, Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, gently uttering, "Snap out of it." The four women gradually emerged from their stupor. Ning Kaidai was somewhat better off. Upon regaining her senses, she gasped for breath, instantly feeling a wave of weakness envelop her. Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing collapsed onto Su Yang, weeping uncontrollably. They had never encountered such a scene in their lives. A powerful missile had descended perilously close above them. Even the bravest would have faltered in the face of such terror. Su Yang himself felt the tremors in his legs upon witnessing the explosive force of the missile. Fortunately, the previous investments had proven worthwhile. Despite the missile detonating 2,000 meters above, he remained unscathed. The close-in defense artillery had performed admirably, successfully intercepting the missile. Su Yang did not reproach the three women for their outburst. Instead, he offered gentle reassurances, saying, "Enough now, cease your tears. The missile has been intercepted, and we are all safe, are we not? Such occurrences will become more frequent, and you shall grow accustomed to them." This statement bore the weight of truth. As the world descended further into chaos and the powers of the extraordinary beings intensified, events like today would become increasingly common, with even greater dangers on the horizon. Under Su Yang's soothing words, the three women began to recover. Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, with tear-streaked faces, looked at Su Yang and inquired, "Boss, we also wish to awaken our powers. How can we achieve that?" Su Yang pondered briefly before responding. When one awakens their abilities, they often fall into a deep slumber and experience a high fever. Once the fever subsides, the powers will naturally manifest. Do not rush. With a little patience, it should come to pass. In truth, Su Yang possessed a more expedient method, the consumption of toxic snow water. If one could endure the ordeal without succumbing to immediate death, they might awaken their powers. However, this method was fraught with peril. Su Yang had previously observed individuals in Fengyan community who had ingested the snow water. Some suffered fatal hemorrhages, others fell into comas, and some did not survive the ordeal at all. Only a select few managed to endure to the end and awaken their extraordinary abilities. Su Yang did not wish for the twin sisters, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, to resort to such measures. He could only comfort them and suggest they wait a little longer. Although they felt somewhat disheartened, they refrained from voicing further complaints. Soon, the all-terrain unmanned vehicle returned safely, bringing back Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin. Stepping into the courtyard, Su Yang surveyed the scene, which lay in disarray from the explosion. A massive pit, over 100 meters wide, marred the landscape just outside the yard, filled with melting snowmelt. Initially, it had been covered by a thick layer of ice. but the searing heat from the missile blast had caused it to melt. Once the heat dissipated, the water refroze, forming a surface sturdy enough to support the weight of a person. Su Yang ventured out, walking upon the icy surface until he stood before Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin. "Is there anything you wish to say?" he inquired. The two men shook their heads, stating, "We initially had many grievances, but now they have vanished." Their expressions were remarkably calm, devoid of any hatred as they gazed at Su Yang, their eyes reflecting profound admiration. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. With a swift motion, his tang knife was drawn. Chapter 130, A Metamorphosis. A flash of blade light sliced through the air, severing two heads that rolled lifelessly to the ground. Blood gushed forth, staining the pristine snow beneath. Two robotic hounds split the heads open, extracting two radiant crystalline cores, and subsequently dragged the bodies away. Su Yang returned to the villa, and one by one, the drones carrying the robotic hounds made their return, laden with a bounty of crystalline cores. Upon calculation, Su Yang noted that Wei Hongming and his cohort of over 6,000 had collectively contributed 18,000 units of extraordinary energy. Although Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin brought fewer individuals, only 1,500, their contribution of extraordinary energy was no less significant, also amounting to 18,000 units. At that moment, Su Yang possessed a staggering total of 36,000 units. Such a vast accumulation of energy had the potential to facilitate his evolution, propelling him into a new phase of existence. He was already at the third tier of the sovereign rank. Without hesitation, he consumed 6,000 units of extraordinary energy, elevating himself to the ninth tier of sovereign. Su Yang felt the energy within the crystalline cores bubbling and surging, enhancing his strength at an astonishing rate, instilling in him a profound sense of impending evolution. He understood that the energy required to ascend from the ninth tier of sovereign to the first tier of lord might be 10 times greater than before, equating to 10,000 units. Fortunately, the extraordinary energy he had amassed was more than sufficient, totaling 30,000 units, ample to elevate him to the third tier of lord. With resolute determination, Su Yang consumed all the extraordinary energy in one fell swoop. Waves of energy surged into his being, and the crystalline cores shattered into fine dust. He felt his metabolism accelerate, his cells fragmenting, blood boiling, and internal organs bursting. Yet, he experienced no pain. Rather, it was as though he were being reborn. As all the extraordinary energy converged upon the lotus at his brow, the flame at its core transformed from red to a tricolor blaze, its temperature soaring and melting the entire lotus, subsequently reshaping it. A flickering radiance emanated from his forehead, releasing a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire Fengyan community. Even Ninkai Dai, who had already ascended to the golden rank, faltered under this overwhelming pressure, her legs giving way as she knelt. Su Yunqi, Su Muyo, and Tang Qing were equally overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground in submission. The four women watched Su Yang with expressions of deep concern. A surge of tricolor flames erupted from his brow, incinerating both head and body into ash. As the flames intensified, they coalesced into a resplendent lotus, soon accompanied by a second and a third. The tricolor flames split into 3 streams, each enveloping the heart of the new lotuses. With the emergence of these 3 lotuses, an inexhaustible force brimming with vitality surged forth, encapsulating them within a transparent sphere. Gradually, intricate networks of nerves, blood vessels, a brain, and skeletal structures manifested upon the sphere, culminating in the formation of a cranium. Su Yang's head was reformed, with hair growing wildly. His eyes, nose, ears, and mouth began to take shape. At the moment his complete head emerged, a transparent body manifested beneath him. First, the internal organs appeared, followed by the skeletal structure. Finally, various organs, blood vessels, and intestines emerged. Blood coursed through the veins, and cells proliferated rapidly, reconstructing the flesh and enveloping the skeletal framework. Subsequently, skin began to grow, and the complete form of Su Yang came into being. He slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance radiating with fervor. Thus, he stepped out of the villa in his nakedness, gesturing towards the front. A tremendous force struck the ground 300 meters ahead, creating a deep pit several meters wide. Ninkai Dai and her 3 companions stared in shock, their mouths agape. Was this still human? Could a human possess such destructive power? At this moment, even Su Yang himself felt a sense of bewilderment. He sensed that he had evolved to an extraordinarily powerful state, reaching the 3rd level of the Master Realm, far surpassing his previous king level by countless magnitudes. He had undergone a complete transformation. He felt assured that even if his head were severed, as long as the 3 lotus flowers at his brow remained intact, and the 3 flames of tricolor did not extinguish, he would not perish. He had essentially achieved an immortal state. As long as he had sufficient energy, he could fully reconstruct his body. Even the gravest injuries could be restored, though the cost of such recovery would demand considerable amounts of extraordinary energy. He also sensed that after this metamorphosis, his body had become remarkably pure and flawless, with a significantly reduced energy consumption. Whereas, at the king level, he had to consume food like an ordinary person. Now he required only a third of that amount, though he had not completely transcended the need for nourishment. Su Yang believed that with continuous evolution, he would eventually reach that pinnacle, possibly even achieving immortality. However, he was well aware that with increased power came greater challenges. Advancing one level in the Master Realm required 10,000 units of extraordinary energy, while moving from the 9th level of Master to the Emperor level necessitated 100,000. The Emperor level demanded 1,000,000, and as for the ultimate cosmic level, Su Yang dared not even contemplate it. He decided to take one step at a time. With a smile, he turned and returned to the villa, where Ning Kai-dai and her companions gazed at him with bashful expressions. Chapter 131. Journey to Kwangshan. After advancing to the 3rd level of the venerable rank, Su Yang felt a profound enhancement in all aspects of his abilities. Throughout the night, he remained awake. With his current strength, even if he were to forego sleep for 10 days or half a month, he would feel no adverse effects. Instead, he began to explore the 2 skills he had just awakened. His spatial awakening manifested as the domain of space. Once activated, an absolute domain would form within a 20-meter radius around him, suffused with the power of space. Within this domain, he stood as an omnipotent deity, capable of obliterating anything with but a thought. Being within this realm rendered one exceedingly difficult to kill. The martial arts skill he awakened was termed the blade domain. Similar to the domain of space, with a mere thought, endless blades of light would fill the 20-meter radius, creating a realm dominated by these razor-sharp manifestations. Within this domain, he was invincible unless confronted by an adversary powerful enough to shatter the blade domain. Otherwise, with a single thought, enemies within would be reduced to mere fragments by countless blades. As Su Yang's strength continued to burgeon, so too did the potency of his awakened skills. The attack range of his spatial abilities had multiplied several times over. His spatial perception could now extend to a 5-kilometer radius. Upon activation, everything within this range would be vividly projected into his mind, akin to watching a 3D film. Moreover, the distance he could teleport had significantly increased. He could now instantaneously move up to 500 meters away. The teleportation skill was undoubtedly formidable, even against significantly stronger foes. As long as he possessed the ability to teleport, no one could truly threaten him. If he could not win, he could at least escape, he mused with a smirk. After a thorough examination of the other skills within the realm of space and martial arts, he reveled in the remarkable enhancements to both attack range and power. It was a source of great joy for him. Only after having lunch did Su Yang recall an important matter he had yet to address. Though Wei Hongming and his associates had been slain, their headquarters at the Kwangshan wholesale market contained a wealth of survival supplies. While most of these supplies consisted of rice, flour, and oil, the meat and vegetables had not fared well, being far less fresh than the provisions he had previously stored in his space. Yet, he was unwilling to leave these resources for others. Should anyone seize control of that location, they could swiftly establish a formidable force, filling the power vacuum left by the Kwangshan market. Such a scenario would create a new potential enemy for him, regardless of how insignificant he deemed those supplies. It was imperative that he secured them for himself, just in case. Su Yang had always been averse to trouble. But there was another pressing issue at hand, the military base occupied by Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin, which had astonishingly launched a missile of great destructive power. Though he had intercepted it himself, there might still be something within. Caution was warranted. He must investigate. Should there be anything, he would collect it all into his space. After numerous encounters where he deployed weapons of mass destruction against the superhumans, Su Yang increasingly felt that his initial decision to amass such items was indeed prudent. Given the current levels of the superhumans, they were utterly incapable of contending with these formidable weapons. Moreover, these were merely of lesser power. If he were to unleash even more potent ones, all would surely kneel in submission. Furthermore, with his current strength, he was confident that few could rival him. It was time to venture outside and assess the situation. Kai-dai, please re-establish the landmines that were previously detonated in the community. Su Yang summoned Ning Kai-dai. After issuing his instructions, Ning Kai-dai departed with several drones, meticulously replanting the mines within the vicinity. Subsequently, she spoke to Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qin. I intend to be away with Kai-dai for a few days. During this time, I trust you to safeguard the home. I have left an ample supply of survival provisions sufficient for your needs for an extended period. Moreover, I have arranged for Kai-dai to reset the landmines outside. You will be very safe. Once I leave, I will secure the villa. Aside from myself, neither you nor anyone else will be able to enter or exit. You need not worry about your safety. Even if formidable enemies approach, you need not fear. Upon learning of Su Yang's departure, Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing were instantly teary-eyed. They found it difficult to part with him. However, without awakened powers, accompanying him would only render them burdensome. They silently regarded Su Yang, unable to voice their sentiments. "You need not fret," Su Yang reassured with a smile. "I am not leaving forever. It is only for a few days. Perhaps by the time I return, you will have awakened your powers. Then I shall take you all with me." The three women nodded in response, repeatedly urging Su Yang to exercise caution and prioritize his safety. He acknowledged their concerns with a nod and tenderly kissed each of them on the forehead. Once Ning Kai-dai completed the mine re-establishment and returned, he bid farewell to the three women once more and departed the villa with Ning Kai-dai. Su Yang summoned an all-terrain unmanned vehicle from his space, opened the door, and climbed in alongside Ning Kai-dai. He activated the autopilot, and the vehicle deftly navigated around all the laid mines, gradually exiting the Fengyan community and arriving on the main road. The snow that had previously melted had reaccumulated to a depth of nearly a waist due to the drop in temperature. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the vehicle's speed. However, Su Yang did not accelerate excessively. He was aware that along the route to the Kwangshan wholesale market, there were at least 7 or 8 large gas stations. He intended to siphon all the gasoline from within. Although he had procured a substantial quantity of fuel before the apocalypse, sufficient for several years, Su Yang felt it was still inadequate. In order to eliminate any future inconveniences and prevent the generators from ceasing operation due to a lack of gasoline, Su Yang resolutely decided to gather an ample supply of fuel. Given the vastness of his space, he had ample room for storage. After a mere 15 minutes, Su Yang arrived at the first gas station. He and Ning Kai-dai disembarked from the vehicle and proceeded directly to the rear of the gas station. There, they encountered a door leading underground. Below, there existed a specially treated space where all the gasoline was stored in an expansive reservoir. This is a common setup for gas stations. When customers refuel, the gasoline is drawn from this reservoir, contrary to the widespread misconception that it is stored within the pump itself. Chapter 132. Heartfelt confidences. Beneath the machine lay a reservoir of oil. The gasoline pumped through the nozzle was drawn directly from this pool. To save time, Su Yang proceeded directly to the backyard. With a swift motion, a blade of light flashed, and the specially treated door swung open. Su Yang peered inside, revealing a vast pool still half filled with oil, amounting to at least several tons. He opened the portal to his spatial realm, unleashing a formidable suction that drew every drop of gasoline from the underground reservoir into his domain. Though Ning Kai-dai could not perceive the portal, she witnessed the oil inexplicably soaring from the pool, vanishing before Su Yang's eyes. Despite having observed this phenomenon countless times, she could not help but marvel once more, thinking to herself, truly, this is the power of spatial abilities, not only formidable in function but also remarkable in effect. Before long, all the gasoline had been absorbed into the space, leaving not a single drop behind. Su Yang, accompanied by Ning Kai-dai, set off in a rugged unmanned vehicle, continuing their journey. Upon reaching the second gas station, he applied the same method. However, this station boasted a more substantial supply, nearly full, with a total of 20 tons. Without hesitation, Su Yang collected all the gasoline available. As they prepared to depart, they noticed that the door to the payment booth had been forcibly opened, and all the survival supplies within had been taken. Ning Kai-dai's expression fell upon seeing this. Su Yang, however, perceived no wrongdoing. Regardless of circumstances or calamities, humanity's survival instinct remains unparalleled. In the face of adversity, many brave souls would venture out into the biting cold and relentless snow in search of essential supplies. Gas stations, with their sparse clientele yet abundant resources, often went unnoticed. "What troubles you? Why the somber mood?" Su Yang inquired softly, glancing at Ning Kai-dai. "It's nothing," she replied with a faint smile. "I just feel a bit regretful seeing the survival supplies here taken away." "There's no need for such feelings," Su Yang reassured her, gently tapping the back of her hand. "With me, you need not worry about survival supplies. The provisions I have stored are sufficient to sustain us for several lifetimes." In truth, his reserves could last them for millions of years. "I know you hoarded countless supplies before the apocalypse," Ning Kai-dai acknowledged. "My desire to gather some resources is merely to alleviate some of your burden. We cannot let you shoulder everything while we sit idly by." As she spoke, she shifted her tone. "When enemies approach, you confront them. When we are hungry, you provide us sustenance. Grant us a home free from constant fear. Bestow upon us an environment as warm as spring. Let us distance ourselves from this chaotic and disordered world. Let us also be spared from bullying. Even my strength has been cultivated with your assistance. It is not only I who wish to share your burdens. Even Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, though they have said nothing, harbor similar sentiments. They do not wish to see you exhausted, nor do they desire for you to shoulder all responsibilities alone." Ning Kai-dai's heartfelt words truly resonate, as she lays bare her innermost thoughts without the slightest concealment. Su-yong, deeply moved, refrains from displaying his emotions outwardly and jestingly remarks, "You have indeed contributed to my journey. At the very least, I have experienced joys that even the emperor cannot attain. In truth, I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to live a tranquil life amidst this frigid, desolate world. Yet, I am acutely aware of the impossibility of such a desire. An innocent man may bear no guilt, yet possessing treasures invites envy. To live a life of stability, one must wield formidable power, otherwise one will eternally be subjected to the covetous gazes of others. You have witnessed the relentless waves of adversaries, all seeking our demise. Thus, I am compelled to retaliate. Therefore, I am willing to shoulder all of this alone. I do not require your assistance. Nor do I wish for you to become overly powerful, for I alone am capable of vanquishing all foes. I can protect you for a lifetime. Your only obligation is to remain loyal to me." Ning Kaidai nodded in agreement. She recognized that for Su-yong to express such sentiments was indeed remarkable, and she could feel the sincerity in his words. She understood that his initial act of sheltering her was not born out of love. Perhaps he has yet to develop any affection for her, at least not in a romantic sense. Yet she willingly accepts this, for she has already fallen for this enigmatic man, even to the extent of being willing to sacrifice her life for him. Ning Kaidai turned to Su-yong and inquired, "Have you ever contemplated establishing a force? With your stockpiled resources, you could easily attract a significant number of awakened individuals in Jizhou to your side. This would not only enable you to live a more complete and carefree life, but it would also make it possible for you to become the sovereign of Jizhou, or even of the entire Great Xia." Su-yong shook his head, self-deprecatingly stating, "I know myself all too well. I am aware of my own capabilities. In this chaotic apocalypse, survival is not necessarily enhanced by the number of subordinates one commands. The most inscrutable aspect of the world is the human heart. The more people involved, the more complications arise. I alone represent the greatest force in Great Xia. Why should I exhaust myself in gathering so many others? Why should I endeavor to establish a separate faction? Human hearts are treacherous and unpredictable. Even loving couples can turn against each other over a morsel of food. Fathers and sons may resort to mutual destruction for the sake of sustenance. The human heart is perpetually unreliable." Upon finishing his words, a profound silence enveloped the carriage. "Let Su-yong forge a powerful faction," Ning Kaidai casually remarked. However, upon hearing the other person's words, Ning Kaidai fell into deep contemplation. She felt an undeniable truth in their statement, leaving her at a loss for a counterargument. Despite her unwavering loyalty to him, she realized that if she were to adopt his perspective, possessing an abundance of resources for survival and residing in a warm, secure villa, why would she need to establish a faction and constantly gauge the hearts of others? As the other person noted, human sentiments have always been inscrutable. It's not that betrayal is impossible, rather, the stakes for betrayal simply may not be high enough. Shaking her head, Ning Kaidai chose to abandon such thoughts. In her heart, she silently vowed, "Su-yong, I shall never betray you. Even if the entire world turns against you, I will stand resolutely by your side, defying the world itself." Chapter 133. The roadblock. Su-yong remained oblivious to Ning Kaidai's thoughts, nor did he feel the need to comprehend them. He was acutely aware that as long as he possessed sufficient strength, no one could ever betray him. There was no necessity to ponder the thoughts of others. His sole focus was on his continuous growth and power. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped the two of them until they arrived at the third gas station. With practiced ease, they stored gasoline within their spatial realm. Just as they prepared to depart, a cold smile unexpectedly crept across Su-yong's face. Observing this, Ning Kaidai's brow furrowed in concern. "Why do you wear such a strange smile? Have you discovered something?" Su-yong nodded slightly. "We are being watched. It seems we shall have to wait a few minutes before reaching the next gas station." During their journey, Su-yong had been attuned to his spatial perception. He detected a group of individuals rushing towards them from a nearby residential area, their destination unmistakably aimed at the duo. Upon assessing the strength of these individuals, he noted that they were not particularly formidable. The strongest among them barely reached the first level of gold, while several were at the 9th level of silver. The majority were bronze level, with a few ordinary people who had yet to awaken any powers. "Where are they?" Ning Kaidai inquired, her concern palpable. "Are they strong?" "Fortunately, they are merely a band of minor thugs." Su-yong chuckled, unfazed, as they awaited their adversaries beside an unmanned vehicle. In less than a minute, over 1,000 people erupted from the residential area. The foremost among them was heavily bundled in clothing, struggling to move through the snow. It was evident that these were ordinary individuals without any awakened abilities, yet their faces bore cruel smiles. Upon spotting Ning Kaidai, their eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger, and drool dripped from their mouths. This group of ordinary people numbered around 700, some wielding shovels, steel pipes, kitchen knives, and even watermelon knives. Starved to the bone. Their gazes were nonetheless ferociously intense. Following them were more than 500 others, led by a towering figure over 6 feet tall, whose menacing countenance was accentuated by the iron chain he held. This chain was tethered to 5 individuals, akin to feral dogs, crawling and mimicking canine sounds. Their necks bound in leather straps. When they caught sight of Su Yong and Ning Kaidai through the throng of 700, their growls intensified. The large man and the enhanced individuals behind him shouted, "What tender prey we have! In a world ravaged by the apocalypse for so long, encountering such a plump and edible person was truly a rarity." However, when they laid eyes on Ning Kaidai, their expressions brightened. "Is that a celestial being? She must taste divine," one of them exclaimed. The large man swiftly struck this individual, reprimanding, "All you think about is food. Such a beautiful goddess has descended here. She must be here to bring us solace." "Boss, what comes after the consolation?" someone hastily inquired. "After consolation, we eat," the burly man declared. Then addressed the 700 ordinary people before him. "Get the hell out of my way, don't block my path." The crowd quickly parted to create a passage. The man led the 5 individuals he treated like dogs to stand before Su Yong and Ning Kaidai. "Ah, I didn't expect such a bountiful harvest today. There's even a vehicle capable of traversing the snow," he exclaimed. "These 2 must have arrived here in this very vehicle. If we can seize it, we can venture farther afield in search of supplies. No more of that sour, putrid rice and meat." The reason the group had come out was that they had heard the sound of an all-terrain unmanned vehicle. In recent days, the burly man and his subordinates had repeatedly heard the passage of people. Initially, it had been a squad of 500 ability users, and they had contemplated ambushing them, only to realize that the group moved effortlessly through the snow, indicating they were all endowed with powers. Cautious of their safety, they refrained from emerging. Soon after, explosive sounds echoed, and within days, thousands of people passed through. With so many ability users, they dared not provoke them and chose to endure in silence. Subsequent, more intense explosions and cries filled the air, leaving them in a state of confusion. Despite their curiosity about the events outside, they did not dare to investigate. It wasn't until Tian Quan ordered missile strikes that an unsettling chill gripped the hearts of the burly man and those awakened with abilities. The roar of destruction followed, and a great fireball appeared on the horizon. Many ordinary people perished in the toxic steam. They believed the apocalypse had arrived, living in constant fear and even abstaining from consuming their companions for several days. Today, however, the sound of a roaring engine reached their ears. From the upper floors, they glimpsed a vehicle gliding effortlessly across the snow, instantly reviving their spirits. Upon realizing there were only a man and a woman within, their excitement heightened. They plotted to capture the pair, dismember them, and satiate their hunger first. The burly man's gaze was cold and piercing, fixated on Su Yong and Ning Kaidai, as well as the all-terrain unmanned vehicle behind them, his eyes gleaming with greed and desire. The monstrous figures at his side growled incessantly, creating a cacophony that he relished. Su Yong and Ning Kaidai, upon witnessing these individuals, felt a surge of revulsion. These beings could no longer be termed human. They were even beneath the level of beasts. Particularly when the topic of rice and meat arose, Ning Kaidai felt a wave of nausea. Rice and meat referred to the horrifying notion of human flesh. Her eyes blazed with fury, and her fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Although influenced by Su Yong to adopt a rather indifferent view towards life, she did not extend unwarranted sympathy to such wretched beings. Yet deep within her, certain convictions remained unaltered. Although this was an apocalyptic era, it was also a time of universal awakening to extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, humanity had not entirely forsaken its essence. How could one, akin to a beast, resort to cannibalism for mere survival? Perhaps it was because she had accompanied Su Yong for too long, never having experienced the precariousness of existence, never knowing the disorienting pangs of hunger. She had not truly grasped the depths of starvation. Nonetheless, she could not accept the notion of humans devouring one another. Su Yong, however, found solace in Ning Kaidai's unwavering principles. A person with steadfast beliefs is, at the very least, a person of integrity, someone bound by ethical constraints. Although such values might seem worthless in the apocalypse, and he himself could not emulate her steadfastness, he cherished working alongside individuals like her. For those with such convictions seldom betray. Their presence is a source of safety. "Kid, hand over that vehicle and this woman," the man said to Su Yong, his gaze icy and menacing. "If you comply, I may spare your life and allow you to become my 6th dog. As long as I have a morsel of meat, you shall have a bone to gnaw on." Chapter 134. Forging the heart through slaughter. The formidable man gazed coldly, disdainfully regarding Su Yong. With only 2 individuals on the opposing side and over 1,000 on his own, he believed he could effortlessly overpower them. There was no need for excessive dialogue. A single command would suffice to subdue Su Yang, followed by a gruesome act of disembowelment, quenching his thirst with the flowing blood. His own body would be satiated, while the woman beside him was merely a prize to be claimed. Once his amusement waned, he would consume her. Such exquisite flesh was an opportunity he could not let slip by. The notion of having the other party serve as his dog was merely a means of amusement. Upon hearing the man's words, Su Yang coldly replied, "I have no issue, but my woman possesses a rather fiery temperament. I cannot say whether she would acquiesce. I must warn you, my woman is exceedingly powerful. Be careful not to provoke her, lest you find yourself bereft of even the chance to serve as a dog." Su Yang's declaration piqued the interest of the man and his henchmen, all turning their gaze toward Ning Kai-dai. What is one woman, after all? How formidable could she possibly be? The man's eyes gleamed with lewd intent as he spoke frivolously. "My dear, if you submit to me, I can ensure your comfort in this apocalyptic world. You shall indulge in all the luxuries life has to offer. What do you say?" Ning Katie's eyes blazed with fury as she retorted, "When you speak of luxuries, do you mean feasting on the corpses of your companions?" Her voice was frigid, filled with a murderous intent directed at the man before her. Such words. The man shook his head dismissively. These individuals are merely food. They cannot be deemed companions. Only those who have awakened their abilities, like myself, are worthy of that title. Food exists solely to be consumed. It must embrace its fate. While human flesh may possess a certain unpleasantness, once you have tasted it, you will come to relish that flavor, to long for it. As he spoke, saliva unconsciously dripped from the corners of his mouth, his expression one of rapture. The words he uttered rendered the ordinary, unawakened individuals weak and trembling, their gazes swiftly turning to Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai with malevolence. They were unwilling to be regarded as food. Their only recourse was to eliminate the man and woman before them, hoping perhaps to claim a few ribs as their prize. Should the pair refuse to cooperate, their demise would be inevitable. Once victims, these individuals had long since succumbed to their environment, their humanity eroded, transforming them into genuine perpetrators. As long as they were not devoured, nothing else mattered. How despicable! Ning Kai-dai clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritted as she exclaimed, "Are you not afraid of retribution for your actions?" "Humph." The man scoffed coldly. "Retribution? In this world, where does such a concept exist? This realm is governed by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The deceased exist to nourish the living, and the weak are merely the food for the strong. This unchanging principle will endure. My dear, you must learn to adapt to this reality." Laughter erupted from him, echoing ominously in the air. Upon the completion of the large man's words, his subordinates erupted into raucous laughter. Such occurrences were not novel to them. They had become accustomed to it, almost desensitized. Su Yang observed them with a cold gaze, while simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at Ning Kai-dai. He was eager to see how she would handle the situation when confronted by these individuals, whether she would completely erupt. At times, holding on to one's convictions is commendable, however. In this frigid and desolate world, a heart of compassion must not prevail, nor should it manifest. Fortunately, Ning Kai-dai did not disappoint him, as the fury within her could no longer be contained. With a swift motion, she drew her Tang Dao, its cold and piercing light illuminating the surroundings. In that very moment, the large man bellowed, "Ingrate! Whoever brings down this little lady first shall be rewarded with a tender and fair thigh." No sooner had he spoken, than the iron chains in his grasp were torn asunder. The 5 monstrous, human-shaped hounds lunged towards Ning Kai-dai and Su Yang, emitting ferocious growls. As they surged forward, over 700 ordinary people followed suit, eager not to lag behind. Ning Kai-dai's gaze was icy. With a single stroke, she cleaved the 5 hounds in two, blood gushing forth, splattering onto the throng of ordinary people. The warmth of the blood only intensified their expressions of malevolence. They moistened their cracked lips with their tongues and brandished kitchen knives, shovels, steel pipes, and various other implements as they charged forth. Ning Kai-dai's countenance remained devoid of warmth. The Tang Dao in her hand radiated a brilliant glow, and a flurry of blade shadows emerged. In an instant, numerous corpses littered the ground. With a swift movement, she plunged into the crowd, claiming a life with each strike. Each swing of her blade severed a head, the fallen bodies staining the snow with crimson. A head rolled to the feet of the large man, whose eyes glimmered with sinister delight, devoid of any sympathy for the slain. Amidst the chaos, Ning Kai-dai maneuvered with agility, her murderous intent intensifying with each life extinguished. Within a mere 2 minutes, all 700 adversaries had succumbed to her blade. At that moment, her aura of malice had solidified, radiating a chilling presence that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Having slain over 700, she bore no psychological burden. Instead, her heart hardened further. To her, those she had slain were not human, but mere beasts. Today, I shall forge my heart through death, Ninkaidai proclaimed. Let your demise temper my heart to be as unyielding as steel. From this day forth, I, Ninkaidai, shall only concern myself with those I cherish and protect. The lives and deaths of others shall henceforth be of no consequence to me. Kill. With a resounding cry, her murderous intent soared. As she relinquished all burdens from her heart, she charged directly at the burly man before her. He was merely at the first level of gold, while Ninkaidai was a formidable expert at the third level. She could easily overpower him. Moreover, her awakened ability was martial arts, characterized by an endless array of techniques and immense power. Even if all of his several hundred subordinates attacked her simultaneously, they would still not stand a chance. However, Ninkaidai chose not to unleash her devastating skills, but instead wielded a Tang Dao as she advanced. To slay them with a single stroke would be far too merciful. Ninkaidai intended to kill them one by one, allowing them to truly experience the terror of death. The burly man, witnessing Ninkaidai's overwhelming aura as she approached, felt his expression shift. In an instant, he summoned his powers, his body visibly petrifying at an alarming rate. His skin transformed into a substance as hard as granite, and his fist swelled to the size of a head, hurling toward Ninkaidai. Unfazed, Ninkaidi's face remained impassive as a chilling glint emanated from her Tang Dao. With a single, decisive swing, she severed the burly man's stone-like arm, which then plummeted to the ground. Chapter 135, Ninkaidai ascends to the rank of monarch. The anguished roar of a burly man echoed through the air, as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Vivid crimson blood seeped from his severed arm. All of you, attack! Kill this wretched woman! He bellowed, rallying his subordinates to charge forth, while he retreated to the back, his entire arm petrified. Only then did the flow of blood within him cease. His gaze bore down on Ninkaidai with a ferocity akin to a famished wolf, intent on tearing her apart. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of extraordinary beings, a cold smile crept across Ninkaidi's lips. With a swift motion, she shattered each incoming attack, her figure flickering and leaving behind several afterimages. When she reappeared, she stood before one of her assailants. With a swift slash of her Tang Dao, she severed the carotid artery of her target, blood spraying over 2 meters high before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ninkaidi's strikes were executed with such speed that only Su Yong among those present could discern the trajectory of her blade. Each blow found its mark, claiming a life with each precise cut. Some fell with their heads severed, others with their throats slit, and still others with their hearts pierced. After taking 5 steps forward and halting, the once standing adversaries behind her had all succumbed, leaving over 100 corpses in her wake. The lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground, their blood pooling into a stream that was soon frozen by the biting cold. At that moment, the remaining assailants were gripped by fear. Previously, when they had taken lives, they felt no apprehension. Yet now, as they faced the prospect of joining the ranks of the fallen, they comprehended the true horror of their situation. When confronted with the specter of death, no one could maintain their composure. They turned to flee, but Ninkaidai offered them no respite. With a swift flourish of her blade, she dispatched all of the burly man's subordinates, leaving a carpet of corpses around her. Fear etched itself into the burly man's visage as he fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, spare me." Ninkaidai offered no reply. Instead, she brought her blade down upon his neck. As the layers of his petrified skin shattered and peeled away, his head rolled to the ground. Surveying the over 1,000 lifeless bodies she had slain, Ninkaidi's eyes betrayed no emotion. In mere minutes, she had obliterated them all, her blade untainted by blood, her attire immaculate. The only change was the palpable aura of malevolence that had intensified around her, transforming her entire demeanor. She turned to Su Yong with a radiant smile, one that illuminated the darkness. "All these abilities are now yours. Hasten to absorb them." Su Yong gestured toward the corpses of the hundreds of extraordinary beings. Ninkaidai did not hesitate, placing her hand upon the head of the fallen giant, consuming his powers entirely. She continued to devour one after another. One by one, S. prowess was soaring at an astonishing rate. The collective efforts of several hundred extraordinary individuals had bestowed upon her a staggering 1,600 abilities, elevating her power from the 3rd tier of gold to the 1st tier of kings. Enveloped within a colossal energy cocoon, her life essence underwent a transformative leap into a new echelon. The golden crystal core at her brow split open, blossoming into a lotus flower, with flames igniting at its center. As her evolution reached completion, the great cocoon transformed into pure energy, converging within the lotus. Ninkaidi's awakening was accompanied by an undeniable aura of royalty. With a swift motion, she unleashed a strike, the blade's radiance immense. Snowflakes beyond 100 meters began to dissipate, while a serpentine crack manifested upon the ground. Is this the extent of the power a king can wield? Ning Kaidai inquired softly. Indeed, Su Yong affirmed with a nod. You have now transcended the barriers within your heart, and your strength will only continue to amplify. Though you previously possessed the strength of a gold tier, surpassing many of your peers, you were unable to unleash your full potential. However, having broken through these limitations, your capabilities will now eclipse those of most at your level by several tiers. Ning Kaidai offered no rebuttal, instead smiling at Su Yong. Thank you. However, I feel a sense of misfortune clinging to me. How I wish for a hot bath at this moment. Not a problem, Su Yong replied, promptly taking a seat in the all-terrain, unmanned vehicle. As Ning Kaidai joined him, he skillfully navigated towards a gas station, opening the door to retrieve a water heater and generator from his spatial storage. He then ignited a pile of smokeless coal, causing the temperature within the room to rise rapidly. Soon after, he produced a bathtub large enough for 3 or 4 individuals. Once the water heater had heated the water, he filled the tub to the brim. Go ahead and wash, Su Yong declared, preparing to turn away to stand guard. Just as he was about to leave, Ning Kaidai called out, Wait a moment. Su Yong looked back, puzzled. Together? She suggested, her face adorned with a playful smile, exuding vivacity and mischief. With a swift motion, Ning Kaidai's garments disintegrated before Su Yong, the tattered fabric swirling about like a butterfly frolicking amidst flowers, cascading to the ground. Her enchanting figure stood revealed before him, unabashed and alluring. Su Yong swallowed hard, feeling parched, gazing at Ning Kaidai as one might admire a masterpiece. Words such as fair, supple, grand, smooth, slender, enchanting, and alluring flooded his mind, each rendering him entranced. Even after their long-standing companionship, he found it impossible to resist such temptation, particularly in this wild setting, a scenario he had always yearned to experience. Since you have extended the invitation, I see no reason to decline. Su Yong chuckled softly and turned to walk back. Ning Kaidai elegantly strode forward, her long legs gracefully entering the bath. Playfully, she remarked, I merely suggested bathing together, nothing more. I am well aware of that, Su Yong replied succinctly. A surge of energy enveloped him, causing his garments to disintegrate. He joined her in the bath, adding, I am here solely to scrub your back. Nothing else. Thus, the two frolicked in the bath at the gas station, unaware of the passage of time until darkness fell. Su Yong retrieved clothes from his space, and they both dressed, subsequently storing the water heater away. He then drove in an all-terrain unmanned vehicle and produced a hot pot from his space. They indulged in a delightful meal. After satisfying their appetites, Su Yong conjured a bed, laying out a comfortable mattress along with a warm quilt. With the heat maximized, he shared the bed with Ning Kaidai, and they both fell into a deep, sweet slumber. Upon awakening the next day, they consumed a light breakfast before boarding the all-terrain vehicle once more, setting off towards the Kwangshan wholesale market. Chapter 136. Arrival at the destination. The vehicle traveled at a pace reminiscent of yesterday. Not too fast, yet not particularly slow. Within the car, the two individuals leisurely watched the pre-downloaded classic film Titanic, a poignant disaster romance. Previously unnoticed nuances now resonated with particular relevance. Not in the context of Jack and Rose's love, but rather in the portrayal of humanity's instinct for survival amidst insurmountable calamities, the ensuing struggles, and the myriad facets of life. As they journeyed, Su Yong would stop at each gas station to collect petrol into their storage. Throughout the trip, no one attempted to intercept them, allowing the two to revel in a sense of ease. They indulged in hot pot and sang songs until they arrived at the Kwangshan wholesale market. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were abruptly halted. Stop! Shouted a silver-ranked level 9 Esper from within the vehicle. Outsiders are not welcome here. Turn around immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, a searing fireball materialized in his hand. When Wei Hongming departed with the main force, he left behind over 100 capable subordinates to guard the area. Despite their leader's absence for several days, these diligent individuals had consistently taken turns watching the gate. The appearance of a vehicle signaled to them that those who could reach this place possessed formidable strength. Though he was quite taken with the vehicle and contemplated confiscating it, the guard refrained from acting on his desires without his leader's presence. Lacking knowledge of the occupants' capabilities, he could only prevent their entry and urge them to leave. Seeing that the vehicle remained stationary and unresponsive, the silver-ranked Esper's annoyance escalated. He shouted again, Did you hear what I said? If you do not depart, I will be forced to attack. Upon uttering these words, he glared at the unmoving car, and the fireball in his hand swelled ominously before hurtling toward the vehicle. In an instant, as the fireball was released, the right side door swung open. A blade of light erupted forth, cleaving the fireball in two. Impudence! The Esper barked, his voice icy. He activated the intercom on his shoulder, commanding, Send reinforcements. We have an intruder attempting to breach our headquarters. With a flick of his wrists, two flaming whips materialized and lashed toward the right side door. Before they could strike, Ning Kaidai emerged, slicing through the fiery whips with a swift stroke. In a flash, she appeared beside the Esper, plunging her blade into his chest. With a deft twist of her Tang's sword, a gaping wound opened in his torso, shattering his heart. He fell to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Who dares to stir trouble in Kwangshan? Do you not know who our leader is? At that moment, over 100 Espers materialized, converging on the scene. The leader bellowed, "Are you so impatient with life that you dare to commit murder in our territory?" Upon witnessing the death of his comrade, fury ignited within him. They were at the Kwangshan wholesale market, surrounded by immense power. It was always others who provoked them. When had anyone ever dared to confront them? Even though their leader, Wei Hongming, along with his deputy, had departed with a large contingent for several days, some could not restrain themselves from attempting to seize their supplies. However, all intruders met their demise. Their corpses strung up on the tallest structure as a deterrent to any would-be aggressors. This individual had recently absorbed a significant amount of extraordinary abilities, achieving a strength surpassing the 4th tier of gold, even greater than when Wei Hongming had left. Thus, during this period, he had been exceedingly arrogant, wielding power within the Kwangshan wholesale market. Even Wei Hongming's former partner had fallen into his grasp, and he had begun to contemplate usurping Wei Hongming's position, awaiting the latter's return. Alas, days had passed, and Wei Hongming had yet to return with his forces, only for this man to witness a woman slaying one of his own. The leader cast a cold gaze at Ning Kaidai, instantly captivated by her appearance and demeanor, and entertained thoughts of claiming her as his own. In this apocalyptic world, women stirred the deepest desires in men, and beautiful women were particularly coveted. In such dire times, beauty was a sin. "Who are you?" the leader inquired coldly. "Why have you invaded our Kwangshan wholesale market, and why did you kill my man?" "It matters not who I am," Ning Kaidai retorted. "I killed him. There are no further questions to be asked." "Indeed, quite wild." The leader smirked sinisterly. "I relish your untamed spirit. The conquest will be particularly exhilarating." He approached Ning Kaidai. "Even your leader, Wei Hongming, and his deputy dare not speak to me in such a manner." Ning Kaidai scoffed. "What gives you such boldness? Wei Hongming is but a fool. I am far stronger than he." The leader dismissed Ning Kaidai with disdain, showing little respect for Wei Hongming. His ambition had swollen to great heights. However, upon hearing that she claimed to know their leader and deputy, he inquired, "You know Wei Hongming? Did he send you?" "Of course I know him," Ning Kaidai replied. "Not only do I know him, but he also perished at my hands. The 6,000 men he brought, most fell at my hand." Ning Kaidai's words held truth. Both Wei Hongming and his deputy had been slain by her. The majority of the men he had brought met their end due to landmines, which she had strategically laid. Thus, her claim of having killed them was entirely accurate. The leader's expression darkened upon hearing this. He erupted in laughter. 6,000 extraordinary beings perished at your hands? You speak with such bravado, yet fear the consequences. As he finished speaking, countless vines erupted from beneath him. Rushing towards Ning Kaidai, she exclaimed, "Let me see if you possess such formidable prowess." Unfazed by the opponent's tendrils, Ning Kaidai casually waved her Tang Dao, and a flash of blade light emerged, severing all the tendrils into countless fragments. In an instant, the blade light pierced through the leader's body, leaving him in a daze, muttering, How is this possible?" With eyes widened in disbelief, he felt a trickle of blood emerge from his forehead. Then, with a sudden, resounding crack, his body was cleaved in two. The cut remarkably smooth and the severed halves perfectly symmetrical. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, the others were taken aback, fully aware of Ning Kaidai's immense strength. Lacking the will to continue the fight, they turned to flee. Ning Kaidai transformed into countless afterimages, weaving through the panicked crowd. As the multiple phantoms converged, her figure materialized, and over 100 superhumans fell, each one pierced through the chest, succumbing to her blade. Chapter 137. Taking advantage after eliminating those individuals. Ning Kaidai did not immediately absorb their abilities. Instead, she turned to the all-terrain unmanned vehicle behind her, awaiting Su Yang's command. "You need not concern yourself with me. It is you who has slain these individuals, and their powers are yours to absorb." Su Yang felt an increasing sense of satisfaction with Ning Kaidai's demeanor. Encouraging her to kill with a righteous heart had proven remarkably effective. In this moment, she faced her adversaries without hesitation, executing her actions decisively and without any psychological burden. Su Yang cherished this state of Ning Kaidai immensely. After all, she had previously been a soldier, bound by rigid conventions, and had inadvertently shackled herself with the mantle of a righteous hero. Had she not crossed paths with Su Yang, she might have long succumbed to the dangers of this post-apocalyptic world. Even if she had survived, the weight of her responsibilities would have ultimately crushed her. Now liberated from her shackles, Ning Kaidai was undeniably more resolute and, freed from the burdens of her past, significantly happier. As Su Yang stepped down from the unmanned vehicle, Ning Kaidai consumed the last remnants of the abilities from the fallen bodies. The two of them gradually entered the Kwangshan wholesale market, with the all-terrain vehicle trailing behind. The sounds of combat outside drew the attention of the ordinary people within. Some, emboldened, peered through the windows. They beheld hundreds of corpses at the entrance, all belonging to those who had once enslaved them. Approaching them were a man and a woman, the man strikingly handsome, the woman ethereally beautiful. The moment they laid eyes on Ning Kaidai, they were instantly captivated, calling out, "A fairy! A fairy has descended from the heavens to vanquish those demons. Surely, the fairy has come to rescue us. Is that man her servant?" The ordinary people rushed out, standing just a short distance from the entrance, hesitant to venture further. They regarded Ning Kaidai as a deity, kneeling in prayer. Upon hearing the term servant directed at him, Su Yang smirked, thinking, "What gives you the impression that I resemble a servant? Truly, you lack discernment." Nevertheless, he chose not to engage with these ordinary folk. Activating his spatial perception, he enveloped the entire Kwangshan wholesale market, immediately locating Wei Hongming's storeroom filled with survival supplies, and strode purposefully towards it. Observing Ning Kaidai following Su Yang towards the locked storeroom, the ordinary people shouted once more, "Fairy, are you about to open the storeroom and provide us with food? Thank you for your grace. Thank you for eliminating those demons and rescuing us. We are eternally grateful for the sustenance bestowed by the fairy. From this day forth, we shall be the most loyal followers of the fairy." In a moment, insincere proclamations echoed around them. Su Yang could no longer endure the spectacle, ignoring the crowd as he hastened towards the nearest storeroom with Ning Kaidai. "How dare you walk before the fairy?" someone admonished. "If you wish to avoid punishment, you ought to kneel like us." "Silence," Ning Kaidai reprimanded. She was well aware that the flattery directed at her was insincere, merely a ploy born from the fact that she had eliminated the supernatural beings guarding this place. They sought her assistance to escape their dire circumstances and to obtain vital supplies for survival. Thus, Ning Kaidai felt no inclination to show them kindness. Though these individuals were pitiable, they were also insatiably greedy. The moment any sympathy was shown, they would take advantage of it. With a sharp rebuke from Ning Kaidai, the multitude of thousands fell into immediate silence, their gazes fixed intently on Su Yang. He approached the warehouse and, with a mere swipe of his finger, unlocked the previously sealed doors. Inside lay an impressive stockpile of flour, thousands of bags stacked high. He proceeded to open another warehouse, revealing an equal number of bags of rice. As each warehouse door swung open, it unveiled bottled mineral water, frozen meats, fish, seafood, grains, and an abundance of hardened vegetables and potatoes, along with copious amounts of cooking oil. While the quality was not exceptional, to these ordinary individuals, it represented a lifeline. Every one of the hundreds of warehouses was filled to the brim. Truly, this was one of the 4 major wholesale markets in Jizhou City. Even after the apocalypse had ravaged the land for so long, such a wealth of survival supplies remained. The ordinary people, upon witnessing this bounty, were filled with awe and exclaimed, "These were originally ours. They were stolen by that wretched Wei Hongming and locked away in these warehouses. At last, we can reclaim our belongings. No longer will we be subjugated. No longer will we have to barter the bodies of our wives and daughters for food." With wild laughter, they scrambled up from the ground and surged toward the warehouses, completely disregarding Ning Kaidai, whom they had once revered. Ning Kaidai exchanged a knowing smile with Su Yang. Indeed, these individuals had never harbored genuine goodwill towards her. Their audacity had surpassed her expectations, because Su Yang and Ning Kaidai had chosen to ignore them and refrain from any hostile actions. The crowd mistakenly believed them to be benevolent souls who would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. This emboldened them, leading them to rush toward the survival supplies without consent. "Get back," Su Yang bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura that manifested as a powerful barrier, halting the throng of ordinary people. Some collided with this force, sustaining injuries. "Those supernatural beings guarding this place were slain by my woman," Su Yang stated coldly. "I unlocked these warehouses. The contents herein are of no concern to you. They belong to me. Should anyone dare to advance another step, there will be no mercy." "How tyrannical of you," came a defiant retort from the crowd. "What you discovered is yours. These survival supplies rightfully belong to us. It was merely taken by Wei Hongming's people. Even if you discover it, a share for you will suffice. There are only 2 of you. 2 bags of rice and 2 large barrels of mineral water will be enough." These individuals have completely forgotten that they were once slaves to others. As soon as they tasted a hint of freedom, they began to lose their humility. It must be said, the human heart is truly inscrutable. Even Ning Kaidai found their words laughable in disbelief. Had it not been for her and Su Yang, These individuals would not have had the chance to reclaim their freedom. At this moment, they dared to regard themselves as the masters of the Kwangshan wholesale market once more. I truly wonder what they are thinking. Do you believe that because I have not immediately enslaved you, I am kinder than Wei Hongming and his ilk? That I am easier to bully? Su Yang asked with an ominous expression. They genuinely think these survival supplies belong to them. They speak of sharing 2 bags of rice as if it were their right. Su Yang's chilling voice echoed in each ear, a palpable aura of menace enveloping them, causing them to tremble in fear. Chapter 138. Your survival is of no concern to me, although fear gripped their hearts. These individuals were reluctant to allow the others to seize their precious supplies. Their once fervent demeanor had noticeably softened. A few timidly voiced their concerns. These provisions rightfully belong to us. If you take everything, how shall we survive? You have saved us, so surely you can extend your kindness to the end. Besides, there are only 2 of you. You cannot possibly utilize all these resources. If you relinquish these supplies to us, we shall forever hold you in our hearts with gratitude. To deliver a benefactor to their destination, to aid a person in need, surely. You must be compassionate enough to not let us starve, correct? Their words elicited a sardonic laugh from Su Yang, who retorted with a cold sneer. So you wish to play the moral card, do you? Let me make this abundantly clear. Do not feign pity in my presence. My presence here is solely due to Wei Hongming's assault on me. He shifted his tone, adding, though he and his followers have been eliminated by my hand. I understand the principle of reciprocity. He attacked me, and it is only just that I retaliate against his stronghold. From the outset, I had no intention of rescuing you. Nor do I harbor any interest in your plight. I do not know, nor do I care, to whom these supplies originally belonged. If they were hoarded by Wei Hongming, then they are his. Having dispatched him, these provisions now belong to me. I have shown you mercy by sparing your lives. Should you provoke me further, you will be well aware of the consequences. Su Yang's declaration reverberated throughout the Kwangshan wholesale market, crystal clear to the thousands present. Some more expressions of despair, others of indignation, while a few began to glimmer with malice. These were ordinary people, long oppressed by Wei Hongming and his ilk. To procure food, they had been compelled to offer something of equivalent value, or even something surpassing its worth. Some offered themselves, others their wives and daughters. They had long since tired of such a life. Yet, their adversaries had awakened supernatural abilities, rendering them powerless to resist. They could only submit to their fate. Having finally witnessed the demise of Wei Hongming's faction, they had dared to believe that dawn was finally breaking. With these supplies, they could ensure a long period of sustenance in this cold, apocalyptic world, free from the worry of hunger. However, Su Yang's words cast them from paradise back to hell. They could neither endure nor accept such a fate. Moreover, this was their first encounter with a supernatural being who reasoned with them, starkly contrasting with Wei Hongming's brutal methods. They sensed an opening. A few bold souls stepped forward, locking eyes with Su Yang, and proclaimed loudly, "Without these provisions, we shall perish. Your conflict with Wei Hongming is your own affair. It bears no relevance to us. Why do you have the audacity to seize all these survival supplies? What gives you the right to deprive us of our very existence? If you disregard the lives of so many of us, we shall also risk everything. Death is but an end. With thousands standing united, you cannot possibly slay us all, can you? Indeed, what justifies your claim to strip us of our right to live? At any cost, we shall survive. These supplies belong to us. We implore you to vacate. If it comes to it, let us perish together." Upon uttering these words, the individual ignited the fervor of many, inciting a chorus of shouts from the crowd. As more voices joined in, the collective outrage of thousands surged forth. Su Yang smiled faintly, observing the scene before him. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that perhaps he had been too benevolent. By refraining from directly eliminating these individuals, he had inadvertently rendered himself vulnerable to their bullying. Human beings, more often than not, exhibit such behavior. A mob is merely a mob. They mistakenly believe that sheer numbers can compel others to submit. In the era of stable social order, such tactics might have yielded results, but these times are vastly different. Ants hold no sway over elephants. They cannot coerce them in the least. Su Yang remained silent, his finger slicing through the air. A flash of steel manifested as the heads of the most vocal dissenters fell to the ground, their severed heads rolling away, crimson blood pooling beneath them. The acrid scent of blood sent the crowd into a fit of nausea. In that instant, they grasped the gravity of the situation and fell silent, retreating in fear. They now understood that the man before them was decisively ruthless, akin to Wei Hongming. This scene evoked memories of the brutal tactics employed by Wei Hongming and his ilk, causing their hair to stand on end. Witnessing the demise of their companions instilled a profound fear within them. Su Yang's voice resonated once more. Previously, I spared you because you held no significance to me. You were of no utility. Yet, I find that my restraint has only emboldened you. Since you do not fear death, I shall commence by eliminating a few to set the tone. If anyone dares to persist in their insolence, I shall ensure your demise." Upon hearing his words, the multitude nodded in tacit agreement, their heads bowed low, reverting to their former subservient demeanor. Su Yang, satisfied, nodded approvingly. He was no saint. Devoid of sympathy for those who bore no connection to him, he commanded, "Everyone, return to your previous positions." The crowd, expressionless, slowly turned and began to retreat to where they had come from. At that moment, a woman of striking appearance, with an alluring gaze, addressed Su Yang. "Could you, perhaps, spare a portion of the survival supplies for us? Just a little will suffice. If you do, all of us women shall be yours. You may have your way with us." Her words resonated, prompting many women to turn their attention toward her. With a face full of hope, they gazed at Su Yang. Although they had long been enslaved by those with extraordinary abilities, it seemed that this individual was still reasonable. Following him would undoubtedly be a far better option than remaining with Wei Hongming and his ilk. At least they would have access to food, clean water, and the chance to survive, all for the mere price of their own bodies, a remarkably advantageous trade in their eyes. Su Yang, observing the women, coldly declared, "I am not interested in you, and your fates are of no concern to me." The women, confronted by his disdainful gaze, were filled with despair but dared not utter another word. They followed the staggering figure ahead, making their way toward the previously visited house. Turning to Ning Kai-dai, Su Yang instructed, "Keep an eye on these individuals and ensure they all close their eyes. Should anyone dare to open them, execute them immediately." Ning Kai-dai nodded. Ushering the group into a large shed, its surroundings effectively obscured. Chapter 139, The Sinister Side of Humanity. These individuals remained oblivious to Su Yang's true intentions behind their actions. Yet they complied without hesitation. Moreover, the distance between their previous dwelling and the warehouses, coupled with Ning Kai's watchful presence, allowed Su Yang to feel at ease. Upon entering the warehouse and opening the spatial portal, he swiftly collected the supplies from over 100 storage units. 10 minutes later, Su Yang, accompanied by Ning Kai-dai, departed in an all-terrain unmanned vehicle. However, before they had traveled far, the group re-emerged, rushing towards the warehouses at an astonishing speed. Upon discovering that the vital supplies had vanished, despair etched their faces. How could this be possible? They questioned in disbelief. How could just two individuals clear out so many warehouses in such a short span? Even if it were 100,000 buns, it would take at least 10 days to consume them. Furious, they lamented their earlier reverence for the woman as if she were a deity. Realizing that their adversaries had shown them no mercy, their grievances were clearly heard by Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai. Having witnessed the sordid depths of human nature in the apocalypse repeatedly, Ning Kai-dai remained unfazed, her expression betraying no emotion. Su Yang, likewise, dismissed their words. There was no need to expend energy on a group so intent on their own survival. "What shall we do next?" someone inquired. "Without any ability users to protect us and no supplies to sustain ourselves, how shall we continue to live?" At that moment, a burly man rallied over 100 strong men. They exchanged glances and made a resolute decision. The man growled menacingly, "Leave the women. Kill all the men and the elderly." His declaration startled the others. Before they could react, over 100 men brandished shovels, steel pipes, and knives, indicating that they had long been prepared for this moment. They surged into the crowd with fervor. A scream pierced the air as one man's skull was split open by a shovel, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground. Another blow from a shovel sealed his fate. The others soon found themselves under attack, many falling victim to swift and lethal strikes. As they breathed their last, incredulity painted their faces. "How can you turn on your own? We are in this together," one cried out in fear. With a cold snort, the burly man retorted, "Without protection, without supplies, if we wish to survive, we must send you to your demise. Only through your deaths can we secure food." His words ignited a spark of understanding among the others, their faces contorted with rage. "We will fight back," a man shouted, lunging forward with his knife and plunging it into the heart of one of his former companions, kicking the lifeless body aside. The 100 or so men rallied with him, seizing their weapons and charging into the fray. A cacophony of screams erupted as chaos ensued. Though the Han only numbered a little over 100, they were all robust and well-equipped, rendering their opponents utterly powerless. The women, paralyzed by fear, crouched on the ground, too terrified to move. At that moment, Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai had yet to exit the Kwangshan wholesale market. Hearing the anguished cries from within, Ning Kai-dai turned to Su Yang and asked, "Are they engaged in mutual slaughter?" Su Yang nodded, responding, "Indeed. Humanity is inherently flawed, perpetually neglecting the warmth of unity, instead opting to band together with a select few strong to massacre the weak." "But what purpose does slaughter serve?" Ning Kai-dai questioned. "Isn't it simply a futile struggle against the bitter cold? Without sustenance, won't they all ultimately perish from hunger?" "You fail to comprehend," Su Yang retorted. Do you recall the fierce battles between the buildings in our Fengyan community? Ning Kai-dai pondered for a moment before replying. I do remember. But what does that have to do with this? Those conflicts were about seizing survival resources, weren't they? You are mistaken, Su Yong replied, his expression serious. You have oversimplified the darkness and complexity of human nature. The acquisition of survival resources is but a secondary concern. The primary aim is the accumulation of long-lasting food supplies and the domination of women. Aside from those I have slain, the bodies of the others were disposed of in the square. Where do you think the corpses of those killed by others ended up? Ning Kai-dai hesitated. Unable to finish her thought, Su Yong confirmed, yes, precisely, they were stored away. Humans, after all, are akin to animals, always planning for the future, instinctively stockpiling provisions for winter. Especially in this resource-scarce apocalypse, lacking food compels one to resort to cannibalism. Cannibalism is not merely an empty phrase, it is a stark reality. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Ning Kai-dai felt a wave of nausea, if not for her ascension to the first rank of kings. The mere thought of the Fengyan community, where she had spent so much time, harboring processed corpses within each building as potential sustenance, would have overwhelmed her. Though she had steeled her heart, the revelation that her neighbors had killed solely to stockpile food made her feel queasy. Fortunately, Su Yong refrained from disclosing that those corpses had been dismembered, their blood preserved. Such revelations would have been unbearable. I have already come to terms with the brutality of a world stripped of order following the apocalypse, Ning Kai-dai said, patting her chest in an effort to steady herself. I never imagined it could be even more merciless than what I have witnessed. Indeed, Su Yong chuckled, inquiring. Would you like to see what they are truly doing? He gestured towards the Kwangshan community. At this moment, the sounds of battle and cries of anguish grew ever louder. Ning Kai-dai's expression darkened considerably, yet she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Ning Kai-dai opened the door and alighted, making her way once more towards the center. Before long, she arrived at the warehouses, where over 100 individuals were mercilessly slaughtering the elderly and the relatively frail men. Despite their numerical superiority, those unarmed individuals were no match for the more than 100 assailants. Ning Kai-dai observed from a distance, remaining undetected and refraining from intervening. After more than 2 hours, over 4,000 elderly individuals and men had been slain, leaving only a little over 1,000 women. The burly leader and his band had also suffered nearly 50 casualties. After resting for more than half an hour, the leader addressed the remaining 50 or so, declaring, "There are too many women. Eliminate all those who are not particularly beautiful." Chapter 140. The Birth of a Demon, an unprecedented path of evolution. Upon hearing these words, the women were taken aback, trembling in fear as they knelt down, pleading for mercy. Only a few, believing themselves to be exceptionally beautiful, remained composed, crouching with an air of relief. The brutish figure paid no mind to them, dragging one woman over and executing her without hesitation. Witnessing this horrific act, the other women sprang to their feet, attempting to flee. However, their physical strength was limited, and the deep snow in the marketplace hindered their escape. The man, accompanied by more than 50 others, continued his grim task of slaughtering the surrounding women. Once he had dealt with them, he pursued those who had fled, wielding his dagger with lethal intent. Over 800 women met their demise, leaving behind merely over 300 who were deemed somewhat attractive in comparison. Yet, when juxtaposed with Ning Kai-dai, they were insignificant. The man did not press for more. The remaining 300 women sufficed for his needs. With relentless effort, he and his cohort dragged the lifeless bodies, arranging them into a heap. He then addressed his followers, instructing them to fetch the numerous buckets and storage containers from the nearby warehouse. Without a hint of hesitation, they departed. Turning to the 300 women, he proclaimed, "As long as you obediently serve us, I shall ensure that you lack for nothing." The women nodded submissively, only to be overcome by violent coughs triggered by the stench of blood. "Return to your previous quarters now," he commanded. After the women departed, the group returned with large buckets. The man ordered, "Drain the blood from these corpses thoroughly." Leading by example, he hoisted one woman's body, positioning it upside down, while another held it steady. He thrust a knife into the carotid artery, blood gushing into the bucket. The others mimicked his actions. Once the blood from the first batch of over 20 corpses had been collected, they proceeded with another. As dozens of buckets filled with blood accumulated, the man instructed everyone to secure the lids. He then sent others to retrieve more buckets for continued drainage. After draining blood from over 100 women, he emphasized, "We must ensure that every drop of blood is extracted today. If a body remains dead for too long, the blood will congeal. All blood must be expelled. For even in low temperatures, the likelihood of decay is substantial." The others nodded in agreement, unwavering in their grim task. After draining the blood from yet another 100 corpses, The man designated over 20 individuals. You shall dismember those whose blood has been drained. Remember to hang every piece in the warehouse. The flesh of these women is tender. The group gathered saws, axes, and cleavers, busily dragging the bled-out bodies aside, engaging fervently in the gruesome task of dismemberment. In an instant, the entirety of the Kwangshan wholesale market transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse of despair. Those who still drew breath had ceased to be human. They had become entirely demonic. The deceased, on the other hand, had been reduced to mere livestock, their every component dismembered, blood, flesh, and bones all laid bare. These remnants would serve as sustenance for the 50 survivors. Even the 300 women, though alive for now, might one day find themselves reduced to rations. If these individuals were not slain by other extraordinary beings, their demise was merely a matter of time. Ning Kaidai observed this harrowing scene, inhaling deeply. She refrained from charging out in righteous indignation to slay these fiends, for she understood that such actions would be futile. She had come to realize that in this apocalyptic world, lacking strength meant that ordinary people would meet the same grim fate as those before her, perhaps even worse. With a heavy heart, she turned to leave. Su Yang watched as she returned, opening the car door and stepping out to greet her. Ning Kaidai hastened toward him, whispering urgently, "Quick, bring me water." But before she could finish, her stomach churned violently, and she retched uncontrollably. Witnessing the gruesome sight, she vowed never to consume chicken or pork again. Su Yang retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his space, opening it and offering it to her while gently patting her back. Ning Kaidai accepted it, rinsing her mouth as she continued to heave. The first bottle was quickly depleted, prompting Su Yang to hand her another. For over an hour, she expelled the contents of her stomach until only bile remained, leaving her in a state of dry heaving. After what felt like an eternity, she gradually regained her composure, finishing another bottle of mineral water, feeling slightly better. She felt utterly drained, drenched in cold sweat, a rare occurrence for one who had ascended to the rank of a king. Once she appeared to be recovering, Su Yang lifted her into the vehicle and closed the door. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle sped toward the military district of the high-tech zone. They had already lost considerable time and feared that any further delay might bring unforeseen complications. What if powerful missiles were within, and the area were to be seized? That would spell great trouble. Su Yang observed Ning Kaidai quietly and inquired, "How did you find this excursion to Kwangshan?" Ning Kaidai retorted irritably, "What do you think?" She then elaborated, "Had I known it would be like this, I would never have accompanied you. You have shown me the most brutal scenes of this world, hardening my heart like iron. Moreover, you have shattered my dreams of establishing a beautiful haven in this post-apocalyptic world." Su Yang smiled, unperturbed by her complaints, and asked, "Have you grown from this experience?" Ning Kaidai nodded in affirmation, replying honestly, "Indeed, I have grown." "That's good to hear." Su Yang lamented, "The world we inhabit remains unchanged. It is but a reflection of itself. However, the civilization that humanity has painstakingly built over millennia has regressed to a state reminiscent of a primal era, where survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Indeed, humans are but animals. In this current reality, we resemble the formidable beasts of the forest, vying for scarce resources against various factions. The distinction between man and beast has all but vanished. An unprecedented path of evolution has been forged. Only by avoiding being devoured by others, and by perpetually consuming the abilities of those around us, can an individual or a collective ascend to the pinnacle and ultimately find stability. Should your thoughts remain anchored in the past, even if you possess extraordinary powers, your fate will not differ significantly from that of the ordinary denizens of the Kwangshan wholesale market. Su Yang spoke with utmost seriousness, and Ning Kaidai listened intently, wholeheartedly agreeing with his sentiments, etching them deeply into her heart. Despite having witnessed the most profound and brutal darkness of this world, her loyalty to Su Yang remained unwavering. This was the essence of her deepest convictions and steadfastness. Chapter 141. Speculations of the three leaders. The reason I brought you out this time is to temper your character. Su Yang stated candidly, in the past, your sense of justice was excessively strong. You clung too tightly to your principles. If the apocalypse had not descended, such a disposition might not have garnered favor, as it tends to be rather obstinate. However, this would not have affected you significantly, nor would it have impacted others. You could have lived quite well in this world. Yet, we are in an apocalypse now. Continuing as you did before is no longer feasible. It would not only harm yourself but also others. Fortunately, your performance has been commendable. Now that you have shed the burdens of your heart, do you not feel considerably lighter? Ning Kaidai nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I am aware of what you say, and thus I strive for change." Indeed, in such a fiercely competitive world of the apocalypse, one must possess a certain ruthlessness and coldness. Only then can one prolong their existence. As Ning Kaidai spoke, she shifted her tone playfully, casting a knowing glance at Su Yang. Are you not concerned that the changed me may no longer be your devoted follower? What if I develop ill thoughts towards you? After all, you possess boundless survival resources. Should I eliminate you, those resources would all belong to me. Human greed knows no bounds. Who can escape envy and jealousy? Just like Wei Hongming, despite having so many resources, still harbors the desire to kill you and seize your supplies. Su Yang shook his head, asserting, what I require is not a mere ornament. With my capabilities and resources, if I seek companionship, what type of woman could I not find? With just a modest offering of survival supplies, even the most exquisite of women, be they top-tier celebrities, would succumb to temptation and bow before me. I could command them to pose in any manner I desire. But what purpose would they serve me? Su Yang jested, I need you to possess your own thoughts while also being able to assist me. For I harbor no fear of betrayal from anyone. In the future, it will not only be you, even Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing. After awakening their abilities, I shall take them out as well, to refine their hearts amidst the world. However, I believe they will progress more swiftly than you and adapt to this cruel world more readily. I do not intend to belittle you. Rather, their upbringing differs from yours. You have served in the military, and your strong sense of justice is difficult to alter in a short time, which is precisely what I admire about you. After this exchange with Ning Kai-dai, their relationship grew closer. A youthful innocence emerged on Ning Kai-dai's face, rendering her genuinely adorable. It must be said that Ning Kai-dai possesses remarkable versatility. She can be charming, sweet, alluring, and full of vigor. And she is also quite open when the moment calls for it. Ultimately, their conversation became much more relaxed, filled with laughter along the way. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle moved swiftly, equipped with automatic driving, requiring no concern, and the spacious rear seat offered ample room for comfort. The two individuals engaged in whatever they desired. Many were involved in various activities within their vehicles. However, it was Su Yang's first experience of such endeavors while the car was in motion. Undoubtedly, it was a splendid sensation. The distance from Kwangshan Wholesale Market to the military district on the outskirts of the high-tech zone was not insignificant, taking about an hour. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle navigated through the city, attracting considerable attention. Numerous individuals had attempted to intercept it, but the speed was too great. By the time those individuals descended from their buildings, the vehicle had already vanished. Many factions could only silently note the vehicle's characteristics, dispatching individuals to inquire further or utilizing their phones to connect with other factions in hopes of uncovering the origins of the vehicle. For several factions, despite their large numbers and considerable strength, what they lacked the most were survival supplies. The surrounding supermarkets and stores had been thoroughly plundered. Seeking food in more distant locales was impractical on foot. Even for those with supernatural abilities, traversing through thick snow was far from convenient. The presence of that vehicle, capable of moving effortlessly through the snow, changed the situation entirely, offering significant convenience. Although the apocalypse had persisted for a considerable duration, water supplies had completely ceased. Nonetheless, electricity would occasionally return, albeit briefly, enough to keep mobile phones charged. Furthermore, the three major telecommunications operators' base stations remained operational. Although the signal was not as strong as it once was, communication was still possible with persistence. Su Yang speculated that the intermittent electricity might be due to some hydroelectric and nuclear power stations still functioning, as this was the only plausible explanation. Thus, the world was not as isolated as one might imagine, with factions occasionally able to communicate, some even quite familiar with one another. For instance, the leaders of the other three major wholesale markets in Jizhou City frequently conversed. Has Wei Hongming made contact? Someone inquired within the chat group. Another leader responded via video. No. We were able to reach him recently, but now all calls go unanswered. Could something have happened to him? Impossible. The leader of the third wholesale market analyzed. The Kwangshan wholesale market is on par with our strength, and they possess an abundance of resources. At the onset of the apocalypse, their supplies could attract numerous followers. With our capabilities, each of our factions commands thousands of individuals. Wei Hongming's strength cannot be inferior to ours. Who would dare oppose him? The other two nodded in agreement. Could it be that Wei Hongming intends to monopolize Su Yang's stockpile of survival supplies? His faction is situated in the same area as Su Yang, making it far more convenient for him to seize those resources. Su Yang's supplies far exceed the combined total of all four of our factions. When Su Yang initially stockpiled survival supplies, he contacted these four individuals to procure them. Therefore, they are acutely aware of the quantity of survival resources Su Yang possesses. While the heads of the four wholesale markets have a substantial amount of production supplies, their inventory is still countable. In contrast, Su Yang's resources are beyond enumeration. Describing them as boundless would not be an exaggeration. Are you suggesting that Wei Hongming intends to monopolize that batch of survival supplies? The head of the second wholesale market remarked with a cold glint in his eyes, Can he truly consume it all? Is he not afraid of being overwhelmed? Perhaps it is not so simple. The head of the third wholesale market, in a contemplative tone, mused, as the saying goes, a greedy heart can swallow an elephant. Originally, the three of us had agreed to share the batch of survival supplies, with Wei Hongming being the closest, receiving half, while the remaining half would be divided among us. It appears that the other party now wishes to withhold everything from us. Lao Lu, what do you propose we do now? Both the heads of the first and second wholesale markets inquired simultaneously. Lao Lu is Lu Dufeng, the head of the third wholesale market. Chapter 142, Ambition. Lu Dufeng, the head of the third wholesale market, pondered for a moment, his gaze gradually turning icy. He addressed Hua Pin, the head of the first wholesale market, and Zhao Hong, the head of the second wholesale market, saying, Old Hua, Old Lu, merely speculating here is of little use. Our three factions are far removed from Wei Hongming's power. Moreover, there is no one watching over that side. We cannot even reach out to them. We are well aware of what you have mentioned. Hua Pin and Zhao Hong, feeling a surge of urgency, interjected, what purpose does further discussion serve? We need to know what course of action to take now. We cannot merely stand by and watch as Wei Hongming monopolizes all of Su Yong's survival supplies. Those resources could sustain us for several lifetimes. If the other party were to recruit more forces using those supplies, once they grow stronger, the combined might of the three of us would scarcely match theirs. At that point, not only would we be unable to reclaim our share, but we would also be waiting to be consumed by them. Why are you both so anxious? Lu Dufeng chuckled softly. May I finish my thought? The two men exchanged glances through the video feed, remaining silent as they awaited Lu Dufeng's continuation. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded, what I mean is, since we possess limited knowledge regarding Su Yong and Wei Hongming's forces, and given our considerable distance, should we allow such a vast amount of resources to be completely absorbed by them while we sit idly by? That would be futile. Lu Dufeng's tone shifted sharply, becoming intensely cold as he proposed, instead, let us three factions act in unison. We will head straight to the northern district. If Wei Hongming has not yet secured Su Yong's survival supplies, we shall eliminate him and seize the resources. If he has already monopolized them, we can extinguish him before his power fully develops, thus resolving the matter once and for all. In this manner, not only can we divide the resources fairly, but we can also claim the supplies that Wei Hongming has hoarded, coupled with our existing stock, who in Jizhou City could rival our wealth of resources. Consider this carefully. With such resources, we could recruit forces without hesitation, free from the fear of depleting our survival supplies. Eventually, Jizhou City would belong to the three of us. We could share the city and, once we amass sufficient strength, expand outward. Who knows? Perhaps one day we will hold a significant position throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Hua Pin and Zhao Hong's eyes gleamed with fervor. Their spirits ignited, though each of their factions currently held considerable strength. With over 6,000 capable subordinates among them, each having devoured numerous abilities and not merely novices awakening their powers, they had never envisioned themselves contending for dominance in the Great Xia. Yet, as Lu Dufeng painted his vision, they found themselves captivated by the prospect. Before the apocalypse, these three men had merely been heads of their respective wholesale markets, seemingly prosperous yet confined to the limitations of their domains. Once they ventured outside, who truly cared about their identities? However, everything changed with the advent of the apocalypse. They quickly unified the entire wholesale market, leveraging the supplies that had originally remained. Within this domain, they wielded power and influence. Furthermore, they were the first individuals within their respective markets to awaken extraordinary abilities. As their strength grew, so too did their ambitions. They were acutely aware that the survival resources left over from the initial 100 warehouses were wholly insufficient to sustain themselves in their growing entourage. As their ranks swelled, their consumption of supplies escalated correspondingly. Thus, they, in conjunction with Wei Hongming, attracted Su Yong's attention. After all, the survival resources possessed by the latter far exceeded the combined total of their four factions, both in quantity and variety, boasting a rich nutritional diversity. No matter the cost, they were determined to acquire it. But what about the survival resources we have if we take everyone with us? Hua Pin retorted. We cannot possibly carry such a vast amount of supplies into battle, not to mention the lack of vehicles to transport it. Even if we had them, their visibility would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous factions. Before we even reach the northern district, we might find ourselves overwhelmed by the forces of Jizhou City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong nodded in agreement, his concerns mirroring those of Hua Pin. Leaving their headquarters unguarded while they marched forth with a large contingent would almost certainly invite opportunistic attacks. The distance to the northern district was considerable, compounded by deep snow. Should they detect an impending raid, it would be too late to return for assistance. Carrying their supplies would not only deplete their manpower and resources, but also render their vehicles ineffective in such heavy snow. As Huaping had pointed out, what would they do if all the factions of Jizhou City united against them? They were confident in their current strength, believing that aside from the three rival factions, few could stand against them. Yet, if all factions converged upon them, even their combined forces would be insufficient. After all, a multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant, and the awakened factions in Jizhou City were far more formidable than mere ants. The more they contemplated, the heavier the sense of despair weighed upon Huaping and Zhao Hong. They silently pondered, what is to be done? Is there no flawless plan that would allow us to safeguard our resources while enabling us to lead our people to safety? The two ruminated for an extended period without arriving at a solution, eventually turning their gaze toward Lu Dufeng, the head of the third wholesale market. Lu Dufeng internally scoffed. Upon witnessing the two lost in thought without uttering a word, he discerned their unspoken concerns. Are you worried about leaving your supplies unprotected at your headquarters while taking your people away? Their thoughts had been laid bare, and their faces flushed with embarrassment as they found themselves at a loss for words. I say, you two are the leaders of your respective wholesale markets. Lu Dufeng jested. In this apocalyptic era, you have all become formidable powers commanding thousands of extraordinary individuals. Surely, your intellect cannot be lacking? Why then, have you become so inept at strategizing? Without further ado, the two inquired with irritation, what is to be done? This is not a trivial matter. Lu Dufeng exclaimed emphatically. You are each the most potent force within a radius of at least 20 kilometers. With your combined strength, you can undoubtedly intimidate those who covet your resources. This is the end of the world, after all. Huaping, unfazed, retorted, people are on the brink of starvation. Can they truly be frightened by you? A desperate rabbit may bite. When a person is famished, they are capable of anything. What use is mere intimidation? That is because your intimidation is insufficient, Lu Dufeng declared, his eyes gleaming with intensity. You must inflict pain and instill fear in them, making it abundantly clear that anyone who dares to provoke you will meet a fatal end. I refuse to believe that those individuals would still dare to trespass into your domain. Chapter 143. Intimidation. Human nature is rather despicable. Individuals dare to provoke you even when they are fully aware of your formidable strength. Lu Dufeng continued. However, if the adversary comprehends both your power and your ruthlessness, they will weigh their options carefully, especially when confronted with an unknown foe. Even if they are unaware of your might, they will deliberate for a considerable time. When you are both powerful and cruel, and they do not possess sufficient knowledge of you, especially if you have previously taken many lives, the mere thought of you instills paralyzing fear within them. Even if you have swept away every last one of their numbers, they will not dare to set foot within your territory. At such a juncture, do not lament the nature of humanity. Huaping and Zhao Hong exchanged glances, disdain evident on their faces. Since the apocalypse descended, who among us has not witnessed the chilling and abhorrent facets of human nature? Just tell us what we ought to do next. How can we prevent anyone from seizing our resources? You are always in such a rush. Lu Dufeng shook his head, exasperated. Is it not simple? Just kill them. Moreover, it must be done brazenly. Annihilate every faction within a 10 to 20 kilometer radius. Inform those factions beforehand that the entire area belongs to you. Demand their withdrawal. Then, proceed with the assault. Prior to engaging, post announcements within Jizhou City, ensuring every faction is aware. Only then shall you strike. While executing the plan, take photographs and record videos. For each faction you obliterate, upload the evidence online. The more brutal, the better. Display the corpses in proportion to the number of lives taken. Make it abundantly clear to all that anyone who opposes you will be exterminated without exception. Having executed such a strategy, I refuse to believe anyone would dare encroach upon your domain. At that point, merely a handful of individuals need remain to guard the premises. The two men nodded in agreement, yet suddenly appeared troubled, as if recalling a daunting thought. Lu, you wouldn't betray us, would you? We are all in this together now. Why would I betray you? Lu Dufeng was momentarily taken aback. Have I nothing better to do? Furthermore, the strength of our respective factions is quite comparable. Even if I had the audacity, I would not dare betray you. Can my solitary strength contend with both your factions? Your previous question was entirely unnecessary. Lu Dufeng mused inwardly. These two are rather timid and overthink far too much. But have you considered the consequences of such actions? Zhao Hong interjected. While it is indeed straightforward to conduct a massacre against other factions so openly, the repercussions would be monumental. Such chaos would undoubtedly draw the ire of the authorities. Was the recent uproar in the northern district not significant enough? I have heard that the military launched a missile to eliminate a certain faction in the north. We cannot reach Wei Hongming, and it is conceivable that they were obliterated by that missile. Even at our strongest, we would not withstand the might of a single missile. Upon hearing this, Lu Dufeng let out a derisive laugh and remarked, Official, In an apocalyptic world where everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, what official presence remains? The only faction capable of preserving its strength is likely the military. They are numerous and united, yet still maintain a semblance of integrity. If the military truly exists, they should have emerged to provide disaster relief shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. However, their absence speaks volumes. His companions inquired, "What does it signify?" Lu Dufeng replied, "It indicates that the military personnel have concealed themselves to safeguard their power, or they are hindered by certain circumstances preventing their emergence. Regardless of the reasons, they are indifferent to our plight. I have heard whispers of the missile launched from the military district, yet no one has verified it. It is merely hearsay. The absence of evidence suggests its non-existence. Even if it were true, I suspect some force has taken advantage of the military's vulnerability to seize control of that area. Thus, you need not fret about such matters. Furthermore, I shall proceed as previously stated, cleansing the surrounding 20 kilometers of all factions near my headquarters. This will not only deter others from coveting our resources, but also allow us to absorb a substantial number of crystal cores, enhancing our strength significantly. I shall ask you once more, are you in or out?" Lu Dufeng's expression turned serious. "Should you choose not to participate, I will act independently. Once my subordinates and I have bolstered our power, I will lead an assault on the northern district, deal with Wei Hongming, and ultimately claim Su Yang's resources. Do not blame me for my forthrightness. I will not share those resources with you. Moreover, once my influence has grown, I will not fear your coalition. I will eliminate your factions and declare myself the sole ruler of Jizhou City. When the time comes, I shall spare your lives, allowing you to serve as my deputies. For I find myself in need of managerial talent." "Old Lu, you are quite the dreamer," Ho Ping and Zhao Hong jested. "Before anything has even transpired, you aspire to reign over us and dictate terms? Such fanciful thinking. How could you possibly monopolize all the benefits?" With a serious demeanor, the two replied, "Enough with the idle chatter. We are in." "Very well, let us commence our actions," Lu Dufeng declared. "First, we will each post online, declaring that the territories within a 20-kilometer radius of our respective factions are ours, and any intruders must vacate or face a bloody cleansing. Next, we will reach out to the other factions within our 20-kilometer domains. After that, we simply await their response, confident that no one will heed us. Then we shall proceed to eliminate them all. Once this task is complete, we will gather at the Kwangshan wholesale market in the northern district to confront Wei Hongming." "Agreed?" "Understood." Ho Ping and Zhao Hong nodded in affirmation before ending the video call. The three of them simultaneously logged into the Jizhou City forum, composed their messages, and published them. They then opened Douyin and other video platforms. There exist other forum websites where messages have been disseminated. After a day of waiting, phone calls commenced. Ho Ping and Zhao Hong both took a hands-on approach, while Lu Dufeng entrusted the entirety of these matters to his subordinates. He only made personal appearances when releasing videos on Douyin. In an instant, all those in Jizhou City who had awakened their abilities were exposed to the announcements made by the three major factions. Some individuals felt bewildered, while others deemed the three factions outrageously arrogant. The leader of a nearby faction wore an expression of disdain, despite their proximity to the three major forces, which was approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away. However, their understanding of one another was limited. The factions that were in closer proximity had either been obliterated by the three major forces or had seen their awakened members surrender, becoming part of the opposing factions. As they observed such a domineering proclamation, cold smirks adorned their faces. Chapter 144, The Arrogant Capital Naturally. Su Yang was aware of the messages disseminated by the three dominant factions. He was intimately familiar with these three individuals and had never underestimated them. After all, they were backed by three major wholesale markets, possessing both manpower and resources. In this apocalyptic world, their power was expanding at an unprecedented rate. While it might not be accurate to proclaim them as the strongest, they were certainly formidable. Their audacity in joining forces to execute such brazen actions was entirely within the realm of expectation. However, Su Yang discerned a faint scent of conspiracy lurking within their words. "Whatever," he muttered to himself. "As long as it's not directed at me." After reviewing the post from the leaders of the three factions on the forum, Ning Kaidai turned to Su Yang, expressing her unease. "Why do I feel as though they are preparing to target you? Are they secretly colluding? Rain falls upon the world, and mothers marry. Some seek their own demise, and we cannot stop them." Su Yang replied with a cold smirk. "If they insist on delivering crystal cores to enhance our power, why should we refuse? Let them revel in their arrogance. Any schemes and plots will crumble before true strength." Although he had never belittled his adversaries, he felt no need to regard them with undue concern. Even Wei Hongming, whose strength was comparable to theirs, had been effortlessly dealt with. What of the three factions? Even if they united, it mattered little. His own power had undergone a tremendous transformation. To claim he was the strongest in the Great Xia would not be an exaggeration. Even his bastion of safety could remain untouched, standing resolutely against any assault. Given their audacity, let them continue in their arrogance. The more abilities they amassed, the greater the gifts they would unwittingly provide when they finally encountered him. The matter at hand was the military district occupied by Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin. It was imperative to ascertain whether any missiles remained within. Such weapons were the most formidable threat, especially since Jizhou had once been one of the 8 major military districts of Great Xia. Although it had been dissolved and merged with the northern military district, numerous military installations still dotted Jizhou. Should each of these districts harbor a significant cache of missiles, now in the possession of rival factions, it could pose an immense danger. Even if he and the 4 women remained hidden within their stronghold, they could not afford to be constantly vigilant against missiles. An endless cycle of interception was not feasible. It would be far wiser to eliminate the threat at its inception, once and for all. Soon, the all-terrain unmanned vehicle slowed to a halt near the entrance of a military district nestled against a mountainside. This district was modest in size, with a wide road in front and few buildings surrounding it. Across the way stood a silent courthouse. Su Yang activated his spatial awareness, discovering that the courthouse and the surrounding restricted areas were devoid of any presence. Only within the military district were there over 200 individuals, likely the subordinates of Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin. These individuals possessed formidable strength, with 3 having already reached the 4th level of gold rank. 10 individuals possess a rank of gold 2, while the remainder exceeds a silver 3 status. If they were to be integrated into other factions, they would undoubtedly serve as the backbone of their respective groups. Within the military district, Su Yang's spatial perception rendered the entire structure transparent. He was acutely aware of how many were on guard and how many resided in the underground air raid shelters. Not a single corner of the military district escaped his scrutiny. Inside, an abundance of canned food, military self-heating pots, fresh water, and compressed biscuits could be found. In another warehouse, an extensive cache of grenades, landmines, and bombs awaited. Alongside these, there were several rocket launchers. However, Su Yang found no sight of large-scale missiles or more devastating weapons, suggesting that the missile he had encountered was indeed the sole one within this military establishment. With a cold smirk, Su Yang mused, perhaps these items, including that missile, were left behind in a hasty retreat. Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin had truly stumbled upon an immense fortune, yet their greed had ultimately led to their downfall. Encountering me has rendered all their efforts futile. Ning Kaidai, listening to Su Yang's reflections, smiled faintly and teased, look at you. Do you think everyone is as fortunate as you? Inheriting a fortune worth billions without lifting a finger. Moreover, you had the foresight to prepare for the impending apocalypse, constructing a safe haven and stockpiling resources, even amassing a staggering arsenal of weapons and ammunition. Su Yang responded with a smile, fortune is indeed a formidable force, regardless of one's strength, without luck. All efforts may be in vain. He refrained from explaining that his inheritance was indeed a stroke of luck, while everything else stemmed from his unique status as a reborn individual. He had already endured the tribulations that ordinary people faced. Let us proceed to meet the individuals inside. Su Yang whispered. Previously, we have battled against those with supernatural abilities using firearms, yet we have never confronted those armed with firearms themselves. It will be intriguing to see whether the modified intelligent unmanned vehicles or the weapon-bearing supernatural beings prove superior. Ning Kaidai nodded, her anticipation palpable. Having attained a rank of king, she too was curious to ascertain if she could withstand the might of those wielding firearms, as she had yet to encounter an opponent of her caliber, leaving her uncertain of her true capabilities. As they were about to enter the military district, the occupants within had already detected their presence. A Silver 9 supernatural being lay prone atop a taller building within the district, sniper rifle in hand, having long since locked onto the glass of the all-terrain unmanned vehicle's cockpit. In 3 other positions, 3 additional supernatural beings armed with rocket launchers stood poised for action. Su Yang's spatial perception had already identified their presence, and simultaneously, the radar within the air raid shelter emitted a warning signal. Outside the military district's gates, a vehicle had appeared, naturally captured by surveillance. What is the purpose of that vehicle? Inquired the golden level 4 ability user, holding a walkie-talkie. A figure deep within the military district, equipped with binoculars, replied in a hushed tone, I suspect they are approaching us. The adversary's automobile traversed the snow with remarkable ease, surpassing even the speed of the tanks and armored vehicles that the 2 leaders had previously departed in. It seems the visitors harbor ill intentions. Should we take them down immediately? Ill intentions? Scoffed the golden level 4 ability user. No matter how formidable the enemy, anyone daring to enter our military district will not leave alive. What is there to fear? If they have the audacity to advance, They are merely delivering crystal cores to us. I refuse to believe that vehicle dares to enter. I shall obliterate it with landmines. Indeed. The Golden Level 4 ability user possessed the arrogance to back such claims. Chapter 145. The confrontation as Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin departed with their entourage. Their contingent of over 200 individuals boasted only one at the pinnacle of Silver Level 9. In the aftermath of their exit, several opportunists sought to seize control of the area but were swiftly eradicated under the command of a formidable man, through the relentless consumption of supernatural abilities. His strength ascended to Gold Level 4, concurrently augmenting his prestige among the ranks. By the time Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin returned, he had firmly established himself as the undisputed leader in the hearts of these 200 souls. He then observed the movements of a nearby vehicle. The Gold Level 4 supernatural being issued commands, his gaze fixed intently on the radar display. Indeed, the radar provided a clearer picture than the opponent's binoculars. Yet he relished the act of issuing orders. The dialogue between the two was crystal clear to Su Yang, who was taken aback. Damn. I forgot to use the vehicle coated with radar-absorbent paint. Previously, Su Yang had purchased considerable amounts of such paint, meticulously applying it to his fleet of double-tailed scorpion drones and some all-terrain unmanned vehicles. However, as he and Ning Kaidai exited the safe stronghold, he casually summoned a vehicle from his spatial realm, neglecting to utilize the radar-resistant coating. It was no wonder their radar detected them. He vowed not to let such negligence occur again, recognizing the importance of these details. With a smile curving his lips, Su Yang directed the all-terrain unmanned vehicle towards the military district. Upon reaching the entrance, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Kaidai. She understood immediately. Gently opening the car door, her delicate, fair hand shot forward, delivering a punch that sliced through the air with a resounding boom. The force of her strike sent the accumulated snow swirling, and simultaneously, explosions erupted as the landmines hidden at the entrance detonated. A cacophony of thunderous noise ensued, flames leaping skyward, while shrapnel and steel pellets rained down. Ning Kaidai swiftly closed the car door, the vehicle rattling under the onslaught. Yet, the entire construct was armored, including the glass before them, posing no threat to its occupants. Su Yang had frequently employed landmines to ambush other supernatural beings, and the thought of being caught in an explosion was utterly humiliating. Moreover, under his spatial perception, the locations of the enemy's landmines were vividly mapped in his mind, and their deployment was far inferior to Ning Kaidai's expertise. One explosion triggered a chain reaction, obliterating a wide area and igniting all nearby mines, a catastrophic waste. There was no chance of them being affected by their own traps. Chief, we have a situation. The lookout using the binoculars urgently contacted the Gold Level 4 supernatural being. The enemy has detonated our landmines, and the shrapnel and pellets have proven ineffective against their vehicle. What should we do now? The Level 4 enhancer coldly declared. Do I need to teach you? Just kill them. In truth, he had already observed the scene through radar. He had not anticipated that the enemy had planted landmines at the entrance. In fact, there were numerous explosives laid throughout the entire military district. Could there be a traitor among us? The Level 4 enhancer furrowed his brow but then shook his head, dismissing the thought. It's impossible. It must be a coincidence. Once that person had recovered, he commanded the hidden sniper in the shadows, fire. The sniper, concealed in the upper floor, pulled the trigger. A bullet was unleashed. Meanwhile, Su Yang wore a cold smile. The roof of the vehicle opened, and he retrieved the anti-material sniper rifle, the Angel Monster, from his spatial pocket. Without even aiming, he fired a shot at the concealed sniper. Bang! The powerful recoil caused the all-terrain unmanned vehicle to shake violently. A fiery serpent erupted from the muzzle, and the gunfire resonated like thunder. An anti-material bullet shot forth at supersonic speed, intercepting the enemy's bullet while maintaining its own velocity, piercing through the concrete of a distant high-rise. The enemy's head was obliterated, the bullet penetrating 3 walls before exploding. The entire rooftop was blown off. Satisfied with the power of his shot, Su Yang nodded. Despite his formidable strength, he relished the thrill of sniping, particularly with the Barrett and the Angel Monster. The exhilarating sensation of a headshot often ignited the fervor within him. Su Yang was aware that 5 more snipers lay in ambush. As he dispatched the first sniper, the remaining 5 wasted no time in opening fire. Thanks to his spatial perception, the bullets seemed to travel at a leisurely pace in his mind. Unhurriedly, Su Yang reloaded, fired, and reloaded again, unleashing 5 shots in rapid succession. The bullets flew toward 5 different directions, engaging in a simultaneous duel with 6 opponents. All 6 bullets were intercepted, and all 6 snipers were eliminated. The Level 4 enhancer stood in stunned disbelief, mouth agape. A true expert reveals their prowess at first glance. He had never anticipated that the enemy would have such a skilled sniper. It seemed they had encountered a formidable opponent today. He immediately commanded, everyone, attack. Use rocket launchers. Grenades, explosives, spare no effort to obliterate those inside the vehicle along with the vehicle itself. At his order, all the enhancers concealed within the military district sprang into action, preparing to assault the vehicle that had entered the area. Su Yang, with a cold smile, murmured, "The enemy can no longer contain themselves. They are ready for a full frontal confrontation." Kai-Dai, acknowledging his words, promptly opened the car door and leapt out. Like a phantom, she entered the minefield, triggering all the landmines without sustaining a scratch, her clothes remaining untouched by even a speck of snow. Suddenly, someone launched multiple rockets at the unmanned vehicle. Su Yang promptly pressed a control button, causing a Gatling gun to rise and unleash a rapid barrage, intercepting all the projectiles. Subsequently, a dozen rocket launchers emerged from the rear of the unmanned vehicle, firing numerous shells that landed directly among the group of ability users, propelling them into the air. Simultaneously, the grenades on their persons detonated, causing their bodies to explode mid-air, leaving only the crystal cores to descend. The strength of these individuals was utterly inadequate. Su Yang had no intention of prolonging the engagement with them. His earlier playfulness was merely to assess the potency of their firearms, which turned out to be comparable to his own. In fact, the power of their sniper rifles was even inferior to that of his Angelo monster. Given this revelation, these individuals served no further purpose. The previous exchange of gunfire had already provided ample excitement. Now, it was time to witness the capabilities of the all-terrain unmanned vehicle in Ning Kai-Dai. Chapter 146. Frightened away with Ning Kai's formidable prowess, no projectile, be it bullet, grenade, landmine, or rocket, could inflict harm upon her. A flurry of blades danced before the onlookers, severing every bullet in twain, and the shooters themselves met untimely ends. Blood surged forth in torrents. Faced with an onslaught of grenades, Ning Kai-Dai neither flinched nor retreated. An energy shield enveloped her, a testament to her desire to test her current abilities against the explosions of the grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The air was rent with the sound of detonations. Flames, shockwaves, shrapnel, and steel balls engulfed her. Yet, all attacks met the formidable barrier. The energy shield shimmered with ripples, successfully deflecting each assault. As the smoke and flames dissipated, Ning Kai-Dai stood unscathed, a figure of invulnerability. A level 4 golden ability user, observing from the underground shelter, felt his legs weaken, murmuring in disbelief, "Is this still human?" Even an ability user could not withstand such a barrage with mere flesh and blood, could they? This individual must have evolved to an extraordinarily powerful level, perhaps kingly or even esteemed. The thought was too terrifying to entertain, and the more he pondered, the more dread consumed him. How could they continue to fight? Their greatest reliance lay in the landmines, grenades, and rockets, all rendered ineffective against her. It was not that the explosives lacked potency, rather, her speed rendered their assaults futile. As long as she was not struck by a series of blasts or positioned at the epicenter of an explosion, she could repel them effortlessly. He contemplated commanding all his silver-tier subordinates to unleash a saturation attack with rocket launchers, yet she had not granted him the opportunity. Inside an all-terrain unmanned vehicle, Su Yang issued commands to the onboard intelligence system. The vehicle began a relentless assault on those concealed within the buildings, launching rockets with fervor. It was stocked with an abundance of ammunition, and under the intelligence system's guidance, it reloaded and fired automatically, without pause. In mere moments, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions throughout the military district. Moreover, the all-terrain vehicle was equipped with a powerful short-range rocket launcher, boasting a range of only 3 to 4 kilometers yet delivering devastating force. One rocket could obliterate a small structure. Even the robust edifices within the military district could not withstand the incessant bombardment. Within a minute, over 200 silver-tier ability users had perished, and the buildings lay in ruins, some reduced to rubble. The ground was pockmarked with craters, and the acrid scent of gunpowder hung heavily in the air. As one surveyed the scene, remnants of walls and debris were all that remained, devoid of the solemnity that once characterized the place. The level 4 golden ability user stood before the radar, his legs trembling and cold sweat streaming down his brow. At that moment, only 10 level 2 golden ability users and a handful of ordinary civilians remained under his command. He realized that he and his 10 subordinates were woefully inadequate to contend with the woman outside. Surely, he could not send the ordinary people to confront her. They would be utterly defenseless. "Leader, the enemy is too powerful," one subordinate stammered, gazing at his comrades with trepidation. "What shall we do next?" The other 9 echoed his fear, their faces etched with anxiety. They had never encountered adversaries who were unafraid of firearms, let alone those equipped with such advanced vehicles that surpassed the firepower of their own group of over 200. Engaging them was futile, retreat was their only option. Determined, the 4th level ability user gritted his teeth and resolved, "We shall exit through the back door of the air raid shelter." Let us take as many rocket launchers, shells, and grenades as we can. He understood that continuing the fight would be in vain, risking their very lives. It was wiser to withdraw temporarily, gather portable weapons, and when they encountered other ability users outside, they could retaliate. Once they had strengthened their ranks, revenge would be theirs. The fourth-level man, accompanied by 4 subordinates, hastily made their way to a warehouse. They filled military backpacks with bottled water, then packed compressed biscuits and high-calorie canned goods. Each of the 11 men carried a hefty load. They also retrieved a package to stow away grenades, along with some landmines and shells. Each man hoisted a rocket launcher and prepared to depart. However, Su Yang, utilizing his spatial awareness, observed their movements within the air raid shelter. A cold smile crept across his lips. You think escaping will be so easy? He activated the control panel of the all-terrain unmanned vehicle and pressed a button. A hidden door on the side of the vehicle opened, releasing several drones that swiftly sped towards the back door of the shelter. The shelter was nestled within the winding mountains, its rear entrance well concealed. Once inside, pursuit would be incredibly challenging. Yet, this posed no obstacle for Su Yang. He dispatched the modified drones without hesitation. Before the group could escape, the drones awaited them at the back door. Su Yang was resolute in denying them a chance to flee. As the saying goes, if you do not eradicate the roots, the grass will regrow with the spring breeze. Showing mercy to the enemy today could spell doom for himself tomorrow. From the moment Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin plotted against him, Su Yang had no intention of sparing any of their subordinates. Even if some had not followed through, their fate would remain the same: death. Once he had sealed off their escape route, Su Yang descended from the all-terrain, unmanned vehicle and addressed Ning Saidi. Beneath the ruins of the eastern building lies an air raid shelter. They are trapped below. Ning Saidi understood the implication. She unleashed a powerful punch towards the rubble, causing the earth to tremble violently. Dust and debris erupted as concrete and collapsed walls disintegrated into fragments. As the dust settled, a large door emerged from the ground. With a swift strike of her blade, she severed the door, its sharp edge slicing through with ease. Beneath lies a bomb shelter. Without hesitation, Ning Kaidai strode towards it, while Su Yang trailed slowly behind. This is bad. We've been discovered, exclaimed a golden-tiered ability user, his face contorted with panic as he listened to the commotion overhead. What should we do now? After a moment of contemplation, the golden-tiered ability user replied, his eyes turning icy cold, summon all the slaves. In no time, thousands of slaves gathered before him. The golden-tiered ability user gestured towards the survival supplies in the warehouse and declared, today, you are all free. Take 1 portion of supplies each and depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, the faces of the slaves lit up with astonishment, their excitement palpable. They rushed into the warehouse, each seizing a portion of supplies before turning to leave. They surged towards the exit of the bomb shelter, jostling for position, and in the chaos, several individuals were trampled underfoot, met with a grim fate. Chapter 147. Do I appear to be someone easily bullied? Yet, despite this, no one halted their frantic rush towards the exit. They had long endured this inhumane torment. Whether men or women, none wished to linger a moment longer in this place. Even if it meant trampling over their companions, so be it. Their only desire was to escape. The golden tier ability user, upon witnessing this, beckoned to his 10 subordinates. These individuals will suffice to obstruct the entrance for a while. We must depart swiftly. After uttering these words, he cast a lingering glance at the armory and radar equipment within the bunker before turning to leave. The 10 golden tier ability users hastily followed suit. As Ning Kaidai descended from the bunker, she was met with a massive surge of people rushing towards her. Frowning, she summoned her power from the lotus in her forehead, casting it over the crowd. To her relief, she discerned that none among them possessed abilities. Step aside, she commanded. But her words fell on deaf ears as the crowd continued their relentless advance. Ning Kaidai's expression grew increasingly frigid. I shall say this once more. Halt and clear a pathway. If those inside manage to escape, you shall regret it. At last, her words bore some effect. The foremost individuals came to a stop, but its significance was fleeting. The few who had halted were soon toppled by those behind them. As a throng trampled over their bodies, cries of agony echoing through the air, a man bellowed, "You alone wish to impede us? Today, anyone who dares obstruct our escape from this hell shall perish." These people, intoxicated by the prospect of freedom, had entirely forgotten that mere moments ago they were slaves to those with abilities. Seeing only Ning Kaidai, they disregarded her presence and charged forward, fist raised. Ning Kaidai shook her head, murmuring, "I did not anticipate your folly. I had no intention of killing you, but it appears that necessity dictates otherwise." With a single punch, she struck forward. The insolent man who had spoken was obliterated by her blow, the force of her strike wreaking havoc throughout the corridor. Over 100 individuals at the forefront were instantly slain. Realizing they faced an ability user capable of such devastation, the reckless crowd was seized by terror. They trembled, their resolve shattered. We must not rush any further. She will kill us. Someone shrieked in fear. Upon hearing this cry, the entire mass ceased their advance, gazing at Ning Kai-dai with palpable dread. In that moment, she recalled the words of Su Yang, who had told her on numerous occasions that some individuals are profoundly foolish. Until they experience genuine pain, they remain oblivious to fear. It is only through the application of iron-fisted measures that they would learn to obey. At this moment, Su Yang leisurely approached, standing beside Ning Kai-dai. He spoke, "Could you all kindly step back for a moment? Allow us to pass first." Su Yang's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Was the other party truly so accommodating? Just moments ago, they had dispatched hundreds of our comrades with a single blow. This handsome young man seemed far more reasonable, exhibiting a respect that was in stark contrast to the woman beside him, who, though beautiful, possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Many women gazed at Su Yang with admiration, fantasizing about the prospect of following such an individual. However, they dared only to entertain such thoughts in silence. Noticing that the crowd remained motionless, Ning Katie's eyes turned icy. "What is the matter? Did you not hear what my boss just said?" At that, the crowd finally reacted, retreating to clear a path for the two. Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai proceeded at a leisurely pace into the underground air raid shelter. The space was vast and spacious, the temperature comfortably warm. Truly, it was a testament to the military's craftsmanship. Su Yang remarked, "Not only is it remarkably sturdy, but the spaciousness and suitable temperature also make it an ideal refuge. If we hadn't already established a perfect stronghold, this would undoubtedly be our first choice." Of course, Su Yang merely entertained such thoughts. He would not dare to reside within the military district as recklessly as Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin did. What if the army were to reappear one day? What if misunderstandings led to unnecessary conflict? Such considerations were not born from fear of the other party, but rather from his uncertainty regarding their motives for relocation. What if they had concealed themselves to gain advantage and avoid disaster, developing in the shadows, waiting until the apocalypse passed to emerge and claim the spoils? Would he not then become their prime target? Surviving in the apocalypse meant that one should cling to life whenever possible. The longer one could endure, the more life flourished and thrived. There was wisdom in that. As Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai fully entered the underground shelter, thousands observed that their aggressors had ceased hostilities. Their courage began to swell as they gazed. Eyes brightened by the sight of a storeroom filled with military supplies, water, food, primarily consisting of compressed biscuits and various canned goods. Some even set their sights on grenades, firearms, landmines, and rocket launchers. "Are you not free yet? Why do you not leave?" Su Yang sneered. Over 100 women struck poses they deemed enchanting, stepping forward toward him, pleading, "We wish to follow you. Please, take us in. If you accept us, we can provide warmth and pleasures unattainable to men. We will comply with any demands." As they besieged him, their eyes unconsciously darted towards Su Yang, casting flirtatious glances his way. "You are hardly even a fraction of her allure." Su Yang pointed at Ning Kai-dai, sneering as he inquired, "Do you expect me to take you in based solely on the meager assets you possess? I do not tolerate idlers around me. Depart swiftly before I lose my temper." As Su Yang's words fell, Ning Kai-dai swiftly unsheathed her tang knife, its blade glimmering ominously. The overwhelming sight sent over 100 women collapsing to their knees in fear. They hastily rose and turned to flee towards the entrance of the bomb shelter. The other men cast a lascivious glance at the retreating figures of the women before following suit. Meanwhile, the remaining 1,000 or so individuals exchanged knowing smiles and headed towards a warehouse stocked with supplies. "Do you seek death?" Su Yang's icy voice echoed ominously in their ears. "I commanded your departure, not for you to take my possessions. Do you perceive my kindness as weakness? We are mere mortals, unlike you supernatural beings who can withstand the bitter cold for extended periods, exiting the underground shelter without adequate clothing and ample supplies for survival. We shall soon succumb to frostbite and starvation. Should we encounter foes lacking suitable weaponry, we risk not only death, but also the dreadful fate of enslavement once more." Chapter 148. Greed and Murder. One audacious individual boldly proclaimed, "We know you are not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Please, allow us to take more supplies for survival and warm clothing. Additionally, grant us some firearms, ammunition, landmines, and rocket launchers, so that we might possess the means for self-defense." Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Yang's face gradually transformed into an icy demeanor, and an aura of murderous intent emanated from him, causing the temperature within the air raid shelter to plummet. Greed knows no bounds. Su Yang scoffed, "Kill." Without hesitation, Ning Kai-dai swung her Tang Dao, each motion resulting in the demise of an adversary. No one could withstand even a single blow from her. Some attempted to seize the moment and rush into the armory to retrieve weapons for retaliation. However, the Tang Dao in Ning Katie's hand radiated a brilliant light, cleaving through them with sheer force. In the blink of an eye, Over 500 lives were extinguished. Blood pooled upon the ground, soaking the shoes of the remaining survivors. Witnessing the merciless slaughter, the remaining 500 individuals were finally gripped by fear, pleading for mercy. "Spare us. We shall not dare again. We will leave at once." As they spoke, they turned to flee. But it was too late. Su Yang's voice, cold as death, echoed in their ears. "I was inclined to spare your lives. Yet you do not know what is good for you. Then let it be that you all remain. Run." Many cried out loudly, as everyone surged towards the entrance of the shelter. However, the crowd was too large, and the entrance too narrow, preventing anyone from escaping. Ning Kaidai offered them no chance for salvation. With another swing of her Tang Dao, shadowy arcs of steel manifested, and in an instant, all 500 were cleaved in two. Blood flowed like a river within the confines of the shelter, the acrid scent overwhelming the air. Were there others present? They would surely be unable to endure the stench. With a swift motion, the Tang Dao was sheathed once more. Ning Kaidai turned to Su Yang. "Why have I not seen the remaining ability users? Could they be hiding in some concealed location? They must have fled the moment we engaged these ordinary individuals." Su Yang replied, gesturing towards another passage within the air raid shelter. "I shall pursue them," Ning Kaidai declared, realizing that as she entered from above, the ordinary people had rushed out in a frenzy, all under the guidance of those ability users. They were willing to sacrifice the ordinary for their own survival. They deserve to die. Su Yang shook his head. "There is no need. I have already dispatched drones to intercept them at the exit on the back mountain. With their capabilities, they cannot breach the drone's firepower. We need not pursue. If they survive, they will undoubtedly return. We shall simply wait in a location with fresh and clean air." After speaking, Su Yang led the way to the storage room, discovering it brimming with survival supplies. Although Tian Quan and Wang Jianmin sought trouble with Su Yang, taking away dozens of vehicles, all were destroyed, leaving little behind. What remained was left to the underlings stationed in the military district. Although those 11 individuals took some, it was merely a drop in the ocean. The greatest consumption occurred among the ordinary people, each of whom took away a share of survival supplies. The survival supplies of those who were killed were completely soaked in blood, rendering them unusable, and Su Yang chose not to intervene further. Instead, he began to examine the contents of the warehouse. Inside, there were military bedding for winter and military coats, as well as various military supplies and barrels of water. The most abundant items were compressed biscuits and military canned goods, all of which Su Yang collected into his space without leaving a single item behind. He then turned his attention to the nearby armory. Inside were numerous firearms, grenades, landmines, and rocket launchers independently developed by the Great Xia, all possessing considerable power, even surpassing that of the weapons he had purchased from the black market in the Bear Country. After all, the technological advancement of Great Xia, particularly in military industry, had progressed significantly over the years, exceeding that of most countries in the world. With a wave of his hand, all the weapons were collected. He then approached the military radar and took that as well, recognizing its potential. In the hands of someone knowledgeable and skilled, coupled with powerful missiles, it could unleash devastating destruction. This could not fall into the wrong hands. Su Yang thoroughly searched every warehouse and room surrounding the air defense cave. Taking all that he could, he then found a clean place that bore no scent of blood. From his space, he retrieved 2 lounge chairs and comfortably reclined upon them, waiting alongside Ning Kaidai for the return of the 11 extraordinary individuals who had fled. "Chief, we are nearing the end," a second-tier extraordinary individual exclaimed to the 4th-tier leader. "Hurry, let's open the exit door. Once we enter the deep mountains and forests, we will be free." The 4th-tier extraordinary individual responded with reluctance. "When we have grown stronger, we will surely kill that woman and reclaim all that we have lost." The other 10 nodded in agreement. In just a few steps, they arrived at the exit. All they needed to do was open the heavy alloy door before them. However, just as his subordinates were about to open the door, the 4th-tier extraordinary individual paused, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. He seemed to hear a cacophonous noise outside the air defense cave, akin to the incessant whirring of propellers. Judging by the sound, the propellers, while small, were numerous. If that were the case, there might be small drones outside. His expression shifted, and he pressed his ear against the alloy door, straining to listen. Indeed, he could hear the sound of small drones. One of his companions, confused, asked, "Chief, what is it? Is someone outside intercepting us?" The 4th-level gold ability user, with a grave expression, nodded. "There are several drones outside. It seems they are here to intercept us." One individual scoffed. "What are we afraid of with those small drones? We all have rocket launchers. We can simply shoot them down. Moreover, we are all gold-level ability users. What could we possibly fear from a few drones?" His words garnered the agreement of others. In their perception, apart from military personnel, few in the Daxia region possessed any understanding of military affairs. They believed that small drones were useful only for aerial photography and performances, while larger ones were merely employed for agricultural spraying, rendering them largely ineffective and not worthy of fear. They thought their leader's apprehension was somewhat excessive. The fourth-level gold user nodded, acutely aware of the possibility of an enemy pursuing from behind. He issued a command. You two, open the door. If anything seems amiss, immediately use your abilities to protect yourselves. The two nodded and promptly pulled the door open. A gust of cold wind rushed in, causing discomfort among the 11 individuals. The two who opened the door quickly stepped outside. Looking around, they saw nothing but withered trees and a vast expanse of white snow. There were no drones in sight. They remarked, it's merely the sound of the wind rustling the dry leaves. Chapter 149, Drone Assault. Despite the cacophony outside, particularly the howling winds, they remained oblivious to the several drones hovering high above. After expressing his sentiments, he turned and called out, Leader, everyone should come out. There is nothing out here but withered trees and snow. Upon hearing this, the man of gold tier form mused. Could this be a mere illusion? Yet, he distinctly recalled the faint whir of drone propellers. Observing others emerging, he felt compelled to follow suit. The moment they all stepped outside, the drones armed with rocket launchers unleashed their firepower. The projectiles hurtled towards them, catching them entirely off guard. With the missiles already upon them, they could only maximize their respective abilities in a desperate attempt to intercept the incoming onslaught. Boom. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions engulfed the entrance of the air raid shelter in flames. The magnitude of the blast triggered an avalanche in the distant mountains as snow cascaded violently downwards. The first two individuals who had emerged were caught unawares and obliterated instantly, their crystal cores scattered and lost amidst the distant snow. 3 others suffered severe injuries. Furious, the gold tier 4 Esper, upon witnessing the devastation, seized a rocket launcher and prepared to retaliate against the drones above. However, before he could fire, a second barrage of missiles descended upon them. Retreat. The gold tier 4 Esper bellowed, quickly, back to the shelter. Alas, his warning came too late. The missiles descended, detonating amidst the crowd. The 3 injured individuals were killed instantly, while the earlier victims, along with the munitions they carried, were ignited in a catastrophic chain reaction. The explosion resonated like the wrath of apocalyptic thunder, echoing throughout the mountains. The ferocity of the blast created a massive crater in front of the air raid shelter, annihilating the remaining 5 individuals and triggering further explosions of their own equipment. After a barrage of detonations, the area several hundred meters in front of the shelter was riddled with craters, trees ignited, and snow flying in all directions. Remarkably, the shelter itself, constructed to military standards, withstood the onslaught of such a relentless barrage without collapsing. Its quality was undoubtedly superior, rivaling even the war fortresses that Su Yang had commissioned. The gold tier 4 Esper, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, was lifted into the air by the shockwave. In that critical moment, he activated his powers. To his astonishment, he possessed a remarkably robust metallic ability, far more resilient than any of the similar powers Su Yang had previously encountered. Despite the barrage of formidable explosives detonating around him, his defenses remained intact, merely propelling him into the air without breaching his protection. In truth, the adversary was not faring well either. The explosive force, upon striking the mountain, rapidly depleted his extraordinary abilities, particularly the shrapnel and steel balls that were propelled forth, striking him with a resounding thud. He was compelled to continuously summon his powers for defense. Furthermore, misfortune compounded his plight. The bombs, landmines, and grenades affixed to his body were all detonated, exploding upon him. The immense force propelled him higher still, while the overwhelming energy left a significant indentation in his back. Had it not been for his ability to envelop his form instantaneously in a robust alloy, that last blast could have cleaved him in two. Moreover, under the intense heat, his alloyed body began to exhibit signs of melting. Liquid metal flowed downwards continuously, subsequently evaporating into gas and dispersing into the air. He could only marshal all his powers to maintain the integrity of his body, striving to avoid being melted by the searing temperatures. At that moment, he longed to consume the crystal cores of the dozen fallen subordinates. 10 level 2 golden ability users, each capable of providing him with 299 abilities. Collectively, they could offer nearly 3,000, sufficient to elevate his prowess to that of a king. With such an enhancement, self-preservation would be assured, and annihilating those drones would be effortless. Furthermore, he could leverage his newfound strength to launch a counterattack, eliminating the woman within the military district. Even if he chose not to kill her, subjugating her would be a trivial task. Alas, the whereabouts of those crystal cores were unknown, scattered by the explosions. He was swept into the air by the gusts, rendering him unable to absorb the abilities of his comrades. Just as his frustration reached its peak, an avalanche charged down the mountainside, laden with an unending cascade of snow. The noise grew increasingly thunderous as the drones ceased their bombardment, ascending to a safe altitude to avoid the impending avalanche. At last, the explosive winds dissipated, and the golden level 4 ability user, having lost balance, plummeted like a free fall into the deep pit created by the explosion. Upon landing, he was immediately buried beneath an inexhaustible mound of snow. Under the immense pressure, his entire body was instantaneously crushed. It was over. The man silently lamented, closing his eyes in resignation. Yet, miraculously, a crystal core was swept to him by the avalanche. The infusion of 299 abilities surged into his being, propelling his strength to new heights as his body gradually recuperated. At that moment, the massive snowdrift concealed the entrance to the air raid shelter, while the immense force of the snow rushed inside, sealing the entire passage. It continued to spread until it reached Su Yang and Ning Kai-dai. The man, now fully healed and empowered, leaped from the pit, bursting through the thick snow. With a cold glare directed at the circling drones above, he bellowed, "Come on, continue your bombardment. Let us see what you can do to me." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion echoed forth. The OnePlus drone launched a projectile, which streaked toward the opponent with a long tail. The man wore an expression of disdain as he grasped the incoming shell. "So many projectiles have failed to breach my defenses. Do you truly believe that this one could claim my life? Such folly." He squeezed his hand, and with a resounding bang, the shell detonated. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a devastating explosion, a viscous liquid poured forth, cascading down like raindrops upon his adversary. The liquid enveloped him entirely. Instantly, a sizzling sound erupted from his body, accompanied by a plume of white smoke. A searing pain coursed through him, and he felt his limbs growing weak. With a furious roar, he collapsed into the snow. "Damn it, it's an acid bomb." With those words, he lay motionless, his body corroded beyond recognition, leaving behind an imprint in the snow and a bubbling pool of concentrated acid. A crystalline core glimmered faintly nearby. Chapter 150, Dependency. The man, until the very moment of his demise, could not fathom that he had been slain in such a manner. Despite possessing formidable defenses, he had survived tremendous explosions unscathed, only to meet his end beneath a high-concentration sulfuric acid shell. His death was undeniably humiliating, leaving no trace of his remains. In truth, Su Yang had stockpiled such missiles to counteract individuals like him, those with extraordinary abilities. Armed with an array of powerful weapons, he felt no trepidation towards any formidable attacker. His true concern lay with invulnerable beings like this man. However, Su Yang possessed 1,000 methods to eliminate such adversaries. If high-concentration sulfuric acid was insufficient, there were armor-piercing rounds. If those failed, there were laser beams. And if that did not suffice, there were high-temperature incendiary devices, among countless other options. The opportunity to eliminate such foes without direct confrontation was abundant. This was the advantage of being cunning. The enemy would never be privy to your hidden cards. They might believe he possessed only firearms, unaware that he had explosives at his disposal. When they thought he had only explosives, he would reveal missiles. Should missiles prove ineffective, he had his own unparalleled strength to rely upon. In the face of such a cunning strategist, which adversary could withstand more than 3 unexpected assaults? The drone detected that all targets had been eliminated and promptly deployed electronic dogs to search for the crystal cores buried beneath the snow. The prior bombardment had been fierce, compounded by an avalanche. Aside from the crystal core of the acid-corroded ability user lying below, the fate of the others remained a mystery. For most, locating these cores would be exceedingly difficult. However, for the intelligent electronic dogs, it was a simple task. Equipped with infrared technology, they conducted a wide-ranging scan and swiftly identified the remaining 9 crystal cores. The drone descended slowly, retrieving the electronic dogs, and returned to the military district. Ning Kai-dai gazed at the air defense tunnel, now blocked by snow, and inquired, "Given the magnitude of the avalanche, do you think those people managed to escape? Should I pursue them to investigate?" Su Yang shook his head. "There is no need. You overestimate these individuals. I too have misjudged them. I anticipated they would retreat upon encountering the drone, yet they were foolish enough to be obliterated by the bombardment." Ning Kai-dai was taken aback. Were they truly so foolish? They perished so easily? Foolish individuals are ever present, particularly abundant in this post-apocalyptic world, Su Yang jested. "Let us not concern ourselves with them any longer. Let us depart." He then rose, stowing the reclining chair within his spatial realm, and led Ning Kai-dai out of the air defense tunnel. Observing the military district, which lay in ruins, Su Yang utilized spatial power to absorb the massive debris of buildings. He subsequently opened the spatial realm, allowing the remnants to conceal the entrance of the air defense tunnel. Ning Kai-dai wore an expression of confusion, uncertain as to why the other party had chosen such a course of action. Su Yang smiled and explained, "This air raid shelter has been specially constructed by the military, boasting formidable defenses. It is also exceptionally suitable for habitation, making it more easily defensible. Even if we never need to use it, we must ensure a fallback plan for ourselves. Should the Phongian community become unsafe and our villa be breached, we can retreat here. However, the likelihood of that is minimal. Su Yang then shifted his tone, continuing. The primary reason for my actions is to prevent other factions from seizing this location. If any adversarial forces were to discover this shelter and take control, we would then expend considerable effort to reclaim it. We simply do not have the luxury of time for that. Only then did Ning Kaidai grasp the situation. She realized that since aligning herself with Su Yang, her intellect seemed to falter somewhat. Despite her sharp mind and past experience as a special forces soldier, even having led a special operations team, she had excelled in strategic planning and command. Yet, now her mind appeared to be less effective. In truth, Ning Kaidai had overlooked a fundamental truth. Deep down, she had become quite reliant on Su Yang, viewing him as her anchor and support. For any capable individual, particularly a woman, once a sense of dependency on another takes root, it subtly diminishes independent thought. Over time, this reliance deepens, leading one to merely execute the tasks assigned by the other. Su Yang had long recognized Ning Kaidai's dependency but chose to remain silent, believing that the more she relied on him, the more loyal she would become. Thus, he was the first to take her out for practical training, encouraging her to cast aside those superfluous stubbornness and retain only her exceptional qualities, allowing her to evolve into a formidable ally. After thoroughly concealing the entrance of the air raid shelter beneath the rubble, Su Yang released the electronic dogs from the all-terrain unmanned vehicle, instructing them to search the military compound for the rocket launchers previously wielded by those who had confronted him. He collected all intact ones, while leaving untouched the unexploded landmines, reasoning that whoever stumbled upon them would face unfortunate consequences. Once he had gathered the crystal cores of over 200 ability users, the several drones dispatched earlier returned. One side of the all-terrain vehicle opened, allowing the drones along with the electronic dogs to enter. Su Yang and Ning Kaidai climbed aboard, and the vehicle started driving out of the military compound. As they emerged, they were met with a grim sight. Numerous corpses lay ahead. All deceased were those who had fled from the air raid shelter and had likely fallen victim to internal conflicts. Their supplies for survival had been stripped away, and many women were found, their garments completely removed, their bodies left naked and exposed in the snow, having suffered indignities before death. Su Yang activated his spatial perception and discovered over 1,000 men and more than 100 women lying in the hall of the courthouse across from the military district. An abundance of chairs and benches had been brought in and ignited in the center of the hall. These individuals embraced one another, seeking warmth amidst the chilling atmosphere. The women, presented like commodities, were incessantly passed around among the men. The hall reverberated with the cries of women and the boisterous laughter of men. Witnessing this scene, Su Yang shook his head and deactivated his spatial perception, closing his eyes and reclining within the all-terrain unmanned vehicle. He chose to disregard the ordinary people fleeing from the air raid shelter. In this world, where suffering and hardship abound, he felt no obligation to extricate others from their torment, nor to intervene in their way of life. In this cold, unfeeling apocalypse, where survival resources were scarce, existence itself felt akin to hell. Every individual must endure trials. Only those who persevere until the end shall glimpse the final dawn. As for how one survives, that depends on one's own capabilities. Chapter 151. The tremors caused by the three major forces. Where shall we go now? Ning Kaidai inquired of Su Yang. Shall we return or venture elsewhere? Let us return. Su Yang replied with a smile. We have been away for 2 days. I am sure Yunshi and the others are missing us. Although they have not called, I can imagine they are quite anxious. Moreover, once the three major forces have dealt with their affairs, they will undoubtedly come searching for us. We must prepare ourselves. With that, Su Yang produced a parcel filled with crystals. These crystals contain 5,000 abilities. You should devour them all. For me? Ning Kaidai responded, touched. Aren't you going to use any? My power has already reached the 3rd level of the master rank, Su Yang stated calmly. To advance to the next level, I would need to consume 10,000 abilities. Thus, these crystals are insufficient for my progression. You should use them first. He seemed unconcerned about the crystals and placed the parcel on Ning Kaidai's lap. If he wished to enhance his strength, there were many ways to do so. Before long, the three major forces would launch their assault against them. Acquiring crystals would not pose a challenge. Ning Kaidai did not refuse any longer and took the parcel in hand, eagerly consuming a handful. She understood that as time passed, the enemies they would face would grow in number and strength. Only by enhancing her own power could she better assist others. The 5,000 abilities instantly elevated Ning Kaidai's strength to the 6th level of the king rank. With the ascendance to the master rank just around the corner, the two traveled in silence, pausing only at each gas station to deplete its fuel supply. As they passed more gas stations, Suyang noticed that some were already empty, with only a scant amount of fuel remaining. It appeared that numerous forces were also extracting fuel. Suyang speculated, moreover, these forces are not weak. After all, acquiring fuel from the outside world requires significant manpower and resources. Ordinary vehicles find it challenging to navigate through such deep snow. Only large vehicles capable of transporting fuel tankers would suffice. It is likely that they, too, possess a secure stronghold, or perhaps they have already established one. The purpose of collecting fuel is primarily for electricity and heating. With such capabilities, it is improbable that their strength is feeble. They are likely developing quietly, just as we are. This is what truly warrants caution. After all, when the sixth faction resorts to underhanded tactics, they are the most ruthless, especially one with a formidable influence. Suddenly, Suyang recalled that during his previous discussions with Wang Jianmin about constructing a secure stronghold, he had mentioned that within and beyond the borders of the Great Xia, there were numerous apocalypse enthusiasts. These individuals were exceptionally affluent and had already built their own doomsday fortresses. In Jizhou City alone, aside from himself, there were 3 other doomsday fortresses, though their levels were inferior to his own. One is the lowest rank of F, another is E, and the last is D. However, at that moment, he did not inquire about the locations of these 3 doomsday fortresses. Through a seemingly trivial matter of fuel collection, Suyang deduced that the entire Jizhou City harbors not only the overt forces but also many hidden factions, as well as numerous quietly developing powers. It appears that Jizhou City will increasingly descend into chaos. Suyang lamented, if such a small Jizhou City can host so many formidable entities, I can only imagine how tumultuous the outside world must be. Yet, they paid little heed to it. Regardless of the disorder, who among them could claim a higher starting point? If anyone dared to provoke them, they would be exterminated without hesitation. In this apocalyptic era, strength is the currency of survival. After passing by 10 gas stations, half of the fuel had been siphoned away. Suyang remained unconcerned. As darkness approached, he and Ning Kaidai took a respite at the nearest gas station. Simultaneously, they retrieved their phones to browse information online. Without exception, the websites and major video platforms were inundated with announcements from the 3 major factions. They unhesitatingly launched devastating assaults on the surrounding forces, annihilating numerous factions entirely. Not a single superhuman was spared, and even ordinary individuals were ruthlessly slain, leaving only a handful of relatively attractive women alive. Many online discussions revolved around the formidable power of these 3 factions and their rapid ascension. How did they become so powerful? This is utterly ruthless. They declare the annihilation of those forces, and it is done. Such extreme tyranny. In this world, it seems that might makes right. Rather than sympathizing with the obliterated factions, it would be wiser to contemplate how to guard against the impending threat posed by these 3 formidable powers. Through their recent purging of surrounding forces, the strength of these 3 factions has skyrocketed, and it is likely that no one in Jizhou City will pose a challenge to them any longer. Have you noticed that these 3 factions occupy the 3 corners of Jizhou City, all emerging from the 3 major wholesale markets? Furthermore, if another faction were to arise from the Kwangshan wholesale market to the north of Jizhou City, that would constitute 4 major forces, effectively encircling the entire city. Would they not unite to advance from the periphery inward, dividing Jizhou City among themselves? Would we not be doomed? For major wholesale markets? This thought brings to mind that, despite the prolonged onset of the apocalypse, these markets should have amassed a significant stockpile of survival supplies. It is worth noting that previously, all daily necessities, vegetables, and grains for Jizhou City were procured from these 4 wholesale markets. While everyone else grapples with shortages of essential supplies, they remain untroubled. And their respective factions are surely expanding rapidly. They possess resources and manpower, inherently placing them at an advantage over us. How can we possibly compete? Indeed, based on your analysis, I perceive an abundance of survival resources in that location. Why don't we join forces and seize control of the 4 major wholesale markets? It seems that there are indeed intelligent individuals among us. It quickly became apparent from subtle clues that these 3 formidable factions have prospered through the 3 principal wholesale markets. Simultaneously, it is understood that they possess an inexhaustible supply of survival goods. At this moment, even the mightiest individuals may find their interest waning in the presence of beautiful women. However, when confronted with survival resources, their innate greed is magnified infinitely. Suyang observed the myriad comments and replies beneath the post, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued to scroll down. Someone promptly cautioned the individual advocating for the occupation of the 4 wholesale markets. To seize the 4 major wholesale markets? Such thoughts should remain unspoken. Just ponder it in silence. The already prominent three factions are immensely powerful. Should anyone dare to challenge them, it would undoubtedly result in dire consequences for those involved. They have witnessed firsthand the merciless tactics of the three factions. Therefore, it is utterly improbable for them to unite and launch an offensive against one another. The primary objective now is to enhance the strength of their respective factions. Chapter 152. The three leaders ascend to the king level upon contemplating such notions. The other factions unanimously launched assaults on the surrounding powers. The casualties in Jizhou City surged dramatically, while the abilities of the supernatural beings escalated at an alarming rate. This phenomenon permeated the entire world. The elevation of the supernatural beings necessitated the continual consumption of the powers of their kind, akin to the predatory dynamic of larger fish devouring smaller ones. As mortality increased, the advancement of these beings hastened, not merely confined to Jizhou City. The prowess of supernatural beings across the globe experienced an explosive surge. Presently, gold-level supernatural beings remain relatively scarce. Yet it is believed that it will not be long before numerous king-level beings emerge. Amidst the chaos instigated by the three major factions in Jizhou City, Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong led their forces without respite, relentlessly attacking neighboring powers. Lu Dufeng, we are old acquaintances. Do you truly intend to annihilate an old friend? A leader of a minor faction exclaimed in anger, gazing at the formidable army before him, which had effectively besieged their territory, leaving no room for escape. Despair clouded his eyes. Lu Dufeng replied coldly, since the advent of the apocalypse, this world has been governed by the law of the strong. What bonds of friendship can possibly remain between men? Lu San, you should cease your futile resistance. Surrender, and perhaps I may grant you a swift end. Lu San's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, unwilling to embrace death, he humbly implored, given our long-standing acquaintance, may we surrender? My brothers and I will yield to you entirely. We shall heed your every command henceforth. You and your mere 500 to 600 followers are of no use to me. Lu Dufeng shook his head in refusal. However, your powers are indeed valuable to me. So you shall meet your demise. It would be preferable if you chose to take your own lives, thus sparing me the effort. I can assure you that I will leave your corpse intact. Lu Dufeng, do not overstep your bounds. Lu San retorted, I am not made of clay. Let us settle this with a duel. Humph. Lu Dufeng scoffed, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Since you are obstinate, then face your end. Brothers, advance. Leave not a single one alive. With a command, thousands surged toward Lu San and his followers. Wait. Lu San urgently interjected. Finally, he pleaded, if you spare my life, I will lead my brothers away from here, far from your sight, vowing never to oppose you again. I implore you to grant us this mercy. I can offer all our survival supplies. I possess 500 kilograms of rice and 200 pounds of drinking water. Surely this is sufficient to sustain many of your subordinates. I have no need for your meager offerings. Lu Dufeng decisively rejected. Once you are dead, all these resources will belong to me. I have come to slay you. Not to barter. Charge. Eliminate them all. The notion that the other party wishes to trade supplies with me is nothing short of a delusion. Who in the entirety of Jianzhu possesses more survival resources than I? Do they presume to be the heads of the three major wholesalers? Following Lu Dufeng's orders, all his subordinates surged forth, unleashing a massacre upon Lu San's men. The paltry number of adversaries was utterly no match for Lu Dufeng's forces, and they fell one after another. Even Lu San himself found his position precarious, desperately clinging to the hope of survival. As Lu Dufeng's abilities erupted, he swiftly dispatched 3 of Lu San's underlings with ruthless efficiency. He bellowed, anyone who dares approach shall perish. His thunderous roar instilled fear in those nearby. Observing this scene, Lu Dufeng's lips curled into a cold smirk as he advanced forward, flames of intense heat rising from his palm. A fireball coalesced, causing the temperature around him to soar dramatically. His subordinates quickly cleared a path as he approached Lu San with deliberate steps. In a chilling tone, he inquired, at this juncture, do you still wish to resist? Do you seek me to escort you to your end? Feeling the searing heat emanating from Lu Dufeng's fireball, Lu San was struck with terror, cold sweat pouring from his brow. As Lu Dufeng closed in, Lu San pleaded once more, please, don't kill me. Do you remember me? I once treated you to a meal. Before Lu San could complete his sentence, Lu Dufeng waved his hand, releasing the fireball that swiftly expanded and collided with Lu San. The latter screamed as flames engulfed him, and he perished amidst excruciating pain, his body reduced to ashes. A radiant crystal core fell to the ground. Bring back the beautiful women, Lu Dufeng commanded. Eliminate the rest. And do not forget the 500 kilograms of rice and 200 pounds of water. Take those as well. His subordinates obeyed, retrieving a dozen women of notable beauty from the vicinity. Meanwhile, no one was spared. Every other individual was mercilessly cut down, their screams echoing throughout the community. Yet none intervened, nor did anyone express sympathy. Lu Dufeng instructed his men to gather all the crystal cores and bring them back. Although many of his subordinates inevitably consumed some of the cores or absorbed abilities during the fierce battles, he remained silent. After all, a faction cannot thrive with strength concentrated solely in its leader. The entire group must elevate its power to unleash greater combat efficacy. Moreover, the abilities absorbed by his subordinates would ultimately belong to him, akin to storing the power of their foes for a later time when he could decisively eliminate them and claim their abilities for his own. As long as he maintained the highest level of strength, he anticipated no significant issues. At this moment, before Lu Dufeng lay a multitude of crystal cores, each grasped firmly in his hands. Unceasingly, extraordinary powers surged forth. The crystalline cores shattered in a flurry. His strength ascended from the 6th tier of gold to the 7th, then to the 8th, and finally to the 9th. Subsequently, through relentless consumption, he directly advanced to the 1st tier of the monarch level. The crystalline core at his brow fractured and reformed into a lotus shape. A formidable aura erupted from his being. After further devouring crystalline cores, he halted only upon elevating his prowess to the 3rd tier of the monarch level. Lu Dufeng sensed the immense energy coursing through him, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. At this moment, he was not alone. The leaders of the other two factions, Huapin and Zhao Hong, simultaneously elevated their own strengths to the 3rd tier of the monarch level. As for the remaining crystalline cores, you shall each claim your share. Lu Dufeng addressed his subordinates. Those who have not absorbed extraordinary powers shall not be left behind when we assault the next faction. Chapter 153. The overall strength enhancement of the abilities. Those subordinates who had not absorbed any powers nodded in agreement. Their leader, Lu Dufeng, had long established a rule. All abilities must first be devoured by him before being distributed among them. This approach not only ensured that everyone could enhance their own strength but also prevented any semblance of injustice, thereby stabilizing the internal dynamics. Naturally, the amount Lu Dufeng chose to devour was entirely at his discretion, and no one dared to harbor jealousy over his consumption. At the same time, the three powerful factions, led by Lu Dufeng, took action against the surrounding forces. Despite facing different factions with varying strengths, they effectively eradicated their respective surroundings almost simultaneously. The trio's power reached a uniform level, each attaining the rank of a level 3 monarch. The number and rank of their subordinates were also remarkably similar, maintaining a balance in power, with none significantly ahead or behind the others. Within a 20-kilometer radius of their respective headquarters, only their own factions remained, leaving the area desolate. Furthermore, the three factions marked the periphery to instill fear in those who might contemplate encroaching upon their domain after their departure with the main forces. The bodies of slain ordinary individuals, alongside those of absorbed ability users, were displayed prominently at the outer edges, easily visible to anyone approaching from beyond the 20-kilometer boundary. 10 days had passed since these actions were taken, as clearing a 20-kilometer area was no small feat, unlike Su Yang, who possessed an all-terrain unmanned vehicle. Their mobility was limited, and even for ability users, their speed was not particularly swift. This was why many envied Su Yang's seamless navigation through the snow in his all-terrain vehicle. When the three uploaded their brutal methods online, it instilled considerable apprehension among various factions. Simultaneously, the other forces in Jizhou City were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis. Over the span of 10 days, chaos reigned throughout Jizhou City as the number of awakened ability users dwindled sharply. Conversely, many individuals experienced rapid enhancements in their powers, with some even resorting to poisoning ordinary people with melted snow water to mass-produce ability users for consumption. Their methods were utterly grotesque. Having completed these actions, Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong prepared for their next move. They made another phone call, agreeing to assemble simultaneously at Wei Hongming's territory within the Kwangshan wholesale market in the northern district of Jizhou City. Thus, the three left over 100 elite level 5 experts to guard their headquarters and set forth with their main forces from 3 different directions, all converging on the Kwangshan wholesale market. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai had already returned to the safety of the Fengyan community. Upon hearing the sounds of vehicles in the community, Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing hurried to the courtyard. Through the glass, the sight of Su Yang's all-terrain unmanned vehicle filled me with immense joy. As the vehicle deftly navigated past all the landmines and came to a stop before the glass of the courtyard, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai emerged from the vehicle. "Boss, Sister Kaidai," exclaimed Su Yunxi, her face radiant with delight, akin to 3 jubilant little sprites. They called out the names of the two and proclaimed, "We've missed you so much." Su Yang responded with a warm smile, placing his hand against the courtyard glass, which revealed a clear fingerprint, seamlessly opening a door in the otherwise solid surface. After retracting the all-terrain vehicle into a space, Su Yang entered the courtyard with Ning Kaidai. The door closed automatically, reverting to its original state. Upon their entrance, the twin sisters, Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, rushed to greet them, leaping into Su Yang's embrace. "Boss, we've missed you dearly." Tang Cheng lagged a step behind, quietly observing with longing in her eyes, yearning for a warm embrace of her own. Su Yang looked at the two and comforted them. "I have returned, so why the tears? It's not as if we are parting forever." Gently brushing away the tears from their eyes, he released them and drew Tang Cheng into his arms, ever fair in his affections, ensuring the twin sisters were not neglected. Although the three had been apart for merely 3 days, it felt as though 3 years had passed. Out of consideration for one another, they had refrained from calling, intensifying their longing. "Boss, please do not leave us behind next time you venture out," pleaded the sisters. "We can no longer endure the agony of waiting for someone. Once you awaken your abilities, I promise to take you with me every time I go out," Su Yang assured, nodding solemnly. "We have no idea when we will awaken our powers." The sisters lamented, expressing their frustration. "If we could awaken, we would have done so by now. Perhaps it is destined that we never will." They were unwilling to remain mere ornaments, genuinely desiring to assist Su Yang. In contrast, Tang Cheng held a more accepting perspective. While she too wished to awaken her abilities and become more useful, she recognized that if it did not happen, it was not a tragedy. She focused on what she could do for others and felt content with her current circumstances, possessing a clear understanding of her place. She knew she could not compare in beauty to Ning Kai Dai, nor to the enchanting twin sisters. In terms of capability, she remained behind them as well. As long as she remained true to herself and dedicated to serving Su Yang, he would not abandon her. Hence, Tang Cheng approached the situation with a carefree attitude, believing that awakening was desirable but not something to be forced. Seeing Su Yunqi and Su Muyu, Su Yang gently reassured them, "Do not lose heart. Your awakening is merely a matter of time. Who knows, perhaps tomorrow will bring it. When you have grown stronger, who can say that one day I may still require your protection?" Under Su Yang's comforting words, the two women's despondent spirits were swiftly lifted. They remained closely attached to Su Yang, exuding an endearing dependence. As Su Yang gazed upon the 4 enchanting figures before him, each possessing their own unique allure, a subtle smile graced his lips. If only he could continue to live in such carefree bliss indefinitely, he would trade anything to be a deity. Yet, Su Yang was acutely aware of the impossibility of this dream. The 3 great factions would soon arrive, and numerous adversaries awaited him in the future. Chapter 154. The omen of biological mutation. Regardless of the number of foes that may approach, Su Yang remained unperturbed. No matter how many came, he would vanquish them all. Seizing the opportunity of a relatively free moment, he decided to indulge in some leisurely enjoyment. After a night of restful slumber, Su Yang awoke refreshed. After attending to his morning rituals and partaking in a light meal, he donned a robe and descended from the 3rd-floor bedroom, retrieving fish food from his spatial storage. He made his way directly to the koi pond. After a period of meticulous nurturing, the 30 koi had grown considerably. They exhibited a remarkable affinity for Su Yang. Upon seeing him, they swam eagerly towards him. As he placed his hand into the water, the koi affectionately nibbled at his fingers, frolicking like playful children. Su Yang scattered the fish food, and the koi, displaying impeccable decorum, formed an orderly line to feast. Once satiated, he engaged in playful antics with them for a while before tending to his flowers. Upon his return, Su Yang noticed that the flowers he had cultivated appeared strikingly different from before. The blossoms were more vibrantly resplendent than ever. In the past, a few blooms would wither every few days, only to be replaced by new ones. Remarkably, this time, not a single flower had wilted. Furthermore, as he watered them, he observed that their growth had become increasingly lush. It was as if the plants swayed their branches in a welcoming gesture upon his arrival. Strangely, these flowers emitted an even more intoxicating fragrance than before, enveloping him in a captivating aroma. Could it be that these flowers and koi might undergo mutations as well? Su Yang mused. If even plants and fish can awaken extraordinary abilities, then this world is bound to become a playground of chaos. The competition will extend beyond humanity, leading to a fierce struggle between humans and mutated beings. The entire realm would spiral into greater turmoil. Truly, in this grand era of evolution, those who manage to survive will inevitably embark on the path of transformation. Should he consider preemptively eradicating these koi and flowers? A cold glint sparked in Su Yang's eyes. If his suspicions were to materialize, and these flora and fauna mutated unbeknownst to him, his own safety might be secured, yet Su Yushi, Su Muyu, and Tang Cheng were merely ordinary individuals, utterly defenseless against such threats. If these koi and flowers were situated beyond the villa, there would be little to fear from their potential assaults. Alas, they resided within the courtyard itself, making constant vigilance a daunting task. Contemplating this, Su Yang's aura of menace intensified. The koi and flowers seemed to sense his burgeoning hostility. The 30 koi leapt from the surface, gazing at him with pitiful eyes before plunging back into the water, only to leap again as if in supplication. The flowers mirrored this behavior, their buds drooping to brush against Su Yong's hand, caressing him as if vying for his affection. In the wake of this display, the tension within Su Yong gradually dissipated. He spoke softly, "Let there be mutation, then. As long as you remain utterly loyal to me and do not harm those dear to me, I shall not take action against you. However, should you entertain any treasonous thoughts, your fate shall mirror that of this wine bottle." As Su Yong spoke, he waved his hand, and an invisible blade of space shot forth. The wine bottles on the table in the courtyard were sliced into countless fragments. The red wine flowed slowly, saturating the air with the scent of alcohol. The flowers and koi fish, witnessing this spectacle, nodded in agreement, appearing remarkably obedient. Observing their reactions, Su Yong nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Remember my words." His tone softened considerably, and the flowers blossomed even more vibrantly, their fragrance intensifying. The 30 koi swam joyfully in the water, clearly delighted by the atmosphere. This sight further convinced Su Yong that the flowers he cultivated and the koi he nurtured had developed their own consciousness, and their intelligence was not to be underestimated. Indeed, as he had surmised, with the passage of time, many living beings would undergo mutations. Much like humans could wield extraordinary abilities. Perhaps, concurrent with the awakening of human powers, some creatures had already begun to evolve. Though he had never witnessed it nor heard of others mentioning it, it seemed that he, along with everyone else, had overlooked these plants and animals, assuming they could not possibly survive in such frigid temperatures, let alone mutate. However, this revelation instilled a quiet vigilance in Su Yong. He resolved to exercise caution in the presence of animals and plants to avoid falling into their traps. As for the flowers and koi in his courtyard, he felt no need to impose any restrictions on them. After all, they were his own nurtured creations, and even if they were to mutate, they would remain loyal to him. He could not fathom that the flora and fauna he had raised would betray him like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Other creatures were far more loyal than humans. Since he had tacitly accepted their continued presence in the courtyard, it was only right to cultivate a bond with them. Su Yong watered the flowers, fertilized them, and pruned their branches. He also disinfected the koi pond, eliminating bacteria and changing the water, engaging in playful interactions with the koi. He could distinctly sense a wave of joy emanating from the koi and flowers, which, in turn, seemed deeply attached to him. Finally, Su Yong felt a sense of peace wash over him. After completing these tasks, he reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard and lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly. He then closed his eyes to rest, remaining there for the entire morning. Ning Kaidai entered the kitchen and skillfully prepared ingredients from the refrigerator. Within half an hour, she had conjured up over 10 delectable dishes and brewed 2 soups, one for nourishing the kidneys and enhancing vitality, and the other for promoting beauty and health. Her meticulousness ensured that both needs were well addressed. Su Yong took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Yunqi, bathing, Qingqing, the 3 little lazy pigs. "It's time for breakfast." His voice was gentle. However, the 3 women seemed oblivious, showing no response as they continued to sleep soundly. Suddenly, Su Yong noticed that, despite their slumber, their faces bore expressions of distress. He hurried to the bedside and placed his hand on their foreheads, only to discover that they were burning with fever. A thought surged forth, penetrating the foreheads of the 3 women. Within, a radiant light flickered. Energy coalesced, and a crystalline core began to take shape. Chapter 155. Combination skills. It appears that the awakening of extraordinary abilities is finally at hand. Su Yong smiled faintly as he continued to observe. He noted that aside from the high fever and some visible discomfort on their faces, the 3 girls exhibited remarkable stability. With a sense of relief, he refrained from disturbing them, covering them with blankets before descending the stairs. "Why are you the only one who came down?" Ning Kaidai inquired. "Are they still unconscious?" The 3 young ladies were indeed in a state of deep slumber, plagued by fever. Su Yong replied, "For the time being, they cannot join us. Look at the dire consequences. In this freezing weather, where can we find a doctor? Forget it. I learned some basic medical skills during my time in the army. I only have a rudimentary understanding, though I cannot say for certain if it will be effective. Do we have any medicine? I'll go check on them." As Ning Kaidai extended her hand towards Su Yong, she recognized his cautious nature. Since he had prepared for the apocalypse by stockpiling supplies, it was reasonable to assume he had medicine, at least for anti-inflammatory, antiseptic, and antibiotic purposes. Having lived with Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing for quite some time, she had grown fond of the 3, considering them as sisters. Moreover, as they were all dependent on the same man, she felt a pang of urgency upon hearing of their grave condition, completely oblivious to the notion of extraordinary abilities. Su Yong shrugged, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Am I really perceived as someone who lacks compassion? Am I just a heartless villain in your eyes?" Ning Kaidai retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Quickly bring out your stockpiled medicine. I need to see what can be utilized for their treatment based on their conditions. Do not indulge in self-pity now. Saving lives takes precedence. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang dismissed her concerns. There is no need for such trouble, nor for any medicine or treatment. They will be fine. They will recover in a few days. But they are running fevers and remain unconscious. How can you say they are fine? Ning Kaidai protested. Isn't it common for awakening extraordinary abilities to manifest this way? Weren't you also seized by a sudden fever, falling into unconsciousness before awakening to your powers? Su Yang countered. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You left me half in suspense, making me worry needlessly. I was thinking, what were you thinking? I thought it was because you were too. Ning Kaidai faltered, her face flushing, and she chose not to finish her thought. Haha, you women have such vivid imaginations. Su Yang laughed heartily. Rest assured, they are all fine. At most, they will awaken within 3 days. There is no need to wait for them. Let us dine. He promptly sat down, savoring the meal prepared by Ning Kaidai, particularly relishing the nourishing kidney-enhancing soup, which he drained completely. After finishing their meal, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai ventured into the yard to admire the flowers, tease the koi, and take a leisurely stroll. Fortunately, the yard was spacious, spanning 1,000 square meters, equivalent to about 2 acres. Sufficient space existed for 2 individuals to frolic and play, even as the world outside succumbed to an apocalyptic stillness. Yet, within Su Yang's courtyard, the seasons remained perpetually spring-like, adorned with a swimming pool, a verdant lawn, vibrant blossoms, and an artfully crafted rockery, complemented by exquisite landscaping. Strolling through this enchanting realm, the two found their spirits uplifted, relishing the rare tranquility of the moment, in stark contrast to the frigid, desolate landscape beyond, which lay shrouded in ice and snow. This sanctuary resembled paradise. Indeed, to describe it as such would be most fitting. After wandering the garden for over an hour, Ning Kaidai ventured out with a fleet of electronic dogs, each carrying a substantial container brimming with an assortment of landmines. Despite the extensive deployment of mines throughout the Fengyan community, her apprehension lingered, prompting her to seek further enhancement of their defenses. Su Yang informed her that individuals from the other 3 major wholesale markets might launch an attack within days, necessitating preemptive measures. After all, landmines proved highly effective against those possessing supernatural abilities, boasting significant power and widespread lethality. A single misstep could spell doom. Following several hours of burying landmines, Ning Kaidai returned with the electronic dogs and shed her advanced combat attire, diving directly into the pool for a refreshing bath. As night fell, she and Su Yang indulged in fine food and drink, sharing jovial toasts. Once satiated, Su Yang produced fresh fruits from his spatial storage, presenting them as a delightful dessert. As Ning Kaidai savored the sweetness, she mused that such a life would surely evoke envy even among celestial beings. Not necessarily, Su Yang countered. What we are about to undertake will truly inspire envy among the divine. Ning Kaidai furrowed her brow, inquiring, what endeavor? Think about it. Su Yang replied with a playful grin. Yun Shi, Mu Yu, and Qing Qing are awakening their powers. Isn't that exciting? Upon seeing the mischievous smile on Su Yang's face, Ning Kaidai instantly grasped the nature of the undertaking that would elicit envy even from the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, she set aside her half-eaten apple and attempted to flee. Where do you think you're going, little beauty? Su Yang bellowed, promptly giving chase. The following day, Su Yang also rose with the dawn. Ning Kaidai lay on the sofa, reluctant to rouse herself. Thus, Su Yang's days continued in their unremarkable, serene routine, waking, washing, dining, watering plants, and feeding koi, followed by swimming and strolling in the courtyard. It wasn't until 3 days later, when Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing awakened, that Su Yang's monotonous existence would come to a close. Su Yunxi discovered her affinity for fire, while Su Muyu awakened to the power of ice. Though they had merely attained the bronze level, their spirits soared with joy, and they wept with elation in Su Yang's embrace. Eager to test their newfound abilities, the twin sisters summoned Su Yang to the basement. I am prepared to showcase to him the combined technique developed by the two of us, the ninefold heaven of ice and fire. Chapter 156. The arrival of the 3 major forces. Su Yang's words rendered Su Yunqi and Su Muyu blushing, their heads bowed in silence. Tang Qing and Ning Kaidai exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the implications of their conversation. However, they chose not to tease the 2 girls, for they were all sisters and, concurrently, Su Yang's women. None could predict whether they might one day emulate the actions of their companions. They understood that Su Yang was quite the charmer, and how could they bear to refuse his requests? Thus, it was wise to leave a thread of goodwill. Tang Qing, what is the nature of your awakened ability? Su Yang inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. Is it also elemental in nature? Tang Qing nodded affirmatively. I have awakened a wind-based ability. She extended her palm, revealing a rapidly spinning tornado in the center. Though diminutive, it contained a ferocious power. Indeed, it is also a combat-oriented ability. Su Yong remarked to Tang Qing. Now that the three of you have awakened your powers, you shall accompany me on future expeditions. However, your current strength is still lacking, and I do not possess surplus crystal cores. Once I acquire more, we shall elevate your capabilities. For now, your priority is to familiarize yourselves with your respective abilities, mastering your awakened skills until they are as natural as an extension of your own will. Tang Qing, Su Yunqi, and Su Muyu listened intently. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they donned the advanced combat suits provided by Su Yong and stepped outside the villa, arriving at a vacant lot devoid of landmines to commence their earnest training. With a flick of her wrist, Su Yunqi conjured a fireball that soared toward a distant wither tree. With a resounding crash, the fireball collided with the tree, igniting it in flames that quickly reduced it to ash. Next was Su Muyu, who waved her hand, transforming the falling snowflakes into icy arrows. A barrage of ice projectiles struck a frozen dead tree, piercing its trunk and encasing it in frost. As another ice arrow struck, the tree shattered into countless fragments with a loud crack. Then, Tang Qing unleashed her tornado, which expanded and intensified in speed. It swept through the air like a scythe during harvest, lifting the snow beneath and propelling it toward a withered tree. The tree was uprooted and drawn into the eye of the swirling vortex. When the tornado finally ceased, the snow fell gently, and the tree disintegrated into fine splinters. Standing in the courtyard, Su Yong sipped champagne, his lips curving into a smile as he observed the three women practicing diligently. Meanwhile, Ning Kaidai ventured out with an electronic dog, continuing her task of planting landmines. She meticulously concealed them throughout the entire Fengyan community, embedding explosives within various residential buildings. Each device was cleverly hidden, connected by a slender wire that served as a fuse, ready to detonate upon contact. Additionally, she installed bombs in inconspicuous corners, ensuring their stealthy presence. The residents of Fengyan community have all perished. As they dealt with the landmines and explosives, there was not a shred of remorse in their hearts. Ning Katie's awareness of the vast numbers and formidable strength of the three major factions weighed heavily on her mind. To annihilate the opposition entirely and ensure a lasting solution, meticulous preparation was essential. Thus, all four women immersed themselves in their industrious routines, while Su Yong leisurely rested with closed eyes in the villa. That night, the five of them embraced in slumber. Days passed, monotonous and uneventful, yet captivating enough to linger in the memory. Once the three factions had eradicated the surrounding forces, they set off with their main contingent towards the northern district of Jizhou City. Given the sheer numbers of the factions and their lack of an all-terrain unmanned vehicle like Su Yang's, the long journey proved cumbersome. Even though the superhumans possessed vastly superior physiques, enabling them to withstand the cold, prolonged exposure to such frigid temperatures was unfeasible. They had to rest every 2 to 3 hours, igniting firewood or other materials for warmth. The disparate strength among the three factions further complicated their progress through the deep snow, as the more powerful members often had to wait for those of lesser rank, thus impeding their overall pace. From the moment they commenced their journey until their arrival outside the Kwangshan wholesale market, a full 15 days had elapsed. Fortunately, their supplies were ample. Otherwise, traversing such a great distance with a large contingent would have been exceedingly difficult. This illustrated the drawbacks of having many participants, as collective action can prove inconvenient. Should management falter, chaos could easily ensue. At the same time, the three factions reached the outskirts of the Kwangshan wholesale market. Brother Hua, Brother Zhao. Upon spotting the leaders of the other two factions, Lu Dufeng hurriedly approached them. The three exchanged pleasantries before delving into the matter at hand. Huopin, with a scowl, remarked, "Our leaders from the three wholesale markets have arrived at Wei Hongming's doorstep. Why has he not come out to greet us?" Zhao Hong swiftly followed. "Surely he cannot be unaware of our arrival, still frolicking within this wholesale market?" "Humph," Huopin scoffed, "frolicking? What we have done has become common knowledge throughout Jizhou City, and our strength is surging rapidly. If he has any access to the internet, he would be so distraught that he might not even sleep at night. This fellow has been ignoring our calls. Could he be feeling guilty, having preemptively retreated with his forces, leaving behind naught but a shell?" Zhao Hong observed the silence enveloping the Kwangshan wholesale market, devoid of even a single silhouette, and furrowed his brow. "The more we speak, the more it remains mere speculation among us." Lu Dufeng addressed the two. "Since we have come this far, why not venture inside to ascertain the situation? If he is within, we can eliminate him directly, and their supplies will become ours." "Agreed," the two replied in unison. Following Lu Dufeng into the depths of the Kwangshan wholesale market, their respective subordinates followed closely behind, collectively numbering nearly 20,000. As the saying goes, when the number exceeds 10,000, it becomes boundless. Such a multitude, dark and oppressive, comprised entirely of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, exuding an aura of ferocity and lethal intent. As they traversed the pristine, white snow, an overwhelming sense of foreboding loomed, akin to a storm cloud gathering overhead. Upon the arrival of the three major factions at the outskirts of the Kwangshan wholesale market, the commotion they generated was unmistakably heard within, instilling fear in those inside, who shrank back in trepidation. The occupants within were few, primarily relying on the formidable presence of a burly man and his 50 subordinates, alongside 300 to 400 women at their disposal for entertainment. The burly man had only recently awakened his powers, making him one of merely 5 first-tier bronze-level extraordinary beings. Their strength was so negligible that it could be easily dismissed. "Boss, I hear quite a commotion outside. Shouldn't we make a run for it?" One of the younger subordinates inquired anxiously. "Run?" The burly man replied in a deep voice. "With our meager strength, where could we possibly escape to? What of our supplies? How would we carry them away? Let us wait a moment longer. Perhaps they are merely passing by. We shall conceal ourselves and emerge once they have departed." Chapter 157. Inquiring about Su Yong's whereabouts upon hearing the news, the others nodded in agreement. They were acutely aware that, given their current capabilities, escape was an impossibility. The moment for flight had long passed. The three major factions moved with remarkable swiftness. As they stepped through the entrance of the Kwangshan wholesale market, Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong immediately sensed the absence of any hindrance. A foreboding realization struck them simultaneously. They believed Wei Hongming had already evacuated with his men. The expressions of the three leaders darkened as they gestured for their subordinates to follow their lead. As they advanced towards the central area, they dispatched teams to scour each room meticulously. Observing the desolate rooms and warehouses, their subordinates hurriedly returned with reports. "Leaders, since we entered the Kwangshan wholesale market, we have searched every room you traversed, yet found not a single soul or any trace of belongings." "How infuriating!" Hua Pin exclaimed, seething with rage. "That scoundrel Wei Hongming wouldn't he dare to have secured Su Yong's materials and fled in fear of our retribution, would he? He dares," Zhao Hong retorted, equally incensed. "If he truly has the audacity to run, I will scour the earth to unearth him." "Gentlemen, let us refrain from such talk for now," Lu Dufeng interjected soothingly. "The Kwangshan wholesale market is vast. There remain numerous areas yet to be searched. Let us instruct our men to continue their search, even if Wei Hongming has escaped. Surely he has left behind some clues. Perhaps there are still individuals here we can interrogate." As Lu Dufeng spoke, he kicked at the snow, uncovering a remarkably smooth human femur, which he grasped in his hand. Without hesitation, he summoned flames that swiftly reduced it to ashes. His gaze turned cold as it fixed on a tightly sealed warehouse in the distance. Although he lacked Su Yong's spatial awareness to instantly perceive everything within the warehouse, his third-tier kingly prowess, combined with his awakened fire ability, allowed him to distinctly sense the emanation of warmth from within. Despite being faint, he recognized it as emanating from a human body. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to his subordinates. Dozens surged towards the tightly sealed warehouse. One individual delivered a powerful punch to the door, causing it to splinter violently and startling those inside. As the burly man and 4 awakened individuals prepared to retaliate, the force of the punch sent them hurtling backwards, their bodies crashing to the ground as if shattered. Before they could rise, blades were already poised at their throats. The burly man, along with his 50 or so henchmen and 300 to 400 women, was seized and dragged out as if they were mere chicks. The one who had shattered the door then began to search the warehouse. Upon discovering hundreds of large barrels, he quickly gathered around them, realizing they were filled entirely with blood, presumably stockpiled for consumption. What a perversion! He muttered under his breath before continuing his search. As the screen was drawn aside, Lu Dufeng's subordinates immediately collapsed, retching at the gruesome sight before them. Dismembered corpses lay scattered about, arms, thighs, internal organs, heads, and various anatomical parts. Some had even been transformed into dried meat, hanging from bamboo poles. Despite their extensive experience with violence, they had never encountered such a horrific scene. Gritting their teeth against the nausea, they conducted a thorough search of the warehouse before stumbling out, cursing under their breath. After the burly man and his 50 subordinates were led away, they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of people before them, each exuding a formidable presence far surpassing their own. Fear rendered them weak, incapable of rising from the ground. In contrast, the 300 to 400 women present seemed unfazed. Should the burly man and his gang be slain, they would merely replace them with another batch of servants. However, gazing at the dense throng, their anxiety grew. Could they possibly accommodate such a multitude? It is said that there are only overworked oxen, not overexploited fields. Yet, even a field has its limits when burdened with too many oxen. Lu Dufeng, along with Hua Pin and Zhao Hong, paid no heed to the women. Approaching the burly man, Lu Dufeng delivered a swift kick to his side, demanding, Where is Wei Hongming? Where has he gone? Terrified by the multitude of superhumans surrounding him, the burly man prostrated himself, pleading, "Please, spare us. We are merely ordinary people imprisoned by Wei Hongming. We have not provoked you. Nor do we possess any supplies to offer. Please, let us go." With a resounding slap, Lu Dufeng struck the man across the face. "I asked you where Wei Hongming is. Spare me your nonsense. My patience is limited. Wei Hongming has been killed." The burly man finally comprehended, clinging to the hope of survival as he divulged all he knew. One day, Wei Hongming took all the awakened superhumans out and never returned. "I heard he was killed." Lu Dufeng's gaze was as sharp as ice, fixing intently on the man. The burly man trembled in fear. "Are you lying to me?" Lu Dufeng pressed his foot down on the man's hand. The man, newly awakened with only bronze-level powers, could not withstand the might of Lu Dufeng, a level 3 monarch. With a sickening crack, the bones of his fingers shattered, leaving his hand without support, curling into a grotesque shape. He howled in agony, sweat pouring down his body as he writhed on the ground. "Stop your wailing," Lu Dufeng roared, silencing him instantly. With over 6,000 superhumans under Wei Hongming, who in the North District could challenge him? The coldness in Lu Dufeng's voice was palpable as he fixed his gaze on the burly man, demanding, "Such a powerful force could be extinguished so quietly? Is there a force in your North District that surpasses the Kwangshan wholesale market? I swear it is true." The burly man gasped through his pain. "We were all slaves imprisoned by Wei Hongming, with no freedom whatsoever. I distinctly recall the day when the adversary summoned all the supernatural beings and took them away. It is rumored they ventured to the Fengyan community, a mere dozen kilometers away, to seize supplies from a certain Xiao Suyang. Once they departed, they never returned. A few days later, a man arrived at the Kwangshan wholesale market, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, endowed with ample bosom and an alluring figure." The burly man reminisced. "All those left behind to guard Wei Hongming were slaughtered. I heard that Wei Hongming had sought trouble with them, prompting their violent retaliation. Subsequently, they seized all the survival resources left by Wei Hongming. That individual must be Su Yang." "Indeed, Su Yang, it turns out your residence is so close to the Kwangshan wholesale market. Nearly a dozen kilometers away." His eyes sparkled with intensity as he inquired, "What is the strength of the adversary? How could they transport such an abundance of survival resources?" Chapter 158, Coercion in a bid to alleviate his suffering. The burly man hastily replied, "Their strength is formidable, comparable to that of divine beings." With a mere wave of the hand from his interrogator, several blades of light appeared, swiftly claiming the lives of dozens among us. "As for how the supplies were taken away, we truly have no knowledge of it." Trembling, the man recounted, "At that moment, Su Yang commanded that woman to confine our thousands, instructing us all to close our eyes. Shortly thereafter, the two drove away. Upon returning to the warehouses, we discovered that every last item had vanished. Nothing remained." The burly man meticulously detailed Su Yang's prowess, the execution of his actions, and the number of lives extinguished in a single blow. He described him as possessing considerable strength, likely a powerful enhanced individual, estimated to be above level 6 in the golden hierarchy. Nodding in understanding, Lu Dufeng's eyes became more intense with murderous intent. If Su Yang were a god, then they would be akin to divine monarchs. The continuous emergence of blade-like manifestations, slaying numerous innocents, indicated that many under their command were capable of such feats. With a clearer understanding of the adversary's strength, Lu Dufeng no longer felt urgency. The remaining concern was to ascertain whether that individual was indeed Su Yang. Had Wei Hongming truly fallen to this foe? If Su Yang had annihilated Wei Hongming's entire army, it would undoubtedly signify immense strength, suggesting that they had been developing in the shadows for quite some time, recruiting many followers through the acquisition of survival resources, all of whom were formidable in combat. Caution would be paramount upon their eventual encounter. Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong remained skeptical of the burly man's claims. Zhao Hong interjected sharply, "You are lying again." The burly man flinched, immediately bowing his head and weeping, "I swear, I speak only the truth. If you do not believe me, ask them." He pointed with his uninjured hand towards his 50-some subordinates and the 300 to 400 women present. Upon witnessing this, many nodded in agreement, affirming that the burly man's words were sincere and devoid of deceit. Suddenly, the burly man let out a pained wail once more as Zhao Hong's foot pressed down upon his unscathed hand, shattering the bones within. His palm curled in agony, and with bloodshot eyes, the man writhed on the ground, continuously howling. "I advise you to speak the truth," Zhao Hong declared sternly. "Do you think we are mere children, easily deceived? How could two individuals relocate hundreds of warehouses worth of survival supplies in such a brief period? Show me how you would move even one." "I truly did not lie," the burly man insisted again. "I do not know how they managed to transport those supplies, but they are indeed gone." Zhao Hong continued to press. "Without any survival resources, how have you managed to endure?" Did you not claim there were thousands among you? Where are the others? It was my 100-strong, robust brothers who eliminated them all. The stout man, his visage contorted and voice frail, responded, when thirsty, one drinks human blood. When hungry, one feasts upon human flesh. This is how we have endured thus far. Truly, we are utterly unaware of the whereabouts of Wei Hongming and his followers. We also do not comprehend how that man and woman managed to transport away such an abundance of supplies. He lamented continuously, prostrating himself upon the ground, pleading, I implore you, spare us. We are all innocent. By heavens, how ruthless! Huopin exclaimed, reflecting on the grim reality. I have witnessed people resorting to cannibalism for survival. Yet I have never encountered anyone who would slaughter thousands merely to stockpile. In the wake of the apocalypse, humanity had long forsaken its original morals. While many had committed heinous acts, at least those individuals still retained a semblance of humanity. You, however, are nothing more than beasts. Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong exchanged glances of disdain. As Huopin had articulated, they had witnessed their fair share of cannibalism and had not shied away from killing themselves, engaging in numerous and scrupulous deeds. Yet, encountering a group capable of such depravity was an unprecedented experience. Upon hearing the stout man's words, the trio felt an unwarranted elevation of their own morality, feeling almost saintly in comparison. At that moment, Lu Dufeng's subordinate reported, We have scoured the entirety of the Kwangshan wholesale market and found no one, nor any supplies for survival. However, within the warehouse where we captured them, we discovered hundreds of barrels of fresh blood and countless human corpses. All the bodies had been dismembered, some even transformed into cured meat, hanging from bamboo poles to dry. Lu Dufeng, Huopin, and Zhao Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, their subordinates gazed at the stout man with trepidation, hastily signaling the reporter to cease his words. The fear of losing their appetite for meat in the future loomed large, as they had been engaged in relentless slaughter since the onset of the apocalypse. The thought of being nauseated by the repugnant actions of their adversaries was a daunting prospect. The stout man, perceiving a glimmer of hope, grasped at it desperately. Enduring the pain in his hands as he urged, I speak nothing but the truth. I beg you, treat us as inconsequential as we are. In your eyes, we are but chaff, utterly insignificant. Lu Dufeng, Huopin, and Zhao Hong exchanged glances again, nodding in unison. The stout man's face brightened at this sign, believing he would be spared. However, to his dismay, they remained silent, merely gesturing with their hands. 3 groups of men seized the stout man's 50-odd subordinates, dragging them aside to administer harsh interrogation. The confessions extracted from them bore a striking resemblance to the stout man's claims. The trio then turned their attention to the women. Before any action could be taken, the 300 to 400 women began to speak, echoing the stout man's words. At that moment, Lu Dufeng, Huopin, and Zhao Hong were entirely convinced of the stout man's veracity. Realizing they could no longer unearth any valuable information, they resolved to lead their main forces towards the Fengyu community, located several kilometers away, to confront the individual whom the stout man claimed to be Su Yang. If Su Yang's words hold true, then it unequivocally confirms that Wei Hongming and his subordinates have met their demise. The supplies from the Kwangshan wholesale market have also been seized by the adversaries. As for the method of their extraction, that remains unclear for the moment. Nevertheless, it is imperative to investigate further and gather information. The 3 major factions have generated immense commotion throughout Jizhou City regarding this matter. Having traversed a great distance to arrive here, it is inconceivable to leave empty-handed. Lu Dufeng cast a glance at the burly man and his numerous subordinates, calmly stating, These individuals are of no use. They should be disposed of. The burly man's group was taken aback by this pronouncement. They struggled to rise and flee, yet were firmly restrained, unable to move. Before long, several large pots, typically used for butchering and skinning pigs, were discovered within the wholesale market. Snow, along with the burly man and his subordinates, were unceremoniously cast into the pots, which were then ignited with firewood below. Chapter 159, The Cycle of Cause and Effect. The formidable man and his 50 subordinates found themselves bound and unceremoniously cast into the cauldron, their cries for mercy echoing in vain. As the temperature steadily climbed, steam billowed from the immense iron pot, and the accumulated snow began to melt. The heat intensified along the sides of the cauldron, rendering all but the burly man and the 4 newly awakened individuals barely able to endure. The others writhed in agony, their skin sizzling and emitting desperate shrieks as they struggled to escape, only to be forcefully shoved back in by their captors. Simultaneously, more snow was relentlessly tossed into the pot, hastening its dissolution and further elevating the temperature until it submerged everyone up to their necks. At that moment, Lu Dufeng flicked his fingers, igniting a more ferocious flame that blazed beneath the pot. The water's temperature surged rapidly, prompting those unable to withstand the heat to arch their bodies and leap upward in a futile attempt to escape the scalding liquid. In that brief instant of ascension, extensive burns marred their bodies, particularly around their necks, which were covered in grotesque blisters, a sight both harrowing and repulsive. Just as they believed they might escape the pot's clutches, their heads were forcefully thrust back down. As the water reached a boiling point, the occupants of the cauldron let out a final, anguished roar before their struggles ceased entirely. They lay still, resembling lifeless pigs submerged in boiling water, while white froth bubbled to the surface, releasing a nauseating stench. Now, even the burly man and the 4 elevated subordinates could no longer endure the searing water, thrashing helplessly and splashing droplets everywhere. With a gesture, Ludufin commanded 5 individuals to step forward, pressing down on their heads, causing a tumult of water to erupt. The moment the water splashed down, it crystallized in the frigid air. A minute later, the burly man and his 10 subordinates fell silent. Half an hour passed, and all 50 subordinates had been rendered thoroughly cooked. An ability user specializing in physical prowess nonchalantly retrieved the corpses from within, absorbing their powers before tossing them back into the boiling pot. Subsequently, he wiped his hands on a piece of cloth torn from a woman's garment. Ludufin, along with Huapin and Zhao Hong, exchanged glances at the 300 women present and simultaneously declared, "You may take these women," after which they turned to leave. With nearly 20,000 onlookers, each person exchanged glances, none daring to rush toward the 300 or 400 women. Why not let them all belong to you? Huapin suggested to Ludufin's subordinates. "We interact with women frequently and have little need for more. But please, we are not lacking in women either. Perhaps you should take them." Ludufin's subordinates insisted. The 3 factions continued to negotiate, not out of disinterest in women, but rather due to their awareness that these women had long been steeped in human blood and flesh. Although they were accustomed to taking lives without hesitation, they found themselves unable to harm such women. It was simply too repugnant. Engaging with them would render one disinterested in women for a lifetime. As the 3 factions continued their heated disputes, a proposal emerged. One faction, comprising over 100 individuals, suggested dividing the 300 to 400 women among themselves, each man receiving one, ensuring that no faction could escape the arrangement. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Thus, over 100 men from one faction emerged, escorting the women to a warehouse. Just as the women anticipated serving these men, the opposing factions synchronously grasped each other by the neck, swiftly twisting and dispatching them. The lifeless bodies were carelessly discarded within the warehouse. The members of the 3 factions exchanged knowing smiles as they departed, fully aware that whether they engaged with the women was irrelevant. The sole objective was to ensure they did not survive, thereby fulfilling their mission. Upon returning to their ranks, they marched in unison behind the leaders of the 3 factions, leaving behind the corpses of 300 to 400 women, several large cauldrons, and the fierce flames consuming the boiled bodies. The men, in their struggle for survival, had not hesitated to kill thousands as a means of preserving food, only to meet a fate akin to that of their sustenance, a fitting consequence for their actions. "Old Lu, we have discerned several key points," Huapin remarked, gazing at Ludufin. "First, Wei Hongming and his army have been annihilated. Second, their supplies have been completely looted. Third, all of this is connected to Suyang. Fourth, Suyang is located merely a dozen kilometers away in the Fengyan community. However, we are currently unable to verify any of these matters. We do not know which is true. What shall we do now?" Huapin concluded, prompting Zhao Hong to add, "We cannot exert such effort merely to cook a few small calamities without further action. That would be tantamount to a futile endeavor." Ludufin regarded the 2 of them, inwardly lamenting, "Fools! How did 2 such dim-witted individuals rise to become heads of such a vast wholesale market?" Moreover, after the apocalypse, they awakened their abilities first and wielded their resources to control a force as substantial as mine. Truly a stroke of luck. Though he silently criticized them, he maintained a pleasant demeanor, addressing them. "Since all these matters pertain to Suyang, let us seek him out for verification. Once we locate him, the truth shall undoubtedly be revealed." "Indeed," the 2 exclaimed, slapping their thighs in realization. "How did I not think of that? Suyang is in Fengyan community. Not far from here, only a dozen kilometers. Let us go at once. Why the rush?" Ludufin observed their unwarranted excitement, his lips twitching slightly. "Fengyan community is right there. It won't escape us. Suyang will not flee. Our brothers have traveled a long distance. Let them rest well, and we can set out early tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the 2 finally nodded in agreement. Addressing his subordinates, he commanded, "Set up camp here and rest well. Tomorrow at dawn, our 3 armies shall depart together." With a force of 20,000, immediate action was taken. Some ventured into the Kwangshan wholesale market to procure tables, chairs, and cabinets, which they promptly dismantled and set ablaze. Others unfurled tents and laid out their bedding. Fortunately, the Kwangshan wholesale market was spacious, with numerous rooms and warehouses. Many individuals nestled close together for warmth as they slept. A bonfire was ignited, gradually raising the temperature, offering a far warmer respite than elsewhere. Some carried large pots, setting them up to boil pure water and rice, while others prepared vegetables. Typically, each faction received provisions from their respective leaders during mealtime, consuming their meals separately. However, during missions, they shared communal meals from a large pot, fostering a sense of fairness and discipline, thus preventing any disorder. It must be acknowledged that Lu Dufeng and his companions demonstrated considerable skill in managing their troops. Chapter 160, preparing for battle. The following morning, at the break of dawn around 5 or 6 o'clock, when the sky was still cloaked in darkness, Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong summoned their respective subordinates for an early meal. Once they had satisfied their hunger, they set forth with their substantial forces towards Fengyan community. Meanwhile, Su Yang was nestled in slumber, embracing the four women, Ning Kaidai, Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, utterly oblivious to the impending threat that loomed. They were blissfully ensconced in their gentle dreams. By 9 in the morning, the four finally roused from their slumber, proceeding to wash up, brush their teeth, and partake in breakfast. Shortly thereafter, they gathered in the courtyard to feed the koi fish and tend to the flowers, watering and fertilizing them. As boredom set in, they decided to bring a table into the yard to play mahjong, a pastime that women naturally gravitate towards, not only for its cultural enrichment but also to pass the time. Thus, Su Yang found himself sidelined. Feeling a twinge of disinterest, Su Yang remarked to the four, "Are you merely playing without stakes? Don't you wish to wager on something? What shall we wager on?" Su Yunxi inquired. "I still have plenty of money left. Perhaps I could transfer some to you if I were to lose?" "Huh." The other three women scoffed, shaking their heads. "What good would that do? It's not something we can consume or enjoy, and it's a hassle even for basic needs. What do you propose we gamble on then?" Su Yunxi continued. "We've played several rounds already, and playing without stakes is rather dull." With a subtle smile, Su Muyu glanced at Qin Feng and then suggested, "How about we wager on shedding our garments? Whoever loses must remove a piece of clothing. What do you think? Is there even a need for that?" Su Yunxi replied, glancing at her sister. "We're all in our nightgowns, and once we strip, we'd be left in nothing but our undergarments. You all are still in your undergarments, whereas I'm not wearing anything." Su Muyu retorted with a pout. Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing chuckled. "Here, Su Yang is the only man. If we were to undress completely, he would be the sole spectator. What a clever scheme you concocted." Upon hearing their banter, Su Yunxi finally grasped the implications, her face lighting up with a playful smile directed at her sister. "So, are you all in for this wager?" Su Muyu, pouting, added, "Moreover, I wish to raise the stakes. Whoever loses not only removes a piece of clothing, but must also plan a kiss on our boss." "Are we really playing for such high stakes?" Su Yang's interest was piqued immediately. How could he resist a fortuitous opportunity like this? "I wish to gamble as well. While you play cards, I'll wager on the side." He addressed the four, an additional bet. "Whoever loses must kiss me. That adds up to 2 kisses for you. And if the other 3 win, what will you offer in return?" Ning Kaidai and Tang Qing queried simultaneously. "If I win, I shall kiss each of you." Su Yang chuckled. After all, irrespective of the outcome, he stood to gain. "Essentially, whether we win or lose, we are obliged to kiss you?" the other 3 women asked, somewhat reluctantly. "Indeed, in a game, one must abide by the rules of wager and loss," Su Yang affirmed, nodding. Despite their hesitance, the other 3 women pondered how they could let him gain such an advantage. Yet, they still agreed to continue. In no time, the courtyard was filled with the lively sounds of mahjong. Su Yang glanced at the 4 extraordinarily beautiful women, then at the exquisitely delicate flowers and the frolicking koi. He felt that such days were rather pleasant, truly quite comforting. The 4 women were engrossed in their game. Before long, Ning Kaidai lost and, with a generous spirit, tossed her clothes aside and rushed over to kiss Su Yang twice. The others also accepted their fate as they moved on to the next round. Fortunately, the residents of Fengyan community were all gone. Otherwise, being in the courtyard without clothes would have been quite embarrassing. However, at this moment, there was no need for concern. Even if they were to engage in various activities right there in the courtyard, it would matter little. As the game progressed, they unwittingly found themselves at noon. Meanwhile, the members of the 3 major factions had arrived a kilometer away from Fengyan community, with over 20,000 people advancing ahead of them, forming an exceedingly long line. Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong were at the rear, commanding the formation. The 3 leaders. Ahead lay Fengyan community. A subordinate approached to report, pointing into the distance. "Our vanguard is merely a kilometer from the enemy," Zhao Hong proclaimed loudly. Subsequently, the main force halted and began preparing a communal meal. Half an hour later, everyone had finished eating and resumed their march. They had barely walked 200 to 300 meters when boom, an explosion erupted. The first group of 10 or so was instantly killed, with over 20 others injured. What just happened? Someone inquired, bewildered. How did so many of our people suddenly perish? I don't know. It seems something was detonated. Quickly, go investigate. The person shouted, urging others to clarify the situation. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish, 3 more landmines detonated. 40 to 50 individuals, caught off guard, lost their lives. Those who reacted more slowly, positioned further away, were injured. Meanwhile, those at the back hastily employed their abilities to shield themselves, managing to block the shrapnel, steel balls, and the residual shockwaves from the explosions. Could this possibly be landmines? Someone cursed, exhausted, while lifting the injured and absorbing the abilities of their fallen comrades. Who on earth would be so dastardly as to plant landmines on the main road? Some of these landmines had been previously laid by Ning Kai-dai to deal with Wei Hongming and his associates. As the enemy passed through, some remained undetonated. However, many others had been newly placed, in even greater numbers and density. Some would detonate and trigger a cascade of explosions from nearby mines, creating a devastating impact that left the enemy in agony. Though Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong were positioned at the rear of the main force. Far from the explosions, the sounds of the blast reached their ears distinctly. What just exploded? Lu Dufeng demanded loudly. What is the condition of our casualties? At that moment, someone came running from the front, loudly exclaiming. The 3 leaders announced, brothers, someone has planted landmines ahead, killing 60 or 70 of our comrades and injuring nearly 100. Damn it, landmines. Ho Ping cursed vehemently. Where did this come from? Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong shook their heads in dismay. Let us proceed forward and investigate. The trio advanced into the unknown. Meanwhile, the 4 women, engrossed in their card game, were jolted by the sound of the explosions. They hastily pushed their cards aside, snatched their discarded robes from the ground, and rushed into the living room to properly attire themselves. Upon their return, they were fully equipped for battle. Clad in the cutting-edge combat uniforms prepared by Su Yang, Ning Kai-dai, with a Tang Dao slung across her back, exuded a remarkable blend of competence and charisma. Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing each showcased their own unique appeal, radiant in their beauty. The trio radiated excitement, eagerly shouldering rocket launchers, all brimming with a palpable sense of anticipation for the impending confrontation. Chapter 161. Striking contrast. Su Yang gazed through the glass of the courtyard, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. He murmured, the 3 major forces are finally arriving, albeit later than anticipated. Nevertheless, no matter when you come, I shall be here awaiting your arrival. Your lives are mine to claim, and your extraordinary abilities shall become my own. Boss, the enemies have arrived. When shall we strike? Inquired Su Yunqi. Only then did Su Yang notice that the 4 of them were fully prepared, awaiting his command. Why are you all so eager? More so than during a game of mahjong? Su Yang teased. Put down what you're holding. The enemies have yet to enter the community. What is the rush? Are we skipping meals? We've only just awakened our powers, chuckled Su Muyu. It's a perfect opportunity to hone our skills on these adversaries. It can also alleviate some of your burdens. Assisting me in vanquishing foes doesn't necessitate your direct involvement, Su Yang gently admonished, tapping Su Muyu on the nose. The enemy is numerous, and you've only just awakened your powers. They may have consumed countless abilities from others. Their strength is formidable. Your appearance would be perilous. Until the very end, none of us shall venture out. We will utilize rocket launchers and shells to obliterate them. Once we've dealt with these foes, we will enhance your abilities and then venture forth to aid me in battle. What say you? Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing nodded in agreement, simultaneously raising their rocket launchers towards the courtyard exterior. They aimed, then whispered bang, before lowering them again. Let us dine first. Only when we are well fed shall we possess the strength to slay. Su Yang looked at the 4 women. While the enemy has yet to breach our defenses, quickly tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. How about hot pot? Ning Kai-dai suggested after a moment's thought. Hot pot has a delightful atmosphere. Very well, Su Yang replied. Hot pot it is. He retrieved a large round table from storage, followed by a copper hot pot. He laid out an array of lamb rolls, beef rolls, an assortment of fresh meats, vegetables, and seafood, along with hot pot balls and mushrooms, filling the table to the brim. He also brought forth various beverages. Originally intending to serve alcohol, he reconsidered, knowing battle awaited them. Thus, he refrained. After all, one must adhere to the principle, no drinking during battle, and no fighting while drinking. Thus, the 5 of them gathered around the table to eat. We cannot simply feast, Su Yang proposed. Each person must perform a talent. The 4 women nodded in agreement. In an instant, the atmosphere in the courtyard reached its zenith, starkly contrasting with the 3 major forces outside. The leaders of the three major forces approached the forefront of their troops, their gazes cold and piercing as they surveyed the Fengyun community before them. Their murderous intent grew increasingly palpable. Observing the 4 large craters created by landmines and nearly 100 injured individuals, Lu Dufeng asked, "How are you all faring? Are your injuries severe?" 100 or more people voiced their concerns. The recent explosion may not have cost us our lives, but the aftermath could render us incapable of fighting. Quickly, give them the incomplete energy cores. Let them absorb them while recovering from their injuries. As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached with a package, distributing the energy cores to the injured. It seemed that this place was indeed rigged with landmines. Lu Dufeng meticulously examined the fragments and steel balls scattered across the snow, along with the 4 large craters left by the explosion. He turned to Huapin and Zhao Hong, stating, "It appears that Su Yang is indeed within the Fengyun community. Moreover, these landmines were set up as a precaution against us. Can you really deduce that this was the work of Su Yang solely based on the explosion?" The two inquired, puzzled. "Isn't that a bit hasty?" "Hasty?" Lu Dufeng retorted coldly, "Not at all. Have you considered who Su Yang is? He purchases survival supplies in vast quantities from our 4 families, spending billions daily without batting an eye. Furthermore, he always pays in full. He's an incredibly wealthy individual. Others may struggle to acquire landmines, but for him, it should be a trivial task." Nodding in agreement, the two acknowledged his reasoning. "With landmines laid along the only route, our main force cannot advance." Huapin and Zhao Hong expressed their urgency. "What is the issue with moving forward?" Lu Dufeng pointed toward the entrance of the Fengyun community, saying, "Each family can send out a few capable individuals to clear this path. The Fengyun community is only a few hundred meters away. If we allow ourselves to be intimidated by a handful of landmines, we would become the laughingstock of all the factions in Jizhou City." Subsequently, the 3 summoned 5 agile level 9 ability users from each family. "Remember, your task is to detonate the landmines buried in the snow," Zhao Hong instructed them. "But do ensure your safety." The 15 nodded in unison. All of them belonged to the agility category and were remarkably swift. Having seen many scenes of landmine encounters in movies, they believed that ordinary individuals would be harmed, but these landmines would pose no threat to them. Thus, their confidence was high. Just as they were about to set off, the previously injured individuals, having absorbed their abilities, found that their wounds had nearly healed. One of them spoke up, "Leaders, we volunteer to be part of the second wave to clear the mines. With our numbers, we can ensure that none will be missed." Lu Dufeng and his companions nodded in agreement, approving their determination. And so, the 15 agile ability users surged forward. Boom. As one individual stepped out, they inadvertently triggered a landmine. The explosion rang out, and that person transformed into a fleeting shadow, already 5 meters away as the sound of the blast echoed. Sensing the impending force of the explosion, they accelerated even further, leaving a series of afterimages as they managed to escape 15 meters beyond. The landmines continued to detonate in their wake. Boom, 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 boom. Despite numerous landmines being detonated, their immense power failed to inflict any harm upon the adversary. The individual scoffed disdainfully, poised to advance further when, unexpectedly, a landmine exploded merely 5 meters ahead of him. In his rapid progression, he could scarcely fathom that a mine could detonate in such a manner, one triggered by the pressure of another behind it. This was an unprecedented experience for him. Moreover, his velocity rendered him incapable of swiftly veering away to evade the impending danger. It was already too late as his body hurtled towards the epicenter of the explosion. With a resounding boom, the blast, a powerful anti-tank mine, obliterated him, leaving nothing but a raging inferno. In the blink of an eye, his remains were consumed by flames, leaving behind only a shimmering golden crystal core on the ground. Simultaneously, as he triggered these mines, other agile individuals were caught in the ensuing chaos, with several high-powered explosives detonating in succession, positioned ahead of them. They had never anticipated such a calamity, resulting in a tragic misstep that led to their untimely demise. Out of the original 15 ninth-level ability wielders, only 5 remained. Chapter 162. The optimized landmine array Ning Kai-Dai and Su Yang were acutely aware that the individuals from the 3 major factions possessed strength far superior to that of Wei Hongming and his associates. Consequently, while laying the landmines, they discreetly executed enhancements. The triggering mechanisms had become exceedingly diverse, and the explosive power had significantly increased. Even an agile level 9 Esper would find themselves utterly obliterated if caught unawares. The remaining 5 individuals halted at the entrance of Fengyun community, refraining from advancing further. Despite their survival, trepidation gripped their hearts. This was their first encounter with such devices, and each detonation left them trembling with fear. The mere few hundred meters they traversed had drained both their abilities and mental fortitude, akin to having engaged in a grueling battle. They were compelled to pause and recuperate. The demise of Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong's 10 level 9 subordinates weighed heavily on their leaders' hearts. The level 9 Espertos were their strongest forces apart from themselves. Although they had several capable subordinates, such attrition was unsustainable. They had yet to even breach the community before suffering such losses, intensifying the leaders' animosity towards Su Yang. As they observed the remaining 5 safely reach the community entrance, the trio finally exhaled with relief. At that moment, Zhao Hong raised his hand, causing the over 100 volunteers who had eagerly offered to traverse the minefield to turn pale with dread. They had witnessed, in stark clarity, the devastating toll inflicted upon even the swiftest level 9 agility type espers by the landmines. With such formidable power, why would they expect to pass unscathed? Regret seeped into their minds. They should never have been so hasty in their decision. Yet, having spoken, their only option was to proceed or face swifter demise. They trudged forward, disheartened, as if mourning a great loss. Fortunately, the previous 15 agility-type espers had already triggered most of the mines. As the group ventured over 100 meters, they remained unscathed, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape. Their courage gradually rekindled. Alas, as they advanced another 100 meters, one individual suddenly felt a rigid object beneath his foot. Realization struck, and he leapt into action, sprinting forward. The others, witnessing his movements, recognized the imminent danger and prepared themselves accordingly. Just as he lifted his foot, an anti-infantry mine erupted violently from the depths of the thick snow. Boom! The explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground. Snow cascaded down from the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. The power of the anti-infantry mine was immense, engulfing a 50-meter radius in devastation. Structures along the road were obliterated in an instant, claiming nearly 70 lives, their bodies incinerated in the raging flames. The remaining 20 or so, who had just begun to recover from their earlier injuries, were once again grievously wounded. However, they dared not linger, frantically sprinting forward. This resulted in a complete disarray of the formation. Numerous landmines were triggered once more, and the sound of explosions reverberated continuously. The ground was pockmarked with craters, flames soaring into the sky, and shrapnel flying in all directions. Steel projectiles pierced through structures, some even hurtling toward the 3 leaders. Lu Dufeng waved his hand, summoning a wall of fire that blazed fiercely, melting all incoming shrapnel and steel balls. Once the inferno dissipated, everyone gazed forward and beheld a scene transformed into a sea of flames 100 meters away. Thick smoke billowed, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the stench of charred corpses, inducing a powerful urge to retch. Among the remaining 20 or so, only one survived, but in a pitiful state, riddled with gaping wounds and bleeding profusely. Yet, with indomitable will, he charged toward the 5 agile ability users, collapsing to the ground. It was evident he could no longer continue. Death was merely a matter of time. Damn it! Hua Pin cursed vehemently. Isn't Su Yang supposed to procure landmines like he does with our survival supplies, purchasing them in the billions? Could it be that every location ahead has been rigged with landmines, and the entire community is laden with them? This posed a significant dilemma. Zhao Hong furrowed his brow. Surely Wei Hongming and his over 6,000 subordinates weren't all annihilated by landmines? If that's the case, it would indeed be absurd. Lu Dufeng remarked with a grim expression. To their surprise, the 3 had accurately surmised the situation. Su Yang had indeed acquired a substantial arsenal of weapons of mass destruction, spending significantly more than what they had on supplies. The landmines were merely a fraction of this arsenal, with many more yet to be deployed. Even if Wei Hongming and his men were not entirely wiped out by the mines, at least 2/3, if not more, had perished due to them. Often, one's subconscious judgments are strikingly accurate, yet people tend to dismiss these instinctual assessments, treating them as mere idle thoughts. Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong paid little heed to this notion as they observed the path leading to the entrance of Fengyan community, which had been thoroughly obliterated by landmines. There were no remaining hiding spots for such devices. With a wave of their hands, the army pressed forward, determined to capture Su Yang. They aimed not only to eliminate him, but also to seize all his survival supplies and acquire a significant stock of landmines. Although these devices posed a threat to them, they recognized their undeniable utility. Meanwhile, Su Yang and his 5 companions, enjoying their hot pot, remained unfazed by the continuous explosions outside the community. Their spirits were undiminished, relishing the meal and singing joyfully, the cheerful atmosphere unscathed. Su Yang had not even bothered to activate the radar screen. There is no deployment of small aircraft to monitor these individuals. After all, the sound of the landmines detonating is deafening. Those who were struck, their bodies shattered beyond recognition. Surely this sight would deter anyone's appetite. Therefore, in order to maintain a healthy appetite, it is best to avoid such sights for the time being. Su Yang surmises that the adversary, confident in their numerical superiority and strength, will not retreat even if some of their number fall to the blasts. They will surely devise alternative strategies. Meanwhile, I have not taken the initiative to attack, relying solely on passive defense through the landmines. The enemy will likely perceive my tactics as limited and will not be dissuaded by the mere presence of these explosives. After all, the endless resources lie tantalizingly close. No one would willingly relinquish such an opportunity. What remains now is to patiently wait, to continue drawing enmity, and to lead them into a trap. Having formulated his next course of action, Su Yang called to the four women. Eat, quickly. You must eat well. You are still in your growth phase. And insufficient nourishment will hinder your development. Chapter 163. Each displays their talents, crossing the minefield we still need to develop. The four women proudly adjusted their alluring figures. They believed they understood the meaning behind Su Yang's words, but chose not to retort any further. They dropped their favorite foods into the hot pot and began to cook them. Meanwhile, Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong stood at the entrance of Fengyan community. Their brows furrowed in concern. They were at a loss on how to deal with the numerous landmines planted by the enemy. Considering the abundance of mines outside, it was reasonable to assume there were even more within the community. The snow covering the mines rendered them exceedingly concealed, making avoidance nearly impossible. With nearly 20,000 subordinates, their ranks were stretched thin. The main force had already arrived at the community entrance, while those at the rear remained a couple of kilometers away. The swiftest solution would be to disregard the mines altogether and allow the main force to charge in, relying on their numbers to absorb the losses. However, this could only be a last resort, as such an approach would result in excessive casualties, likely leading to a loss of morale and cohesion within the ranks. Sighing, the three men stood lost in thought, desperately hoping to devise a strategy to break the impasse. Though they were initially ordinary individuals, they had awakened their abilities long ago and had engaged in numerous battles against other awakened beings. Yet, when confronted with advanced technological weaponry, they found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. This predicament was not unique to Su Yang or Wei Hongming. Even the leaders of the three major factions faced similar challenges. Most opted to send their subordinates to navigate the minefield, but the results were far from satisfactory. The leaders of the three factions fared somewhat better. They initially allowed such tactics, but quickly shifted to seeking alternative methods to avoid the mines or detonate them in advance. Naturally, the three men believed that, with their formidable powers at the third level of their abilities, they could withstand the damage from ordinary landmines. However, they could not afford to do all the dirty work themselves, as it would undermine their prestige. What era is this? Huo Pin exclaimed. Everyone is utilizing their powers. Yet Su Yang still resorts to landmines. No matter how formidable they are still inanimate. I refuse to believe he can effectively deal with awakened beings. Lu Dufeng's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Exactly. How did I not see this before? We have fallen into a trap set by these mines. As awakened beings with immense strength, why should we fear mere landmines? We can simply unleash our powers to detonate them. Just as he was about to take action to test his theory, Huo Pin acted first. He drew the heavy blade from his back and swung it forward with tremendous force. As a practitioner of physical enhancement abilities, he possessed unparalleled strength. Channeling his boundless power into the blade, he cleaved through the snow, leaving a slender gash in the ground 100 meters ahead. Wherever they passed, the landmines were cleaved in two by the formidable blade. Subsequently, they detonated with a resounding explosion. Lu Dufeng waved his hand, melting all the incoming shrapnel and steel balls with flames. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong extended his hand, unleashing his extraordinary ability from his brow. An invisible barrier materialized, shielding them from the explosive air currents and aftershocks. A passage several meters wide emerged within a 100-meter radius of the community, albeit marred by deep craters. The high-temperature melted snow transformed into water, rushing into the pits until they brimmed. Moments later, the water froze rapidly in the frigid air. Zhao Hong advanced 100 meters and snapped his fingers. Green light emanated from his fingertips, causing the accumulated snow 100 meters ahead to undulate continuously. Gradually, all the snow began to rise as green vines emerged from beneath. The vines thickened progressively, clearing the snow away, inadvertently triggering the landmines below. The sound of explosions echoed once more, scattering the vines into fragments, which vanished without a trace. Once again, a 100-meter passage was cleared. Finally, it was Lu Dufeng's turn. He awakened the power of fire. Raising his hand, a scorching fireball appeared in his palm, soaring towards 100 meters ahead. Upon release, the fireball expanded rapidly, flames intensifying and temperatures soaring until it reached a size that one could barely embrace with outstretched arms. It then surged forward at remarkable speed, melting the snow in its wake, revealing the ground beneath. Upon contact with a landmine, it detonated. The fireball halted 100 meters away before dissipating, leaving yet another 100-meter passage cleared. The trio had each contributed, effortlessly clearing a corridor several meters wide and 300 meters long, leaving their subordinates in awe. Truly, these three leaders were formidable, capable of igniting all the landmines with a mere wave of their hands. The praises flowed incessantly. The three exchanged smiles, unperturbed by the flattery. Subsequently, Huapin commanded, "The passage is now established. Let us proceed. Those at the forefront, follow our method to clear the corridor. Once your abilities are exhausted, rotate with others. If one cannot forge such a wide path, then let 5, 10, 100, or even 1,000 join together." I refuse to believe that Su Yang's landmines outnumber our combined forces. Upon receiving the orders, those at the front immediately sprung into action. Lu Dufeng called over 4 individuals, instructing, "Relay the orders to everyone behind. Once we enter the community, all must adhere to this path. If it's too narrow, squeeze through. Should a landmine detonate, it is your life at stake. Do not blame me for failing to warn them." The 4 individuals nodded in agreement and promptly exited. Meanwhile, Lu Dufeng and his companions exchanged cold smiles as they gazed at the Fengyan community. In their hearts, they mused, regardless of the advanced technology behind those landmines or their formidable power, they are trivial in the presence of extraordinary individuals. As long as one possesses intellect, there is always a means to eliminate them. Su Yang, did you ever anticipate that the meticulously planned mines would be dismantled in such a manner? I wonder how long this wealthy peasant can maintain his arrogance. When we arrive before you with our forces, your life, along with those boundless supplies, will belong to us. Your demise and those resources will serve as the foundation for our triumphant reign over the entire Jizhou city. The trio had yet to lay eyes on Su Yang, yet they were already lost in their fantasies. Little did they realize the fate that awaited them. Perhaps when they finally comprehend the reality, they will understand that opposing Su Yang will be the gravest mistake of their lives. By then, it will be too late to regret. Chapter 164. Excessive Deception. Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong, the leaders of the 3 major factions, stood nearby supervising the operations. Although their subordinates lacked the same formidable strength as the trio, they were nonetheless swift in clearing the snow and detonating the mines, yet none dared to slacken their efforts. Each group consisted of approximately 100 individuals, collectively utilizing their unique abilities to remove the snow ahead. The mines below were triggered and exploded, but their power varied. No one could predict which would detonate next. The disparity in strength among the individuals meant that, with each explosion, several lives were lost. Nevertheless, casualties outside the Fengyun residential area remained relatively contained, as the workers' pace was sluggish, often requiring personnel exchanges. After half an hour, only over 100 meters had been cleared. The main force advanced slowly, and within 2 hours, the last group finally caught up. Due to the sheer number of people, most were congested outside the complex, unable to enter. The passage that had been cleared became increasingly crowded. After another 2 hours, the 3 factions managed to remove an additional 400 meters of snow, bringing the total to over 1,100 meters. Countless mines had been detonated, the explosions ringing incessantly in their ears. Some individuals with lesser abilities suffered from a ringing in their ears, greatly distressed. Concurrently, nearly 100 lives were lost due to the mine explosions. As time pressed on, Lu Dufeng glanced at the clock and realized it was already 6 in the evening. He urged, "Hasten your pace. Just ahead lies the residential building, and darkness will soon fall. We must all take shelter before nightfall." At that very moment, Su Yang abruptly pressed a button in his hand, which controlled some of the mines in the complex that could be triggered manually, akin to a bomb. The detonator was firmly in his grasp. Once activated, an explosion would ensue. Boom. The group clearing the snow was immediately engulfed in the blast. A full 100 individuals perished instantly, their crystal cores raining down like hail. A powerful shockwave surged forth, only to be thwarted by the combined efforts of the 3 factions. Flames soared several meters high, melting the surrounding snow. "Everyone, be cautious. The mines grow more potent as we advance," Lu Dufeng cautioned. Yet, scarcely had he finished his warning when the mine triggered by Su Yang was revealed to be part of a chain reaction. Moreover, Ning Kai-dai had buried them in 2 layers, with several meters separating each. Once the first mine detonated, the remaining mines began to explode in succession along the path they had cleared. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of high-powered mines erupted on either side of the passage. The 2,000 individuals at the forefront had no time to react and were consumed by the cataclysm, their remains obliterated. A colossal abyss has manifested upon the ground, where over 2,000 crystal cores lie at the bottom. The snow melts under the intense heat, rapidly transforming into vapor. Even Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong are caught in the aftermath, engulfed by the explosive flames. Fortunately, their formidable strength prevents them from being at the epicenter of the blast, allowing them to leap from the inferno. Their garments are tattered, and their faces are smeared with soot and ash. With grim expressions, They gaze at the raging flames and the wails of their subordinates. The murderous intent within them escalates to an extreme as they grit their teeth and declare, "Su Yang, we shall carve you into 1,000 pieces." They had initially believed that their method of clearing the landmines, though slower, would minimize casualties. To their dismay, a moment's carelessness resulted in the demise of over 2,000 individuals, with many more sustaining severe injuries. Even they themselves narrowly escaped disaster, suffering significant losses. This vendetta cannot go unpunished. Hio Pin bellows a warning. Everyone, exercise caution. Do not approach the snowbanks along the pathways. He then commands, others, come forth and assist the injured brothers to safety for treatment. Rotate in a new squad to continue clearing a passage out. The injured number over 2,000, with some having been flung far away by the explosion's shockwave, dragging deep furrows in the snow. Those lying in the community are sprawled haphazardly, and those attempting to rescue them are oblivious, thinking all is well. Yet, before they can drag out many, another landmine detonates, claiming 500 more lives in the process. The toll of this period is staggering. The expressions of the trio darken increasingly. Zhao Hong shouts furiously, "Su Yang, you have gone too far. If I discover which building you occupy, I shall capture you and reduce you to a grotesque form." Yet, no matter how they rage or howl, Su Yang remains indifferent, leisurely enjoying hot pot with Ning Kai-dai. Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing. Their meal stretches from noon into the afternoon, filling their bellies to the brim. Unable to consume any more, they begin to sing. By the time evening descends, the three factions have advanced another 400 meters, arriving before two residential buildings. Night has fully enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, the distant streetlight resonates with song. By the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon, the evening breeze caresses the willows, and the flute's melody lingers. As the sunset bathes the mountains beyond, the singing is not particularly melodious, yet it conveys a sense of contentment and joy. Occasionally, the sounds of playful laughter and light-hearted bickering between men and women emerge. From the voices, Lu Dufeng and his companions recognize that it is indeed Su Yang. Having interacted frequently during previous dealings, they are well acquainted with his voice. They turn their gaze toward the distant streetlight, where a speaker is surprisingly suspended. The sound emanated from the speakers. "This is outrageous," Huopin exclaimed vehemently. "Are they mocking us? We are out here, freezing like dogs, all the while cautiously avoiding the bombardment of landmines, suffering countless casualties. Meanwhile, they revel in merriment, drinking and singing, having the audacity to install a sound system. This is nothing short of blatant provocation. Su Yang, do not let me catch you. If I do, you shall pay dearly." Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong were equally incensed. They had never encountered such underhanded tactics before, secretly planting so many landmines, causing the deaths of their comrades without even showing their faces, and then deliberately mocking them with a loudspeaker. How could anyone endure such humiliation? Even a figure made of clay would have their ire ignited. The three silently vowed that regardless of the cost, Su Yang must be eliminated. As long as such a person remained alive, their indignation would never subside. "You are an ability user of the flying category," Lu Dufeng instructed one of his subordinates. "Take advantage of the night. Fly out and survey the entire compound's layout and conditions. Report to me immediately upon discovering anything unusual." Chapter 165. Is there any ground without landmines? One of the subordinates nodded. With a surge of supernatural energy, several pairs of transparent wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to ascend slowly. Reaching an altitude of approximately 10 meters, he had already reached his limit and flew toward the distance. Lu Dufeng regarded Huopin and Zhao Hong, inquiring, "How shall we divide these two buildings among the three of us?" "Let us do it together," Huopin replied without hesitation. "Since we came as three families, we should stay together tonight as well. Although we are many, the buildings are tall, more than 20 stories. With 2 households per elevator, 1 building will suffice for our brothers. Let them all squeeze in. It will be manageable for one night." Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong offered no further comments. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his brothers to enter the building. Along the way, they witnessed their comrades falling victim to explosions, ever vigilant against the possibility of triggering landmines themselves. The subordinates of these 3 powerful factions were undoubtedly experiencing significant mental strain. Upon entering the residential building, they finally felt a sense of relief, though the noise outside was rather disruptive. The melodious voices of Su Yang and the 4 women, singing, echoed. The sun in the west is about to set. The Fengyun community is quiet and still. We have landmines. We have cannons. No matter how many enemies come, we will drive them away. For Lu Dufeng, Huopin, Zhao Hong, and their subordinates, the song became increasingly grating, feeling as if it mocked them. "What nonsense is this?" Huopin cursed vehemently. "Don't think that just because you've set some landmines and belted out a few songs, we will be cowed. Just wait until we capture you. You will regret it." With a stern expression, Lu Dufeng instructed his men, search the building and see how many people are inside. Bring them out and eliminate them. He felt utterly humiliated that day and was determined to release his pent-up frustration, otherwise it might drive him to madness. The subordinates of the three factions felt similarly. Upon hearing his command, they stormed into the building with fury. As soon as they stepped inside, one of them suddenly felt a thin wire. Boom! A landmine detonated, causing the entire building to tremble. The explosion was not particularly powerful, yet 4 individuals met their demise. Those who charged into the building were taken aback. Damn it, Su Yang is too cunning. He even planted landmines inside the community buildings. Zhao Hong could no longer contain himself, cursing loudly. You wretched scoundrel, I will make sure to teach you a lesson tomorrow. He then directed his subordinates. Repair the damaged areas thoroughly. The brothers will need to rest here later. Also, there is no snow inside the building, so search carefully for any landmines or bombs and extract them all. The others nodded in agreement. A large group commenced their search, ascending floor by floor. Boom! Another explosion erupted. It was unclear who had triggered the landmine this time. Flames erupted from a room, instantly claiming the lives of 5 men in his team, with concrete debris flying in all directions. After a series of explosions that claimed the lives of 70 to 80 individuals, silence finally descended. At that moment, a voice cried out, "There are landmines here. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can help disarm them?" Following this call, a group of people approached cautiously. Do not be afraid. I have already controlled the detonation wires, the speaker assured them. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. One suggested, you should carefully cut the wires. Be extremely cautious. Without hesitation, the individual began to follow the advice, disregarding whether it was correct. Lacking scissors, he utilized his supernatural abilities as he was a martial arts practitioner. A flash of sword light emanated from his fingertips, severing the landmine's detonation wire, yet the mine remained inert, lying quietly. The onlookers, astonished by its simplicity, gathered around, eager to see the device that had claimed so many of their comrades. The man who discovered the mine gingerly lifted it, cradling it in his hands. This is a landmine? He mused. It resembles the old-fashioned ones depicted in films. It must be from World War II. I can't believe its power could take so many of our brothers. Surrounded by over 100 people, they chattered excitedly. You lucky fellow. You're the first to disarm a landmine. Hurry and claim your reward from the 3 leaders. The discoverer beamed at the prospect of receiving valuable items from the leaders. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he walked forward, the landmine swaying in his grasp, oblivious to any fear of it detonating again. The crowd followed closely behind him. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, an unsettling sense of danger washed over him, causing his heart to race. Surely, no one would attempt to steal my landmine to claim a reward. He dismissed the thought from his mind. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The force of the blast tore through the ceiling, and the ground beneath him crumbled as if made of paper, reducing everything to rubble. The surrounding walls collapsed, and flames ignited, leaving the man and his companions obliterated, without a trace. As crystal cores fell like rain, they were soon buried beneath the debris. Even in their final moments, the victims could not comprehend how a disarmed landmine could still detonate. Indeed, the mine was an antiquated model, but it had been modified by Ning Kai-dai. The wires were merely a ruse. This particular landmine was triggered not by wires, but by an internal leveling mechanism. A steel ball within would tilt to one side, creating a state of weightlessness inside the mine, causing the weight at the top to press down on a firing pin and ultimately detonate the explosive. Ning Kai-dai, hailing from a special forces background, understood that even those with military experience might struggle to effectively disarm a meticulously placed landmine. How much more challenging it must be for those utterly ignorant of such matters. One can only conclude that those who meet their demise beneath such a cunningly designed explosive have met a most unjust fate. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the entire building, causing it to tremble incessantly. The sound pierced the ears with agonizing intensity, inciting a cascade of curses. We came here to rest, not to endure bombardment. Do they not fear for their own lives with so many mines laid? It is merely a building. What grievance could it have possibly caused? This individual is undoubtedly deranged, perpetually scheming against others, a true embodiment of malice. Should I ever lay hands on him, I would ensure he faces a most brutal reckoning. The fervent cries of Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong resonated, their fury ignited by the chaos. Had Su Yang been among them, he would have undoubtedly dismembered their adversary with ruthless precision, feasting upon his flesh and drinking his blood. Chapter 166, Provocation from Afar. However, their anger was of no consequence at this moment. They had yet to even lay eyes on Su Yang. The desire to annihilate their adversary was futile. No matter how great their ire, they could only stifle it. Just then, another explosion reverberated through the air. Numerous subordinates were obliterated, although the building remained standing. It had suffered considerable damage. In a short span, they had lost nearly 500 men. Zhao Hong and Huapin surveyed the smoke-laden structure, contemplating a relocation for their men, but were halted by Lu Dufeng, who asserted, "This building is riddled with landmines and explosives. Do you think other buildings are devoid of such hazards? Continuing in this manner will only exacerbate our casualties. What do you propose we do?" The two queried, their expressions darkening. "Stay here," Lu Dufeng declared with a resonant voice. "So what if it's somewhat damaged? So what if it's drafty? Let the brothers huddle together at night for warmth. We'll scrounge up some furniture to ignite for warmth and make do for a night. After all, the explosives here are nearly detonated. How much more damage can be inflicted? Once I dispatch someone to assess the situation in the vicinity and locate Su Yang, we shall strike at dawn after breakfast." It appeared that this was their only recourse for the time being. The two had no viable alternatives and thus resolved to adhere to Lu Dufeng's plan. About half an hour later, the explosions ceased. The trio exhaled a sigh of relief. The individuals they had sent to search for landmines and explosives began to return. "Leaders," one reported, addressing the three, "we have conducted a thorough search of the entire building. We found no survivors, only large barrels, akin to those in the Kwangshan wholesale market, filled with blood, alongside desiccated human remains. It seems the occupants within perished in mutual slaughter. Did you discover any unexploded explosives or landmines?" Lu Dufeng was far more concerned about the explosives than the fate of the building's inhabitants. What if one of his men inadvertently triggered an explosion? "Yes," the man replied. "All the landmines have detonated, claiming many brothers. However, through meticulous searching, we found these C4 explosives. Compared to those landmines, these bombs are less potent and easier to dismantle, causing us minimal casualties." As he spoke, they cautiously brought over several burlap sacks. Upon opening them, they revealed a trove of C4 explosives, at least 200 to 300. This sight left Lu Dufeng, Huapin, Zhao Hong, and their surrounding subordinates in shock. If these were to detonate simultaneously, the entire building would be leveled. Even a top-tier superhuman might struggle to withstand such an explosion. "Damn it. Just the sight of these infuriates me," Huapin thundered, seizing a C4 explosive with the intent to destroy it. Yet, once again, Lu Dufeng intervened. "Why do you always stop me?" Huapin fumed. "The explosive devices possess considerable power. Are you not afraid of triggering them by tampering with them at this moment?" Lu Dufeng retorted with irritation. "With so many brothers around, do you think today's casualties are insufficient?" Upon hearing this, Huapin quickly withdrew his hand, his anger gradually subsiding. The subordinates surrounding them looked at him with expressions of gratitude. "How should we handle these items?" Zhao Hong inquired, seeking to dissipate the awkward tension between the two. "We cannot simply leave them here. I have an ominous premonition that they might detonate at any moment." "Certainly, they cannot remain here," Lu Dufeng asserted. "It is far too perilous. If one were to explode while we are so densely packed together, the casualties would be catastrophic. Let us secure these items properly, away from the snow, and keep them outside. They may prove useful in the future." "What use do I have for these?" Huapin asked dismissively. "These are valuable assets," Lu Dufeng replied with a smile. "Previously, our perspective was limited. When engaged in combat with other factions, we could only rely on our abilities. Now, with these devices, we can utilize them against our rivals. Once detonated, typical ability users cannot withstand the force. Killing ability users is significantly swifter than relying solely on abilities. Furthermore, it was with such devastating explosives and mines that Su Yang claimed the lives of so many of our brothers. Why not return the favor, using his own bombs against him and his subordinates? If he causes us distress, we shall ensure his suffering is even greater." A splendid idea. The two nodded in agreement. And Lu Dufeng began distributing the C4 explosives, allocating over 80 to each faction. They then sought waterproof materials to securely wrap the devices before departing to store them far from the building they occupied. Upon their return, Huapin glanced at the loudspeaker on the distant streetlight, feeling a surge of anger. Why on earth is it still playing music at this late hour? With a powerful punch empowered by his strength, he struck, resulting in a deafening explosion as the streetlight and speaker were obliterated. At last, the world fell silent. "Well done." Lu Dufeng commended those who had located the explosives. "Once this matter is resolved, the three of us shall collectively reward you. Now, go and have your meal." "Leaders, we have one more matter to report." The foremost individual addressed the trio. "While searching for the explosives, we discovered a villa in the central area of the community. Moreover, the villa is brightly lit. Is that truly the case?" Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong inquired in unison. The man nodded. The three hurriedly ascended the building. Soon, they reached the top floor. In fact, they had already spotted the distant lights before reaching the top, but they continued to the rooftop for a broader perspective. Gazing out, they observed that the entire Fongyan community was shrouded in darkness, save for the central area, which was unobstructed and remarkably open, even as the heavy snow continued to fall. It could not obscure the radiance emanating from the villa. The three individuals, with keen gazes, peered through the swirling snow and discerned the faint figures of one man and four women dining on hot pot in the courtyard. The distance, however, prevented them from discerning their features. Without the need for speculation, they were well aware that the man was none other than Su Yang. A palpable aura of hostility coalesced among them as they gritted their teeth and murmured, "Su Yang, you scoundrel, so this is where you conceal yourself." Every movement they made was under Su Yang's perceptive awareness. He slowly rose, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips, and raised a middle finger in the direction of the three. Subsequently, he gestured with his hand across his neck a few times before resuming his seat to enjoy the hot pot with Ning Kai-dai and the four women. Though Lu Dufeng and his companions could not clearly discern the gestures exchanged, they understood that Su Yang was already aware of their presence. And it was undoubtedly a gesture laden with provocation and mockery. Chapter 167. Envy, jealousy, hatred. The three men glared furiously at the distant villa, their stares unwavering. Yet they received no acknowledgement in return. All they could discern were vague silhouettes moving within the villa's yard. Lu Dufeng and his companions, filled with a sense of dissatisfaction, descended from the rooftop. Meanwhile, the flying ability user dispatched by Lu Dufeng had initially surveyed the exterior of the Fengyan community, discovering no signs of life within. He then soared towards the centrally illuminated villa. At first, he could only perceive indistinct figures, but as he approached, the individuals inside gradually came into clearer view. To his astonishment, he realized that the yard was ensconced in glass, entirely transformed into a sunroom. Inside, vibrant flowers bloomed, and lush greenery thrived. There were even artificial hills, fountains, and a swimming pool, with koi fish joyfully swimming about in the water feature. The sight was unbearable for the flying ability user, igniting a feeling of jealousy within him. In such heavy snow and frigid weather, the villa's yard radiated warmth akin to spring. To inhabit such a place would undoubtedly feel like entering paradise. Through the glass, he caught a glimpse of Su Yang and four exquisite beauties gathered around a table, indulging in hot pot, two of whom were twins. Instantly, his gaze became transfixed. Comparing his usual companions to theirs, he felt a stark contrast, as if one were from the heavens while the other was from the depths of the earth. The adage rang true: comparing goods leads to disappointment, and comparing people can lead to despair. Reflecting on the disparity of lifestyles, tears involuntarily welled in his eyes. Yet, he remained resolute in his mission. Continuing to fly towards the villa, he noticed Su Yang, who also became aware of him. However, Su Yang did not engage, nor did he acknowledge the intruder. The five continued their jovial conversation as if oblivious to his presence. The man cautiously approached from the air, eventually producing his phone to activate the recording function, capturing the scene within the yard on video. After circling the villa, he made his way back. "Boss, why not eliminate him since he is at the doorstep?" "He is merely gathering intelligence," Su Yunchi queried, perplexed, "and now he has recorded the video." Su Yang, unfazed, replied, "To us, he is of little consequence. Our objective is to eradicate all members of the three major factions along with their leaders. Let him record. Tomorrow, not a single one will escape. Moreover, the more he learns about us, the greater his greed will grow. His anger will swell, driving him to desire our demise. This will only compel them to consider fleeing when casualties mount, providing us with the perfect opportunity to ensnare them all." Su Yunchi, Sumuyo, and Tang Qing nodded in agreement, while Ning Kai-dai's eyes sparkled with intense battle spirit. She turned to Su Yang and inquired, "May I finally stretch my muscles tomorrow?" "Absolutely," Su Yang replied. "With your strength, you could certainly rank among the top in the entire Great Xia. Even the combined forces of the three major leaders may not stand a chance against you. It would be a mere trifle to stretch your limbs. However, it is essential to eliminate a significant portion of their troops first." Ning Kai-dai nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I shall remember that. We have eaten our fill, and we have sufficiently provoked the opposition. It is time to tidy up and rest." Su Yang smiled, remarking, "We have a formidable battle to face tomorrow." The four women rose, urging Su Yang to take his shower first while they remained to clean up. They disposed of the trash and washed the dishes before taking a moment to rest, and then decided to bathe. This time, they opted not to use the pool in the courtyard, as there were enemies in the vicinity, and they preferred to avoid being exposed. Upon entering the bathroom, they were surprised to find Su Yang still inside. "What are you waiting for?" Su Yang teased, "Come on in. I'll give you a back rub." The four women's faces flushed, but they ultimately stepped inside. Meanwhile, a flying type ability user was rapidly beating his translucent wings, propelling himself through the snow with utmost speed. He hurried back to the previous building, and as soon as he entered, he approached Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong, leaning closer to the fire pit for warmth. having spent too long outside. Even as an ability user, he was beginning to feel the strain, his body stiff from the cold. The trio did not mind his lack of formality. Once he had sufficiently warmed up, Ludufing inquired, "Have you gathered intel on the situation in the community?" The man nodded. "I did not detect any presence in these buildings. I also observed that several of them have been reduced to ruins," suggesting a fierce battle had occurred previously. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and showed Ludufing the footage he had recorded. "I discovered a 4-story villa in the center of the community. The yard spans 1,000 square meters, transformed into a sunroom, entirely enveloped in glass. Inside, there is 1 man and 4 women. I found no one else. I have the distinct impression that these 4 are the only individuals in the entire community." Ludufing, Huopin, and Zhaohong fixated on the phone screen, captivated by the footage of the villa's surroundings. They silently mused. No wonder they are affluent. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, they remain unaffected. The villa exuded warmth reminiscent of spring, and they couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to possess such a residence. Their thoughts became more vivid when they saw in the video a man and 4 women laughing together, finally confirming that it was indeed Su Yang. Damn, is Su Yang even human? Huopin cursed vehemently. 1 man surrounded by 4 stunning women, and they are all exquisite, especially those twins. They surpass the first-rate actresses seen on television in beauty and allure. "Once I capture you, I shall toy with your women right before your eyes, and then I will take your life. Let those 4 women serve me as dogs." Meanwhile, Ludufing and Zhaohong clenched their fists, their hearts ablaze with fury. "This is utterly outrageous, a flagrant affront. We have journeyed thousands of miles, enduring countless hardships to arrive here. And we have lost so many brothers to the violence. Yet, you indulge in the comforts of this environment, feasting on hot pot and singing merrily. This is a blatant mockery. A slap in our faces. This is a deliberate display meant to provoke us. Su Yang, you have sealed your own fate." The 3 of them harbored an intense hatred towards Su Yang. At this moment, their desires extended beyond mere coveting of each other's resources. They yearned for one another's women and villas. They sought to claim everything from one another. If they did not eliminate their rivals, their resentment would remain unquenched. Ludufing turned sharply to the aerial ability user and questioned sternly, "Are you absolutely certain that you have thoroughly inspected every building in the entire community? There is not a single person inside." The individual nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, although I have not entered the buildings, the situation within cannot be concealed from me." The 4 individuals who emerged from the villa, along with our 3 major factions, found not a soul within the entire community. Chapter 168, Night Raid. Thus, it appears that only 5 of them remain in this vast residential complex. Ludufing's eyes gleamed with realization. The individual remarked, "Even if there are people hidden within the villa, they should be few in number. Although the villa stands 4 stories tall, how many could it possibly accommodate?" "I comprehend now." Ludufing waved his hand, signaling the individual to withdraw. He then addressed Zhao Hong and Huopin, saying, "Gentlemen, I have ascertained the situation regarding Su Yang. There are indeed only 5 individuals involved, and from the information gathered at the Kwangshan wholesale market, he is likely of golden tier strength. Furthermore, they have not recruited additional personnel with the resources at their disposal, indicating their capabilities are quite limited. However, they have planted landmines throughout the community, and they may possess other explosives as well. It remains uncertain whether Wei Hongming and his subordinates fell to their hands. If they were indeed annihilated, then those 5 must have absorbed considerable abilities, greatly enhancing their strength. Yet, in full awareness of our arrival, they have refrained from engaging us directly, opting instead to hinder our advance with those landmines. Such behavior certainly raises suspicions. What is there to doubt?" Huopin retorted, agitated. "Since we have confirmed that there are merely 5 of them, why should we fear? We can simply launch an assault at dawn." "Indeed," Zhao Hong concurred. "Their reliance on landmines to deter us indicates that even if they have awakened their abilities, their strength is not formidable. Otherwise, they would not need to resort to such measures. No matter how powerful the landmines may be, they serve only a defensive purpose and cannot initiate an offensive. If you were in their position, having gained immense strength, would you not take the initiative in confronting your adversaries?" Both Ludufing and Huopin shook their heads in unison. "Very well, let us retire early," Ludufing declared to the 2. "At first light, we shall commence our attack and extract Su Yang from that villa. Let him experience our methods." The 2 nodded in agreement. A profound understanding existed among the 3, and none broached the topic of how to divide the villa post-elimination of Su Yang, for it was not yet the appropriate time to discuss such matters. After all, discord among the 3 factions would be detrimental. Their subordinates brought forth prepared provisions and laid out blankets for them. After their meal, the 3 settled down to sleep not far from the warmth of the fire. For a brief moment, the Fengyan community fell silent, save for the howling wind and snow. Throughout the night, apart from some restlessness during his bath, Su Yang did not engage with the four women. The five of them nestled together in slumber. In the dead of night, Su Yang and Ning Kaidai simultaneously opened their eyes. Cautiously, they rose from the bed. Su Yang retrieved several small drones from his spatial compartment and released them from the villa. These drones were equipped with the most advanced surveillance technology, braving the wind and snow as they soared towards the building housing the three major factions. Just as the drones neared the edifice, Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong simultaneously awakened. Hua Pin whispered, "Do you ever get the sense that someone is watching us?" The two nodded in agreement. Zhao Hong inquired, "What on earth could approach us so stealthily, yet manage to spy on us? And why does it instill such a sense of foreboding in our hearts?" "I have no idea," Lu Dufeng replied in a hushed tone. "It probably poses no threat. Perhaps Su Yang has installed a pinhole camera in this building, which our people failed to uncover. He might be observing us in the dead of night. What should we do?" Zhao Hong's expression shifted. "Being completely exposed beneath the enemy's gaze is far from ideal." "Let it be," Lu Dufeng continued. "The more cautious they are, the more it attests to their lack of strength. We can let them observe. In the face of absolute power, any schemes are likely insignificant. Just mere tricks." Su Yang watched the three on the screen, their cautious demeanor eliciting a faint smile. When it came to absolute strength, it was Su Yang who truly fit the description. If he truly intended to take action, he could annihilate all members of the three major factions single-handedly. The disparity in power was simply insurmountable. His reluctance to act stemmed from a desire to conceal his capabilities and to ensure that the enemy learned a profound lesson before meeting their demise. He wished for them to perish in fear and despair. Moreover, in such a monotonous apocalypse, these individuals served merely to alleviate his boredom. Su Yang turned to Ning Kaidai. "Have those drones activate their infrared scanners? Let us ascertain how many bombs remain undisassembled within the building." Ning Kaidai retrieved a tablet, linking it to the small drones. The drones commenced a thorough scan of the entire building. Before long, the structure of the building materialized on the tablet's screen, revealing numerous red dots. These marked locations indicated where explosives had been installed. When Ning Kaidai placed the bombs and mines within the residential building, she did not merely conceal them in plain sight. Many hidden corners were also rigged. Yet, these were merely designed to mislead the enemy. There were additional placements in locations they would never suspect, such as ventilation ducts and sewage systems, even within toilets. These were the true trump cards. And despite claims of deactivating the bombs, the reality was otherwise. Those explosives could be detonated both via wires and remote control. After she completed the installations, she handed the remote controls to Su Yang. "There are still over 200 bombs remaining," Ning Kaidai informed Su Yang. Su Yang retrieved several remote controls from his space and pressed each marked spot on the screen in succession. Meanwhile, Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong continued their hushed conversation. Suddenly, they felt their hearts race, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping them. The next moment, a deafening explosion erupted. The topmost floor was obliterated, claiming the lives of dozens. Following closely was another thunderous blast. A room was engulfed in flames, claiming the lives of its occupants. Soon, a series of explosions erupted, resonating with a thunderous roar. Boom, 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 boom. With each detonation, 3 individuals from the 3 dominant factions perished. Some even flung from the building itself. As they plummeted, the layer below them detonated as well, their bodies shattered into countless fragments. What transpired? Hadn't the bombs been disarmed? Upon hearing the first explosion, 3 individuals rose to their feet, their expressions grim as they inquired about the chaos. However, the relentless explosions drowned out their voices, rendering them unheard amidst the cacophony. In the ensuing turmoil, the surviving souls became frantic, scrambling towards the exits. The entire structure, already teetering precariously, could no longer withstand the onslaught of 200 successive blasts. The uppermost floors collapsed first, crushing over 100 individuals who had not managed to escape in time. At that moment, the bombs on the ground floor began to detonate as well. Flames surged, and dense smoke billowed forth as the entire edifice crumbled. Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong, leveraging their formidable strength, made their escape. Standing amidst the ruins, they braved the biting winds and snow, taking stock of their numbers. Chapter 169. Mobilization. Before the battle, everyone stood in the frigid snow, some even without clothing. Those suffering from the bitter cold could only continuously summon their abilities to withstand the chill. Lu Dufeng, Hua Pin, and Zhao Hong could no longer bear the sight, and urgently sent someone to retrieve the spare clothing they had brought. Fortunately, beneath the ruins, they managed to find some wearable garments and usable bedding. They quickly dressed those who were entirely bare. For those without clothes, they wrapped them in blankets. During this time, the 3 hastily conducted a head count, which brought them a shock. In the recent explosion, 3,000 lives had been lost. This did not even account for the wounded, who were far more numerous. In just a single day, The casualties had reached 6 or 7,000, a staggering toll. The three were utterly convinced that Wei Hongming and his subordinates had all been slain by Su Yang. Despite their formidable strength, they had suffered grievously. It was hardly surprising that the enemy, when attacking Su Yang, had not been as strong overall and had perished under the mines and bombs. Lu Dufeng's gaze was piercing, his heart swelling with murderous intent. Observing the panicked subordinates, he took a deep breath. Those who are injured should first absorb the abilities of their fallen brothers to heal themselves. Lu Dufeng instructed, for those who did not receive abilities. You will consume them when we attack other factions later. The crowd nodded in agreement, indicating their compliance. Lu Dufeng continued issuing orders. Brothers who are uninjured, hurry to the ruins and salvage the supplies. Take whatever you can recover. When we act tomorrow, the brothers must be well fed. Also, retrieve any furniture, chairs, benches, or unburned wood from the ruins. Ignite a bonfire and gather around it for warmth. I suspect there are bombs in other residential buildings, so for everyone has safety. We shall endure the night outside. Rotate the night watch. We must not allow the fire to extinguish. Upon finishing, the personnel from the three factions sprang into action. Despite their previous cries of despair and the heavy toll, under the Triad's command, they remained organized and efficient. Su Yang observed the three factions laboring in the snow with a cold gaze, choosing not to disrupt them further. Instead, he returned to the third floor with Ning Kaidai to rest. Su Yang's intention was to instill revulsion in the three factions, sowing fear and anger within them. When they eventually laid eyes on him, they would charge recklessly, resulting in greater casualties for the enemy. Lu Dufeng, Huopin, and Zhao Hong understood that now more than ever, they needed to stabilize their subordinates' emotions, otherwise, a disheartened troop would be difficult to lead. Throughout the night, the three remained wakeful, their eyes fixed on the brightly lit villa in the distance. Silence enveloped them, yet the palpable aura of murderous intent hung in the air. They were aware that Su Yang resided in the villa at the heart of the community, perhaps even preparing to launch an assault against them. Thus, they refrained from acting rashly, opting to wait until dawn to mount a large-scale attack. Soon, the sky began to brighten. The injured, having consumed the crystal cores of their deceased comrades, found themselves restored. Everyone awoke, stretching their somewhat stiff bodies, and prepared to wait for their meal. However, they were informed that most of their supplies had been obliterated in yesterday's explosion, salvaging only a meager portion, leaving 3 or 4 individuals to share a single ration. Upon hearing this news, chaos ensued. How could they engage in combat on empty stomachs? At that moment, Lu Dufeng stepped forward, raising his voice. Though our supplies are scarce, do not panic. We three shall not allow our brothers to go hungry. Lu Dufeng gestured toward the distant villa. Do you see that villa? There resides a man named Su Yang. Surely, you all know of him, given our shared connections. The survival supplies he possesses far exceed those of our 3 wholesale markets combined. If we can seize him, everything he has will be ours. Not only will you be filled, but you will also have plenty to enjoy. He candidly revealed, the villa is a veritable paradise, despite the blizzards outside, where temperatures plummet to -50 or 60 degrees. Inside, it is as if spring reigns, lush and blooming. As Lu Dufeng spoke, he shared a video filmed the day prior, evoking envy among the onlookers. Then, his words resonated anew in their ears. Do you not harbor hatred? If not for the numerous landmines and bombs laid by Su Yang, our brothers, close as kin, would not have perished. Do you not feel resentment? Had it not been for him, our supplies would not have been destroyed. Do you not sense the injustice? Why must we struggle through this apocalypse, enduring such suffering? While he effortlessly basks in all that is beautiful, hatred, resentment, injustice, the crowd roared in unison. Then let the hatred and resentment within you transform into a blazing fury. Lu Dufeng bellowed, ignite yourselves and charge forward. Do not fear, do not hesitate. Kill Su Yang, seize the supplies, and occupy the villa. Upon concluding his speech, the members of the 3 factions turned and, without hesitation, surged towards the central area of the community, where Su Yang's villa stood. Boom, boom, boom. The landmines erupted continuously. Even as comrades were blown to bits, the others pressed on, undeterred. Those at the rear collected the crystal cores, consuming the powers to enhance their strength before continuing their advance. Lu Dufeng, Huopin, and Zhao Hong exchanged knowing smiles, coldly observing their subordinates recklessly charging forward without a hint of remorse. They no longer wished to prolong the conflict. Since death was inevitable, they preferred to plunge ahead, saving time and effort while conserving their energy. They merely wished to swiftly eliminate Su Yang, seize his resources, and subsequently occupy his villa. With these provisions at their disposal, recruiting a cadre of more formidable subordinates would pose no challenge. As Su Yang listened to Lu Dufeng's enticing rhetoric, a sardonic smile crept across his lips, the way they spoke of their band, as if they were the epitome of justice. In truth, it was but their own avarice that drove them to such madness. Their reckless charge was merely an excuse they concocted for themselves. What noble conviction could there be in that? "Boss, the enemy is upon us," Sumiyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she heard the explosions and the sounds of battle outside. She turned to retrieve a rocket launcher, declaring, "Wait, I shall bombard them with this." Yet, Suyang halted her, saying, "What's the rush? No matter how numerous or ferocious the adversary, we must first have our breakfast." "Oh." Su Yunqi nodded in agreement. Upon entering the courtyard, they found breakfast had long been prepared, a simple fare of soybean milk and fried dough sticks. The five of them leisurely enjoyed their meal, taking in the spectacle of the occasional landmine detonations outside, where bodies were torn asunder, limbs flying in disarray. Chapter 170, a familiar scene. Ning Kaidai, Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing gazed upon the gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood before them, instantly finding their meal unappetizing. The sight of entrails, intestines, and brain matter being violently expelled conjured unpleasant associations with the youtiao and soy milk in their hands, causing their stomachs to churn and nearly induce vomiting. Only Su Yong remained composed, savoring his food while encouraging the four women, "Do eat up. It will cool down soon and affect the flavor." Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing exchanged glances, a hint of disdain evident in their expressions. "Boss, do you really think we can eat after witnessing such a scene?" They retorted. "What's the big deal?" Su Yong replied nonchalantly. "If you wish to accompany me in the future, such experiences are essential. This is your first lesson. No matter the circumstance, one must maintain a tranquil heart. Only then can you remain calm in the face of adversaries. The cruelty of the world outside far surpasses this. If you doubt it, just ask Kaidai." The trio turned their gaze to Ning Kaidai. Though she too felt a touch of nausea, she bore it far better than the others. Sipping a small amount of soy milk and wiping her mouth, she remarked, "Indeed, the foes outside are not only fierce and ruthless, but they also consume their own comrades." She refrained from mentioning the horrifying scene she had witnessed at the Kwangshan wholesale market, where the enemy had mercilessly attacked their companions, preserving their corpses and blood as sustenance. Had she revealed this, the three would have surely lost their appetite entirely. Upon hearing her words, the three nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yunqi and Su Muyu were the first to acclimate, suppressing their discomfort as they dipped the youtiao into the soy milk and began to eat. Each bite sent waves of unease through their stomachs, yet they persevered, striving to calm their emotions as they gradually felt better. Tang Qing, having not endured the same hardships as the other two, struggled more visibly but still made an effort to suppress her queasiness, alternating between consuming youtiao and soy milk while occasionally retching. Ning Kaidai prepared a trash bin beside her for convenience. During their meal, chaos erupted throughout the entire community, with artillery fire raging and landmines exploding in succession. The air was filled with agonized cries, and the ground lay in ruins. As the three major factions advanced, the accumulated snow melted under the intense heat of the explosions, mingling with blood to create a visceral tableau of carnage. The acrid scent of flames and charred flesh intermingled with the metallic tang of blood, wafting into the distance. Although dawn had broken, the Fengyan community resembled a slaughterhouse, with those unfortunate enough to trigger landmines being blown to pieces. Yet, such horrific sights did little to deter the advance of the three factions, their steps unwavering as they charged forth with reckless abandon. They understood that to falter was to invite death. Only by pressing forward with relentless determination could they hope to survive. The villa, resources, and beauty lay tantalizingly within reach, as long as they charged forward. All of this belongs to them. It is precisely this reckless mindset that prevents the landmines set by Ning Kaidai from unleashing their full potential. Both Su Yang and Ning Kaidai are acutely aware that while landmines possess considerable destructive power, they are primarily suited for defensive purposes. They pose little threat to an enemy that approaches with caution, nor do they intimidate foes equipped with mine detectors. Even a specialized demoning team does not instill great fear, for through skillful techniques and expert placements, significant casualties can still be inflicted. Ultimately, the primary function of landmines is to impede the enemy's advance while simultaneously inflicting substantial losses on their personnel. In modern warfare, the optimal strategy upon entering a minefield is to employ heavily armored tanks to traverse the area directly, or to utilize missiles to obliterate the entire minefield by triggering the explosives. Such methods are remarkably effective and serve to minimize personnel casualties. In the absence of these options, the remaining troops must traverse the minefield with utmost speed, sacrificing the fewest lives possible to facilitate the passage of the larger force. At this moment, the three major factions are employing this very tactic. However, they are all capable abilities wielders, possessing formidable strength and swift speed. As they observe the relentless explosions of landmines within the compound, the scene is devastating, but the casualties are not as catastrophic as anticipated. Originally, over 10,000 remained, and by the time they reached the exterior of Su Yang's courtyard, only about 3,000 had perished, leaving approximately 8,000 survivors. Yet these 8,000 individuals, with bloodshot eyes and immense power, emanate an icy aura filled with boundless murderous intent. They fixate their gaze on Su Yang and the four women, who are leisurely enjoying their breakfast, their hearts filled with loathing for these 5 individuals. They have endured great hardship and risked their lives for this short stretch, losing over 3,000 comrades, and now, collectively with the previous day's losses, a force that once numbered nearly 20,000 has been decimated by more than half. How can you still have the leisure to dine? They yearn to devour you. If not for the absence of orders from the 3 leaders, they would have rushed forward, smashed the glass in the courtyard, and dragged Su Yang and the 4 women out. Su Yang, observing the throng of over 8,000 outside, who are locked in a fierce stare-off with him, pays no heed to their menacing expressions. Instead, he smiles and remarks, "Ah, you've all arrived. Don't be shy. Make yourselves at home. Once I finish my meal, I shall entertain you, freshly prepared." His words, laced with mockery, ignite the fury of the 3 factions. Teeth grinding and fists clenched tightly, they dig their nails into their flesh. At this moment, a pathway is cleared among the 8,000, and Lu Dufeng, Huopin, and Zhao Hong step forward. "Su Yang, aren't you quite the capable one? Did you not bury so many landmines in the community?" Huopin taunted. "You didn't expect us to bring our forces here, did you? Your landmines are now rendered useless. At our command, you shall all perish." "I anticipated this." Su Yang spoke calmly. "Even as I contemplated your procurement of supplies, I anticipated your attempt at seizing them. Do you suppose I laid so many landmines merely for the sake of caution against your 4 major wholesale markets? Wei Hongming and his Kwangshan wholesale market have already been vanquished. What remains are merely the 3 of your markets, without substantial capability. Do you truly believe I would dare await your arrival here? The moment you disseminated your intentions online, I was already aware of your preparations to assault me. When you appeared outside the community, I recognized you immediately. Lu Dufeng, Huopin, Zhao Hong, you are woefully misguided to provoke me. You possess but a few lives to spare." Su Yang's words left Huopin feeling quite embarrassed. He had intended to deliver a stern warning but found himself lightly rebuffed instead. Who could tolerate such an affront? "Su Yang, you merely excel in verbal sparring." Huopin retorted coldly. "Your landmine strategy has already been dismantled. What do you have left to say? Our 8,000-strong army stands at your doorstep. I advise you to surrender all supplies, those 4 women, in the villa willingly, lest we take matters into our own hands and seize them ourselves." Chapter 171. The moment of retribution, can you not boast for once? Su Yang mocked. Are the leaders of the 4 major wholesalers merely adept at boasting? Wei Hongming was like this back then, and so are you 3 now? Let me remind you, after Wei Hongming and his subordinates finished their grandstanding, they met a tragic end, right where you are now. Be wary lest you follow in their footsteps. Enough with the nonsense, Su Yang. Huopin interjected. Do not compare us to Wei Hongming. How many men did he have compared to us? His strength is minuscule next to ours. Surely you've seen online that we cleared out all surrounding forces before arriving here. We possess unparalleled might. Even if all the factions in Jizhou City combined, there would still be no match for us. Your traps have become ineffective. I advise you to come out of your villa and accept your fate. You boast so grandly. Yet so many of your men fell to the explosions. Su Yang retorted coldly. If you intend to strike, do so swiftly and spare us the idle chatter. You didn't come all this way to offer warmth, did you? If that is the case, I shall graciously accept you. All of you, but I shall claim your lives. As Su Yang finished speaking, the smile faded from his face, replaced by an intensifying aura of menace. Even at death's door, you persist in bravado. Huopin's voice turned icy. Shatter the glass in the courtyard and storm in. Just ensure not to harm the flora inside. A 5th-level physical enhancement ability user, unable to contain himself, approached the glass and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The tremendous force struck the glass, yet it remained unyielding. The assailant staggered back 3 steps. The impact nearly injuring him. What is happening? The crowd frowned in confusion. Is he fatigued? Lacking strength? How can he not break a mere pane of glass? This is utterly ridiculous. The physical enhancement user glanced back, noticing the bewildered expressions of his comrades. Embarrassed in front of so many, he felt a surge of anger. He raised his fist once more, gathering all his strength, and leapt from the ground to deliver another blow to the glass. With a deafening sound of sonic boom, his fist glowed brilliantly. An overwhelming force erupted forth. Bang! The resounding impact shook the ground beneath him. At the moment of contact, the user was violently propelled backward, crashing into a cluster of individuals behind him. Several weaker ones suffered broken ribs, collapsing to the ground in agonized moans, while he felt a chaotic energy surging within him. Had it not been for his robust physique, the recent recoil could have severely injured him. Rising slowly, he cast his gaze upon the glass ahead. Remarkably, it remained utterly unyielding, devoid of even the slightest crack. Was this truly glass? Many in their hearts scoffed. Which respectable household possesses glass with such formidable defensive capabilities? It was then that they realized why their opponent maintained such composure in the face of their overwhelming numbers. They had been convinced that they could shatter the glass before them, that they could breach the villa. Incompetence. Huapin bellowed at one individual, before commanding. Send out several level 9 gold abilities, let us charge together. It's merely a piece of glass. No matter how strong, it cannot withstand our powers. As soon as the words left his lips, a dozen level 9 gold ability users activated their powers, launching a barrage of meteorites, blades, sword lights, shockwaves, and fireballs toward a single point on the glass. The clash between their abilities and the glass produced an incessant, jarring cacophony. Yet, Su Yang and the 4 women, including Ning Kaidai, merely wore smiles, betraying no hint of concern. Su Yang even produced a cigar, which Su Yunxi ignited for him. He leisurely drew from it, reveling in the spectacle of their futile assault on the glass. How about a break? Su Yang exhaled a smoke ring, inquiring, shall we send in another round? Or perhaps all of you could come at once. If that fails, we can let your 3 leaders give it a try. His remarks rendered Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong visibly grim, while their subordinates seethed with rage. They had sacrificed over 3,000 comrades to reach the front of the villa, only to find themselves unable to even shatter a piece of glass outside the courtyard. How could they possibly kill the adversary, seize their resources, or even approach their women? Who constructs a villa fortified to such an impenetrable extent? The individual known as Su Yang had transformed into something akin to an invincible fortress. Su Yang, I concede that we underestimated you, Lu Dufeng remarked, his gaze fixed upon him. Your minds have inflicted significant casualties upon us, which was already quite surprising. Yet, I never anticipated that you would fortify your villa to such an extent. He was abruptly interrupted by Su Yang. What purpose does your lament serve? My ears have grown calloused from your incessant prattle. You cannot breach my villa. All you seek is to provoke me into revealing myself. Do you truly believe yourselves clever? Your mere provocations will never entice me out. A chilling smile crept across Lu Dufeng's face. Glass is, after all, just glass. With sufficient force, it will ultimately shatter. Then strike away, and I shall observe. Su Yang replied with a smile, his hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance. He was not prepared to engage in battle just yet. He wished to toy with them a little longer, to plunge them into utter despair. I am eager to unleash my power. Regarding Su Yang's attitude, Lu Dufeng remained unfazed. The cold smile on his face persisted as he softly remarked, however, I find myself reluctant to take action at this moment, for I possess a superior strategy. With that, Lu Dufeng gestured, and his subordinates brought forth 3 tightly wrapped large burlap sacks. Upon their unveiling, they revealed an array of explosives. Lu Dufeng pointed at these devices and inquired, Su Yang, I trust you are quite familiar with these. It was with these very items that you obliterated that apartment building last night, resulting in the loss of over 3,000 of our brothers. Now, I shall let you experience the might of your own explosives. I hope you won't soil yourself in fright. Upon hearing this, all present erupted into laughter. Observing the arrogant expression on Lu Dufeng's face, Su Yang merely scoffed, fool. Lu Dufeng's demeanor shifted to one of coldness as he seized a C4 bomb and hurled it towards the glass above the courtyard, landing it directly upon the rooftop of the sunroom. Subsequently, he waved his hand, directing a fireball to collide with the C4 bomb atop the roof. All while addressing Su Yang, this is a case of retribution, a taste of your own medicine. Did you not anticipate this? Chapter 172. A soldier dies for his comrade. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a fireball collided with the bomb. With a deafening roar, the C4 explosive detonated atop the sunroom. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, and shockwaves radiated outward. Flames engulfed the scene, melting the descending snowflakes into rivulets that cascaded down. Yet, Su Yang and the 4 women, unfazed, remained seated in their tranquility. Lu Dufeng, however, was momentarily taken aback. The explosion's potency far surpassed that of the previous assaults by the dozen or so ability users. Astonishingly, the glass remained unscathed, showing no signs of fracture. What the hell is this? Lu Dufeng cursed inwardly. At that moment, Su Yang's mocking voice pierced the air once more. My resources are effective against you. Yet you thought to use them against me? Have you lost your wits? I suggest you save your efforts. You will not breach my villa. Best you retreat swiftly. Your supplies are dwindling, and you risk starvation. Su Yang's words were not intended to grant mercy. He harbored no such kindness. The adversaries had already brought their forces to his doorstep. He would not rest until they were all vanquished. His taunting was merely to instill a sense of utter despair in them. He relished witnessing their impotence and helplessness. Su Yang, you believe you can sow discord among our ranks? You are gravely mistaken, Lu Dufeng retorted with a scoff. If one bomb cannot breach it, I have 200 or 300 more at my disposal. We owe you our gratitude for providing us with these explosives. Set off a few more. And I refuse to believe we cannot shatter a single pane of glass. Unwilling to concede, Lu Dufeng hurled 2 more bombs. Fireballs struck the explosives. Boom, boom. The detonations echoed, yet the occupants of the courtyard remained resolute as ever. This time, the expressions of all 3 major factions turned grim. What material is this glass made of? It is remarkably resilient. We have risked life and limb, braving the snow, only to find ourselves unable to even damage the enemy's glass. How can we discuss killing them and seizing their resources? In an instant, the fighting spirit of Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong's subordinates began to wane, turning despondent. The 3 leaders quickly sensed the shift in morale and thought to themselves, this is not good. Lu Dufeng bellowed, do not heed this man's deceptive words. Is there truly anything in this world that cannot be broken? We simply have yet to discover the key. They fear us because of our numbers. Hence, they seek to disrupt our resolve with their taunts, hoping to make us retreat without a fight. If we fall for this, we will have truly been ensnared. Lu Dufeng had a keen grasp of human psychology, swiftly reversing the tide. The initially disheartened subordinates of the 3 factions found their spirits rekindled by his rallying cry. Come, let us divide the C4 explosives, Lu Dufeng instructed, distributing the bombs among them. In due time, everyone prepared to throw the explosives while I would detonate them. I couldn't believe that such an abundance of bombs could explode without shattering the glass before us. At that moment, Huo Pin and Zhao Hong also distributed the C4 explosives they held in their hands. All of these had been disassembled last night in the apartment building. These C4 explosives shared a common characteristic. They originally belonged to Su Yang. Soon, nearly 300 C4 bombs were allocated. Those clutching the explosives were filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lu Dufeng's command. Just then, Su Yang produced several remote controls and handed them to Ning Kaidai, Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing. Lu Dufeng glanced at the 5 individuals holding the remote controls, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Everyone, quickly throw the bombs, Lu Dufeng shouted, retreating rapidly. He simultaneously instructed the subordinates of the 3 major factions to disperse. Alas, it was too late. As soon as Ning Kaidai and her companions received the remote controls, they began to press the buttons with urgency. Su Yang did the same. The 5 of them simultaneously detonated the explosives with remarkable speed. Boom, boom, boom. The individuals from the 3 factions, who had just raised the bombs above their heads, did not even have the chance to throw them before the explosives detonated in their hands. Not only were they obliterated, but those nearby also suffered the consequences. Nearly 300 bombs exploded almost simultaneously. The cacophony of explosions echoed incessantly throughout the community, resonating far and wide. However, the survivors in the surrounding neighborhoods had grown accustomed to such sounds. They were not surprised. It was undoubtedly the work of Fengyan community. The simultaneous detonation of nearly 300 C4 bombs unleashed an unimaginable force, creating a massive pit several hundred meters wide and over 10 meters deep. Simultaneously, over 2,000 lives were extinguished in the blast. Flesh vaporized under the intense heat, bones were reduced to fragments, and debris was scattered everywhere. A raging inferno blazed, causing the surrounding temperature to soar, melting the accumulated snow. The melted snow cascaded into the pit, filling it to the brim. How do you like my gift? Su Yang's mocking voice echoed. Are you satisfied with the unexpected demise of over 2,000 of your comrades? You needn't express your gratitude so profusely. Is this what they call dying for the sake of a true friend? Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong's eyes burned with fury, their murderous intent intensifying. Their gazes pierced through Su Yang like 3 sharp swords as they coldly declared, you did this on purpose, using these explosives to ensnare us. You are truly despicable. Humph. Su Yang disdainfully regarded the 3. Have you finally realized that I intended to ensnare you all along? Yet, discovering this now hardly showcases your intelligence. Did you genuinely believe that disassembling these bombs would prevent me from detonating them? The wires outside are merely a deceitful ruse to fool the simple-minded. Otherwise, why did I not detonate these bombs last night? I have been waiting for today to unleash the explosion before your very eyes, to annihilate so many of your subordinates in your presence. Despicable, despicable, despicable. The 3 of them roared in unison. It was only at this moment that they realized they had been outmaneuvered. From the very beginning, their adversaries had been toying with them, never taking their 3 formidable factions seriously. Regardless, today you must perish. The trio bellowed once more. Lu Dufeng clenched his fists tightly, stepping forward as he proclaimed, today, I shall shatter your tortoiseshell, fiery comet. A radiant crimson glow enveloped him as the fire-based powers at his brow surged forth, converging in his right hand. With a flourish of his arm, a multitude of fireballs materialized above the villa, each the size of a yoga ball, cascading down with searing flames. Chapter 173. Allow me to showcase my might. The fireball descended with astonishing speed, landing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Huapin also rose to his feet. As an adept in physical combat, his physique was exceptionally formidable, lacking any ostentatious skills. He resembled a human cannon, charging forward with clenched fists, striking the glass of the courtyard. An immense force erupted forth, producing a resounding crash that reverberated painfully in the ears of those present. In the instant the two engaged, Zhao Hong sprang into action as well. A massive vine materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the glass. The three formidable masters unleashed their most powerful attacks upon the sunroom, creating a grand spectacle. However, after their combined assaults, the glass remained utterly unchanged. Su Yang observed them with a cold smile. Lu Dufeng bellowed once more, urging everyone to unite their efforts and concentrate their attacks on a single point. Insisting that they could no longer afford to prolong the confrontation, he was acutely aware that the longer they delayed outside, the more disadvantageous it became for them. The adversaries within the villa enjoyed a warmth akin to spring, while they were constantly confronted by relentless cold. If they did not work together to breach the villa, they would not only risk freezing to death but also face starvation due to a lack of essential supplies. He understood well that persistence in battle leads to decline and exhaustion. Prolonged failure to penetrate the enemy's defenses would inevitably cause morale to wane, leading to uncontrollable despair. A swift resolution was imperative. With his command, everyone launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, abilities filled the air, all striking the glass. Yet, as the brilliance of their powers faded and silence enveloped the scene, the glass remained unchanged. Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong were expressions of utter dismay, while their subordinates descended into despair. Su Yang, hiding in that turtle shell is no feat, Zhao Hong taunted, glaring at the opponent. If you possess any courage, come forth and face us. Su Ying stretched his arms and yawned leisurely, replying, what a pitiful provocation. Your tactics hold no sway over me. However, having displayed your prowess, it is now time for you to witness my true capabilities. He then addressed the four women, saying, ladies, our esteemed guests can hardly wait. It is time to properly entertain them. Let us send them along, ensuring that all from the four major wholesale markets meet their fate in hell. Given their status, they shall perish in perfect order, not a soul shall be spared. Before Ning Katie's response, the leaders of the three factions, upon hearing Su Yang's words, exchanged fervent glances, exclaiming, very well. Come forth then, and allow us to witness your might. Without the protection of that turtle shell, we shall see what prowess you possess to defeat us. They had been troubled by their inability to breach the villa's defenses, and upon hearing Su Yang's challenge, believed he intended to emerge. This presented the perfect opportunity for them to join forces and annihilate him in one fell swoop. However, Su Yang completely ignored the three of them. Even Ning Kaidai, Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing regarded them as fools, leaving them somewhat baffled. Did you not dare to come out? Lu Dufeng furrowed his brow, declaring, you speak so boldly, yet fail to emerge for a confrontation. Are you not merely retreating like a turtle? Who says I need to step out to eliminate you? Su Yang shook his head, turning to lead Su Yunxi and her sisters along with Tang Qing back into the living room. Only Ning Kaidai remained in the courtyard, standing before the glass, gazing at the members of the three major factions. At that moment, Su Yang's voice resonated from the balcony on the third floor. From this moment onward, relish the grand gift I am bestowing upon you. Soon, you shall understand that death is the greatest favor I can offer. As his words fell, the floor beneath Ning Kaidai gradually opened. A Gatling gun, laden with bullets, slowly ascended and positioned itself before the glass. A hole the size of the gun's barrel appeared in the glass, and without hesitation, Ning Kaidai pulled the trigger. The rhythmic sound of gunfire erupted as fiery serpents spewed forth from the muzzle. The barrel of the Gatling gun whirled wildly, shells cascading down like rain, quickly engulfing Ning Katie's feet. Bullets rained down upon the crowd. Goodness, it's a Gatling gun, and it's spitting blue flames. Someone shouted, get down. The power of the Gatling gun was tremendous, perfectly suited for dealing with dense clusters of foes. Although these individuals were considerably stronger than those who had just awakened their abilities, they could not withstand such relentless and concentrated fire. In a single exchange, over a dozen were reduced to mere riddled corpses, while several others sustained injuries. Lu Dufeng and his companions observed coldly, effortlessly deflecting the incoming bullets. If the opposition relied solely on the Gatling gun, they had no fear. Their curiosity lay in what Su Yang and those three women were doing on the third floor. At that moment, Su Yunxi and her companions hoisted rocket launchers onto their shoulders, loading them with ammunition and aiming at the trio. Boom! The projectiles hurtled toward the three. Lu Dufeng unleashed a fireball that detonated the incoming shells. Huo Pin cleaved through a projectile with ease, while Zhao Hong ensnared another with vines, effortlessly neutralizing the threat. The three women continued their barrage, only to have their efforts thwarted once more. Focus your bombardment on their subordinates. These three are all formidable masters. Su Yang instructed. A single projectile attack will hardly injure them. We must either use larger ordnance or initiate a saturation assault, leaving them no time to defend. The three women nodded, persistently launching shells at the enemy's underlings, sending them into disarray. So, Su Yang, your threat to kill us hinges upon such tactics? Huo Pin bellowed, let me tell you. It won't work. Just a Gatling gun and 3 rocket launchers are insufficient to instill fear in us. Perhaps with a bit more firepower, you might actually pose a threat. As Huo Pin spoke, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air. Seizing a cannonball hurtling towards the crowd, the extraordinary power erupted forth, crushing the projectile in his grasp. With a cold smirk, he cast his gaze towards the 3rd floor. Did you truly believe that this was all I possessed? Su Yang retorted icily, how terribly you underestimate me. He then opened a portal to another dimension, from which drones began to emerge, gliding gracefully into the air. A grand total of 1,000 machines soared forth from the balcony of the 3rd floor, forming an orderly procession in the sky, resembling a dark cloud looming ominously over the crowd. Unleash a relentless bombardment. Su Yang's voice reverberated throughout the community. In an instant, C4 explosives descended like rainfall, detonating amidst the throngs of people. Those of lesser strength were instantly obliterated, while even the more formidable individuals, possessing higher ranks, found themselves unable to avert the falling bombs. As their own powers inadvertently triggered explosions, they were caught off guard, staggering precariously. Just then, a fresh wave of explosives plummeted down, resulting in a deafening blast that claimed their lives, leaving them utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Chapter 174. The power of incendiary bombs. They relentlessly continued to drop bombs. Such a spectacle was unprecedented for them, leaving them at a loss as to how to respond. They could only stand their ground, resorting to passive defense. Ultimately, it was Lu Dufeng who reacted first. He commanded all aerial ability users to ascend and bring down those drones. Otherwise, they would all perish. Over 20 aerial ability users immediately spread their wings and took to the skies. However, they soon realized that the drones were far too high, a staggering 1,500 meters above ground. At most, they could only soar a mere few dozen meters, with the highest barely reaching 20. It was utterly insufficient. Desperation gripped them as they frantically dodged the falling bombs. Before they could even act, 5 of their comrades had already met their demise. Lu Dufeng's fury ignited upon witnessing this scene. He unleashed his fire abilities, targeting the drones above, but to no avail. Zhao Hong conjured numerous vines that surged skyward. Yet, as the vines ascended to 100 meters, they began to falter. Soon after, a bomb struck, severing the vines and leaving him exasperated. Old Hua. Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong shouted in unison, you possess great strength. Lend a hand to our aerial brethren. Propel them into the heights. Huo Pin, finally grasping the situation, bellowed at the dozen aerial ability users, descend. Once they complied, Huo Pin seized one in each hand and hurled them skyward with tremendous force. They shot into the clouds like cannonballs. He repeated this with several others, launching them all into the sky in a single moment. Su Yang observed this spectacle with a cold smirk. The notion of bringing down his drones was utterly absurd. He then retrieved an anti-material sniper rifle, the Anxiao monster. After chambering around, he aimed and pulled the trigger, targeting the aerial ability users. Bang! The resounding noise echoed like the whisper of death, instilling terror. A single bullet pierced an aerial ability user's body, causing it to explode in a gory shower of blood that drenched those nearby. The bullet continued its deadly trajectory, striking another, resulting in obliteration. The remnants of that individual fell, accompanied by crystal cores amidst the rain of blood. Those whom Huo Pin had hurled into the air were helpless against such rapid-fire bullets, akin to living targets. Su Yang dispatched them one by one, sometimes even 2 or 3 with a single shot. The anti-material sniper rifle in his hands was like a reaper's scythe, harvesting the lives of aerial ability users. In less than 10 shots, he had annihilated them all. Damn it! Lu Dufeng exclaimed, witnessing the carnage. How many more weapons of mass destruction does Su Yang have concealed? What's the use of worrying about that now? Zhao Hong exclaimed, quickly, let the brothers retreat. If we don't leave now, we shall all perish here. He was met with nods from Huo Pin and Lu Dufeng, who cast a fierce glance towards Ning Kaidai and the 3rd floor. Huo Pin bellowed, everyone retreat. Planning to leave? Su Yang replied coldly, have you consulted me on this matter? Since we have come this far, would it not be rather impolite to depart now? Everyone, stay. As his words echoed, Ning Kaidi's Gatling gun unleashed a more concentrated barrage of bullets. Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing relentlessly fired RPGs, swiftly replacing them as they overheated. Above, thousands of drones rained down not only bullets but also bombs, including C4 explosives and various high-powered shells, along with gas grenades, smoke bombs, and incendiary devices. All felt like a torrential downpour towards the earth. The cacophony of explosions engulfed the three dominant factions, drowning them in chaos. Those who survived found their condition deteriorating rapidly, particularly as the smoke bombs filled the air, causing relentless coughing and tears to stream from their eyes. The gas grenades not only disoriented them but also rendered their breathing labored. Those of lesser strength could barely stand, succumbing to the lethal blast of a C4 bomb. The onslaught of incendiary bombs ignited fierce flames, compounded by the presence of white phosphorus powder that ignited upon contact with air. Once it clung to the skin, it would burn down to the bone, incinerating it in an instant and proving nearly impossible to extinguish. The flames produced by white phosphorus are often referred to as hellfire. Even though these extraordinary beings possessed formidable strength and superior physical capabilities, they could not withstand the onslaught of the incendiary weapons. Screams of agony filled the air, as many were engulfed in flames, experiencing an inferno akin to the depths of hell, where they felt not only their bodies being consumed but also their very souls being tormented. This horrific scene shattered the resolve of Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. This was not a battle against an enemy, it was a one-sided massacre, and escape was not an option. Amidst the chaos of the smoke grenades, the living struggled to see the way out, only to stumble into a minefield. The detonation of landmines claimed even more lives. Observing this carnage, Su Yang smirked and murmured, "These incendiary bombs are truly ruthless. No wonder they are banned on the battlefield. If this were before the apocalypse, employing such combinations of gas and incendiary bombs would surely land me in a military court. But now, in this world of chaos, no one can hold me accountable. I bear no remorse in using incendiaries and gas against these foes. After all, they are merely my enemies. The goal is to eliminate them, regardless of the means employed. Su Yang, I curse you to the heavens." At that moment, Huo Pin fled while hurling invectives. His awakened ability was of the physical enhancement type. Despite his immense strength, unyielding resilience, and remarkable speed, he found himself utterly powerless against the bombs raining down from above, as if striking a blow against cotton. With no viable options left, he could only retreat. Yet, the drones hovered relentlessly overhead, bombarding him mercilessly. Amidst the cacophony of curses directed at him, Su Yang remained unfazed. He once again wielded the Anxiao anti-material rifle, targeting the Golden Tier Level 9 abilities users. Those individuals were already struggling to cope with the descending bombs and the landmines beneath their feet. They were taken by surprise when Su Yang, the cunning strategist, launched his ambush. The gunfire was completely drowned out by the thunderous explosions and the anguished cries of the wounded. With each burst of flame from the barrel of the Anxiao weapon, another Golden Tier ability user fell. Chapter 175. Despair. As the death toll continued to rise, Lu Dufeng, Zhao Hong, and Huo Pin found themselves increasingly unsettled. Despite each possessing the formidable strength of a third-tier monarch, their abilities were rendered futile. The drones above eluded their attacks, while the bombs raining down were inescapable. Whether they attempted to shield themselves or not, the explosions were inevitable. The frequency and intensity of the bombardment escalated, leaving them with no viable options. Even their desire to absorb the crystal cores from their fallen subordinates was thwarted. Any attempt to reach for the lifeless bodies provoked an even more ferocious onslaught. The incendiary projectiles proved unbearable, their physical fortitude insufficient against the flames. The white phosphorus particles swirled around them, and a single explosion would ignite a conflagration that spread with alarming rapidity, engulfing vast areas. As they sought refuge from the inferno, the drones incessantly dropped an array of bombs, each more diverse than the last. They dared not plunge into the flames ignited by the incendiaries, forcing them to retreat once more. The trio emerged from the chaos battered and bruised, consumed by regret. Had they known their adversary wielded such extensive destructive capabilities, they would never have ventured so far to provoke Su Yang. It was no wonder their foe remained so composed. Not only did they possess an impenetrable fortress, but they also commanded a swarm of drones and an unending supply of explosives. Without having to step outside their villa, they were on the verge of obliterating their assailants. As the relentless bombardment continued, their options for evasion dwindled. The searing flames surrounded them, creating an atmosphere akin to that of hell. The oppressive heat left them parched, while the snowflakes that fell from above evaporated into steam, dissipating into the distance. Their subordinates screamed and struggled against the flames, only to succumb to the inferno. Reduced to ashes, with their crystal cores glimmering brightly amidst the fire, Lu Dufeng and his companions surveyed the devastation. What had begun as a force of nearly 20,000 seeking to confront Su Yang had dwindled to just the 3 leaders and a mere 100 or so ninth-tier extraordinary individuals. The losses were staggering, and they could scarcely conceive of any means of escape. Observing the remnant of their forces retreating to the villa, Su Yang commanded Ning Kaidai and Su Yunqi to cease their fire. The thousands of drones hovering above also halted their bombardment, maintaining a vigilant watch over the area. All attacks were suspended. Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief, peering through the flames towards the villa's courtyard. They beheld Su Yang approaching with the 3 women. Su Yang, we surrender. The moment those words escaped their lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The aura surrounding the 3 individuals had significantly diminished. Their faces no longer bore the previous arrogance. Instead, their gazes were laced with a hint of supplication. If you spare us, we are willing to serve you. Now you know fear? Su Yang taunted. Did you not assert otherwise before? Weren't you intent on killing me regardless? We were blind to your prowess. Zhao Hong admitted, visibly embarrassed. We apologize. We should not have plotted against you, nor shown you disrespect. If you could spare our lives, we would pay any price. Huo Pin chimed in, temper subdued, resembling a docile child. Do you think surrendering is sufficient? Su Yang scoffed. Do you believe mere acknowledgement of your errors will suffice? You 3 control vast resources from the wholesale markets. If I let you go, what is to stop you from recruiting an army of empowered beings to come after me? Give up on that notion. I shall not invite trouble upon myself. His words caused the trio's faces to pale. Lu Dufeng quickly interjected, you need not worry about us seeking revenge. We have surrendered to you. We shall henceforth be your subordinates. All our resources belong to you. You may allocate them as you see fit. Furthermore, we will dutifully execute all your commands. With such abundant resources, coupled with your own stockpile, Lu Dufeng continued, who in Jizhou can rival your wealth? You could easily recruit manpower and unify the entire city. There is even a chance to dominate the entirety of the Great Xia. Moreover, with your arsenal of devastating weapons, no adversary would pose a threat to you. All 3 of us possess strength at the King level 3, and our combined forces of over 100 have reached Golden level 9. With our assistance, your power will expand exponentially. You desire resources, strength, and manpower. The path to world domination and becoming the sovereign of all is within reach. Their intent was to ignite ambition within Su Yang, believing that any ambitious soul could not resist such alluring prospects. Humph. Su Yang scoffed once more, a smile gracing his lips. What you propose does not pique my interest. Your flowery words about aiding me merely mask your true desire, to secure your own lives and further your ambitions through my strength. I am not so foolish as to be manipulated by you. I shall not allow my enemies to survive, nor will I harbor any elements of insecurity or instability. Your lives are forfeit. Upon your demise, I shall personally seize your resources. You may choose your manner of death, by your own hand or mine. Su Yang's pronouncement filled Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong with profound despair. Even the remaining 100 subordinates felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. It has always been them who ruthlessly eliminate others. Today, has the time finally come for their own reckoning? Suddenly, Lu Dufeng, with a fierce countenance, bellowed, Su Yang, we have humbly begged you. Why are you still unwilling to spare us? Since you show no mercy, do not blame us for our lack of righteousness. If you deny us life, then none shall live. Before coming here, I meticulously compiled your abundant resources for survival into images and videos. Within them lie our transaction records and evidence from before the apocalypse. The moment I click send, the entire Jizhou city, and indeed all of the Great Xia, even the whole world, will be made aware of your possession of these resources. At that time, you shall face the onslaught of all. If you release us, how about I refrain from disseminating this information? Let us erase our grievances from this moment forth. A cold smile crept across Su Yang's face as he retorted. The weak have no right to negotiate with the strong. The weak are even less entitled to threaten the strong. Do you truly believe that, given my current strength? I would be concerned about others attempting to seize my resources? Chapter 176, Annihilation. Humph. Lu Dufeng retorted with reluctance. Your calm demeanor is merely a facade. Bolstered by the formidable defenses of this fortress, your confidence is misplaced. Just because we cannot breach it does not mean others cannot. Do you truly believe you can stand against the entire world single-handedly? Persisting in such obstinacy will only lead you to a dead end. Collaborating with us is your wisest choice. Whether you can withstand the onslaught is something you will never ascertain. Unfazed, Su Yang replied. You may as well resign yourselves to death. His words left the 3 men pallid and despondent, fully aware that hope was lost. Without hesitation, Lu Dufeng dispatched a pre-prepared message, omitting any mention of their own drone bombardment. Instead, he revealed the quantity of survival supplies Su Yang had procured from the 4 major wholesale markets before the apocalypse, complete with a list and receipts. along with his coordinates and address. The cunning intent behind this was to incite a reckless pursuit of Su Yang, urging others to seize his supplies. If they were to discover the vast arsenal of weapons he possessed, they would think twice about approaching. After sending the message, Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong glared at Su Yang with cold eyes, declaring in unison, "Even in death, we shall not forgive you. Come, and us. Expose your deeds, and our deaths will not be in vain." With that, the three closed their eyes, awaiting the drones above to rain down bombs upon them. In that moment, they felt a sense of impending liberation from this apocalyptic nightmare. However, after a prolonged silence, no bombs fell. Confused, they opened their eyes to look at one another. Su Yang, wearing a smile, turned to Ning Kai-dai and said, "Kai-dai, they are yours now. See them off." Ning Kai-dai nodded, and a door on one side of the sunlit room opened, allowing her to step outside, closing the door behind her. "Are you mocking us, Su Yang?" Lu Dufeng, Huapin, and Zhao Hong seethed with rage. Rather than ending their lives directly, he sent a woman to do the deed, which they deemed a profound humiliation. Murder may be as simple as pulling a trigger, yet to toy with them in such a manner was intolerable. "If you wish to humiliate us, we shall not go down without a fight," they asserted once more. "This time, we will show you the power of a king-level ability user and take your life as well. Consider it a form of burial." "Humiliate you?" Su Yang replied mockingly. "Indeed, I am humiliating you. The moment you set foot in Fengyan community, I could have annihilated you all. That I have allowed you to live until now is the true humiliation. This world is already dull enough, if I do not humiliate you to pass the time. Do you really think I harbor any affection for you? How ludicrous." Su Yang shifted his tone, declaring, "Do not claim I have deprived you of opportunities. If you can defeat my woman, I shall spare your lives. Present your utmost strength now, so I may relish your performance." As his words faded, Su Yunqi brought over a stool for him to sit upon. Sumi lit a cigarette while Tang Qing poured wine. Su Yang reclined with one leg crossed over the other, observing the remnants of the three major factions. Arrogant and conceited, Ho Ping bellowed, "Little girl, today I shall demonstrate the might of a kingly level." With that, he drew a mountain-splitting blade from behind and swung it towards Ning Kai-dai. An immense force concentrated upon the edge of the blade, creating an aura that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. A thunderous explosion resonated as a long fissure appeared on the ground even before the blade descended. Yet, Ning Kai-dai displayed no sign of fear. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her Tang Dao, the blade singing as it sliced through the air. A torrent of blade light soared skyward, directed towards her opponent. The clash of metal echoed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent over 100 gold-level ability users staggering backward. Ho Ping, a practitioner of physical enhancement abilities, felt exhilarated upon witnessing Ning Kai-dai daring to confront him directly. However, after his strike, he was astonished to find that the woman before him had withstood his blow. "How is this possible?" he questioned incredulously. "What is impossible?" Ning Kai-dai's clear voice rang out, "Your strength holds no weight against me." Her prowess had already reached the 6th level of kingly power, surpassing his by 3 levels. With a martial arts awakening, her physical capabilities were formidable, complemented by numerous techniques that allowed her to wield strength with finesse. Engaging in a direct contest of power was well within her means. With a swift movement, Ning Kai-dai transformed into several afterimages, appearing before Ho Ping in the blink of an eye. She swung her blade toward his face, an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him. Ho Ping raised his weapon in defense, simultaneously shouting to Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong, "The enemy is too strong. We must strike together." Crack. The moment Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong launched their attacks, Ning Kai-dai's Tang Dao cleaved through Ho Ping's blade effortlessly. He was sent hurtling backward by the immense force, blood spilling from his mouth. Before he could rise, Ning Kai-dai was upon him again, her Tang Dao aimed at his face. At that instant, Lu Dufeng and Zhao Hong's onslaught arrived. A roaring fire dragon surged forth, intent on engulfing Ning Kai-dai, while Zhao Hong commanded countless vines to transform into spears, aiming for her back. Faced with their combined assault, Ning Kai-dai's Tang Dao radiated a brilliant light, twirling in her grasp. The fire dragon was dispersed, and the vines were shredded. Then, with a decisive strike, Ning Kai-dai cleaved through Ho Ping's might, her figure vanishing once more. When he reappeared, he was already deep behind Lu Dufeng. Lu Dufeng immediately sensed something amiss. Flames ignited throughout his body, a scorching heat rising. He spun around in haste. However, Ning Kai-dai's blade was far swifter. The flash of the sword severed Lu Dufeng's head, blood spraying into the air. After claiming yet another life, Ning Kai-dai showed no signs of hesitation and charged straight toward Zhao Hong. Countless vines attempting to intercept were severed beneath the gleaming blade. Ning Kai-dai's figure passed through Zhao Hong, following which the latter's body was cleaved in two. What? All 3 leaders have been slain. The remaining over 100 gold level 9 ability users wore expressions of terror. They shouted in unison, "Run!" and turned to flee. Yet, it was too late to escape. Ning Kaidi's form darted and weaved, akin to a specter. Blood splattered in numerous arcs, accompanied by anguished cries. Simultaneously, a multitude of afterimages emerged on the scene. When the afterimages coalesced, Ning Kaidi's true form materialized. All of the more than 100 gold level 9 ability users from the 3 major factions fell. Struck down in a single blow. Chapter 177. Ascension to Monarch level. The 3 major factions have perished, leaving only the task of cleaning the battlefield. Su Yang, along with Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, stepped out of the villa. They surveyed the devastated community, which lay in ruins from the recent explosion. Taking a deep breath, they noted the numerous craters scattered outside the villa, some filled with dismembered limbs. If not for the freshly fallen snow covering the gruesome scene, the area within several hundred meters of the villa would have been utterly unbearable to behold. The 5 of them laboriously worked together to clear the battlefield, a task far more exhausting than vanquishing the 3 factions. Were it not for the multitude of intelligent robotic dogs and drones assisting them, the cleanup would have taken an immeasurable amount of time. Although the robotic dogs and drones operated in commendable harmony and demonstrated remarkable agility, they were, after all, not human. Certain tasks proved cumbersome, necessitating human assistance. As Su Yang and his companions coordinated the robotic dogs and drones, they toiled throughout the day, finally managing to restore some semblance of order to the battlefield. The drones and robotic dogs transported the dismembered bodies for burial, while they collected all the crystal cores scattered about. By the following evening, Su Yang found himself surrounded by a substantial collection of crystal cores. Among them, the cores from Lu Dufeng, Huo Pin, and Zhao Hong, the 3 monarch-level individuals, burned with a remarkable brilliance, exuding an aura of uniqueness. In addition, there was a considerable number of golden-hued crystal cores, remnants of the golden-level ability users, which constituted the majority. After all, prior to their assault, these factions had decimated numerous other forces within a 20-kilometer radius, leaving behind a wealth of absorbed abilities. The remaining crystal cores were predominantly from silver and bronze-level users. In total, the 3 factions had approximately 20,000 members, and despite many having perished and been consumed, their abilities remained intact. Su Yang calculated that these fallen individuals had collectively provided him with over 200,000 abilities. Such a vast reservoir of power was sufficient for him to ascend another significant level. However, Su Yang refrained from immediately absorbing these abilities. Instead, he decided to distribute some of the crystal cores among Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, having recently awakened their abilities. The 3 were merely at the bronze level, requiring only a few crystal cores to elevate their power. Su Yang calculated that elevating any one of them from bronze level to monarch level would necessitate 998 abilities, totaling 994 for all 3. This amount was negligible compared to the immense total he possessed. He first allocated the crystal cores to the 3 women, who eagerly accepted them and consumed the abilities. A surge of energy erupted within them, causing the cores at their foreheads to shift in color, from azure to silvery white, then to golden, before ultimately fracturing and coalescing into a refined state, ignited by flames. This energy enveloped them, and simultaneously, their bodies underwent a profound transformation, evolving in life essence as their power ascended rapidly. After reaching the pinnacle of the king level, they finally came to a halt. Subsequently, Su Yang allocated 3,000 abilities to Ning Kaidai, elevating her power to the 9th tier of the king level. Since Kaidai has attained the 9th level, you should follow suit, Su Yang proclaimed, bestowing each of the 3 with 8,000 abilities, totaling 24,000. This enabled Su Yunxi and her companions to ascend to the same 9th tier of the king level. Collectively, the 4 expended over 36,000 abilities, falling just short of 37,000. Initially boasting over 200,000 abilities, they were suddenly reduced to 160,000. This amount was precisely adequate for Su Yang to advance from the 3rd tier of the venerable level to that of the emperor. He voraciously consumed the remaining 160,000 abilities, causing his strength to soar like a rocket, venerable level 4, 5, 6, all the way to 9. Upon reaching the 9th level, a resounding explosion emanated from his forehead. 3 lotus flowers shattered, and the flames emanating from their cores merged into one, reforging the fragments of the lotus. Under extreme heat, the lotus transformed into a liquid, which was then reshaped into a small figure, identical in appearance to Su Yang, seated at the center of his forehead, continuously supplying him with power. At the moment the figure was formed, flames surged into its forehead, and a crown materialized atop its head. In that instant, Su Yang's physique became immensely powerful, his life level experiencing a remarkable leap, and his strength ascended to the 1st tier of the emperor level. he underwent a profound metamorphosis. With the range of his spatial abilities and martial prowess multiplying several times over, awakening even more formidable skills. The skill awakened from the spatial domain was titled Sword of Space. It concentrated spatial power into a tangible blade, indomitable and capable of cleaving through anything, wielding immense spatial force that could even rend the fabric of space itself. The martial skill awakened was known as 9 Reversals of Life. It unleashed all of his abilities, compressing them within his body. Each compression could double his inherent strength, the second could quadruple it, followed by octuple, 16-fold, 32-fold, 64-fold, 128-fold, and 256-fold. The ninth compression could unleash a power surpassing 512 times his original might, a skill essential for defeating foes of higher tiers. However, this skill could only be sustained for 2 hours and could only be employed once every 5 days. The greater the multiplicative factor, the more severe the aftereffects. Presently, Su Yang could effortlessly achieve an 8-fold increase without any repercussions. Yet, upon the cessation of the 16-fold state, his body began to weaken, his strength dwindling to merely half of his peak condition. Once the 32-fold state dissipated, his power was reduced to a third of its original capacity. Following 64-fold, he would be rendered as vulnerable as an ordinary person, struggling even to walk. After the 7th amplification, not only would his strength vanish for 5 days, but his body would also suffer severe trauma, with every bone shattered. Only through the relentless enhancement of one's abilities and continuous evolution can the repercussions diminish, ultimately allowing for the possibility of 9-fold augmentation without any aftereffects. However, the skill Reverse Life 9 Transformations is, for Su Yang, an extraordinary supernatural ability. Even after employing 5 layers of enhancement, he remains unperturbed. Should the martial arts abilities wane, he still possesses the capacity to utilize his spatial powers, enabling him to engage in combat without hindrance. At first glance, the skills awakened from the martial arts discipline appear far more formidable than those from the spatial realm. Yet this is a mere illusion. As Su Yang delved deeper into his studies, he discerned the remarkable potency of the Sword of Space. Not only can he wield the Sword of Space in combat, but he can also hurl it like a javelin. This weapon possesses the capacity to disregard enemy defenses and can even temporarily tear through the fabric of space, allowing for brief traversals. Though its range is limited to merely 1,000 meters, it remains an immensely powerful asset. Upon mastering these 2 skills, Su Yang smiled knowingly. The stronger he becomes, the more potent his awakened abilities grow, ensuring greater security in the future. Chapter 178. The irate Eagle Nation. The revelation of his vast reserves of survival supplies had inevitably surfaced. To safeguard all that he possessed, one must possess formidable strength. Yet, upon ascending to the sovereign level of power, Su Yang felt an ever-increasing pressure. Upon reaching the first tier of royalty, each subsequent elevation demanded the consumption of 100,000 supernatural abilities. Progressing further would become increasingly arduous, which inherently signifies that the toll of lives taken would rise correspondingly. Fortunately, his strength remained ahead of the curve, allowing him to remain unperturbed by the potential exposure of his resources. Su Yang retrieved his phone and logged onto various websites. At that moment, the online platforms were in a frenzy, all ignited by the news disseminated by Lu Dufeng. The astonishing revelation that someone could foresee events and hoard tens of billions of resources had taken the world by storm. With such an abundance of supplies, one could sustain themselves for centuries. Who is this Su Yang? How could he have foreseen the impending apocalypse? Was it merely a stroke of luck? Or was Lu Dufeng fishing for information? Lu Dufeng, being the leader of the 3 major factions, surely had ulterior motives. However, considering the might of his faction, there was no need for such tactics. Perhaps he bore a grudge against Su Yang and, unable to deal with him directly, sought to employ others as his instruments of vengeance. Regardless of the reasoning, it was wiser to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it outright. This Su Yang resided in the Fengyan community of the North District in Jizhou City. Are there any brothers willing to accompany me to investigate? If we can obtain even a fraction of his supplies, we would no longer need to worry about survival resources. Logically, as the leader of one of the 3 major factions, Lu Dufeng would not recklessly expose someone with such vast resources. Wouldn't he relish consuming those supplies himself? Is it conceivable that the 3 factions had been annihilated by Su Yang, and in their final moments, they sought revenge, aiming to bring about mutual destruction? That seems implausible. The 3 factions are immensely powerful, with numerous ruthless members. Could they truly have been vanquished by this individual? If what is claimed is true, and Su Yang procured over 100 billion in resources from them, he must have been secretly amassing an army. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that he could have extinguished the 3 factions. If you were aware that someone possessed such a vast amount of survival supplies, would you choose to reveal it? If I were in that position, I would undoubtedly remain hidden until the opportune moment presented itself. If one possesses significant strength, they would directly lead an assault, eliminating the adversary and seizing the resources, deeming any loss of life a worthy sacrifice. Unless absolutely necessary, one would not disclose the existence of their resources. Listening to your analysis, I fear that the three major factions may be facing dire straits. Shall we not venture to their headquarters to ascertain the situation? We must tread carefully. The three factions are notoriously ruthless. If they have not been vanquished, our endeavor may lead to our demise. Fear not, for the members of the three great factions have long since vacated their headquarters. Just a few days ago, I witnessed their forces passing through our neighborhood. Indeed, I saw it too. Even if they have not been annihilated, their headquarters must be deserted at this moment. Should their supplies remain, they would rightfully belong to us. Even if they become aware of our actions, reinforcements will arrive too late. Very well, let us proceed. Everyone together. First, we shall head to the headquarters of the three great factions, and then seek out Su Yang at Fengyan Community. Observing the fervent discussions of these individuals, Su Yang allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. They were all from Jizhou City, particularly active due to their proximity to both the three great factions and his own side. Su Yang chose to disregard their chatter and continued to peruse the comments below. The discourse was dominated by voices from outside Jizhou City, from other provinces. It was astonishing to learn that such extraordinary individuals still existed in Jizhou City, possessing hundreds of billions in resources. How enviable! If we had such an abundance, how could we not unify all the factions around us? Alas, our distance from Jizhou City is too great. Otherwise, we would surely lead a grand army northward to seize those provisions. It is truly enviable that the people of Jizhou City have managed to amass such wealth even after the protracted apocalypse. In truth, other major cities also possess wholesale markets akin to that of Jizhou City. However, none had amassed supplies on such a grand scale as Su Yang did prior to the apocalypse, nor had they formed factions comparable to the four major wholesale markets of Jizhou City, even with remnants of supplies left behind in these markets. The onset of the apocalypse saw the emergence of numerous factions that fought fiercely over the dwindling resources. Most of those supplies were swiftly depleted due to the high attrition of personnel within the markets, and soon after, external forces invaded to seize what remained. Consequently, the wholesale markets outside Jizhou City failed to develop any significant factions, and the resources of other factions were also rather scant. Upon learning of Su Yang's immense stockpile, many looked on with envious eyes. Yet, the vast distance hindered them from organizing a force to launch an assault. After reviewing all the comments regarding Jizhou City in the Daxia realm, Su Yang then scaled the metaphorical wall to examine international commentary. His possession of hundreds of billions in survival supplies had indeed stirred a commotion on the global stage, particularly in Eagle Sauce Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. The citizens of Eagle Sauce Nation exclaimed, "Su Yang, that name sounds familiar. Oh my goodness, I remember. This individual previously visited our Eagle Sauce Nation and even purchased the soybeans I cultivated. He also procured my corn. He bought a considerable amount of my wheat too." As more individuals came forward, the name Su Yang became a household term in Eagle Sauce Nation. How could this be? Where had all the items he purchased vanished to? And why were the previous warehouses utterly bare? At this juncture, a farmer whose grain had been acquired by Su Yang stepped forward to expose the truth. This fellow named Su Yang must be a devil. How did he manage to quietly transport such a vast quantity of supplies out of Eagle Sauce Nation? This devil has audaciously acquired all the sustenance we depend on to endure the frigid apocalypse. Oh, God, punish him. Many lamented. At this moment, another voice emerged, suggesting, previously, many large supermarkets in our Eagle Nation were emptied overnight. Could it be the handiwork of this fiend? We had initially believed it to be the custom of our nation, the work of those engaged in zero-cost purchases, unaware that it was connected to this individual. Our Great Lakes have also dried up overnight. Perhaps this is yet another manifestation of this villain's sorcery. We must swiftly enhance our strength and reclaim our resources from the Great Xia. Yes, we shall reclaim our resources. Upon witnessing this, Su Yang found himself chuckling. He had previously journeyed to the Eagle Nation, utilizing spatial zero-cost purchases to acquire numerous large supermarkets and procure a variety of goods. He had even drained the waters of their Great Lakes entirely. Initially, he assumed that the abundant resources of the beautiful nation would render them incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Little did he expect such profound animosity, prompting them to go to great lengths to cross the Pacific in pursuit of him. Chapter 179, The Conspiracy of the Cherry Blossom Nation in Truth. Su Yang had miscalculated in some respects. The vast expanse of the Eagle Sauce Nation, abundant in resources yet sparsely populated, indeed housed merely over 300 million souls. Even if a portion of survival supplies were acquired by him, the impact would be negligible. However, within the Eagle Sauce Nation, the social hierarchy was starkly defined. The majority of resources were controlled by 8 prominent families, alongside numerous other clans of varying sizes. Unlike the Great Xia, ordinary citizens there did not have the habit of stockpiling provisions at home. Furthermore, those in possession of supplies were but a minority. In the initial days of the apocalypse, vast quantities of resources from large communities were swiftly commandeered by powerful factions. Ordinary individuals thus found themselves bereft of channels to procure necessities. Unlike the Great Xia, which boasted an abundance of supermarkets and convenience stores, the availability of resources for the common populace was severely diminished. Many perished from starvation. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, desperation drove countless individuals to engage in brutal conflicts and plunder, for such was their tradition. The death toll rose alarmingly. The situation was similarly dire in many Western nations that shared a cultural lineage with them. When the citizens of the Eagle Sauce Nation learned of the vast stores of supplies possessed by individuals across the ocean, they were consumed with rage. They promptly organized efforts to traverse the ocean for plunder. Some even proclaimed, "Su Yang, we will not hold you accountable for the supplies you purchased, but return what belongs to us immediately. Otherwise, we shall invade the Great Xia and reclaim everything. At that time, the Great Xia will face annihilation, and rivers of blood shall flow. What do you mean by stealing our things? Our esteemed ancestors paid for them long ago. Those supplies belong to Su Yang now." Someone below must have responded, bringing a smile to Su Yang's face. He mused inwardly, "You truly are a talent. If I ever discover your identity, I must reward you with a single pack of crispy noodles. Just one, no more." After perusing the situation in the Eagle Sauce Nation, Su Yang turned his attention to the posts emanating from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Though the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation were equally incensed, their response lacked the fervent outcries of the Eagle Sauce Nation. They merely expressed their dissatisfaction without any calls for mobilization to seize resources. This response struck Su Yang as decidedly abnormal. He furrowed his brow, pondering, such a reaction from the Cherry Blossom Nation is utterly peculiar. A dog that bites rarely barks. Perhaps they are concocting a grander scheme. Prior to his visit to the Cherry Blossom Nation, Su Yang had taken the time to familiarize himself with their national circumstances. In that diminutive territory, there resided a staggering population of 12 million. The scarcity of various resources was palpable, particularly survival supplies. Compounding the situation was the prior nuclear power plant leak that had contaminated many areas. The capacity for self-sufficiency in food and water had dwindled even further. Additionally, in early 2024, a seismic event had transpired in a region housing 2 nuclear power plants. Following the earthquake, the nation declined international aid, leading Su Yang to speculate that those plants might have also experienced leaks. Their refusal of international assistance could very well indicate an attempt to conceal the truth. If this were indeed the case, the scope of nuclear contamination would be alarmingly extensive. Subsequently, a substantial quantity of consumable survival supplies and water was acquired through self-purchase, all at no cost. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, the opposing faction found their usable resources drastically diminished. This situation should have elicited a chorus of lamentations from them, given the countless lives lost. Yet, to my astonishment, they remained remarkably composed. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. This nation resembled the wretched rats of a cesspool, living in a state of perpetual turmoil, having committed countless misdeeds, yet harboring an insatiable thirst for vengeance, ever plotting the downfall of the Great Xia. More than 2 months had passed since the apocalypse had descended. How could they possibly restrain themselves, especially upon learning of the vast stores of resources at our disposal? It was inconceivable that they could remain passive, even if the news had yet to be verified, or if they were aware it was merely a fabrication. They would undoubtedly send emissaries, just as Su Yang had surmised. The upper echelons of the Sakura Nation were conspiring a grand scheme. "Mr. Yamamoto, have you heard?" Matsushita Goju inquired with a grave demeanor. There is an individual named Su Yang in the Great Xia, who, prior to the apocalypse, hoarded resources worth hundreds of billions. According to my investigation, he had previously procured supplies in our Sakura Nation. I visited the warehouse he rented and found it utterly devoid of any contents. I cannot fathom how he stealthily transported everything away. Moreover, similar occurrences have transpired in the Eagle Country. If all this holds true, the resources he possesses would be immeasurable, sufficient to sustain our entire nation. Yamamoto replied coldly, "I am already aware of this." Matsushita, as the second-in-command of our Sakura Nation, "Are you willing to take up arms for our country? Lead our warriors against the Great Xia, and compel that ancient realm to once again kneel before us. Our territory, isolated overseas, is ultimately too small to contain our entire populace. Furthermore, many supplies have been contaminated by nuclear radiation, rendering them inedible. Currently, our daily consumption of resources amounts to tens of thousands. If we do not act soon, our nation will inevitably vanish from existence. I refuse to witness such a calamity unfold. You shall lead the charge, and when I am adequately prepared, I will mobilize the full might of our nation to subjugate the entirety of the Great Xia. We must seize all their resources and annihilate their populace, absorb all their abilities, and fulfill the unachieved aspirations of our ancestors. As Yamamoto spoke, he knelt before the shrine adorning the altar, his eyes radiating fervent devotion. It became evident that the two were situated within the largest Yasukuni shrine of the Sakura nation. Witnessing Yamamoto's act of reverence, Matsushita Gojo followed suit, proclaiming with conviction, "For the aspirations of our ancestors, for the glory of our nation, for the future of the Sakura nation, I pledge to lead an expedition to the Great Xia. I have prepared a force of 100,000 elite warriors for you." Yamamoto assisted Matsushita to his feet. "You shall embark with these 100,000 from the sea, making landfall in Lu province, progressively encroaching upon the territory. Suyong resides in Lu province. Once you have eradicated the ability users along the coastline, I am confident that no one in the Great Xia will stand against you. One could eliminate Suyong and seize his resources. This would allow for the further occupation of Shandong province. Once the entire Shandong is under your control, it can serve as a stronghold for the conquest of the entire Great Xia. Shandong is a populous province, boasting over 100 million inhabitants. Even if only 1/10 of the population awakens their extraordinary abilities, that amounts to 10 million. If you were to consume them all, no one in Great Xia would stand a chance against you. Subsequently, I shall lead the army to rendezvous with you, continuously conquering inland." Matsushita 56 nodded heavily, his face radiating longing. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Yamamoto spoke to him once more. "Matsushita-san, do not forget to take the supplies prepared for you before you depart. All the provisions are stored at the military base of the Eagle Nation. There are also many weapons. Take whatever you can carry, as I believe it will be of great assistance to you." Upon hearing about the provisions, Matsushita immediately understood what was meant. Chapter 180, Madness and Despair. The United States stationed over 50,000 troops in the land of cherry blossoms. These soldiers wielded their power with impunity, even taking the lives of local residents and children without cause. The people of the Cherry Blossom Nation dared not express their wrath, serving these invaders as if they were masters. Yet, within the hearts of the citizens, a quiet resentment simmered, waiting for the opportune moment. At last, when the apocalypse descended, Yamamoto and his men feigned concern and entered the territory under the guise of care. Once inside, they unleashed a massacre, exterminating all 50,000 stationed American soldiers and draining their blood. The dismembered bodies were preserved, transformed into sustenance. The so-called military rations spoken of by the enemy were, in fact, the remains of these fallen soldiers. Even if Matsushita G56 were aware of this gruesome reality, he remained unfazed. In times of crisis, mere survival outweighed all else. Moreover, he never partook in such rations. They were meant for his subordinates. The true provisions for those of his rank were the various canned goods and self-heating meals left behind by the troops. They only resorted to consuming human flesh when absolutely necessary. For, to the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation, such acts had become commonplace. His and Yamamoto's ascendance to the formidable level 9 of power was solely due to their indoctrination of the Cherry Blossom populace, driving those awakened with abilities to take their own lives, which they then devoured to gain strength. They bore no guilt. Furthermore, the ordinary citizens feasted upon the remains of those who had been sacrificed. Matsushita G56 and Yamamoto emerged together, greeted by an army of 100,000 empowered individuals, exuding an overwhelming presence. Surrounding them were countless spectators, both ordinary citizens and those with abilities. Yamamoto surveyed the crowd, raising his voice. "Matsushita-kun is about to lead our Cherry Blossom Nation's 100,000 warriors into battle. Their objective is the Great Xia, to fulfill the wishes of our ancestors and bring glory back to our entire nation. I hereby announce the continuation of the Cherry Blossom Nation's 100 million Shattered Jade plan. Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves to cast glory upon our brave warriors as they embark on this journey?" I will. As Yamamoto's words echoed, a throng surged forth, comprising both empowered beings and ordinary citizens. A silver-tiered empowered individual sat cross-legged, donning a white cloth around his head. Drawing a short blade from his waist, he unsheathed it with a swift motion and proclaimed, "For the glory of the Cherry Blossom Nation, I am willing to become a beacon of light." He then clenched the blade's hilt with his teeth, thrusting it forcefully into his abdomen. With a decisive stroke, he split his belly open, blood gushing forth as his intestines spilled out from the gaping wound. Others approached and seized the long blade he had set aside, swiftly severing his head from his body. Matsushita G56 stepped forward, placing his hand upon the decapitated head, absorbing the powers that lingered. A group of individuals approached, draining the blood from the fallen man and meticulously storing it away. In full view of the gathered crowd, they dismembered the corpse in a gruesome display. The brutality of the act was astonishing. However, the onlookers remained silent, their gazes resolute, suggesting that they had endured such horrors numerous times before. Soon, another emerged, echoing the actions of his predecessor, committing seppuku without hesitation. One by one, lives were extinguished. Within the span of less than an hour, 100,000 extraordinary beings and an equal number of ordinary individuals met their demise. Matsushita Gojiro relentlessly consumed the powers of the fallen until he reached the exalted rank of 9th-level master, at which point he ceased. Following his lead, the 10,000 extraordinary beings accompanying him began to absorb the abilities of the deceased, their powers surging exponentially. Together, they disassembled the corpses of the dead, storing the remains with chilling efficiency. Even the bystanders actively assisted, their faces devoid of fear, replaced instead by an unsettling excitement. Were this scene witnessed by those beyond the borders of the Cherry Blossom Nation, it would undoubtedly elicit cries of monstrosity. The mere existence of such a nation, which has yet to be eradicated, is a grave error of humanity. The remains of 100,000 extraordinary beings and 100,000 ordinary souls were meticulously packaged and loaded onto specially modified vehicles. Matsushita Gojiro, brimming with fervor, proclaimed to all, "I shall not betray your expectations. We will surely annihilate the Great Xia, fulfilling the wishes of our ancestors and allowing the glory of our entire nation to blossom upon the ancient lands of the East. When I return, I shall bring you fine wines, delectable dishes, and sweet, enticing sustenance. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Victory is ours." The onlookers raised their fists, chanting in unison, as Matsushita cast a glance at Yamamoto and led the grand procession onward. Among the 10,000 he commanded, his own strength had attained a level of 9th-grade master, supported by over 1,000 9th-grade kings and countless golden-level powers. The weakest among them boasted a strength of at least 5th-grade silver. Their might was formidable. They marched with fervor and determination, filled with an unwavering confidence in their inevitable success. As they passed through Okinawa, they entered the military base, retrieving the desiccated corpses of 5,000 soldiers from the Eagle Nation, previously positioned there by Yamamoto. Along with them, they commandeered hundreds of tanks, armored vehicles, and rocket artillery capable of striking targets 300 kilometers away, as well as an arsenal of bombs, shells, mortars, and various firearms. Their convoy traversed the frozen terrain, steadily advancing towards the distant shores of Great Xia. Matsushita's gaze was sharp as he observed the snowflakes descending from the sky, coldly asserting, "I have arrived at the granary of the Great Xia Cherry Blossom Nation." Meanwhile, the world remained oblivious to the madness unfolding within the Cherry Blossom Nation. All around, people struggled to survive in the apocalypse. Those who had awakened their extraordinary powers fretted over how to enhance their abilities and secure essential resources, while ordinary individuals were in even greater despair, unsure how to survive until the dawn of the next day. Struggling in despair, one hopes for the day to awaken latent abilities, either to hunt others or to be hunted oneself. At this moment, Su Yang, after absorbing all available information online, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of impending storm. With unwavering determination in his eyes, he declared, "No matter how many enemies there are, let them come. I fear them not." He then stripped off his clothes and leaped into the pool. Emerging from the water, Su Yang utilized his extraordinary powers to evaporate the droplets clinging to his skin. He retrieved prepared food from his spatial storage and began to feast. Once satiated, he took Su Yunshi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing out of the villa. "Are you not taking me along?" Ning Kaidai inquired. "This time, it is your turn to stay behind and guard the house," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "I intend to train diligently with these three." Chapter 181. The rocking car alone here. How terribly dull it must be. Ning Kaidai remarked with a hint of reluctance. "Look, most of the landmines have already been triggered by the three major factions." Su Yang gestured towards the open space in the community and suggested, "Why not replant the landmines?" "Perhaps not." Ning Kaidai shrugged and replied, "I shall focus on guarding here until you return. My abilities have reached the 9th level of the sovereign rank. Even if someone were to intrude into the community, I could effortlessly eliminate them. And if I cannot defeat them, I can always hide within the villa. No one can harm me. It would be a waste of landmines." "Very well, we shall depart now. Make sure to keep the home safe until our return," Su Yang declared, waving his hand, and an all-terrain, unmanned vehicle materialized. Su Yunshi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing exchanged glances with Ning Kaidai, expressing their slight exasperation before boarding the vehicle behind Su Yang. The vehicle sped forth like an arrow released from a bow. It was not that Su Yang was unwilling to take Ning Kaidai along. Rather, he sought to provide Su Yunshi and the other two with ample training opportunities. The trio had spent most of their time within the villa. While they did not possess the same feudal stubbornness as Ning Kaidai, nor were they as obstinate, they had observed him and Ning Kaidai combating foes, even wielding rocket launchers against enemies. Their resolve had indeed been significantly strengthened. Nonetheless, in Su Yang's eyes, it was still insufficient. The three had yet to witness the brutality of the outside world, nor had they engaged in direct, hard-fought battles. In this fiercely competitive post-apocalyptic era, one must continuously eliminate adversaries with their own hands. Only through the trials of blood and fire can one attain genuine growth, having just awakened their abilities. With Su Yang's assistance, they had rapidly ascended to the 9th level of the sovereign rank. Such a swift increase in power without authentic combat experience and training would surely be inadequate. Perhaps they were still not entirely adept in utilizing most of the skills they had awakened. If Ning Kaidai were to accompany them, given her nature, she would undoubtedly charge headlong into any confrontation, obliterating the enemies before them. How then could Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing hone their skills and grow? They had remained sheltered beneath the protective wings of both him and Ning Kaidai, akin to fledglings that could not mature. Su Yang aspired for each of them to become formidable warriors in their own right, capable of slaying foes on his behalf in the future. The three women shared this sentiment. Upon hearing that Su Yang intended to take them out, their spirits soared with joy. "Boss, where are we headed?" Su Yunqi inquired. Looking towards Su Yang, to the headquarters of the three major factions. Su Yang replied, "Although the factions have been eradicated, their headquarters contain a wealth of survival supplies. We must procure them. If we delay, others may seize the opportunity before us. Let us hurry then," Su Muyu exclaimed, quickly activating the central control screen of the all-terrain unmanned vehicle, eager to set the speed to its maximum. "There is no need to rush." Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. The four major wholesale markets are located on the outskirts of Jizhou City, far from the center. Moreover, when the adversaries launched their assault against us, they had already eradicated all forces within a 20-kilometer radius. For others to reach the headquarters of the three major factions would require an extensive amount of time. Yet, we possess vehicles. How could they possibly arrive before us? By the time they show up, we will have already evacuated all the supplies. Only then did Su Muyu feel a sense of relief. However, she still adjusted the speed to 100 kilometers per hour, mockingly racing towards the western district of Jeju. Subsequently, Su Muyu returned from the front to the rear. The all-terrain unmanned vehicle surged forward at full speed, kicking up snow that thunderously cascaded down, yet it did not affect the journey. The velocity remained unyielding. An hour later, the vehicle arrived outside the wholesale market in the western district. "What is causing such a commotion outside?" inquired a supernatural being left behind by Lu Dufeng to guard the headquarters. "Vice leader, it seems to be the sound of an automobile," reported a subordinate. "Alert everyone outside. If anything seems amiss, report it immediately," the vice leader coldly commanded. He had seen the messages posted by Lu Dufeng online, as well as the ensuing discussions, and felt an ominous premonition within. Despite possessing the formidable strength of a level 9 gold, the thought of their leader and numerous companions being annihilated left him feeling uncertain. He was easily startled by the slightest noise. Although his own power was considerable, he was aware that many were eyeing the four major wholesale markets. Guarding such a vast array of supplies, should another faction arrive, not only would these resources be unprotected, but his own life could also be at stake. He had contemplated fleeing with his over 100 subordinates and all the survival supplies, but the sheer volume made relocation impractical. Furthermore, each of his men possessed at least level 4 gold strength. They were not easily intimidated by ordinary factions. Thus, he clung to a sliver of hope, wishing that those who approached were neither too powerful nor too numerous. As long as there were no king-level experts among them, they had nothing to fear. Should they eliminate the opponents and absorb their abilities, their own strength would surge, rendering them impervious to any threat. If Lu Dufeng truly perished, then these survival supplies would rightfully belong to him. He could leverage these resources to expand his power, potentially surpassing Lu Dufeng with ease. The vehicle halted outside the grand entrance of the wholesale market in the western district, yet no movement ensued. This was because Su Yang, Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing were in the midst of getting dressed. "Vice leader, a vehicle has parked outside the main gate. What should we do now?" someone inquired via intercom. "This vehicle is identical to one recently posted online. Should we eliminate the occupants and tow it back? Are you certain it's just one vehicle, with no others in sight?" the vice leader asked cautiously. "None, just this one." Upon confirmation, a cold smirk appeared on the vice leader's lips. "Someone has graciously delivered us a vehicle. Why would we refuse? Eliminate the occupants and bring the vehicle back." Upon receiving the command, 4 gold-level superhumans emerged from their concealed positions. They proceeded to strike the glass of the all-terrain unmanned vehicle. The occupants within could hear the warning. "Your vehicle has been commandeered by us. Descend immediately, or face merciless consequences." Chapter 182. trials. As soon as the four individuals finished speaking, the door of the car swung open, and Su Yang emerged, adjusting the zipper of his trousers, appearing rather comical. The four were on high alert, prepared for battle. Fully aware that anyone capable of driving around at this hour must possess considerable strength, those lacking ability would have perished long ago. "Why do you look so familiar?" inquired a fourth-level ability user, gazing intently at Su Yang. "Have we met before? I don't recall you, but you might have seen me. After all, as a delivery person, you encounter many faces," Su Yang replied. "Wait." The individual lowered his head in contemplation. "I meet many people during deliveries, yet few leave a lasting impression. I've got it. You are Su Yang." He raised his head and shouted, "Quickly, kill him. He is the wealthy man who purchased supplies from us earlier." With that, he charged at Su Yang, and the other three immediately followed suit. Just as their attacks were about to strike Su Yang, Sumiya leaped from the car. With a gentle wave of her hand, the four assailants were encased in ice. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the ice sculptures shattered into fragments. Su Yang harnessed the power of space, and four fourth-level golden cores fell into his hands, which he devoured completely, scattering the remnants into the air. At this moment, Su Yunxi and Tang Qing also emerged from the vehicle. "Did you dispatch all four of them so swiftly?" Su Yunxi looked at her sister. "Why the rush? Leave some for us. Since awakening our abilities, we have yet to engage an enemy. There are more to come." Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "You will have ample opportunities to take action." With that, he strode into the wholesale market, the three women following closely behind. Simultaneously, an all-terrain unmanned vehicle slowly entered. "Deputy Leader, it seems our men have been slain." A messenger hurried to the side of the remaining guard. "I heard from a distance that our people called out Su Yang's name, and then one of the women dispatched them with a mere wave of her hand." "What?" Upon hearing Su Yang's name, the deputy leader's expression changed dramatically. It appeared that Su Yang was indeed alive, which meant that our leader, along with those taken away and members of the other two factions, had all been killed. "What are we to do now?" The deputy leader was in a state of utter turmoil, commanding in a stern voice, "The enemy is coming for us. They aim to eradicate us and seize our resources for survival. Should we flee?" The deputy leader turned to the messenger, seeking his opinion. "Deputy Leader, is that truly necessary?" The messenger replied, "I saw only four of them. How formidable could they possibly be? Even if they could slay us four fourth-level ability users with a single strike. What of it? As a ninth-level golden user, you could do the same. We possess numerous golden ability users if we all attack together. It would not be impossible to eliminate those four." Indeed, the deputy leader's eyes brightened. The look of panic on his face vanished, and he straightened his back, solemnly stating, "Gather all the brothers and follow me. We shall confront our adversaries." The man turned and soon returned with over 100 golden tier ability users. Among them, including the deputy leader, there were 20 at the 9th level of gold. The rest were a considerable number at levels 6 to 4, and the remainder were at levels 5 to 4. For other factions, such strength would be formidable, yet for Su Yang and his companions, it was utterly insignificant. Any one of them could annihilate this assembly effortlessly. "Boss, how many did Lu Dufeng leave at headquarters?" Su Yunxi inquired. "Is it sufficient for us to strike together?" "Probably not many." Su Yang chuckled in response. "They took most of their forces to assault us. Leaving behind just over 100 to guard is quite remarkable. Just a little over 100? How could that suffice?" Disappointment flickered in Su Yunxi's eyes. "What? Do you think 100 is too few?" Su Yang glanced at her. "Your desire to engage more opponents stems merely from your curiosity about your abilities. You wish to test your current strength. However, let me enlighten you. Taking a life is an art. It requires immense psychological resilience. Although you have previously dispatched numerous enemies using rockets and mortars, those souls perished beneath the bombs. Deep down, you instinctively believe those deaths were not at your hands, lest your sense of guilt diminishes significantly. But what if you were to personally slay hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands? Could you still summon the resolve to do so? Witnessing lives extinguished before your eyes, devoid of any means of resistance? Such brutality is not easily borne by all. Therefore, I must prepare you to adapt, beginning with a few adversaries, before confronting the greater multitude, allowing for gradual growth. Do not underestimate us." Su Yunxi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing responded in unison, "We shall await the challenge. Having decided to follow you, we will execute all your directives without hindrance. The moment we step out of this villa, we shall be ready to face a sea of corpses and rivers of blood." "Ah, what spirit!" Su Yang exclaimed, "truly worthy of being my women, filled with courage and determination. I shall await to witness how you calmly confront your foes as they perish before you." "Who do you look down upon?" Su Muyu retorted, slightly indignant. "I just killed 4 people, and I felt no guilt whatsoever." "Indeed." Su Yunxi and Tang Qing chimed in, rolling their eyes. "We witnessed Muyu's actions and felt no sense of cruelty. That is because the opponents died peacefully, without suffering. Su Yang clarified. When you witness true bloodshed, severed limbs, and the consequences of your own actions, you will understand my words. Speaking now is futile. Only experience yields true knowledge. Let us await the test. The three women nodded in agreement. Silently encouraging himself, he hoped to perform better in the moments to come. Su Yang's intention was not to transform the trio into heartless killing machines, but rather to prepare them psychologically. In a world so cold, merciless, and rife with brutal slaughter, one must confront all the harsh realities in advance. Only then can one's heart become as unyielding as stone, allowing for a calm demeanor even when faced with more harrowing scenes. Su Yang and the three women, Su Yunqi included, strolled toward the central area, their laughter ringing out, while an all-terrain unmanned vehicle trailed behind them. Before long, they spotted a group of 170 to 80 individuals charging towards them. Leading the pack was Lu Dufeng's deputy, whose gaze was chillingly cold, fixing his eyes on Su Yang and the three women. He spoke in a frigid tone. Su Yang, I never expected you to come in person. Surely, our leader has fallen at your hands. Chapter 183. A seamless collaboration. Why ask if you already know? Su Yang scoffed derisively. Are you really that foolish? The deputy leader, incensed, retorted. I urge you to show some respect. Though our leader has perished, we remain. Depart at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Lu Dufeng, a master of royal caliber, along with the leaders of two other formidable factions and 20,000 extraordinary beings, had been slaughtered. Su Yang chuckled bitterly. Do you truly believe that with merely 100 of you, you stand a chance against us? His words rendered the opposing parties' faces pallid. They silently lamented their oversight. They should have fled without a backward glance. The capability to annihilate so many indicated that no matter their strength, they were no match for their adversaries. Now, with tensions escalated, retreat was no longer an option. They could only brace themselves for confrontation. Su Yang, I concede that you possess considerable skill. The deputy leader's tone softened slightly. However, the ones who wronged you were Lu Dufeng and the other two factions. Their actions do not concern us. Please, leave swiftly and do not implicate us in your strife. We harbor no enmity towards you. Seeing the acknowledgement of their inferiority, Su Yang's gaze turned icy. You were indeed Lu Dufeng's subordinates. He sought to attack and kill me. With his demise, do you truly believe you will be spared? Such naivety is laughable. With Lu Dufeng gone, it would be unreasonable for you, as his followers, to escape unscathed. Do not overstep your bounds, Su Yang. The deputy leader shouted furiously. While we may not comprehend how you managed to slay so many from the three factions, if it comes to battle, you may not prevail against us. Each of us possesses golden tier strength. Even if you could vanquish us, you may not safeguard those three women. Feigning fear, Su Yang replied. Then let me witness your prowess. He then turned to Su Yunqi, Su Muyu, and Tang Qing, commanding, these foes are yours to handle. Leave none alive. Attack. The deputy leader bellowed. Around 170 to 80 golden tier extraordinary beings surged forward. With a flourish, Su Yunqi conjured a series of fireballs, each radiating intense heat, melting the surrounding snow as they hurtled toward the enemy. Several golden tier adversaries were struck by the fireballs, sent flying with gaping wounds in their chests. Flames engulfed their bodies, eliciting anguished cries as they writhed on the ground. In mere moments, they were reduced to ash. Witnessing this, the remaining assailants halted in their tracks, their faces etched with fear. This was overwhelmingly powerful. Even their leader, while alive, might not have been a match for this woman. How could they possibly fight? Do not be afraid. The deputy leader bellowed. Fear will not resolve our predicament. If we do not fight with all our might, we shall only await our slaughter. Let us venture forth together. After uttering these words, a torrent of water erupted from his body, hurtling towards Su Yunqi. The others, no longer hesitating, summoned their unique abilities. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of powers radiated in vibrant hues, launching an assault towards Su Yang and his companions. Su Muyu pointed decisively, freezing the water dragon that was advancing towards Su Yunqi, causing it to crash to the ground in a shattering explosion. Without delay, she thrust her palm forward, conjuring a dozen ice arrows that swiftly flew towards the throng of adversaries. The arrows pierced through their chests, eliciting pain cries as those struck became rigid with frost. Collapsing to the earth, the arrows continued to soar over 100 meters before turning back, mercilessly eliminating several more foes from behind. Nearly 30 individuals perished in the blink of an eye at her hands. Tang Qing was equally relentless. Her wind-based powers erupted from her brow, coalescing into over 50 razor-sharp wind blades. With a mere thought, she unleashed them all at once. The 50-plus adversaries were systematically dismembered, blood splattering and severed limbs flying in chaos. Some even had their intestines and innards violently expelled from their bodies. Tang Qing was oblivious to the magnitude of her destructive force, which proved more devastating than anticipated. As the crimson liquid gushed forth and screams echoed, the three women could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces turned pale, and it was in this moment that they recalled Su Yang's repeated warnings. Finally acknowledging the truth in his words, a sense of disquiet settled within them, compounded by the acrid scent of blood that incited a wave of nausea. A profound guilt began to take root, distinct from the earlier incidents at the villa, where they had witnessed countless enemies obliterated. Even when they had personally used rocket launchers to annihilate foes, the sense of culpability they felt now was far more intense. These were living beings, brutally slain by their own hands, their bodies writhing and screaming on the ground before meeting their untimely demise. A powerful sense of remorse surged within them. Fortunately, unlike Ning Kai Dai, who clung stubbornly to her ideals for the people, the trio managed to quickly realign their thoughts. Before long, they began to acclimate to the grim reality before them. As the remaining foes surged forward, Su Yunxi waved her hand, engulfing them in a sea of flames. The assailants were relentlessly tormented by the inferno, their protective barriers shattering under the heat. Flames consumed their bodies, scorching their skin and subjecting them to excruciating agony. At that moment, Sumiyu mirrored her sister's actions, summoning a cloud above the adversaries. Ice rain cascaded down upon those already seared by fire, instantly freezing them in place. In that moment of entrapment, they experienced an overwhelming chill that penetrated to their very bones. Moreover, the human body, subjected to relentless high temperatures, is utterly incapable of withstanding the sudden encounter with frigid ice. The charred skin begins to tear apart inch by inch, just as they believe death by freezing is imminent. The surrounding ice is melted away by flames. In an instant, they find themselves engulfed once more in the searing heat. Subsequently, they are encased in ice again. After enduring this cycle a dozen times, their bodies are gravely damaged, with only a faint breath of life remaining. At that moment, a ferocious whirlwind of spatial energy emerges, spiraling toward those on the brink of death. They are drawn into the eye of the tornado, their bodies relentlessly torn asunder. When the tempest finally subsides, a cascade of pulverized flesh and bone rains down from the sky. As it passes through the clouds conjured by Su Mu, it is instantly frozen into icy debris. Upon descent, the remnants melt away, consumed by flames. Thus, all 180 Golden Tier extraordinary beings are annihilated. The collaboration among Su Yunxi, Su Mu, and Tang Qing is nothing short of seamless.